I've been transported to another world. Kang Tan recalled with a bit of disappointment. At first, he thought he could start cheating like other transmigrators, then sweep across the world, stand above all, become someone who could look down on all living beings like ants. Hear them exclaim in fear. How terrifying. But reality was too cruel. He was just an unfortunate failure dying. As soon as Kang Tan transmigrated, he became a beggar in the cold wind, pale-faced, going everywhere begging for water and food. Not only that, Kang Tan also had to face the fact that he had no cultivation, couldn't cheat, which made him extremely angry. He cursed the one who threw him to this damned place to wait for death, saying, "Damn it, thank you." With no other choice, Kang Tan shouted loudly, "System, system, is there a system? If there is, show yourself. If you don't appear, I'll..." Before he could finish, he breathed his last. Kang Tan was dead. After he died, the system deliberately appeared. A mechanical voice sounded. Announcement: host identified as deceased. System activating. Kang Tan's soul, hearing this news, was extremely frustrated. He yelled, "Damn it, I'm already dead. What's the use of activating now?" The system didn't immediately answer this question. It first issued a welcome sound. "Welcome to the invincible system." Then the system explained its function. The host has 100 million lives. Each time killed will be resurrected within 1 minute and arrange survival methods to defeat enemies. Life and death are but a moment. Life always has great opportunities. The system reminded the host to pay attention to life and survival. Hearing this operation method, Kang Tan couldn't help but ponder. He thought, 100 million lives means he can revive at will. After reviving, he's also provided with methods to defeat opponents. It seems this stupid system wants me to become stronger through death. At this time, the system continued to announce, checking the cause of death of the host. Lack of water, building survival plan. Please wait. It quickly selected the reward, rewarding the host with 3-body hand, Heavenly Wilderness Immortal Body. Looking at the information panel about the Heavenly Wilderness Immortal Body in front of him, Kang Tan widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Excellent." His amazement was understandable, because with the Heavenly Wilderness Immortal Body, he doesn't need food, has unlimited lifespan, high cultivation speed, and spiritual energy absorption range, can automatically cultivate, automatically absorb spiritual energy. In addition, it has miraculous divine powers living with heaven and earth, jumping out of the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. Kang Tan was full of hope for the system. His eyes flashed with worship, saying, "The system is really powerful. From now on, I want to fly everywhere, display divine powers." Regardless of its host still being dazed, the system had already started working. After the host was resurrected, Kang Tan still couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered, am I alive? Am I really alive? Thinking of the bright future ahead, he laughed loudly. "Ha! I now have the Heavenly Wilderness Immortal Body." Then followed a series of boastful exaggerations about leveling the 3 realms. Realizing he was a bit overexcited, Kang Tan coughed twice, then said to the system, "Great Elder System, rest assured, I will definitely work hard, toil, every day." But as soon as he finished speaking, looking at the desolate scene before him, he hesitated and said, "But then again." After a while, he irritably cried out, "There's no spiritual energy here." "Hey, System Big Shot, what's going on? Is it malfunctioning? How can I cultivate without spiritual energy? Am I still stuck here?" The system still didn't respond. It continued to provide an information panel about Kang Tan. Race, human, physique, Heavenly Wilderness Immortal, realm, mortal, divine powers, none, cultivation technique, none, combat skills, none, magical treasures, none, overall evaluation, a poor man trying to get rich, a dog wearing leather pants. System level grants 1 resurrection per day. Seeing this, Kang Tan held his head in dissatisfaction and cried out, "This must be a knockoff. I already have the Heavenly Wilderness Immortal Body, yet my basic strength hasn't changed at all. I absolutely cannot accept this." He cursed loudly, "Damn system, I want a refund, quickly find a way for me. Life is full of traps, scams everywhere." The next day, after a day of cursing the system and still finding no solution, Kang Tan tiredly rubbed his neck and cried out, "If you can't find a way, then get lost. I'm going to kill myself." With that, he ran towards the cliff, intending to jump off. Finally, the system responded, but not to find a solution for Kang Ton. Instead, it issued a warning. System warning. If the host wishes to commit suicide, the system will respect the host's choice and will not use the resurrection function in the future. Hearing this, Kang Ton's face twisted as he cursed. What? Damn it, you dare to do that. So Kang Ton could only fall to the ground in pain, loudly cursing with obscene words. Time passed for a few more days. Kang Ton was bored with nothing to do, really couldn't stand it anymore. So he started complaining again. Kang Ton raised his middle finger to the sky and shouted, "Oh heavens, are you playing with me? You won't even give me a beginner's gift. Even giving me a girl would be fine." Whether the heavens heard his complaint or not, as soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. This startled Kang Ton, who exclaimed, "Huh." The light beam looked like a meteorite falling straight to the ground, right in front of Kang Ton. And that meteorite-like thing turned out to be an extremely beautiful girl. Looking at her, Kang Ton's face turned red, thinking to himself, a girl really did fall from the sky. How exciting. He shamelessly stared at the girl's voluptuous parts, praising, "This figure, this outfit." When she fell earlier, he hadn't seen her face clearly, but now, as she shyly turned her head to fix her hair, Kang Ton could see clearly. He immediately had a nosebleed and exclaimed, "Wow, her face is also very beautiful." The girl who had been silent until now finally spoke. She used her purple eyes to look at Kang Ton and called out once. Then without another word quickly drew a sword from her body, held it to his throat, and nervously asked, "You, who are you?" Kang Ton, having a sword held to his throat by a girl he just met, was initially surprised but soon fell into thought. This sword is only 0.01 millimeters from my neck. There's still a chance of survival. But will the female owner of this sword want to kill me next? Coming to his senses, he showed great interest. Lazily sticking out his tongue, his finger touching the sword, he smiled and said, "Big brother is your father. Come on, kill big brother." After saying this, Kang Ton even happily wiggled his butt and continued, "What are you hesitating for? Just come on. Big brother wants to be killed by little sister." The girl looked at the man in front of her, feeling afraid. She wondered, has this person taken the wrong medicine? Kang Ton thought that doing this could help him live one more time. But unexpectedly, the system's voice sounded, extinguishing his hope. Directly asking others to kill oneself, or bribing others to kill oneself, is considered wanting to commit suicide. The system will respect the host's choice and prohibit the use of the resurrection function. Kang Ton angrily cursed again. Damn it, this system is playing me. Things having come to this point, he wasn't stupid and no longer asked the girl to kill him. Seeing her getting closer, he hurriedly turned around and said, "Hey, beautiful lady, stop. It was a misunderstanding earlier. Don't kill me." The girl saw this guy being wishy-washy, one moment wanting her to kill him, the next saying it was a misunderstanding, and irritably shouted, "What's wrong with you now?" She thought to herself, this person looks quite handsome. It's a pity he's an idiot. Kang Ton on this side didn't know what plan to come up with, his face showing a cunning expression as he said, "If the system won't let me actively seek death, then I can only play the villain to lure others." After saying this, he immediately took off all his clothes, revealing his strong physique. Then he rushed towards the girl, shouting loudly, "Miss, you can't resist anymore, can you? For the system's reward, I want to rape you. Hurry and kill me, hurry and kill me, hurry and kill me." The girl, not knowing Kang Ton's plan, saw herself being chased by him and ran away in fear. She screamed, "Ah, damn pervert." Kang Ton was finally about to get his way. The girl suddenly drew her sword and pointed it at the person chasing her, threatening, "Don't come any closer, I'll kill you." Just then, suddenly from behind Kang Ton came a voice. "Found her, she's here." And this person seemed to terrify the girl. The person who just spoke didn't come alone. There were 3 others following. They flew on swords, led by a girl. The man in the group spoke first. He asked in surprise, surprised. The girl now also spoke up. "Where do you think you're running? Be obedient and surrender." And the girl who said this was named Yao Yunxian. Kang Ton saw these people come out of nowhere, not understanding what was happening. He thought to himself, "Oh, have these people come to be heroes saving the beauty? That's great." But in reality, Yao Yunxian was trying to capture the white-haired girl. She pointed directly at the girl's face and said, "Ji Ling Han, let's see where you can run now. Weren't you supposed to be so powerful? You even prevented the destruction of Fei Xian Sect. Last year at the martial arts tournament of the 7 major sects, you defeated me in front of everyone, making me lose face. Today, I must wash away that humiliation. Hearing this, King Tan vaguely understood a bit. He thought to himself, this girl doesn't look like a good person. Seems she's Ji Ling Han's enemy. Ji Ling Han didn't stand idle either. She fiercely held her sword and shouted, Yao Yun Xian, your heart is so narrow-minded. For this reason, you want to hunt me and face Xian Sect to the death. Before Yao Yun Xian could answer, her 3 followers spoke up first. They said disgustingly, stop talking nonsense. Let us choose a way for you to die. Don't rush. We can take it slow. Make her wish she were dead but unable to die. Another person chimed in, good idea. By now, King Tan had grasped the situation. He quickly thought, the opportunity has come. I like this type of villain the most. I've thought of a reasonable way to die. Snapping out of his thoughts, King Tan immediately stepped forward to protect Ji Ling Han behind him, then said to the people in front, I advise you young people not to be like this. We're all people of the Jianghu. There's no need for internal strife. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Yun Xian contemptuously replied, who the hell are you? Don't meddle in other people's business. This question seemed to have touched King Tan's acting nerve. Being asked about his identity, he immediately put his hand over his eyes like a mask and replied, since you sincerely want to know, I'll be merciful and tell you. I am the supreme god Taisu Jinren, who has been here since thousands of years ago when the world was created, and due to my disgust with the struggles of the 3 realms rulers, I voluntarily sealed my cultivation and lived in seclusion here. Yao Yun Xian's followers naturally didn't believe him. Hearing this, they couldn't help but discuss among themselves with disgust. What kind of nonsense is this? How could there be such an idiot in this godforsaken place? Yao Yun Xian, however, wasn't disgusted at all. She was secretly laughing to herself. This fool looks quite handsome. It wouldn't be bad to take him as a male pet. But she also decided not to let King Tan off easily, so she ordered her followers, beat him half to death, keep him alive, he might still be useful. The 3 followers were surprised and let out a huh. But quickly, they started beating that fool. You don't want to live anymore, do you? We'll grant your wish. King Tan was about to be beaten, but showed no fear. He said with an unchanged expression, young people, don't be too arrogant. This old man will give you 3 moves. Then he even provocatively pointed his finger. Come on. That follower didn't disappoint King Tan's challenge. He took his blade and performed the Tiger Moon Strike, fiercely slashing towards him. King Tan stood still without moving. Ji Ling Han, standing behind, saw this scene and was extremely worried. She ran forward in panic and shouted, Senior, don't be rash. She thought in horror, are you crazy? Are you really going to let them have 3 moves? As the blade came down, fresh blood sprayed. King Tan's face was covered in blood, but he seemed very satisfied, muttering, finally. The last few words hadn't even left his mouth when he fell to the ground with a thud. Ji Ling Han witnessed everything that happened before her eyes, shocked and unable to believe what she saw. She hurriedly covered her mouth and screamed, no, don't. In contrast to Ji Ling Han's heartache, Yao Yun Xian's group was gleeful. They even mocked, a useless piece of trash infatuated with beauty, trying to play the hero saving the damsel. It's killing me with laughter. Yao Yun Xian, seeing the blood-covered corpse on the ground, scolded her 3 followers with some anger. I told you to beat him half to death. Why did you kill him? After saying this, she disgustingly lifted his face and thought, at least his face is still handsome. I can take advantage while it's still warm. Ji Ling Han finally couldn't hold back anymore. She angrily swung the sword in her hand, gritting her teeth and shouting, you bastards are too cruel. He was just a fool. In a place unseen by everyone, King Tan's system had issued a notification. Host death detected. Cause of death. Killed by a disciple of the killer of Zhen Xiaowu, a low-level disciple of the Extreme Moon Sect. Forming existence plan. Please wait a moment. A moment later, the next notification quickly appeared. Assisting host in copying abilities. Sect leader of Extreme Moon Sect. Host cultivation. Raised to 3-stage soul realm. Host learned Extreme Moon Sect's 4-stage moon observing 3 techniques. Host learned Extreme Moon Sect's 6-stage Tiger Moon language sword technique. Host learned 2nd stage soul capturing technique. Host learned 3rd level alchemy. Host immediately resurrected. King Tan, reborn with countless rewards, was extremely excited. He cheered and jumped, oh yeah, oola, woohoo, let's fly. Thank you, system, for granting immortality. In the outside reality, after Ji Ling Han finished speaking, she was immediately held at knife point. It's your turn now, you bitch. Yao Yunxian said coldly with a cruel expression. I'll spare your life, ruin your face, destroy your cultivation, so you can be a useless wretch licking my feet for the rest of your life. Her followers behind her heard this and excitedly said, Junior sister, you're so kind to spare her life. You're so evil. I really like how you make others wish they were dead. Why didn't we think of this move? Just as they were most joyful, a familiar voice came from behind, laughing. Three useless dogs, still treating a bus as a treasure. Hearing the voice, Yao Yunxian and her three followers curiously let out a ha and turned their heads to look. As they turned, they saw Kang Tan, who should have been dead, now standing there perfectly unharmed, surrounded by an unusual aura. Seeing this scene, the four people screamed in horror. Oh, not dead. Zombie. Jiling Han, of course, also saw this scene. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the resurrected man, thinking to herself, it seems what he said before was true. He really can come back to life. He must be much more powerful than these people. The disciple who had just killed Kang Tan, now seeing him alive, felt extremely unwilling. He swung his sword at Kang Tan again, cursing angrily, pretending to be a god or ghost. I'll kill you once more. Jiling Han behind him cried out in fear. Senior, be careful. But Kang Tan now was no longer the Kang Tan from a few minutes ago. He didn't stand still to take the hit, but directly raised two fingers, shouting the technique. Finger point one sword moon observing heart technique. In an instant, a circle of power appeared on his two fingertips. Not only that, Kang Tan also blew a breath into his palm. After doing these things, he directly used his fist to strike hard at the center of the face of the person rushing towards him. The disciple was hit on the forehead. His whole body flew backward before he could react, crying out in pain. How could Yao Yunxian not recognize this familiar technique? At this moment, she began to be wary of the person in front of her, hurriedly asking, Who are you? How did you steal the inner power technique of my extreme moon sect? What good did that bitch give you? What right do you have to help her? Kang Tan at this point was no longer polite, directly mocking. You have the face of a bitch who brings harm to her husband, leading dogs around to bite people, and still have the nerve to curse others. Yao Yunxian, being insulted, shouted in extreme anger. The two remaining disciples, being called dogs, were also furious. They held their blades fiercely and shouted, Bastard. What did you say? Let's go together. I'll beat you to death. Yao Yunxian also instructed, Don't leave a corpse. Both sides fought like this. Waves of powerful sword techniques were unleashed. In the end, as expected, Kang Tan emerged victorious, with the two disciples losing their lives on the spot. Seeing the man's eyes starting to turn towards her, Yao Yunxian cried out in panic, Save me. Spare me. Can you spare me? He smiled eerily and replied, You're done for. It's useless even if you scream your throat hoarse. Today I must deal with you. Even the Bodhisattva can't save you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Originally thinking no one would come, unexpectedly a powerful and divine voice rang out from the sky. Where did this stray dog come from, daring to scold my daughter? Kang Tan was also pushed back by this power. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling light, cursing, Damn it, are the gods showing themselves? Such powerful holy light. A column of immense power descended from the sky, illuminating the entire area. Jiling Han seemed to recognize who had arrived. She hurriedly said, It's. The arrival was an old man, slowly descending to the ground. At this moment, Ling Han loudly called out, Sect leader of Extreme Moon Sect, Yao Qiulin. Just as Ling Han said, this old man was indeed the sect leader of Extreme Moon Sect, Yao Qiulin, who was also Yao Yunxian's father. As soon as Yao Qiulin landed, he comforted his daughter. Don't be afraid, my child. With my guardian spirit soul fragment here, no one can touch a hair on your head. Seeing her father arrive, Yao Yunxian no longer showed the fearful, trembling appearance from earlier. She pointed at Kang Tan's face and said, Father, kill him. He killed 3 senior brothers and wanted to kill me too. Yao Qiulin, not wanting his daughter to suffer any grievance, said softly, Don't blink next. Watch how I hang him up and beat him. Hearing this, Jiling Han became worried for Kang Tan. She widened her eyes and thought, It's over. Yao Qiulin is a soul realm expert. The pressure from a major realm difference is enough to kill us. But contrary to her fear, Kang Tan appeared quite calm. He calmly looked at the sword the old man pointed at his face, ignoring Ling Han's loud cry of Senior, be careful. Kang Tan directly raised his hand and slapped Yao Qiulin. He even scolded, "Get lost, old man." The old man, caught off guard by the slap, his face turned to one side, angrily cursed, "Damn it." This completely stunned Ji Ling Han, who was preparing to fight. She stood still holding her sword and exclaimed, "Ah." After dealing with the father, it was naturally the daughter's turn. Kang Tan turned to Yao Yunxian and said, "Your turn." Yao Yunxian, knowing she was about to face death, couldn't help but cry out in panic, "Don't come here." But how could that be possible? A loud shout echoed across the heavens and earth, accompanied by the sound of fighting. A moment later, Yao Yunxian directly stopped breathing, lying face down on the ground. Having dealt with the troublemakers, Kang Tan's eyes lit up as he said, "Now it's time to collect the loot." Said and done. He quickly went to Yao Yunxian's corpse and started searching. He even said to the system Elder is quite humane. Let's see what else there is. After a while, Kang Tan collected several items. The system also continuously displayed notifications. Soft silver whip, high-grade level 3 equipment, high-grade weapon, high-grade level 3 sword, storage ring, high-grade level 3, high-quality spirit stones times 500, medium-quality spirit stones times 3,000. Kang Tan, immersed in the wealth, laughed loudly with joy. "Haha, life-changing. I, Kang Tan, have struck it rich. I must be number one at treasure hunting." While he was still excited about his wealth, Ji Ling Han suddenly called out, "Oh, you idiot, no, senior." Hearing her call, Kang Tan turned around and replied, "What is it, miss? Do you want to repay the favor of saving your life with your body?" Ling Han wasn't angry at this remark. She just hesitantly asked, "You used the mental technique of the Extreme Moon Sect. Are you one of them?" As soon as she finished speaking, Kang Tan laughed contemptuously. "Haha, ridiculous. This master is self-taught. Astronomy, geography, singing, dancing, rap, basketball. I'm proficient in everything. How could I be one of them?" He even generously added, "Using their mental technique to deal with them is like using their own knife to cut their flesh. I've already given them face." Hearing this, Ji Ling Han's eyes were full of admiration as she looked at the person in front of her. "So that's it. Senior is omnipotent and highly virtuous. I'm truly impressed." Kang Tan, being praised, happily replied, "These are just basic skills." After saying this, he carefully evaluated her once again. A moment later, he hurriedly turned around and said, "To be more specific, little sister, listen carefully. This master did all this to test you. You must keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone else." Ji Ling Han, hearing this, was very obedient and quickly said, "Yes, I wouldn't dare." After a pause, she added, "It's just that I have one more request." As she said this, her eyes suddenly filled with tears, looking extremely pitiful, and continued with grievance. "Those evil people have destroyed my sect, sparing neither old nor young. Bullying the weak with their strength, heaven and earth can hardly tolerate it. I hope Senior can carry out heavenly justice and help our flying immortal sect wash away this grievance." At this moment, the system also issued a mission to Kang Tan. System issues mission. Main storyline mission. Own an independent sect. Unify the 3 realms. After reading this notification, Kang Tan asked, "Are you teaching me how to do things? What are the benefits of completing the mission?" The system, hearing the question, replied, "Participating in system missions, leveling up speed is as fast as hacking. The host doesn't need to worry about cultivation anymore. Completing system missions will earn you a lot of system points. Points can be used to upgrade system experience or exchange for rewards." Then the system quickly displayed Kang Tan's current data. System level. Level 1 system experience. 0 out of 1,000 accumulated points. 0 points current level. Resurrect once a day. Random survival plan next level. Resurrect twice a day. Random survival plan. After reading this, Kang Tan stroked his chin and made a sound of acknowledgement. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it can be upgraded further. Wait, if accumulated points can be exchanged for system rewards, what about the spoils of war?" After saying this, Kang Tan directly reached into the screen and gently swiped. Soon after, a table for exchanging accumulated points appeared on the screen. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones for 1 accumulated point. 1 high-grade spirit stone for 1 accumulated point. 100 chi gathering pills for 1 accumulated point. Soul refining pill for 11 accumulated points. Level 3 spirit equipment for 2 accumulated points. Seeing these exchange rates, Kang Tan couldn't help but curse. "Damn monkey, are you kidding me?" He irritably checked these exchange rates and said, "Is this so-called free equipment retrieval all a scam? The system laughed and replied, think about it, how can you get stronger without putting in effort? Kang Tan was very upset. He reluctantly cried out, garbage system, ruining my innocence. Ji Ling Han, of course, couldn't hear this dialogue. Seeing the man in front of her suddenly fall silent for a moment, she hurriedly asked, Senior, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly space out? Kang Tan came back to his senses upon hearing her voice. He stammered, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Ling Han worriedly said, Senior, I've heard that older cultivators can suffer from some age-related illnesses. Are you? She hadn't finished her sentence when Kang Tan angrily interrupted, You're the one with age-related illness. Ling Han, being scolded, quickly bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, Senior. I spoke out of turn. Kang Tan wasn't really angry. Seeing that Ling Han had apologized, he immediately forgave her. All right, I've never been one to hold grudges. Where were we just now? You want me to help you seek justice, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Han exclaimed joyfully, Really? At this moment, Kang Tan's eyes were fixed on the most prominent part of the girl in front of him, and he said, But I have one condition. Although Ling Han didn't know what the condition was yet, looking at the senior's gaze, she sadly thought, could it be that the senior wants? For the sake of the fallen brothers and the sect, she finally compromised and replied, I understand the rules, Senior. I'm prepared. I hope you won't go too far. Kang Tan was a bit surprised when he heard this. He hurriedly said, What? Are the rules of the world this chaotic? Seeing that Ling Han had misunderstood his intention, Kang Tan immediately clarified, Don't think nonsense. I'm a gentleman. Let me be your sect leader. Ling Han finally understood what Kang Tan's condition was. She exclaimed in surprise, you want to inherit the sect. Hearing her question, Kang Tan asked back, Is that not allowed? Then forget it, let's part ways here. Seeing that her senior was really about to leave, Ling Han immediately rushed to pull him back and refuted. No, Senior, don't misunderstand. The Flying Immortal Sect has just been destroyed. Becoming the sect leader now is like jumping into a fire pit. But then again, with your wisdom, no, with your previous strength, Senior, it shouldn't be a problem. The more Kang Tan heard her speak, the angrier he became. He glared and said, Hey, if you don't know what to say less. Do you agree to let me be the sect leader or not? Ling Han, of course, didn't dare to refuse. She said loudly, I agree. Then she directly knelt down to pay respects to her master. The first-generation true disciple of the Flying Immortal Sect pays respects to the new sect leader. At the same time, Kang Tan was delighted to receive a notification from the system. Completed the mission, own an independent sect, added 500 points. Along with that was detailed information about Ji Ling Han. Ji Ling Han, SSR grade, human race, 7th grade physique, cultivator at the Ling Lung realm. Overall evaluation, once in 1,000 years talent. Having obtained this disciple, Kang Tan also received a reward, recruited a follower, received a grand reward, added 3,000 accumulated points. Current total accumulated points, 3,500. Kang Tan was, of course, extremely excited. He laughed and said, Just like that, I've already got 3,000 points constantly leveling up. Issue the upgrade command. Shortly after, the system successfully upgraded. System level 2, system experience not exceeding 10,000, accumulated points 2,500. Current level can resurrect twice a day, random survival plan. Next level can resurrect 3 times a day, random survival plan. But it didn't stop there. The system also issued another notification. The system's mystery box has been unlocked. Each unlock requires 1,000 accumulated points. Do you want to draw a prize? Seeing this message, Kang Tan immediately exclaimed excitedly, We can open chests too. This I understand. Games in my past life were all about opening chests and drawing prizes. At this point, Kang Tan instantly transformed into a true gambler. He dismissed sayings like small gambling for fun, big gambling harms oneself. For Kang Tan, it was gamble once and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, win and date models, lose and go out begging at night. He loudly declared that he had always been all in, go big or go home. This life, he'd play big once, all in every time. Kang Tan resolutely chose to open the chest. The system complied. Drawing prize in progress. Kang Tan watched the spinning arrow and shouted, Charge. Hit the bullseye for me. Let me see the light of a miracle. After a round of drawing, a loud bang sounded. Along with congratulations in a mechanical voice, Congratulations to the host for the explosive quality. Received special skill, X-ray vision. Kang Tan, not yet understanding what this was for, curiously said, X-ray vision. What kind of weird thing is this? Let's try it out. As soon as he finished speaking, the system put the host into X-ray vision mode. Immediately, a halo appeared around Kang Tan's back, and the system displayed the text, searching for nearby treasures. At this moment, Kang Tan's eyes suddenly widened, reflecting a few very bright objects. Then he rejoiced inwardly. Got it. Luck exploded. Treasures are coming. Before Kang Tan's eyes was an extremely terrifying energy column. It seemed Ling Han couldn't see this thing. She only saw her senior walking in some direction. Seeing this scene, she worriedly called out, "Ah, idiot. Oh no, senior. Oh, that's not right either. Where is the sect leader going? You won't abandon me, will you?" Hearing her speak like this, Kang Tan turned around and calmly replied, "How could that be possible? You're already the one chosen by me. You all stay here. Don't move. I'm going to buy some tangerines." After saying this, he directly used his cultivation technique to leave. Ling Han didn't dare to follow. She muttered softly. The sect leader's words are always so profound and hard to understand. In the pitch dark night, Kang Tan stopped by a cliff face. Looking around, he confidently said, "It must be here." After saying this, he pretended to look dignified as he walked forward. But Kang Tan couldn't keep up the act for even 3 seconds before he started pleading. "Hee big brother system, can you tell me what it is that I found?" The system, hearing the question, didn't immediately answer as usual, but issued a notification. "Welcome to use the data provided by the system. Each question consumes 500 accumulated points." As for Kang Tan's previous question, the system had already deducted it from the accumulated points. Transaction completed. Current accumulated points, 2,000 points. Kang Tan was extremely shocked. He angrily shouted, "Fraud. My damn plan and shovel. Watching money disappear before my eyes." But anyway, the accumulated points had already been deducted. The system quickly answered the question. World Fragment absorbs Earth and Heaven's spiritual energy, gathers the essence of Sun and Moon, reverses Yin and Yang to circulate fortune, suppresses all things. Friendly reminder. After collecting and assembling the fragments into a complete world, the power will be even stronger. After reading this passage, Kang Tan said, "Sounds good, but we'll only know when we have it in hand." As he spoke, he hurriedly drew his sword and started digging deep into the ground. After digging for a while, the entire sky suddenly turned into a beautiful rainbow color. Even Kang Tan couldn't help but admire. The color effect is really beautiful. Looks like the world core is an SSR divine artifact. But his joy only lasted for a moment. As soon as Kang Tan finished speaking, his entire face turned pale. Then a loud explosion sounded, and Kang Tan directly stopped breathing because of it. As his soul left his body, he was still angrily cursing. He gritted his teeth and laughed, wondering what kind of situation this was. How could it explode? He was just digging up a treasure. The system quickly displayed. Host death detected 2 halves. Cause of death, shattered origin veins. Culprit, world fragment. Forming survival plan. Please wait a moment. A moment later, the survival plan was formed. Host received special ability, Primordial Breath. Primordial Breath can attract world fragments to submit. Friendly reminder. Today's 2 resurrection chances have been used up. Please act carefully. The host was resurrected once again. As soon as he was resurrected, Kang Tan was slapped in the face by a hand, hearing cries of "Mommy, Mommy." He had just woken up and didn't know what was happening. Hearing the noise in his ears, he hurriedly sat up and asked, "What's going on?" At this moment, before Kang Tan's eyes was an extremely adorable little girl. He was also very surprised, quickly asking, "Wasn't it a world fragment? Why is it a child?" The child was still acting spoiled, asking Kang Tan to carry her. "Mommy, carry me." As soon as he asked this question, the system immediately deducted accumulated points and answering the host question. This is the form after the world fragment has accepted a master. Transaction complete. Current accumulated points, 1,500 points. Kang Tan was very annoyed at having points deducted. He roared, "Ah, what's this? I didn't tell you to answer." The system immediately replied. The smart service provided by the system will automatically activate when the host needs it. If not needed, please say return to return the item. Kang Tan would of course immediately return it, and while returning he didn't forget to curse a few times. Your grandmother. Return, 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 return. The world fragment appeared in the form of an innocent, adorable child. The little girl didn't know what was happening, still innocently reaching out her hands calling, "Mommy, carry me." Looking at the adorable little girl in front of him, King Tan was truly a bit moved. He thought to himself, this little girl is so cute. Her mind doesn't seem very smart, can't even distinguish between male and female. Thinking this, he patted the little girl's head and taught her, "Don't call me mommy. It sounds bad, call me daddy." The little girl obediently replied, "Yes, mommy." Teaching failed, King Tan had to give up. After playing with the little girl for a while, Ling Han also came running. She called out from afar, "Ah, senior." "Oh no, it's Sect leader." When she arrived, King Tan was being tugged by the hair by the little girl, playing very happily, although he was screaming in pain. Enough. Ling Han came running because she was worried. Looking up at the elder in front of her, she hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" There was a very strong spiritual energy attack just now. Hearing her question, King Tan pointed at the little girl clinging to his neck and helplessly replied, "Oh, it was because of this little girl." Ling Han's gaze quickly shifted to the little girl behind, and as soon as she saw her, she hurriedly knelt down and said, "Very strong spiritual energy. This is a spiritual treasure. Congratulations to the sect leader for finding a rare treasure." The little girl sitting on her mother's back pointed at Ling Han and asked, "Mommy, who is this person?" King Tan smiled and replied, "You're so silly. Your mind isn't good. You don't understand anything. Learn from this big sister." The little girl obediently responded with a sound upon hearing this. Ling Han also very much agreed. She happily smiled and said, "Little girl, call me." Before she could finish her sentence, the little girl in front of her suddenly became serious, emitting a beam of light. This caused Ling Han to be directly stunned. Then she fainted and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, King Tan was extremely panicked. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "It's over." "Kid, do you have electricity on you?" After asking, he hurriedly helped Ling Han up, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Looking at the unconscious Ling Han in his arms, King Tan angrily turned to the little girl and questioned, "What did you do? Why did you randomly hurt one of our own people?" The little girl, when questioned, wasn't afraid at all and even looked innocent as she replied, "Mommy told me to learn from Big Sister, so I learned through contact. I've learned all the knowledge from her head. She was just too weak and couldn't control it. She's just temporarily unconscious." Hearing this, King Tan felt a bit relieved. He asked again, "So, does that mean you know everything she knows? Then tell me some useful information." The little girl immediately began to report to her mother. This place is the absolute peak area in the northeast of Qinglan Prefecture. Qinglan Prefecture has 8 small factions and 2 large factions. Fei Xian Sect is one of the 8 small factions. The 2 large factions are Shi Sect and Duan Mu family. The little girl wanted to continue, but King Tan interrupted. "All right, stop. My head is starting to hurt. But you must remember, I'm a man, so from now on you should call me Dad, understand?" The little girl still replied with her old habit, "Yes, Mommy." King Tan was helpless. He could only shout loudly, "You." Calming down, he gently patted the little girl's head and said, "Since you're my daughter now, I'll give you a name. From now on, let's call you Dai Hong, okay?" The little girl heard this name and objected. "No, it sounds terrible." King Tan achieved his goal and immediately proposed a condition. "Then if you change to calling me Dad, I'll give you a different name." Hearing this, the little girl frowned, seemingly engaged in an intense internal struggle. In the end, the little girl chose the name she had just criticized, firmly refusing to call him Dad. She shouted, "Humph, mean mommy," tricking Dai Hong. This was truly beyond King Tan's expectations. He gaped in surprise. "Heavens, you'd rather accept this name than change how you address me." Since nothing could be changed at this point, King Tan could only hold his forehead in resignation. "Fine, I can't argue with you." Just then, a hateful voice suddenly rang out in the sky. "You beast. You're the one who killed my daughter." King Tan heard the voice and became frightened, silently crying out in his heart, "It's over. The enemy has caught up. Today's resurrections have been used up. The odds are against me now." Yao Qiu Lin didn't come alone this time. There were 2 others beside him. They were riding swords flying towards King Tan. Yao Qiu Lin was still cursing angrily. "You beast. For killing my daughter, I'll chop you to pieces." King Tan knew he certainly couldn't win in a fight, so he pleaded with the system. System, it's dangerous. What should I do now?" The system really knew how to joke around. Even in such a critical moment, it gave a notification. Friendly reminder, the data provided by the system has been returned. Do you want to buy it again? Kang Ton, of course, had to buy. He angrily shouted, "Ah, buy it?" Only then did the system reply, answering the host's question, "Very sorry, your question is not within the scope of service." If the host is killed after using up the resurrection chances, the system will automatically search for a new host. Transaction complete. Current accumulated points, 1,000 points. Hearing such an answer, how could Kang Ton not go crazy? He shouted loudly, "Not within the scope of service, but still deducting points. Are you insane?" The system, being scolded, also replied, "Considering the host situation, the system suggests the host ask 2 more questions, using up all accumulated points." Kang Ton was completely mad at this point. He was so angry he couldn't speak properly. How? Suppressing his anger, he thought to himself, "Forget it, asking others is not as good as relying on myself. That guy shouting to kill me must be the father of that ugly girl. My strength is a copy of his. In a one-on-one, the odds would be 50-50, but now there are 2 more people." Yao Qiu-lin in the sky had already started to attack. Seeing this situation, one of his disciples spoke up, "Elder Yao, wait, let's ask him about the clues first." After saying this, he smiled and asked Kang Ton, "Young man, do you know where that powerful energy just now came from?" Another disciple added, "We hope you'll answer honestly. The grudge between you and Elder Yao, we won't interfere." Kang Ton, of course, didn't believe this. He cursed silently in his heart. "Who are you trying to fool? You 2 old foxes, how could you possibly stand by and watch? However, I can use the old trick. Think of a way to seize the opportunity to escape." But although he thought this way, outwardly Kang Ton still appeared very understanding and replied, "Of course. I still need to bring these 2 silly little sisters along too." A moment later, he suddenly exclaimed, "I've got it," and pointed in a direction. Kang Ton immediately made up a lie. "Ah, is that 7-colored glowing chicken a phoenix?" It flew in that direction, flying very fast. "Elders, you should quickly chase after it." This clumsy lie somehow still managed to fool some people. Yao Qiu-lin's 2 companions were actually deceived. They even laughed and said, "All right, we'll trust you this once. Elder Yao, about your revenge, let's go verify if it's true or false." As soon as the 2 finished speaking, Yao Qiu-lin also turned around. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Personal matters can wait. Let's make money together. Let's get treasures together. The 3 of us will go together." The 2 disciples immediately refused. "No need. Our cultivation is not inferior to Brother Yao's. There will absolutely be no mistakes." Yao Qiu-lin also hurriedly objected. No, I should lead. How can I let you 2 take risks? We should still go together." Kang Ton stood beside, watching them argue back and forth, thinking with disgust. These old men are so thick-skinned, valuing profit over loyalty. Have they been stunned silly? Just then, Dai Hong suddenly shouted loudly, "Ah, that 7-colored chicken thing, the attack just now was clearly." Kang Ton, of course, wouldn't let his daughter reveal anything. He quickly ran over to cover her mouth, shouting, "Don't get Dad killed." But unfortunately, this scene was heard by the 3 people opposite. They were furious, glaring and grinding their teeth as they shouted, "Humph, mocking us are you." Dai Hong still wouldn't stay quiet at this moment. With Kang Ton covering her mouth, the little girl opened her mouth and bit him. Kang Ton was bitten painfully, quickly letting go of the child, scolding, "This child even bites me, traitor." Dai Hong ignored him, directly pointing at the extreme Moon Sect people opposite, and said, "Mom, are these old men trying to kill us?" Dai Hong is angry now. Seeing his daughter angry, Kang Ton happily patted her head and replied, "That's right, they're bad people, wanting to kill all 3 of us. Dai Hong, quickly use your power to kill them." He excitedly thought the energy when Dai Hong awakened was enough to kill him, so killing them would surely leave no survivors. Just when Kang Ton was at his happiest, Dai Hong suddenly poured cold water on him. The little girl said, "But Dai Hong has an agreement with the Heavenly Tao. I can't kill people arbitrarily." Hearing this, he immediately changed his attitude, looking aggrieved as he said to Dai Hong, "What's this about? Why are you suddenly afraid? When you killed me, you didn't seem to care about the Heavenly Tao." Dai Hong, being pressed, quickly cried out, "Mom, don't talk nonsense. Dai Hong is dizzy. That time was just Dai Hong accidentally hurting you." Kang Ton seized the opportunity to say, "Then just accidentally hurt them one more time. That'll do." Dai Hong didn't agree with this idea. The little girl objected. Dai Hong has her own principles, not as thick-skinned as Mom. But Dai Hong can control their cultivation, turning them into ordinary people. As she said this, Dai Huang's eyes suddenly became bright, grabbing her mom's hand. Perhaps because it hurt, Kang Tan immediately pulled his hand back and replied, "This works. Let's do that." Given permission, Dai Hong didn't hold back anymore. The little girl directly shouted, "Alala, transform." As soon as she finished speaking, a halo of light appeared behind her back. The three Extreme Moon Sect people opposite were confused by this scene. They quickly got into fighting stances and said, "What are you mumbling about? Stop talking nonsense. Mocking us is just asking for death. It's just right for me to avenge my daughter." But when the three tried to use their spiritual power, they were immediately shocked and gasped, "What's going on?" Our spiritual power suddenly disappeared. The happiest person about this was, of course, Kang Tan. He pretended to be righteous, picking up his sword and saying, "The strong bullying the weak, relying on numbers to bully the few. Today, I shall carry out heaven's will and end you descendants." After speaking, he directly used his technique, the Fox Moon Sword Art, swinging the blue sword in his hand. Yao Qiulin, seeing the person in front of him use this kind of technique, asked in shock, How do you know the Extreme Moon Sect's technique?" The other two weren't in the mood to ask questions. They just turned tail and ran. "Why are you still standing there, run? While there's green hills, fear not for firewood." But how could they be allowed to escape so easily? Kang Tan aimed at the three opposite and shouted loudly, "Sword technique." Then directly threw his long sword. The sword technique accurately slashed towards the three, drawing a beautiful curve in the air, then flew back to Kang Tan's hand. "Dealt with," he said. "Immortal cultivators cultivate all their lives, pursuing fame and fortune. What can they take with them after death?" After saying this, he excitedly went to the corpses of Yao Qiulin and his companions. Thursday Lamb continued, "It's taking everything from you, letting you die without worries." Then it was Kang Tan's turn to collect the spoils of war. He rummaged everywhere, laughing as he searched. Fat sect leader, you're not that fat after all, no useful treasures." After rummaging for a while, the system tallied up all the items. 18 spiritual herbs, 8,700 high-grade spirit stones, 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 120 talismans, 3 small pills, and a level 3 storage bag. Kang Tan wanted to continue searching, when suddenly Dai Hong ran over calling, "Mom, Mom." Hearing this, he irritably replied, "What is it? Those three have already been sent to another world." But Dai Hong didn't listen to her mom, grabbing the front of Kang Tan's robe and pulling it down, her voice very pitiful. "Dai Hong is hungry." Having his clothes pulled, Kang Tan blushed with embarrassment, shouting, "What are you doing? I'm not a wet nurse." Despite Mom's refusal, Dai Hong still persistently climbed onto him, pleading, "Dai Hong is hungry." To protect his body, Kang Tan immediately avoided the little girl, hugging himself and saying with a red face, "If you have something to say, just say it, don't get handsy. Stay away, I don't have milk." Unexpectedly, Kang Tan had misunderstood. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Hong said with a confused look, "What is Mom thinking?" "Dai Hong is the heart world. I want to eat spirit stones." Kang Tan was also confused. He immediately replied, "What kind of logic is that? How can the heart world eat spirit stones? In this desolate place, where am I supposed to find food for you?" Dai Hong didn't believe this. The little girl retorted, "Mom is lying to Dai Hong. You've already taken a lot of spirit stones from those old men. You're already the heavenly, desolate, immortal body. You don't need spirit stones. Give them to me to eat." Et poset kantang dinter hai animo. He hurriedly waved his hand, saying, Oh, you mean eat. All right, said and done. Kang Tan directly took out a bag full of spirit stones, pouring them out in front of Dai Hong, making the little girl's eyes light up as she cheered, "Yay, yay." Then, without another word, she buried her head in the pile of glittering spirit stones. At this moment, Ji Ling Han, who had been unconscious, also woke up. As soon as she sat up, she asked in confusion, "Why did I faint?" Hearing her question, Kang Tan went over and smiled in response. You fainted due to low blood pressure." Because he used modern terminology, Ling Han was a bit confused. She curiously repeated, "Blood pressure." Seeing she didn't understand, Kang Tan explained, "It's the energy in your body." After hearing the explanation, Ling Han understood a bit. She smiled and said, "Sect Master, you mean spiritual power, right?" Kang Tan replied, "Yes, spiritual power is what you mortals call it. In our heavenly realm, we all call it blood pressure. The more successful a person is, the higher their blood pressure." Ling Han quickly took notes after hearing this, saying, "The words of the senior, must be remembered. After finishing her notes, Ling Han's eyes finally scanned the surroundings. As soon as she saw the 3 corpses lying in front, she was shocked, hugging her head and screaming, That's Yao Qiu-lin, and also Daixian and Sun Ming. They were all Soul Division realm experts, yet they were. By the Sect Master, Kang Tan had another chance to boast. He shamelessly said, "Oh, it's nothing. Which direction is your flying immortal sect? I'll help you drive back the enemy." Ling Han obediently replied yes. Preparing to leave, he didn't forget to call Dai Hong. Finished eating. Let's go. After waiting for a while without hearing the little girl's response, King Tan turned his head and called a few more times, Dai Hong. As soon as he turned around, he immediately saw that the pile of spirit stones was completely gone, and Dai Hong was sleeping soundly, full from eating. With no other choice, King Tan had to carry the little girl on his back. When ready, he said, "Let's set off. We'll leave Wind Extinction first, then head to the Flying Immortal Sect." Ling Han didn't dare disobey. She excitedly replied, "I'll follow the arrangements of the Patriarch." Night was falling. In a forest, Ling Han widened her eyes, watching the spiritual energy swirling around. She looked towards where the spiritual power was being absorbed and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Wow, Sect Master, what level of physique is this?" The spiritual energy within 10 meters has been completely drained. At this moment, King Tan also opened his eyes, seeing Ling Han opposite him, staring blankly. He comfortably leaned against a tree trunk and called out, "Ah, so comfortable. Young lady, aren't you cultivating?" Before Ling Han could answer, Dai Hong from afar spoke first. Mom sucked all the spiritual energy into your mouth. Others can't cultivate anymore." Being called out like this made King Tan a bit embarrassed, but only for a moment. He shamelessly said again, "Oh, is that so? Well then, young lady, do you want to cultivate together with the Sect Master? If we dual cultivate, we can share the spiritual energy." Ling Han blushed at his words. She shyly refused. No need, Sect Master. I'm not in a hurry." In her heart, she thought, "Why do I feel the Sect Master is a bit abnormal?" The next morning at the Flying Immortal Sect, the inner sect of Flying Immortal was still in chaos. Everywhere were sounds of crying. Uncle, please wake up. Junior sister, I will definitely avenge you." Outside the gate, Kang Tan and his 2 companions also witnessed this scene. A young man who was crying saw someone approaching and was a bit surprised. He called out uncertainly, "Is that Senior Sister G?" Confirming it was indeed his senior sister, he shouted joyfully, "It's Senior Sister G. Senior Sister G is still alive." Ling Han was also overjoyed. She quickly ran over, calling out loudly, "Lang Yuan, Shui'er, you're alive! That's wonderful." As she got closer, a man came out and asked, "Junior Sister G, did you meet anyone else?" Seeing him, Ling Han replied emotionally, "Elder Liang, it's so good that you're still here." After a pause, she continued sadly, "I didn't meet anyone else. I was alone. How about on your side?" Hearing her question, several more disciples came out to answer. Their faces showed both anger and fear as they said, "Us too." Only less than 20 disciples escaped. Among the elders, only Uncle Liang survived. Extreme Moon Sect, Mysterious Ice Sect, 500 Sect, Heavenly Flame Sect, these despicable sects. Lang Yuan and Shui'er also added indignantly, "Master risked his life to get us out and even gave me the 9 extinction sword. If I can't avenge this, I'm unworthy to be a disciple of Flying Immortal Sect. Yes, my master also gave me all his spirit stones and pills. When I cultivate to the Soul Division realm, I must bathe Extreme Moon Sect in blood to comfort Master's soul in the underworld." As they spoke, more people joined the discussion. "Yes, the old master entrusted everything to me. It's for our Flying Immortal Sect to rise again in the future. Second Junior Brother's spatial ring is with me. How can we let those beasts take advantage of our Flying Immortal Sect's assets?" Well done. While everyone was still discussing heatedly, Elder Liang suddenly raised his hand to signal, "Everyone be quiet and listen to me." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quickly fell silent. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, he continued, "If you all want to avenge the sect, why wait until now to act?" Hearing this, everyone hurriedly asked, "Does Elder Liang have a plan?" At this point, he revealed his revenge plan. "I have deep connections with 2 elders and the Duan Mu family. Give me all the valuable things you have. I'll go invite experts to help. As long as the Duan Mu family takes action, dealing with those mongrels will be as easy as turning over your hand." The people of Flying Immortal Sect hesitated upon hearing this plan. Ah, this. Even Kang Tan couldn't believe his ears. Dai Hong couldn't help but comment, "Mom, this old man is even more shameless than you." Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Elder Liang immediately lost patience and shouted, "What are you hesitating for? This is a rare opportunity." Was all that talk of deep hatred just empty words? These words struck a chord with those full of hatred. They immediately agreed. Elder Liang is right. With our strength, who knows how long we'd have to wait to take revenge. We trust Elder Liang. We trust that the Duan Mu family will uphold justice. Seeing that people were starting to trust him, the man surnamed Liang excitedly urged, "Very good. You're all smart people, quickly." But before he could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Ling Han. "Uncle, we actually don't need the Duan Mu family." As she spoke, she pointed at Kang Tan standing beside her and introduced, "This is the new sect master of our flying immortal sect." Elder Liang became agitated upon hearing this and shouted loudly, "What? The new sect master was appointed by you. While I'm still here, it's not your turn to choose a new sect master." Ling Han refused to back down, confidently saying, "The sect master is incredibly powerful. He has agreed to help us take revenge and revitalize our sect." The man surnamed Liang naturally didn't believe it and angrily scolded, "What? Are you talking in your sleep? He's just a nobody at the 4th stage of Soul Division realm. How can he take revenge?" Kang Tan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. He calmly replied, "No need to waste words with them. Don't you want to eliminate those small fries trying to occupy our sect? Step back." He then pretended to be righteous and confident, saying, "I'll lead you to fight." As he said this, Kang Tan inwardly laughed. He had a good opportunity to earn some upgrade points. Absolutely can't miss it. After speaking, Kang Tan and the people of Flying Immortal Sect quickly went deeper inside. At this time, there were still many people from the Extreme Moon Sect inside the sect. Seeing this situation, the sect members quickly whispered. They left so many people behind to clean up the aftermath. Even Kang Tan was peeking from behind the door. They heard them cursing at those who were cleaning up. "These robbers, how long do they intend to keep destroying? They're not human, even peeling off the walls. And they've cut off our spirit veins." Hearing this, Kang Tan suddenly stood up, his posture very imposing. He handed Dai Hong to Ling Han to take care of, then said, "Take care of Dai Hong. Wait for my return." Ling Han knew he wanted to go deal with those people, so she hurriedly instructed, "Sect Master, you must come back alive." As soon as Ling Han finished speaking, Kang Tan flew into the air. The sect members were stunned by this sight and respectfully shouted, "Senior." Kang Tan confidently replied, "Witness the glory of my victory." Although they admired his courage, everyone was still very worried. Ah, rushing in recklessly like that, isn't he just seeking death? Elder Liang heard this and snorted disdainfully, crossing his arms and saying, "There are several Soul Division realm experts inside. With his lone 4th stage Soul Division realm cultivation, I'm afraid there won't even be scraps left of him." Ling Han, standing nearby, immediately retorted, "No, the sect master will definitely return victorious with ease." After Kang Tan rushed in, he was quickly discovered. Those people saw him and asked, "Who are you?" "We are the great sect of Qinglan Prefecture. We advise you to leave quickly. Don't meddle in others' affairs." Kang Tan didn't rush in to negotiate with them. After they finished speaking, he immediately swung the sword in his hand and shouted loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am the new sect master of Flying Immortal Sect. If you want to occupy my sect's mountain, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Seeing Kang Tan's demeanor, Ling Han and the disciples outside couldn't help but praise. "He's so handsome, he'll definitely win." Ling Han also excitedly chimed in. As expected of the sect master, his aura has already won. The people from Qinglan Prefecture and Extreme Moon Sect naturally wouldn't give up. Seeing Kang Tan swing his sword, they quickly unleashed their techniques, calling out to each other, "Ha, what a fool. Let's attack together. Don't give him a chance." Kang Tan didn't flinch at all, instead becoming even more enthusiastic. He raised his precious sword high and roared fiercely. Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out. Smoke and dust filled the air, and Kang Tan's figure became blurry. Ling Han and the others outside, seeing such intense fire, were overjoyed. They cheered, "He's won so quickly. The sect master is sure to win." But it seemed they rejoiced too soon. Not only did Kang Tan not win, he was knocked flat on his back, showing no signs of life. This scene caused those who were just cheering to suddenly fall silent. After a moment, they cried out in shock. He really was seeking death. Ling Han, still somewhat in disbelief, asked, Sect Master, are you dead? In stark contrast to their utter disappointment, Elder Liang seemed quite pleased. He even mockingly said, Haha, where did you pick up this fool of a disciple? It's a good thing we didn't go up, otherwise the retreat path of Flying Immortal Sect would have been completely cut off. Others chimed in, and we thought he was some powerful figure. Turns out he's just a useless piece of trash who can't even take one hit. Of course, King Tan wouldn't actually die. The system was helping him reincarnate. Host death detected. Forming survival plan. Please wait. While waiting, King Tan heard the mocking words from outside, feeling very uncomfortable, his face deflating like a balloon. A moment later, the system quickly found a suitable plan. Thunder tribulation descends. Heavens will converges. All things turn to ash. Due to the large disparity in strength, the system arranges for the host to re-experience the heavenly thunder tribulation once. Host resurrected. At the same time, in the outside world, the originally clear sky suddenly displayed a scene of intertwining thunder and lightning. This startled everyone. Why did the weather suddenly change like this? As soon as the words were spoken, King Tan appeared along with those lightning bolts. He even majestically called out, Heavenly thunder descends. This Lord appears. Seeing the scene before them, those below all widened their eyes in disbelief and shouted, Look quickly, he's not dead. King Tan had another chance to show off. He smiled mysteriously and said, Once you accept your own weakness, you become invincible. Those who were disappointed just moments ago still hadn't recovered their senses. They asked in a daze, what happened? What happened? What happened? King Tan didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly revealed his true strength and shouted loudly, Summon the power of Thunder Peak. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of power exploded. Ling Han witnessed everything and was extremely excited. She even jumped up and cheered. As expected of the Sect Master, you really didn't disappoint me. She was so excited that she almost dropped Dai Hong from her shoulder. Dai Hong frowned and quickly cried out, Hey! On King Tan's side, he quickly made his move. He pointed directly at the faces of those who had just killed him and said through gritted teeth, You little rats, prepare to face my wrath. Then he raised his hand to create thunder and lightning, smiling as he said, Thunder Resonance Heavenly Cultivation. Great Trap of the Celestial Tower transmits purple gold. Purple Lightning Mysterious Truth Fire Arrows. 9 Heavens Mysterious Sword transforms the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Han immediately responded. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at her Sect Master in admiration. Such powerful techniques. Such rich phonetics. Such rhythmic incantations. Dai Hong couldn't help but chime in with a question. Mom, are we about to set off fireworks? Right after that, dozens of powerful lightning bolts struck directly on the heads of the disciples from the 4 sects, causing those observing from outside to continuously shout, Wah-ah-ah. The dazzling light forced everyone to cover their eyes. In an instant, a earth-shattering explosion rang out. The courtyard below was turned into a deep crater filled with smoke and dust. After finishing his attack, King Tan also breathed a sigh of relief. The enemies had been completely eliminated. Ling Han immediately ran to King Tan's side, spreading her arms wide and shouting, You fool. Sect Master with high blood pressure, we've won. The disciples of Flying Immortal Sect were now completely convinced. They shouted in unison, Disciples of Flying Immortal Sect, pay respects to the new Sect Master. Of course, this excluded Elder Liang and his faction. It's unclear when Ling Han had taught them, but now they were all cheering for King Tan, Sect Master with high blood pressure. Sect Master with high blood pressure. Hearing this, King Tan could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. Ha ha. He thought to himself in frustration, this silly Ling Han has really gone off track. After the battle, the system didn't forget to give rewards. The screen quickly displayed ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining more followers, rewarding 335 points. Current points, 1,355. Niu Xiao Shui, race, human, physique, for light advancing C, realm, true cultivator, overall evaluation, virtuous wife and good mother. Luo Yuan, race, human, physique, 5 fingers long jump, realm, true cultivator, overall evaluation, harmless handsome guy. Qin Shuang, race, human, physique, steel bones and iron muscles, realm, True cultivator. Overall evaluation. The purpose of Chi refinement is to speak nicely to people. After reading the information of the 3 new disciples, King Tan sighed. Tisk tsk. All these people combined still don't match up to Ling Han alone. Ending the dialogue with the system, King Tan turned to the man surnamed Liang and said, Elder Liang, do you have anything else to say? Am I, at 4-stage Soul Division realm, qualified to be the Sect Master? Elder Liang was a bit flustered when asked. Now he no longer had the contemptuous look from before. At this moment, he had to bow his head respectfully and reply, Elder Liang, Dad of Flying Immortal Sect, pays respects to the new Sect Master. Sect Master with high blood pressure. He muttered to himself, if you can't beat them, join them. His strength is considered top tier now, might as well follow him for now. King Tan didn't pay much attention to this acknowledgement. Right now, he was concerned about the high blood pressure phrase they kept using. He thought worriedly, oh no, high blood pressure has become my title. King Tan had vaguely become the new Sect Master, supported by everyone. Ling Han was very happy about this, and even encouraged him. Sect Master, seize the opportunity. Looking at the man bowing before him, King Tan quickly said, all right, Elder Liang, you may rise. Now that everyone is here, your Sect Master, have set a goal. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Han excitedly called out, to reorganize the sect's internal affairs, right? I understand everything. Dai Hong behind her also mumbled softly, Mom's small goal must be to earn money to buy spirit stones for Dai Hong. But no one guessed correctly. Kang Tan quickly held his head and refuted. No, my small goal is. He paused for a moment, then excitedly stretched out his hand forward and shouted loudly, to eliminate the 4 major sections. Hearing this, the people on the other side were stunned and said, this is what you call a small goal. Although Ling Han and Elder Liang didn't seem to agree much, King Tan's newly recruited disciples were very excited and shouted along with him, eliminate the 4 major sects. Soon after, Ling Han also quickly caught up. Following the Sect Master, the future is limitless. Luo Yuan, Qin Shuang, and others also shouted, the Sect Master is mighty and powerful. The Sect Master is forever divine. Excited by their cheers, Kang Tan's spirits were high. He pointed at himself and said, I'll go scout ahead first. We'll attack the Extreme Moon Sect first. You all stay behind to guard the sect well. But everyone in the sect disagreed with this idea. They firmly said, how can we let the Sect Master go alone? We disciples are willing to follow. Everyone shouted, that's right, count me in too. King Tan looked at them and couldn't help but say dejectedly, if these fools follow me, won't we all be wiped out? Before he could finish speaking, Ling Han quickly stepped in to explain on his behalf. Everyone, don't panic. The Sect Master is afraid of enemy ambush. That's why he wants us to stay behind to protect the sect. Hearing this explanation, everyone seemed to understand and said to each other, in that case, our mission is even more challenging. I see now. I understand the Sect Master's intentions. We must not let the Sect Master down. Even Kang Tan himself didn't know he had such intentions. Looking at Ling Han, who had just spoken, he thought to himself, these people really know how to deceive themselves and others. Elder Liang then spoke up. To be prepared for any contingencies, this old man requests to go along. I can lend a hand to the Sect Master. Seeing his righteous display, everyone from Flying Immortal Sect was moved to tears, saying, Elder Liang is truly a man of integrity. Little did they know, in his heart, he was secretly laughing. By following Kang Tan and making merits, my position in the sect will be secure in the future. 1 man below, 10,000 men above. Dai Hong, who was chewing on spirit stones, heard that he wanted to go along and contemptuously thought, this foolish old man following Mom. I'm afraid he can only be used as a tool. Kang Tan also smiled and replied, with Elder Liang accompanying me, I feel at ease. Seeing the confident smile on Kang Tan's lips, Elder Liang also felt somewhat reassured. He thought to himself, he's so confident, perhaps he's certain of victory. This old man won't lose out either way. Meanwhile, in another place, several memorial tablets suddenly shattered, shocking everyone present. What's going on? The memorial tablets of 7 elders shattered simultaneously, who in Flying Immortal Sect could kill 7 Soul Division Realm elders in 1 move. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. Flying Immortal Sect only had a few people with some strength, and we killed them all ourselves. Even if they survived, they couldn't possibly kill 7 elders at once. Could it be that the Duan Mu family made a move? This idea was immediately refuted. No way. With the Red Sun Sect backing us, the Duan Mu family wouldn't dare act recklessly. Hearing this, the man stroking his beard replied, "That's true. Even if it were the Duan Mu family, our Sect Spirit Platform Realm experts wouldn't be able to kill 7 Soul Division Realm Elders simultaneously. This matter isn't simple. Let's wait until I send someone to investigate before deciding." Just as they finished speaking, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out above their heads. "No need for the trouble. This old man has come to pay you a visit in person." Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd below, King Tan and Elder Liang appeared. Elder Liang even smiled and said, "Surprised, aren't you? I'm here again." Seeing his arrogance, the people from the 4 major sects gritted their teeth in anger. "Liang Dat, you dog relying on your master's power, chicken relying on its coop, you barely escaped with your life, and now you dare come back to die." Liang Dat no longer showed the fear they spoke of. Instead, he was very excited and pointed at the person beside him, replying, Sect Master Kang can kill you with just a word." Hearing this, King Tan thought to himself, "I've been hacked. Am I really that confident?" The people from the 4 major sects opposite were provoked and extremely furious. They charged forward aggressively, shouting, "2 Small Soul Division Realm Nobodies dare to charge into Extreme Moon Sect. Attack together, don't give them a chance to escape." Seeing the Extreme Moon Sect people charging, Liang Dat quickly ran behind Kang Tan and said, "Sect Master, these minions are blind. Let them open their eyes." Seeing that he had already retreated, King Tan hurriedly said, "Don't panic, it's just a small battle." After saying this, he stood up straight, appearing to be ready to face whatever was coming. Liang Dat was extremely excited and even happily taunted the opponents. Hey, you little brats, prepare to die. Your attacks on our Sect Master Kang are nothing more than scratching an itch." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Kang Tan, wanting to hear a response. But what Liang Dat saw was Kang Tan's body pierced by swords. The people from Extreme Moon Sect opposite saw this and said, "Blades and swords are merciless. The wounds on your body are a lesson." Kang Tan seemed to have no intention of resisting, causing Liang Dat to cry out in panic, "Sect Master Kang." When he witnessed Kang Tan completely stop breathing, he hurriedly held his head and shouted, "It's over, Sect Master. Don't scare me. Sect Master, Sect Master. How will I live without you, Sect Master?" After dealing with Kang Tan, the Sect Master of Extreme Moon Sect turned to Liang Dat and sneered, "I always thought you, Liang Dat, were a smart person. I didn't expect you to do such a foolish thing for your sect." He then shouted, "Extreme Moon Sect, heed my command." As soon as he said this, everyone around responded in unison, "Yes." Seeing the people in front of him getting closer, Elder Liang fearfully made up an excuse. This, don't misunderstand. I came to surrender." But his words were completely ignored by them. They only heard that Sect Master shout, "Surround and attack him." As soon as the order was given, everyone rushed forward and beat Liang Dat to a pulp. While they were fighting, Kang Tan's system also issued a notification. Host death detected February 2nd. Cause of death, beaten to death by a group. Killer, cultivators of Extreme Moon Sect. Formulating survival plan, please wait. Due to relatively weak strength, system arranges summoning talisman, 1 by 8 pieces. Can't fight back, then run away. After reading this message, Kang Tan held a scroll and rolled it back and forth, cursing in frustration. What kind of terrible plan is this? Can't I just become stronger instantly and kill them all? No matter how much Kang Tan cursed, the system's decision remained unchanged. Host revived again. Revived, Kang Tan impatiently used a superior tone and coughed twice. Ahem, ahem. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Hearing the voice, everyone was shocked and let out an ah. Seeing Kang Tan unharmed, the Sect Master of Extreme Moon Sect directly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "He's alive again. How am I supposed to live with this?" That elder also couldn't believe it and chimed in, "Impossible. He was clearly dead just now." If that's the case, then let's continue attacking. As soon as they finished speaking, King Tan immediately lit the summoning talisman in his hand and retorted, "You want to fight me? Ask my big brother if he agrees." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge beast suddenly appeared. Its eyes were blood red. Bearing sharp teeth, it roared, "What's wrong?" "Who?" Seeing this bear, the people below all cried out in fear. "He's here. He's here. He's come with killing intent." In a distant place, in a relatively quiet space, a pleading voice suddenly rang out. "Demon Kings, please calm your anger. This place is called the Tiger Mountain in the Heavenly Demon Realm. Standing in front of Tiger Mountain was a rather beautiful rabbit demon, but it seemed everyone was very afraid of her. Every member of the Tiger Clan who saw her screamed and ran away. It's not good. An enemy is attacking the mountain gate. Enemy. The rabbit demon was not as gentle as her appearance suggested. She directly kicked the cave door fiercely, shouting, "Three-eyed tiger. If you have the guts to toy with someone's daughter, then have the guts to open the door. Don't hide in there silently. I know you're inside." She became angrier as she spoke, her voice almost hoarse. "You coward, you spineless creature, get out here." After saying this, the rabbit demon immediately used her strength to slam the cave door. The power of this move was not to be underestimated. Inside the mountain gate cave, all the demon beasts panicked and cried out, "Great King! Great King!" The three-eyed tiger mentioned by the rabbit demon was indeed here, her voice still echoing. "You coward, you spineless creature, you're a disgrace to your tiger clan." The great Tiger King was leisurely resting at this time, but his subordinates could no longer sit still and hurriedly reported, "Great King, Silver Moon Frost Rabbit's curses are too harsh to hear." The Tiger King heard this and replied nonchalantly, "Is that all? I've heard curses 10,000 times worse, and I didn't lose a piece of meat. Just ignore her." However, his clan members were not as comfortable with it and quickly said, "Great King, every time we're blocked at the door and cursed by her. If this spreads, where will our tiger clan put our face?" Hearing this, the Tiger King immediately became angry, glaring and shouting, "You old men are only good at talking. This has nothing to do with you. That girl's methods are formidable. If I fought back, I would have been finished long ago." After saying that, he calmly lay down on the wooden bed and continued, "All right, this debt with the rabbit clan, I'll remember it. We'll settle it later. No, we'll deal with it later." The old man, seeing the person in front of him so relaxed, hurriedly advised, Great King, please don't provoke those rabbit clan girls again. Our tiger clan can't handle that little troublemaker causing havoc a few more times." He thought with a sad face, "Oh, former king, why is your son so unconcerned? Could it be that our tiger clan is really going to decline from here?" As he was thinking, suddenly a circular formation appeared above their heads. The old man saw this and immediately exclaimed, "It's not good. Silver Moon Frost Rabbit has attacked here." At this moment, the Tiger King was even more frightened than them. Seeing that light getting closer, he hurriedly ran away, shouting orders as he ran. "Damn it, quickly open the back door. Open the teleportation gate for me." A teleportation circle surrounded the Tiger King, only taking him alone. This terrified him, and he could only reach out to the old man, shouting, "Save me, you old ghost. Why aren't you affected at all?" The old ghost didn't know the reason either. He could only try to call out, "Great King." A moment later, the Tiger King vanished into thin air, leaving only the old ghost full of questions. Great King, what's going on?" The Silver Moon Frost Rabbit outside kept shouting, "You coward, get out here now." The Tiger King was sucked into an indeterminate space, falling amidst his own screams. When he came to his senses, he suddenly realized who had set up this teleportation formation. When he stopped in another space, the Tiger King roared angrily, "Damn it. Who is it? If I catch you, you're dead for sure." The one who cast the teleportation formation was Kang Ton. Seeing the Tiger King appear before him, he quickly raised his hand in greeting. "Big brother, you're here." "What's wrong, big brother?" The Tiger King frowned and replied, "I'm fine. I'm leaving now." He suddenly stopped and looked at Kang Ton, shouting, "Wait, who are you? You summoned me here." Kang Ton immediately replied, "Big brother, they're not convinced. Give them a little lesson." But before the people of Extreme Moon Sect could be beaten, Kang Ton was being chased and hit by the tiger. It chased and scolded, "I'll give you a little lesson." Kang Ton was scared to death, hurriedly calling the system. "System, are you trying to harm me? I've already used up my 2 revivals." Just when Kang Ton thought he was done for, suddenly a bolt of lightning struck the Tiger King from the sky. This forced it to stop. It thought to itself, "Heavens, is this the lightning of the heavenly Tao? I've made a summoning contract with this kid. If I touch him, I'll be struck dead by heavenly lightning." The people of Extreme Moon Sect saw a person and a beast chasing each other there, showing utter contempt. They mocked, "Kid, don't think summoning a small demon can scare us." Someone even added, "Eliminating demons and destroying evil is like a daily meal for me." Their words unintentionally angered the great Tiger King. It glared fiercely at the person who just spoke and questioned, "Small demon, small shrimp." Seeing this imposing manner, the people of Extreme Moon Sect realized their mistake. They stuttered in fear Gee, great. Great demon. No, not a demon king, right? The Tiger King could no longer keep calm at this point. It directly swung its sharp claws towards that group of people and shouted, "Get lost, all of you." Screams of agony quickly rang out. With just one move, the people of Extreme Moon Sect were all incinerated to ashes, even smoking. Kang Tan, even witnessing it with his own eyes, couldn't believe it. Too powerful, wiped out with one move. After saying that, he turned and clasped his hands, pleading with the Tiger King. "Tiger Lord is mighty, take me with you." But what he got in response was a pair of murderous eyes and a curse through gritted teeth. "Get lost, get lost." After saying that, it put on a brave face and asked, "I was just about to go teach those Silver Moon Frost Rabbit girls a lesson. What trick are you playing now? Where is this?" Kang Tan heard its question and honestly answered, "Oh, I think it's called Qing Luan Manor." Receiving this answer, the Tiger King directly opened its mouth wide, eyes bulging, thinking, Qing Luan Manor. Qing Luan Manor in Fei Yun Prefecture. It's bad, teleported to the wrong place. Snapping out of his thoughts, it immediately pressed close to Kang Tan, pointing at him threateningly. "Kid, don't let me see you again." After saying that, without waiting for Kang Tan to say anything more, he hurriedly left. Not long after the Tiger King departed, Kang Tan quickly revealed his true face. He frowned and said, "Heavens and earth, parents oh my, I summoned someone with his nose in the air. Wait until I reach the peak, I'll definitely make you my mount." With the enemy eliminated, naturally, it was time for harvesting. Kang Tan collected freely, cheering, "Haha, indeed a great sect, what a bountiful harvest." The system quickly tallied the results. Secret manual moon crossing, sword technique, 10 small square endurance pills, 7 square endurance pills, 1 clear cliff sword, 7 armored tidal-heavy peak swords, 7 cold steel pieces, and much more. The system had to note. Scroll down to see more. 85,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 4,000 high-grade spirit stones, 3,407 pills, 283 talismans. Scroll down to see more. While looking at the statistics, Kang Tan's attention was drawn to something else. Before his eyes now was a massive spatial spirit vein. Kang Tan couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Is this really a complete spirit vein? It's so powerful." At this moment, the system issued another announcement. The third-grade spirit vein can be reclaimed by the system in exchange for 10 wish-drawing chances. "Do you want to exchange?" Reading this, Kang Tan smiled and said, "Spirit veins can be reclaimed for exchange. Grave robbing is my style, I'll exchange." After saying this, he fiercely charged into that spatial spirit vein, shouting loudly. Kang Tan takes the field, uprooting the grass completely. "Today I'll suck this spirit vein dry." After absorbing the spirit vein for a while, Kang Tan had enough to exchange for 10 draws. The system quickly announced what he drew. Orchid Jade Light, Immortal Robe, 9-star spiritual energy, can resist all attacks from Heavenly Mandate Realm and below. Teleport level 1, skill description. Within a range of 10,000 miles, can randomly teleport to any location once per day. Out of 10 draws, 9 received items, only 1 miss. This made Kang Tan extremely happy. He excitedly said, "Wow, first draw, and I hit the jackpot. This young master has directly flown up to the high branch and turned into a phoenix." Meanwhile, outside Extreme Moon Sect, after the recent battle, this place had turned into ruins. A few lucky people who escaped in time survived. Seeing that it seemed to have calmed down outside, they came out and asked each other, "Is that Demon King gone?" "He's gone. How could a Demon King appear in Fei Yun Prefecture?" Then they looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. Although they witnessed it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it, saying with wide eyes, "One strike destroyed the entire sect. What kind of power is this?" A girl hurriedly urged, "Quick, let's go to the treasure storage hall and see, maybe we can still get some treasures." But when someone went to check what was left, they were met with a scene of desolation. Empty, not even spirit stones remained. Was it really an outsider expert? Didn't leave anything behind. What a bastard. As soon as these words were uttered, they made Kang Tan, who was carrying a large sack of goods, sneeze several times. Achoo. Achoo. He even frowned and said, who's cursing me?" A moment later, Kang Tan had returned to Flying Immortal Sect. As soon as he arrived, he was greeted by disciples cheering, "Sect Master. Sect Master, you're back." Ling Han looked very worried. She hurriedly stepped in front of the Sect Master and asked, "Sect Master, how did it go?" As soon as she finished speaking, Kang Tan put on a very troubled expression and sighed heavily. He even forcefully hit the pillar beside him. This behavior of his made everyone in the sect extremely panicked. They anxiously asked, "Sect Master, why are you so distressed? Did the mission fail?" Thinking of this, Ling Han quickly consoled. "It's all right. As long as the Sect Master is here, revenge is just a matter of time." Just as they were encouraging each other, King Tan cried even louder, saying, "The great revenge has been taken, but Elder Liang has sacrificed himself. Sigh, I failed to fulfill my responsibility. Dumb Extreme Moon Sect." Seeing their sect master cry, Ling Han and the others couldn't help but cry along, consoling King Tan. "Please contain your grief, sect master. This can't be blamed on you." That's right, just 2 people against an entire sect was already extremely dangerous. At this point, including King Tan, everyone seemed to be ignited with fighting spirit, shouting in unison, "The dead cannot be brought back to life, but we will definitely work hard in cultivation to comfort Elder Liang's soul in heaven. For the sect, strive in cultivation. For Elder Liang, strive in cultivation." King Tan even pretended to shout, "Speak louder, I can't hear you. How can you seek revenge with such a weak voice?" So the group of flying immortal sect disciples, like loudspeakers, used all their strength to shout, "Strive in cultivation, strive in cultivation, strive in cultivation." Only then did King Tan feel satisfied. He smiled and praised, "That's the spirit. However, to improve your cultivation, you need equipment." After saying this, he immediately threw out the bag of collected items, his eyes gleaming as he said, "No money spent on buying. Everyone likes what doesn't cost money." These were all high-grade items, so everyone's eyes lit up, staring at the mountain of goods piled up in front of them. Ling Han immediately spoke up and asked, "Sect Master, what do you mean?" Hearing her question, King Tan replied right away, "Of course, it's to distribute the spoils of war. I don't want you to have no ability to resist when I'm not here." King Tan's words deeply moved the disciples in the sect. They even cried, saying, "In the past, we only knew that disciples had to contribute to the sect, never heard of the sect giving anything to disciples. Sect Master is truly a person of great virtue." At this moment, King Tan had another chance to show off. He put on a dignified air and said, "I have no interest in treasures, because all of you are my dream." How could they not be moved hearing this? Ling Han kept praising her sect master enthusiastically. "Sect master is so good." Now in other major sects, disciples have to perform exceptionally well or make great contributions to receive rewards. You, on the other hand, actively distribute to everyone. But King Tan didn't pay much attention to this opinion. He waved his hand, smirking, "In our flying immortal sect, these are all basic benefits. We are a startup company with equal management. When there's money, we all spend it. When there's meat, we all eat it." The disciples immediately became excited. They were even happier than when they heard the news of successful revenge. Everyone cheered, "Sect Master is so cool." Then, without waiting for anyone's reminder, everyone quickly rushed towards the pile of goods, running and shouting, Finally we can change to high-grade equipment." In Xiao Shui suddenly appeared from somewhere, picked up a sword and said, "This is the cold steel sword I've always dreamed of. Only elders are worthy of this 4th-grade treasure. I'm so happy." Hearing this, King Tan quickly turned to look at the sword in her hand. He immediately reminded her, "That's not prepared for you." Hearing this, In Xiao Shui quickly put down the sword, embarrassedly scratching her head, and replied, "Oh, sorry, Sect Master." Xiao Shui was too excited and forgot. King Tan didn't make it difficult for her. He took back that sword but gave Xiao Shui another one. He smiled and said, "This one is for you." Xiao Shui looked at the sword the sect master gave her in amazement. She hurriedly received it with both hands, exclaiming, This is the sect-protecting treasure of Extreme Moon Sect, the 6th-grade spirit sword Clear Cliff Whistle." Knowing what treasure it was, Xiao Shui became excited. She didn't dare to keep it for herself, so she quickly refused. This disciple doesn't dare to accept this supreme treasure. It should belong to the sect master. Seeing this disciple seem a bit insecure, King Tan said, "Oh, just accept it. This seat's great sword. You can rest assured and take it." After saying that, King Tan turned and pointed at Luo Yuan, shouting, "Oh, you too." Luo Yuan, being called out, felt extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Ami." His heart was full of excitement, covering his face with his hands and thinking, Sect Master called me. Life has reached its peak. After calling him, King Tan quickly threw a set of armor to Luo Yuan, saying, "Look at your appearance. Here's this Yuan spirit armor for you, to increase your defense a bit." Luo Yuan watched the armor flying towards him, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. When he held it in his hands, still not believing it, he exclaimed in his heart, "This is the title heavy peak armor of Great Elder Zhang Hua Huang from Extreme Moon Sect. This is a 5th grade spirit armor. Oh my god, I'm flying now. How could someone like me get this? Am I dreaming? No, I can't lose face in front of the sect master. I must stay calm. I can't show too much excitement." Although he thought this in his mind, Luo Yuan's action was to hug the armor and sob. Then he turned into a small dog, obediently saying, "Thank you, sect master." Kang Tan also gently patted his head, replying, "Good, good. From now on, you must cultivate diligently." Kai Lin Ham stood beside, watching her 2 fellow disciples receive rewards, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. She jealously thought, "So I'm not special in the sect master's heart. I was just deluding myself." Kang Tan didn't disappoint her expectations. Finally, he remembered her, calling out loudly, "That's right, little Kentucky Linham." Linham seemed to have been waiting for this call for a long time. As soon as he called, she immediately responded, "Sect Master, I'm here." Kang Tan quickly took out a purple outfit and handed it to Linham. He smiled and said, "You wear this." It's not that I want to see. I just feel good things should be worn by you." Seeing the outfit in Kang Tan's hand, everyone exclaimed, "Ah, this is the 9th grade immortal robe." After giving it to Linham, Kang Tan seemed very impatient, urging her to go change. He even hurried, "Quickly go change, and let this seat see." Linham was also stunned by this action, not understanding what was happening. Kang Tan's face was written all over with the words lecherous, but he pretended to be righteous and said, "Go inside and change with peace of mind. This seat absolutely won't stand outside the door and peek. Also, don't wear a coat, okay?" After a while, Linham finally finished changing and came out. She was so embarrassed that her face was flushed red, shyly stepping out. The male disciples in the sect and Kang Tan had nosebleeds as soon as they saw her. Their eyes stared at Linham in admiration. "This outfit is very beautiful." Linham was still not used to wearing such precious clothing. She hurriedly said, "The 9th grade immortal robe. Even 5 Van Chow doesn't have one. Such a precious thing should be worn by the sect master." Hearing her say this, Kang Tan immediately refuted. "No need. This seat's cultivation doesn't care about external things. Moreover, this is women's clothing. How could this seat wear it?" Linham was also very enthusiastic in guiding. "Wear it underneath. The spiritual energy grade is truly rare. Even the elders of major sects who have it don't distinguish between men and women. They can exchange with each other. If it can't be changed, they all wear it underneath." Hearing her words, an indescribable image immediately appeared in Kang Tan's mind. He himself also felt it was terrible. Kang Tan would of course immediately reject this idea. He hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. Ugh, don't try to trick me into wearing women's clothes." Speaking of this, suddenly Kang Tan detected a scent of spiritual energy. As soon as he smelled it, he immediately asked, "Hey, come to think of it, wasn't the spirit vein here destroyed? Why is the spiritual energy so dense?" Linham quickly stood up to answer, "This is all thanks to the sect master's daughter." Kang Tan heard this and asked in surprise, "Da Huang?" Linham nodded and replied, "The spirit vein was not only restored by her, but also changed from 2nd grade to 3rd grade." At this moment, Kang Tan was also shocked by this news. He exclaimed in amazement, "Ah, is it that miraculous? Could this child possibly change nature?" In the spirit vein space, Da Huang was still happily stretching and resting, looking very comfortable. Seeing this, Kang Tan couldn't help but say, "Come here, Da Huang. You're too idle." Hearing the familiar voice, Da Huang immediately jumped up. She quickly ran forward, excitedly calling, Mom. Kang Tan lovingly stuck Da Huang's head. He even gently asked his daughter, "Good girl, how did you do this spirit vein thing?" Hearing Mom's question, Da Huang honestly answered yes. If Mom can find more fragments, Da Huang can make the grade of the spirit vein increase even more. This made Kang Tan very pleased. He smiled with squinted eyes, took out a bag, and gave it to Da Huang. "Ah, well done. Here's a reward for you." Da Huang looked at the bag in Mom's hand. Her eyes immediately lit up. The little creature didn't say a word, directly took the bag and poured it in her mouth to chew and swallow. Needless to say, it was all spirit stones. Not long after, in the main hall of Flying Immortal Sect, the entire sect gathered here. Seeing Kang Tan arrive, Linham immediately spoke up and asked, "Sect Master, did you call us here because you have something to announce?" Seeming to be the first time speaking in front of so many people, King Tan appeared a bit unnatural. He coughed lightly before opening his mouth to say, I'll just say 2 brief sentences. Our flying immortal sect can be considered to have entered a new historical stage. This requires us to continuously strive, not forget our initial goals, and unite closely. Kang Tan spoke haltingly and slowly. Even Little Snow below yawned loudly. As soon as she finished yawning, Kang Tan called from above, and Little Snow. Hearing her name, Little Snow immediately startled and quickly responded, Sect Master, I'm here. Kang Tan didn't intend to punish her. He was assigning a task to Little Snow. You will take on the role of Chief Financial Officer, responsible for the Sect's finances. As a reward, you'll receive a fine steed. Little Snow, who was sitting happily, suddenly given such a heavy responsibility, was stunned with fear. Kang Tan was true to his word, and very soon Little Snow received a beautiful white horse. She was also congratulated and admired by those around her. Congratulations, CFO, and on receiving the 7th-generation treasure horse. Little Snow thought to herself, in charge of the Sect's finances, isn't this my peak here? After arranging for Little Snow, Kang Tan continued to assign the next person. Lavine will take on the role of General Affairs Director, managing all the miscellaneous tasks in the sect. Lavine immediately responded to the order. Yes, Sect Master. Lavine will definitely complete the task well. Just being assigned one task, Lavine had already sketched out 49 plans in his head. He was also moved, thinking, is this the Sect Master wanting me to become his capable assistant? With these 2 assigned, of course, Kai Linham couldn't be left out. After arranging for those 2, Kang Tan smiled and called, finally, Little Kentucky. As soon as Linham heard the call, she immediately responded seriously. Here, seeing her serious demeanor, Kang Tan quickly assigned her an important responsibility. You'll be the CEO. When this seat is not present, you'll be fully in charge of all matters, big and small, in the sect. Linham agreed without hesitation. Understood, Sect Master. Afterwards, they gathered together and shouted in unison, we will work together with one heart and mind to create prosperity. If you understand, give a round of applause. Everyone clapped vigorously. Even Kang Tan clapped until his hands were red before stopping. After everything was arranged, Kang Tan said, tomorrow, you all stay home and watch the house. This seat will go settle scores with Xianbang Sect and 5 Thunder Sect. A night quickly passed. Early the next morning, at Xianbang Sect, just as Kang Tan had said yesterday, he appeared at Xianbang Sect. Seeing a group of people who had been waiting below for who knows how long, Kang Tan asked with some surprise, oh, did you know this seat was coming? As soon as Kang Tan finished asking, a man wearing a large string of beads around his neck coldly snorted and said, Kang Tan, now tell the person behind you to reveal themselves, and we'll spare you a way out. Hearing this, Kang Tan couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at himself and asked back, person behind. What person behind? This sovereign has acted independently all his life. Why would I need to be ordered around by others? Although Kang Tan had said so, the octopus-headed man still firmly didn't believe it. He raised his middle finger and said, stop pretending. With your soul division realm cultivation and level 6 strength, how could you possibly destroy the Extreme Moon Sect? Even if the person behind you helped you, they'd need at least Spirit Embryo realm power. They still wouldn't be a match for our Xianbang Sect's protective formation. At this point, he still tried to persuade. Now tell him to come out. Considering what he's done to the sect, I won't pursue it further. Of course, Kang Tan simply wouldn't care. Faced with the nonsense the man had just spouted, he only felt it was too noisy. So he said, too much nonsense. Prepare tout dit. After saying this, Kang Tan quickly assumed a posture ready to die. The people of Xianbang Sect didn't pay attention to these words. Seeing that Kang Tan resolutely wouldn't do as he said, the man with the beads shouted loudly, formed the formation. Then he directly swung down the sword in his hand, making a mark. The others from Xianbang Sect weren't idle either. They exerted all their strength to use their techniques to attack Kang Tan. In an instant, the Ice Frost Sky prison formation was deployed. An ice ball immediately appeared, and Kang Tan was directly frozen into an ice block. The cold wind howled, making him shiver and cry out, "Tish, too empty, too cold." It wasn't until Kang Tan couldn't move that he suddenly realized, have I turned into an ice block? Of course, things wouldn't end here. Kang Tan only maintained the ice block state for a short time, Then the ice block shattered. Kang Ton also lost his life because of this. As his soul left his body, he still cursed resentfully. What kind of weird death is this? It's really torturous. The man wearing the beads approached the shattered ice block of Kang Ton and said, looking at it, "You didn't listen to good advice. You just like to bring suffering upon yourself. Go down to the King Yama's palace and regret it." As usual, after dying, Kang Ton would return to the system space to hear its explanation of his survival plan. Checking the host's death level. Cause of death: killed by the Sect's protective formation. Perpetrators: all members of Shen Sect. Creating survival plan: please wait. Considering the huge disparity in strength, the system will arrange a summoning talisman for the host. After hearing these words, Kang Ton was stunned and said, "Damn, why does this sound so familiar?" Outside, 9,000 miles away, the Tiger King was hurriedly riding a horse back to his cave. As he went, he angrily cursed, "That damn brat, after summoning me, he didn't even give me a return talisman. 108,000 miles. Am I supposed to fly until next year when the tangerines are ripe? Don't let me meet you in the heavenly demon realm. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." As soon as the Tiger King finished speaking, a familiar circle appeared in front of him. He was also stunned, letting out an ah. Looking at the circle swallowing him, the Tiger King hurriedly begged, "I've been flying for a day and a night already. Don't summon me again. Ah. And the person who could summon the Tiger King, of course, was none other than Kang Ton. He had already been resurrected and was now laughing very happily. He. The people of Shen Sect were extremely shocked to see the person who should have been dead suddenly come back to life. They cried out in fear, "What's going on? He clearly just died. Could it be an illusion technique? He's only at Soul Division Realm Level 6. He couldn't possibly use an illusion technique to fool all of us." The Tiger King quickly appeared in front of Kang Ton. Looking at him, Kang Ton smiled and said, "Sorry, Brother Tiger, I've troubled you again." The Tiger King was in no mood to hear his apology. He glared, showing a fierce expression, grabbed Kang Ton's collar and shouted, "You damn brat, do you think I'm a monkey you can play with?" As soon as he finished speaking, a series of thunder sounds rang out above his head, and lightning struck the Tiger King's body, forcing him to stop. He thought to himself, "Is this the lightning punishment for violating the master-servant contract?" Thinking this, the Tiger King tried to restrain himself again. That moment was strangely quiet. The more he thought, the angrier he became. But in the end, he still succumbed to those terrifying tribulation, lightning bolts, and cursed. Damn it. Then, the Tiger King quickly released Kang Ton, turned to look at the group of Shen Sect people opposite, and asked, "Is it them?" Seeing those people staring at him, the Tiger King immediately blamed them and questioned, "What are you looking at?" The disciples of Shen Sect were now scared stiff. They hurriedly said to each other, "Great demon. How can there be a great demon in Phi Van Chow?" Quickly form the formation. Hearing them say this, the Tiger King immediately became very gloomy. He cracked his knuckles, then laughed coldly. "Great demon, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Who am I?" Standing behind, Kang Ton also hurriedly reminded, "Brother Tiger, be careful. They are skilled in formations. Don't be careless." The disciples of Shen Sect didn't dare to delay, quickly joining forces to deploy the Ice Frost Sky prison formation. They united to attack the Tiger King. However, the Tiger King didn't seem afraid at all. Hearing Kang Ton's reminder, he even laughed and scolded, "You fool. When asking for someone's help, don't point fingers, understand?" Hearing this, Kang Ton didn't dare to say anything more, just hurriedly said, Right, you go ahead and perform." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tiger King waved his hand to use his technique, looking extremely imposing. With just one move, he directly caused all the cultivators of Shen Sect to vomit blood continuously. They cried out in pain, "Ah!" This scene made Kang Ton, who was observing from the sidelines, extremely shocked. He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and exclaimed. With just one move, he broke through their Ice Frost Sky prison formation. Then, he became so excited that he danced wildly, cheering, "Oh, Tiger God is awesome, continue." On the other side, the Tiger King hadn't stopped. He quickly launched a few kicks, his posture still very majestic as he shouted loudly, "Hey, accompanied by miserable screams of ah. At this moment, Kang Ton was like a passionate fan, his eyes shining brightly with admiration. Little Tiger is awesome. After dealing with the people of Xianbang Sect, the Tiger King turned to look at Kang Tan. He glared and pointed at him, saying, "You little rabbit, I'm warning you not to summon me again. Do you know how far I have to run each time you summon me?" Hearing this, Kang Tan quickly stepped forward to coax. "Oh, Brother Tiger, don't you want to consider staying?" After saying that, he formally introduced himself again. "Ahem, I am Zhang Cheng, the sect leader of Phi Tien Sect, the #1 immortal sect in Qinglan Prefecture. Phi Tien Sect has a long history and culture, high corporate culture, 5 dangerous golds, and works regular office hours. Company address, Phi Van Chao, Qingdam Prefecture, 233 Qing Sam Mountain Range, entire Phi Tien Peak, 23rd floor." Kang Tan enthusiastically introduced himself, but in response, he only received a "get lost," and then the Tiger King's figure gradually flew away. In the system space, the screen displayed a new notification. Points exchange successful. Current accumulated points, 5,800 points. Seeing this number of points, Kang Tan was indeed somewhat pleasantly surprised and said, "Oh, Xianbang Sect had a lot of stuff." Not long after, Kang Tan appeared at Wu Lei Sect. Just like at Xianbang Sect, the cultivators here had already gathered in full, just waiting for Kang Tan to arrive. Looking at the crowd below, who were already standing ready, Kang Tan opened his mouth to speak, this time holding a megaphone. "People inside, listen up. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons, and you won't be killed." Just like Xianbang Sect before, Wu Lei Sect also arrogantly shouted, "Boy, don't think that because you were able to destroy Extreme Moon Sect, you can become a match for our Wu Lei Sect. Before our sect's protective formation, your Ling Tai realm cultivation is nothing." As they spoke, they deployed a protective formation. Seeing this scene, the sect leader of Wu Lei Sect immediately turned pale and cursed. "Damn it, whose cowardly disciples are these?" Hearing him ask, a disciple quickly replied, reporting to the sect leader, "They are Elder Wang's disciples. Early this morning, Elder Liang and Teacher Lu's wife had a fierce fight, so your instructions have not yet been carried out." The Wu Lei sect leader was so angry that he trembled, swung his hand to slap the disciple who had just answered, and gritted his teeth as he cursed. "A bunch of useless trash, can't do anything right." He quickly adjusted his emotions, frowned, coughed a few times, and then shouted loudly, "Disciples, listen to me." Then, under everyone's gaze, this sect leader directly knelt down at Kang Tan's feet, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "Sect leader Kang, I can understand your desire for revenge. There's a saying." Before he could finish his sentence, Kang Tan interrupted, "Go eat shit." How could that sect leader not be angry? His face twisted, his heart rate increased by 50 beats per minute above normal. But he still tried to hold back his laughter, pretending not to hear that insult, and continued to express his point. The saying goes that grudges should be resolved, not held on to. More friends, more paths. Let's leave the past in the past. Kang Tan interrupted him again. "Go eat shit." The heart rate of the person opposite silently increased by another 100 beats after this sentence, blue veins bulging on his face. But for the sake of the bigger picture, the Wu Lei sect leader still tried to endure. Seeking reconciliation, sect leader Kang, "Stop joking around. Let's sit down and discuss this properly." His disciples were no less indignant, saying to each other, "The sect leader has already been too patient." Being able to endure like this, the sect leader is truly worthy of achieving great things. But Kang Tan didn't want to do any great things with them. Faced with the patience of the person in front of him, he very calmly repeated, "Go eat shit." At this point, that sect leader could no longer hold back. He directly exploded and shouted, "Damn it, kill him for me." A strong wind blew past, accompanied by piercing screams of "ah, ah." At the same time, thousands of miles away, in a place called the Purple Origin Holy Land, the Tiger King was there. At its feet was a field of corpses, as if it had just gone through a massacre. Among them, there was still one person gasping for breath. He tried to crawl up and cursed, "Cough, cough, beast." The Purple Origin Holy Land is not a place you can. He hadn't finished his sentence. The Tiger King directly set him on fire, burning him to death, causing him to cry out in pain, "Ah, ah." After dealing with this, it impatiently said, "Just borrowing your teleportation formation for a bit and you all make such a fuss. If I hadn't been tricked by that brat, I wouldn't have come to borrow from this damn sect." After saying this, the Tiger King quickly stepped into the formation. It seemed very excited, waving its hand and saying, "Everything is finally about to end." At the same time, Kang Tan's system also made a sound. The Tiger King, as soon as it landed on the ground, was extremely happy and casually ordered, "Old ghost, go get the watermelon from the cellar. These past few days, I've been running around exhausted. It thought it was in its cave, but as soon as it opened its eyes and looked around, it saw Kang Ton scratching his head and smiling. Seeing the Tiger King say nothing, Kang Ton spoke first. Ahem, that's right, it's me again. The Tiger King was stunned by him at this moment, its three eyes staring blankly ahead, completely in disbelief. Not knowing what it was thinking, it just sighed and said, "Hey, alright, I don't want to live anymore." Then it directly released an overwhelming killing intent, as if daring anyone to touch it and be instantly killed. Kang Ton was frightened by it, and the people of Wu-Lei Sect were no less scared, hurriedly shouting, "Great demon! Human demon! No, Demon King!" On the other side, the Tiger King roared. Its eyes flashed, baring its sharp teeth. Those who witnessed this scene all cried out in fear. "Oh my God." Then it let out an earth-shattering roar. All the people of Wu-Lei Sect present were thrown into the air by this roar, with miserable screams of ah 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 echoing everywhere. The Tiger King angrily said, "If I can't cripple this brat, can I at least deal with you lot?" As soon as it finished speaking, a series of loud explosions rang out. After a deafening explosion, all the cultivators of Wu-Lei Sect were thrown away. In the blink of an eye, Wu-Lei Sect was destroyed and in ruins. The Tiger King was also tired and panting. Huff, huff, I'm so angry I could die. Kang Ton only appeared at this moment. He walked over and patted the Tiger King's shoulder, consoling. Big bro, come on now." He didn't mind that Big Bro was grinding its teeth. Hearing him call, the Tiger King suddenly turned around, glaring and grabbing him, scolding, "You." Kang Ton was also very sensible, quickly reminding, "Be careful, you'll get struck by lightning like that." As soon as Kang Ton finished speaking, the Tiger King suddenly let go of him. It sighed and said, "Hey, I'm not living anymore, ah." Then, it directly rushed into a nearby cliff, crashing hard into it. The surrounding rocks collapsed with a rumble due to this impact, as if a landslide had occurred. Witnessing everything that happened before his eyes, Kang Ton couldn't hold back his tears. He hurriedly reached out and called, Big Bro. I'm sorry, Big Bro, it's my fault you died, Big Bro." At this moment, the system suddenly announced, "Mission completed." Hearing this, Kang Ton immediately said, the reward is here, another level up." Just as Kang Ton said, shortly after, the system announced system upgrade. The screen displayed detailed information. System level 3. System experience 100,000 plus. Available accumulated points 2,547 points. Current level. Can resurrect 3 times per day. Survival plan at will. New skill for the next level. The host can consume accumulated points to forcibly increase a major realm for a target. Number of targets is 1. Cooldown time 1 month. After reading, Kang Ton excitedly said, "Oh, leveled up again. Got a new skill. Can help others increase by 1 major realm." Thinking of his disciples, he continued excitedly. "So if I use it on 1 person once a month, 1 major realm, isn't that defying the heavens?" But unfortunately, Tiger Big Bro is no more. Thinking of the tiger, Kang Ton hurriedly went to burn Joss paper. He said, "Oh, my brother," I said, "why did you have to think so negatively and seek death?" Saying this, Kang Ton directly cried and continued, "Wait until I level up 1 more time, and I'll use this skill for you. Won't you be invincible in the world then?" Extreme Moon Sect, Cold Ice Sect, Wu-Lei Sect, for major sects with only the last one left, there's hope of winning now. The figure of the Tiger King still lay in the cliff, its fate unknown. After burning the Joss paper, Kang Ton didn't linger long. He turned and used magic to leave. After Kang Ton left, the Tiger King suddenly moved. It thought to itself, "Gone already." Making sure the person had really left, it opened its eyes and sat up, completely fine. It even laughed cunningly and said, "Haha, kid, you thought I was dead. Don't summon me again in the future." Elsewhere, Tianyin's sect was in an uproar, shouting it's not good. In the main hall, a disciple rushed in to report. Spies have sent back news. Both Xinbang Sect and Wu-Lei Sect have been destroyed. As soon as the news spread, everyone's eyes became serious. Someone spoke up and asked, "Elder Fei, you seem different from everyone else." The person called Elder Fei remained very calm. He stroked his beard and replied, "Don't panic, it's just a cultivator at the Ling Tai realm. I've come here to ensure the safety of your sect." Just then, a shout came from outside. "You dead dogs, get out here." This shout terrified the disciples in the sect. They trembled and said to each other, He's here. How did he get here so fast?" Elder Fei, of course, wasn't as frightened. He opened the main gate and reassured everyone, "Don't panic. Let me go out to meet him." Outside, King Tan still maintained his arrogant stance in front of the Sect's gate, facing the people of Tianyin Sect alone. As soon as Elder Fei saw King Tan, he pointed directly at him and said, "Listen here, boy. I am Fei Dongzhu, an inner elder of the Qi Ri sect." Hearing his question, King Tan immediately responded arrogantly, "That's right, I'm your ancestor. Are you here to face me on their behalf?" Hearing this response, Fei Dongzhu raised his head and asked back, "Let me ask you, who's behind you?" In his heart, he thought this young man looked very ordinary, yet dared to be so arrogant. Could he be from some hidden family? King Tan didn't want to waste time and shouted loudly, "Too much nonsense. If you're a man, then attack first. Old dog, go die." After saying this, he charged straight forward. A battle erupted in an instant as both sides clashed. Fei Dongzhu easily dodged Kang Tan's attack and swung his sword, striking the opponent precisely. Kang Tan knew the result without needing to be told. His soul quickly left his body and flew away. Elder Fei easily eliminated this person, but didn't let his guard down. He glared and shouted loudly, "Your hunting dog has been killed by me. Come out now." In his heart, he thought this must be a trap. Someone must be lying in ambush. But after waiting for a while, no one appeared. Fei Dongzhu quickly said, "Not coming out. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying this, he jumped up and swung his sword forward. A great wind arose, followed by a thunderous sound. Fei Dongzhu kept slashing wildly, shattering the surrounding rocks and earth. He shouted, "Come out! I've discovered you." But there was no one there. Only the people inside Tianyin Sect were heard wailing miserably. "Damn it, Elder Fei, that's our Sect's formation eye." Elder Fei, hearing this, was stunned for a moment and then let out an ah. At the same time, the formation was completely cut off and fire began to erupt. This plunged Tianyin Sect into an unusual silence. Elder Fei could no longer maintain his composure. He widened his eyes and shouted, "It's dead, it's dead." He worried in his mind, "It's ruined, it's ruined. Carelessness has killed our comrades." Soon after, large rocks carrying red flames began to fall in torrents. The disciples in the sect panicked and scattered. In the blink of an eye, Tianyin Sect was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. Everything was burned to ashes, smoke and dust obscuring the sky. The disciples couldn't hold back anymore. Angrily looking at the coughing Fei Dongzhu, they said resentfully, "Elder Fei, you've destroyed our sect's protective formation eye." Being scolded, Elder Fei was embarrassed and angry, immediately making up a plausible excuse. It seems the enemy had planned this early, mainly lying in ambush at the formation eye. "But don't worry, I've already eliminated the enemy." Although Elder Fei said this, no one believed him anymore. The disciples outwardly frowned and said, "Oh, is that so?" But in their hearts, they were secretly discussing, "I don't believe this old man. He's so hateful. I'm afraid it wasn't an enemy attack, but an inside job." To salvage some dignity, Fei Dongzhu continued, "Ahem, the enemy has been eliminated by me. The damage to your grand formation is nothing. The other 3 sects have been destroyed. From now on, Yuan Ri Sect will fully support your Tianyin Sect." With these words, everyone felt somewhat reassured. They shouted in unison with excitement, "Elder Fei is mighty." At the same time, in the system space, Kang Tan was choosing a resurrection plan. Checking the host's death status. 3 wins, 3 losses. Cause of death, killed by a Ling Tai realm expert. Killer, Kirisiktinner Elder Fei Dongzu. Currently in survival plan. Please wait. Due to the large disparity in strength, the system will arrange a summoning opportunity for the host. As Kang Tan read this, a question mark appeared on his face. He frowned and cursed, "Damn it, can't this stop? Didn't that tiger die on its own? Why is there still a summoning talisman?" Outside in reality, the people of Tianyin Sect were looking around the sky in bewilderment. They asked each other, "What's happening? What's that?" It turned out that the Tiger King had been summoned back. Kang Tan, standing nearby, was still coughing and laughing. "Indeed, it's still you, old brother." The Tiger King became furious. Unable to attack Kang Tan, it turned to attack the group of people opposite. Seeing the fierce tiger in front of them swinging its claws, the disciples cried out in fear, "Ah, why is there a demon king here?" After attacking these people, the Tiger King almost immediately turned back, raised its middle finger towards Kang Tan, and shouted loudly, "Are you my brother? You're my grandfather. Grandfather, tell me honestly, how many summoning talismans do you have left? Can you use them all at once? Kang Tan was startled and quickly replied, "Oh, I really don't know about that." Hearing this, the Tiger King again showed a sincere plea. Grandfather, I'm already the second strongest demon king in the heavenly demon realm, maybe even the first now. The Dragon King and Monkey King are both much stronger than me. There's also the Silver Moon Rabbit Demon. You should summon her. She's not only powerful, but her figure and face are top-notch. Please don't summon me anymore. Let me go. Kang Tan quickly grabbed the Tiger King's hand and said with a smile, "Oh, big brother, I really can't decide. Why don't you resolutely join me?" Before he could finish his sentence, the Tiger King had already shaken off his hand. It gritted its teeth and scolded, "You brat, you're bullying too much." After saying this, it fiercely pointed at Kang Tan's face and threatened, "You wait, I'll deal with you." Kang Tan watched the three-eyed tiger fly away quickly and couldn't help but exclaim, changing sides so fast. As soon as the Tiger King left, the system sent a notification of successful point conversion. Current accumulated points, 6,600 points. Considering the revenge matter settled, Kang Tan rode his sword back. As he went, he cheered excitedly. Aho! The Tiger King hadn't actually left. It was hiding on a nearby cliff. Seeing Kang Tan's figure disappear in the distance, it laughed to itself. "You brat. If I can't touch you, then I'll deal with your sect." After saying this, it quickly chased after Kang Tan, praising itself. "Haha, this great one is truly a genius." When Kang Tan returned, it was almost dark. As soon as he successfully reached the sect, he shouted loudly, "I'm back." Hearing his voice, the disciples quickly came out to greet him. They said with great admiration, "Wow, destroying 3 sects in one day. What kind of strength is this? With our sect master, our Fei Xian sect will be forever prosperous." Then Ling Han and Xiao Shui loudly chanted his special slogan, "Sect master is mighty, high blood pressure. Sect master is mighty, high blood pressure." Kang Tan enjoyed this feeling very much and laughed loudly. Haha. The Tiger King had also arrived and was hiding on the side, watching the scene of people cheering below. It was a bit resentful and cursed silently in its stomach. "Damn it, I did all the dirty work, and this guy gets praise to the skies. Watch how I overthrow you." After thinking this, the Tiger King quietly left again. Its roar sounded like a dog barking. Woof, 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 woof. Down below, King Tan still hadn't noticed anything. At this moment, he was still waving his hand, taking out a bag. He quickly took out the spoils he had collected and threw them out. King Tan said happily, "Who else needs level 4 equipment? Come here and take it." Seeing the treasures, everyone's eyes lit up. People happily ran over to choose equipment, cheering hoo-hoo as they went. Just as everyone was excited, suddenly from outside came the sound of Da Huang. Hearing the noise, everyone quickly shifted their attention. Along with Da Huang's barking, there was also the sound of claws scratching the ground from a familiar figure. That figure was none other than the Tiger King. Somehow it had been shrunk down, possibly due to the shrinking limiting its power. At this moment, it was being dragged by its 2 legs by Da Huang, pulled into the courtyard. Da Huang said, "Da Huang caught a small dog. Da Huang wants to keep a pet." The Tiger King, being called a dog, angrily shouted, "You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs." In its heart, it cried out in distress. What kind of monsters are in this Fei Xian sect? Starting off badly, encountering a pervert before even checking the almanac. While it was secretly lamenting in its heart, it was suddenly grabbed by the neck by Da Huang. The Tiger King cried out in panic, "Aya, what are you doing? Choking me. Let me go quickly." Hearing this, Da Huang glared and said, "I'll let you go, but you can't move." The Tiger King firmly refused. "I can't not move. If I don't move, I'm a turtle." Ling Han and Xiao Shui also saw the Tiger King at this moment. Their eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, what an adorable kitten." The Tiger King immediately turned to look at Ling Han and Xiao Shui, retorting, "You're the cat. Your whole family are cats." Da Huang chimed in, "If it's not a cat, it's a dog. It's a dog." The Tiger King grew increasingly angry, trying its best to explain, "Not a dog, not a cat, a tiger. Tiger. I am the lord of all beasts. You lot have no knowledge." Xiao Shui and Ling Han paid no attention to this, directly snatching the Tiger King from Da Huang's hands, lifting it high and praising with squinted eyes. "So cute, aha." This action from Xiao Shui left the Tiger King dumbfounded. After that, it no longer cared about being called a cat or dog, and directly curled up in the young girl's arms, snoring. It happily thought, happiness comes too suddenly. A moment later, the Tiger King tried to regain its composure. Damn it, why am I suddenly snoring? I'm the mighty three-eyed Tiger King. But it only said this to itself, then continued to snore. Then it scolded itself again. Hey, stop snoring. Just as it was still enjoying itself, King Tan on this side gradually recognized the familiar figure. He bent down to look closely, then said, "Oh wait, you seem to be my tiger brother." After saying this, he ignored the Tiger King's shrill cry of, "Don't touch me," and directly pulled it out of Xiao Shui's arms. Xiao Shui, not understanding what was happening, let out an ah as her kitten was snatched away. The Tiger King, now standing on the ground, pointed at Kang Tan's face angrily and said, "Kid, you think you're so great for sealing my cultivation. If you have the guts, let's go outside and train one-on-one." Hearing this, Kang Tan felt contempt in his heart. He sarcastically replied, "One-on-one. A strawman 100 gene heavier than me couldn't even touch my finger." It's unclear what gesture Kang Tan made, but the Tiger King seemed very frightened, hugging itself. It stammered, "What are you going to do?" What made the Tiger King so worried was that Kang Tan was now taking off all his clothes. He even said in an ambiguous tone, "Be a good boy and stand still." Contrary to the Tiger King's fear, Xiao Shui and Ling Han seemed very excited. They covered their faces and cheered. "Ah, so muscular." Then, it's not clear what technique Kang Tan used, but he was seen advancing to grab the Tiger King's two hind legs, bending them backwards. His face seemed very strained, and he let out an excited grunt. The Tiger King, already shrunk down, was already in a difficult situation. Now being treated like this, it felt very dissatisfied. It yelled, "Let me go. This isn't fighting at all. Let me go." After a struggle, the Tiger King sat down on the ground, trembling. Looking at it, Kang Tan put his hands on his hips and said, "Submit to me, and I'll let you go." Although in a weak position, the Tiger King remained very determined. It absolutely refused to submit. "Just you. In your dreams." King Tan didn't force it. He just suddenly moved closer, staring at the Tiger King's face and said, "Your eyes don't look quite right." The Tiger King was bewildered upon hearing this. As if he had been waiting for a long time, while the Tiger King was dazed, King Tan repeated the earlier action of bending its legs backwards, causing the Tiger King to only cry out in distress. "What are you doing?" "Ouch!" A moment later, Kang Tan was still maintaining that position. The Tiger King was also exhausted and limp, irritably saying, "I've already said, no more servants and mounts." As soon as it finished speaking, Kang Tan let it go. He held up 3 fingers and said, "I won't make it difficult for you. Be a spirit beast guarding the sect for 3 years, and I'll give you back your freedom." The Tiger King was a bit surprised by these words, quickly turning its head to ask, "Just that?" Kang Tan immediately replied, "Just that." Glancing at the person who just spoke, the Tiger King thought to itself, "For us demon race, 3 years for a cultivator is just a blink of an eye. Not coveting my demon core, not forcing me to abandon my cultivation to practice, just wanting me to be a spirit beast guarding the sect." Thinking of this, it became a bit suspicious. So desireless and undemanding. Could it be some hidden expert residing here? Seeing it not saying anything for a while, King Tan stepped forward to pat its head, smiling and asking, "Well?" The Tiger King still didn't speak. It looked over at De Huang, who was eating candy, again silently confirming its earlier speculation. No wonder he is such a mysterious little monster. De Huang, being stared at, puzzledly made a sound. After thinking for a moment, the Tiger King stood up and said, "Since Sect Leader King has sincerely invited me, I will reluctantly work here for 3 years." It thought to itself, it's better to stay for now and find an opportunity for revenge later. Kang Tan, unaware of the Tiger King's thoughts, was happy to see it agree to stay and said to Ling Han, "All right, Xiao Ji, take Tiger Brother to sign the labor contract. From now on, Tiger Brother is the chief security officer of Facian Sect." Not long after, the Tiger King had its own uniform. Putting on the clothes, it was extremely excited and couldn't stop praising. Not bad clothes. Never seen this style before. Didn't expect this kid to have such good taste. Kang Tan was also very excited. He eagerly exclaimed, "All right, our Facian Sect is now fully equipped. My next goal is to expand our scale." Hearing this, Ling Han quickly asked, "Does the sect leader mean to recruit new disciples?" King Tan immediately replied, "That's right." He continued, "My requirements aren't high, just like you all will do." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yuan and the others immediately said, "Oh, Sect Leader, people like us are core inner disciples." Ling Han also chimed in, "Sect Leader, they might be 1 in a million talents. Isn't this requirement a bit high?" Hearing these words, King Tan firmly replied, "Better few than shoddy. My Fei Xian sect emphasizes quality, not quantity." Soon, the announcement for recruiting new disciples spread everywhere. Everyone was buzzing about it. "Oh, Fei Xian sect is recruiting disciples. That's great. Fei Xian sect was just destroyed not long ago. If we join now, we might even become inner disciples. That's right, anyway, it's better than being a rogue cultivator now." After saying this, they quickly went to check the recruitment ad. Fei Xian sect is recruiting disciples, only accepting core-level disciples. 996 is a blessing. Fei Xian sect helps you achieve your dreams. You for the sect for you. The Immortal Sect welcomes you to join, gifts upon entry. Sexy Sect Leader personally guides. After reading this announcement, many people directly exclaimed, "How can they only recruit core-level disciples with such high-quality requirements? How many people can they possibly recruit like this?" Among the crowd coming to see the information, there were also some people from other sections. They secretly discussed, can they really recruit anyone? Maybe we can expect. "Oh, hope the newcomers are beautiful women. Only thinking about beautiful women, go eat shit." While everyone was still considering whether to join the sect or not, suddenly someone appeared out of nowhere, saying, "You still want to go to Fei Xian sect? Want to die?" Hearing him say this, someone asked why. He replied, "Don't you know? The sect leader of Fei Xian sect has killed Fei Dongzhu, an inner elder of Qi Ri sect. Now Qi Ri sect is preparing to attack Fei Xian sect." After hearing this, someone immediately said, "Damn, good thing I didn't go." Another person said, "Come on, even if you went, you wouldn't have been chosen anyway." Kang Tan, sitting at home, was unaware of all this. He was still sighing at this moment, recruiting new people is so difficult. Fei Xian sect was originally very peaceful, when suddenly Ling Han and the others rushed in panic to ask, "Sect Leader, please give orders. How should we defend?" King Tan was confused by the question and asked back, "Defend against what?" At this point, Ling Han hurriedly explained, "Don't you know yet? Qi Ri sect is about to attack us." King Tan, hearing this news, wasn't too worried. He calmly replied, "With just you lot, not even one at the Soul Division realm. How can you defend?" Ling Han became even more anxious, stuttering, Then what should we do? Should we run away and hide?" "Kang Tang Ziplit in Anan. Hi. You can run from the monk, but not from the temple. Hiding works once, but what about after that? Don't worry, focus on cultivation. If anyone comes to cause trouble, leave it to security. Don't we have Little Tiger?" But Ling Han was still very worried. She anxiously rebutted, "But it's Qi Ri sect, completely different from Extreme Moon sect. Five Thunder sect could casually send out a spirit platform realm expert to destroy 4 sects. And Qi Ri sect is full of spirit platform realm experts." As Ling Han spoke, the killing intent around Kang Tan grew stronger. He let out a cold laugh and said, "Oh, so the 4 sects conspiring to destroy my Fei Xian sect were actually commanded by Qi Ri sect. It's good that they're coming to our doorstep, otherwise I would have gone looking for them." As soon as Kang Tan said this, Ling Han and the others were immediately shocked. They couldn't believe it. Their eyes widened as they exclaimed, What do you mean? Why are those 4 sects so united? Damn Qi Ri sect." Just then a rather unfamiliar voice suddenly came from outside. How stupid can you be? Your sect was destroyed so long ago, and you're only now figuring out who was behind it." Hearing this voice, everyone quickly turned around and asked, "Who's there?" Kang Tan said puzzledly, "They're coming from behind." But the person who had just spoken those words was now standing in front of them. Ling Han cried out in shock. Duan Muqi, hearing this name, someone still couldn't believe it and asked again, "Duan Muqi, is he really Duan Muqi?" Ling Han quickly confirmed, "Yes, when the previous sect leader, and I want to pay tribute to the Duan Mu family. We met him." "It's him." Kang Tan still didn't quite understand. He scratched his head and asked, "What do you mean by Duan Muqi? Should we call him Duan Mu Yongqi instead?" Ling Han had to explain reluctantly, "Sect leader, this great person is the 4th family head of the Duan Mu clan. Duan Muqi, he's a spirit platform realm expert." But even after the explanation, It didn't change anything for Kang Tan. He put on an indifferent face and extended his hand in greeting. "Oh, I've long heard of you. Jizi, right? What brings you here?" His attitude directly made Duan Mu-Chi's blood boil with anger. He frowned and scolded you. Not just him. Even the disciples of Fei Xian's sect were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, this doesn't seem like he's long heard of him at all. Duan Mu-Chi tried to suppress his anger and calmly said, "I'm here to show you the way." After saying this, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. No one spoke. To break this awkward silence, King Tan had to speak up. "Ah, who are you again?" "Duan Mu-Yong-Chi, just speak plainly." Meanwhile, at the Duan Mu family estate, everyone was watching Kang Tan's gestures and words through a screen. Even though it was just through a screen, they were all furious. Everyone shouted in dissatisfaction. This. Some even gritted their teeth and cursed. Does this Fei Xian sect know any rules? Don't they know basic etiquette? They should be angry by now. At Fei Xian sect, Duan Mu-Chi also said similar words. "I thought Sect Leader Kang, who destroyed 4 sects, was a rising hero, but I didn't expect him to be so ignorant of proper conduct. I won't beat around the bush anymore. I know you have some backing, but distant water can't quench a nearby fire. If you want to stand against Chi Ri's sect, you can only rely on our Duan Mu family." After saying this, he put on an arrogant expression and continued. "However, if you want to become disciples, you must meet 3 conditions." Without waiting for those below to agree or not, Duan Mu-Chi continued on his own. First, hand over all the true grade treasures from the 4 major sects that were destroyed. Second, Fei Xian sect will continue to be a vassal of the Duan Mu family, paying annual tribute. Third, marry Ji Ling Han to the young master Duan Mu Zi Su of the Duan Mu family as an alliance marriage. As soon as Ling Han heard the third condition, she became extremely worried. She turned to Kang Tan and cried out anxiously, "Sect leader." In response, Kang Tan's voice was full of confidence. "Don't panic. I have a way to deal with him." But Ling Han was still very worried. She hurriedly said, "But..." Before she could finish, Kang Tan made a gesture, signaling her to stop. Then he spoke up. "One of the things I enjoy most is saying no to those who think too highly of themselves. Therefore, I refuse." As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Han was shocked. She thought to herself, the sect leader is willing to offend Duan Mu-Chi for my sake. Duan Mu-Chi angrily shouted, "You little brat, don't be unreasonable." Before he could finish his sentence, Kang Tan immediately interrupted. "Oh, come on, stop it. No one likes to hear the lines of a trash character like you. I usually drive, so I can't drink your fake alcohol." After saying this, he directly tilted his head back and shouted loudly. The Tiger King sitting outside heard the shout and irritatedly yelled, "What's going on? What's all this noise about?" Kang Tan then angrily pointed at Duan Mu-Chi and shouted, "What kind of security is this? Since when can these idle people just walk in? Do you still want your job?" The Tiger King now looked completely like a dog. It scratched its head with its claws and said, "He didn't cause any trouble." Kang Tan immediately replied, "You want a reason. From now on, don't let anyone who's not from our sect enter casually." The Tiger King had a sleepy look on its face and didn't want to argue anymore. It quickly responded, "All right, I got it." Then it glared at Duan Mu-Chi sitting there and shouted loudly, "Hey you, I'm talking to you, get out. What are you waiting for? You made me get scolded for no reason." Duan Mu-Chi could no longer keep his composure. He said through gritted teeth, "You lowlifes dare to disrespect me like this, and even use a monster servant to drive me away." Seeing that the person above was furious, the disciples quickly split into 2 groups. Half of them hurried to comfort Duan Mu-Chi. Elder Duan Mu, please calm down." The other half went to persuade their sect leader. Sect leader quickly apologized. Elder Duan Mu. Not only was Duan Mu-Chi angry, but the Tiger King on this side was also very furious. It shouted loudly, "Damn it, what did you call me? Fuck, it's true that a tiger down from the mountains gets bullied by dogs. You ruffians still dare to look down on me." As soon as it finished speaking, the disciples inside the gate turned to beg it. "Little tiger, don't add fuel to the fire." Duan Mu-Chi no longer hesitated at this point. He shouted "Die," and immediately swung his hand, launching an attack towards the Tiger King. The attack exploded, and Little Tiger's figure disappeared. Seeing this, Luo Yuan and the others immediately cried, "Is Little Tiger gone? We won't have a cat to pet anymore. Boo-hoo." Seeing the Tiger King disappear, Duan Mu-Chi let out a cold laugh and said with a glare, "Umph, monster servant, let's see if you can still be arrogant now." After saying this, he turned to King Tan and continued, "It's your turn." Hearing him say this, King Tan smiled and replied, "Umph, it's still too early." Immediately after, Duan Mu-Chi cried out in shock. Before his eyes, the small monster he thought had died was now standing unharmed in front of him, even larger and more imposing, shouting loudly, "This time I'm really angry." Duan Mu-Chi, seeing everything unfolding before his eyes, slowly realized Monster King. Before he could recover from this shock, the Tiger King directly charged forward, punching him in the face, causing Duan Mu-Chi to fall from his chair to the ground, unable to resist. The Tiger King didn't stop there. It ferociously approached the person lying on the ground and delivered another kick. The illusions around immediately shattered. The Tiger King continued stomping without pause. Then, it directly bared its sharp teeth, its eyes glowing brightly as it stared at Duan Mu-Chi's terrified face, as if wanting to eat him alive. A stream of fire spewed out, slowly burning Duan Mu-Chi's figure, causing him to scream in pain. At the Duan Mu family estate, Duan Mu-Chi's real body was also being torn apart by pain, a ring of fire surrounding him, making him cry out involuntarily, "Ah! Ah!" The people around saw this and worriedly called out, "Fourth family head Duan Mu-Chi," but no one could help him. Duan Mu-Chi now seemed drained of all spiritual energy, his face pale and bloodless. Then he could no longer sit upright and directly fell to the ground. Looking at Duan Mu-Chi's figure lying on the ground, the people of the Duan Mu family finally cried out in shock, "That's a monster king." At Assassination Sect, after dealing with that Duan Mu guy, the Tiger King was still a bit dissatisfied and snorted, "PFF." Seeing it, Luo Yuan and the others asked each other in amazement, "Is that little tiger?" The Tiger King, hearing this, immediately corrected them, "Call me Tiger King." Knowing its identity, those people dared not disobey and quickly bowed their heads, addressing it, "Long live the Tiger King." King Tan then smiled and stepped forward, patting the Tiger King's shoulder and saying, "All right, little tiger has redeemed himself." The Tiger King, who had just shown its might on the other side, was now called Little Tiger by King Tan, feeling a bit embarrassed. It immediately reminded him, "That's enough. I just put on a little show. Give me some face." This image of King Tan putting his arm around the Tiger King's shoulder shocked the disciples behind them. They stared at each other wide-eyed and said, "The sect leader is even putting his arm around a monster king's shoulder. How profound is the sect leader's cultivation really?" As everything seemed to have settled down, King Tan spoke to everyone. "All right, let's get back to the main issue." Sitting on the chair in the main hall, he continued, "Let's put aside the matter of the Duan Mu family for now. The urgent task at hand is to resolve the issue with the ancient Sun Sect." Hearing this, almost all the disciples in the sect became excited, especially Ling Han, who hastily spoke up first. "Yes, sect leader, what are your orders? How should we defend ourselves?" Hearing this question, King Tan proudly replied, "Defend. When has your sect leader ever needed to defend? There's no need to be afraid. We will meet them head on." Ling Han immediately responded, "Sect leader, how about we directly open the gates and launch a surprise attack?" Luo Yuan also chimed in, "With the sect leaders and Tiger King's strength, it shouldn't be a problem." Someone shouted in agreement, "That's right." Hearing this, the Tiger King asked puzzledly, "When did I say I wanted to join the attack?" Ling Han frowned and replied, "This concerns the big picture. How can you not?" But the Tiger King didn't care about this issue at all. It winked and said, "Oh, I'm the guardian spirit beast of the sect. Your sect leader said it himself." Everyone heard it. Attacking outsiders is not within the scope of a guardian spirit beast's duties. You'll have to pay extra. As it was saying this, suddenly King Tan stepped forward, patted its head, and said with a smile, "If you like staying at home, then stay home and be a watchdog." The Tiger King, being treated like a dog, angrily cursed you. King Tan added grimly, "But I must remind you, you've signed a guardian spirit beast contract with me. When I'm not here, you must protect the sect well, or heaven and earth will not forgive you." Hearing this, the Tiger King casually picked its nose and replied, "I understand this better than you. Go on, go." Then King Tan said nothing more and directly flew into the air. Looking at him, several disciples admiringly shouted, "The sect leader is truly a god, challenging the Sun Sect alone without any concealment." Hearing this, the Tiger King scornfully asked, "Since when did you have such a powerful sect leader?" After saying this, it directly sat on the sect leader's chair, gnawing on a chicken leg while complaining, "God my ass, do you really think those big sects were destroyed by him? Without me, he's nothing." As soon as these words left its mouth, everyone was stunned. Someone exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Ling Han even angrily scolded, "The sect leader is a hero. It's not for you, a little tiger, to look down on him." The Tiger King frowned and retorted, "Damn it, you still don't believe me." At this moment, Exen Shuang suddenly stepped forward and whispered in Ling Han's ear, "Senior Sister Ji, I heard that when those sects were destroyed, there was the shadow of a tiger demon flying by." A disciple also chimed in, "Yes, yes, yes, and there were many independent cultivators nearby who suffered internal injuries from the tiger demon's residual aura." Hearing these words, Ling Han's resolve began to waver. She lowered her head and asked herself, "Is it true?" Then she looked up at the Tiger King again, but it just raised its head with a disdainful expression. At this point, Ling Han hurriedly said, "Little tiger, you're the sect's guardian spirit beast. Now that the sect leader is in danger, how can you stand by and do nothing?" The Tiger King finally spoke up, but it made a demand, "Flatter me, and I'll consider it." At the Duan Mu family estate, things have become extremely chaotic due to the recent events. They cried out, "It's over, it's over, the Sun Sect is doomed." Everyone was racking their brains. That spirit beast is at least at the heavenly mandate realm. The people of the Sun Sect won't last 30 seconds. Moreover, forget about the spirit beast destroying the Sun Sect. Won't that Kang Ton come after us? Hearing this, someone immediately replied, "Very likely. After all, we were disrespectful to him earlier." After saying this, they silently looked at Duan Mu Chi's withered corpse on the ground. Then everyone rushed forward to trample on the corpse, beating it and angrily cursing, "It's all your fault that we have to bear the consequences. Ah, you've killed us all." Seeing everyone gradually losing control, one of them hurriedly spoke up to advise, calm down, calm down. Based on the current situation, that Kang Ton is also at the Soul Division realm. It's just unknown what kind of opportunity he had to obtain that spirit beast. If we can kill Kang Ton." Hearing this, someone below continued, "That spirit beast will become masterless, right? Maybe it could even belong to us." At this point, that person thought for a moment, then voiced a speculation. "From what we saw in the remnants of the death transmission technique earlier, it seems that Kang Ton didn't bring the tiger demon to the Sun Sect. Perhaps he wants to go somewhere to use a teleportation array or summoning talisman to summon the tiger demon." Kang Ton was unaware that his every move was being monitored. He was still flying around on his sword, smiling and saying, "The opportunity has come." Kang Ton happily said, "Being able to control sword flight, enjoy the scenery, and protect my little sister, this world is truly exhilarating." At this moment, something suddenly flew past him from behind. Kang Ton was startled. He turned around and let out a cry. Immediately after, he was directly stabbed by a blade, with no time to dodge. The move was so fast it couldn't be clearly seen. His body no longer able to resist, Kang Ton immediately fell from his sword, plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, in the nearby bushes, a figure appeared, silently observing. As soon as Kang Ton fell, several disciples of the Duan Mu family immediately ran out cheering. "Excellent. The Great Master is truly ingenious." That Great Master was the one who had just struck. After finishing, he smiled and said, "The family heirloom blood transformation blade, dedicated to the Duan Mu family, is more than enough to deal with a little brat like you." Then he immediately called out, "Kang Ton is dead. We shouldn't stay here long." Quickly reorganized the Duan Mu family and quietly observed the changes. At the same time, in the system space, Kang Ton still didn't understand why he had died. He asked himself, why did I die? The system screen quickly answered him, analyzing the cause of host death. 1. Assassinated by a spiritual embryo realm expert. 2. The assassin's method cannot be used. Please wait a moment. The system also issued a notification. Host cultivation level increased to spiritual embryo realm 4th stage. Host received a divine grade spiritual embryo. effective in suppressing all divine-grade spiritual embryos in the realm. Host comprehended Water Cold Heart Technique, 7th level. Host comprehended Spiritual Embryo Transformation, 5th level. Host comprehended Underworld Wind Flame, 7th level. Host has been resurrected. Reading this, King Ton exclaimed joyfully, no need to summon a patch anymore. The system has finally shown some humanity. After resurrection, King Ton fiercely said, "Who dares to attack this 69-year-old comrade without martial virtue?" But there was no one left. Only an empty space answered him, with only the sound of howling wind. Looking at the scene before him, King Ton's face twisted as he said, "Where is everyone? You should at least leave a few people for me to farm experience." King Ton irritatedly asked, "Who was it? You kill me and don't even show yourself, not even letting me stab you twice to show my gratitude." Saying this, he jumped onto his sword, saying as he went, "Oh well, I still have 2 resurrection chances anyway. It doesn't affect my plans at all." At this time, at the Duan Mu family estate, the person who had just killed King Ton was standing majestically amidst the cheers of everyone. Looking at him, everyone joyfully congratulated and praised. Congratulations on the family head's triumphant return, eliminating the great threat to Shanglan from Flying Cloud Prefecture. The Duan Mu family head thoroughly enjoyed these cheers. He took out the blade that had just achieved merit and said, "Go, quickly go and make offerings to the blood transformation blade. If I had known King Ton was this weak, I wouldn't have needed to use the blood transformation blade." Hearing this, someone stood up and added with a smile, "It seems indeed that King Ton's strength wasn't worth mentioning. He just relied on the help of that tiger demon." The family had agreed with this view, nodding and replying, "Before killing him, I had already probed with my divine sense. He was nothing but a soul division realm trash." Saying this, he went to the family head's seat and sat down, loudly asking, "Give me an update. What's the situation at the Flying Immortal Sect? Is the tiger demon still there?" As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple rushed in shouting, "Report." The Duan Mu family head frowned at his appearance and reminded, "Why are you so flustered, losing all composure?" The disciple paid no attention to this issue. He hurriedly shouted, "No, it's not good, family head, that King Ton, he's not dead yet." This time it was the family head's turn to be shocked and pale. He widened his eyes, mouth agape, immediately refuting, "What nonsense are you talking about? I personally killed him with the blood transformation blade." The disciple quickly used the shape-shifting image technique to display the current image of King Ton, asserting, "Intelligence shows that King Ton is currently flying towards the Red Sun Sect." The Duan Mu family head was extremely shocked at this point. He didn't understand what had happened, only puzzled and asking himself, "How is this possible? I clearly saw him die. Could he know some secret technique like sealing breath and concealing spirit?" The disciples behind him also began to anxiously ask, "Family head, what should we do now?" Hearing the question, he regained his composure and replied, "It was my carelessness. If one kill wasn't enough, I will kill him again. Let's see how many lives he has." This statement somewhat reassured the disciples. They even reminded the family head to bring the blood transformation blade. But despite hearing this reminder, the Duan Mu family head showed quite a bit of contempt for his enemy. He said, "A soul division realm trash doesn't require the blood transformation blade. I will crush him directly." After saying this, he quickly jumped on his sword to go kill. Elsewhere, King Ton was still leisurely flying around, happily humming a tune. He was still unaware that he was being secretly followed. It wasn't until a strong gust of wind blew past and a male voice shouted, "Underworld Wind Flame Sword," that King Ton turned to look at him, thinking confusedly, where did this double sickness come from? As soon as they met, he called out the name of the technique. The family head directly charged forward with his blade, shouting, "Die." Then he aimed straight at King Ton and thrust. Seeing the blade getting closer and closer, he didn't panic at all. King Ton skillfully drew his sword and blocked the family head strike. The two swords clashed with a piercing sound. Looking at the person facing him, King Ton calmly raised his middle finger and questioned, attacking while shouting slogans, "Are you stupid?" The Duan Mu family had only then realized his slip of the tongue. He frowned and cursed, "Damn it, I can't hold back anymore." King Ton now became extremely gloomy. He let out a terrifying laugh, mocking, "It's obvious you pretend too much normally, forming a conditioned reflex. Learn a bit. Watch me demonstrate." As he finished speaking, King Ton directly swung his sword in front, shouting the name of the technique Underworld Wind Flame Sword. This caused his sword and his entire body to suddenly glow. Then, without another word, he swung his hand and delivered a strike. Instantly, sharp ice shards shot out, piercing straight into the Duan-Mu family head, causing him to cry out in pain. Ah. This move of Kang Tan's greatly confused the Duan-Mu family disciples observing from their sect. They asked each other in shock, how does this guy know the secret technique of the Duan-Mu family? Moreover, he's cultivated it to the 8th level, the same as our family head. As soon as they finished speaking, someone speculated, is there an insider in the upper echelons? Those around who heard also began to suspect and ask, who could it be? The Duan-Mu family head, after enduring Kang Tan's strike, stabilized himself. He swung his sword to break the ice layer surrounding him, then angrily gritted his teeth and said, Kang Tan, who exactly are you? How did you secretly learn the skills of my Duan-Mu family? Then he furiously swung his sword and questioned, who is your insider? How long have they infiltrated my Duan-Mu family? Faced with his questions, Kang Tan calmly smiled and replied, I'm not that shameless. Clearly, it's your Duan-Mu family who secretly learned from my flying immortal sect, yet you dare to question me. It seems the ancestors of your Duan-Mu family passed down no need for face. The Duan-Mu family head was immediately angered by this statement. He suddenly stood up and shouted, you dare insult my ancestors, I'll kill you. Then he chanted a spell and created a string of spiritual threads. In an instant, a spiritual embryo appeared under his feet. After completing it, he spoke again, you little brat who secretly learned my family's techniques. Did you also secretly learn about spiritual embryos? This scene excited the inner disciples greatly. They laughed and said, the great master's spiritual embryo has appeared. There aren't many people in Xinglan Prefecture who have a mystic-grade spiritual embryo. If Kang Tan can also manifest a mystic-grade spiritual embryo, I'll eat shit. Kang Tan didn't say much. He directly waved his hand to create an extremely terrifying spiritual vortex. As he did so, he said, we don't understand this very well either. Just so happens you old fart can help me appraise it a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Tan's spiritual embryo was complete. It looked like a brilliant fiery lotus, its power only stronger and absolutely not weaker. The Duan-Mu family head was also shocked by this spiritual embryo to the point of gaping. He frowned and shouted, what? This is a divine-grade spiritual embryo. Not only did he reveal a shocked expression, but all the Duan-Mu family disciples who saw this scene couldn't help but open their mouths wide. They cried out in disbelief. This completely matches the description of divine-grade spiritual embryos in the books. How is this possible? Divine-grade spiritual embryo? Isn't this just a legend? Do divine-grade spiritual embryos really exist in this world? Kang Tan was now completely enraged. His sharp eyes stared at the person in front of him, silently saying, let me feel what absolute suppressing power is like. The Duan-Mu family head seemed to be in great pain. He clutched his head, his whole body shaking violently, letting out agonizing screams. His spiritual embryo couldn't withstand it either and was directly destroyed. At the same time, in the Duan-Mu family, the spirit tablet bearing the name Duan-Mu Huang also cracked, indicating that the Duan-Mu family head was no longer alive. Looking at the corpse on the ground gradually growing cold, Kang Tan couldn't help but ask with a hint of contempt, is that all? Afterwards, he quickly collected the treasures from Duan-Mu Heng's body. A moment later, the system issued a statistical notification to its host. 1 great square round table, 1 ice-forged sword, 1 set of bear fur armor, 500 high-grade spirit stones, 350 demon-nourishing pills. Scroll down to see more. After reading it, Kang Tan thought to himself, the harvest is not enough, I need to destroy more sects. Of course, the killing scene just now was witnessed by the Duan-Mu family disciples. Although they saw everything with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it and stammered, the family head is dead. As they said this, those people panicked again, clutching their heads and shouting, what should we do now? What should we do? That Kang Tan will surely attack here. Should we run away first? While they were still trembling with worry, suddenly someone stood up to reassure them. Calm down, calm down. We still have an ace up our sleeve. He clenched his fist anxiously and continued. Things have come to this point. We can only seek help from the true big shots now. After killing Duan-Mu Heng, Kang Ton continued, riding his sword towards the Red Sun Sect. This made the independent cultivators watching from the sidelines very curious. They secretly guessed, is this guy going alone to seek peace? As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately refuted. That's not right. I heard he's only at the Soul Division realm. Those are all nonsense. How could a Soul Division realm destroy the 4 major sections? He must be a spiritual embryo realm expert. At this time, someone had already come out to block the entrance of the Red Sun Sect. That person looked at Kang Ton and mocked. Little Kang Ton, do you think you can cause trouble in the Red Sun Sect with just yourself? After saying this, he immediately conjured something. Faced with what was happening before his eyes, Kang Ton chose to remain silent. He curiously stared at the thing in front of him, and the thing that the Red Sun Sect people conjured was an extremely large furnace. It enveloped and suppressed Kang Ton's entire body. The independent cultivators outside who saw this scene couldn't help but exclaim, that's the 6 Cauldron Heavenly Furnace formation. They mixed in a bit of anger and cursed. This Red Sun Sect still hasn't corrected their arrogant habit. I really want to see how Sect Leader Kang will destroy them. The Red Sun Sect disciples were indeed very arrogant. They provokingly said to Kang Ton with a smile, this is our sect's 6 Cauldron Heavenly Furnace formation. Only those who can pass through this formation are qualified to become our disciples. If you want to seek peace, then stay in this formation for 2 hours. Of course, Kang Ton didn't care about this disciple title at all. He decisively swung his blade and shouted, disciple my ass. Do you take me for an intern? I'm already at the level of a guide. After saying this, Kang Ton directly swung his sword towards the Red Sun Sect people, causing them to scream in agony continuously. Just one move had caused a large group of disciples to lose their lives. After killing them, Kang Ton even smiled grimly and said, who told you this old man came to seek peace? After saying this, he waved his hand again, releasing a huge force of cultivation technique, aiming straight at the raging flames and shouting, you want this old man to seek peace? Then I'll flatten you all to the ground. This action of Kang Ton made the watching independent cultivators terrified. They worriedly cried out, has he gone mad? Doesn't he know that the Red Sun Sect is even stronger than the 4 major sects combined? Kang Ton originally didn't care, but while fighting enthusiastically, he suddenly stopped. He looked in one direction and said, that's right. What Kang Ton was looking at was the 6 Cauldron Heavenly Furnace formation of the Red Sun Sect. He raised the sword in his hand and thought to himself, I wonder how many points this thing can be exchanged for. Thinking of this, Kang Ton withdrew his sword. He waved his hand, blowing his ice technique into the formation, and the surrounding flames gradually disappeared. Not long after, the Red Sun Sect leader finally arrived. He roared loudly, you bastard! How dare you kill people from my sect? Is this your sincerity in seeking peace? But as soon as he said this, his eyes fell on something else. He widened his eyes and shouted, wait, you have. What shocked him so much was that furnace formation. Now there was not a single spark of fire left inside. It had been completely replaced by Kang Ton's ice technique. Then Kang Ton directly smashed it into pieces. As soon as the furnace formation was destroyed, the system issued a notification, successfully exchanged for 1,000 points. Current points, 7,600. Kang Ton was overjoyed. He laughed and said, haha, indeed it can be exchanged for a large amount of points. Although Kang Ton was very happy, not everyone felt the same. The Red Sun Sect leader below was furious. He glared and pointed, shouting, you bastard, you killed people from my sect and destroyed one of my formations. Tell me, how do you want to die? At this moment, Kang Ton showed great anticipation, replying in a coquettish manner. Hey, you little guy are quite straightforward. I like it. Come and kill me. The sooner the better. As soon as he finished speaking, the system quickly issued a reminder, directly asking others to kill oneself. Not resisting or intentionally yielding is considered suicide. Kang Ton read it and immediately replied, oh, all right, got it. After saying this, he swung his sword provocatively. Come on, let's see if you have what it takes. The Red Sun Sect leader wasn't about to back down. He shouted returning flame, sword technique, and immediately a vortex of lava appeared, dyeing the entire area red. Without hesitation, he aimed straight at where Kang Ton was standing and shouted, ha! those vortexes immediately surged towards him. Of course, King Ton wouldn't just stand there and take the hit. He secretly sneered and raised his sword to shield himself. The fire and ice techniques were unleashed, countering each other. The momentum was not at all weak. Seeing the technique King Ton had just used, the Red Sun Sect leader pondered and said, "It's the Duan Mu family's underworld wind flame sword. This little brat indeed has people from the Duan Mu family behind him." He wasn't the only one thinking this way. His disciples were the same. They angrily cursed. The despicable Duan Mu family is truly insidious. So from the beginning, they wanted to oppose our Red Sun Sect. Hearing these self-made assumptions, King Ton couldn't help but roll his eyes in annoyance. That Red Sun Sect leader became increasingly furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "You little beast, don't think that just because you have the Duan Mu family backing you, our Red Sun Sect will fear you." As he said this, he even released his own fire energy and cursed, "People of the Duan Mu family, listen carefully. I know you're watching. After I kill this little brat, I'll come to settle scores with you." These words made the current head of the Duan Mu family sneeze continuously. He still didn't know what had happened, and was discussing with people in the sect, but can the Red Sun Sect really kill King Ton? Back at the Red Sun Sect, after finishing his curses, the sect leader unleashed a ball of fire without hesitation. The flames intertwined, forming an incredibly powerful fire arena. It swirled around him. Controlling the flames in his hand, he shouted, "Die." As soon as this spiritual platform appeared, it astonished all the witnesses. They all stared without blinking and shouted, "It's here, the sect leader's mystic-grade spiritual platform." Even in the entire Qinglan prefecture, there aren't many people with a mystic-grade spiritual platform. But what they never expected was that King Ton actually had one too. At this moment, he was standing very happily on his own spiritual platform. Moreover, King Ton's spiritual platform was emitting dazzling seven-colored light. Witnessing this scene, the Red Sun Sect disciples' eyes nearly popped out, their mouths agape. The independent cultivators outside couldn't see clearly what was happening inside, only seeing that dazzling light. Seeing it, they buzzed with discussion. What's going on? Could it be a divine-grade spiritual platform? Does the Red Sun Sect have someone with a divine-grade spiritual platform? It can't be Sect Leader King, can it? King Ton was extremely excited at this moment. He kept changing into various forms, looking very provocative. Seeing that he could create such a powerful spiritual platform, even the Red Sun Sect leader was frightened. Then, as if affected by the spiritual platform, he painfully crouched down and cried out, "Ah!" He thought to himself, "This pressure is truly too strong." King Ton, of course, wouldn't let him be at ease. He lightly jumped from his own spiritual platform to where the sect leader was. This scene once again broadened the horizons of those below. He actually left his own spiritual platform. It's too outrageous. As soon as King Ton jumped over, he grabbed the head of the Red Sun Sect leader and said darkly, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it." With his head grabbed, the sect leader's face turned pale. He glanced at King Ton and sneered, "Arrogant brat, leaving your spiritual platform now is suicidal behavior. You'll pay for your arrogance. Haha, go ahead and destroy your own life." King Ton was genuinely frightened by these words. He hurriedly asked his system, "Suicidal behavior. Damn it, system, does this count as suicide?" The system quickly replied, "Answer to the host. If it's not intentional, it doesn't count." It also didn't forget to deduct points. Successfully deducted 500 points, 7,100 points remaining. King Ton no longer had the mind to care about points. After hearing the answer, he sighed in relief. "Phew, that scared me to death." Just as he was still recovering from what was said earlier, the sect leader suddenly stood up. Then without hesitation, he immediately kicked King Ton hard, shouting excitedly, "Die." Being hit, King Ton angrily cursed, "Damn it, a sneak attack." Seeing him falling, the sect leader quickly ordered his disciples below, Kill him quickly. Don't let him turn the tables." Hearing the order, the disciples immediately took action. Some held shovels, some held slippers, looking terrifying. Seeing these people, King Ton exclaimed, "Do you need so many people? Am I being welcomed like this in Qatar?" Regardless of King Ton's nonsensical talk, the disciples still rushed to beat him. They said to each other, "Hitting him looks painful." King Ton painfully cursed, "Damn it, it hurts. How can you be so useless? Can't you be gentler?" The Red Sun Sect people beat him for a long time, but couldn't kill King Ton, which frustrated them. They glared and said, Damn it, his cultivation is too high. Our attacks can't kill him. Someone heard this and shouted, "The Great Formation! Use the Great Formation!" As soon as the words were spoken, they hurriedly stood in a circle, placing Kang Tan in the center. A group of people joined forces to release energy, together creating a six-peak heavenly furnace formation. Its power was even greater than before. Seeing this scene, the independent cultivators outside were all terrified. They gaped and shouted, "That's... damn it, run quickly." Not only did they want to run, but even the disciples in the Red Sun Sect reminded each other. All disciples below the dividing spirit realm retreat to the fire avoidance pavilion to avoid danger. Hearing the order, everyone immediately panicked and ran inside, shouting as they ran. The six-peak heavenly furnace formation accurately shot flames towards Kang Tan, causing him to shout in pain, "Are you still human? Do you want to roast me alive?" The flames in the formation suddenly burst fiercely, accompanied by screams of awe. The Red Sun Sect disciples were using all their strength to maintain the flames. Its power was so great that it spread to the independent cultivators watching the commotion outside. They had to run for their lives to avoid being burned to ashes. After maintaining it for a while, Kang Tan's intact figure had been burned black as coal, still smoking. Standing on the spiritual platform and seeing this scene, the Red Sun Sect leader couldn't help but sigh in relief and said, "Ahem, I hate two types of people in this world the most. One is those who like to show off, and the other is those who prevent me from showing off." With Kang Tan eliminated, everyone cheered. Sect leader's divine strategy. Wisely killing a divine-grade spiritual platform. Sect leader is mighty. Leaving his body, Kang Tan's soul immediately returned to the system space to check the notification. Checking the host cause of death. 2/3 cause of death. Killed by the Sect's protective formation. Killer. The entire Red Sun Sect. Creating survival plan. Please wait. Reading this, Kang Tan said, "Oh, it wasn't the summoning of the Tiger Brothers. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so smug. Relying on the divine-grade spiritual platform, I might have been able to deal with them." After a while, the system continued to issue the next notification. The host's heroic posture in the bloody battle has secretly moved the Een soul in the Nine Pants Demon. The host has received one chance to increase the combat power of the Nine Pants Demon battle soul, lasting for 3 minutes. Hearing this news, Kang Tan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ah, what new toy is this?" Outside, that sect leader had long since left the spiritual platform and was standing in front of his disciples. He shouted fiercely, "Kang Tan is dead. All of Red Sun Sect, hear my order, quickly get ready and follow me to settle scores with the Duan Mu family." Hearing the order, they immediately responded, "Yes, sir." But before the people of the Red Sun Sect could take a step, suddenly a figure flashed by from behind. The sect leader sensed it and turned his head to look. As he looked, he immediately saw Kang Tan, who had just been burned to ashes moments ago. His eyes were blazing, fiercely staring at the sect leader. After a moment, he flashed a terrifying smile and said with wide eyes, "Oh, now Kang Tan has turned evil." Without giving anyone a chance to react, he immediately swung his arm, raising that sword full of power. At this moment, the people of the Red Sun Sect finally felt fear. They cried out in terror, "He's not dead. Is this guy a monster?" Kang Tan paid no attention to these words. He continued to swing his sword towards the group in front of him. The pressure was truly immense. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel terrified. Along with the sound of a ha 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 ha, the terrifying purple spiritual energy immediately slashed down, forming a circle that swept everything clean. In no time, the figures of the Red Sun Sect all disappeared. They died inexplicably, not even leaving corpses behind. Although he had thoroughly destroyed the people of the Red Sun Sect, Kang Tan was still not satisfied. He scratched his head in frustration and said, "I haven't even used my full strength, and you've all fallen. The 3 minutes aren't even up yet. What a waste." After saying this, he decisively flew up again, saying resolutely as he went, "I must use it all up." Outside the Red Sun Sect, the independent cultivators who had fled from the flames were significantly affected. They were still angrily cursing the damned Red Sun Sect for harming innocent people. "Ah, it hurt so much I got internal injuries." Just as they were crying out in pain, Kang Tan's figure appeared. He still maintained that terrifying appearance. Seeing him, the independent cultivators exclaimed in shock, Sect Leader Kang, you're still alive." Hearing this question, Kang Tan frowned and said sternly, "All independent cultivators, listen up. The Red Sun Sect has been eliminated by me and is no longer a threat to Qinglong Prefecture." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces showed doubt. They couldn't quite believe it and hurriedly asked, "Really? Is it true or false?" Kang Tan knew they didn't believe him and thought to himself, I can only prove it with strength. Thinking this, King Tan immediately shouted, make way for me. Then he swung his sword, slashing out a path. With just one move, he released an aura that no one dared to approach. And with his sword swing, the effect of the Battle Soul power also just ended. Withdrawing his hand, King Tan raised his chin and asked with an arrogant smile, do you believe now? How could the independent cultivators not believe? At this moment, they all knelt down in succession, praising him in unison. Kang the Divine is mighty. Sect leader without equal. May you live as long as heaven and earth. By eliminating this Red Sun Sect, Sect leader Kang's merit is immeasurable. Kang Tan was extremely pleased, but outwardly, he still pretended to be modest and said, humble, I wasn't even being serious yet. After pretending, he turned back to the Red Sun Sect. It was now a scene of desolation. Standing there, Kang Tan wondered to himself, the Red Sun Sect was one of the strongest sects in Qinglan Prefecture. I wonder if there's anything good here. Just as he was about to start collecting items, the system suddenly issued a series of notifications. Congratulations to the host for receiving 60 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 7,160 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 60 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 7,220 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 60 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 7,280 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 7,380 points. Seeing the accumulation points suddenly increase so much, Kang Tan excitedly covered his face and cried out, what's going on? Why are the accumulation points increasing for no reason? The system didn't stop, continuing to increase the accumulation points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 60 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 8,120 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 8,220 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 80 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 8,300 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 8,330 points. How could Kang Tan not be happy? He was overjoyed and blurted out, System, what's going on? This happiness is too sudden. After issuing a series of point addition notifications, the system quickly explained to Kang Tan, the recent performance has caused many independent cultivators to become devoted followers, turning into spiritual disciples. The Flying Immortal Sect disciples have successfully deducted 500 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 7,830 points. Although 500 points were deducted, Kang Tan didn't care at all, because the system was still continuously increasing accumulation points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 120 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 7,950 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 40 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 7,990 points. Seeing the accumulation points still increasing, Kang Tan said smugly, I told you not to waste opportunities to show off. There's even this kind of unexpected harvest. Putting that aside, Kang Tan continued to collect the spoils of war. While collecting, he smiled. Tisk, the Red Sun Sect is indeed a major sect. So many spoils, a big harvest indeed. On the system screen, it continuously tallied. 3 great square rings, 12 square rings, 1 returning flame sword, 1 red sun fire robe, 106 superior pills. More details below. A third grade spirit vein can be reclaimed by the system, exchanged for 20,000 accumulation points. 6 damaged heaven-fixing furnace formations can be reclaimed by the system, exchanged for 10,000 accumulation points. Do you want to exchange? Hearing the system's question, Kang Tan immediately replied, exchange, must exchange. Exchange successful. The system immediately displayed the total accumulation points after exchange. Current accumulation points, 38,850 points. Kang Tan now felt like a rich man. He was immersed in his accumulation points when suddenly he smelled a familiar scent. Kang Tan quickly exclaimed, it's the Huang smell. He even scolded, not staying obediently at home, sneaking here for what? While scolding, he turned his head to look, but there was no trace of De Huang here. Only an empty courtyard and a breeze. Seeing all this, King Tan wondered in surprise. Not De Huang, could it be? To answer this question, he immediately used his observation technique to look. As soon as he looked, a very familiar rainbow appeared. Seeing this, King Tan excitedly shouted, "A new Heart-World fragment has appeared." After saying this, he quickly controlled his sword to fly towards the glowing area. At the same time, at the Flying Immortal Sect, Tiger King was sleeping soundly, being served very comfortably. Seeing that Tiger King said he would help their sect leader, but still hadn't left, a disciple hurriedly asked, Tiger Lord, you said the sect leader would summon you. Why hasn't there been any movement yet?" Hearing him ask, Tiger King immediately got angry. He glared at the person who just spoke, asking grimly, "Are you doubting me?" That disciple didn't dare to say yes. He fearfully hurried to explain, No, Tiger Lord. I'm just worried about the sect leader's safety." Tiger King relaxed his mood again. He lay on the chair smoking, smiling, and answering, "Don't worry. The teleportation formation will appear soon. Your sect leader can't do without me, the great Tiger Lord." As he was speaking, suddenly a hand reached out from behind and grabbed his collar. Tiger King, being grabbed, uncomfortably shouted, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let me go. Who's grabbing my collar? You dare to grab me?" The person grabbing him was none other than Kang Tan. He looked at him reproachfully. "Cat, I guess you weren't guarding carefully, and sure enough, you ran here to brag. Do you want to be fired?" Hearing himself being scolded, Tiger King immediately cursed back, "Damn it, you dare to scold me. Have you destroyed the Red Sun Sect?" Hearing its question, Kang Tan leisurely replied, "I have." After saying this, he even kicked Tiger King. Tiger King naturally didn't believe it. He said, "You might fool them, but you can't fool me. You're clearly just a split soul." Just as he said this, he suddenly stopped, staring at Kang Tan. Then, Little Tiger directly pointed at his face and questioned, "Wait, when you left you were still at the split soul realm. How come you've become spiritual embryo realm now?" Hearing its question, Kang Tan, with an unchanged expression, made up a story. "I've told you, I'm a master from another world. You can't understand me using your mortal methods." Little Tiger still wasn't convinced and said, "That's not right. Even if you're at the spiritual embryo realm, you couldn't possibly destroy the Red Sun Sect. I've heard them say that the Red Sun Sect has several elders at the spiritual embryo realm." Seeing it didn't believe him, Kang Tan was too lazy to explain. He irritably said, "Why don't you go see for yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, Little Tiger stopped pretending to sleep and immediately jumped up to leave. Before leaving, it said fiercely, "You think I don't dare to go? Just wait, I'll expose you, and you won't be able to hold your head up in front of the disciples." It was talking big just now, but when it witnessed the desolate scene of the Red Sun Sect with its own eyes, it cried out in shock. How is this possible?" Little Tiger stared in amazement and asked itself, even if he had spiritual embryo realm cultivation, even with heavenly mandate realm cultivation, facing this kind of sect protection grand formation would be futile. Could it be that his true cultivation level is so well hidden that even I can't sense it? Thinking of this, it shook its head in denial. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must have exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary cultivator. At this moment in the Flying Immortal Sect, everyone was very happy. De Huang was comfortably lying down, eating spirit stones, while the disciples in the sect were immersed in the treasures that the sect leader had brought back. They excitedly cheered, all 5th grade equipment. Our Flying Immortal Sect can now dominate Qinglan Prefecture. We're unparalleled in Fei Yun Continent." After a while, Little Tiger finally returned. Seeing it, Kang Tan smiled and asked, "Well, Little Tiger, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Hearing his question, Little Tiger immediately put on a long admiring expression, shyly praising, "Sect Leader Kang is indeed skilled. I'm truly impressed." This action of his made the disciples in the sect very uncomfortable. Ling Han also frowned and reproached. Just now he was saying that the sect leader's destruction of the 4 major sects was all his merit. Turns out it was just boasting. Another disciple chimed in, "That's right, Little Tiger really knows how to gild himself." Everyone thought so, and chimed in one after another. That's right, that's right." Little Tiger, hearing these people talk about him like this, angrily shouted, "Damn it, you were just calling me Tiger Lord, and now you've changed your tune to Little Tiger. You changed so quickly." Kang Tan ignored them and smiled, turning to De Huang and saying, "By the way, De Huang, Dad has something good for you." De Huang, who was eating, immediately turned her head to look when Dad called. Kang Tan then took out a glowing fragment and waved it. Seeing this, De Huang's eyes immediately lit up, excitedly calling out, "It's a fragment of the heart world. Dad is really amazing." Then De Huang directly opened her mouth and swallowed that fragment into her stomach. As soon as she swallowed it, De Huang's entire body suddenly grew larger and emitted light, causing everyone to cover their eyes with their hands. Kang Tan was extremely shocked, frowning and calling out, "De Huang, she's grown up." In that dazzling light, De Huang's figure had indeed transformed into an adult. But when the light disappeared, De Huang's figure returned to normal, still a child. The little girl rushed towards Kang Tan, hugging him tightly, happily saying, "Dad is so good." Kang Tan, suddenly rushed by the little girl, directly spat blood, cursing, "Damn it, De Huang has gotten heavier." Little Tiger was also staring intently at De Huang. After looking for a while, it fearfully thought, "This guy is getting more and more dangerous." Kang Tan curiously asked De Huang, "Can you help upgrade the spirit vein now?" Hearing Dad's question, De Huang flew up and answered, "Yes, De Huang can demonstrate for Dad." After saying this, the little girl shouted loudly, "Upgrade." Immediately after, a series of sparkling things spread throughout the flying immortal sect. Seeing the sparkling scene around, the disciples exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, 4th grade spirit vein." Even the Duan Mu family and Red Sun Sect only had 3rd grade spirit veins. Our flying immortal sect has become the #1 cave heaven and blessed land in Qinglan Prefecture. Little Tiger, standing beside witnessing this scene, was so shocked that its mouth gaped open. It stared with wide eyes, mouth agape, exclaiming, "Upgrading the grade of spirit stones. How is this possible?" It secretly glanced towards De Huang, gritting its teeth and thinking, "I in the Heavenly Beast Cave only have a 6th grade spirit vein. Yet this thing can forcibly create a 4th grade spirit vein in a barren place like Qinglan Prefecture." Kang Tan was overjoyed. He generously poured a bag of spirit stones into De Huang's mouth, praising, "Good girl, here's a reward of many spirit stones for you." Little Tiger was still puzzled, wondering, what on earth is this thing? At the 8 Clouds Palace in Fei Yun Continent, the disciple from the Duan Mu family was trying to persuade the 8 Clouds Palace to help him. He knelt down, crying and begging, "Young Master Qi, the situation is just as I've described. Please help our Duan Mu family." He begged so earnestly, but in return, he only received a kick from the other party. The person who kicked him was named Qi Shang, the young master of the 8 Clouds Palace. He glared at the Duan Mu disciple and scolded, "You bastard, are you trying to fool me?" Although scolded, the Duan Mu disciple didn't give up. He quickly got up on his knees and continued, "Young Master Qi, I absolutely wouldn't utter a single false word. That Kang Tan truly has spiritual embryo divine grade cultivation. Otherwise, how could our family head spiritual embryo mystic grade be suppressed to the point of being unable to resist?" All the elders of our Duan Mu family saw it very clearly. Hearing this, Qi Shang didn't want to listen anymore. He turned and ordered his clan members, "See the guest out." Hearing the order, the clan members of the 8 Clouds Palace immediately rolled up their sleeves and responded in unison, "Yes." Seeing the group getting closer, the Duan Mu disciple, though very scared, still tried to shout, "Young Master Qi, please help save our Duan Mu family." After seeing the guest out, Qi Shang turned and asked, "Uncle Lu, what do you think?" The person called Uncle Lu immediately replied, "Regarding the tiger demon, I've heard that just one person was able to destroy the Red Sun Sect. Even if our palace master personally took action, I'm afraid it would be difficult to achieve." The person who just spoke was Lu Zhong, an inner council elder of the 8 Clouds Palace. After hearing this, Qi Shang asked, "Uncle means that the cultivation of that tiger demon might be even higher than our palace masters." Lu Zhong replied, "That's right. Rumors in Duan Muja both say that tiger demon is at the level of a demon king. We must be cautious about this matter and absolutely must not provoke them." Qi Shang pondered and replied. Lu Zhong turned and seriously added, "I think we should still report to the palace master and let him decide." As he finished speaking and prepared to leave, Qi Shang quickly called out, "Elder Lu, wait. I have a plan." Hearing this, Lu Zhong immediately let out an "oh" and turned to look at him. 2 days later, Kang Tan was leisurely fishing by the river. While fishing, he smiled and asked the system, "System, let this great master see how many points I've accumulated." The system quickly displayed a screen recording all the point details, noting, "Points for Yuan Z cultivating from Qi gathering realm 2nd level to 4th level, received 40 points. Xiang Heng cultivating from Qi gathering realm 2nd level to 4th level, received 36 points. In Xiaoxue cultivating from Qi, gathering realm 3rd level to 4th level, received 25 points. Ji Linghan cultivating from Qi, gathering realm 9th level to Soul Division realm 1st level, received 1,006 points. Dan Taizi cultivating from Wandering Soul, realm 9th level to Soul, gathering realm 1st level, received 40 points. Kang Tan excitedly exclaimed, "Haha, I can receive points without doing anything," experiencing the happiness of a wealthy boss. While he was happily enjoying himself, suddenly a disciple ran over to report, "Sect leader, the initiation ceremony is ready. We're just waiting for you to arrive." Hearing this, Kang Tan smiled and said, "Ah, another group of newcomers. Let's go. Let them admire this sect leader's majestic posture in front of the flying immortal sect's main hall." A large crowd had already gathered, and the voices in the sect began to buzz. Leaders, honored guests, and all fellow disciples, brothers and sisters, in this joyous moment, our flying immortal sect is holding its first disciple acceptance ceremony. Those who came to join the flying immortal sect as disciples were all amazed by the spiritual energy here. They whispered among themselves, "Is such dense, spiritual energy really from a 4th grade spirit vein? Impossible! How could Qinglan Prefecture have a 4th grade spirit vein?" Someone even asserted, "It's not wrong. I've been to the Red Sun Sect, and their 3rd grade spirit vein is far inferior to this place." In the crowd, there was a rather special-looking girl named Lin Ning. At this moment, Lai Yuan called out loudly from above, "Ahem, quiet please. First, let's applaud to welcome our mighty and impressive sect leader." As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Tan quickly appeared. Ling Han and Xiaoxue behind him also enthusiastically chanted the slogan, "Sect leader is mighty. Sect leader is mighty. Sect leader is mighty." Lai Yuan continued, "After introducing the sect leader, you all have passed the test and are all talented young people. Next, we will officially begin the disciple acceptance ceremony." Before he could finish his sentence, a flying immortal sect disciple looked at Lin Ning infatuatedly. His face flushed red as he asked, "Lin Ning, I'm willing to accept you as my disciple. Do you agree?" Before Lin Ning could answer, Xiaoxue had already stepped forward and pushed down her fellow disciple, saying, "Get lost, get lost. You old pervert, get lost quickly." Lin Ning, don't mind him. Becoming my disciple would be much more convenient for a woman. Before Lin Ning could speak, someone else rushed over. This time it was Qin Chong, who boastfully tore off his shirt to show off his muscular physique and said to Lin Ning, "Don't mind them. Become my disciple. I'm the one with the most developed muscles in the flying immortal sect." The long-haired disciple immediately retorted, "Don't pull that useless trick." "Ah, Qinglan Prefecture is the most affectionate." They argued with each other. "Get lost. Don't compete with me. Let her choose for herself." Lin Ning found the situation very troublesome. The others who came to join the sect also noticed. They painfully watched this scene of competition, feeling very uncomfortable. Is this the treatment for top-tier geniuses? It's too much. At least they should test us to give us a chance to experience it. Lin Ning then spoke up. "Respected elders, Lin Ning has already made her choice." Hearing her answer, those around immediately shouted, "That's too dismissive. At least you should test us to give us a chance to experience it." No one noticed that among the crowd was Qi Shang. He was paying attention to Little Tiger standing on the other side. Currently, he was playing the role of an insider, a newly minted recruit. Looking at Little Tiger, he thought to himself that this must be the Tiger Demon, indeed with profound and immeasurable cultivation. He excitedly mused to himself, "If it belongs to me, then the position of the next generation's palace master of the 8 Clouds Palace will be mine." While he was daydreaming, suddenly a disciple ran out calling him. Ahem. Qi Shang heard the sound and panicked, worried that he had been discovered. So when he turned around, he looked very tense. But the disciple just smiled, extended his hand and said, "Young one, have you chosen someone yet? I'll take you as my disciple. You can pay respects to your master now." Qi Shang forced a smile on his face and replied, "Ah, this." But in his heart, he was cursing. "This fat bastard calling me young one. I'm the young master of the 8 Clouds Palace, an 8th rank spiritual embryo expert. Be my master. Even your sect leader isn't worthy." But he couldn't directly refuse. He restrained himself. Calm down, calm down. One who does great things must learn to endure." Thinking this, Qi Shang hurriedly bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you, elder, for your consideration." But he hadn't finished his sentence. when the sect disciple's eyes turned fierce. He pointed at Qi Shang and scolded, "What do you mean, but I?" Trying to imitate Lin Ning. "Want to act high and mighty. She's a once-in-a-century genius. You're just a weakling ranked second. Still think you're talented enough to choose your master." Being scolded, Qi Shang felt very uncomfortable. He frowned and thought, "You fat bastard, just wait. Tomorrow you'll be in for a shock in the toilet." Thinking this, he smiled and said, "Elder's teachings are correct." The fat disciple heard this and said, "Then it's decided. Your name is Yin Chang, right? From now on, you're my disciple. Don't worry, following me will benefit you greatly." Lai Yuan announced from above. "All right, the initiation ceremony officially begins." Hearing this, everyone quickly entered the main hall together. Kang Tan was already seated waiting. One by one, they came forward to pay respects. The first was a girl. She very politely greeted. Wei Bai pays respects to the sect leader. At this moment, the system also displayed her information. Wei Bai, ordinary talent. It then announced the reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 points, currently having 40,251 points. Kang Tan was quite satisfied and said to the girl in front of him, "Very good. Now that you've joined the Flying Immortal Sect, we're family. Take these welcoming gifts. From now on, work hard in your cultivation and bring glory to our sect." Wei Bai was extremely excited at this moment and hurriedly said, "Thank you, sect leader." In her heart, she thought, just joined the sect and already receiving welcoming gifts. Truly the style of a great sect. Looks like I made the right choice. Xiao Shui was in charge of giving out gifts. Wei Bai immediately respectfully accepted, not forgetting to thank. "Thank you, Elder Shui." Then she quickly opened the gift box. A beam of light shone directly into Wei Bai's eyes, causing her to stammer in amazement. This. Wei Bai's expression made those watching from outside very curious. They discussed among themselves, what kind of welcoming gift could cause such amazement? Could it be high-grade spirit stones? Someone immediately refuted. "What are you thinking? Sect resources aren't to be used carelessly. Giving mid-grade spirit stones upon joining is already very generous." Wei Bai then answered their questions. She took out the items from the gift box, a storage ring. Inside there are many high-grade spirit stones and medicinal pills. And there's a 4th-grade cold steel sword and also a 4th-grade silver armor. She gazed at the sword in her hand in fascination, her heart leaping with joy. "I can't take it anymore. My heart can't take it anymore. It's too surprising." Not only Wei Bai was amazed, but almost everyone present was also shocked and discussing. Joining the sect and already receiving 4th-grade treasures. Isn't that the kind of reward only elders are qualified to receive? Wei Bai's test results were only average. How did she qualify for such generous welcoming gifts? However, besides Wei Bai, there were others stepping forward. This time it was a young man. Du Wu pays respects to the sect leader. Kang Tan didn't pay much attention to this person. He was focused on the system's notification. Congratulations to the host for receiving 15 points, currently having 40,266 points. Kang Tan thought to himself, good disciples must be given more. Then he said, very good, very good. Then he told Xiao Shui to give out the gifts. Du Wu also hurriedly opened his gift, exclaiming, a storage ring, spirit stones, 4th-grade medicinal pills, I got them too. Those watching from outside immediately exclaimed in surprise. So everyone gets them. And so Kang Tan, like a machine, repeated phrases like very good, you must work hard. The system kept steadily adding points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 15 points, currently having 40. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 points, currently having 40,301. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 points, currently having 40,321. Congratulations to the host for receiving 25 points, currently having 40,326. The new disciples who received gifts were all extremely excited. They cheered in unison, wow. Long live the Flying Immortal Sect. The sect leader is mighty. Finally, it was Lin Ning's turn. Even Kang Tan blushed because of her. Just like the others, Lin Ning very politely bowed. Lin Ning pays respects to the sect leader. As soon as she stepped up, the system immediately displayed 2 pieces of information about her. Lin Ning, SSR race, human. Nature, hidden emperor bloodline. Realm, foundation establishment. Overall evaluation, exceptional talent, rarely seen in 1,000 years. Another piece of information was the addition of points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,600 points, currently having 41,962 points. Kang Tan was stunned by Lin Ning's information. He covered his face in shock and said, what is the Hidden Emperor bloodline? The system quickly replied, answering the host's question. The Hidden Emperor bloodline is a branch of the 4 ancient divine beast bloodlines. If cultivating in-attribute techniques, one can gradually awaken the innate talent of the darkness system. Reading this, King Tan excitedly exclaimed, another girl with exceptional talent has appeared. Excellent, excellent. The system also didn't forget to remind. Successfully deducted 500 points. Current points are 41,426. Afraid that Kang Tan didn't know the situation, Ling Han hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Sect leader, she ranked first in the entrance examination. Hearing this, Kang Tan said with satisfaction, very good. Achieving first place deserves a corresponding reward. Xiao Shui, Xiao Shui. Hearing the sect leader call, Xiao Shui immediately responded, understood. The gift box was quickly brought before Lin Ning. Seeing the items inside, she widened her eyes and exclaimed, a great square ring. And there's also a 5th grade spirit sword and immortal clothes. The sword in Lin Ning's hand was the 9 Judgment Red Iron Sword, and the immortal clothes were the Demon Bamboo immortal clothes. This caused those observing from outside to gape in astonishment. They couldn't believe it and cried out, 5th grade treasures. In other sects, only inner elders and sect leaders are qualified to use 5th grade treasures. Can this still be considered an entrance welcoming gift? Kang Tan then spoke up. This 9 Judgment Red Iron Sword and Demon Bamboo immortal clothes are 5th grade treasures that I obtained from the Red Sun Sect. Their attributes might not be too suitable for you. Don't complain, just use them for now. Hearing this, Lin Ning immediately bowed deeply and said, this disciple wouldn't dare. Thank you, sect leader. Qi Shang, of course, also saw this scene. He wondered, what on earth is this guy doing? Even our 8 Clouds Palace in the Flying Cloud Sect, which is considered a major sect, wouldn't dare to be so wasteful. He's just a small sect leader and dares to do this. There are even 4th grade spirit veins. Looking at Kang Tan sitting above, Qi Shang asked himself, this Kang Tan, what great opportunity is he hiding behind his back? Thinking of this, it was his turn to step forward and pay respects. Qi Shang, having changed his name, respectfully bowed. Disciple by Shang pays respects to the sect leader. After saying this, Kang Tan fell silent. Qi Shang also didn't say anything more. The scene momentarily fell into silence. Kang Tan was silent because the system suddenly didn't issue any information. He hurriedly asked the system why it didn't remind him. On the other side, Qi Shang was also muttering, why isn't this guy saying anything? Kang Tan wasn't a fool. He thought silently. The system didn't remind me, which means this guy isn't sincerely submitting. Thinking of this, he was also very determined not to accept this person. Kang Tan bluntly waved his hand in refusal. You have no chance. Go away. Our flying immortal sect won't accept you. Qi Shang, being driven away, couldn't help but be surprised. He exclaimed in shock, why? Why? Hearing his question, Kang Tan slowly replied, no reason, I just don't like the look of you. Qi Shang was furious to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. You bastard. I'm a dignified 8th grade spirit platform cultivator. I've already lowered myself to come here and suffer this humiliation. And you. Before he could finish his sentence, Little Tiger had already aggressively approached, baring his fangs and asking, all right, will you leave on your own or should I see you out? Qi Shang was immediately frightened. He didn't dare to say anything more and could only hurriedly reply, ahem, I'll go on my own. After that, he left resentfully. As he was about to exit the door, he angrily turned his head back to look, muttering under his breath, just you wait, I'll make you pay dearly for this. After Qi Shang left, everyone quickly focused their attention on the disciples choosing their masters. At this time, the person chosen was Lin Ning. Seeing that she hadn't made a move for a while, Luo Yuan hurriedly urged, quickly choose an elder to be your master. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin Ning boldly shouted, Sect leader, I want you. This shout immediately stunned most people in the Flying Immortal Sect. Even Kang Tan didn't expect this. He hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. Oh no, no, no. You're still underage, right? 13 to 15 years old. That's not allowed. Not allowed. Ling Han also strongly disapproved of this. She frowned and stepped forward to scold. This is disrupting the hierarchy. Where are the rules? Hearing this, Lin Ning was a bit unhappy. Kang Tan also hurriedly chimed in. That's right. We can't cause chaos. Kang Tan will absolutely never be a child training sorcerer in this lifetime. Wait until you're 2 years older. Lin Han firmly disagreed. She immediately retorted with reason. Sect leader, even 2 more years won't do. If she takes you as her master, wouldn't she directly become an elder? What would the other second-generation disciples think? Hearing this, Kang Tan didn't know how to respond. He awkwardly coughed twice, stammering, taking a master. 2. After a pause, he quickly regained his ability to speak, looking seriously at Lin Ning and saying, Elder Ji is right. Although we are in a period of expansion, the basic moral principles of humanity must still be maintained. Ning, be good. Take Elder Ji as your master. Lin Ning was very straightforward. As soon as Kang Tan finished speaking, she pouted and directly criticized. She's not worthy. Sooner or later, I will surpass her. Only the sect leader is my true master. Ling Han, standing nearby, of course heard these words. She angrily glared, gritting her teeth and shouting, Lin Ning, you're too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have some talent, you can look down on everyone. Wait until you surpass my master, then talk about taking the sect leader as your master. After speaking, Ling Han crossed her arms proudly. Lin Ning didn't back down either. She immediately retorted, a promise is a promise. Ling Han also responded, a promise is a promise. The murderous aura emanating between the two stunned the surrounding disciples. Kang Tan was no exception, but he felt a bit unwilling. He looked at the fiery gazes of the 2 women in front of him and said dissatisfied, Hey, can you show some respect for this sect leader? Are you 2 treating me like a prize? Saying this, he sighed for no reason. Indeed, 3 women make a drama. Xiao Shui, standing nearby, heard this and exclaimed in confusion, what does that have to do with me? The whole morning of selecting disciples finally came to an end. Kang Tan sat tiredly on the chair and said, the disciple recruitment is over. I'll arrange things a bit. Next, just wait to grind for points. Just as he was feeling comfortable, Little Tiger suddenly came in from outside. He angrily put his hands on his hips and glared at Kang Tan, scolding, Damn you, Little Tan, I've let you be cocky enough today. Kang Tan again put on his leader pose. He looked at the person who had just spoken threateningly. Little Tiger, hurry up and obediently guard your garrison position. Don't make me fire you. Little Tiger wasn't scared by the threat. He sneered at the person opposite him and said, you're about to die and still dare to threaten me. Don't blame Grandpa Tiger for not telling you. The guy you drove away today, his cultivation level was actually 8th grade spirit platform, even higher than your cultivation level. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Tan exclaimed in disbelief, how is that possible? Did he hide his cultivation level? Hearing the question, Little Tiger smugly replied, with his little tricks, he might fool you, but he can't fool me. Kang Tan began to worry a bit. He frowned, sat down on the chair, and carefully asked, so he's a spy. Little Tiger laughed at this point. He crossed his arms with a gleeful expression and said, Kid, you're even better at acting than I am. You must have offended some force in Flying Cloud Prefecture, and they're looking to cause trouble for you. Hearing this, Kang Tan became thoughtful. He remained silent for a moment, then stroked his chin and said, There's even an 8th grade spirit platform cultivator coming. I wonder which major sect I've offended. Although he appeared very worried on the outside, inside he was so happy he could almost jump for joy. Little Tiger was, of course, angered by Kang Tan's expression. He excitedly thought, I'll take this chance to threaten him, destroy the remaining summoning talismans, and then I can be free. No sooner thought than done. As soon as Little Tiger finished that thought, he put on a terrifying expression. He glared and said, he hasn't gone far yet. If you agree, I'll go after him and take care of him. Seeing Little Tiger had become like this, Kang Tan panicked and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, Oh no, don't. He tried to soothe Little Tiger's mood. He hasn't done anything yet. He just came to scout around a bit. It's not to the point where we need to kill him. Seeing that Kang Tan didn't want to take action, Little Tiger thought he was too scared to act. So he became even more smug, thinking, this fool gets so scared when he learns the opponent's strength. Such an easily manipulated fool. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to trick him, I'd be wasting it. Thinking about the people of the Flying Immortal Sect having to serve tea and water to him, Little Tiger excitedly spoke up, Ahem. As long as you agree to submit to me, and have Da Huang and the others come here to serve Grandpa Tiger will step in to help you eliminate the forces behind that kid. How about it? Hearing this question, King Tan immediately frowned and raised his hand to remind him. Hey, I'm warning you to behave and do your guard duty. Don't get involved in other matters. Little Tiger was also stunned by his response, letting out an ah. At this point, King Tan seemed a bit excited, covering his face and continuing. Hey, such a powerful force. I'm afraid it's even stronger than the Red Sun Sect. How exciting. His behavior and thoughts were incomprehensible to Little Tiger. He hurriedly backed away, muttering to himself, this kid is really getting more and more perverted. He must be sick or something. Meanwhile, at the Eight Clouds Palace, Qishang angrily kicked open the door and rushed in. Seeing his gritting teeth, Lu Zhong asked, did the plan fail? Qishang sat down on the chair in frustration. Hearing his uncle's question, he didn't hide anything and honestly replied, it failed. Although Lu Zhong had guessed some of it, hearing the result firsthand still surprised him a bit. He was silent for a moment, then said, I didn't expect that tiger demon to be so formidable, even detecting such a perfect spirit concealment technique. Knowing his uncle had misunderstood, Qishang hurriedly refuted, if the tiger demon had discovered me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to return. Hearing this, Lu Zhong was startled and quickly asked, then why did it fail? Mentioning this, Qishang's anger flared up again. He angrily gritted his teeth and replied, that King Tan is so arrogant and domineering. He just said, I don't like the look of you and drove me away. If it weren't for that tiger demon, I would have already bathed their sect in blood. Lu Zhong chimed in at this point. No matter how powerful King Tan's Flying Immortal Sect is, it can't withstand the joint siege of the major sects in Flying Cloud Prefecture. Hearing this, Qishang hurriedly reminded Elder Lu, have you forgotten about that tiger demon? No sect dares to take the risk. If we act on our own, we'll suffer heavy losses and won't be able to win. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhong smiled slyly. Right, who said our Eight Clouds Palace needs to participate in the attack. Hearing this, Qishang immediately understood his uncle's thoughts. He spoke up, you mean we can take advantage of King Tan's chaos, use the pretext of providing aid to infiltrate and gain his trust. Then when he's off guard, Lu Zhong strongly approved of his words. He praised generously, TSK, young master, this is exactly why I chose to support you. At Muxiang Town, in Qinglan Prefecture, a notice was posted in a very visible place. It read, the Flying Immortal Sect has consecutively swept through 5 sects, their actions brutal and arrogant, making life in Qinglan Prefecture difficult, with everyone living in danger. From now on, the 5 prefectures and 8 sects will unite to defeat the Flying Immortal Sect, to rescue all mortals and cultivators of Qinglan Prefecture from their plight. Qinglan Prefecture's Duanmu family, Tiansu Prefecture's Qianning Fortress, Zhongyin Prefecture's Sufeng Sect, Tianyu Sect, Bailong Prefecture's Jinglong Mountain Villa, Wuding Prefecture's Luli Sect, Nanwu Sect, Blood Mix Valley. After reading this notice, most people were dissatisfied. They said, rescue us from misery. I don't feel any misery. That's right, after the Red Sun Sect was destroyed, we independent cultivators finally had good days. These guys must have seen the Flying Immortal Sect developing too fast, threatening them. Everyone strongly supported King Tan, laughing and saying, Sect leader Kang's divine power is invincible. These sects will bring about their own destruction. But some were not so sure. This time, King Tan probably can't boast anymore. Those 8 sects are the top major sects of the prefectures in Flying Cloud State. No matter how strong his Flying Immortal Sect is, can it withstand the joint attack of 8 sections? Just then, someone came running from afar, shouting in panic, over here, there's a fight. It seems the Flying Immortal Sect people are being attacked. At the Duanmu family, the 8 major sects were preparing to join forces against the Flying Immortal Sect. The Duanmu family member spoke first. Everyone, what do you think of this siege? The first to respond was the sect leader of Sufeng Sect, true person Jiu Luo of Zhongyin Prefecture. He stroked his beard and said, what else can we think? Who dares to disobey the orders of the young master of 8 Clouds Palace? The fortress master of Qianning Fortress, Dong Hai of Tianning Prefecture, also added, that Flying Immortal Sect should know better by now. Recently, they've been too arrogant, recruiting people all the way to our Tianning Prefecture, crossing prefecture boundaries without following rules. They must be taught a lesson. Mentioning this, the villa master of Jing Long Mountain Villa from Bai Long Prefecture, Long Shinshan, became extremely angry. His hair and beard stood on end with rage as he shouted, "That's right. Bai Long Prefecture had a genius young lady, and my Jing Long Mountain Villa wanted to form a marriage alliance many times, but she unexpectedly ran away to the Flying Immortal Sect. Even if Eight Clouds Palace hadn't ordered it, the Long family would still have to find them and demand justice." Seeing everyone's approval for this sect-destroying mission, especially Long Shinshan's, the Duan Mu family member immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Good. In that case, let's prepare a victory feast here, waiting for Villa Master Long's triumphant return." Dong Hai also took the opportunity to add with a smile, "Excellent. Wishing Jing Long Mountain Villa a successful opening battle." True person Jiu Luo, not wanting to be outdone, said, Such a good opportunity to show off, and Brother Long has snatched it away. Brother Long is so righteous, letting you claim all the credit." Long Shinshan, who originally thought everyone would act together, was now being pushed to take all the responsibility by those around him. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ah." Before he could finish speaking, a clap from afar interrupted him. The one who clapped was Qi Shang. He smiled and praised, "Villa Master Long indeed has spirit." Seeing him arrive, everyone present respectfully called out, "Young Master Qi, you've arrived." Qi Shang stepped in front of them and continued, "Since that's the case, we'll trouble Villa Master Long to make this trip." Hearing this, Long Shinshan immediately became anxious. He hurriedly said, "Young Master Qi, this matter needs careful discussion." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Shang's face turned cold as he questioned, "Does Villa Master Long have any objections?" Seeing his expression, Long Shinshan no longer dared to have any opinions. He fearfully exclaimed, I wouldn't dare. It's just," Qi Shang directly cut him off. "No need for many words. This time you'll lead the first attack. No need to actually fight. Just provoke and probe their strength. Lure out the tiger demon. You just need to run away afterward. Once this is done, Jing Long Mountain Villa will have the primary merit. Eight Clouds Palace has never mistreated its meritorious officials." Long Shinshan, hearing this, didn't say anything more, only silently lamenting in his heart, "Why did I have to open my big mouth?" Meanwhile, at the Flying Immortal Sect, La Yuan rushed in shouting, "Sect leader, something terrible has happened." Seeing his urgent manner, Kang Tan quickly asked, "What happened? Why are you so panicked?" Though he asked this, he already had a guess in his mind, thinking, could they have come to cause trouble so quickly? La Yuan hurriedly told Kang Tan, 8 major sects are preparing to surround and attack us. They're now looking for our Flying Immortal Sect disciples to fight. 2 disciples have already been injured. Little Tiger, standing outside the door, also heard this. It laughed and said, "You 2 little brats, wait for your death." After hearing La Yuan's report, Kang Tan immediately ordered without hesitation, "Inform our sect disciples not to go out. If anyone comes to invade, they must wait for me and Little Tiger to return and stop them." Hearing the order, La Yuan quickly bowed his head and replied yes. Then he didn't delay, immediately informing the disciples, "Hurry up, the sect leader has ordered to close the mountain gate. All disciples stay inside, don't go out." After arranging everything, Kang Tan secretly rejoiced. In his heart, he cheered, 8 major sects, haha. Little Tiger, who was secretly watching, had no idea of Kang Tan's excitement. It was still thinking, looking at his desperate and collapsing appearance, "I feel a bit sympathetic." Thinking this, it quickly went to Kang Tan and said, "Kid, don't be discouraged. Stay calm in the sect. Tiger King will protect you all." Just as the Tiger King finished speaking, suddenly a voice came from outside. "Kang Tan, you little dog, come out and face your death." Kang Tan seemed to have been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Now hearing it, he was so happy he could bloom. Then he rushed out without hesitation, excitedly shouting, "Ho ho!" Little Tiger saw Kang Tan like this and was very confused, wondering, has this kid gone crazy? Outside the sect, Long Shinshan had arrived at the gate. Seeing him, Lin Ning immediately frowned and shouted, "That's Long Shinshan." Her expression seemed to indicate she knew this person. Seeing Lin Ning recognize this person, Ling Han asked, "Long Shinshan of Jing Long Mountain Villa by Long Prefecture, have you met him before?" Lin Ning heard this and was silent for a moment before answering. "The Long family wanted to form a marriage alliance with my father many times. I didn't want to marry, so I ran away. This time they must have come for me." After saying this, not sure if it was true or not, she directly jumped in front of him and shouted, "Villa Master Long, I'll go with you. Please spare the Flying Immortal Sect." Seeing Lin Ning's rash action, the elders and disciples below all worriedly shouted, "Lin Ning, come back." Long Shinshan was a bit surprised to see Lin Ning in front of him. He frowned and thought to himself, this silly girl has delivered herself to the door. She can just be used as a hostage. At this moment, what surprised everyone was that Kang Tan's voice rang out. "Damn it, I'm just one step late. You've already come to welcome them. Hurry up and retreat." Seeing him arrive, the disciples excitedly shouted, "We are willing to live and die with the sect. Sect leader, give the order, capture Lin Ning." Kang Tan was stunned by these words. He asked puzzledly, "Why capture Lin Ning?" It wasn't until he turned around and saw Lin Ning running towards Long Shinshan that he understood what was happening. Kang Tan angrily scolded, "The enemy has spoken, and she's not even waiting to be captured." Kang Tan quickly took action, using his technique to rush towards the person in front. Lin Ning was caught by this technique and pulled back. Kang Tan quickly embraced her and looked at her. Lin Ning immediately said, "Sect leader." King Tan wasn't too angry. He just sighed and said, "You really make people worry." After saying this, he let go of the blushing Lin Ning. Then he shouted loudly, "Little tiger, what are you still looking at? Get to work." Little tiger was very annoyed at being called. It poked its head out while scolding. "This brat is calling me again." Clearly, it's not even within the sect's boundaries yet. Although it hadn't fully appeared, Long Shinshan's people had already seen Little Tiger's silhouette. They were scared stiff and shouted, "That's a tiger demon. Retreat quickly." As soon as they finished speaking, they turned to flee. But before they could take a step, Little Tiger had already appeared. It raised its hand and shouted loudly, "Let you taste this." Little Tiger quickly unleashed a large fire, engulfing Long Shinshan's people, causing them to scream in pain. Although the flames had already swallowed everyone, they didn't stop there. They continued to spread, reaching the distant mountain peaks. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, the flying immortal sect disciples were all stunned. Where the flames passed, rocks cracked, forming deep ravines with no visible bottom. Thick smoke filled the air. This battle was naturally witnessed by the major sects gathered at the Duan Mu family. Seeing the Tiger King's silhouette reflected, they exclaimed in fear, "This tiger demon must have at least the cultivation of Heavenly Mandate 9th stage." The tiger demon that terrified everyone was now directly kicked in the butt by Kang Tan, which was truly astonishing. The disciples, not understanding what happened, hurriedly asked, "What is the sect leader doing?" Little Tiger, holding its aching butt, lay face down on the ground and angrily shouted, "You brat, why did you kick me?" Hearing its question, Kang Tan angrily scolded, "Why did I kick you? Why did you cause such massive destruction? Are you a husky or what?" Little Tiger, unwilling to back down, couldn't hold back anymore, and immediately retorted, "You tell me, do you want protection or not? Choose one." Kang Tan lazily replied, "The damage you cause will be deducted from your salary." Little Tiger became increasingly angry, directly pointing at the other's face and shouted, "You brat want the horse to run, but won't let it eat grass. You've already exploited all of this old man's remaining value. Evil boss, I want to sue." This scene was also witnessed by the Duan Mu family. They said to each other, "The tiger demon and Kang Tan are arguing." Chi Shang also added, "It seems the relationship between Kang Tan and the tiger demon is not like that of an employer and employee. If that's the case," Nine Luo True Person quickly continued, "we should lure Kang Tan out and deal with him outside the sect's protection range of the tiger demon. The tiger demon will naturally belong to you, young master." At the Flying Immortal Sect, Kang Tan was being cheered on by many female disciples. Facing such a terrifying tiger demon, the sect leader wasn't afraid and even dared to discipline it like that, showing that the sect leader was even more formidable. Sect leader, divine martial arts. Ling Han even led a chant, "Sect leader strong, blood sugar rising." Kang Tan naturally enjoyed these praises, but Little Tiger disagreed. It complained, dissatisfied, "This old man does all the heavy work, while you take all the credit. If it weren't for that damn contract, this old man would have destroyed you, you little pest." Seeing Little Tiger angry made Kang Tan even happier. He scratched his head and laughed. "I love seeing you hate me, but can't do anything about it." Little Tiger immediately pointed at his face and cursed. "Just you wait. In 3 years when they come to fight you, this old man will absolutely watch you die without helping." Suddenly, the system issued another notification, "Mission progress." Reward, 80,000 points. Current points, 121,426. Main mission, Unify the Three Realms. Own a sect, Mingyang Flying Cloud Pearl. King Tan was also a bit surprised by this. He said in a daze, unexpected harvest. After saying that, he pounced on Little Tiger and hugged it excitedly, cheering, "Little Tiger, you're so good. Just showing a bit of your strength has helped me earn such a large income." Little Tiger, being hugged, didn't understand what was happening, grunted once, but seemed very comfortable, letting out a few purrs. After making that sound, it quickly covered its mouth with its hand, reminding itself, "Oh, no purring." Then it blushed slightly, pushing Kang Tan away, embarrassedly saying, "Get lost. You think saying a few words will make this old man change his mind." Kang Tan was pushed away, but his mood didn't change at all. The system continued to notify, System Upgrade. System Level 4. System Experience, 0/200, 000. Current points, 21,426. Current skills, Resurrection 3 by 1 day, Random Survival Plan. Objective, consume points to forcibly increase one major realm. Number of targets, 1. Cooldown time, 1 month. Seeing these, Kang Tan quickly shouted, "Upgrade." The system then displayed information for the next level. New skill added. Host can consume points to transform into any target. Cooldown time, 3 days. Note, the transformation target must be seen by the host in person. Besides the target's strength, all other complete characteristics of the target can be simulated. Reading this, Kang Tan excitedly said, "A transformation skill. That's really something to look forward to. It could be used for framing others, and also for deception. Truly a divine skill." Looking at La Yuan and Ling Han opposite him, King Tan thought to himself, "Let's try upgrading this skill first." Then the system displayed the number of points needed to increase the cultivation of these two. For Ling Han, objective, increase cultivation. From Soul Division Realm First Stage to Spirit Embryo Realm First Stage. Consume 30,000 points. As for La Yuan, the objective is from Qi Condensation Realm 4th Stage to Soul Division Realm 4th Stage, consuming 3,000 points. Seeing this consumption level, Kang Tan was extremely surprised. He thought, "Damn, Ling Han needs 30,000 points at once. That's really expensive. Maybe I should upgrade La Yuan instead." Thinking about this, Kang Tan then imagined other male disciples in the sect begging, "Brother Tan, don't," and he secretly decided, "No, I should upgrade a girl first. Otherwise, I might be misunderstood as favoring male disciples, which would be troublesome." Escaping those thoughts, Kang Tan glanced at Little Snow. The system displayed the objective. Increase cultivation from Qi Condensation Realm 5th Stage to Soul Division Realm 5th Stage, consuming 3,000 points. Seeing this number, he said with satisfaction, not bad. Snow's value is still the highest." Thinking this, Kang Tan waved his hand and called, "Snow, come here." Hearing the call, Little Snow quickly ran over and asked, Sect Leader called me." As she approached, Kang Tan placed his hand on her head and said, "Snow, you're also one of the first elders. Your silent contributions, I've seen them all." Hearing these words, Little Snow thought to herself, what contributions did I make?" Kang Tan didn't know her thoughts. He continued, "So I've decided to use a celestial method to increase your cultivation by one major realm." Little Tiger standing nearby also heard these words. It scornfully leaned against a pillar and mocked, "What? This brat can't help but show off. How can he make up such a ghost story? Let's see how you end this." At that moment, Kang Tan's voice suddenly became deep, "Upgrade." Then a dazzling light suddenly appeared, shining down from the top of Little Snow's head. Affected by this light, Little Snow let out a surprised cry. Shortly after, the light disappeared. Little Snow looked at her current strength in a daze and exclaimed in surprise, "My cultivation." Not only was Little Snow surprised, but almost everyone who witnessed this scene was also shocked. La Yuan quickly said to Ling Han beside him, "Senior sister, I can no longer see through Snow's senior sister's cultivation. Do you think she really?" Ling Han said, "That's right, she's already at Soul Division Realm 5th Stage." Little Snow was so happy she almost jumped up. She excitedly thought, "Could it be that I accidentally surpassed senior sisters Qi and Lin Ning, becoming the sect leader's favorite female disciple? I'm dead." Little Tiger also didn't expect this situation. It panicked and thought to itself, "How is this possible? I've never heard of such a technique in the human world." While it was still shocked by what just happened, Kang Tan suddenly seemed to see see through its thoughts and shouted, Little tiger, you're just a demon saint of the human world. How could you see through my celestial techniques? Behave well. Who knows, one day when I'm in a good mood, I might help you increase by one major realm too. Hearing this, Little Tiger couldn't help but imagine that day, thinking to itself, if that's really the case, among the demon kings in the heavenly demon realm, I would be considered a big brother. At that time, wouldn't Silver Moon, Jade Rabbit, and the others follow me? Thinking of this, Little Tiger shook its head and contradicted itself. No, this brat is definitely tricking me. Even if he really learned this lost secret technique from somewhere, it must only be able to increase the cultivation of those weaker than him. Luckily, I'm smart. Otherwise, if I really fell for his trick, wouldn't being a mount for 3 years be too much of a loss? King Ton didn't know it had so many thoughts. He loudly instructed, "All right, I have to go settle accounts with the other 7 sections. Little Tiger, take good care of things at home." After saying this, without waiting for anyone to respond, he directly flew away. Little Tiger was also startled by his quick action and hurriedly shouted, "What? Do you not want to live anymore?" Regardless of what anyone said, King Ton still held his head high, riding his sword and whistling as he flew off to find people. Lu Zhong also saw this and replied, that tiger demon indeed hasn't made any movement. It's still at the Flying Immortal Sect. Qi Shang added, "If that's the case, why don't we just kill him here?" Lu Zhong quickly stopped him. No, he suddenly gained power. It might be a trap. We should be more cautious and stick to the plan. Hearing this, Qi Shang didn't dare to act rashly anymore. He spoke gently to Kang Ton. "The 8 major sects of Fei Yun Pearl are used to dominating. Seeing your Flying Immortal Sect develop so quickly, it's hard to avoid jealousy. But Sect Leader Kang, rest assured, now that I, the young master of the 8 Clouds Palace, am mediating, the 8 major sects will have to show some respect." After he finished speaking, Kang Ton finally opened his mouth. He directly extended his hand in refusal. "Thank you, but I decline." After he finished speaking, Kang Ton finally opened his mouth. He directly extended his hand in refusal. "Thank you, but I decline." This statement immediately confused Lu Zhong and Qi Shang. They were stunned, thinking to themselves, why isn't he following the script? Thinking this, Qi Shang hurriedly exclaimed, "Aren't the spirit platform realm experts from the 8 major sects chasing you? You're still out here putting on airs. Aren't you just seeking death?" Kang Ton immediately replied, "That's right, I'm here to seek death." He had started to lose patience, frowning as he asked the 2 people in front of him, "Do you really want to kill me or not? If not, then don't." Lu Zhong and Qi Shang were both shocked to the point of gaping. Then, Kang Ton didn't linger for another moment, saying farewell and flying past the 2 to continue moving forward. Looking at his back, Qi Shang was very confused. He puzzledly asked, "What trick is this kid up to?" Lu Zhong replied, "I can't see through it either. Let's just follow him." At the same time, at the headquarters of the 8 major sects, a disciple ran in panicking and shouted, "Master, Kang Ton is attacking." Hearing this news, the master of the Duan Mu family fearfully scolded. Wasn't he just supposed to pass by? I don't want to provoke that tiger demon. Not only was he afraid, but almost everyone from the 8 major sects was also terrified, holding their heads and screaming, "Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly!" Among them was a very suspicious-looking person who quietly observed those around him, then quickly went out the door. While the people below were still jostling to escape, shouting, "Run fast! Don't block my way!" he had already ridden his sword and flown away. Inside the Duan Mu family, true person Jiu Luo remained calm. He gestured to everyone, "Stay calm, everyone." Facing everyone's concerns, true person Jiu Luo cast a spell to create a flame, then said, "That tiger demon is not nearby. Only Kang Ton has come alone." Hearing this, everyone was a bit surprised and asked, "Really?" True person Jiu Luo, discovering this, seemed to gain more courage. He roared fiercely, "If it's just him alone, what do we have to fear? Follow me to meet him in battle." After saying this, he and his disciples majestically rode clouds out, directly confronting Kang Ton. Face to face with Kang Ton, true person Jiu Luo pointed straight at his face and said, "Kang Ton, you arrogant fool. We haven't even come looking for you, yet you come to our door yourself." Hearing him ask like this, Kang Ton displayed a contemptuous expression, picking his nose as he replied, "A bunch of descendants putting on airs. If I didn't come to find you, you wouldn't have the guts to come." The master of the Duan Mu family couldn't contain his fear and curiosity anymore, loudly asking, "Kang, you came here yourself, so where's that tiger demon?" Kang Ton was angered by this question. He pointed at himself and answered, tiger demon, is that all you know? I am the sect leader of the Flying Immortal Sect. Saying this, he even arrogantly unleashed his own strength and continued, I am your nightmare. As soon as Kang Tan finished speaking, suddenly a sword fiercely stabbed from behind him. One sword pierced straight into his heart, blood splattering. Kang Tan was also extremely shocked, letting out a cry. Seeing this scene, the people below hurriedly shouted, what is Shinji doing? Does he want to get us all killed? The person who had just attacked was that suspicious character. He was Shinji, the Valley Master of Blood-Killing Valley in Wooding Prefecture. After stabbing, Shinji was also surprised and said, this kid, he's dead. It was an uncontrollable occupational habit again. But his occupational habit had indeed caused Kang Tan to lose the ability to resist, falling straight off his sword. The people around were not afraid of Kang Tan's death, but worried about whether the tiger demon would come after he died. They focused and asked each other, is there any movement from that tiger demon? True person Jiuluo also didn't let his guard down, still loudly reminding everyone, be careful of ambushes, be careful. After a while, still nothing unusual happened. He then said to Dong Hai beside him, no movement. The spirit of that tiger demon hasn't fluctuated at all. It seems to still be at the Flying Immortal Sect. Hearing this, Dong Hai was somewhat surprised and replied, could it be that we've succeeded? Kang Tan's face turned purple. He vomited blood, stopped breathing, and fell to the ground. True person Jiuluo laughed loudly in joy. Haha, I told you, it's just a little dog, Kang Tan. What's there to be afraid of? After saying that, he turned to Shinji, clasped his hands, and praised. Valley Master Shinji has achieved great merit. Blood-Killing Valley truly lives up to its reputation as the top assassination sect in Fuin Prefecture. Shinji was pleased with the compliment and said, you flatter me, it's just ordinary. Haha. Although they were very happy, the people of the Duan Mu family weren't completely at ease. With the previous lesson, they didn't dare to be careless. Two people from the Duan Mu family pretended to be fierce, wielding swords and charging forward while shouting loudly. Then without hesitation, they repeatedly stabbed Kang Tan's corpse. Blood was already flowing everywhere, but the two didn't stop. They kept stabbing hard while shouting loudly, Hiya! 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 The people around didn't understand what was happening. They spoke up and asked, Elder Duan Mu, what are you doing? Elder Duan Mu didn't answer, just looked at the minced meat on the ground and said to his disciple, this time he must be really dead. The disciple replied, yes, enough to make dumpling filling. At this point, Shinji couldn't hold back anymore. He frowned and asked Elder Duan Mu, what do you mean? Don't you trust my abilities? Hearing this questioning tone, Elder Duan Mu hurriedly explained, Valley Master, you don't know. This Kang Tan is very good at faking death. Previously, our family head Duan Mu Huang was deceived by him right here. Just a little carelessness cost him his life. Shinji was still not satisfied with this explanation. He glared at the Duan Mu family members and said, I am the #1 divine assassin of Fuin Prefecture. I have never failed. That Duan Mu Huang's skills were too poor. How can he be compared to me? The two Duan Mu family members, for the sake of the bigger picture, quickly agreed. That's right. Valley Master's strike is absolutely flawless. We were just being overly cautious. Although they said this outwardly, in their hearts they secretly mocked. That coward, 9 out of 10 times he assassinates people while they're using the toilet, yet he still has the face to boast. In the system space, a notification appeared. Detected host has died 1/3. Cause of death, assassination. Killer, Shinji, Valley Master of Blood-Killing Valley. Creating survival plan, please wait. Cowardly assassination methods don't count as skill. The enemy's despicable tactics enraged the 5th grade Destruction Fierce Killing Talisman, causing it to mutate and evolve into a 9th grade Spirit Talisman to avenge its master's assassination. Kang Tan completely rejected this plan. He raised his middle finger and said, you damn system, stop acting. Can you enhance my own strength instead? In the outside world, a voice suddenly rang out in the quiet space. Is Kang Tan dead? It was Qi Shang's voice. He said with some irritation, good thing we followed. Otherwise, all of Kang Tan's treasures would have been swallowed up by them. Just as he was about to rush down to collect the items, suddenly Lu Zhong behind him patted his shoulder and said, wait. Qi Shang thought to himself, this Lu Zhong must have seen money and become greedy, wanting to betray him and take Kang Tan's possessions for himself. But he seemed to have thought too much. Lu Zhong stopped him to remind young Master Qi that this situation was a bit strange, don't rush. But Qi Shang didn't listen and retorted, what's strange about it? That Kang Tan has already been reduced to pieces. What else could be strange? If we don't go down quickly, they'll divide up all the goods. Just then, a powerful column of force suddenly appeared in the sky, the sight of which shocked Qi Shang and Lu Zhong. From within that column of force, a familiar figure appeared. It was Kang Tan coming back to life. Those who saw him all cried out in shock. How is he still alive? Kang Tan now held a destruction-fierce killing talisman in his hand, raising it before his eyes. The two people from the Duan-Mu family had experienced this situation once before, so this time they were very sensible and ran first, cursing as they ran. You brat, I knew it. The talisman had been lit by Kang Tan. Looking at the crowd in front of him, he opened his mouth and said, "First, thank you all for the gift of your heads." After saying this, he immediately threw the talisman upwards. Light instantly surrounded it, radiating a power that couldn't be underestimated. Kang Tan then put both hands to his forehead and said with a smile, "Disciples, watch my image transmission technique performance." This scene was also seen by the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect, who excitedly called out to each other, "It's here, the sect leader's image transmission technique." Almost immediately, when the talisman was thrown, a surge of power suddenly rushed forth. It passed through true person Zhu Luo and the others, causing them and their disciples to be directly engulfed. Their faces still bore looks of terror, not understanding what was happening. Not only that, it also rushed towards the two people from the Duan-Mu family who had fled early, making it difficult for them to escape even if they wanted to. Agonizing screams echoed throughout the space. The power of this talisman was not small. It even reached Qi Shang and Lu Zhong up high. Seeing it approaching, the two cried out in terror, "What's that?" But what must come will come. The two couldn't dodge in time and were directly hit by the power of the killing talisman, causing them to vomit blood, weaken, and slump to the ground. Qi Shang couldn't believe it. He struggled to ask, "What kind of technique is this? To have such power from such a great distance, cough cough." Not only was he puzzled, but Lu Zhong was too. He widened his eyes and wondered, how does he have a 9th grade fierce killing talisman? Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect were full of admiration. They hurriedly shouted. The sect leader defeated 7 major sects with just one move, all top experts. Little Tiger wasn't as worshipful as them. It snorted disdainfully, thinking to itself, "You may fool these novices, but you can't fool me. It's just using a 9th grade fierce killing talisman. What's so great about that?" However, although this 9th grade fierce killing talisman was nothing to it, it was very similar to the summoning talisman used to summon itself. It's absolutely not something that a mortal like him should possess. This kid must have something unusual about him. On the other side, after killing everyone, Kang Tan stood still. He even pretended to be relaxed, holding his forehead and saying, "Tition," another total annihilation move. This action of his made the disciples in the sect extremely worshipful. They cheered joyfully. The sect leader is so cool. After killing people, Kang Tan entered the collection time. He excitedly muttered to himself, "Plundering 7 major sects. I wonder how many good things I'll get." Just as he said this, the system suddenly issued a notification. Special offer time limit. Put all the treasures of the 7 major sects into the system. Exchange for 10 chances to pray for rewards. Agree or not? Kang Tan of course agreed. He resolutely drew 10 times in a row. Experienced player draws rewards. Then a series of lights immediately flew down. The drawn items quickly appeared. All Heaven Map Extermination. A complete map that is a primordial strange treasure. It forms its own space inside, with its own rules. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside the map. Teleportation, level 2 skill description. Can teleport to any location within a range of 100,000 miles. Usage frequency, 2 times/day. Alchemy Protection Bamboo, level 3 skill description. Aim to improve one's alchemy skills. Supreme Master level, 95% success rate in alchemy. Duration 1 day. Cooldown 1 day. Invisibility, level 2 in combat situations. Can hide in the void. Invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, soul perception below the Saint realm cannot detect it. However, if attacked or if the host's spiritual fluctuations are too large, the invisibility state will be dispelled. Duration, 10 minutes. Usage frequency, 2 times/day. After receiving this last treasure, Kang Tan was so excited he got a nosebleed, thinking to himself, perfect, there's even an invisibility skill, doesn't that mean I? He He thought about indecent images of his female disciples in revealing clothes. After dealing with all the troubles, Kang Tan happily rode his sword back to the sect. As soon as he arrived, the disciples cheered, "The sect leader is back." They surrounded Kang Tan, constantly praising, "The sect leader is so strong," wiping out 7 major sects with one move. Kang Tan took the opportunity to show off. 7 major sects are nothing. Even if the 8th Division Palace dares to provoke us, we're not afraid. After saying that, he turned to Xiao Shui and Ling Han and called, "Xiao Shui, follow your sect leader in here." Hearing the call, the two were a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Ah." They weren't very proper either, thinking to themselves, is the sect leader finally going to do that? The sect leader is indeed still too excited. Lin Ning, standing nearby, saw this scene and felt very sad inside. She thought painfully, "Indeed, I'm lacking in figure." It seemed that no one in the Flying Immortal sect was thinking of an innocent situation. Seeing the sect leader call 2 female disciples inside, the others whispered among themselves, "The sect leader is indeed still a ham. This is only natural." Someone even laughed and said, "TSK. Lin Ning is at a disadvantage because she's still young and undeveloped." This was overheard by Kang Tan. He was stunned, angrily shouting, "Damn it. What are you all thinking?" Seeing the sect leader angry, the disciples quickly apologized. "Sect leader, we were disrespectful. We shouldn't be ungrateful. We won't dare to do it again." Kang Tan directly got angry and loudly explained, "I called them because I wanted to give them special training." Although he had explained, these disciples still deliberately misinterpreted. They said with hidden meaning, "Ah, yes, special training. Kang Tang An Vili Sautet Dam Eat. How dark are your hearts?" Kang Tan had no other choice but to take out the painting that the system had just given him to prove. "Here, when I said special training, I meant this." Under the bright eyes of several people, Kang Tan proudly continued, "This is the All-Heaven map. It's the sect leader's supreme treasure. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside the map." Hearing this, the disciples were even more amazed. They gaped in disgust. Is it a magical treasure that can manipulate the speed of time? The sect leader is truly an immortal descended to the mortal world. Doesn't that mean entering this painting to cultivate will be 100 times faster than others? Kang Tan continued to answer, "Of course, but it's extremely dangerous inside the painting. Without the cultivation level of the spirit division realm, it's very difficult to preserve one's life. That's why I want Xiao Shui and Shui'er to go inside." Hearing this, Ling Han and Xiao Shui were a bit disappointed. They said sadly, "So that's how it is." After explaining clearly to everyone, Kang Tan directly held up the painting, cast a spell to release a circle of light surrounding it. As soon as the painting opened, Kang Tan quickly entered inside with Xiao Shui and Ling Han. At this time, at the 8 Clouds Palace, 2 trembling figures entered. It was Qi Shang and Lu Zhong. They painfully supported each other as they walked in, groaning ah. Qi Shang leaned on the table, glaring as he said, "How could that Kang Tan have a 9th grade talisman? Fortunately, Elder Lu pulled me, otherwise I might have died in there too." Lu Zhong weakly added, cough, that Kang Tan must have had a stroke of dog luck. Perhaps some expert died near the Flying Immortal sect, and all the good treasures and tiger contracts fell into his hands. Qi Shang was also very indignant. He said unwillingly, "How could such a great opportunity be picked up by that ignorant brat? Heaven is truly blind." Lu Zhong quickly reminded, "Let's not blame heaven first. I still have a brilliant plan." Hearing this, Qi Shang eagerly smiled and asked, "Let's hear it." Lu Zhong quickly revealed his plan. "All his opportunities are in his ring. We just need to." At this moment, inside the space of the painting, Kang Tan and the other 2 had entered. The surroundings were completely engulfed in flames. The environment was extremely harsh. Xiao Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim, "The environment here is truly too harsh." Ling Han also added, "And there's no spiritual energy." To reassure them, Kang Tan took out a ring and called out, "Don't be afraid. There's a mountain of spirit stones in the ring." He smiled and said, "Use these spirit stones and pills as you wish. I'll come to pick you up in a few days. Hurry and use them all." Hearing this, Ling Han and Xiao Shui were full of determination. They said in unison, "Yes, we will definitely not disappoint the sect leader's expectations." At the back mountain of the 8 Clouds Palace, there was a figure fishing by the river, accompanied by a voice. "That's how the situation is. The fisherman was Ling Jun, the chosen young master of the Eight Clouds Palace. After hearing someone's story, he opened his mouth and said, "I didn't know the Flying Cloud Continent had such fortunes." Interesting. The person added, "Perhaps some expert died near the Flying Immortal Sect, and that guy took advantage of it." Ling Jun was silent for a moment and then asked, "Why is Qi Shang doing this?" The voice continued to answer, "Young Master Qi is preparing to invite him to the Eight Clouds Palace and take his ring when he's off guard." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Jun fell into thought, then smiled and said, "Indeed a good idea. It seems I should thank young Master Qi for gifting me such a great opportunity." During this time, at the Flying Immortal Sect, Kang Tan was still unaware of what was about to happen to him. He had just come out of the painting when suddenly a disciple ran in panicking. "Sect leader, Elder Lu Zhong has arrived." Hearing this name, Kang Tan asked puzzledly, "Oh." The disciple quickly replied, "It's the old man who came with young Master Qi Shang of the Eight Clouds Palace last time." Lu Zhong had also entered. He pretended to respectfully bow and smiled, saying, "Sect leader Kang, it's been a few days since we last met. Your complexion seems even better." Kang Tan ignored him, picking his nose while asking, "Why are you here again?" "The matter of the 8 great sects. I'll handle it myself. No need for you to interfere." At this moment, Lu Zhong took out an invitation card and slowly replied, "Oh, I'm not here for that matter. Isn't it almost time for the 43,500-year grand ceremony of the Eight Clouds Palace? Sect leader Kang is the #1 new talent of our Flying Cloud Continent. Our Eight Clouds Palace certainly can't be disrespectful. We've specially brought this invitation, hoping Sect leader Kang will honor us with his presence." After hearing him speak, King Tan only cared about one issue, frowning as he asked, "What delicious food will there be?" Lu Zhong was stunned by the question. He certainly didn't expect this question. He thought to himself, "Is this guy a glutton?" Then he enthusiastically listed a series of dishes for guests. "Well, there's steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast goose, stir-fried chicken innards, stir-fried duck innards." Kang Tan was indeed attracted, excitedly exclaiming, "Not bad, old man." After saying this, he quickly accepted the invitation card, happily agreeing. Seeing the other party agree, a creepy smile appeared on Lu Zhong's face. In his heart, he secretly despised falling for it so easily again. "Kid, ordinary people are not guilty, but possessing treasures that others covet is a crime. It's only because your luck is too good." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this time, Kang Tan was sitting and cultivating in his room. After a while, he finally opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Kang Tan was amazed. He hurriedly reached out to feel the spiritual energy around him, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, so this is the feeling of the Heaven's Mandate Realm. Awesome." At this point, Kang Tan remembered that Ling Han and Xiao Shui were still in the painting. Picking up the painting, he said, "Little Ka and Shui have been in the All-Heaven map for a long time." After saying this, he waved his hand to make the two appear from the All-Heaven map. Two bright figures immediately appeared. As soon as they were released, Xiao Shui and Ling Han almost cried. They looked at the sect leader resentfully, covering their faces and calling out, "Sect leader." Then without any courtesy, they directly pounced on Kang Tan, shouting loudly, "Sect leader, we missed you so much we could die." Kang Tan didn't push them away, letting them hug him enough before speaking. According to the flow of time in the All-Heaven map, you're already 35 years old inside. You've had it tough." Hearing the sect leader say this, Ling Han and Xiao Shui immediately refuted. "For the sect, and also for ourselves, it wasn't tough at all." At this moment, Kang Tan didn't say much. He was smiling, wanting to see the accumulated points. As soon as he finished speaking, the system started calculating above the heads of the two people opposite him. Ling Han had reached the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, receiving 70,000 accumulated points. Xiao Shui had reached the 4th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, receiving 7,000 accumulated points. Having so many accumulated points, Kang Tan was of course very happy. He excitedly said to the system, "Take it." The system quickly announced upon hearing the command, "Successfully received. Current accumulated points are 98,426 points." The news that the two female disciples of the sect had left the All-Heaven map quickly spread to many disciples. They gathered to see. Everyone praised, "Wow, Senior Sister Ka is already at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. Even Senior Sister Shui is at the 4th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm." Someone even asked, "Senior Sister Ka, "What grade is your spirit embryo? Let us broaden our horizons." Being asked by the disciples, Ling Han didn't refuse and quickly displayed her grade. Seeing the lotus-shaped spirit embryo shining before their eyes, those around exclaimed in surprise. "It's actually a celestial grade spirit embryo, only second to divine artifacts. Is this the first celestial grade spirit embryo in the history of the Shanglan Manor?" Kang Tan, standing far away, also saw this scene. Looking at Ling Han's spirit embryo, he stroked his chin and smiled to himself. This Ji Ling Han is actually an SSR top grade, leveling up fast, high return. Thinking of this, Kang Tan had some thoughts. It just so happened that the cooldown time to increase one major realm had also arrived. Should he help her increase one level this time? Finally, Kang Tan decided to try and see how many points Ling Han would need to level up. The prompt box quickly appeared. Target cultivation level up from the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo realm to the 9th level of the Heavenly Veins realm, consuming 300,000 accumulated points. Seeing the number of points consumed, Kang Tan was directly stunned. He gave up on this idea. Forget it, can't afford it. Imagining the scene of Ling Han increasing her cultivation, he muttered again. Moreover, the 9th level of the Heavenly Veins realm is too high, even higher than me. What if she sees that my cultivation is not as good as hers? Kang Tan quickly shook his head to dispel this thought. No, I've worked so hard to become a great cultivator after transmigrating. How can I step on the same rake again? Escaping those thoughts, he clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, saying loudly, "Ahem, alright, back to the main issue. The All-Heaven map can accommodate 3 people at a time. Is there anyone else who wants to break through to the Soul Division realm?" Lu Yuan reacted the fastest, raising his hand to nominate himself. "Sect Leader, I just broke through to the 1st level of the Soul Division realm this morning." The system immediately announced, "First level of Soul Division realm, waiting to receive 1,000 accumulated points." Kang Tan was a bit surprised seeing this notification. Then he excitedly pressed the receive button. The mechanical voice sounded. "Successfully received. Current accumulated points are 99,426 points." Seeing the accumulated points continuously increasing, Kang Tan was overjoyed. He praised happily. "Not bad performance. Anyone else?" Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a deep female voice came from behind. Hearing the voice, he shrank back startled. Turning his head to look, it was Lin Ning. She looked very tired now, with obvious dark circles under her eyes. The system issued a notification. First level of Soul Division realm, waiting to receive 18,000 accumulated points. Kang Tan was startled by her appearance, opening his mouth to ask, Ning, what's wrong with you?" Nevertheless, he still pressed the receive button first. After the notification successfully received, current accumulated points are 117,426 points appeared. Kang Tan focused on listening to Lin Ning's answer. She said, "I haven't slept for half a month to cultivate to the Soul Division realm." Hearing this, Kang Tan showed a pained expression. He reached out to pat her head, reminding, "Cultivation is important, but you must pay attention to your health. There's still plenty of time inside. You must rest well." Although Kang Tan appeared very sympathetic on the outside, in reality, he was so happy he could fly, thinking to himself, "This little Ning, just reaching the 1st level of Soul Division realm, has already earned me 18,000 accumulated points. It seems her aptitude is not inferior to Ling Han." Haha. Thinking this, he even put his hand on Lin Ning's shoulder, pushing her in front of the disciples as an example, saying, "Look at Ning, she voluntarily works overtime. Are you working hard just for the sect? Isn't it also to improve yourselves?" Those below felt very uncomfortable hearing this. They were scolded for no reason, frowning and discussing among themselves. "She's a once-in-a-century cultivation genius. How can we compare to her?" Dan Tai also chimed in. "That's right, we're clearly working hard too." Just as he finished speaking, Kang Tan suddenly shouted his name, Dan Tai. Hearing the sect leader call him, Dan Tai panicked inwardly, hurriedly responding loudly, "Yes, sect leader, I was wrong." Kang Tan was inexplicably very angry, glaring and pointing at Dan Tai's face while scolding. "You're the slowest in cultivation, taking so long to reach the 6th level of Qi condensation realm. Have you used all your thoughts on flattery?" After saying this, he placed his hand on Dan Tai's head, quickly transferring his entire body's energy. Almost instantly, Dan Tai suddenly felt his whole body lighten. He comfortably let out an ah, rolling around in a sparkling space, similar to when Kang Tan raised Xiao Shui's cultivation level. Indeed, Dan Tai's cultivation level had been raised. He was so happy he could cry. Quickly turning to his sect leader, Sect Leader. Then he directly knelt down to express his gratitude. Thank you, Sect Leader, for patting my head. Dantai, will definitely work hard in cultivation to repay the sect's kindness in nurturing me. The surrounding disciples and elders were extremely envious seeing this scene. They hurriedly called out. Just like that, he easily raised his level. Why? Is it because he flatters? Ignoring the discussions, Kang Tan quickly waved his hand for Lin Ning, Lu Yuan, and Dantai to enter the all-heaven map to cultivate. Putting away the painting in his hand, he turned to those behind him and said, Little Ji Shuer, you two come with me for a trip. Hearing the call, Ling Han and Xiao Shui were both very excited. They couldn't help but ask in unison, Where are we going, Sect Leader? Kang Tan didn't hide it, crossing his arms and directly answering, the Duan Mu family. Sometime later, Kang Tan's group of 3 finally arrived at the sect of the Duan Mu family. As soon as they arrived, Kang Tan shouted loudly, People of the Duan Mu family, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the 9 elders of the Duan Mu family, Duan Mu Wu, hiding behind the main gate, loudly replied, Kang Tan, what do you want? Hearing his question, Kang Tan didn't mince words. He pointed directly at the other person's face and said, You're the manager of the Duan Mu family, right? Bow to Elder Ji, my disciple, as your master, and from today become the 2nd-generation disciple of the Flying Immortal Sect. Lead the Duan Mu family. From now on, the Duan Mu family must obey my Flying Immortal Sect. Duan Mu Wu, of course, wouldn't easily agree. He angrily scolded, You're too arrogant. I am a respected elder of the Duan Mu family. You want me to bow to a little girl as my master? If I have to bow, at least it should be to. As he was saying this, his eyes fell on Ling Han standing above. Her whole body radiated an extremely powerful force, proudly standing on the divine grade spirit platform. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes made Duan Mu Wu swallow his words. He and the inner disciples all exclaimed with mouths agape, the 9 elders of the Duan Mu family. Then a group of people was seen prostrating on the ground. Duan Mu Wu even shouted towards Ling Han. Duan Mu Wu pays respects to Master Ji. Master's beauty is eternally youthful and ageless. The disciples behind also quickly said in unison, We pay respects to Grandmaster. Grandmaster's beauty is eternally youthful and ageless. Looking at the scene unfolding below, Kang Tan thought to himself, You really have no integrity. After successfully becoming disciples, Duan Mu Wu immediately arranged for people to welcome Kang Tan's group inside. He even personally served tea. Master, the temperature of this tea was prepared by your disciple's own hands. A disciple of the Duan Mu family even took the initiative to lower his status and massage Xiao Shui. He asked her, Granduncle Master, how's my technique? I used to specialize in foot massages for the Duan Mu Huang family head. That old man's feet aren't as good as yours. Your feet are long, white, and very slender. Xiao Shui was pleased by the compliment. She proudly thought, Wow, to be served by people from the Duan Mu family. Tables have turned. It feels so good. Kang Tan was also getting a massage. He seemed to be enjoying it, listening to the Duan Mu family member ask, Great ancestor, your back is stiff. Your descendant will massage it for you. At the same time, the system also issued a notification. Mission progress. Reward accumulated points, 50,000 points. Current accumulated points, 167,426 points. Main quest, Unify the 3 realms. On a famous sect in Flying Cloud Continent, Conquer Sect. The mission assigned by the system to Kang Tan had been completed, so he didn't linger long. To relax a bit, Kang Tan stood up and said, Alright, you two enjoy yourselves first. This sect leader still has to go to the 8 Clouds Palace as promised. Hearing the sect leader say this, Ling Han disagreed. She stood up directly and said loudly, I want to go with the sect leader. Someone needs to serve you on the way. Xiao Shui also chimed in, me too. As soon as the two mentioned the word serve, Kang Tan's mind couldn't help but think of some images not suitable for children. His nose bled as he thought to himself, this trip might have quite a few beautiful scenes. There's also no one to disturb us. Taking 2 young ladies on a sightseeing trip isn't bad either. Thinking of this, he immediately dismissed the idea. No, 8 Clouds Palace clearly invited me to a trap. If those 2 take advantage of the chaos to kill people, it would be too much of a loss. Escaping those thoughts, Kang Tan quickly spoke to comfort the 2. Ahem, Don't worry about these unimportant matters. Take the time to cultivate. After saying this, he turned to remind Ling Han. Little G, Ning Ning has already entered the All-Heaven map. Be careful. She might surpass you now. Hearing this, Ling Han obediently replied, yes, I'll focus on cultivation. After comforting the two, King Tan set off for the Eight Clouds Palace. At this time, many people were gathering and flying there. Looking at the scene before him with people as numerous as ants, King Tan sighed a bit. So lively, truly worthy of being the #1 great sect in Flying Cloud Continent. He was standing and observing the surroundings when suddenly a shout came from behind. The Crown Prince of the Qian Huang Imperial Court has arrived. Hearing this, King Tan was a bit surprised and let out a hum. Turning around to look, he immediately saw a group of people approaching. Those carrying flags carried flags. Those holding command tablets held command tablets, advancing with an imposing manner. King Tan took the opportunity to broaden his horizons. Wow, not bad. There are dragons and phoenixes and people following behind. Is this supposed to be a funeral procession? After saying this, he paid no more attention and casually put his hands behind his back, walking straight in. But before he could go far, King Tan was stopped by a man. Stop, where are you from? Hearing the question, King Tan didn't hide anything and replied, I am the sect leader of the Flying Immortal Sect, invited to attend the congratulatory banquet. As soon as he finished speaking, the man asked back, Flying Immortal Sect. Never heard of it. Do you have an invitation? King Tan quickly answered yes. Then he took out the invitation that Lu Zhong had given him. Taking the invitation, the man thought contemptuously, a tiny sect like a sesame seed. The sect leader dares to use the main entrance. Really think that being led by some disciple of our Eight Clouds Palace makes you a superior person. After thinking this, he didn't refuse King Tan entry, but said, all right, stand aside and wait for a moment. King Tan, of course, didn't agree. He irritably called out, wait, why do I have to wait? The man pointed at two people talking nearby and replied, don't you see the Grand Elder and the honored guest are talking? The two people he pointed at, one wearing imperial robes, was Prince Hung Ba of the Qian Huang Imperial Court. The other, who looked older, was the Grand Elder Su Yuanqing of the Eight Clouds Palace. Looking at him, King Tan silently asked himself, the old man next to the prince, is he really the Grand Elder Su Yuanqing of the Eight Clouds Palace? After thinking, King Tan smiled and said, they're just chatting casually. Look at how long and wide this gate is. It wouldn't hurt to let me in first, right? The gatekeeper still firmly refused, angrily scolding, going in before the prince of the Qian Huang Imperial Court. You think that's pleasant. I told you to wait, so wait. If you don't want to wait, you can leave any time. King Tan, of course, wouldn't let himself be wronged. Hearing the other party scold and drive him away, he didn't want to stay anymore. Is this how Eight Clouds Palace treats guests? Fine, I'm leaving. Lu Zhong, seeing this scene from afar, silently cursed the gatekeeper in his heart. Damn it, this idiot has ruined my good plan. Seeing King Tan about to leave, Lu Zhong had no other choice. He directly ran out, grabbed King Tan's hand, and shouted loudly, wait, don't go. This handshake made the atmosphere extremely ambiguous. Everyone's faces suddenly turned red. Coming to his senses, King Tan disgustedly shook off the hand, then angrily slapped Lu Zhong, scolding, bastard, what trick are you trying to pull? Lu Zhong seemed to be slapped for the first time, standing there in shock. He held his stinging cheek, staring at the person who had just hit him, stammering, You. Then Lu Zhong was seen venting his anger on someone else, losing control and slapping the gatekeeper, gritting his teeth and scolding, you blind dog, looking down on people. This is the honored guest I invited, Sect Leader Kang of great renown. You didn't recognize him. After hitting, he turned back with a smile to welcome King Tan. Ah, Sect Leader Kang, let's go in through the back door. Although smiling on the outside, in his heart he was cursing King Tan's 18 generations of ancestors. Damn, King Tan, really think you're something special. Wait until I get the Fong Yuan ring. I'll make you wish you were dead. King Tan wasn't a fool. Hearing the other's invitation, he glared and thought to himself, want me to go through the back door with you? Dream on. King Tan directly pointed at Su Yuanqing and Hung Ba, who were talking, and questioned, why can they go through the main entrance, but I have to use the back door? Lu Zhong, not wanting to offend anyone, hurriedly explained, Sect Leader Kang, using the back door is special treatment. You don't need to squeeze through with others. But no matter what he said, King Tan firmly refused to listen, making a fuss. I won't listen, I won't listen. We're all honored guests. I want to use the main entrance. The commotion over there finally caught the attention of the other two. Hung Ba heard the argument and asked, what's going on? Su Yuanqing hurriedly replied, "Ah, Your Highness, please forgive us. It's just an ordinary guest, far inferior to you in status. Don't mind it." After saying this, he immediately angrily transmitted a message to Lu Zhong. "Lu Zhong, what are you doing?" Lu Zhong, scared out of his wits by the scolding, hurriedly transmitted back, "This young man is the small sect leader with great potential that I told you about before." Su Yuanqing, hearing this, didn't care and glared, ordering, "Deal with it quickly. You should know how to prioritize." Lu Zhong had no choice but to comply for now. All right. After saying this, he was so troubled he was about to cry, even clasping his hands to beg King Tan, "Ancestor, please don't make it difficult for me anymore." That's Prince Hung Ba of the Qianhuang Imperial Court. Who knows what will happen if this reaches his ears? King Tan only exclaimed in surprise, "Prince? Which prince?" Prince Hung Ba finally noticed King Tan. He looked over and asked, "This person looks quite amiable. Elder Su, could you introduce us?" Su Yuanqing hesitated upon hearing this. Seeing the other's hesitation, Hung Ba's eyes turned gloomy, and he asked again, "What's wrong? Does Elder Su think this prince is not worthy?" Su Yuanqing didn't dare to have such courage, hurriedly denying in panic, "Ah, how would I dare? You've misunderstood." On the other side, Lu Zhong and King Tan were still arguing incessantly. One person insisted, "Either I go through the main entrance, or I'm going back." The other was in a dilemma, could only beg, "Please don't make a fuss anymore." As they were talking, suddenly Elder Su's voice came, "Elder Lu, the prince wants to meet this guest." Lu Zhong was immediately scared stiff. He turned around with a pale and terrified face. In his heart, he was cursing nonstop, truly admiring this opponent. A moment later, King Tan was led before Hung Ba. Lu Zhong also followed. He was responsible for introducing. "This is King Tan, the sect leader of Flying Immortal Sect. And this is the renowned crown Prince Hung Ba of the Qian Huang dynasty." Whether King Tan really didn't hear clearly or deliberately, he happily patted the other's shoulder, smiling and praising. "Oh my, Brother Hung Ba is a very spirited young man." When he said this, he himself didn't feel afraid, but the two people standing behind were scared to death for him. They even screamed in their hearts, "Don't seek death anymore. You'll implicate us too." But Hung Ba wasn't as scary as they imagined. Initially thinking he would be angry at those words, he instead smiled politely and said, "I heard that Sect Leader Kang insists on going through the main entrance. In that case, this prince will yield a step to Sect Leader Kang." Hearing this, King Tan almost immediately turned to the other two and shouted, "See how understanding he is, truly worthy of being a royal descendant, indeed more generous than you." After saying this, he also very politely looked at Hung Ba and said, "Thank you, Hung Ba, thank you." Then without looking at the others anymore, King Tan directly pushed the door open and walked in, looking very happy. He didn't notice that his brother Hung Ba was secretly observing him, while also remembering this name King Tan of Flying Immortal Sect. Interesting. When King Tan was halfway through, Lu Zhong also hurriedly caught up. He enthusiastically guided Sect Leader Kang. Ahead, the two side doors have hot springs. Before the ceremony, you need to bathe and change clothes. Let me lead you there. After saying this, his eyes noticed the ring on King Tan's hand. He secretly laughed in his heart. "When you bathe, I'll take your Fong Yuan ring. You'll die in the bath." If only things were that simple. But King Tan didn't act according to his plan. He waved his hand in refusal. "No need. I just bathed before coming here." Lu Zhong still persisted in inviting. "Sect Leader Kang, you don't know the benefits of our 8 Clouds Palace's hot spring bath. Follow me." Without waiting for King Tan to answer, he directly ordered, "Quickly prepare for Sect Leader Kang." After instructing, Lu Zhong led King Tan to a place called Ascending Cloud Pool. Having arrived, King Tan didn't refuse anymore. He quickly took off his clothes. Seeing the person in front of him finally agree to soak in the hot spring, Lu Zhong was naturally very happy. But what he needed from King Tan still hadn't been taken off, so he immediately reminded, Sect Leader King hasn't taken everything off yet. Not knowing what King Tan was thinking about, his face suddenly turned red, and he asked back, "What else do I need to take off?" At this moment, Lu Zhong bent down, staring at his bare waist, and opened his mouth to say, "Look at this ring." He didn't notice that his hand was placed in a very sensitive position. Before finishing his sentence, Lu Zhong was slapped by King Tan. He shouted loudly, "What trick are you trying to pull? "You old goat, what do you want to do?" Lu Zhong was knocked to the ground, one side of his face burning hot. Even his nose was bleeding. He snorted, then said, "Since that's the case." Suddenly, at this moment, three beautiful scantily clad girls approached from behind, calling out in sweet, coquettish voices. Sect leader Kang Tan heard the call with some surprise. When he turned to look, his face immediately showed an expression of infatuation. One girl stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and pulled Kang Tan away. She smiled and said to Sect leader Kang, "The spiritual energy in our 8 Clouds Palace's ascending cloud pool is even equivalent to a 4th grade spirit vein. Come quickly." Kang Tan naturally didn't refuse, immediately replying, all right. Perhaps having been instructed by Lu Zhong beforehand, the blue-haired girl very skillfully mentioned the ring. She touched Kang Tan while softly saying, "Sect leader Kang, you can't wear the ring into the pool. Be careful. Water might get in and damage the inscriptions inside. Here, give it to me. I'll keep it safe for you by the shore." As she spoke, she reached out to take Kang Tan's ring. But things weren't that simple. Just as she was about to get it, Kang Tan stretched out, raising his hand high, causing the girl to miss. "Oh my!" she exclaimed, then pouted and playfully scolded the man in front of her. "You're so naughty." "But I like it." Then a chase scene unfolded in the pool. Annoying laughter kept ringing out. "You can't get it, he. Come and get it." Lu Zhong, watching from above, gritted his teeth in anger. He urged in a low voice, "Hurry up and snatch it." After a comfortable hot spring bath, Kang Tan left the pool and followed Lu Zhong into a room. Here he smiled brightly and raised his hand in praise. "Elder Lu, the hot spring of 8 Clouds Palace is indeed extraordinary." Although Lu Zhong heard this, his eyes remained fixed on the ring still on Kang Tan's hand. In his heart, he angrily cursed, "These stupid girls, they can't even do such a simple task." Trying to suppress his emotions, Lu Zhong smiled very warmly and replied, "That's natural. I'm glad Sect leader Kang is satisfied." After a pause, he added, "Let's go to the Hall of Enlightenment. All the distinguished guests attending the ceremony are waiting there." Kang Tan didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. "All right, lead the way." Hearing his arrogant tone, Lu Zhong again gritted his teeth in anger, silently cursing, "What an insolent fellow. Does he really think he's of the same generation as me? Wait until later. I'll see how I cut you down with one strike." After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the Hall of Enlightenment. This place had indeed gathered quite a few people. Leading Kang Tan inside, Lu Zhong smiled and said, "Sect leader Kang, this way please." He led Kang Tan into a room. As soon as they entered, Lu Zhong was asked by a girl inside, "Elder Lu, who is this?" Lu Zhong quickly pointed at Kang Tan and introduced, "This is Sect leader Kang of Flying Immortal Sect. Hurry and pay your respects." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 young people stood up and bowed. They looked very happy, saying with smiles, "So this is Sect leader Kang. We've long heard of your reputation." The girl who asked at the beginning also stood up and went to Kang Tan's side, linking arms with him, and said with a wink, "Sect leader Kang, there's just one empty seat left. Come sit here." After Kang Tan sat down next to that girl, Lu Zhong smiled and said, "These are all the most outstanding inner disciples of our 8 Clouds Palace. Let me introduce them." He pointed to each person at the table and said, "This is Su Xing, an inner disciple personally taught by the sect. This is Li Hongye, a disciple of the 3 elders. And this is..." After the introductions, he added, "They are all promising young talents. Get to know each other well. I'll go attend to some matters first." As an inner disciple of 8 Clouds Palace, Su Xing immediately replied, "Elder Lu, please go ahead with your business. We'll take care of entertaining Sect leader Kang." After Lu Zhong left, Su Xing suggested playing a game. Kang Tan, hearing this, curiously asked, "What game? Tell me about it." He thought to himself, "Let's see what trick you're trying to pull." Su Xing immediately explained the rules. The game is called guessing. Each of us will place our Feng Yuan ring on the table. The person in front will guess what item is inside the ring of the person behind them. If they guess correctly, the person whose item was guessed must give that item to the one who guessed correctly. If they guess wrong, they must compensate with a similar item to the person they guessed about. After explaining, Su Xing immediately pointed to himself and said, "To be fair, I'll be the referee. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, his fellow disciples behind him agreed. With Senior Brother Su as the referee, we can rest assured. Senior Brother Su, don't show favoritism to anyone. Sitting opposite Kang Tan, Su Xing secretly rejoiced. Once I use the opportunity as referee to get your Feng Yuan ring, you can just go and die. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought this great achievement would fall into my lap? Kang Tan had long seen through their plot. He guessed these people had always wanted to seize his Feng Yuan ring. Could it be they were greedy for the spirit stones and elixirs he had? As he was still pondering, the three people opposite him couldn't wait any longer and urged, what does Sect Leader Kang think? Is Sect Leader Kang afraid of losing and doesn't dare to play? No, is Flying Immortal Sect really that poor? Seeing their impatience, Kang Tan thought contemptuously, this so-called #1 sect of Fei Yun Prefecture really has no future at all. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kang Tan immediately replied decisively, let's play. Then, in front of everyone, he calmly took out another Feng Yuan ring of his own and placed it on the table. This was completely unexpected for Su Xing and the others. He thought in surprise, how does he have another ring? And it's a large Feng Yuan ring. It must be full of unimaginable treasures inside. Is he trying to make us guess wrong? Though thinking this, he still tried to keep calm, smiling as he said, all right, Sect Leader Kang is indeed straightforward. Let's begin then. Who wants to guess first? Immediately after, one player volunteered. Let me go first. Then a second and third player spoke up. Senior Brother Zhang, I guess your ring contains a 4th grade spirit sword. Oh my, how did you guess so well? Let you guess the one next to you. The Zhang guy then guessed for the next girl. Junior Sister Song, I guess your ring contains a 5th grade water element talisman. Is that right? Junior Sister Song smiled and replied, Senior Brother Zhang, you guessed wrong. Senior Brother Su, come and be the referee. Su Xing quickly came to check, and after looking he smiled and said, indeed, it's not there. Junior Brother Zhang, compensate Junior Sister Song with a sword. Senior Brother Zhang immediately showed a regretful expression and exclaimed, ah, such bad luck. They must have thought they could fool Kang Tan, but they were mistaken. Kang Tan had seen through it all. He even mocked them silently in his heart. What a bunch of useless people with such poor acting skills, they shouldn't even bother trying. At this moment, Li Hongye suddenly approached Kang Tan and said in a low voice, Sect Leader Kang, it's my turn to guess yours. She rejoiced inwardly. I've heard that Flying Immortal Sect has unified the cultivation world of all major sects in Shanglan Prefecture, and as the sect leader, he must keep the best things for himself. Now that he's taken out such a large Feng Yuan ring and placed it on the table, it's likely filled with the most precious treasures. But this is an opportunity to humiliate him. Thinking this, she continued, Sect Leader Kang, I guess your large Feng Yuan ring contains 7th grade spirit energy, am I right? Everything happening in the room was being observed by Qi Shang and Lu Zhong standing outside. Hearing Li Hongye's words, Qi Shang immediately cursed angrily. Damn it, Li Hongye, that rotten woman is too greedy. Wanting to win a 7th grade spirit energy from him, how could he not get angry? In the room, after the woman finished guessing, Kang Tan reached out to stroke her chin, smiling as he replied, haha, Miss Li, you guessed wrong. Give me a 7th grade spirit energy item. Li Hongye naturally didn't want to give it. She disgustedly pushed Kang Tan's hand away, glaring as she shouted, what? Impossible. I clearly heard that you had obtained Duan Mu Shi's blood transformation ring. Why didn't you bring it this time? Hearing her question, Kang Tan very calmly replied, why should I bring it? Come into your 8 Clouds Palace to attend the ceremony. Do I need to use it? Li Hongye adamantly refused to believe this. She hurriedly urged Su Xing. I don't care. Senior Brother Su must check it for me to believe. Su Xing's inspection, on the contrary, made everyone even more surprised. He held up the ring and sighed. Sect Leader Kang, this Feng Yuan ring of yours is actually empty inside. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaim in shock. Huh, empty. What does Sect Leader Kang mean by this? Faced with a barrage of questions, Kang Tan remained quite calm. He smiled and replied, the rules didn't say we couldn't use an empty ring. Lu Zhong, standing outside, heard this and turned pale with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed. This Kang Tan is truly shameless. Li Hongye couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is he mentally challenged? How could he not bring his highest grade spirit energy for protection at such a dangerous Hongmen banquet? Knowing she was very angry, Su Xing truly couldn't violate the rules. He hurriedly reminded her, "Ahem, junior sister Li, you've lost. You should compensate Sect Leader Kang with a 7th grade spirit item." Li Hoya didn't have such a thing. She nervously said, "I don't have one." As soon as she finished speaking, Kang Tan immediately shouted, "If you don't have it, why did you guess? Is your 8 Clouds Palace trying to default on the debt?" These words angered many people. Some even gripped their swords tightly, just waiting a bit longer to directly kill someone. At this moment, under everyone's surprised gaze, a voice suddenly rang out, "I'll compensate on her behalf." The person who spoke was none other than Qi Shang. He took out a sword and said, "This is the 7th grade spirit sword Lu Feng. Sect Leader Kang, please see if it's satisfactory." Seeing him appear, everyone exclaimed, "Young master." Kang Tan quickly stepped forward to receive the sword, smiling as he said, "The young master Qi is indeed generous." Looking at the person who just appeared, Kang Tan thought to himself, "This Qi Shang has finally shown up. Are all these just your small schemes? What exactly do you want to do? Can't you just make a move directly?" Shaking off these thoughts, he went to sit next to the red-haired man, smiling as he said, Well, it's my turn to guess now." The red-haired man named Zui Yuankai, also an inner disciple of 8 Clouds Palace, hearing Kang Tan say this, didn't dare to refuse and could only stammer, "Sect Leader Kang, please go ahead." Looking at him, Kang Tan secretly calculated, winning a few spirit stones, elixirs, or talismans from him wouldn't mean much. After thinking for a while, he suddenly exclaimed, "Got it." Then Kang Tan played dirty, using his cultivation technique to cast an observation spell. Using magic to see through Zui Yuankai's ring, the system quickly displayed an information panel. Observation target, Fang Yuan ring. High-grade spirit stones, 10,357 pieces. High-grade Su Hundan, 8 pills. Huowen spirit swords, 2 pieces. Jin Yin insect armor, 1 set. After looking, King Tan showed a frightening smile and said, "Not bad, so young and already have 7th grade spirit items." Zui Yuankai, unaware that he had been seen through, heard the other party guess correctly and exclaimed in shock, "What did you say? How did you know?" Realizing he had slipped up, he quickly composed himself and continued, "Then tell me what 7th grade spirit item is it? If you guess wrong, you have to compensate me with one." Hearing this useless advice, Kang Tan directly named his spirit item. "You have a 7th grade 100 transformations star silk armor." It said this armor has 2 attributes, water and wood. It's woven from ice silkworm silk, covered in jade-colored scales. It's engraved with a 6th grade return to origin formation, a 6th grade soul completion formation, and a jade longevity spirit control formation. Not only was Zui Yuankai shocked, but even Qi Shang was equally stunned. He fearfully wondered, this jade star silk armor is Yuankai's destined item. Even fellow disciples in our 8 Clouds Palace don't know much about it. How does Kang Tan know it so clearly? Could there be a mole in the upper echelons? Zui Yuankai, having been guessed correctly, didn't want to admit it. His face turned ashen as he forced a laugh and stammered, You're talking nonsense, just guessing. You have to compensate me with an identical item." At this moment, Su Xing dutifully said, "Ahem, junior brother Zhua. Zhua, whether it's true or not, let the referee check first. Hurry and take it out." Zui Yuankai was furious to the extreme, glaring and gritting his teeth as he slammed the table and shouted, "I won't take it out. You said this game was to trick him, but it ended up tricking me." Without waiting for others to respond, he left the room and directly flew out of 8 Clouds Palace. But he hadn't flown far before he was suddenly blocked by something, unable to move forward any further. A sword flew from afar, directly piercing through Zui Yuankai's chest, causing him to lose the ability to resist and fall to the ground motionless. The one who made the move was Qi Shang. After everyone had finished watching the scene, he finally spoke. "If anyone else does the same, they will be killed without mercy." In his heart, he cursed, "This useless trash dared to reveal my plan." After speaking, he turned to Kang Tan with a smile and said, "Sect Leader Kang, don't listen to that fool's nonsense. Our 8 Clouds Palace is not a sect that can't afford to lose. Please take this jade star silk armor." The incident that just occurred terrified everyone present. They couldn't believe it. How could an inner disciple just disappear like that? Having obtained something good, He also pretended not to hear what had just happened, smiling and praising. Ha, young Master Chi is indeed generous. After speaking, he sat back at the table to continue the game. Never mind, it's just a small matter. Let's continue. Originally thinking that Kang Tan would win a few more items from these people, Qi Shang stopped him, saying, "Sect Leader Kang, let's end this game here. It's time to participate in the ceremony." Hearing this, Kang Tan didn't insist on continuing to play. He sighed in frustration. That's fine. There's no rush. Meanwhile, somewhere in the inner section of 8 Clouds Palace, Zhu Yuankai was shaking in pain and screaming. He was being pinned down by some strangers who were squeezing his face. Zui Yuankai was squeezed to death before the person let go and stood up. It's unclear what they learned, but they were heard saying to each other, "So that's how it is." After covering their faces, one of them called out, "Withdraw." After leaving that room and going outside to avoid attention, he quickly took off his black outfit, revealing a very unusual costume that didn't seem to belong to any sect. The black outfit was also incinerated by him, leaving no trace behind. After making sure there were no mistakes, he left this place, moving so quickly that it was unclear how he disappeared. On the ceremonial square of 8 Clouds Palace, where the Hongmin banquet would take place, the banquet had been fully prepared. Xiangba was already seated, and at this moment, the eunuch beside him was reporting, "Your Highness, the 2 spies have returned." Xiangba responded with a sound, and right behind him were the 2 strangers who had squeezed Wei Yuankai to death. The eunuch quickly reported the intelligence just received to His Highness. 9 family talisman, Tiger Demon, Divine Grade Spirit Embryo. It seems they are investigating Kang Tan. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangba was also a bit surprised, replying, "Is there really such a thing?" Just then, a voice called out from outside, "Young Master Qi has arrived." Immediately after, the figures of Qi Shang and Kang Tan entered. Seeing Qi Shang, everyone called out, "Young Master Qi, good health to you. We wish young Master Qi great progress in cultivation." At this point, their eyes fell on the person beside the young master. Seeing Kang Tan, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Oh, who's that beside young Master Qi? He looks unfamiliar." Someone who knew answered, "That's Sect Leader Kang Tan of Flying Immortal Sect." Flying Immortal Sect. Is that the rich guy from Shanglan Prefecture? Keep your voice down. Even the 9 Luo true person of Sufeng Tower died at his hands. Hearing this, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens." No wonder young Master Qi personally accompanied him. Seeing that everyone had started to gather, the palace master of 8 Clouds Palace, Qi Yuansheng, spoke up. 40,000 years ago, our founder, the 8-legged Venerable, established this enterprise. Above connecting to the heavens, sun, and moon, below to the mountains and rivers. After a pause, he continued, "Fellow Taoists, we are fortunate to rely on Flying Cloud Continent. Let us together create a better and more harmonious environment for cultivation." Kang Tan, sitting below, was bored to the extreme. He even yawned repeatedly. It wasn't until Qi Shang came to toast him, "Sect Leader Kang, I offer you a cup," that Kang Tan became somewhat alert. While passing the cup, waiting for Kang Tan to take it, Qi Shang touched something under the table. This action made Kang Tan freeze, his limbs becoming soft, unable to hold the cup steadily, causing the wine to spill on himself. Taking advantage of Kang Tan's momentary confusion, Qi Shang quickly grabbed his arm, reminding him, "Sect Leader Kang, be careful, don't wet your sleeve." Looking at his grabbed arm, Kang Tan inwardly felt disgusted. So the people of 8 Clouds Palace are a gay club. Everyone wants to take advantage of me. While he was still immersed in the feeling of being taken advantage of, Qi Shang had already easily taken the ring from his hand. Holding the Fang Yuan ring he had just obtained, Qi Shang was overjoyed. He excitedly shouted, "The Fang Yuan ring on your hand finally belongs to me." At this moment, Kang Tan discovered he had lost something. He looked at his empty hand with a distorted expression, cursing, "You indeed had designs on my property." Having obtained the ring, Qi Shang no longer pretended to be friendly. He raised the Fang Yuan ring high, flew into the air, and said, "Kang Tan, now your destiny is in my hands. You can prepare to leave." Holding the Fang Yuan ring with extreme excitement, Qi Shang continued to point at Kang Tan and loudly ordered, "Guards, seize Kang Tan for me." Kang Tan, being singled out, felt utterly bewildered. From beginning to end, he didn't understand what this person was trying to do. Just as Qi Shang was excited about the destiny he had just obtained, suddenly a formation appeared, trapping him inside, causing him to be momentarily confused, not knowing who was responsible. Qi Shang quickly regained his composure and looked down, immediately seeing that the person who had acted was the Grand Elder of 8 Clouds Palace, Qi Yuanxing. It seemed he also coveted that ring. Knowing this, Qi Shang was naturally furious. He glared and cursed, "Qi, you old dog, so you've been eyeing this destiny too." At this point, he gritted his teeth and said, "If that's the case, don't blame me for not considering the consequences." As he spoke, he reached out towards Kang Tan, who happened to be wearing the Feng Yuan ring. Seeing this, Song Yunxiang immediately became panic-stricken and shouted loudly, "Qi Shang, are you planning to use the 9-grade spirit talisman in Kang Tan's Feng Yuan ring against us?" Knowing that if Qi Shang obtained the destiny, he wouldn't be able to defeat him, in order to prevent him from doing anything that would affect himself, he immediately tried to dissuade Qi Shang. This is the main hall of 8 Clouds Palace. Everyone present is your fellow sect master and disciple, and even the crown prince is here. Do you dare? However, these words had no deterrent effect or value to the current Qi Shang. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat excited and said, with destiny in hand, "What is there to fear? Let's all die together." Ha ha! As he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand, taking something out from the ring. As soon as the ring opened, a small flame flew towards the crowd below. Song Yuanxiang was so frightened that his face turned pale. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "It's the 9-grade spirit talisman. Damn it, has he gone mad? Run quickly." As soon as these words were uttered, almost everyone present immediately scattered and ran. Everywhere was filled with screams, "Ah, run quickly." The scene was utterly chaotic. Not only were the banquet participants fleeing in panic, even Prince Xiangba, sitting at the head position, ducked his head and ran for his life, using his authority to run first. "Get out of my way. Don't block me. I'm the leader. The leader runs first." Kang Tan, standing nearby, watched everything unfolding before his eyes, also dumbfounded. He scratched his head in confusion, letting out an "ah," as if wondering what these people were so afraid of. In fact, the so-called 9-grade spirit talisman was just a spirit stone, now lying at Kang Tan's feet. He bent down to pick up the spirit stone, his face full of confusion as he asked, "What are you doing? Why are you throwing my spirit stone? Are you all sick? Getting so scared over a spirit stone?" Qi Shang, seeing the stone in the other's hand, was endlessly shocked. He couldn't believe it and shouted, "Spirit stone. How can it be? I clearly..." He hadn't finished his sentence when suddenly, from somewhere, a force flew in, striking directly at Qi Shang's ring-wearing hand. The Feng Yuan ring was knocked away, spinning a few times in the air before slowly falling. Qi Shang lost his balance and cried out in pain, "Ah, ah," then angrily watched as his destiny fell into someone else's hands. Unable to contain his fury, Qi Shang glared and cursed, "Bastard." The great destiny finally fell into the hands of the person he had always trusted. Lu Zhong gripped the ring tightly and said with a laugh, "The destiny is mine now, haha." Qi Shang was already very angry at losing the destiny, but when he saw that the person who snatched his destiny was someone who had been by his side day and night, he became 10 times angrier. His face turned purple with rage as he cursed, "Lu Zhong, you old dog, I trusted you so much in vain." Hearing Qi Shang speak like this, Lu Zhong couldn't hold back either. He immediately gritted his teeth, put on the ring, and retorted, "Stop pretending. What trust? You never trusted this old man. Now the destiny is in my hands. I want to see." Before he could finish speaking, another force struck from behind. Lu Zhong, caught off guard, was hit. He cried out in pain, "Ah!" The Feng Yuan ring changed hands again, seemingly unable to be possessed by anyone for long. The new owner of the ring was now Ling Zhen, an inner disciple of 8 Clouds Palace. Holding the destiny firmly in his hand, he laughed with great joy and said, "Haha, Qi Shang, Lu Zhong, thank you both for gifting this destiny to me." Seeing this person strike him and steal the item, Lu Zhong was so angry he coughed up blood and cursed, "Ling Zhenyu." Ling Zhen, seizing the opportunity, began to ramble on, putting on airs, "Your schemes, in my eyes, are nothing but..." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by someone else. This time, the power was extremely strong, a huge fireball seemingly about to swallow Ling Zhen whole. He couldn't withstand this formation. His body lost all strength and fell freely to the ground. He angrily cursed, "Damn it, using the Sect's protective formation to attack me." The Feng Yuan ring fell once again, landing in someone else's hands. It was unknown who would be its next owner. The person who could deploy the Sect's protective formation to attack was Qi Yuanqing. He was the one who had just acted. Gripping the destiny tightly, he glared and cursed. "You bastards! What do you take me, the sect leader of 8 Clouds Palace, for?" Kang Tan, watching this series of action movie-like scenes from below, was extremely excited. He even applauded and praised. "Well done. A perfect display of greed, blinding one to future troubles. Are you all still playing the game of whoever grabs it wins?" At this moment, the entire 8 Clouds Palace was suddenly enveloped by a voice echoing throughout heaven and earth. That voice shouted, "Enough!" The person who had just spoken was Xiangba, who had fled earlier. Now he was stretching out his hand to end it all. "This play ends here." Kang Tan, seeing him suddenly appear here, exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, when did you come back? You were the one who ran away the fastest earlier." Qi Yuansheng, hearing Xiangba speak from above, also voiced his objection. "Your Highness, this is an internal matter of our 8 Clouds Palace. Please do not interfere." The title of prince wasn't just for show. He also very authoritatively questioned internal matter. As I recall, the Fangyuan ring belonged to sect leader Kang from the beginning. Kang Tan, finally being mentioned, was overjoyed. He said with a smile, Finally someone speaks up for the victim." Qi Yuansheng, thinking the prince opposite was siding with Kang Tan, immediately interrogated. "What do you mean?" Xiangba calmly replied, 8 Clouds Palace is, after all, the leading sect in Flying Cloud State. Yet you bully a small sect leader. As the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, seeing such injustice, I cannot stand idly by. Qi Yuansheng was no fool, and wasn't deceived by these flowery words. He directly exposed, "Xiangba, if you want to claim it for yourself, just say so. Don't use these noble reasons." Having his mask stripped off, he no longer pretended. Without any courtesy, he reached out towards the opposite side and ordered, "Hand it over." This statement also wiped the smile off Kang Tan's face. He cried out in distress, "How is this any different from what they were doing? Can't you be a bit more trustworthy? You couldn't even pretend for 3 minutes." Qi Yuansheng showed no fear of the prince before him. He stretched out his hand, releasing a formation, then said with a smile, "Xiangba, you should take a good look at the current situation. This is the territory of my 8 Clouds Palace. Even if your cultivation is profound and you have supreme spirit artifacts, you absolutely cannot withstand the attack of my sect's protective formation." Xiangba looked at that formation, his heart filled with fear. But on the surface, he still had to pretend to be calm, advising, "Qi Yuansheng, you're the one who should recognize the situation now. If you kill me, the Great Qin Empire will certainly raise your 8 Clouds Palace to the ground. I advise you to think carefully." Qi Yuansheng pondered for a moment after hearing this, but he didn't consider stopping at all. Instead, he contemptuously thought, I've already obtained the destiny. Countless 9-grade spirit talismans and immortal treasures, plus the contract of the Fox Spirit. What does a bit of 8 Clouds Palace's legacy matter? He was extremely excited until he actually saw what was inside the so-called destiny. As soon as he looked, Qi Yuansheng's face immediately turned pale. Then, with tears and snot streaming down his face, he cursed, "Kang Tan, you son of a bitch, may you be stabbed by 1,000 knives. May your children be born without anuses." Kang Tan was still bewildered. Weren't you two arguing with each other? Why suddenly curse at me? Xiangba still stood in front of Kang Tan, threatening Qi Yuansheng. "Qi Yuansheng, think carefully. This time the power is extremely strong. You're bringing disaster upon yourself and 8 Clouds Palace." Qi Yuansheng, angry to the point of turning pale, picked up the ring and threw it. "If you want the destiny, take it." Then threw the ring forcefully towards Xiangba, whose eyes were gleaming. Suddenly Xiangba turned and pushed down Kang Tan, who was standing there watching blankly. Then he flew straight up and caught the ring. Putting the ring on his finger, Xiangba gave an evil smile. "I see you know your place." But a second later, unexpectedly, he looked at the ring and his eyes widened. Opposite him, Qi Yuansheng finally said, "We've all been tricked by that brat." Kang Tan, now standing up and dusting himself off, not understanding what was happening, said, "You all seem to have gone mad. Everyone's fighting over that ring." Xiangba, now red with anger, pointed at Kang Tan's face and scolded. Kang Tan, hand over the destiny, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Kang Tan, still looking confused, asked back, Huh? What destiny? Xiang Ba clenched his fist and shouted in the protagonist's face. The 9-grade spirit talismans, the Fox spirit contract, and all the treasures you obtained. After hearing this, Kang Tan finally understood. So they all thought he had simply relied on the ring to defeat the major sects, which is why they plotted to steal his ring. Xiang Ba now completely changed his attitude. He used his power to fly up and said, I advise you not to act rashly. The moment you reach for the talisman, I'll make your head change homes. Kang Tan pretended to be angry and said, Xiang Ba, just now you were standing up for me. I thought you were righteous. Turns out you're just a hypocrite. Even if you search, you won't find it, if that's how it is. Xiang Ba, hearing this, had a murderous look. It seems you've chosen death. Then he unleashed a 5-colored spiritual energy field. Those below, seeing this, exclaimed in surprise, the 5-color divine talisman, truly worthy of the crown prince of the Qian Huang dynasty. This time the Kang Tan is surely dead. But the protagonist Kang Tan showed no sign of fear. He was still excitedly thinking, TSK, this guy is indeed very powerful. But if I can lure everyone here to want to fight me, won't the system arrange for me to defeat everyone here? Though thinking this, outwardly Kang Tan still pretended to be pitiful and begged, Your Highness, spare my life. I was wrong. After saying this, he turned to look at Qi Shang and Qi Yuansheng, saying, Young Master Qi, Elder Tsong, am I not your honored guest? Quick, save me, plead with the crown prince for me. Qi Yuansheng was so angered by Kang Tan that he almost coughed up blood. He glared and scolded, You bastard, you're about to die, and you still want to divide the rock-solid friendship between our 8 Clouds Palace and the Qian Huang dynasty. Hearing him say this, Kang Tan thought contemptuously, Weren't you all about to fight over my ring just now? At this moment, suddenly a voice transmitted into Kang Tan's ear. Brat Kang Tan, hand over your destiny, and I'll spare your life. Hearing this voice, he wondered, Who's transmitting this message to me? Thinking this, Kang Tan quickly found the person transmitting the message. One look, and he knew it was Qi Yuansheng. He continued to transmit, The grand formation of 8 Clouds Palace is in my hands. Defeating Xiang Ba is not difficult. You just need to give the destiny to me. Hearing this, Kang Tan inwardly cursed with contempt. This shameless guy still wants my destiny. Not only him, but behind him Tsong Yuangsen also joined in. Brat Kang Tan, right now you're hanging by a thread. If you want to survive, you can only rely on me. Give a destiny to me. I have a way to save you from their hands. Kang Tan was surprised by this unexpected turn and thought to himself, Damn it, you too. Then a group of people from the 8 Branches Palace started transmitting messages one after another. Kang Tan, give the destiny to me. I'll save you, Kang Tan. Only I can help you now. Give the destiny to me. I'll save you. I can save you, Brat Kang Tan. If you want to live, trade the destiny. Kang Tan, give the destiny to me. Give the destiny to me. I'll represent you, Kang Tan. I can save you, and so on, all kinds of pleas. Hearing these words, Kang Tan just laughed mockingly. Ha! Old man Qi Yuansheng saying he can help me is one thing. But you lot, you useless nobodies, are you here to join the fun too? Thinking this, Kang Tan directly shouted, Sect Leader Qi, you are indeed a righteous person. As you said, use the grand formation to kill them all, and I'll give you the destiny. Qi Yuansheng was so angry he could die and come back to life. In his heart, he cursed loudly, Damn it, are you mentally deficient? Of course, Kang Tan said this intentionally to provoke Xiang Ba. As he expected, Xiang Ba turned his head darkly towards Qi Yuansheng and questioned, Qi Yuansheng, you dare to plot against me. After saying this, he continued to use his family technique, the divine talisman control, aiming at that old man. Seeing this, Qi Yuansheng immediately became frightened. He hurriedly dodged and explained loudly, Your Highness, it's not like that. This brat is clearly trying to divide us. I'll use the grand formation to drive him away now. As he spoke, he quickly deployed the grand formation. In his heart, he was still thinking, this is terrible. With Xiang Ba using his full power to control the divine talisman, even using the grand formation to destroy him is impossible now. Kang Tan still wouldn't give up. He turned to look at the people who had just transmitted messages saying they wanted to help him and shouted, Didn't you all just say you wanted to act on my behalf? Hurry up and do it. Save this brat. As soon as he finished speaking, those people immediately denied it. They hurriedly refuted. Brat Kang Tan, don't talk nonsense. If we act, we won't leave him in one piece. Your Highness, don't listen to his nonsense. Seeing a group of people rushing to destroy him, Kang Tan was extremely excited. He laughed and said, success, come on all together now. On the other side, Xiang Ba had also started to act. He swung his hand and sent out a sword strike towards Kang Tan, shouting, a bunch of ungrateful wretches. Let me kill Kang Tan first, then I'll settle accounts with you all. A sword strike quickly slashed out, its five-colored power brilliantly heading straight for the opponent. Kang Tan wasn't afraid at all. He even reached out his hand, mentally preparing to block the attack. The sword technique rushed forward, stabbing straight into Kang Tan's body, with light sparkling like fragments scattering around. Originally thinking that this sword strike would take his life, unexpectedly, Kang Tan was unharmed. Through the mist covered by the five-colored light, he himself was also very surprised, his eyes wide open, wondering, why am I not dead yet? Qi Yuansheng and Song Yuanxian, standing outside watching, were also very surprised. They gaped and stammered. How? How is this possible? Wrapped in a seven-colored halo. It turned out that the sword strike that Xiang Ba had unleashed with such imposing momentum not only failed to kill the person, but instead only created a small cage imprisoning Kang Tan inside. Kang Tan, upon realizing this, was very annoyed. He grumbled, I really can't take this anymore. Even the owner of the sword technique was extremely surprised. He said in disbelief, wrapped in a seven-colored halo. How is this possible? But he was only surprised for a moment. A moment later, he quickly regained his composure and thought to himself, but he only has one type of destiny. If I use all my strength, I can still kill him. After thinking this, he swung his sword towards Kang Tan again. This time, Xiang Ba didn't use the previous technique, but employed a different one called the Returning Dragon Flash Sword. The sword swung out like a ferocious dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This time, Kang Tan didn't just stand still and take the hit anymore. He also used the Dark Spring Flame Sword, then praised his opponent. This move is too powerful. Excellent. Come on, fight me head on. The sword techniques of both sides were quickly unleashed. The techniques of both sides clashed and battled. It could be seen that Kang Tan's side seemed to be at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Xiang Ba took the opportunity to be arrogant. He sneered and said, using this kind of trash technique to fight me, are you looking down on me? Song Yuanxian, standing outside watching, also chimed in. What is this Kang Tan thinking? Using such a low-level technique to deal with the Crown Prince's full power strike. Hearing this, Kang Tan silently cursed in anger. What am I supposed to do? This damn system isn't even as powerful as I am. Even now, my strongest technique is still just this. Pushing aside distracting thoughts, he put on a very happy face and replied, it's really too powerful. I really can't match it. After saying this, he didn't even fight back anymore. Standing in the shimmering divine talisman, he just let Xiang Ba's sword technique hit his body. A sword quickly slashed down, striking directly at the divine talisman barrier surrounding Kang Tan. On Kang Tan's side, he remained calmly motionless. He even ate while waiting for death. But unexpectedly, death this time was too luxurious for Kang Tan. He repeatedly could not be destroyed. At this moment, Kang Tan was still unscathed, watching his opponent Xiang Ba swing his sword. Xiang Ba seemed to be the most surprised, his eyes wide open and mouth agape. He said, just relying on the externalized spiritual barrier of the divine talisman, he could withstand my full power strike. Kang Tan at this moment raised his hand to the sky and shouted loudly, I'm truly impressed now. Then Kang Tan punched Xiang Ba hard in the face, sending him flying. Why so petty? If you can't win, at least don't tremble. After being punched away, Xiang Ba turned back to look at Kang Tan with a crazed expression. Arrogant dog, you'll regret this. Then he ordered, everyone here listen up, surround and attack him for me. The Imperial Qian Emperor will reward you handsomely. The crowd, upon hearing this, their eyes lit up as they drew out their magical treasures, pointing at Kang Tan and saying, we obey the Crown Prince. Kang Tan, you little dog, prepare to die. Then countless magical treasures attacked Kang Tan, the momentum reaching the sky. But Kang Tan was still alive, grinning with a bruised face. He cried out, for a bunch of his gifts, you're torturing me to death. I'm dying of pain. Qi Yuansheng, this fool, activated the formation. Let me finish him off. A massive force hit Kang Tan, rocks and debris flying everywhere due to his technique. Even Xiang Ba, standing far away, was affected by this move, having to cover his face with his hand. After the technique ended, this time Kang Tan really died, his soul as it flew out still muttering, you've killed me. You bunch of nobodies. Seeing this scene, Xiangba was pleased. Finally, he's dead. Then he glanced towards Qi Yuansheng. Qi Yuansheng, the old man, immediately knelt down, clasped his hands, and bowed flatteringly. Crown Prince, my Eight Clouds Palace only obeys the Imperial Qian Emperor. At this moment, the system calculated the cause of death and provided a survival plan. Then the system gave Kang Tan a reward, a drop of ancient wounded dragon blood. Kang Tan looked at the blood drop with a head full of question marks. Ancient wounded dragon blood. Could it be a one-time consumable item? Suddenly, there was a dragon's roar outside. Xiangba's group heard it and looked around in surprise. What sound is that? Then the sky filled with blood-colored clouds. Red lightning like blood struck down. The crowd panicked and said, "Could it be that we have done too many things that offend heaven and earth, angering the heavens?" Hearing this, someone immediately refuted, "Nonsense in recent years. Who has offended heaven and earth more than us?" Suddenly, at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Xiangba. "How are you doing, droopy-faced dog?" This voice was none other than Kang Tan's. Seeing him standing unharmed behind, Xiangba exclaimed in horror, "Kang Tan, you're still not dead." Qi Yuansheng also said in disbelief, "What happened? He clearly died already." Xiangba quickly pointed at Qi Yuansheng and ordered, "We can't let him live. Quickly activate the Grand Formation to kill him again." "Hurry up." Qi Yuansheng complied, hastily deploying the Grand Formation. But before the formation was fully deployed, it naturally cracked. The fragments fell scattered. This shocked him greatly. Looking at the formation in his hand, he gaped and said, "What?" Not just him, almost everyone present cried out in panic. "What's happening? Why can't we use our cultivation?" While they were still panicking, not knowing what to do, on the other side, King Tan had already released a huge dragon. It carried a blood-colored aura of majesty. Witnessing this scene, everyone was terrified. Those who had just rushed to attack Kang Tan now knelt down begging, "Sect Leader Kang, I have no grudge against you. Please spare my life. The white floating hall will ally with the flying immortal sect from now on." Some even used their daughters as shields. "Sect Leader Kang, I am the leader of the Nine Clouds Sky Palace. My daughter is 28 this year, still unmarried. Spare this old man's life, and I will surely give her to you as a concubine." Hearing this, King Tan laughed very happily. He even said, Hey, wait, keep the old man who wants to give his daughter to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood dragon immediately opened its mouth and spewed out a red flame, flying towards the kneeling crowd, along with screams of agony. In just a moment, the people who were just crying there had turned into charred corpses, lying everywhere, not a single survivor. This made King Tan very unhappy. His face looked unpleasant, unable to speak. "Didn't I say to keep that old man from me?" The blood dragon paid no attention to this. It seriously created a drop of bright red essence blood. After finishing, it quickly dropped those essence blood drops to Kang Tan. As for itself, it slowly retreated into the clouds and disappeared. At this moment, the sky had also returned to clear blue. Looking at the essence blood drops falling, Kang Tan reached out his hand to catch them. He said solemnly, "Is this the wounded dragon essence blood? What effect does it have?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system quickly provided an answer, answering the host's question. Wounded dragon essence blood contains the essence of bloodline, innate talent, and will of the ancient wounded dragon. Usage method, fusion. After fusion, it can help the host gain a portion of the wounded dragon's bloodline and innate talent while also advancing in rank. The more wounded dragon essence blood obtained and fused, the stronger the bloodline and innate talent become. Value: 98 billion. Reading the final number, Kang Tan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Damn it, 110,000. This thing is actually worth 98 billion. The system, after answering the question, didn't forget to deduct points. Successfully deducted 500 points. Current points, 166,926. Kang Tan at this moment no longer cared about his points, his eyes shining brightly as he shouted, "Exchange, exchange, exchange. I want to exchange it for points." But to his disappointment, the system had already issued a notice. The target item has been marked as a system reward. It cannot be exchanged for points. Hearing this, Kang Tan had to give up. He could only angrily hold the essence blood drop in his hand and curse. Damn it, even the dog system knows how to calculate. So I can only fuse it, right? While holding that essence blood drop, it suddenly burst out with an enormous power. Kang Tan was unprepared and was overwhelmed by the power of the essence blood, causing him to scream in pain. Then a loud explosion directly erupted, smoke and dust everywhere, engulfing Kang Ton in it. As a result, to his own surprise, Kang Ton was eliminated. He dazedly let out an "oh," then angrily asked, "What the hell was that? Why did I die again?" The system quickly provided the reason. Cause of death: fusion with wounded dragon essence blood led to spiritual energy overload and body explosion. Kill or none. Creating survival plan. Please wait a moment. After a while, Kang Ton was finally resurrected. As soon as he revived, he couldn't help but grind his teeth and curse. Is the enemy playing with me? Why let me die in vain like this? Where's my survival plan? Where's my wounded dragon essence blood, damn it? To answer his question, the system issued a notice. Answering the host's question, the wounded dragon essence blood was successfully fused at the moment the host's body exploded. No additional survival plan needed. Successfully deducted 500 points. Current points, 166,426. Hearing this, Kang Ton immediately opened his information panel to check. At a glance, he said, "Umph. Indeed, even my cultivation level has increased by 1 rank." The system screen displayed race, human, physique, heavenly wilderness indestructible, bloodline, wounded dragon bloodline, level 1, realm, heavenly mandate 2nd stage, divine ability, body carrying radiant glory, innate talents, wounded dragon bloodline power, beginner level, cloud riding wind striding, beginner level, each time level up strength. Below were several ellipses indicating there was more. Kang Ton quickly clicked to view more information. Bloodline innate talent, wounded dragon power, beginner level suppress enemies cultivation, cloud riding wind striding, beginner level each level up increases height by 10,000 meters, strength increases by 10%, limit 100%, overall evaluation, shameless and unscrupulous person. After reading these, Kang Ton muttered, "Does this cloud riding wind striding mean that reaching a height of 100,000 meters will double my strength?" Then he pondered and calculated, 100,000 meters, that's basically in the sky already. After thinking for a while, Kang Ton quickly put this matter aside. He sighed, looking at the pile of corpses in front of him, and said, "Forget it, there's still a big project to do. If I had known earlier, I would have called Ji Linghan and the others to come. At least there would be people to help clean up." After killing people, Kang Ton naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to loot. He happily looked at the items he had picked up being tallied by the system, smiling and saying, "Haha, this 8 Clouds Palace is indeed wealthy. Just the 8th grade spiritual items alone are already 3 pieces. This crown prince is even richer. He himself had 3 8th grade spiritual items." The things he picked up included a flowing cloud sword, an 8 wind sword, a 4 thunder sword, a golden millennium, and many other things. Seeing this, Kang Ton immediately shouted, "Exchange." The system, hearing the command, immediately executed. 4th grade spirit veins can be exchanged for 200,000 points. Exchange successful. Current points, 366,426. Looking at his accumulated points, Kang Ton excitedly said, "Just enough to upgrade the system." Upgrade. With sufficient points, the system had no reason not to comply. It quickly began upgrading itself. System level, 5. System experience, not exceeding 500. Current points, 166,426. Current skills, Resurrection 3 by 1 day, random survival plan. Point consumption can raise the target by 1 major realm. Cooldown 1 month. Host can consume points to transform into any target. Cooldown 3 days. Note: the target transformation must be something the host has seen with their own eyes, except for the target's strength. Can completely mimic all characteristics of the other party. New skill for the next level. Host can consume points to improve the target's innate qualities. Cooldown 1 day. Note: the higher the target's innate qualities, the more points consumed. Seeing the upgrade for the next level, Kang Ton said with some surprise, "Improve innate qualities. This belongs to direct contract upgrade. How refreshing." At this moment, the system issued another reminder. Friendly reminder. Upgrade bonus offer of 10 draws. Only 99,900.98,000 points. Would you like to draw? He reached out to press the 10 draws, and after pressing, he smiled and praised. "Ha, how thoughtful." After pressing the button, the system continued to issue notifications. Ding, points deduction successful, current points, 66,428. As usual, the meteorites quickly fell. The first thing that opened was a treasure, a La Fa Ching sword, a treasure equivalent to a 9th grade spirit weapon, capable of bypassing defense for anyone below the entering sainthood realm. Next was the Heavenly Immortal Fate, containing the rare treasure Immortal Dao Repository Fate, which can upgrade martial Dao imprints to the immortal level. Then came the Refining Technique Level 3, described as improving the target's refining technique to master level, lasting 1 day, with a 1-day cooldown. Finally, there was a missing page of the All Mechanism Map. The All Mechanism Map is a primordial rare treasure, containing its own space and rules. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside the missing page. It can be combined with other missing pages, and after combination, the functions of each missing page will be significantly enhanced. Besides these treasures, there were also various pills. King Tan didn't hesitate and directly took out a few pills to eat, saying, "If they could be eaten directly, then let's eat them first." In his mouth, he was chewing the Heavenly Origin 9 Saints Treasure Pill, while in his hand, he held the Supreme Essence Soul Nurturing Pill. As soon as he swallowed the pill, almost immediately, a powerful spiritual energy appeared, enveloping King Tan's entire body. Feeling this enhancement, he excitedly let out a shout. His joy didn't last long before he frowned and scratched his nose, saying, "Heavenly Mandate 4th stage already, only increased by 2 realms. This pill isn't all that great." Thinking this, King Tan reached out to take a sword. Looking at it, he said with some hesitation, "This sword looks very cool, but I'm afraid if I use it, my strength will be too great, and I won't have the chance to use resurrection." A moment later, he came up with a new idea, smiling as he said, "Then let's just keep it at the sect to show off, and always accidentally forget to bring it when going out." Ha! I'm such a genius. Having made his plan, King Tan quickly returned to his sect. As soon as he arrived, Ling Han and Xiao Shui ran out to greet him. "Sect Master, you've finally returned. We were worried sick." After speaking, the two hurriedly ran to embrace their sect master. Little Tiger looked at King Tan in utter amazement, thinking in shock. This guy was only at Heavenly Mandate 1st stage when he left. How come after just 2 days, he's directly at Heavenly Mandate 4th stage now? How did he do it? King Tan was now looking at the 2 girls in front of him and said, "That's right, you 2 previously ascended to the spirit embryo realm and haven't been rewarded yet. We must make up for that today." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly took out 2 swords he had just obtained from the 8 Clouds Palace and gave them to the 2 of them. Ling Han received the Flowing Cloud Sword, and Xiao Shui received the 8 Wind Sword. Looking at the swords in their hands, the 2 widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Sect Master, this is an 8th grade spirit sword." This statement caused all the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect present to be amazed. They buzzed with discussion. 8th grade spirit swords. Unthinkable. I'm afraid only the 8 Clouds Palace in the entire Flying Cloud Continent would have such 8th grade spirit swords. Could it be that they gifted them to our sect master? Giving 2 at once? How is this possible? King Tan took the opportunity to show off. He waved his hand grandly and shouted, "No stinginess." This is the principle of the Flying Immortal Sect. The faster you cultivate, the more rewards you get. These words were very well received. Everyone excitedly shouted, full of determination, "Work hard, give it our all. Work hard, give it our all." Meanwhile, at the Qianhuang Imperial Court, news of the 8 Clouds Palace's destruction finally arrived. The entire palace was buzzing with discussion about this. "Have you heard? The 8 Clouds Palace has been destroyed." "Yes, even our Crown Prince Hang Ba, along with the special envoys sent by various sects to attend the celebration banquet, all perished." Not only were the servants and palace maids outside discussing this issue, but even the court was debating. They reported in shock, "It absolutely cannot be the work of an individual. It must be some large force that we are unaware of. Things have been unstable lately. We must be more careful." Emperor Hangao of the Qianhuang Imperial Court was naturally the one who couldn't remain calm. Having lost his son, he was furious, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who did this? Tell me, I want to skin them alive." As soon as the emperor finished speaking, Prime Minister Yang Ji of the Imperial Court quickly reported, "Your Majesty, multiple image transmissions show that a treasure-grabbing battle had broken out at the 8 Clouds Palace at that time." General Liu Ran, standing beside him, added, "Several image transmissions were simultaneously interrupted for a while. Therefore, we speculate that it was Qi Yuan Sheng who activated the sect's grand formation to kill everyone there." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ji quickly reminded, "General Liu, Don't forget, Qi Yuan Sheng himself is also dead. Hearing this, Lu Ran immediately questioned. Then who could it be? Seeing the two men before him arguing, a commander of the Imperial Guards named Xia Jun Ho quickly intervened. Gentlemen, please stop arguing. In my opinion, Kang Tan is the most suspicious. This name caught the Emperor's ear, and he said with some confusion, Kang Tan. Xia Junho quickly stepped forward to report. Kang Tan is the sect master of a small sect called the Flying Immortal Sect. He somehow obtained a great opportunity. His strength has been rapidly increasing, and he has already destroyed several sects. The Emperor nodded upon hearing this and replied, I've heard about this matter as well. After thinking for a moment, he called out loudly, Lu Ran. Lu Ran heard the Emperor's call and immediately responded solemnly. This general awaits your command. The Emperor directly ordered, you set out for Qinglan Prefecture. Whether they are involved or not, that Flying Immortal Sect no longer needs to exist. With the order coming directly from the Emperor, naturally no one dared to disobey. He quickly accepted the mission. I obey. Just then, suddenly a loud voice called out from somewhere. Wait. Hearing this, Heng Gao was a bit surprised and let out a huh. From among a group of men, a pair of slender female legs stepped out. She was the princess of the Qian Huang Imperial Court, named Ning Di. She stood before the Emperor, smiling as she said, Great-grandfather, let me handle this matter. As soon as Ning Di finished speaking, the Emperor showed a very troubled expression and said, Why aren't you focusing on cultivation? What are you doing here? But with her small, adorable lips pouting, she coyly replied, Every day I'm forced to cultivate until I can barely breathe. It's so rare to have such an interesting event. I want to go. If you don't listen to me, I'll run away from home. The Emperor still didn't give up. He tried his best to persuade her. It's not that I'm not following your wishes. This journey is very dangerous. I'm worried you'll encounter misfortune. The princess was also adamant and angrily retorted, What danger? Isn't it just a legendary Heavenly Mandate 9th stage? I'm already at Dao Palace 1st stage. What is there to fear? As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately fell into silence for a moment. Seeing that no one said anything more, the princess continued, Moreover, I have my subordinates. My subordinates are even more formidable than those of great-grandfather. Those people of Lu Rance. Yang Ji, who was opposite, heard this and his face turned gloomy. They thought to themselves, she dares to openly admit having accomplices. In the entire Qian Huang Imperial Court, only this princess would do such a thing. Finally, the Emperor couldn't argue anymore. He gave in and agreed. All right then, we'll do as you say. But you must let Xia Junho and the Imperial Guards accompany you. Meanwhile, at the Flying Immortal Sect, Kang Tan Van still didn't know the danger approaching. He was lying there, sighing listlessly. Sigh. Because of the rewards, the disciples are in closed-door cultivation, unaware of the commotion at the Eight Clouds Palace outside. These days feel as long as a whole year. Feeling bored with nothing to do, Kang Tan suddenly remembered something. That's right, I still haven't tried that shape-shifting skill. Since I'm idle anyway, might as well give it a try. No sooner said than done. Kang Tan immediately transformed in a hazy smoke, taking on the appearance of Lin Ning. Feeling his new voluptuous body, Kang Tan excitedly said, Wow, it's exactly the same. Kang Tan naturally wouldn't sit still. He lay on his sword and flew out of the room, laughing as he went, Haha, let's go tease that little Lingham first. Arriving at Lingham's door, Kang Tan, in Lin Ning's form, peeked inside. He thought to himself, the sect master isn't here. Are you feeling lonely? But to his disappointment, contrary to his expectations, Lingham was very diligent in her cultivation when alone. At this moment, she was fully focused, dedicating herself to cultivation. Her diligence made Kang Tan feel bored. He complained, Oh, how dull. After saying this, he turned to leave. But just as he took a few steps, suddenly a voice called out from the room, Lin Ning. Kang Tan was startled. The one calling him was none other than Lingham. She opened the window and questioned the person standing outside. Lin Ning, aren't you supposed to be cultivating in the Quanji Tuesday? How dare you run out on your own? Kang Tan was flustered by Lingham's quick appearance. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, how fast. Calming down, he put on a shy girl act and replied, Oh, that. The sect master needed me for something, so I came out for a bit. Hearing this reason, Lingham immediately pressed urgently. What did the sect master need you for? Why don't I know about it? Kang Tan didn't dare say much more. He lowered his head and started running, answering as he went, the sect master said it was urgent. Can't be delayed, I'm going now. Watching Lin Ning's back as she hurriedly rode away on her sword, Lingham angrily shouted, You bastard, don't run. Then Lingham immediately dispatched a group of flying immortal sect disciples to search for the person. After a while, they quickly returned to report. Elder Ling, we've searched the treasure storage hall too, but there's no trace of the sect master. The small lake behind the mountain also has nothing. A moment later, another disciple came running in panic to report. Senior Sister G, it's not good. Little Tiger has also disappeared. Lingham fell into silence at this point. She sat down in deep thought. What has happened? Where has the sect master gone? Lin Ning's reaction just now was definitely suspicious. Unbeknownst to Lingham, the Lin Ning she was looking for was hiding behind a pillar nearby. Kang Tan, observing the situation before him, was extremely troubled. He grumbled to himself, I didn't expect this Lingham girl to make such a fuss. He plopped down on the ground, sighing, Haze, this damn skill is so troublesome. I can't even dispel it voluntarily. Have to wait a whole day for it to wear off automatically. Looking at Little Tiger behind him leisurely eating fish, he muttered, but this way, I've discovered Little Tiger being lazy. I'll have to settle accounts with it later. As he was lost in thought, suddenly, without him noticing, Little Snow had come to his side and grabbed him. She quickly shouted here. Kang Tan was startled and couldn't help but curse. To avoid being caught, Kang Tan immediately used his cultivation technique to fly away hastily. The force he released was so strong that it caused Little Snow to cry out in pain. This made Lingham suspicious. She quickly went to support Little Snow, wondering, how can Lin Ning fly so fast? Kang Tan left the flying immortal sect and went to the mountain behind the sect. He tiredly leaned against a tree in a cave, angrily cursing. If I had known this shape-shifting technique would be so troublesome, I wouldn't have used it so casually, causing such a commotion. Just then, a loud shout came from deep within the cave. Who's eavesdropping? Hearing this, King Tom was a bit startled. He quickly turned to look deeper into the cave, wondering, oh, is there someone in the cave? Before he could see clearly, suddenly a burst of power shot out from inside, hitting King Tom directly, catching him off guard. Unexpectedly, after that strike, Little Tiger's figure appeared. It was coming out at that moment. Seeing the person who had just been knocked to the ground, Little Tiger exclaimed in panic. Wait, Lin Ning. It first said with a pale face, oh no, this time I'm done for. The one who had attacked King Tan wasn't Little Tiger, but a shadowy figure whose face couldn't be seen clearly. Because of that action, it was now being scolded by Little Tiger. Damn it, how can you be so despicable? Didn't you say you had something to wait for me to resolve? The shadowy figure seemed to be no pushover either. Being scolded, it angrily furrowed its brows and replied, after all, you're a beast king, and he's just the master of a small sect. Look how scared he's made you. Little Tiger immediately retorted, what do you know? That kid is not simple. At this point, Little Tiger angrily pointed at that little black figure's face and shouted, I had agreed with him to be the Sect's guardian beast for 3 years, yet you dare kill them in front of me. How can I hold my head up now? I kindly took you in, and this is how you repay me. Hearing the Beast King talk on, Little Black was annoyed to death. He had to cover his ears to clear his mind a bit. After Little Tiger finished speaking, he apologized. All right, I know I was wrong. It was just a momentary slip-up. On the other side, after being killed, King Tan returned to the system space. Looking at the screen showing those two talking outside, he angrily cursed. Well done, Little Tiger, you bastard. No wonder you weren't diligent in your duties. So you were here, being intimate with this demon. Regardless of the host's anger, the system continued to carry out its tasks. It announced, detected host death once, total 3 times. Cause of death, beaten to death. Killer, identity unknown. Forming survival plan, please wait. A few minutes passed, and the next notification was quickly issued. Host has received the soul imprint of the killer. Life and death are now within the host's thoughts. King Tan quickly came back to life. As soon as he woke up, he glared angrily and shouted, Little Tiger, you ungrateful traitor. King Tan didn't realize he had returned to his original form. When he opened his mouth, he looked at himself in surprise and said, oh, I've changed back already. Seeing his sect master suddenly appear here, Little Tiger showed a disgusted face and asked King Tan, why are you here? On the side, Little Black, whose name was Mac Tran, was equally surprised. He gaped and said loudly, what's going on? Just now it was clearly a girl, and I had already killed her. As soon as these words were spoken, Kang Tan heard them. He turned to look at the person who had just spoken and replied contemptuously, you only killed an illusory projection of mine. Daring to cause trouble in my flying immortal sect, you're in for it now. After saying this, he immediately used his technique, employing the observation skill to look directly at Mac Tran. But after looking for a long time, he made no new discoveries. No matter how he looked, he only saw a shadow. This puzzled King Tan, who thought to himself, "What's going on? Why can't I see anything?" At this moment, the system quickly issued a notification answering the host's question. With the host's current abilities, the observation skill can only observe matter from this world. Matter not belonging to this world cannot be observed, deducting 65,926 points from current accumulated points. Reading this, King Tan was shocked. He widened his eyes and exclaimed inwardly, "What? Matter not belonging to this world. Is this thing's origin that's significant? Even more powerful than De Huang?" Seeing King Tan staring at Mac Tran, Little Tiger thought he was angry and quickly ran over to console him. "King Tan, this is all a misunderstanding. Don't be angry. He's not an enemy." Hearing it was a misunderstanding made King Tan even angrier. He turned to look at Little Tiger and questioned, "What misunderstanding? If it had really been Lin Ning who came here and was killed by him, I would deal with him first before listening to your explanation." Being mentioned, Mac Tran refused to back down. He transformed into human form and sneered, "Humph, just a small heavenly mandate cultivator. This lord could kill you with a single thought." Of course, King Tan wasn't afraid of such threats. At this moment, he took out a bright red ball, held it in his hand, and replied with a smile, "Let's see who can kill whom with a single thought." As soon as the ball was taken out, Mac Tran suddenly collapsed in pain, kneeling on the ground. He clutched his face in terror and cried out loudly, "Ah!" King Tan absolutely didn't stop. He forcefully crushed the ball in his hand. The harder he squeezed, the more pain Mac Tran felt. His human form from earlier had disappeared, turning into a mass of invisible, trembling matter. Looking at King Tan standing opposite him, he was shocked and thought to himself, "How can this King Tan brat do something like this?" Seeing Mac Tran unable to bear it and screaming in agony, King Tan still didn't stop. Little Tiger quickly ran over and hugged his shoulder, softly advising, "King Tan, listen to me. Stop first. This guy is an upper immortal. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Mac Tran also hurriedly begged for mercy. Sect Master King, I was wrong. Spare my life. Please stop. I'm willing to submit." Hearing this, King Tan gave a satisfied smile. But he wasn't going to let the other party off easily. Looking at Mac Tran, he bluntly demanded, then kneel down. As soon as King Tan finished speaking, Little Tiger beside him cried out in panic, "Show some respect. He's an upper immortal." But at this moment, that upper immortal willingly knelt before King Tan. He hurriedly said, yes, this subordinate submits. From now on, I will only obey Sect Master Kang's orders. May I humbly ask one question? How did Sect Master Kang obtain my soul imprint?" Though outwardly compliant, inwardly he laughed sinisterly, thinking, "Without any effort, I've obtained it. Heaven has delivered the soul imprint right to my doorstep." As soon as Mac Tran finished speaking, even Little Tiger couldn't help but gape, silently exclaiming in his heart, "Soul imprint." King Tan was no fool. Seeing Mac Tran voluntarily submit, but with no prompts from the system, he frowned and thought, "The system didn't notify me. This guy must not be sincerely submitting." So as soon as he snapped out of that thought, King Tan directly exposed his true face. "You think pretending to submit will save you? You can't fool me." After saying this, King Tan forcefully squeezed the imprint. No matter how cunning Mac Tran was faced with this bone-deep pain, he could only admit defeat. He fearfully clutched his head, kowtowing and shouting loudly, I submit, this time I truly submit." King Tan immediately retorted, still pretending. Little Tiger, standing in the middle, tried hard to persuade King Tan. King Tan, don't kill him yet. Do you really have his soul imprint?" Hearing Little Tiger's question, King Tan puzzledly replied, "That's right, why?" Little Tiger quickly suggested, "Then making him submit is too simple." Little Tiger continued, "Just use your soul to engrave a covenant array on his soul imprint. That way, he won't be able to disobey you even if he wants to. The heavenly Tao rules will prevent him from going against your will." Hearing this, King Tan was elated. He excitedly looked at the soul imprint in his hand and exclaimed, "There's such an operation. Let me try it." Seeing this, Mac Tran was furious. He glared at Little Tiger standing beside him and scolded, "You damn tiger, you've betrayed me again. If my powers weren't damaged right now, I'd definitely refine you." Little Tiger didn't back down, immediately counterattacking. "You old schemer, don't get ahead of yourself. If it weren't for me begging for you, you'd have been dead long ago. How dare you scold me? Regardless of their back and forth, King Ton on the other side had already finished engraving his soul on a Mac-Trans imprint. As soon as the Covenant was established, the system immediately issued a notification. You have received the loyalty of a lower immortal, gained 1,000 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 75,926. Seeing the meager points he just received, King Ton sighed. Isn't he an immortal? Why only these few accumulation points? Whether he wanted to or not, Mac-Tran could now only completely submit to King Ton. Seeing him sitting dazed on the ground, Little Tiger excitedly said, "All right, little King Ton, now he's your slave. He'll do whatever you say. Quick, tell him to bark like a dog." As soon as Little Tiger finished speaking, King Ton frowned and replied, "Just now you were telling me to show him some respect. You changed too quickly." After saying this, he waved his hand and sighed. "Anyway, he's still an immortal. We should show due respect. Mac-Tran, from now on you must not only be loyal to me, but also shoulder the responsibilities of a disciple of my flying immortal sect. Can you do that?" Though he asked this way, everyone knew Mac-Tran only had one path to take, which was to obey him. Though somewhat uncomfortable, he still had to answer, do I have any other choice? King Ton was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "Good. Now tell me truthfully about your background." For some reason, when he heard King Ton ask this, Mac-Tran sighed with some annoyance. Well, that goes back several tens of millions of years. It starts with the Great War in the Immortal Realm. Recalling that distant past, Mac-Tran began to recount. The Immortal Realm war raged until the sky and earth were obscured. Yin and Yang were reversed. Mountains collapsed and the earth split. He was about to continue deeper into the story when King Ton suddenly frowned and interrupted. "Wait, you're rambling too much. Get to the point. First tell me your name." Mac-Tran hurriedly complied. "Oh, all right. My name is Mac-Tran, also known as the Dark Footstep Immortal Lord. Initially, I participated in the Great War on the Demon Realm side, surrounded by a group of demons, fighting alone. In the end, I couldn't withstand them. My soul was shattered, and I fled miserably to the mortal world. After descending to the mortal realm, I lost my soul imprint, leading to a part of my remnant soul being insufficient to exist in this mortal world. To avoid my soul scattering completely, I had to parasitize in the semi-demon. No, semi-immortal artifact, the blood transformation ring." King Ton quickly caught Mac-Tran's mistake and hastily pointed out, "You just misspoke, didn't you? Now that you've been exposed, don't worry about these small details." King Ton then crossed his arms and asked, "The blood transformation ring, is that the thing Don Mak Han used to try to assassinate me before?" Hearing the question, Mac-Tran answered honestly. "The blood transformation ring was originally an immortal artifact I used for assassinations. I spent a lot of effort to refine it into a semi-living immortal artifact in case of emergencies. I didn't expect it would actually save my life. But to maintain my existence, the immortal power of the blood transformation ring gradually depleted. Day by day, it finally degraded into a spirit artifact." Thinking about this, Mac-Tran continued. "Afterwards, it was coincidentally found by the Don Mak family. Those ordinary mortals couldn't see the profound mysteries within and just used it as a common spirit artifact. Even so, for them it was a great opportunity, allowing the Don Mak family to become one of the most powerful forces in Thuong Lai Prefecture in one step." Hearing this, King Ton immediately turned to Little Tiger beside him and asked, "So you mean, Little Tiger, you discovered there was something unusual about the blood transformation ring right from the start, didn't you?" "Well done." Little Tiger had another chance to be proud. He crossed his arms and snorted, outwardly pretending nothing happened. But inwardly, he was so happy he wanted to jump up and laugh out loud. "Haha, finally he praises me. Now you know how important I am, don't you?" Mac-Tran suddenly coughed twice, interrupting the conversation between the two. "Ahem, Sect Master King. The Covenant Array not only limits the effects of the Master Soul imprint, but also has a protective function. Although I am enslaved by you, I don't have to worry about my soul scattering due to lack of immortal power and nourishment." After saying this, Mac-Tran became serious again, looking at King Ton and continuing, "Please allow me to formally introduce myself." Under everyone's gaze, he proudly said, "I am the upper immortal Dark Footstep Immortal Lord Mac-Tran. Although my current strength is not at its absolute peak, for cultivators below the Dao Palace realm, I can kill them with just a thought. He finished his proud introduction, but Kang Tan only responded blankly, "Is that all?" As soon as these words were uttered, Mac Tran was shocked and let out an awe. Kang Tan was even more outrageous. He and Little Tiger turned to leave, saying as they went, "With just that little strength of yours, just obediently follow my disciples' arrangements. It's nothing special. Little Tiger, let's go back to the mansion." Seeing that Kang Tan really didn't care at all and wanted to leave, Mac Tran immediately got angry, grabbed Kang Tan's hand and shouted, "You yourself are only at the 4th stage of Heavenly Mandate. My strength can easily kill those at the 9th stage of Heavenly Mandate. Isn't that enough?" After saying this, he put on a fierce expression and added, "Ahem, all right, below the entering sainthood realm. No matter the cost, my immortal soul will be damaged. I can also kill for you to see." However, Kang Tan intentionally hurt Mac Tran's pride even more. He calmly replied, "All right, no need for you to kill anything. Just focus on recovering. Consider it as me doing a good deed." This statement directly caused Mac Tran's pride to suffer 9,999,999 points of critical damage. Enraged, Mac Tran glared at Kang Tan, reached out his hand and shouted, "Then give me back my Master Soul Imprint. I guarantee your sect will be invincible in the mortal world. I can destroy that old cowardly tiger as easily as turning my hand." Little Tiger, suddenly being called out, immediately cursed. "Damn it, are you biting the hand that feeds you? Have you forgotten who's been taking care of you these past few days?" Mac Tran wasn't about to back down either. He quickly retorted, "What's there to say now? Didn't you want me to remember your kindness, so that when I recover my cultivation, I'd take you flying around?" Kang Tan interjected at this point, "Give you back your Master Soul Imprint, so you can betray and destroy my sect. Do you take me for a fool?" Hearing this, Mac Tran suddenly felt guilty and scratched his head. After a moment, he hurriedly came up with another idea. "Ahem, how about this? You help me find a few top-grade spirit pills and miraculous medicines. Nourish me well, and I'll make your sect the #1 in the world." As soon as he finished speaking, Little Tiger jumped out and scolded, "You still have the face to make demands. You think top-grade spirit pills are like cabbage that you can eat whenever you want. What's the benefit? If you nourish me well, can I also make a sect the #1 in the world?" Mac Tran, dissatisfied, scolded back, "PSH, I'm talking about recovering my cultivation. 1 meal for me is worth 10 meals for you. My value is still higher than yours." Kang Tan, standing beside them listening to their argument, also grasped a few key points. He thought to himself, I've drawn many spirit pills and miraculous medicines from the accumulation rewards. Might as well let him try them out." Thinking and acting, Kang Tan immediately took out a spirit herb and presented it to Mac Tran, saying, "All right then, try eating this." Mac Tran heard and looked at the medicinal herb in the other's hand, and as soon as he saw it, his eyes widened and he shouted, "This is jade dew grass." Not only did Mac Tran exclaim, but even Little Tiger gaped and cried out. Glancing at Kang Tan, Mac Tran was a bit shocked and thought to himself, could this young lad be the legendary son of Heaven's Way? Recalling that ancient legend, Mac Tran thought further. The son of Heaven's Way possesses innate potential and lucky encounters far beyond ordinary people. Among them, some have short luck, cultivating to the immortal realm, but then becoming unremarkable. Those with long luck can become overlords of a region in the immortal realm. It can be said that not every son of Heaven's Way can necessarily cultivate to the peak, but most of the renowned figures in the immortal realm are sons of Heaven's Way. Looking again at the person before him, Mac Tran became more certain. This young lad, with just a bit of cultivation, had already subdued this demon fox and somehow obtained my Master Soul Imprint. Now he casually takes out a jade dew grass. He's absolutely a son of Heaven's Way, no doubt about it. Thinking this, Mac Tran reached out and grabbed the medicinal herb from Kang Tan's hand, muttering, "I've heard that behind the son of Heaven's Way is an old grandpa who is the incarnation of Heaven's Way. What's the intention of letting me fall into this place?" Pushing aside distracting thoughts, he quickly stuffed the jade dew grass into his mouth and swallowed. Then he entered a state of preparation for cultivation. Before starting, he shouted once, "Kid, watch carefully." Immediately after, Mac Tran's figure gradually became blurry, and another form slowly appeared and merged with it. A moment later, Mac Tran's hazy image completely changed, transforming into a true upper immortal. Seeing that what was just an old ghost had now turned into an immortal, Little Tiger exclaimed in surprise. just one jade dew grass, and it made him recover so much. Although he hadn't fully recovered his cultivation, Mac Tran was already somewhat smug. Now that he had recovered a bit, he became even more arrogant and said with a laugh, "How about that, young one? From now on, I'll protect you, and you can do whatever you want. No one will be able to do anything to you." Hearing him say this, King Tan immediately refused. No, there's no need. I could take care of myself." Mac Tran wanted to act like the other party. Constantly refusing seemed odd. He thought to himself, is there something wrong with this kid's head? Why is he talking so abnormally? After a while of conversation, King Tan assigned Mac Tran a task. As soon as he heard about this task, Mac Tran gaped and exclaimed, "Just guiding cultivation. Isn't this the basic function of the old grandpa by your side?" Before he could say more, King Tan quickly patted his shoulder and said, "All right, from now on, you are the highest level cultivation guide of my flying immortal sect company." Having resolved most of the matters here, King Tan returned to the sect with the man and the beast. As soon as the three of them arrived, the disciples in the sect cheered loudly. Sect Master. Sect Master has finally returned. Lingham was more anxious than anyone else. As soon as she saw King Tan return, she ran over and hugged him, crying and complaining. "Sect Master, where did you go? I was worried sick." Knowing she had been worried and searching for him, King Tan comforted her. "Don't worry, wasn't I just out interviewing talent for the company?" Saying this, he pushed Mac Tran forward, introducing him to the Flying Immortal Sect disciples. This is Elder Mac Tran, an upper immortal who has descended to the mortal world with profound and immeasurable cultivation. From now on, he will be our training elder, responsible for guiding cultivation for the Flying Immortal Sect. If anyone has any questions about cultivation, you can ask him. As soon as King Tan finished speaking, everyone immediately shouted in unison, "Greetings to Elder Mac Tran." Mac Tran seemed to enjoy this welcome very much. He calmly stroked his beard and let out an hum. While immersed in the respect of everyone before him, suddenly Mac Tran's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This is 7 Apertures Spirit Body." When saying this, Mac Tran's gaze fell on Lingham, standing in front of him. In his heart, he thought, this girl, just with the 7 Apertures Spirit Body constitution, is also a son of Heaven's Way. I'm afraid it would only take a few hundred years for her to cultivate to the immortal way. I never would have guessed that in an ordinary small sect, 2 sons of Heaven's Way would appear simultaneously. If Lingham knew she was being regarded as a phoenix egg, she would surely be terrified. After greeting, the disciples in the sect began to whisper about this new elder. An upper immortal? An upper immortal has descended to guide us. Have you forgotten? Our sect master himself is an immortal. Elder Mac Tran must be an old friend of the sect master. Lingham, standing there, suddenly remembered Lam Nin's matter. She angrily shouted at King Tan, "That's right, sect master, we can't let Lam Nin off the hook. She lied to us, saying you'd only return after 3 days, causing everyone to worry." Other disciples chimed in, "That's right, sect master, senior sister is correct." Hearing Lingham mention this, King Tan suddenly remembered. He widened his eyes in panic, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I forgot about this." To prevent the situation from worsening, he immediately put on a stern face and said, "Ahem, have you all forgotten what I've taught you? We're all family here. We should love each other. How can you go behind someone's back and tattle?" Lingham felt a bit wronged by the scolding. She opened her mouth in confusion, but before she could finish, King Tan interrupted, "It was my arrangement. From now on, absolutely do not mention this matter again." This was the sect master's order, so no one dared to disobey. Although everyone felt very uncomfortable, they could only bow their heads and comply. Lingham also reluctantly agreed with the sound. Seeing that they all agreed to let this matter go, King Tan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped away the sweat that had just formed, thinking to himself, that was close. If they kept discussing this every day, it would eventually be exposed. Thinking of this, King Tan calculated in his mind, right, it's time to let Lam Nin and the others go out and adapt a bit. Having this old man guide their cultivation will be more effective. With that, he immediately waved his hand to release the 3 people from the full-body image, allowing them to return to the real world. As soon as they returned, Lam Nin's eyes were filled with tears. She quickly ran to hug King Tan, calling out, "Sect Master, I thought you had forgotten about us." Lingham, standing behind, saw this scene and muttered angrily, thinking to herself, "Humph, didn't they just meet? What's there to be so excited about?" Kang Ton let her hug him for a moment, then hurriedly introduced Mac Tran to those who had just returned. Come on, Nin Nin, pay your respects to Elder Mac Tran. Lavine, Tien Tai, you come here too. After being introduced, Mac Tran again put on an air of composure, waiting for their greetings. But as soon as he opened one eye, he could no longer maintain that expression. He looked at Lam Nin in shock and shouted, Hidden Emperor Bloodline. Hidden Emperor Bloodline. Lam Nin, being stared at, felt confused. Mac Tran began to sink into his own astonishment. A declining sect actually has 3 sons of Heaven's Way. What exactly is going on? Has the world order changed? Seeing Mac Tran's behavior and words, King Ton stepped forward and asked with a smile, You know about the Hidden Emperor bloodline. Hearing the question from beside him, Mac Tran quickly replied, Of course. The Hidden Emperor bloodline is an excellent bloodline for cultivating dark system techniques, extremely rare even in the immortal realm. Saying this, he looked towards Lam Nin and continued, It's a pity this young lady isn't cultivating dark system techniques, so the power of the Hidden Emperor bloodline hasn't had a chance to manifest. Kang Ton, standing beside him, couldn't help but sigh, saying, That's right. Our flying immortal sect doesn't have anyone proficient in this. It's really a shame. As soon as Kang Ton finished speaking, Mac Tran's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, I've been waiting for you to say that. Then he said aloud, Perhaps Sect Master Kang has forgotten my title, Dark Excrement Immortal. He added, Dark system techniques are my specialty. Why don't you let this young lady become my disciple? I guarantee she'll become the strongest dark system cultivator in the mortal world. As soon as he said this, Mac Tran silently chanted in his heart, Agree, you must agree. But things weren't that simple. Kang Ton pointed at Lingham and said, I don't mind, but Lam Nin is originally Elder Key's disciple. We need her approval. Being mentioned, Lingham quickly replied, As long as she doesn't take the sect master as her master, I have no objections. Lingham had agreed, but Lam Nin didn't. She frowned and shouted, I don't agree. She looked at her sect master resentfully and said, You clearly said that if I surpassed Elder Key, you would let me take you as my master. Hearing her say this, Kang Ton smiled and persuaded, Look, the key is that I don't understand these dark system techniques either. Wouldn't that be wasting your potential? Saying this, he suddenly became angry and shouted, When did I ever agree to that? Clearly, it was you two who proposed it. While everyone was focused on the matter of taking a master, suddenly a loud cry came from behind. Mom. It was Dai Hong. Hearing the voice, Kang Ton immediately turned and asked, What's wrong, Dai Hong? Dai Hong quickly jumped up and sat on her mother's shoulder. She excitedly pointed in a direction and shouted, Mom, it's the Fragment. The Fragment is here. Kang Ton also looked in the direction Dai Hong was pointing, saying curiously, the Fragment of the world's center. Can that thing grow legs and run here by itself? And in the distance, a phoenix suddenly appeared, flying towards them. It circled proudly in the air, followed by a palanquin and dozens of people. Seeing it, Kang Ton rarely had the chance to exclaim, Oh, how grand. What's that big bird? Mac Tran beside him seemed to know the origin of this phoenix. He thought smugly to himself, It's time for this old man to show off. Mac Tran stroked his beard and said calmly, Sect Master Kang, this is Lai Lone, a 6th-rank spirit beast. Due to its gentle nature, it's often tamed by people. Seeing this old man start to brag again, Little Tiger angrily scolded, Stinky old man, even licking dogs can be performed so skillfully, truly a celestial immortal. You've ruined my performance. Lavine and the other disciples seemed to see something. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. It looks like Princess Ngung Dike is in the palanquin. It's really Princess Ngung Dike we've been waiting for. Hao Tuan and other attendants are following. Kang Ton also noticed at this time. He asked with wide eyes, Princess Ngung Dike of the Kinhong dynasty. Why is she personally coming to our flying immortal sect? Hearing the question, an elder beside him immediately replied, It must be because of our title as the most romantic in Tanlan Prefecture. She's coming to propose marriage. Kang Ton, of course, wouldn't think like that. He glanced at the newcomers and thought to himself, The people of the Kinhong dynasty have finally come knocking. Come on, give me a reason to destroy you all. The Jade Palanquin had descended in front of everyone from the Flying Immortal Sect. But for some unknown reason, Lai Lone suddenly became extremely frightened. It was so scared that it wanted to flap its wings and run away, causing the Palanquin to start losing control and shake. Ngung Dike was also startled and scared. She hurriedly cried out, What's happening? Why is Lai Lone so frightened? Seeing this, Hao Tuan quickly ordered, protect the princess. The main reason was that Little Tiger's bloodline was too terrifying, and it was deliberately showing off its own power. Kang Tan hurriedly turned and reminded it, your killing intent is scaring the guests. Little Tiger replied in annoyance, what should I do now? I haven't even moved, and it's already scared like this. Hearing this, Kang Tan immediately grabbed its head and pressed it down, saying, Little Tiger, restrain yourself a bit. Don't scare them away. They've already been intimidated like this. Little Tiger had no choice but to comply. Then it obediently transformed back into a cute kitten. Only then did Lai Lone calm down. Princess Ngung Dike also safely descended from the palanquin. Before she could say anything, Hao Tuan beside her glared and said, seeing the princess and not kneeling down. There were many guards following. They lined up with a strong presence. But Kang Tan certainly wouldn't be afraid. He even stubbornly replied, kneel to your grandfather. If you have something to say, just say it straight. This statement immediately angered Hao Tuan. He shouted loudly twice, how dare you? While speaking, he quickly drew his sword. His aura was very oppressive, completely making those present feel afraid. Everyone worriedly said to each other, a Dao Jun realm, we're dead for sure. Someone hurriedly comforted, don't panic, isn't there an immortal elder here? But before anyone could act, Princess Ngung Dike suddenly spoke up, Commander Hao, stop. With the princess's order, Hao Tuan dared not disobey. But he still said with some reluctance, Your Highness, he was disrespectful to the Kinhong dynasty and to you. He must be severely punished. Ngung Dike, who had just arrived, said, the Emperor has made it clear that this trip is under my command. Has Commander Hao forgotten? Hearing her question, he immediately bowed his head and replied, this humble general wouldn't dare. Then he quickly sheathed his sword, thinking irritably, perhaps she's been captivated by this boy's appearance. After all, she's just a lovesick girl. After speaking to Hao Tuan, Ngung Dike went up to Kang Tan and greeted, you must be Sect Master Kang. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Kang Tan didn't refuse. He casually smiled and replied, of course. But in his heart, he was secretly calculating, why aren't they attacking anymore? This young lady is quite polite. I wonder what her intentions are. After that, everyone gathered in the main hall of the Flying Immortal Sect. Sitting at the table, Ngung Dike spoke first. Sect Master Kang, I came here for no other reason than the great calamity at the Eight Clouds Palace. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Snow and Lin Ham were both extremely surprised. Lin Ham hurriedly asked, great calamity, wasn't it a grand ceremony? Ngung Dike continued, the Eight Clouds Palace was annihilated during the grand ceremony. Even innocent guests lost their lives. My royal brother, Hangbat, was among them. Knowing this now, Lin Ham and the others were instantly shocked, their eyes wide open. Ngung Dike didn't stop there. She continued with furrowed brows and a gloomy smile, directly questioning. Sect Master Kang is the only survivor. Perhaps you know the inside story. But to their surprise, Kang Tan calmly admitted. He picked his nose while saying, yeah, I did it. Lavine, Little Snow, and Lin Ham all inwardly sighed upon hearing this. Don't admit it. Ngung Dike seemed not to believe this admission. She smiled crookedly and said, Sect Master Kang, my patience is running thin. Don't joke with me. Kang Tan immediately replied, who's joking with you? I really did it. Fearing they wouldn't believe him, he directly threw a sword onto the table for everyone to see. Here, see for yourselves. As soon as Ngung Dike saw the sword Kang Tan threw out, she was instantly shocked, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, it's the Golden Millennium Spirit Sword of my royal brother. At this moment, Hao Tuan could no longer control his emotions. He slammed the table, stood up, and scolded, you audacious scoundrel. How dare you kill the prince of our dynasty? Royal guards, hear my command, form the formation. The royal guards immediately began to form the formation upon hearing the order. With the formation set, Hao Tuan quickly drew his sword. A stream of power was released. Golden light enveloped the surroundings, spreading throughout the main hall. Not only that, talismans continued to be deployed. A loud explosion suddenly erupted before Kang Tan and the others. Looking at the situation before him, Kang Tan questioned with some dissatisfaction. What the hell? You want to teach me a lesson? Seeing that he seemed not to understand this formation, Mac Tran quickly explained from behind. Sect Master King. This is the Diamond Radiance formation. It's formed by many cultivators filling the formation eyes to create a mobile spirit formation, extremely domineering. Its power is only second to a major sect's protective formation, enough to kill opponents one major realm higher than oneself. Saying this, he then used force to strike the barrier around. After striking, Mac Tran continued with a gloomy smile. These people must have been nurtured from a young age, their minds in sync, to have such a powerful killing move. Sect Master King. This old man is willing to sacrifice his remnant soul for the sect to break the formation. As soon as Mac Tran finished speaking, Little Tiger beside him immediately mocked and ridiculed the enemy. You dead dogs. How dare you do this? King Tan also hurriedly stopped him. Hey, it's not that serious, right? Don't we still have Little Tiger? But Mac Tran said, we still shouldn't rely on this tiger demon. After all, it's a newly raised beast, not very familiar. Hearing itself being called a beast, how could Little Tiger not be angry? It roared, you old flatterer, do you want to burn down the house? You've been here less than a day, and you're already causing trouble. Saying this, Little Tiger quickly transformed back to its initial powerful form. It fiercely looked at those opposite, arrogantly asking, King Tan, you little brat, should we wipe them out or keep the women? After asking this question, Little Tiger glanced at Mac Tran standing there, thinking to himself, want to step on me to climb up? Keep dreaming. King Tan was extremely excited at this moment. He gave a thumbs up to Little Tiger in approval. Little Tiger understands me. Suddenly at this moment, fists carrying lightning quickly struck out. The barrier also showed a few cracks. Strangely, before Little Tiger could make a move, the formation shattered. Fragments flew everywhere, and the barrier was completely destroyed as a result. King Tan and those trapped inside immediately saw this scene, extremely surprised. King Tan also let out a puzzled exclamation. They quickly went outside. As soon as they got out, they saw Princess Ngung Dike wielding a sword and attacking her own people. The barrier was also broken by her own hands. Seeing this, King Tan thought to himself, internal division. Not only did he not know what had happened, even Ha Hao Tuan didn't understand. He was now trembling as he ran to Ngung Dike's side and asked, Your Highness, what are you doing? Ngung Dike's face was gloomy at this moment. She glanced at the person who had just spoken and directly threatened, You dare to act without my permission. I will kill you. Do you think the Great Emperor will punish me? Ha Hao Tuan was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth in rage at her. But in the end, due to their difference in status, he had to swallow his anger. Little Tiger on this side had another chance to mock Mac Tran. Elder Mac Tran, you said it would take sacrificing your remnant soul to break the formation, but in the end, that little girl over there easily broke it. Mac Tran, fearing that King Tan would look down on his abilities, immediately rushed over to explain hurriedly. Sect Master King. It's different when she broke it from the inside. Moreover, she's not an ordinary girl. She has the Lai Long bloodline. Hearing this, King Tan curiously asked, Lai Long bloodline? How does it compare to the Thuong Long bloodline? Mac Tran stroked his beard and smiled in response. Sect Master King is right. The Thuong Long bloodline is one of the three main bloodlines of the Dragon Clan. Although the Lai Long bloodline is powerful, it's only a branch of the Dragon Clan bloodline, still far inferior. After answering, he thought to himself, moreover, her Lai Long bloodline isn't pure, otherwise she would already be a child of the heavenly way. King Tan listened silently for a while. After Mac Tran finished explaining, he frowned and questioned, Then what are you surprised about? Mac Tran was so angry he was about to burst into flames. He frowned and thought to himself, although it's said to be not as good as the Thuong Long bloodline, how can there be no surprise at all? I don't know what secret technique this kid is using that prevents me from clearly seeing his physique and bloodline. Could he actually have the Thuong Long bloodline? Princess Ngung Dike on the other side fought for a while and finally stopped, breathing a sigh of relief. A moment later, she suddenly said loudly, Listen carefully, Sect Master King is also a victim. The culprit is someone else. My royal brother's spirit sword might have been picked up by Sect Master King by chance later. After saying this, Ngung Dike even took the initiative to bow and apologize to King Tan. Sect Master King, It's my fault for not disciplining my subordinates properly, causing them to be disrespectful. Pausing for a moment, she continued, this Golden Millennium Spirit Sword seems to have a connection with Sect Master King, so I'll gift it to you. King Tan and everyone else were stunned by the attitude of the woman before them. The disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect also gaped, saying to each other, Princess Ngung Dike actually showed weakness. What did our sect master do? But Kang Tan wasn't very interested in this resolution. He thought wearily that here was another long-winded person. It was really annoying. Ngung Dike didn't stop there. She made another proposal. Sect Master King, this journey by car was tiring. May I stay at your esteemed sect for a day? Is it convenient? Kang Tan couldn't refuse outright. He replied, all right, but there will be a lodging fee. This agreement made Lin Ham and Little Snow very dissatisfied. They glared and shouted, lodging fee. Although Ngung Dike was a bit annoyed, she still held back her laughter and said, a lodging fee is fine. Does Sect Master Kang want spirit stones or elixirs? Kang Tan directly pointed at the court lady beside Ngung Dike and replied, I want to take her hairpin. And it's what's inside the hairpin, which is a fragment of the world's heart. He quickly used his divine sense to observe the quality of that court lady. After looking, Kang Tan thought with some interest, hiding the cultivation of Dao, June 9th level peak, serving as a maid of Void, Dao, June 1st level. I wonder what methods your Huang dynasty has that can prevent others from seeing through it. Hearing Kang Tan's condition, Princess Ngung Dike immediately turned to look at her maid. Seeing her nod in agreement, Ngung Dike then agreed to the other party's request. It's not anything precious. If Sect Master Kang likes it, then take it. As soon as she finished speaking, the maid also simultaneously removed the hairpin. Kang Tan, of course, happily accepted it. As soon as he held it in his hand, De Hong couldn't resist jumping up to snatch it, but Kang Tan quickly dodged to one side. He loudly instructed La Vigne to show the guests to their rooms. La Vigne heard the order and hurriedly complied. In the evening, in the guest room of the Flying Immortal Sect, returning to the room prepared by the Flying Immortal Sect, Ngung Dike's court lady carefully closed the door. After finishing, she immediately changed her expression, frowning with displeasure as she turned to look at Ngung Dike. Ngung Dike quickly put on a fake smile, pushing out a chair for that court lady, and respectfully said, don't be angry, Venerable One, please sit. It turned out this court lady had such a significant background. After the Venerable One sat down, Ngung Dike spoke with some resentment. That Kang Tan is so unreasonable. Why did you tell me to stop Hao Tuan from killing him? Hearing this, Lam Lin immediately retorted in a contemptuous tone, do you know you were already half a step into the gates of hell? Ngung Dike was extremely shocked. She said in disbelief, how is that possible? I saw that Kang Tan was only at Heavenly Mandate 4th level cultivation. Any random guard could kill him. Venerable Lam Lin asked her in return, did you forget there's a tiger demon beside him? But Ngung Dike wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she replied with some contempt, that tiger demon is just at Heavenly Mandate 9th level. What's there to fear? Unable to bear her disciple's ignorance, Lam Lin directly slammed the table and scolded, foolish. You even believe the rumors on the road. If you provoke that tiger demon to act, even I would have to be buried with you all. At this point, Ngung Dike finally showed some fear. She hurriedly said, how is that possible? Unless he's a Dao, June 9th level. Hearing this, Lam Lin didn't say anything more, only asked the person beside her a question. Have you heard about the incident at Toon Gwyn Sacred Land? Ngung Dike quickly replied, I've heard about it. It seems it was destroyed by a great demon. The 4 entering sainthood realm experts of Toon Gwyn Sacred Land couldn't even withstand a single move in front of that great demon. Venerable Lam Lin continued to glare and ask, do you know what kind of demon that great demon was? Hearing this question, Ngung Dike finally had some realization. She hesitantly guessed, could it be that tiger demon? Venerable Lam Lin grimly replied, I didn't expect that tiger demon to be here. Ngung Dike now realized the seriousness of the situation. She quickly thought of another way, then asked her Venerable Lam Lin, do you think there's any possibility of taking Kang Tan? At this point, she made a throat-slitting gesture. Regarding this question, Lam Lin suddenly waved her hand, then pointed behind Ngung Dike and said, a demon that has reached this level is not something you or I can command. Even if Kang Tan dies, it won't submit to us. I don't know what kind of opportunity King Tan has had to be able to deal with it. If we want this tiger demon to be used by us, we must. After that, they lowered their voices and whispered, avoiding being overheard by others. Suddenly discovering something, Venerable Lam Lin's eyes widened, her face full of surprise. She exclaimed in confusion, "This isn't right. Why has the concentration of spiritual energy here suddenly increased so much?" At the same time in another place, King Tan and a group of people were gathered together. He was smiling as he watched Dahong playfully toying with the hairpin they had just acquired. After playing for a while, Dahong directly put the hairpin in its mouth, appearing to be trying very hard to eat it. Not long after, it entered a state of advancement, with rainbow-colored light radiating in all directions. Dahong also laughed excitedly twice. The disciples below and Kang Tan's group were also overjoyed, with cheers ringing out continuously. Wow, the spirit vein has upgraded to 5th grade. This seemed very normal to them, but for those who had just arrived a day ago, it was unbelievable. Mac Tran widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "A bean sprout, changing the grade of a spirit vein. How is this possible?" Little Tiger beside him said softly, "Calm down, this kid does these scientific and technological things every day. You'll get used to it." Glancing at Kang Tan's back in front of him, Mac Tran frowned and thought to himself, the major sects are exploding into great battles, just to fight over territories with high-grade feng shui spirit veins, yet he can casually upgrade spirit veins. Even for a child of the Heavenly Way, this is too hard to believe. Could he be the firstborn of the Heavenly Way? Venerable Lam Lin noticed this sudden upgrade. Of course, she wouldn't let it go. She would certainly send Ngung Dike to investigate the situation. Therefore, Ngung Dike now appeared here, asking Kang Tan, "What happened? Why has the spiritual energy suddenly increased so much?" Kang Tan was a bit surprised to see her. Hearing her question, he casually replied, "Oh, it's Princess Ngung Dike. It's nothing. This sect master was just free, so I raised the grade of the spirit vein a little bit." This statement directly stunned Ngung Dike and Lam Lin. They exclaimed in disbelief in their hearts, "Upgrading the grade of a spirit vein. How is this possible?" Not knowing what new plan these two had come up with, at this moment Venerable Lam Lin was transmitting a message to Ngung Dike. Proceed according to the plan. After saying that, Ngung Dike immediately put on a friendly smile and said to Kang Tan, "Ah, Sect Master Kang, this reception was truly thoughtful. Soon it will be the day of the heaven worship ceremony of our Qian Huang dynasty. I wonder if Sect Master Kang could honor us with your presence." As soon as Kang Tan heard this, he thought irritably to himself, has the little cotton jacket's vicious heart been exposed? Bayan Palace has already played this trick. Before Kang Tan could agree or not, Ngung Dike put on a coquettish and infatuated act, continuing, "To be honest, Sect Master Kang's extraordinary appearance and outstanding demeanor have made Ngung Dike admire you deeply. I hope Sect Master Kang won't refuse." As she said this, she even knelt on one knee. Though she wanted to sound sincere, there wasn't a shred of true sincerity in her words. Kang Tan was momentarily bewitched, his face reddening as he thought, "Bean Sprout, could there really be such a good thing?" Seeing their sect master being enticed by that woman, Lin Ham and the others immediately became displeased. They frowned, their faces showing displeasure. Ngung Dike, on the other hand, was extremely excited inside. Seeing Kang Tan's reddened face, she secretly laughed to herself. He's taken the bait. After she finished speaking, Kang Tan immediately smiled and replied, "All right, I agree." In his heart, he was secretly calculating, "I can use this opportunity to plunder wealth from the Qian Huang dynasty and also overthrow Princess Du Lin. How could I not agree to such a good thing?" On Lin Ham's side, seeing that the sect master had agreed to go, they immediately became anxious. She hurriedly protested loudly, "Sect master, you can't go. The Qian Huang dynasty has experts at the Dao Kung realm. This trip is too dangerous. You cannot go." Seeing her so anxious, Kang Tan instead felt very pleased. He excitedly thought, little Lin Ham's big reaction shows she's jealous. Is she afraid I'll fall into this princess's skirt and never return? Not only did Lin Ham disagree, even Lam Nin, Tu Tuet, and the other female disciples angrily chimed in. "That's right, Sect Master. Elderkin is correct." The more they showed their opposition, the more Kang Tan had the opportunity to enjoy. He smugly thought to himself, They're all jealous because of me. Before Kang Ton could open his mouth to comfort them, Mac Tran quickly said, "You don't need to worry. This old man will also go on this trip. I will definitely protect the Sect Master thoroughly." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ham immediately turned to him and carefully instructed. "Then Elder Mac Tran must definitely keep an eye on the Sect Master and not allow the Sect Master to have any improper male-female relationships." "Oh no. Don't let anything unexpected happen to the Sect Master," Mac Tran confidently replied after hearing this. "Ahem, that goes without saying." One moment he was solemnly promising. The next he glanced at Kang Ton and transmitted, "Sect Master, rest assured. When we get there, you can freely flirt with the flowers and grass. This old man will protect you thoroughly. As for other matters, I'll pretend I didn't see anything." Being sheltered like this, Kang Ton was naturally very pleased. He even secretly praised Mac Tran in his heart. This elder Mac Tran truly understands, indeed worthy of being an immortal venerable. He thought for a moment, then suddenly put on a serious face and coughed a few times. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Then, under everyone's attention, he sternly admonished, "What are you all doing? We still have guests here. The Qianhuang dynasty has invited us. How can we not show respect? You all just stay in the sect and cultivate. This sect master will return in a few days." Although he said this, Lin Ham and the others were still not at ease. They worriedly objected, but she's so beautiful. Regardless of how worried the women on that side were, Mac Tran on this side was already eagerly preparing the luggage. He excitedly called out, "Yes, Sect Master, I'll immediately go pack our luggage." After saying that, he unhesitatingly ran off like the wind. Seeing his excited appearance, Little Tiger was so angry he gritted his teeth and said, "This improper old man is really not trustworthy at all. How can you cover for him in everything?" However, just as Mac Tran was happily going to pack the luggage, Kang Ton extinguished his enthusiasm. He raised his hand to stop Mac Tran, saying, "Wait, Elder Mac Tran, you still have things to do in the sect. Everyone's cultivation depends on you." Hearing this, Mac Tran exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? No, Sect Master, assisting with cultivation is a small matter. Your safety is." Before he could finish speaking, Little Tiger suddenly ran out and interrupted, "There's no other way. I'll go on this trip then." Mac Tran, having his words cut off, was instantly furious. He glared and scolded you. Seeing a human and an immortal fighting to go with him right before his eyes, Kang Ton felt a sense of enjoyment. He secretly laughed to himself. "How Little Tiger is actively trying to please me again. It seems I need to create a sense of crisis for them." While he was thinking, suddenly from behind, Ngung Dike suggested, "Such an arrangement is very good. Please trouble Elder Tiger to accompany us on this trip." Upon hearing this, Kang Ton was immediately shocked. He exclaimed in his heart, "Huh, sister, do you know how strong this tiger is? Do you have a death wish? Could it be that you really aren't trying to scheme against me?" Thinking this, Kang Ton turned around, patted Little Tiger's shoulder, and said with a smile, "That's not necessary. Little Tiger still needs to watch over the sect. This trip can only be undertaken by me, the sect master, alone." And so, everything was arranged satisfactorily. The people from the Qianhuang dynasty had no reason to linger any longer. Everyone returned together, of course, this time with the addition of Kang Ton's presence. He was arranged to sit in the same palanquin with Ngung Dike and Venerable Lam Lin. His posture was very relaxed and carefree, completely ignoring the uncomfortable expressions of the two behind him. Seeing the current situation become like this, Lam Lin was a bit worried. She hurriedly whispered instructions to Ngung Dike. "This fool who doesn't know life from death, we told him to bring his demon fox, but he didn't. When we reach the imperial court, you must keep an eye on him. Absolutely don't let him get beaten to death." Hearing these instructions, Ngung Dike quickly replied, Understood." Not long after, the last palanquin finally stopped in front of the Qianhuang guest house. After helping Kang Ton down from the palanquin, Ngung Dike respectfully bowed and said, "Sect Master Kang, please rest here for now. Ngung Dike will go report to the Ancestor Emperor." After saying this, she quickly turned to the Imperial Guards and ordered, "Left and right, listen to my command. Without this princess's permission, no one is to disturb Sect Master Kang's meditation." The Imperial Guards heard the order and replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." After seeing off Ngung Dike and Lam Lin, Kang Ton returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but praise. Oh, indeed it's a special guest house prepared for nobles and distinguished guests, truly luxurious. Not long after, suddenly a cursing voice came from outside. Kang Ton, you little dog. Hearing this curse, he laughed to himself and thought, oh, has someone come to cause trouble? It wasn't just one person, but a group of young people. They shouted angrily with furious expressions. How could you be worthy of Princess Ngung Dike? Come out and explain yourself clearly. Perhaps we'll spare your life. This news was quickly reported to Ngung Dike and Lam Lin by the Imperial Guards. He ran panting and shouted, Princess, Princess, it's terrible. The young masters and young generals have surrounded the Qian Huang guest house, wanting to kill Sect Master Kang. As soon as Venerable Lam Lin heard this, she became furious. She glared and gritted her teeth, cursing, "Pah, a bunch of lustful pigs and dogs, with only thoughts of men and women in their heads. They've ruined my grand plan." Seeing her Venerable wanting to go settle accounts with that group, Ngung Dike immediately stepped forward to stop her. She opened her mouth and said, Venerable Lam Lin, please wait. Lam Lin was in no mood to wait. She immediately retorted, wait for what? If Kang Ton dies, all our efforts will be in vain. Ngung Dike continued to explain, your cultivation, Venerable, Ngung Dike naturally falls far short of. But in the art of seducing men, Ngung Dike understands very well. Those pampered young masters have no real ability. They can't kill Kang Ton in a short time. Wait until Kang Ton is tired and unable to cope, then we'll make our move. Speaking to this point, she even had a bit of smugness as she continued. This way, Ngung Dike will be his lifesaver. We'll save energy and achieve great merit. Moreover, it will also open his eyes to see how formidable this princess is, beautiful, talented, and capable. Lending him a hand is such a great fortune for him. Meanwhile, at the Qianhuang guest house, Kang Ton spoke with annoyance. What's all this noise about? Who are you people? Don't you know you're disturbing the peace? As soon as he finished speaking, a person named Lu Qing angrily pointed at Kang Ton's face and questioned, you're Kang Ton, right? Have you looked in a mirror to see what your status is? How could you possibly be worthy of Princess Ngung Dike? Unfortunately, Kang Ton was someone who knew no shame. He leisurely and narcissistically said, my charm. She fell for it herself. What can I do? At this point, he even turned back to look at those who were reproaching him and said contemptuously, look at yourselves, each one of you so weak and frail. It's obvious you've overindulged. You can't make people happy. That's why she traveled thousands of miles to find me. The three people being scolded were Lu Qing and Si Yuan and Mi Yun. Hearing the opponents say they were overindulgent, the three immediately flew into a rage. Each of them drew their swords and shouted loudly, you shameless bastard, prepare to die. It's unclear what exactly happened next, but the sounds of fighting from inside the guest house spread outside. Martial arts techniques were unleashed, frightening all who witnessed it into a daze. At the same time, in Ngung Dike's room, a guard quickly ran in to report, Princess Ngung Dike, something terrible has happened. Before he could finish speaking, Venerable Lam Lin slammed the table in anger. Damn it, Kang Ton must have been beaten to death already. This time, that man-seducing technique was so good, all our efforts have gone to waste. Hearing this, Ngung Dike exclaimed, no, that's not right. The guard, with a pale face and eyes full of fear, reported, it's terrible, Kang Ton. He has killed all the young masters and young generals. In the guest house, a series of magical techniques and martial arts were displayed. The room was littered with corpses. Looking at the lifeless bodies on the ground, Kang Ton said with annoyance, why couldn't you all just quietly cultivate? You had to seek death. You've wasted all my excitement. A few people had quickly escaped, hiding under tables, looking at Kang Ton and discussing among themselves. How is he so strong? What level was that body technique just now? I've never seen anything like it before. Kang Ton paid no attention to them, excitedly sitting beside the corpses and laughing. I wish you could kill me one more time. Oh well, time to collect the spoils. A moment later, he picked up a golden kill sword and a golden kill ring, holding them in his hands and praising with joy. Wow, indeed these are from young masters and nobles. Even their items are of such high quality. Then he bent down to continue picking up more, saying, And there are so many spirit stones and elixirs too. Ha ha ha. While busy collecting, King Tan didn't notice that two figures had appeared behind him at some point. They were none other than Lam Lin and Ngung Dike. Looking at King Tan, Ngung Dike asked in disbelief, King Tan, did you really kill them all? Hearing her voice, King Tan turned around to look. Seeing the two of them, he said sternly, You've finally arrived. I barely had time to settle in, and already many unreasonable people jumped out wanting to kill me. Is this how your Qian Huang dynasty treats guests? Ngung Dike was very annoyed by this questioning. She glared and cursed inwardly. You damn brat, you caused me such a big trouble, and you still dare to complain. At this moment, Lam Lin quickly transmitted a message to her. The situation has developed like this. You can't handle it anymore. Quickly get him to bring that demon fox here. Ngung Dike received the message and immediately replied, Yes, Ngung Dike understands. After saying this, she put on a tearful expression and said to Kang Tan, Sect Master Kang, you've caused such a big commotion that simply cannot be cleaned up. Quickly call Elder Tiger here. Kang Tan was angered by her words. He put his hands on his hips and shouted, Elder Tiger, is that all you know? Listen carefully. Little Tiger is nothing but an attendant of mine. The matters caused by this sect master are not for him to resolve. Ngung Dike refused to back down. She directly retorted, Sect Master Kang, do you know who you've killed? Pausing for a moment, she pointed at the corpses on the ground and named them one by one. Lu Qing is the son of Grand General Lu Ran. As for those two, and Si Yuan and Mi Yun, one is the son of Imperial Uncle in Deming. The other is the beloved disciple of the nation-protecting Elder Thursday, Ha Swordmaster. She scolded again. These people are all untouchable. Even this princess has to consider their feelings when feeding fish normally. Yet you've killed them all. Ngung Dike explained at length, but to Kang Tan's ears, he only contemptuously said, in plain words, they're just a bunch of useless hunting dogs. After saying this, he disdainfully picked his ears and said, It's fine, let them come find me. Lam Lin, standing beside, saw his stubbornness and was furious. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. This brat who doesn't know life from death. I really want to kill him right now. Trying to maintain her last bit of calm, Lam Lin quickly transmitted a message to Ngung Dike. Leave this matter to me to handle. You quickly go meet Xiang Gao and have him take action. Hearing this, Ngung Dike hesitated and replied, but Lam Lin on the other side directly cut off her words, glaring and gritting her teeth, saying each word clearly, Go quickly. Seeing the expression of the person beside her, Ngung Dike dared not disobey. She hurriedly said yes, and immediately left. The room suddenly became extremely quiet, but Kang Tan remained very relaxed, even singing as he walked. Reaching the door, Kang Tan carefully closed it, the relaxed expression on his face now gone. Glancing at the person opposite him, Kang Tan spoke in a somber tone. All right, if you have something to say, just say it directly to me. Why hide behind the princess? The person he was talking to was none other than Venerable Lam Lin. At this point, she also dropped her pretense, calmly sitting on a chair with her arms crossed. Hearing Kang Tan's question, Lam Lin furrowed her brows and thought to herself, this brat indeed knew from the beginning. After all, that demon fox's cultivation is profound and hard to measure. No wonder he directly demanded my hairpin. Stopping her thoughts, she finally replied to Sect Master Kang. Only the humble can accept opinions, which can bring practical benefits to oneself. Those you killed all have Grand Master Realm experts behind them, without Elder Tiger's assistance. She paused briefly here, then looked straight into Kang Tan's eyes and continued, You would certainly die. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the Qian Huang dynasty, sitting on the dragon throne, Emperor Xiang Gao was approving memorials. Hearing the report from his subordinate, his brush suddenly stopped. Pausing, he asked again, Are you certain this Kang Tan is the culprit who killed Bar? The person reporting to him was Xia Ho Jun. Hearing the emperor's question, he immediately bowed and replied, Absolutely certain. He admitted it himself and even produced the prince's spirit sword. Remembering this, he added, But Her Highness the princess not only didn't arrest him, but seemed to like him very much. Hearing this, the emperor said, Given Ngung Dike's way of dealing with people, it's impossible for her to make such a judgment just because of a handsome face. This Kang Tan must have something extraordinary about him. Send someone to observe him secretly and report to me immediately if there's any movement. Just then, a panicked cry came from outside the door. Lord Ancestor Emperor. This cry caught the attention of the two people in the hall. Outside, Ngung Dike was leaning against the door, panting heavily, apparently having rushed there in a hurry. She reported breathlessly, "Lord Ancestor Emperor, huff huff huff. Something terrible has happened." Meanwhile, back with Kang Ton and Lam Lin. After hearing the words of the woman opposite him, Kang Ton replied with a smile, "What you're saying is all useless. Little Tiger is still far away at Qing Lan Manor. Even if we call him to fly here now, it would take several incense sticks worth of time. By the time he arrives, everything will have been resolved." Lam Lin was naturally unwilling to accept this. She glared and questioned, "What about the summoning talisman?" Kang Ton honestly replied, "Don't have one." Lam Lin grew even angrier and shouted, "Then what about the Heavenly Tao contract?" Kang Ton again honestly answered, "It's at Facian Sect. Why would I carry that thing with me?" At this point, Lam Lin was nearly going mad. She furrowed her brows tightly, blue veins popping on her forehead as she scolded, "You fool." At a critical moment, losing a bit of the contract's duration to forcibly summon it to protect your life. Are you an idiot? Holding this? It has that function. I really didn't know. Lam Lin truly couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't continue talking to Kang Ton and had to try to calm herself down before saying, "I give up. The Emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is." She quickly took out a talisman and handed it to him, saying, "Take this." Kang Ton curiously asked, "What's this now?" Lam Lin frowned grimly and replied, "This is my communication talisman. Just crush it and I'll come immediately. I have the cultivation of Dao Palace 9th level. Elder Tiger must have told you already. Right now, only I can save you." Without waiting for Kang Ton to say anything, she continued on her own, "But let me tell you up front, saving your life comes with conditions. In exchange, Elder Tiger must help me twice." After saying this, she secretly laughed to herself. "Although the price is a bit high, I'm quite satisfied with this outcome." On Kang Ton's side, he was also silently thinking, disgusted. "So you approach me simply because of that cowardly and stupid demon fox. Fool, I find this very troublesome." Coming to his senses, he directly and decisively refused. "Thank you, but I don't need it." Lam Lin, being refused, couldn't help but be angry, but she tried to hold it in. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she immediately slammed the talisman onto the table. After doing this, Lam Lin turned and walked towards the door. Before leaving, she said, "I've left the communication talisman here. When you're about to die, you can think it over carefully." With that, she slammed the door shut and left in anger. In the Imperial Palace, the Emperor was also discussing Kang Ton's matter. He looked at Ngung Dike below and said, "If you want me to save Kang Ton, you must at least tell me why. After all, I can't offend all those noble officials at once." Ngung Dike, when asked about the reason, stammered, not knowing how to answer. Because, she worried and thought. The matter of the fox demon, Venerable Lam Lin had clearly said it can't be told to the Ancestor Emperor. What should I do now? Just then, another panicked cry came from outside. "Urgent report, Your Majesty. Something's gone wrong." He ran into the hall panting, knelt down, and reported in panic. Huff huff. Grand General Luke Neem, Imperial Uncle and Duk Min, and the Guardian Elder, along with many others, are attacking the outer ring of the palace. I'm afraid they're about to rebel. Hearing this news, Ngung Dike immediately turned and asked him, "Are they at the Kintin Hotel now?" The guard of the royal princes quickly replied, "Yes, according to your highness." Having received this certain answer, Ngung Deep hurriedly turned to the emperor, pleading earnestly, "Your Majesty, please save his life. He is very important to Ngung Dike." Emperor Hang Bad, hearing this, his face turned grim. He let out a cold laugh, then ordered Ha Hao Tuan, General Ha Hao, summon the Imperial Guards. "Let's go see what kind of saint this Kang Ton really is." At this moment, at the Kintin Hotel, a large crowd had gathered, filling the courtyard. Kang Ton still didn't know he was surrounded. He was immersed in the excitement of the spoils he had collected. Indeed, worthy of the name of noble young masters of the Kan Tin dynasty, each person had a 7th grade spiritual item. The system interface was tallying the items Kang Ton had picked up: 1 Kim Sat sword, 1 Kim Sat hand ring, 1 Ha Tao Trung Tich Kim Kwang sword, 1 set of Bak Muk guard armor, 1 set of Bak Lu Nhi needles, 1 Dan Tom Na Jia. Just as he was still fascinated by these treasures, a loud shout suddenly came from outside. "Kang Ton, you dog thief, come out and face death." Hearing this insult, Kang Ton grimly said, "So they've come." Then, under everyone's gaze, he leisurely walked out alone. Grand General Luke Neem, as soon as he saw the person coming out, immediately frowned. He pointed at Kang Ton and shouted loudly, "Kang Ton, you dog thief, you killed my nephew, cutting off my family line. Today I will definitely chop you into 100 pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, Tu-Ha Sword Master and Indukmin also chimed in. "Killing him is not enough to resolve the hatred in our hearts. We must capture him alive, then cut off his limbs and facial features, torturing him slowly. That's right, only this way can we console the souls of our fallen disciples." Kang Ton, of course, would not accept the fate of being captured alive by them. He anxiously thought, No, I must find a way to make them use all their strength to kill me." Before he could think of a way, Tu-Ha Sword Master on the other side had already made his move. He waved his hand, shattering his sword, and said in a deep voice, "I will first cut off his arm and leg tendons." As soon as he finished speaking, Tu-Ha immediately raised his hand to the sky. The fragments immediately emitted light, spiritual power condensing into a complete sword, slashing towards Kang Ton. This time Kang Ton would not foolishly stand still and take the hit. He was extremely tense, clumsily drawing his own sword, but his mouth remained defiant as he cursed. "Fools, don't think you'll have your way." Kang Ton quickly raised his hand to block in front of him, manifesting the shimmering divine axe to deflect Tu-Ha Sword Master's attack. A loud explosion suddenly rang out, but Kang Ton was unharmed. This shocked the group facing him. They hurriedly exclaimed, "This is the shimmering divine axe. How is it possible?" Tu-Ha was even more astonished, his mouth agape, shouting in disbelief. "He's just the sect leader of a small sect. How can he?" Although Kang Ton had blocked that force, he was still extremely tense. Despite this, on the surface he still appeared calm, mocking, "You stupid old dogs. With just this little strength, you want to capture me alive. If you don't use your full power, be careful, or I'll level your entire lair." Tu-Ha Sword Master's eyes fell on the sword in Kang Ton's hand, and as soon as he saw it, he angrily said, "You bastard. This Ha Tao Trung Tich is an 8th grade spirit sword I gave to my beloved disciple, yet you dare use it to break my technique." At this point, he immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's use our full strength to kill him together. Don't let him die in one piece." As soon as he finished speaking, the other two people and a group of others immediately started swinging their swords and knives, fully deploying their formation techniques, all aimed at Kang Ton's position. Along with that were angry shouts. "Kang Ton, you little thief, accept your death. Pay with your life for my child." Kang Ton glanced at each attack coming towards him, feeling extremely satisfied inside. He smiled and said, that's right." Then, as Kang Ton wished, after that terrible collision, his soul left his body. Returning to the system space, a notification immediately appeared. Host has been detected to have died once. Cause of death: beaten to death by a mob. Killers: cultivators of the Cantin dynasty. Building survival plan: please wait. A moment later, a second notification was issued. The recent battle has disturbed the Lai Long beneath the Imperial City. The residual spirit has received a summons from the host's Thuong Long bloodline, actively merging with the host's divine soul. Reading this, Kang Ton excitedly said, "Fierce spirit of Lai Long. Sounds good. Little system, you've been doing quite well lately." The system directly ignored the host's nonsense and continued to issue the next notification. Host is about to be resurrected. In reality, after that strike, the group had no doubt that Kang Ton was dead. Looking at the still warm corpse on the ground, Tu-Ha Sword Master contemptuously said, "Useless trash. You deserve to die. It's just a pity we couldn't capture you alive." Just then, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Tu-Ha sensed something was amiss and immediately turned around, shouting, something's not right." Behind him, a massive dragon with a gloomy aura suddenly appeared. The entire area was dyed a deep black. Luke Neem and the others anxiously shouted, "What's happening?" As soon as they looked up, they immediately saw the fierce dragon diving down, plunging into the ground. The power surrounding it was extremely dark, causing everyone to panic and scatter. Terrified screams rang out continuously. What's going on?" The dragon rushed straight to where Kang Ton was lying, coiling around him. At that moment, Kang Ton suddenly sat up. Without a doubt, he had successfully come back to life. He reached out to stroke the dragon swirling around him, excitedly praising, the system has done it again. This effect is so cool." Witnessing this resurrection, Tu-Ha and the others were all dumbfounded. They stammered in disbelief. Why is he still alive? He clearly stopped breathing just now. King Tan on the other side didn't say a word, directly waving his hand to send the dragon towards them, loudly commanding go. The dragon obeyed and immediately rushed towards Nduk Min, causing him to fearfully raise his sword and shout, "Ah! Get away!" Luke Neem behind also didn't dare to approach, retreating in succession. Two sword masters still refused to give up. He regained his composure and directly swung his sword, cursing, "If killing you once wasn't enough, then we'll kill you again." A sword strike quickly slashed out. The spiritual energy radiating made one not dare to underestimate it. King Tan was also a bit cautious, but only for a moment. He glared, swung his sword, and called out the technique name, Divine Axe Technique. The two forces clashed, but it was clear that King Tan's technique was far inferior to Two sword masters. Although he wasn't injured, he also couldn't kill his opponent. Two sword master was also extremely surprised by this. King Tan anxiously said, "This isn't right. This Lai Long residual spirit should help me greatly increase my cultivation efficiency. The immediate danger can't be eliminated. Damn system, don't mess around anymore. How can you call this a survival plan?" As he was racking his brain for a solution, the Lai Long suddenly flew over and touched him. King Tan was surprised by the touch and let out a hum. Then he reached out to pat Lai Long's head, and it obediently allowed King Tan to stroke it. As soon as he touched it, he smiled and said, "So that's it." In King Tan's eyes, the Lai Long had now completely shed the power around its body, revealing a complete skeleton. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "These Lai Long bones are the core formation eye of the Can Tin Dynasty's National Protection Grand Formation." Hugging it to his chest, King Tan continued to smile and say, "And since I've merged with the Lai Long's residual spirit, I can manipulate this grand formation at will. How damn system, it seems I've wronged you." At this point, King Tan fell into his habit of showing off. He looked at the talisman left by the venerable Lan Lin and excitedly said, "Next is the performance time. I must find someone to witness this." He quickly burned the talisman. Soon after, the venerable Lan Lin appeared arrogantly. She proudly stepped forward and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Thinking that the other party truly needed her help, she became even more haughty and said with a smile, "At least I can have Elder who help you 5 times. Although King Tan didn't need her help, hearing her casually increase the number of times, he shouted in dissatisfaction, raising the price on the spot. Hearing this, Lan Lin replied, "Who told you not to agree earlier? Now with the situation like this, even if I want to defeat them, I have to pay a price. Of course, the price has to increase." Unfortunately, King Tan had no such intention. He arrogantly said, "Then I don't need it anymore." Lan Lin quickly asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Hearing her question, King Tan turned around to stroke his Lai Long. Before answering, "Calling you here was purely so I could have a handsome pose to show off. Just to have an audience, that's all." As he said the last sentence, his expression became extremely distorted. His Lai Long wasn't much better off. At the same time, in the square in front of the imperial palace of the Can Tin Dynasty, that emperor was gathering countless soldiers. He shouted loudly, "Imperial guards, listen to my command." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards below responded in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor quickly continued, "Follow me." But before he could finish his next sentence, the sky suddenly erupted with a rumbling sound that shook the entire space. The emperor also hurriedly stopped all actions and turned to ask, "What's happening?" In the end, those sounds were even clearer. Luke Neem, Tuha, and the others all cried out in panic. The grand formation has been activated. What has happened? The venerable Lan Lin on this side also couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise, quickly asking King Tan, "What have you done? Why has the National Protection Grand Formation of the Can Tin Dynasty been activated?" Answering her question, King Tan just smiled and said, just watching the show." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly from 8 directions of the Can Tin Imperial City, 8 streams of power erupted from the ground. Each stream of power then split into smaller beams of light, directly piercing into everyone present, causing continuous screams of terror. Seeing the situation before their eyes, Luke Neem and the others quickly joined forces to create a barrier for protection. They angrily cursed, "Damn that despicable emperor. So you had already made a move against us outsiders." Boom! With a loud explosion, the barrier of Luke Neem and the others was completely shattered. Nothing could stop those beams of light, and their fate was no different from the others. Directly struck by that power, their souls scattered. As if in the blink of an eye, all that remained was a pile of ruins. Smoke and dust filled the air, corpses lying everywhere. Looking at the bodies strewn about before his eyes, King Tan was extremely excited. He laughed and said, "This time there are quite a lot of good things here." When the Emperor and Ngung Dike arrived at this place, what they saw was a scene of chaos. Looking at everything unfolding before their eyes, that Emperor couldn't believe it, frowning as he said, "How could our country's national protection grand formation be triggered by that King Tan? It's impossible." Saying this, he turned to Ngung Dike beside him and asked grimly, "Ngung Dike, what else do you know about King Tan? Tell me quickly, tell me now." Hearing his question, Ngung Dike didn't immediately answer, but instead asked, "Tahong, you said earlier that the two holy sons were about to arrive. How certain are you?" The Emperor replied in surprise, "They're already on their way. What's the matter?" Hearing this, Ngung Dike immediately exclaimed joyfully, "Really? That's great, Tahong. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go back and discuss it in detail." Back to Kang Tan's side, Lan Lin was watching him rummage through items in shock, thinking to herself, what exactly is this guy? He's clearly only at the Heavenly Mandate realm, yet he can subdue a tiger demon with such high cultivation. Now he somehow controls the national protection grand formation of the Kan Tin dynasty. The more she thought about this issue, the more terrified she became, silently saying to herself, "As far as I know, this national protection grand formation can only be used by the Emperor. Not even Ngung Dike is allowed to touch it." Kang Tan was still focused on examining the items he had obtained. 1 Tevu, 1 Heavenly Cloud Robe, 1 portion of Chu Jade Soup, 1 Doi Nuong Tu Sword, 1 Lu Lai Jade Ring. After looking at the information on the screen, he hugged a large gourd and excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, a large bottle of rare elixirs. This is perfect to test the effects of the evil spirit Lai Long." As soon as he finished speaking, King Tan opened his mouth and poured the entire bottle of elixirs into it. Standing beside him, Lan Lin saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Heavens! With so many precious elixirs in your hand, you dare to eat them in front of so many people like this? Aren't you afraid someone with ill intentions might take the opportunity to kill you?" Kang Tan, still chewing the elixirs, mumbled in response, "Whoever gives them to me, I'll eat them and thank them." The more Lan Lin looked at him, the more irritated she became. She silently cursed, looking at his appearance eating like a hungry tiger. "I really want to beat him to death." Suddenly, as if she saw something, she hurriedly shouted, "Wait." What shocked her was that Kang Tan's cultivation level was increasing uncontrollably and rapidly. Cultivation +1, Heavenly Mandate 7th level. Cultivation +1, Heavenly Mandate 8th level. Cultivation +1, Heavenly Mandate 9th level. Witnessing this scene, Lan Lin was extremely shocked. She silently exclaimed in her heart, "How is this possible? Even if these spirit stones and elixirs are indeed top grade, they shouldn't cause him to increase his cultivation so much in an instant." Kang Tan ate until his stomach was bloated. He hugged his belly, which was as big as the Laughing Buddha's, and said tiredly, "No good, I can't eat anymore. The Heavenly Mandate 9th level is really difficult to break through." Suddenly, right where Lan Lin was standing, a completely different figure appeared. She spoke in a familiar, gentle voice, "Sect Leader Kang." Kang Tan hadn't yet raised his head to look at Lan Lin's new appearance. Hearing her voice, he replied, "Yes, it's rare for you to still have the heart to see death without saving. All right, what's your name again?" As he said this, his eyes finally fell on her. As soon as he looked, Kang Tan widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, you, beautiful lady, who are you?" Lan Lin had now completely shed her maid appearance, revealing the beauty of a true venerable. Looking at Kang Tan, she smiled and introduced herself, "Sect Leader Kang, let's get acquainted again. I am Venerable Lan Lin, the current great shaman chief of the Xian Man tribe." Hearing her introduction, Kang Tan was a bit curious and quickly asked, "Xian Man tribe? What's that?" Lan Lin patiently replied, "The identity of my Xian Man tribe is very mysterious. It's normal for Sect Leader Kang not to know. If I were to explain it in a way you could understand, I am..." She paused for a moment, then struck a proud pose and continued, "A descendant of immortals." She thought that such a background would surely astonish the other party. But contrary to her expectations, Kang Tan only let out a faint "oh." This reaction surprised Lan Lin, and she asked again in disbelief, "You're not surprised?" Kang Tan replied, Go on, what should I be surprised about? Faced with such a dull reaction, Lan Lin became extremely angry. She glared and scolded, "Did you even listen to what I said? I told you, I'm a descendant of immortals." After she finished speaking, King Tan calmly replied, I'm listening. Descendant of immortals? And then what? At this point, Lan Lin had completely lost her temper. She shouted with all her might. If it were anyone else who knew I had the identity of the immortal descendant tribe, they would have already kowtowed. Boy, are you incredibly strong or just stupid? King Tan remained as unresponsive as a log. He vaguely scratched his head and said, strong and stupid, not mutually exclusive. He thought to himself, if I told her that there's a living immortal in my sect, I wonder if she would believe it. Lan Lin, on the other side, after venting her anger, calmed down again. She continued, in short, you just need to know that my status is very high, even higher than the Emperor's. By associating with me, you and the Facian sect will have limitless prospects. She wanted to say more, but was interrupted by King Tan. All right, that's enough. After saying so much, what exactly do you want me to help you with? As soon as King Tan asked, Lan Lin directly answered, invite the Tiger Elder to take action and help me seize a treasure from the Kan Tin dynasty, the Four Directions Primal Cauldron. King Tan curiously asked, Four Directions Primal Cauldron. That name sounds good. What grade is it? Venerable Lan Lin quickly explained to King Tan, this Four Directions Primal Cauldron is not of high grade, but its function is extremely important. When the Kan Tin dynasty was first established, the Emperor sent Tavu, who had learned some Buddhist techniques from somewhere unknown, to forge this cauldron using meteoric iron from the Four Directions and placed it in the imperial court. Every day, it can see the peace and difficulties of the common people, gradually becoming a treasure that can create, reconcile, protect, and extend the Kan Tin dynasty. Lan Lin gave a long explanation, but King Tan barely understood any of it. He coughed twice, interrupting her, speak in human language. Seeing that the other party didn't understand after talking for so long, Lan Lin said directly, it just makes people's luck a bit better. Hearing this, King Tan showed some contempt. Is that all? Lan Lin quickly added, although this cauldron may not mean much to others, it's extremely important to me. So I beg Sect Leader Kang to agree to let the Tiger Elder take action. King Tan was a bit displeased. He snorted and said, right now, the focal point of the National Protection Formation is under my control. With your strength, can't you just go and steal it directly? Why do you need to call that cowardly tiger? Hearing him say this, Lan Lin exclaimed joyfully, you're really willing to help me. King Tan replied with a smile, I can help you, but what's in it for me? Seeing someone willing to help, Lan Lin became extremely excited. She said cheerfully, if you're willing to help me, just name your conditions. King Tan didn't ask for anything extravagant. His condition was just 4 simple words, become my person. As soon as these words were spoken, Venerable Lan Lin's face turned red. She hurriedly hugged herself and stammered, what do you mean? These words were too easy to misunderstand, but King Tan refused to explain clearly. He just smiled and said, it's exactly what it means literally. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. This Venerable Lan Lin, is both beautiful and powerful. Bringing her under my command, I wonder how many points she can contribute to me. Because he refused to speak clearly, Lan Lin became angry. She shouted directly at King Tan's face, shameless. You shameless bastard. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? King Tan saw that her expression seemed to reject his condition, so he said, you don't agree. Then forget it. On the other side, Lan Lin was struggling internally. She was having an inner conflict. This guy is indeed talented. His potential is not inferior to mine. From now on, listening to him seems not to be a loss. Seeing that he was really turning to leave, Lan Lin hurriedly reached out to pull him back. Wait, I agree. Hearing this, King Tan immediately turned back, giving a slight smile. He even teased by lightly touching Lan Lin's chin, but only touched it briefly before quickly withdrawing his hand, with a disgusted expression saying, never mind. Stunned by his action, Lan Lin stammered, what do you mean? King Tan replied, the system didn't react, it's not sincere. Women are fake, two-faced. This statement touched Lan Lin's pride. Her face turned red as she scolded, bastard. You dare to toy with me. You just wait to be killed by the Emperor. After saying this, she didn't stay any longer and left directly. King Ton didn't try to stop her. Instead, he mocked, "Oh, you're still angry." At this moment, someone suddenly called out, "Sect Leader King." Hearing the call, he turned to look. The speaker was a eunuch from the palace. Seeing King Ton look over, he added, "Sect Leader King, this Cantin Hotel is a bit chaotic. By order of His Majesty, I invite you to enter the palace and rest for 10 days. Hearing this, King Ton was a bit delighted and asked with a smile, "Is the Emperor inviting me into the palace?" The eunuch quickly replied, "His Majesty specifically instructed that Sect Leader King is not an ordinary guest and can exceptionally enter the palace to rest. I hope you'll accept." How could King Ton not be excited? His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Is there such a good thing? Lead the way." That night, in the imperial palace of the Cantin dynasty, everything was shrouded in darkness. After following that eunuch into the palace, in an exquisite room that had been prepared, King Ton was about to change clothes and rest when suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Hearing the sound, he quickly went to open the door, calling out, "Who is it?" But in front of him was only darkness. Instead, there was a sound from behind. Stepping out of the door, Inging Dyke's figure appeared. She posed coyly and called out softly, "Sect Leader King." Seeing her come here, King Ton exclaimed in surprise, "It's you. What are you doing here?" At this point, Inging Dyke suddenly knelt down in front of him, pleading earnestly, "Sect Leader King, please save me." King Ton was startled by her sudden action. Flustered, he said, "Ah, what are you up to now?" Inging Dyke hurriedly said, "Sect Leader King, there's something you don't know. Although I'm a princess of the Cantin dynasty, I've been living in fear every day for years. Thinking of my venerable Lan Lin," she continued, "the maid by my side is the one whose hairpin you want to take, Sect Leader King. Her cultivation is extremely high, even higher than my imperial grandfather's. She covets the imperial dynasty's legacy, hiding by my side, wanting to harm me and the Emperor." After she finished speaking, King Ton finally opened his mouth. "Don't you have a grand formation? Why not just give her a blast and be done with it?" Unknowingly, he had touched on one of Inging Dyke's sore spots. She burst into tears and replied, "That demoness has placed a curse on me. With just a thought, she could kill me, so I dare not act rashly." After listening for a while, King Ton roughly understood her purpose for coming here. He smiled and asked, "So you want to borrow my hand to kill her?" Inging Dyke didn't deny it. She only added, "Tomorrow is the grand ceremony of heaven worship. The Emperor will invite you as a special guest. At that time, the Emperor and I will create an opportunity for you to kill her." After saying this, Inging Dyke intentionally pushed out her full chest as she stood up and said, "Once it's done, Sect Leader King will be the prince consort of the Cantin dynasty, with a status second only to one person and above 10,000 others." As she spoke, she walked over and embraced King Ton. King Ton, of course, wouldn't let himself be in a weak position. He reached out and grasped Inging Dyke's chin, teasing, "Second to one person. Is that below your imperial grandfather or below you?" Inging Dyke blushed and pushed King Ton away, coyly saying, "Oh my, Sect Leader, you're so naughty. There will be time to enjoy this servant girl later." After saying this, she lowered her head, turned around, and ran away. Watching her retreating figure, King Ton hurriedly called out, "Hey, you haven't explained the detailed plan for tomorrow yet." Though he said this, he knew Inging Dyke wouldn't come back. Standing alone in the room, King Ton shamelessly blushed and said, "This young lady is so understanding. How can I sleep tonight?" These words were overheard by Inging Dyke, who was hiding outside. She frowned in contempt and thought to herself, "Pa, you still want to have this princess all to yourself. Tomorrow's grand ceremony will be the day of your deaths." The grand ceremony of heaven worship arrived quickly. In the great hall of the imperial palace, fairy maidens danced and sang, creating a lively atmosphere. The Emperor also looked very happy, smiling as he said to King Ton, "I've long heard that Sect Leader King is a dragon among men. Meeting you today, you truly are extraordinary." Hearing this, King Ton didn't act modest. He smiled and replied, "As expected of a great emperor, you have a discerning eye." After saying this, he secretly observed for a while, thinking to himself, the great cauldron behind the Emperor might be the four directions primal cauldron that Lan Lin wants. The Emperor above continued with interest, "Haha, Sect Leader King has profound cultivation and thick skin, very much like me in my youth." Just then, a sudden scream rang out in the great hall as a palace maid accidentally tripped and fell. This angered the Emperor greatly. He glared and gritted his teeth, letting out a huff. Seeing the Emperor's terrifying expression, the palace maid was immediately scared out of her wits. She quickly knelt down and admitted her fault. This slave deserves death. This slave deserves death. But the Emperor's anger didn't subside. He shouted loudly, "You dare to make me lose face in front of honored guests. Drag her out and behead her." As soon as the order was given, Dyke immediately stepped forward to intervene. "Imperial Grandfather, today is the grand ceremony of heaven worship. We cannot take lives. Let them go, whether it was planned beforehand or not." As soon as Dyke spoke up to plead, the Emperor ceased his pursuit and directly pardoned the palace maid. For Princess Dyke's sake, I'll spare your lives." Dyke also immediately shouted, "Hurry up and get out." After saying this, she resumed her gentle demeanor and said, "These servants dancing and singing are not pleasing to the eye. Since childhood, Dyke has been able to sing and dance, and the maids by my side are all sword dance experts. Why don't I call my maids to perform a sword dance for Sect Leader Kang?" As she spoke, she pointed behind her. Lan Lin, who was still pretending to be Dyke's maid, heard this and panicked, thinking to herself, "What are you doing? Don't act recklessly." Although Dyke heard this, she pretended not to and used her eyes to hint at Kang Ton, calling out, "Sect Leader Kang." Kang Ton didn't disappoint her expectations and immediately agreed. Since the princess is so kind, how could Kang Ton refuse? And so, Lan Lin, Dyke, and several palace maids stepped forward together to perform a sword dance. Their movements were as graceful as floating clouds and flowing water. The dance had barely begun when Lan Lin quickly discovered a problem. She widened her eyes and silently exclaimed in her heart, "Wait, this position." Her position was directly facing Kang Ton's table. If he made a move, she would have no chance to dodge. Realizing this, Lan Lin anxiously said to herself, "Oh no, I've fallen into their trap." Dyke behind her was also extremely impatient. She glared darkly at Kang Ton, using telepathy to tell him, "Sect Leader Kang, take this chance to kill her now." But she seemed to trust Kang Ton too much. At this moment, Kang Ton still didn't know which side to choose, holding his head in distress as he thought, "Should I help Dyke or should I help Lan Lin? Both are very beautiful, but Lan Lin seems to be a bit more straightforward with me." After pondering for a while, Kang Ton chose a different approach. He decided to observe before making a decision, clearing his mind of distractions. Kang Ton quickly employed his divine ability, using an observation technique. As soon as he opened his celestial eye, Kang Ton immediately saw the potential danger. Seeing this scene, he thought to himself, "On the surface, it seems like a peaceful and prosperous era, but in reality, it's filled with murderous intent. Experts are lying in ambush all around me. Clearly, they want to finish the job and then kill me." The secret guards were not only hidden in the Great Hall, but even outside the hall were full of people holding swords, waiting for orders. Without saying a word, Kang Ton immediately drew the sword at his side. With a quick swing of his sword, the roof was instantly shattered. The secret guards standing above also fell to the ground because of this. They immediately stood in a circle, surrounding Kang Ton in the middle with vigilant expressions. Kang Ton was certainly not afraid. He glanced at the Emperor sitting above and challenged, "Well done, you damned Emperor. You said if I help you capture Lan Lin, you make me the Prince Consort, but the executioners were already lying in wait above my head. Are you trying to take advantage of our mutual destruction, sitting back to enjoy the benefits?" Faced with this direct accusation, the Emperor's face turned pale. He panicked and thought to himself, "How did he know? I deliberately used a grand formation to conceal everyone's aura here. Those below the entering sainthood realm absolutely shouldn't be able to detect it." Lan Lin on the other side was also furious. She darkly turned to look at Dyke behind her, angrily shouting, "Dyke, you ungrateful bitch, how dare you plot against me? Aren't you afraid of death?" Hearing this, Dyke seemed a bit scared, but on the surface she still defiantly challenged, "Just try it." Lan Lin also refused to back down. Without hesitation, she immediately raised her hand and released a spiritual energy ball, flying towards her opponent. But the result was completely unexpected. Lan Lin's hand releasing the spiritual energy suddenly began to tremble, while her opponent, Dyke, was unharmed. Witnessing this scene with her own eyes, Lan Lin couldn't accept it. She looked at her hand in shock, crying out in horror, "How is this possible?" Seeing that she was unaffected, Dyke appeared extremely smug. She arrogantly said to Lan Lin, "Humph, didn't expect that, did you? Your curse has already been lifted by me. Lan Lin refused to be at a disadvantage. She immediately turned to King Tan for help. King Tan, you've also seen the true face of these people now. Let's join forces and kill them. Before King Tan could answer, the emperor sitting on the dragon throne sneered. Let's see who kills whom today. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of footsteps sounded. Right behind Lan Lin, Hao Tuan led hundreds of imperial guards into the great hall. Hearing the footsteps, Lan Lin quickly turned around. When she saw clearly who had arrived, she scornfully said, "Is that all you've got?" Just as she finished speaking, another voice rang out. "What about us then?" Lan Lin turned her head in surprise, and when she saw who was speaking, she cried out in disbelief, "It's you." The two people who shocked Lan Lin like this were Han Hoingwen and Du Luong. Their expressions were very calm, smiling. Looking at these two people, King Tan curiously asked Lan Lin, "Who are these two?" Lan Lin's face had now become extremely unpleasant. Hearing the question from beside her, she answered, "Han Hoingwen and Du Luong. These two are holy sons of the Bat, no holy land, both with cultivation at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, no weaker than me." Inging Dike stood behind those two. She smiled leisurely, pointing at herself and said, "Lan Lin, do you know how your curse was lifted now?" Hearing her say this, Lan Lin scornfully replied, "I'm not underestimating those two, but with their strength, they couldn't have lifted my curse." Du Luong then spoke up to add, "The two of us indeed couldn't break your curse. But when we came here, we specifically brought our master's holy talisman." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused Lan Lin to fly into a rage. She gritted her teeth and cursed silently in her heart. "Damn it. I've been too focused on that Yoo-hoo lately, giving that bitch Inging Dike a chance to take advantage." Lan Lin immediately turned to King Tan and asked, "King Tan, how long will it take to call Yoo-hoo here now?" King Tan scratched his head and replied, "About 2 hours." As soon as these words were spoken, they caused Lan Lin to explode in anger. She glared at the person who had just spoken and scolded. "I told you to call earlier, and you didn't. In 2 hours, we'll have enough time to fix our appearances." King Tan, being scolded, could only scratch his head embarrassedly. He cautiously asked, "So what should we do now?" As soon as King Tan finished speaking, Lan Lin immediately took action to remove her maid's outfit, revealing an extremely seductive and beautiful appearance, mixed with a bit of mystery and allure. Restoring her original appearance, she immediately frowned and said, "I'll handle the two holy sons. You go and stop Hang Chao's group." Ever since Lan Lin removed that maid's outfit, King Tan's eyes have been fixed on her. When he fully saw Lan Lin's true appearance, he suddenly blushed. In his heart, he muttered to himself, "I made the right choice." Just as King Tan was still mesmerized, staring at Lan Lin in front of him, Hang Chao behind him had already taken action. He used his strength to push a large table flying towards King Tan. Seeing the table about to fly into King Tan, but he just stood there dazed without taking action. Lan Lin anxiously shouted, "King Tan, why are you just standing there stupidly?" After saying this, she didn't wait for him to act, quickly rushing forward with her sword to slash down, instantly splitting the table in half. As she slashed, she angrily shouted, "Damn it." King Tan, seeing the scene before his eyes, finally snapped out of it. Although his face was still flushed, he replied, The people on Hang Chao's side naturally wouldn't stop. Taking advantage of Lan Lin's momentary lack of focus, they struck at her with another sword, causing her to cry out in pain with an as she couldn't defend in time. Clutching her body that had just been attacked, Lan Lin glared at King Tan and questioned, "King Tan, are you capable or not? I never thought that I, Lan Lin, would die today at the hands of someone like you." King Tan was provoked by her words. His face turned purple with anger, and he hurriedly retorted loudly, "A man cannot say he's not capable." After saying this, King Tan immediately turned to look at the emperor standing there, causing him to take a step back for a moment. But in an instant, he quickly regained his composure. He glared at King Tan and said through gritted teeth. The Grand Formation immediately activated. A fireball instantly appeared in Hang Chao's hand. King Tan, of course, was not to be outdone. Seeing that the emperor on the other side had deployed the Grand Formation, he also waved his hand to manifest his star dragon, and then very confidently shouted, "Dream on." Hearing this, Hang Chao immediately became angry and said loudly, "How is this possible?" After saying this, he immediately burst out his spiritual power, making the formation even stronger. Du Luong on the other side didn't just stand by and watch. He suddenly spoke up, "Swords come." As soon as he finished speaking, the swords of everyone in the Great Hall suddenly left their sheaths and flew up, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. Kang Ton was no exception. His sword automatically left his hand, causing him to cry out in fear. Ah, what's happening to my sword? Seeing all the swords gather together, spinning above Du Luong's head, Kang Ton wondered in confusion. How can he control my sword? Lan Lan also noticed this point. Hearing Kang Ton's question, she immediately answered, word magic. Kang Ton became even more curious after hearing this, and asked again, what is word magic? Lan Lin didn't have time to explain in detail. She only said simply, it's a technique where whatever you say happens. You need to be careful. Du Luong didn't stop there. Seeing that the swords had gathered completely, he waved his fan again and commanded, swords go. As soon as the command was given, those swords immediately flew towards Lan Lin. Seeing the swords flying towards her, Lan Lin was a bit flustered. At this moment, Han Hoang Wen also smiled and said, Lan Lin, come back with us, become our master's disciple, and we'll spare your life. How about that? Lan Lin heard his words with utter contempt. She dodged several swords, flew into the air, and replied, your bat no holy land really doesn't know when to give up, does it? She glared at the two of them, frowning as she continued, with just your useless master. I surpassed him before I even turned 25. Is he really worthy of being my master? Han Hoang Wen was naturally angered by these words. He said darkly, if that's how you want to put it, then the two of us will have to love you on behalf of our master. After saying this, he raised his hand, his eyes revealing murderous intent as he began to attack. He still used word magic, glaring at Lan Lin as he shouted, sword commits suicide. Immediately, the sword in Lan Lin's hand automatically pressed against her neck. But this move didn't trouble Lan Lin. Although the sword was still controlled, Lan Lin showed no fear. She even sneered and said, with just the word magic of you two, you still think you can directly control me to commit suicide. After saying this, she directly shouted loudly, break. An enormous force was instantly released, completely breaking free from Han Hoang Wen and his companion's control. The Star Dragon quickly attacked the Imperial Palace. Beams of light shot down like rockets simultaneously. Those with low cultivation levels would naturally be killed by these light beams. Those with higher cultivation quickly deployed formations to protect themselves, avoiding the attacks. Hang Chao and Yinging Dike were the same. Ignoring the screams outside, they stayed inside to guard, avoiding facing the bombardment outside. Han Hoang Wen and Du Luong couldn't do the same. They nimbly dodged the attacking light beams. Du Luong looked towards Kang Ton and said, his cultivation is too low, entirely relying on the Grand Formation. Let's deal with him first. Hearing this, Han Hoang Wen directly pointed at Kang Ton, using a voice full of magic to say, sleep. This type of magic was similar to hypnosis. As soon as Kang Ton heard this voice, his eyes immediately became dazed. When he startled awake, he found himself in a different space. This place seemed to be Kang Ton's workplace in modern times. Looking around, he was confused and wondered what had happened. Just as he was still trying to understand the situation, suddenly a woman's scolding voice was heard. Coincidentally, this girl looked exactly like Lan Lin from the other world. Kang Ton hurriedly said, how is this possible? Kang Ton couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them hard, thinking to himself, is this all a dream? Although he rubbed until it hurt, Kang Ton hopefully opened his eyes, but no matter how hard he tried, the familiar scene was still before him. At this moment, Lan Lin was still angrily scolding Kang Ton. I'm talking to you. Why are you spacing out? Don't think just because you're handsome you can do whatever you want in front of me. Kang Ton was still in a daze when the system suddenly announced, Office System activated. Detected that the host is facing Workplace PUA. System assigns mission, subdue female superior. After reading this announcement, Kang Ton's face immediately turned red. He let out a soft, amorous groan. After thinking for a moment, Kang Ton directly walked towards Lan Lin, pinned her against the wall, and even lifted one of her legs with his hand, teasing her frivolously. That's right, being handsome means I can do whatever I want. Lan Lin's face quickly turned as red as a tomato, but she was determined not to allow herself to be teased like this, and hurriedly pushed him away, shouting, Kang Ton, how dare you? Lan Lin wanted to shout louder, but was quickly silenced by Kang Ton, leaving only a muffled Kang Ton didn't stop. He even mischievously whispered in her ear with a low laugh. Lan Lin, I'm definitely going to eat you up today. What followed was a scene not suitable for children. Lan Lin's face flushed red in waves as she cried out, ah. But for some reason, the images became increasingly blurry, looking less and less real. Until the skies suddenly brightened, King Tan still hadn't realized where he was. He was immersed in his fantasy, muttering, I'm definitely going to eat you up today. Lan Lin heard him mention her name and immediately angrily scolded. You bastard, what are you dreaming about? After scolding, Lan Lin silently sighed. She said worriedly, Hey, that guy's cultivation is too low. He has no resistance against word magic at all. We can't let this continue. Lan Lin directly flew up into the air, glancing at Han Hoang-Wen, who was using word magic on Kang Tan below, calculating in her heart, I must quickly rescue him. If we wait until Hang Chao regains control of the Grand Formation, I will surely die. But her actions were detected by Du Luong standing nearby. He didn't hesitate to use word magic to stop her. A series of swords immediately flew towards her, forming a barrier wall to prevent Lan Lin from advancing. Seeing the situation extremely unfavorable for her, she couldn't help but angrily curse. Damn it. At this moment, Han Hoang-Wen had also noticed her. He mockingly pointed at Lan Lin's face and said, want to save him. Keep dreaming. Kang Tan was immersed in his dream when he suddenly heard a voice. Kang Tan, end yourself. This voice startled him awake. Seeing everything happening before his eyes, Kang Tan's face was full of shock, his hands involuntarily clutching his head. He didn't understand his own actions, confusedly letting out a He must be under control. Then Kang Tan used his own hands to directly break his neck, dying on the spot. Seeing Kang Tan's body fall to the ground, Lan Lin couldn't believe it and screamed in anguish. Kang Tan. But Kang Tan's soul had already returned to heaven. He skillfully returned to the system space, worried that the system would think he committed suicide, hurriedly explaining, Damn it, system, I didn't commit suicide. I was killed by word magic. It wasn't voluntary suicide. The system wasn't a fool either, quickly issuing an announcement. Detected host's death 1/3. Cause of death, killed by word magic. Killer, Holy Son of the unenlightened Holy Land. Creating survival plan, please wait a moment. Shortly after, a second announcement quickly appeared. Due to the host's poor performance against word magic, losing face in front of the girl. To regain the host's self-esteem, the host will experience the premium version of heavenly word magic for 1 minute. Kang Tan discovered he could still be resurrected, sighed in relief, and said, That scared me to death. After saying this, he noticed the resurrection plan, exclaiming in surprise, So word magic is a skill where whatever you say comes true. The system reported, Host has been resurrected. Outside, after Kang Tan's death, Lan Lin fell into a state of anxiety. She anxiously said to herself, Damn it, this Kang Tan has tricked me again. With only Lan Lin left, the opponents naturally became even more disrespectful. Hang Chao appeared at this time and said, Demon woman, Kang Tan is already dead. The control of the Grand Formation is now in my hands. As he spoke, he grabbed the formation, his face full of excitement as he continued, You have no more chances. Haha. With the formation controlled by Hang Chao, the Star Dragon stopped firing. Instead, dazzling beams of light attacked. The target of these light beams was none other than Lan Lin. Faced with the situation before her, Lan Lin still tried to stay calm. She waved her hand to draw her sword, using all her strength to block the incoming light beams. But her strength compared to that formation was truly too weak. Unable to resist for long, she was struck back, directly spitting blood and flying out. Knowing she could no longer fight against these people, Lan Lin decided to accept her fate. But she still resentfully thought, Is today my day to die? Why is it so miserable? I'm not willing. Just as Hang Chao was about to eliminate Lan Lin, Ying Dike suddenly spoke up to stop him. Ancestor Emperor, please wait. Don't harm her life. Just cripple her cultivation. Ying Dike wanted to keep her to slowly humiliate. But before Hang Chao could act to cripple Lan Lin's cultivation, Lan Lin directly took her sword and stabbed herself, gritting her teeth and shouting, If you want to humiliate me, absolutely not. Just as Lan Lin was about to end her own life, suddenly a burst of extremely strong spiritual energy erupted from the other side. Hidden within it was a familiar figure and voice. What had happened? That person was none other than the resurrected Kang Tan. He twisted his neck as he stepped out and continued speaking. You really don't understand romance. If you've given me a beautiful dream, you should let me finish dreaming it. Seeing the person who should have been dead suddenly appear, Hang Chao was so shocked his eyes widened, his face showing disbelief. Lan Lin saw him and was overjoyed, smiling excitedly as she called out, Kang Tan. That emperor naturally wasn't willing to accept this situation. He glared and raised the formation, cursing, "Damn it, why isn't he dead yet? We can't let him control the Grand Formation again." After saying this, he directly took his sword and charged forward, angrily ordering, "Quickly finish him off, while his divine palace hasn't manifested yet." But how could he have the chance to do so? The sword hadn't even touched a hair on Kang Tan's head when he smiled and said, "Stop." As soon as Kang Tan finished speaking, all of Hang Chao's movements immediately stopped. He himself began to tremble uncontrollably. Kang Tan, of course, wouldn't let him off easily. He stepped forward, pointed at Hang Chao's face, and smilingly ordered, "Take off all your clothes." As soon as Kang Tan finished speaking, the person opposite him started shaking violently. In his own fear, that emperor removed his dragon robe with his own hands. When he was left with only his underwear, he anxiously cried out, "What's happening? My body is out of control." Could it be that he also... Kang Tan didn't just target Hang Chao alone. He turned to look at Han Hoenguin and Du Luong, smiling as he said, "You too, take off your clothes too." Needless to say, those two were also like Hang Chao, completely controlled by Kang Tan's words, taking off their own clothes. As they undressed, they embarrassedly questioned, "How can you also?" Lan Lin, witnessing everything, couldn't help but be shocked. She exclaimed in surprise, "Word magic." Pointing at the three naked men, left only in their underwear, Kang Tan continued to order, You, and you, the three of you play with each other for me to watch." Controlled by word magic, they naturally couldn't resist. Soon, sounds that made people blush were heard. "Ah, it feels so good." Inging Dike, hearing these words, felt extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly shouted, "Ah, Ancestor Emperor, stop making such weird sounds. What about the national dignity?" On Han Hoenguin's side, he was furious. He bent down to support Hang Chao while angrily cursing, "You bastard, daring to insult the holy son of the unenlightened Holy Land. If you don't stop immediately, I'll kill you." Would Kang Tan stop? Of course not. He was still excited about controlling them, laughing as he said, "When will I ever get to do such a good thing again?" At this moment, suddenly a figure appeared from the sky, descending forcefully, causing dust to fly everywhere. The people standing below were also knocked down by it. Along with that was an angry voice. "You evil creature, stop right there." The light was too bright. Lan Lin had to quickly use her hand to cover her eyes. When she slightly opened her eyes to see who had arrived, she cried out in fear, "It's the true spirit divine, consciousness, mirror perfection, venerable one." Just as Lan Lin said, the person who arrived was the Grand Elder of the unenlightened Holy Land, mirror perfection, venerable one. But this was only a part of his divine consciousness that he had split off. Nevertheless, his expression was still very vivid, looking at Kang Tan with anger. Lan Lin, understanding the people in this world, seeing him arrive, stepped forward to remind Kang Tan to be careful. "This is the Grand Elder of the unenlightened Holy Land, mirror perfection, venerable one, with cultivation at the entering sainthood realm." Before she could finish speaking, mirror perfection, venerable one had already made his move. He raised his hand to perform a technique in front of him, then shouted angrily, "You audacious little thief, daring to insult my unenlightened Holy Land, accept your death." Faced with the enormous technique coming towards him, Kang Tan appeared even more composed. He puffed out his chest, pointed straight at the person opposite him, and shouted loudly, "Strip." Hearing these words from Kang Tan, mirror perfection, venerable one immediately couldn't help but laugh out loud. He mockingly sneered, "You think you can?" But even he didn't expect that, although his mouth spoke so firmly, his hands had already been placed on his clothes, starting to undress, without him knowing when. Before long, layer by layer of mirror perfection's clothes were gradually removed. He was terrified and in disbelief, shouting, "Impossible. He clearly only has cultivation at the heavenly mandate realm." A loud "R" rang out. Mirror perfection, venerable one's figure flew back and forth, dancing and singing, putting on a show. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. In their hearts, they fearfully thought, even word magic at the Saint realm can be directly controlled. Could this Kang Tan also be concealing his cultivation? Thinking of this, she looked towards Kang Tan, who was standing there triumphantly. As she looked, she silently refuted her own thoughts. "Impossible, impossible. Even I can't see through it, unless he's not a human cultivator. Why are you turning back?" Kang Tan pointed at her and laughed. Lan Lin, controlled in the illusion, directly rushed towards the person who had just called her, being embraced by King Tan. She angrily cursed you. But at this moment, King Tan no longer cared about these things. He excitedly hugged the beauty, satisfyingly and happily saying, "Continue playing music, let's keep partying." Mirror Perfection obeyed the order and continued his music performance, completely unable to escape the control. Seeing this, he glared and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Damn it, there's no other way." But he was determined not to let this continue. Mirror Perfection struggled to release a stream of spiritual energy, raising his trembling hands and muttering, "You bastard, daring to humiliate me like this, I can't forgive you." After saying this, he raised that stream of power and forcefully struck his own head. He cried out in pain. In the main hall of the unenlightened Holy Land, Mirror Perfection's consciousness returned to his body after that blow. But his cries of pain didn't stop. Fresh blood streamed down Mirror Perfection Venerable One's face, and he quickly clutched his aching head in agony. Seeing this, the surrounding attendants immediately rushed over to support Mirror Perfection, worriedly calling out, Venerable One, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Mirror Perfection Venerable One's face was filled with gloom. He widened his eyes, seemingly speaking through gritted teeth in anger. Flying Immortal Sects King Tan, "I must kill you." In his extreme anger, he directly swung his hand and struck out a palm towards the front. Its power reached all the way to Ancient Spirit Mountain in the celestial spirit realm of the unenlightened Holy Land, causing the earth and rocks there to be swept up and scattered in all directions. In the Imperial Palace, Mirror Perfection had left. King Tan also gradually lost interest. He picked his nose while looking at the other three and said, "All right, you three should finish up now." The three on the other side were still intently fighting each other at this time. After King Tan gave the order, they were finally released. All three fell to the ground exhausted, with no strength left. In a place where King Tan and the others weren't paying attention, Inging Dike tiptoed, trembling with each step as she tried to escape from the main hall. When she flew out a distance, Lan Lin immediately noticed. She wanted to chase after, but was held tightly by King Tan. So Lan Lin hurriedly said, "King Tan, let me go, Inging Dike is escaping." In response to her words, King Tan just calmly replied with a sound, then released her. As soon as she was released, Lan Lin didn't hesitate and directly flew to chase, angrily shouting, "You bitch, where are you running to?" The remaining people in the main hall were no longer able to fight against King Tan. King Tan, of course, wouldn't spare anyone. After killing everyone, he excitedly looked around and said, How many good things will this Qianxing Imperial Dynasty give me to explode?" Following the master's instructions, the system immediately checked if there was any content that could be exchanged. The system then issued a notification. A 4th grade spirit vein can be exchanged for 200,000 points. The dragon leaving bones can be exchanged for 500 points. The system also asked if he wanted to exchange. For someone as obsessed with points as King Tan, he didn't hesitate to choose to exchange immediately. The system quickly notified, "Points exchange successful. Currently have 775,926 points, exceeding 500,000 points." Seeing the number of points he now had, King Tan excitedly said, "The system can be upgraded now. I must upgrade it." Shortly after, the system upgrade was successful. The system level increased to level 6. System experience exceeded 1 million. Currently have 275,926 points. Current skills: Resurrection 3 times/day, Random Survival Plan. Consume points to increase target by 1 major realm. Cooldown is 1 month. Consume points to transform target into anyone. Cooldown is 3 days. Consume points to increase target's innate quality by 1 level. Cooldown is 1 day. New skill for the next level: Resurrect Others. The host can consume points to resurrect any target. Note: the points needed for resurrection depend on the target's quality, cultivation, and time of death. After reading the notification, King Tan asked with some interest, "So the next skill is Resurrecting Others. Then in the future, won't I be able to confidently take Ling Han and the others out on adventures?" Speaking of this, he thought again and said, "There are still over 270,000 points left. How should I use them?" After thinking for a moment, Kang Tan excitedly called out, "Draw prizes." System, I want to draw prizes. The system quickly issued a notification. Opening system prize draw, level 6 system prizes. One draw consumes 10,000 points. 10 consecutive draws consume 90,000 points. Seeing this, Kang Tan angrily cursed, "Damn system. Even the points consumed for drawing prizes have to increase with the system level. It's really dirt poor." Although he said that, Kang Tan still didn't want to stop. He directly waved his hand to draw prizes. "Then I'll use all 270,000, draw 30 times. The system quickly deducted all the points. Points deduction successful. Currently have 5,926 points left. The familiar 7-colored meteorites fell, successively displaying the items Kang Tan had drawn. First was the soul poison, then a bag of treasure fragments, followed by a lost equipment of the complete mechanism, a formation diagram of the 7 deadly ground formation, and finally the heaven-piercing sun-chasing sword technique. There were also many pills and food items. Looking at what he had just drawn, Kang Tan said with satisfaction, "Oh, the quality of goods this time is not bad. There's even a formation diagram for a grand formation. Just right, since the Flying Immortal Sect doesn't have a sect-protecting grand formation." Just then, a sound suddenly came from outside the door. Hearing the noise, he immediately asked, "Is Hung back?" Seeing Lan Lin's gloomy expression, Kang Tan smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Did you kill Princess Ingdike?" Lan Lin quickly replied, "No, I've imprisoned her in my inner realm. Her talent is not bad. Keeping her might be useful." Saying this, she then looked at Kang Tan seriously and asked, "By the way, Kang Tan, that 4 Directions origin cauldron." Before she could finish, Kang Tan quickly interrupted, sigh. After saying this, he immediately used his technique to observe in front of him where the thing Lan Lin needed was. Information about the 4 Directions origin cauldron quickly appeared. 4 Directions origin cauldron, 6th grade spirit artifact. Effect: gathers the karma of all beings from 4 directions, accumulating it in the cauldron. This may cause some effects on the owner. This made Kang Tan a bit disappointed. He complained, "Is that all? She almost lost her life for this piece of junk." Dismissing those thoughts, Kang Tan waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, consider it a good deed since you're so beautiful. When you think it through and want to become my person, come find me at the Flying Immortal Sect." Lan Lin was moved by these words. She was about to solemnly thank him, but just as she said "I," Kang Tan opposite her had already sat down on the ground. He no longer paid attention to anything else, reaching out to grab a few spirit stones from the pile in front of him. Seeing the other party leisurely eating, Lan Lin was a bit surprised, thinking to herself, "He dares to openly eat spirit stones and pills in this unsafe place. Moreover, eating like this, isn't he afraid of his spiritual energy surging like a tide?" The more she thought, the more worried Lan Lin became. But Kang Tan was unaware of this. Seeing Lan Lin looking at him, he frowned and said, "What are you doing? I've already given you the cauldron. Do you still want my spirit stones and pills?" Just as he said this, Kang Tan's face suddenly became stiff. Then his face turned purple. He fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and trembling, looking like he wanted to vomit everything out. A miserable cry rang out. Kang Tan's stomach had now swollen like a balloon, and it seemed to be continuing to swell, until a loud explosion sounded. His body directly exploded, limbs flying apart. Standing nearby, Lan Lin witnessed this scene, screamed in fear, and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. When she looked back, all that remained before her eyes was a pile of coal-black ashes still smoking, completely unrecognizable as a human form anymore. In the system space, without a doubt, Kang Tan had died. The system was also issuing a notification. Host death detected 2/3. Cause of death: excessive consumption leading to spiritual energy overload. Was it killed by others? No. Creating survival plan. Please wait a moment. A moment later, the familiar ding sound rang out again. Host has received the Taudai 6 Viscera Physique. From now on can absorb pills. Will not die from body explosion. After dying, Kang Tan felt very annoyed. He scratched his head and ears, cursing, "Damn thing. When merging the Azure Dragon's blood essence, why didn't you give me this directly? You made me waste another chance at rebirth." The system ignored him, only focusing on carrying out its task. Host is about to be reborn. In reality, Lan Lin, with a bewildered expression, asked herself, "Kang Tan, Did he just die like that? Saying this, she picked up Kang Tan's underwear with some annoyance and continued. You've helped me a lot. I didn't expect you to die like this. Your whole body exploded, so I'll use this underwear of yours as a burial garment. It's better than having no one to bury you. Consider it my way of repaying you. Just then, a burst of spiritual energy suddenly erupted behind Lan Lin, causing her to cry out in shock. She quickly turned around to look and immediately saw a familiar figure. Who else could it be but Kang Tan? Looking at the stunned Lan Lin opposite him, he smiled and praised. You even wanted to take care of my funeral. Truly a woman who values relationships and loyalty. Giving you that cauldron was indeed not a waste. Lan Lin, still full of doubt, exclaimed in shock. Didn't you explode and die? Kang Tan returned to his pile of spirit stones and sat down. Hearing Lan Lin's question, he laughed and replied, how can I not exist if I'm dead? Even if I'm blown to ashes, I still can't die. Seeing the person who had just died and come back to life start eating again, Lan Lin said in shock, you can still eat. She thought to herself. This time he didn't die from expansion. On the contrary, his cultivation level has increased significantly. Thinking of this, Lan Lin suddenly realized something else. She looked around, thinking, that's right, just now I felt the spirit vein aura of Hong Tru continue disappear. Could it be his doing as well? She pondered. Before that, the spirit vein of the Flying Immortal Sect increased from 4th grade to 5th grade. Could it be achieved by robbing the spirit veins of other sections? Does such a secret technique really exist in this world? Even I have never heard of it. While Lan Lin was still deep in thought, Kang Tan had already broken through several realms. At this point, he stopped and exclaimed excitedly, haha, I've finally broken through to the Dao Palace realm. Hearing this, Lan Lin's eyes widened in shock, silently exclaiming in her heart, directly breaking through from Heavenly Mandate 5th level to Dao Palace 1st level. Kang Tan made her see him in a different light. Looking at him, Lan Lin thought in amazement, how difficult is it to break through from Heavenly Mandate to Dao Palace? Even I would need at least 15 years of closed-door cultivation. This Kang Tan broke through just by eating crazily. Moreover, how does he have so many heavenly treasures? As far as I know, even Hong Tru Contin doesn't have this many rare materials. Furthermore, even someone with good internal organs couldn't withstand this way of eating, yet he's fine. Lan Lin had too many questions about Kang Tan, but she couldn't ask directly. Kang Tan also had no reason to stay any longer. He looked at Lan Lin and said, all right, I have to go home. Do you finally want to come with me and be my person? Asked like this, Lan Lin suddenly became shy. She blushed and replied, Lan Lin indeed has such thoughts, but currently Lan Lin still has things to do. Seeing the person in front of him skillfully reject his proposal, Kang Tan thought dejectedly, she's really a sly fox. Whether she wants to listen or not is up to her. Anyway, I already have Ji Lingham, Xiao Shui, and Lin Ning. Dismissing those thoughts, Kang Tan said gently, then forget it, I won't force you. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name. Hearing this, Lan Lin thought contemptuously, mentioning your name would only make me die faster. Kang Tan didn't linger any longer. He jumped on his sword and added, all right, if you miss me, you can come to the Flying Immortal Sect to find me. I'm leaving now. After saying this, he didn't wait for Lan Lin to say goodbye and quickly left. Returning to the Flying Immortal Sect, Kang Tan heard cheers as soon as he entered. The Sect Master is back. The Sect Master is back. Looking at the numerous disciples standing there, Kang Tan asked with concern, during the days I wasn't here, did you all cultivate diligently? As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples answered in unison, we've been working hard to cultivate every day. In the crowd, there was the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. It was Lingham. She hurriedly approached, asking other disciples anxiously as she walked, where's Princess Inging Dyke? Didn't she come back together? The disciple quickly replied, it doesn't seem so. Only the Sect Master returned. Kang Tan looked around at everyone present. After examining, he silently praised in his heart, haha, indeed, everyone has made progress. Lingham has advanced from Spirit Platform 9th level to Heavenly Mandate 1st level, receiving 100,000 accumulation points. Lin Ning has also advanced from Soul Division 1st level to Spirit Platform 8th level, receiving 74,800 accumulation points. Seeing the accumulation points brought by Lingham, Kang Ton excitedly exclaimed in his heart, "Wow. Lingham alone has contributed over 100,000 points. As for Lin Ning, last time she forgot to claim from Quan Ji too, and in the blink of an eye, she's increased so much again." Amid the disciples' confusion, Kang Ton excitedly raised his hand in the air, pressing it on top of their heads. The system immediately announced, "Successfully received accumulation points. Currently have 180,726 points." And so Kang Ton continued to excitedly click. The notification sound kept ringing, and the accumulation points increased accordingly, adding 2,800 plus, 1,000 plus, 200 plus, 600 plus, 8 plus, 10 plus, 240. The system finally announced, "All successfully received, current accumulation points are 197,615. However, this action of Kang Ton appeared extremely strange in the eyes of the disciples. Everyone curiously asked each other, "What is the sect master doing? Did he eat some poisonous mushrooms?" Hearing this, Kang Ton was startled. He loudly called for everyone's attention, then asked, "All right, ahem, where is Elder Mac?" Before the people of the Flying Immortal Sect could answer, Mac Tran had already rushed out like a rocket. He said expectantly, Here, does the sect master have any instructions?" Looking at the person in front of him, Kang Ton took out a rather large pill and handed it to Mac Tran. He said, "You've only been here for a few days, and the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect have made such great breakthroughs. Clearly, this is Elder Mac's merit, and it must be rewarded." Mac Tran was praised to the point where his nose almost touched the sky, but he still humbly replied, "Not at all. Not at all. I only gave a little guidance. It's mainly thanks to the high-grade spirit vein of the sect." After saying this, Mac Tran's eyes fell on the pill in Kang Ton's hand. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wait, this is..." Mac Tran silently cried out in his heart, "Nine-colored holy river pill." He carefully received it with both hands, looking straight at it, thinking to himself, "The nine-colored holy river pill is the rarest top-grade pill in the mortal world. With his current status, he absolutely couldn't obtain it. Is this the fortune of the son of Heaven's Way?" Without time to think further, Mac Tran was so moved that tears fell. He hurriedly bowed and said, "How can this old man repay Sect Master Kang for such a generous gift?" Seeing Mac Tran like this, Kang Ton patted his shoulder and said, "What repayment? It's just a pill. I've eaten several already. As long as you help everyone quickly increase their cultivation, that's the biggest gratitude to me." Saying this, Kang Ton turned and called for Lavine. When Lavine came over, he quickly took out a sword and handed it to him. Kang Ton smiled and said, "Here, this spirit sword is for you, to help you break through to the spirit platform realm sooner." Mac Tran, standing nearby, quietly observed and thought to himself, "I just realized this time Kang Ton has directly broken through to the spirit platform realm. How on earth did he do it?" While thinking, when he looked closely at the sword Kang Ton had just given to Lavine, Mac Tran exclaimed in shock, "Wait, this sword." Not only was he surprised, but even the surrounding disciples were stunned when they saw this sword, exclaiming, "It's the high-grade 9th-rank spirit sword of the Canton Imperial Court, the Purple Sun Crazy Dragon Breaker." Some disciples couldn't believe it and hurriedly asked, "Sect Master, have you already destroyed the Canton Imperial Court?" Hearing their question, Kang Ton shrugged and sighed, "I suppose so. Who told them to plot against me? It's just a small matter." For Kang Ton, this was a small matter, but for others in the Flying Immortal Sect, it wasn't small at all. Everyone exclaimed, "Small matter." For us, even destroying the Red Sun Sect was no longer a small matter. After saying this, Kang Ton rubbed his chin, his eyes looking forward pensively. Who should I start with? At this moment, detailed statistics from the system appeared above Xiao Shui, Lingham, and Lin Ning's heads. Xiao Shui's root bone increased from 5th grade to 4th grade, consuming 8,000 points. Lingham's root bone increased from 3rd grade to 2nd grade, consuming 1,200,000 points. Lin Ning's root bone increased from 3rd grade to 2nd grade, consuming 1,900,000 points. Seeing this, Kang Ton thought to himself, indeed Xiao Shui is still the most profitable. He pondered for a moment. He suddenly asked silently in his heart, "What about Mac Tran then?" As soon as he thought of this, Kang Ton quickly turned to look at Mac Tran standing on the other side. Above his head also appeared information. Mac Tran's root bone increased from 4th grade to 3rd grade, consuming 100,000 points. Seeing this information, Kang Ton let out a slightly surprised "oh." Then he thought contemptuously, "This old Mac Tran boasts boasts so much, yet his root bone is not as good as Xiao Shui and Ning Ning. Mac Tran, noticing the person opposite him looking at him with such an expression, wondered to himself, why is the sect master making that face? Did I accidentally reveal some strange trait? After silently mocking, Kang Tan decided to ignore it. He waved his hand to call the others, shouting, La Vine. La Vine heard and loudly replied yes. Kang Tan then said, come here. At this moment, above La Vine's head, like the others, an information panel appeared. La Vine's root bone increased from 5th grade to 4th grade, consuming 6,800 points. Kang Tan seemed not to think much, directly placing his hand on La Vine's head to start the upgrade. The system immediately announced, upgrade successful. Current accumulation points are 180,815. But for some reason, this upgrade wasn't as grand as before. So when Kang Tan placed his hand, no one knew what he was doing. La Vine was also confused and didn't understand. Seeing the situation before him, Kang Tan muttered in frustration, this is the root bone upgrade function, yet there's no effect at all. But unexpectedly, not long after, La Vine's entire body was suddenly enveloped by a stream of power and lifted up. Seeing this, he hurriedly said in panic, it's a bit strange, Sect Master. After stabilizing, seemingly realizing the change in himself, La Vine immediately shouted excitedly, my innate root bone has been upgraded. Witnessing this scene, Xiaohu and Mac Tran standing nearby were stunned. They both exclaimed in unison, how is this possible? Isn't upgrading root bone only in myths? Mac Tran couldn't believe his eyes. He even hurriedly ran over to touch and examine La Vine, saying in amazement, is this real? Am I not dreaming? Seeing his shocked expression, Xiaohu stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and said with a laugh, Old Mac, it's not the first time the Sect Master has demonstrated science and technology and played tricks. What's there to be surprised about? Hearing him say this, Mac Tran angrily retorted, you were just breaking out in a cold sweat yourself. What are you pretending for? Lingham, Xiao Shui, and the others outside were extremely jealous of La Vine. Xiao Shui couldn't help but say resentfully, Sect Master, we've been working hard too. Upgrade us as well. Kang Tan couldn't directly say that their accumulation points consumed too much, so he just hurriedly waved his hand and sighed. Don't argue anymore. La Vine's root bone was originally poor, and he hasn't been working hard enough. We can't let him fall too far behind you all. As soon as Kang Tan finished speaking, the disciples outside began to whisper, upgrading innate root bone is a benefit for others. Isn't it great to receive a huge cultivation increase reward immediately? In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. By this time, Kang Tan had already woken up. He left the bed, stretched, and walked out the door, comfortably letting out an ah. While enjoying the morning sunlight, Kang Tan suddenly paused. Looking around at the deserted scene without a single person, he muttered in confusion, it's this time already. Why don't I see anyone cultivating? After saying this, Kang Tan stepped down to the courtyard to check. Just as he took a few steps down, he heard a passionate, singing voice nearby. Hearing this song, Kang Tan curiously made an sound, then quickly looked over. As soon as he turned, Kang Tan immediately saw that the disciples were not cultivating, but lazily leaning against tree trunks, listlessly cheering. Xiao Shui was also participating in this fun. She was singing and dancing happily with several other female disciples. Sadness is not useless. It's my confident state. Seeing the scene before him, Kang Tan was naturally furious. He angrily shouted, what are you all doing? Am I raising you to become useless? Faced with the sect master's anger, the disciples immediately panicked and ran over. Xiao Shui also hurriedly explained to the sect master, my aptitude is too poor. I really can't keep up with Elder Ji and Lin Ning and the others. The others also chimed in, shouting, that's right, sect master. Please help us. If the sect master doesn't help us, our entire lives might as well be over. Even Senior La got it. I'm not convinced. Sect master is unfair, showing favoritism. The more Kang Tan heard these words, the darker his expression became. Calming down a bit, he smiled and replied, you want fairness, don't you? All right then, all you useless disciples, follow me to the square. As he spoke, he turned and walked away. Xiao Shui and the other disciples heard this and cheered excitedly. Yeah, we're upgrading our root bones. Kang Tan led them to a corner of the wall. There, he took out an incomplete, full mechanism diagram. Looking at it, everyone was confused and quickly asked, "Why did the sect master bring us here? Could it be that you want us to cultivate in the full mechanism diagram?" "That's great. It seems our protest was effective." Ignoring their chatter, King Tan took out a missing piece of the full mechanism diagram from his body. He placed it in front of him and shouted loudly, "Merge." Immediately, the full mechanism diagram became complete. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was moved to tears. They worshipped, saying, "Wow, Sect Master, are you using immortal power to upgrade the full mechanism diagram for us? That's so touching." In a place unseen by anyone, the system issued a notification. The missing part of the full mechanism diagram has merged 3 pages. The ability has reached the upgrade level. It can now accommodate 50 people. Seeing this notification, King Tan smiled happily and said, "Good, everyone follow me into the full mechanism diagram." A moment later, everyone entered together. King Tan waved his hand, bringing them to a rather beautiful scene. After letting the group observe the situation inside for a bit, he spoke. Although the spiritual energy concentration is still very low, the environment has become much better. This upgrade is very clear. The more everyone looked, the more excited they became, asking, "Sect Master, what are our benefits? We're really looking forward to it." Hearing the disciples' question, King Tan looked up at the sky, puzzled, and said, "Benefits." What followed was a scene of a group of people diligently digging and laboring. Each person was crying and shouting loudly. After arranging for them to work diligently in the full mechanism diagram, King Tan went back outside. He frowned and said, I still haven't cured you all." At this moment, Lavine suddenly ran over in panic, holding a letter and shouting, "Sect Master." Hearing the call, King Tan let out a slight grunt and turned his head to look. Lavine, with a terrified expression, hurriedly said, "Sect Master, have you offended the Ming X in Holy Land again?" Contrary to Lavine's fear, King Tan laughed loudly after hearing his words and replied, "Haha, I've killed 2 of their holy sons. They certainly won't let me off." Speaking of this, King Tan suddenly realized, "Oh no, I remember they were the Bu-Wu Holy Land, not the Ming Xan Holy Land." How could Lavine not be worried? He anxiously cried out, "Sect Master, how many people have you offended after all?" To answer this question, King Tan reached out to take the letter and read it. After reading for a while, he knew who sent the letter. Oh, it turns out to be Lan Ling. In the letter, Lan Ling once again thanked him for the matter of the 4 Directions Origin Cauldron. Currently, Lan Ling is cultivating the Na Te Mi Luo of the Tianling realm at the Ming Xen Holy Land. The heavenly and earthly spiritual objects here are even more exquisite than those at Qing Lan Manor. She wondered if Sect Master Kang would like to come here to cultivate and improve his cultivation. As soon as he saw the last few lines, King Tan blushed, excitedly thinking, "Lan Ling is implying an invitation to me again. It seems she also wants me to move in." As he thought, King Tan suddenly remembered what Lan Ling had said before. "In short, you just need to know that my status is very high, higher than those important nobles. You and your Facian sect will have a very bright future." Remembering this, he thought to himself, could this Lan Ling be the sect master of the Ming Xan Holy Land? This made King Tan ponder deeply. He stepped outside, looked at the scene before him, and said, "This Fei Yin continent isn't really that good. If it weren't for De Huang's efforts, the spirit veins here would only be 2nd grade." After saying this, King Tan called out loudly, "De Huang." Almost immediately, De Huang emerged from underground and replied, "Mama." Letting the little one sit on his neck, King Tan smiled and asked, "De Huang, what do you think of our home?" Hearing Mama's question, De Huang replied, "Very good, Mama." King Tan asked again, "If I let you change to a new home, can you still upgrade the spirit veins for the new home?" De Huang quickly answered, "Of course I can, Mama." Receiving De Huang's confident answer, King Tan became even more self-assured. He pointed at Lavine and instructed, "Lavine, tomorrow evening, gather all disciples in the main hall for a meeting. I have an important announcement to make." Hearing this, Lavine hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." He spoke while carefully memorizing the instruction. Soon, the evening of the meeting arrived. Standing before all the disciples of Facian Sect, King Tan eloquently spoke. "During this period, our Facian Sect has developed rapidly. The achievements we've made are inseparable from everyone's efforts." To the surprise of the disciples present, he continued, "But in this world, no feast lasts forever." Hearing this, Ling Han hurriedly asked, "Sect Master, what do you mean? Are you dissolving the sect?" King Tan didn't directly directly answer this question, only continuing to express his thoughts, the spiritual energy of Qing Lan Manor, and even of the entire Feiyan continent, is too weak. If we continue like this, I'm afraid it will hinder everyone's cultivation. Therefore, I've been thinking for a month and finally made a decision that goes against our ancestors. Before he could reveal his decision, the disciples below started crying out, "Sect Master, we're not afraid of being hindered. Don't send us away. We're willing to follow you forever." Amidst the cries and worries of everyone, Kang Tan cheerfully shouted, "We're moving." As soon as these words were spoken, those who were crying immediately fell silent, their faces blank, all simultaneously letting out an ah. Kang Tan ignored their expressions and smiled, adding, "I have found a good place to settle you all." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly looked ahead and called out loudly, "Xiao Shui." Hearing her name, Xiao Shui immediately responded seriously, "Yes, Sect Master." Kang Tan looked at her and asked, "How's the renovation of the palace inside, the full mechanism diagram going?" Although Xiao Shui was a bit confused, she still answered honestly, reporting to Sect Master, "It's almost complete." As soon as Xiao Shui finished answering, Kang Tan waved his hand and praised loudly, "Good, all members of Feiyan Sect will temporarily enter the full mechanism diagram to cultivate. Wait until I lead you to the new location of our sect before coming out." After sending everyone into the full mechanism diagram, the entire Feiyan Sect became empty and quiet again. All belongings had been cleared out, leaving only Kang Tan, De Huang, and Xiao Hu in the entire sect. Looking at the person standing opposite, Xiao Hu, with a displeased expression, exclaimed, "I told you, kid, Mi Mountain in the Tianling realm is very far from here. I can't let you ride me for free." As soon as Xiao Hu finished speaking, King Tan immediately became excited. His eyes lit up as he looked at it appreciatively. "Wow, does that mean you'll let me ride you?" Xiao Hu snorted and replied, "Unless you're like La Vine and the others, upgrading my root bone for me." This statement completely dampened Kang Tan's enthusiasm. His face fell as he said, "Well." As he spoke, he looked at the upgrade options above Xiao Hu's head. Three-eyed Fierce Tiger King. Root bone upgrade from 2nd grade to 1st grade. Consumes 68 million points. Xiao Hu was still joyfully preparing for Kang Tan to upgrade it, its eyes full of expectation. But Kang Tan ruthlessly cut off its thoughts, casually making up an excuse. This celestial technique of mine can only be used on sect members. You're just a guardian." Xiao Hu, seeing the contemptuous look on the face of the person opposite, couldn't help but get angry. It even pointed directly at Kang Tan's face and scolded, "If I don't agree to let you ride, don't even think about riding for 180,000 miles. With that little cultivation of yours, you can just fly for 10 days or half a month." But Kang Tan didn't seem worried about this. He even laughed and replied, 10 days or half a month. Ha, I have an instant teleportation technique. I'll be there in the blink of an eye." Xiao Hu, of course, didn't believe it. It thought Kang Tan was boasting and immediately retorted, "Are you talking nonsense? I've never heard of anyone in the mortal world having this ability." Kang Tan confidently moved closer to Xiao Hu, placed a Huang on his neck, then puffed out his chest and said, "Today, I'll open your eyes. De Huang, let's go." Then, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted. The force was so great that Xiao Hu had to quickly cover its face with its hands. And on the other side, the figures of Kang Tan and De Huang had disappeared. They had completely vanished, leaving only a thin trail of smoke. This astonished Xiao Hu. It widened its eyes and gaped, exclaiming in disbelief, "They're gone. Even their aura is gone." Was that really instant teleportation? At the same time, on Mi La Mountain of Ming Xen Holy Land, that force appeared again. In the misty haze was a familiar figure, none other than Kang Tan and De Huang. Kang Tan assessed the surroundings and said with satisfaction, "As expected of a chosen holy land, truly extraordinary. This spiritual energy concentration is likely a 5th grade spirit vein." Not only was he pleased, but De Huang also liked this place. It happily flew around cheering, "Hoo-hoo, Mama chose a great spot." Although very satisfied with the new location, Kang Tan still had some concerns. He crossed his arms and thought, "It's just that this teleportation wasn't very precise. I clearly thought in my mind about teleporting to Ming Xan Holy Land, but this place doesn't look much like a sect." Suddenly, at that moment, several streams of power shot up from the ground, causing De Huang and Kang Tan to stagger. Then 2 girls appeared, apparently the ones who had just activated the formation. One of them looked at where Kang Tan was standing and asked, "Who are you? How did you find the location of our Ming Xan Holy Land?" Hearing the question, Kang Tan grinned and scratched his nose, replying, "Who am I? Didn't your sect leader tell you?" I'm here now. As soon as he finished speaking, the two girls immediately flew over in anger, glaring and scolding. Bold thief, daring to spout nonsense. Seeing the fists quickly flying towards him to attack, King Ton didn't back down either, immediately using his techniques to protect himself. While doing so, he hurriedly shouted, "Lan Ling, come out and sort this out. If you don't come out, I'll fight back." King Ton's words made the two girls opposite suddenly stop. They opened their eyes wide in surprise and asked, "What? Why are you looking for Lan Ling?" After King Ton explained his reason for coming, he and De Huang were led away by the two. Very quickly, they entered the Sects territory. Passing by the beautiful women of Ming X and Holy Land, King Ton couldn't help but glance, blushing as he praised. You can't see anything from the outside, but inside it's a whole different world, truly worthy of being the dwelling place of immortal descendants. He pointed at the living quarters below and asked De Huang, this will be our home from now on. What do you think? Hearing this, De Huang gave a thumbs up and replied, "It's great. Mama really knows how to mooch off others." Although they had entered the Holy Land, the two girls still didn't stop. The space gradually became strangely quiet. Seeing this, King Ton hurriedly asked, "Hey, wait, we've been walking for so long. Why haven't we arrived yet?" Hearing this, the girl quickly turned her head and replied, "It's right ahead." After walking a bit more, they finally jumped down, stopping in front of a rather dilapidated house. Looking at the house before him, King Ton was a bit incredulous and hurriedly asked, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm looking for Lan Ling. She has a very high status. How could she be living in this thatched hut?" Seemingly angered by this comment, Lan Ling immediately appeared. She frowned and retorted, "What thatched hut? Watch your words. This is called a thatched house." Seeing her come out, the two girls happily called out. Sister Lan Ling looked at them and smiled in response. "You two go about your business. I'll entertain Sect Leader Kang." The two were very obedient, quickly leaving as soon as they heard the order. King Ton pointed at them and said, "When I came in saying I was your lover, they wanted to beat me up." Hearing this, Lan Ling angrily scolded, "Talking nonsense. You deserve to be beaten." King Ton didn't continue on this topic. He observed the surroundings for a moment, then spoke up to criticize. "You're quite a failure as a sect leader, living in such a remote place." Knowing the other party misunderstood, Lan Ling explained clearly, "I'm not the sect leader of Ming Xi and Holy Land. I'm the clan leader of the Wu Bu Xianji clan. This place is the Heart Division. The Wu clan was long ago annihilated by the joint forces of the 8 great Holy Lands. Now only I remain." This statement surprised King Ton a bit, and he said with a blank expression, "Oh, your life is quite tragic. I was planning to rely on you, but it turns out like this." Lan Ling replied, "I was planning to come find you in a few days. I didn't expect you to come up so quickly." "Hoding dis, kang tang et golim." "Ah, didn't you say in your letter that you were inviting me here?" Faced with King Ton's question, Lan Ling answered, "It's because Buwu Holy Land came knocking, demanding an explanation from Ming Xi and Holy Land. I had no choice but to leave." King Ton was a bit curious. He scratched his nose and said, "This Ming X and Holy Land is quite pitiful. Just get rid of them. Aren't you descendants of immortals? What are you afraid of?" Lan Ling sadly replied, "Buwu Holy Land and the other 8 great holy lands are tyrannical, forming an alliance of 9 holy lands, running rampant in the Tianling realm. Although the Heart Division can deal with one, we truly can't afford to offend all 9. As they were talking, suddenly a rather angry voice came from behind. What are you doing, you demonis?" The newcomers weren't just one, but 2 tall men. They angrily pointed and cursed. The disciples of the Holy Land hurriedly tried to stop them. "Holy envoys, you misunderstand. You can't go there." King Ton didn't know these people. Lan Ling explained first that they were envoys from Bu Wu Holy Land. After saying this, she then glared darkly at the people in front of her. Lan Ling directly swung her hand and drew the sword at her waist. She angrily shouted, "Bu Wu Holy Land, you're going too far. I fled all the way here. Do you still want to hunt me down and kill me?" Just as she was about to jump up and fight them, another figure flew down from above and shouted loudly, "Stop." The person who had just spoken was the clan leader of the Heart Division of the Xianji clan, Venerable Qing Sha, the head of Ming Xi and Holy Land. She was followed by several handmaidens. Seeing this woman arrive, that holy envoy immediately turned and accused, "Clan leader Qing Sha, what else can you say now? This demonis is not in Ming Xi and Holy Land. This time we've caught you red-handed. Let's see how you can deny it. He said such a long speech, but all that entered Kang Tan's ears were the words, caught red-handed. Thinking of this, he himself felt embarrassed. Clan leader Qing Sha then spoke up. Buwu Holy Land, you're truly too tyrannical. Do you really think our heart division fears you? With Lan Ling's strength, it would be very difficult to kill 2 holy sons of the Dao Gongzhong. The matter of Huang, Chao, Qian Xing must be a misunderstanding. The 2 below naturally couldn't accept this explanation. They glared and retorted, what misunderstanding? Our great elder Venerable Jing, Huan's divine sense, was also at the scene, witnessing it with his own eyes. What more misunderstanding could there be? Qing Sha was indeed a bit surprised to hear this. She worriedly thought to herself, Venerable Jing, Huan's divine sense, was there too. Then how did Lan Ling survive? As if fearing that the people here wouldn't believe, the 2 holy sons directly bowed and invited, please, the divine sense of Venerable Jing Huan. As soon as the words were spoken, a beam of light suddenly flashed. Venerable Jing Huan also appeared. As soon as he appeared, he angrily scolded, what are you doing, you demoness? Venerable Qing Sha hurriedly went to him, respectfully saying, Venerable Jing Huan, such a small matter still requires you to personally descend your divine sense. Jing Huan replied, if this old man didn't come, how would you be willing to hand over the person? Hearing this, Venerable Qing Sha darkly pouted and said, you've come in person. Isn't this leaving our 2 houses no way out? If I don't hand her over, what about your old face? Her attitude made Jing Huan extremely angry. He shouted with a purple face, what do you mean? Under the gaze of everyone around, Venerable Qing Sha directly waved her hand, releasing her internal energy. She sternly questioned, your Bu Wu Holy Land's face is face. Is our Ming X in Holy Land's face not face? This action of hers deeply moved Lan Ling. She gently raised her head and called out, Venerable Qing Sha. Just as the atmosphere was quiet and touching, King Tan spoke up again, breaking the situation. He glared and shouted, hey, you old lecher. This sentence directly extinguished Lan Ling's emotions, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Hearing the call, Jing Huan looked down and discovered that the person calling him was Kang Tan. He immediately panicked, his face full of worry. Kang Tan, on the other hand, was very happy. He deliberately smiled foolishly and looked at the divine sense above, asking, old lecher, you want to dance again, don't you? Being reminded of the memory he had intended to forget, Venerable Jing Huan was terrified. He gaped and cursed inwardly, the enemy is him. Then, seemingly without hesitation, Jing Huan directly clasped his hands together, conjuring a spell, just like before, fiercely slapping it on his own head. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. I can't be humiliated in front of so many people. Escaping from his thoughts, he immediately disappeared. This shocked everyone present. They widened their eyes and simultaneously let out a huh. At the same time in Bu Wu Holy Land, Venerable Jing Huan had returned to his physical form. His face was pale as he collapsed to the ground. The handmaiden, still wearing a worried expression, ran over crying to help him up, calling, Venerable, why did you use this move again? On Ming Xian Holy Land side, everyone was still in shock. Venerable Qing Sha still didn't understand what had happened. The 2 holy sons were equally astonished. They asked each other in confusion, what just happened? After saying that, the 2 angrily turned to Kang Tan and questioned, what did you do? Hearing the question, Kang Tan picked his nose and replied, I didn't do anything. Your old ancestor is a defeated general under my hand. I just glared at him, scaring him into running away on his own. The 2 holy sons naturally didn't believe this answer. The more they heard, the angrier they became, now even more ferociously raising their swords and gritting their teeth as they scolded. Nonsense. A mere nobody who just entered Daogong dares to be so arrogant. Listen carefully. We will take the demoness Lan Ling and you, the nameless little pawn, back to Bu Wu Holy Land. If you dare to interfere, it means opposing Bu Wu Holy Land, which is also opposing the alliance of the 9 great holy lands. Kang Tan faced this threat without fear. He even reached out to protect Lan Ling behind him and said, just the 2 of you. Lan Ling hurriedly said to Kang Tan, these 2 are holy envoys of Bu Wu Holy Land, both with the strength of Dao Gong 9th level. After a pause, she added, moreover, they can use the secret sect's dual cultivation technique, with the power to kill those in the Holy Realm. You are no match for them. Lan Ling's words made Kang Tan's face drop. He turned around in surprise to look at the person who just spoke and quickly asked, Can two men also dual cultivate? Hearing his question, Lan Ling replied with some embarrassment. Well, the method of male-male dual cultivation is also very powerful. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two holy sons had begun to act. They grabbed each other's hands, then pressed their faces together, shouting in unison, "Nameless little pawn, prepare to die." Two streams of pink Dao power were fiercely striking towards him. Kang Tan shouted with a disgusted expression, "I refuse to fight with you guys." The two didn't stop, their faces full of killing intent as they launched their attack towards the opposite side. Nameless little pawn, die. The technique carried extremely powerful force, directly unleashing terrifyingly lethal damage. Kang Tan was hit, his entire body engulfed in the divine ability. Lan Ling seemed to be affected, quickly using her hands to cover her face. After stabilizing, she finally had time to call out to Kang Tan. At this moment, Kang Tan was still perfectly unharmed. He waved a sword, creating a protective shield from the sword, protecting himself inside. This sword was the treasure Qing Luo Breaking Saint sword. Looking at the sword in his hand, he praised with satisfaction. Indeed a treasure. It can even actively protect its master. Standing above, Venerable Qing Sha saw this scene and was also endlessly shocked. She opened her mouth wide and stared at the thing in Kang Tan's hand, exclaiming, "A treasure. How is this possible? A nameless little pawn who just entered Dao Gong. How could he have a treasure?" The two holy sons on the other side were also dumbfounded. They looked at the person opposite who was completely unscathed and asked each other in surprise. That strike just now was enough to make a holy realm expert drink a mouthful. Yet this kid is completely unharmed. Kang Tan had another chance to show off. He waved his hand, raising the sword high, and said with a laugh, "Haha, I've always kept it at home, never had a chance to use it. Might as well take this opportunity to try out how the sword is. Come, Qing Luo Breaking Saint's sword, deal with them." As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Tan quickly made his move, using the Heavenly Extinction Dawn sword technique, fiercely slashing towards the two holy sons with an imposing aura. They of course couldn't stand still and take the hit. One immediately shouted, "We can't let him attack." The other also hurriedly yelled, "Stop." This incantation truly controlled Kang Tan. His movements were as if someone had pressed the pause button, completely unable to move. Lan Ling naturally didn't just stand by watching. She quickly raised her hand to her mouth and shouted loudly, "Break." Immediately, the spell controlling Kang Tan was dispelled. He continued to swing his blade, attacking forward. A blade quickly chopped down. Kang Tan said excitedly in a loud voice, "Little flying void, come for a spin." This strike had extremely great power. It formed a beautiful arc, accurately flying towards the two holy sons, sending them flying, causing them to cry out in panic. How can this be? After the attack, Kang Tan went to check on the two he had just knocked down. Seeing them caught off guard and directly falling to the ground, Kang Tan appeared extremely excited. Qing Sha above couldn't help but secretly think, Kang Tan's talent is innate. He's a 9-armored Dao Gong. I don't know how he obtained such an opportunity, just entering Dao Gong and already possessing a treasure. This fortune is undoubtedly that of a heaven's chosen one. Thinking of this, she felt a bit regretful. It's a pity his personality is arrogant, offending those he shouldn't. I'm afraid he won't live much longer. What a shame. Seeing Kang Tan had knocked down those two, Mo Chun excitedly jumped out cheering. With just one move, the sect leader easily dealt with two 9th-level Dao Gong experts, truly divine and mighty. Hearing this, Kang Tan arrogantly replied, "Just a normal operation." Venerable Qing Sha then said to Kang Tan, "Sect leader Kang Tan, you've already offended Venerable Jing Huan, and now you've killed two holy envoys. Buwu Holy Land won't let you off. I advise you to flee from Tian Ling realm tonight. Perhaps there's still a chance for survival." As she was saying this, Venerable Qing Sha suddenly fell silent, her face showing an extremely astonished expression. What shocked her so much was that all the spirit veins here suddenly underwent a change. Venerable Qing Sha looked around in all directions, exclaiming in surprise, "What's going on? How did Ming Xin Holy Land's spirit veins suddenly become 8th grade?" Other disciples also hurriedly chimed in. "That's right, what's really going on?" Someone else quickly congratulated. "Congratulations, clan leader Qing Sha. You can now challenge the Holy Realm." Everyone was joyful and excited. Only Kang Tan had a troubled expression. He sighed and said, "This silly girl." After scolding, King Tan then called out loudly, "De Huang." As soon as he called, De Huang immediately responded, "Mom," then quickly ran to her mother's side. Looking at the little girl, King Tan immediately questioned, "Silly girl, why did you upgrade the spirit veins for others?" Hearing the question, De Huang innocently replied, "Mom, didn't you say this place is our new home?" And this dialogue was completely overheard by Venerable Qing Sha. She directly gaped, inwardly exclaiming, "There's even such a thing as upgrading spirit vein grades. What kind of background does this little girl have?" King Tan was still focused on talking with De Huang. He smiled and said to the little girl, "The new home thing is no longer effective. But don't worry, Dad has found you a better place, even better than this one." De Huang was immediately enchanted by this statement. She excitedly asked, "Really? Mom could find a place even better than this? Mom really is a lucky fool." Venerable Qing Sha came over to add, "Sect Leader King Tan, you can reconsider what I just said. I know a place in Feiyin Prefecture. Qinglan Manor has a sealed piece of land. Because there's no spiritual energy, very few people live there. You can hide there for a few hundred years." After saying this, fearing the other party might hesitate, she hurriedly urged, "There's no time to waste. Make a decision quickly." Faced with this urging, King Tan waved his hand in annoyance and replied, Hey, don't mention that place to me, Lu Do. Let's forget about the past." Hearing this, Qing Sha hurriedly objected. But before she could finish speaking, King Tan had already put his hand on her shoulder, interrupting her. "Your nature is not bad. Seeing my opportunity and not wanting to take advantage of it for yourself. Very good, very good." Lan Ling was stunned seeing this action of his. Turning his face, King Tan said again, "As for the place you mentioned, forget it. How can Fei Xian Sect stay in a desolate place without spiritual energy?" After saying this, he picked up De Huang and handed her to Lan Ling, then instructed, "You and Elder Imochen take good care of De Huang. I'll go for a while and come back." Lan Ling hurriedly took the little girl. Hearing King Tan say this, she curiously asked, "What do you want to go do?" King Tan flexed his wrist, smiling in response, his attitude extremely arrogant. What to do? Of course, to go to Buwu Holy Land and turn myself in. But Lan Ling firmly refused to let him go. She looked at the person in front of her worriedly, trying her best to stop him. No, Buwu Holy Land has 3 Holy Realm experts presiding. Moreover, don't think that just because you could scare Venerable Jing Huan's spiritual consciousness, you can defeat his physical body. Unless... At this point, Lan Ling paused for a moment. She suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "You already had a plan? Could it be that Senior Tiger has also arrived?" Saying this, Lan Ling's face was full of adoration and excitement. But what she received in response was King Tan's anger that nearly erupted. His face turned red with rage as he scornfully scolded, "Pa, Senior Tiger this, Senior Tiger that, you only know about Senior Tiger. Do you and that stupid tiger have some kind of history?" Mentioning it, King Tan quickly turned to Mo Chun and asked, "That's right, where did that stupid tiger go?" Hearing his sect leader's question, Mo Chun immediately used his technique to check, answering while looking. "Oh, sect leader, that unreliable beast, without limits, not as good as this old man. It just flew out of Feiyin Prefecture." It was precisely because of this insult that little tiger, who was flying, suddenly sneezed twice loudly. It angrily rubbed its nose, then glared and muttered, "Damn it, it must be that old Emotion bad-mouthing me." Back at Ming X and Holy Land, King Tan was smiling and reassuring Lan Ling, "Don't worry, I'm just going to probe the situation. I won't be reckless." After saying this, he didn't wait for anyone to say anything more. To everyone's bewilderment, King Tan directly deployed his body and flew away. At this time in Tianling Realm, Shizhongling Prefecture, Wuling County, specifically at the foot of Wuling Mountain, people were running around in chaos for unknown reasons. Everyone was panicking. Someone shouted, "Luggage." Another person retorted, "Who cares about luggage anymore? There's nothing valuable anyway. Just leave quickly." It was at this moment that King Tan arrived. Not understanding what was happening, he tapped someone on the shoulder and called out, "Brother." As the person turned around, King Tan smiled and asked, "Why is everyone running away?" Hearing the question from the stranger in front of him, that brother hurriedly shook off his hand and scolded, "Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? Don't you know Buwu Holy Land is battling with Ming Xian Holy Land? When Holy Realm experts fight, those of us at the Scattered Spirit Dais Heavenly Mandate Realm will all be buried." After saying this, The person hurriedly shook off Kang Tan's hand that was holding him and shouted, "Let go! Don't stop me from escaping." Upon learning this information, Kang Tan fell into deep thought. He stroked his chin and pondered. Buwu Holy Land is so big and has so many experts. If I attack recklessly, who knows how many reincarnation opportunities I'll waste. I need to find a way to catch them all in one net. After thinking for a while, a light suddenly flashed in Kang Tan's mind. He snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Got it." In a forest, under a tree, in a place where few people pass by, a divine light suddenly shone. From within that green light, the figure of Venerable Jing Huan stepped out. At this moment, he was still smiling happily while stroking his beard. This Jing Huan was not the real Venerable Jing Huan. He was actually Kang Tan using a shape-shifting technique to transform. Seeing that he had completely transformed into the appearance of this old Venerable, he laughed excitedly to himself. Haha, perfect. At this very moment, in the inner sect of Buwu Holy Land, a holy son was fiercely ordering his disciples. You must all show 12 times more dignity and bearing for me. Don't lose face in front of the ancestor. He was focused on giving orders when suddenly a sound rang out, causing him to stop everything and exclaim in surprise, "Ha!" He quickly looked towards the direction of the sound. As soon as he looked, Venerable Jing Huan appeared before his eyes. He was striding fiercely towards this side. That holy son immediately cried out in panic, "Ancestor." He didn't know that the ancestor he saw was actually Kang Tan in disguise. Seeing the ancestor, he flusteredly rushed to press down the heads of his disciples, then ordered, "Everyone lower yourselves by 1 level. Don't fly around in front of the ancestor. Hurry up, you bean sprouts." After dealing with this group of people, that holy son hurriedly and respectfully went up to Kang Tan, smiling and bowing. This little one, Elder Wu Jin, great disciple Wu Rong, pays respects to the ancestor. May the ancestor be well. Kang Tan thought he would just show a bit of authority and be done, but unexpectedly, he stood there listening to them introduce themselves. This little one, Ji Gui, is a disciple from the Fei Yin Pavilion years ago. 300,000 years ago, I left to establish my own sect. These people are all our useless disciples and grand disciples. Saying this, he immediately ordered his disciples, "Hurry and pay respects to the ancestor." The disciples, hearing the order, immediately bowed their heads in unison. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Kang Tan at this moment was very much enjoying this worship. He even blushed while stroking his beard. After they finished paying respects, that elder Wu Rong curiously smiled and asked, "Ancestor, weren't you presiding over the conference at the Holy Land? Why have you come out here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Tan immediately put on an extremely gloomy expression. He glared at Wu Rong, sternly questioning, "What do I need to report to you where I go?" This expression naturally scared Wu Rong to death. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly exclaimed, I wouldn't dare. This little one was just curious and rashly offended the ancestor. "Please forgive me, ancestor." Kang Tan didn't really want to reprimand him. Seeing that Wu Rong was already this scared, Kang Tan returned to his normal demeanor. He turned around and ordered, "Follow me," with the ancestor's order given. Who here would dare disobey? That Wu Rong was still hurriedly urging his disciples, "Quickly follow the ancestor." In the square of Bu Wu Holy Land, everyone looked very busy. Preparations were underway, and the fortress was ready. Beside it, someone was constantly urging, "Hurry up, the heavy weapons have all been concentrated at the front of the square." And the place where Kang Tan led Wu Rong and the others to was precisely this square. When they saw the ancestor and disciples riding clouds to arrive, the people below immediately cried out in panic, "Ancestor, it's Venerable Jing Huan." "That's right, Ancestor, you've come out too." After realizing the ancestor was about to arrive, everyone on the square immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, respectfully bowing and shouting loudly, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." May the ancestor be well. Faced with such high respect, Kang Tan was very pleased. But because he had to play the role of Venerable Jing Huan, he had to appear a bit arrogant, only grunting him as a response. The great disciple Wu Rong, standing beside Kang Tan, was secretly rejoicing in his heart at this moment. He smiled to himself thinking, I've never been this close to the ancestor before. Could it be that I've unknowingly become the ancestor's confidant? He was lost in thought when Kang Tan suddenly spoke up. He pointed at the crowd below and shouted, "Wu Rong, Jigui, you lot." Seeing the ancestor call those two, they immediately hurriedly responded, "Ancestor, what are your orders?" Faced with this question, Kang Tan immediately frowned. His eyes filled with killing intent as he ordered, "See those people down there? Use your strongest move to attack them. Kill them all." Wu Rong and Jigui heard this order and were stunned, completely disbelieving, hurriedly asking, Ancestor, what did you say?" Seeing them question him, Kang Tan immediately showed a displeased expression. He grimly stroked his beard, then said through gritted teeth, "Don't you understand human language? I told you to use everything you've learned to strike down there. I want to see how much you've learned." Hearing this explanation, Ji Gue understood. He hurriedly patted Wu Rong, scolding, "You fool. The ancestor wants to test the results of our many years of establishing sects, to see how many fingers the ancestor needs to block our combined attack." Wu Rong heard this and also laughed along. "Oh, so that's it. It was this little one who was foolish and didn't understand the ancestor's intention." After this self-directed act interpreting Kang Tan's intentions, they immediately joined forces. Hands gripping swords, they let out a shout, then deployed their divine abilities. Before striking, Wu Rong still fiercely said, "According to the ancestor's instructions, everyone must use full force to attack downwards." Meanwhile, below, those disciples still didn't understand what was happening. When they looked up and saw those people deploying their powers, they only curiously asked each other, "What are they doing?" At this moment, Wu Rong's sword had already swung down. The names of the techniques also rang out: Hidden Mist Sword Technique, Bright River Sword Technique, Cloud Yang Hefun Streaking Forward. As soon as the words finished, their sword techniques slashed straight down. That Wu Rong, after striking, still wanted to play a trick. He secretly glanced at Kang Tan standing behind, thinking the ancestor wasn't looking at him, so he could sneakily add a few more moves, perhaps fooling the ancestor into thinking one of his moves was stronger than 6. Thinking this, he immediately acted. He shouted loudly, "Hidden Mist Sword Technique, Hidden Mist Sword Technique," then quickly slashed out 2 more sword strikes. Someone seeing him attack so recklessly couldn't help but say, "Bean Sprout, do you have some grudge against them? Such powerful demonic force slashing down." This even affected Kang Tan standing behind. Seeing the attack approaching, he hurriedly cried out, "Ah!" then quickly dodged. The people in the square from beginning to end didn't know what was happening. Suddenly seeing the ancestor on that side attacking them, seeing each powerful force slashing down, they immediately panicked and fled. As they ran, they dissatisfiedly cried out, "Have they gone mad? Why are they attacking us? Didn't the ancestor say?" Before long, the square had turned into a pile of ruins. Smoke and dust filled the air. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Those who had caused all this with their own hands didn't expect it to turn out like this. They were stunned, their faces pale, and they cried out in panic. What's going on? How did it cause such a big commotion? At this moment, the real ancestor appeared here. The voice of the maid rang out, announcing, "The great elder of Bu Wu Holy Land, Venerable Jing Huan, has arrived." He didn't come alone. Beside him were 2 others. One was the sect leader of Bu Wu Holy Land, Venerable Jing Yuan. The other was the supreme elder of Bu Wu Holy Land, Venerable Yu Ju. Seeing the scene of devastation, with corpses scattered everywhere, Jing Huan widened his eyes, furrowed his brows, and questioned, "What happened here? Who did this?" Wu Rong, Ji Gue, and the others, seeing the people standing below, were suddenly terrified. They were stunned, confusedly asking each other, "There's another ancestor." At this point, he fearfully glanced to the side and stammered, Then who are you?" As he spoke, he tremblingly pointed straight at Kang Tan, who was standing nonchalantly beside them. Venerable Jing Huan, standing below, looked in the direction Wu Rong was pointing and was equally shocked. His face turned purple with anger as he loudly questioned, "Who are you, daring to impersonate me?" Hearing the question, Kang Tan assumed an extremely arrogant posture. He put his hand on his head and slowly laughed in response. "Ha, since it's come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore." After a pause, Kang Tan put his hands on his hips. He looked at Jing Huan below with a mocking expression, then continued, "In my youth, I used to be your mother's driver." As he said this, he arrogantly pointed at Venerable Jing Huan and those following him. ordering those behind him, "Comrades, the enemy is right before us. Attack." Hearing this, Wu Rong became frightened. He hurriedly waved his hands and shouted, "Bean Sprout, it's a misunderstanding. Ancestor, don't listen to him." Being disrespected like this, how could he not be angry? He even flew into a rage, glaring and shouting, "You insolent fool. I haven't even come looking for you, yet you come to my doorstep. Today I must kill you all, then go to Ming Xian Holy Land to eradicate you completely. If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not human." Seeing their own ancestor about to attack this side, Wu Rong and the others immediately panicked. They hurriedly waved their hands and shouted, "Ancestor, please calm down. We've all been used." But these words couldn't stop Venerable Jing Huan at all. On the contrary, he became even more enraged, waving his hand and shouting, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched an attack. The power of this move was extremely terrifying, flying straight towards those standing above, engulfing them. Screams of agony quickly echoed everywhere. Those who were hit couldn't withstand it and were blown away. But Kang Tan was different. Faced with that attack, he simply used his hand to block it, seemingly not seriously injured. However, Kang Tan was still hit to the point of coughing up blood. He glared at Jing Huan, who had just attacked, sarcastically saying, "Old waste, your cultivation is so much higher than mine, yet you still can't kill me, making this old man suffer like this." Witnessing the scene before him, even Venerable Jing Huan couldn't believe it. He gaped, astonished, and asked, "Who exactly are you? Taking my full force attack head on, and still not dead?" Hearing the person below questioning him, Kang Tan just let out a cold laugh. A moment later, he raised his sword, waving it and shouting, "Tian Shao Shuo Ri sword technique." The power on the sword quickly enveloped the entire sky. Kang Tan didn't stop, continuing to slash down with another sword strike. Seeing that attack coming towards them, Yu Ju and Venerable Jing Huan cried out in fear with an awe, and quickly fled. After Kang Tan's technique struck, Venerable Yu Ju dazedly raised his head to look. As soon as he looked, he panicked and cried out, "Ha!" Then said, "In my entire life, I've only had Dao Kong realm cultivation." Kang Tan saw the scene below and found it very amusing. He pointed down and mocked, "Look at how scared you all are." As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Yu Ju immediately launched an attack towards Kang Tan. This caught him off guard, causing him to let out a groan of pain, then be engulfed by flames. Without a doubt, Kang Tan had breathed his last. His soul was leisurely floating away, laughing as it went. That's right, just explode into ashes to save this old man from suffering. After Venerable Jing Huan and the others eliminated Kang Tan, they stood up solemnly. Looking at the pile of ashes on the ground, Jing Huan speculated with doubt. With only Dao Kong realm strength, it seems this one wasn't the old demon Qing Sha. Could it be the blue spirit Demonis? Hearing this, Venerable Jing Yuan added, "We struck too hard, blasting her to the point where nothing remains. Perhaps there's still a breath left. We could ask a question and then kill her." Behind the pile of Kang Tan's ashes, the bodies of Wu Rong and the others fell down. Looking at the people falling before his eyes, Venerable Yu Ju asked with some confusion, "Why haven't these Ming X and Holy Land demonesses revealed their true forms even after death?" Jing Yuan quickly stepped forward to examine the situation. As soon as he touched them to check, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wait, they are." Under the gaze of everyone around, Jing Yuan urgently cried out, "They're all our people." Hearing this, Jing Huan said in disbelief, "What?" Venerable Jing Yuan continued in shock, "We didn't kill enemies, but our own people. We've all been deceived by that guy." Jing Huan was naturally furious. He was so angry that his whole body trembled, and he shouted, I'm so angry I could die. Who exactly was it? Who dared to scheme against us?" As the situation became increasingly complex, Jing Yuan anxiously asked, "What should we do next?" Hearing the question, Venerable Jing Huan replied, "Ming Xi and Holy Land can't escape involvement in this matter. Contact the major Holy Lands to deal with them." On another side, inside the system space, a familiar notification sound rang out. Host detected to have died. Cause of death, killed by joint attack from entering Sainthood Realm experts. Kilish, Venerable Ying Yuan, Venerable Ying Huan, Venerable Yu. Many Buwu Holy Land cultivators died unjustly. The resentment of their souls existed for too long without dissipating. They were poisoned by the host's soul and actively came to surrender, seeking revenge. Kang Tan read this and said in confusion, What kind of weird reward is this?" Not long after, the system issued another notification. Host is about to be resurrected. At the same time, in the sky above Bu-Wu Holy Land, blue fire points like fireflies fell one after another. Witnessing this scene, Jing Huan and the others were extremely surprised. They asked each other in shock, "What's happening?" The fire points continued to fall, gathering at one point, forming a hazy human figure. Seeing this, they became even more curious and speculated. Is this a wronged soul manifesting? Venerable Yu Ju continued, "It must be our disciples who died unjustly and are unwilling to accept it. They've gathered their resentment to manifest in human form, wanting to take revenge for us." As soon as he finished speaking, the two Jing venerables became joyful. Jing Huan even laughed and said, "Is there such a thing?" At this moment, the fire points had gathered into another human figure. It was filled with resentment. Seeing this, Jing Huan and the others below said to them, "Disciples and descendants, it was Ming X in Holy Land that killed you. Come with me to kill them and avenge yourselves." Kang Tan had also been resurrected, but was still surrounded by a layer of hazy blue smoke. He heard the words of the venerables and pointed at them, refuting, "Stop making excuses. Clearly, it was you three old bastards who killed us unjustly. How dare you blame others?" As soon as Kang Tan finished speaking, Yu Ju panicked. He hurriedly looked up at the person who had just spoken and scolded. "What did you say, you insolent fool?" At this moment, the layer of blue smoke surrounding Kang Tan gradually dissipated. Seeing this, he said with some surprise, "Is this old man's holy light fading so quickly?" As the layer of holy light disappeared, Kang Tan's true face was revealed. As soon as they saw him, Jing Huan opened his mouth wide and shouted, "It's you. It really is you." After saying this, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, cursing, "I said the people of Ming X in Holy Land couldn't be so despicable." Jing Yuan and Yu Ju saw his expression of wanting to kill the person in front of them and couldn't help but feel confused. They hurriedly asked, "Who is he?" This question seemed to make Jing Huan recall past events, so he answered even more angrily, "It's the guy who twice caused me to lose my divine sense and true spirit. Let's kill him together." Actions followed words, and he immediately joined with everyone to attack, wanting to use the old trick to assault Kang Tan. Their appearance was extremely vicious, and they even let out a powerful roar. But Kang Tan was no longer as weak as before. He instead became arrogant, snorting contemptuously and saying, "This old man now is not someone you three old bastards can deal with." After saying that, Kang Tan spread his arms wide, gathering all the surrounding fire points, and shouted, "Come here." Those fire points immediately rushed towards him like moths to a flame, entering his body. At that moment, Kang Tan's entire body suddenly lit up, his cultivation level continuously rising. Dao Gong 5th level, 8th level, entering sainthood 3rd level, 5th level, 8th level. Watching the spiritual energy in his body grow incessantly, Kang Tan was ecstatic. He laughed and said, "My cultivation is growing insanely fast." A moment later, Kang Tan directly broke through to the Saint realm with extremely terrifying power. Just looking with the naked eye was enough to make people terrified. But the three people below, including Jing Huan, seemed to have not yet realized this. They still shouted in unison, "Die." As soon as they finished speaking, three techniques bearing the word death were simultaneously unleashed, accurately attacking Kang Tan. Facing the incoming attack, Kang Tan was extremely calm, even seeming to be waiting for it to arrive. Seeing the moment was ripe, Kang Tan immediately drew his sword, cutting through all three techniques with one strike, while his body remained unscathed. Seeing this scene, Venerable Jing Huan was stunned. He couldn't believe it and cried out, "A joint attack from the three of us." Yet he deflected it with one hand. Kang Tan naturally didn't stop there. Just as Jing Huan finished speaking, he glared down below, and suddenly a burst of energy shot out from his eyes. Not just his eyes. All the energy around Kang Tan erupted simultaneously, turning into a huge fire, then splitting into countless energy beams shooting down towards the venerables below. The power of this fire was immense, causing all the people from Bu-Wu Holy Land present to be overwhelmed by its pressure. A series of miserable screams rang out. Ah! Venerable Jing Huan was no exception. Soon after, lifeless corpses knelt on the ground. The atmosphere became unusually gloomy. It seemed that Bu-Wu Holy Land had completely collapsed, and the person most delighted by this was undoubtedly Kang Tan. At this moment, he was still using a technique to observe the situation below, looking and laughing as he said, Haha, so this is the suppression that transcends soul realms. One thought, and it's all dealt with. I've also experienced the pleasure of Little Tiger Taoist now. After destroying the sect, King Tan immediately proceeded to collect. Looking at the beautiful spirit vein below, the system quickly issued a notification. A 5th grade spirit vein could be exchanged for 800,000 points. As soon as it finished speaking, King Tan was so excited he almost jumped up. He excitedly said, this place is indeed a treasure trove. The spirit vein alone is worth 800,000. Then he decisively called out, "Oh." But before the system could act, King Tan remembered something. He immediately changed his mind and hurriedly shouted, No, wait, don't exchange. King Tan hurriedly stood up, blaming himself. I'm too used to robbing others' graves. I almost robbed my own grave. He had forgotten that he was planning to move to this Buwu holy land. Hearing the host's decision, the system immediately issued a notification sound. Mission has progressed. Reward points, 1 million points. Current points, 1,190,815 points. Main quest, Unify the 3 realms. On a famous sect in Fei Yin Continent. Conquer a sect-level faction. Upgrade to Supreme Lord level. Reading this, King Tan laughed loudly and said, Isn't the new location for Fei Yin sect already settled? Looking at the amount of rewards he received, his eyes immediately lit up, secretly rejoicing. The mission rewards are so abundant, it's good I didn't exchange them away. After saying this, King Tan immediately proceeded to upgrade the system. Not long after, the system upgrade was successful. The system announced, System Upgrade, System Level 7, System Experience, Unknown, Current Accumulated Points, 1,190,815 points. Current Skills, Resurrection 3 by 1 day, Random Survival Plan. Consume accumulated points to strengthen targets, increase by 1 major realm. Target has a 1-month cooldown. Host can consume accumulated points to transform into any target with a 3-day cooldown. Host can consume accumulated points to increase innate talent and foundation with a 1-day cooldown. Save people. Host can consume accumulated points to revive any target. Next level, King Tan. If the host relies on followers to resolve crises, additional accumulated point rewards can be obtained. King Tan grinned again, saying, I can save others now. I can take girls out to show off now. After saying that, King Tan carefully examined the next level content of the system. He stroked his chin and thought, does this King Tan skill mean that taking girls out to show off will give additional rewards? Meanwhile, at Ming Xian Holy Land, Lan Ling was anxiously waiting for King Tan to return. She worriedly asked herself, why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened to him? While she was extremely worried, on the other side, Mo Chun was leisurely feeding spirit stones to his eagle. Just as everyone was busy with their own tasks, suddenly a figure shot down from the sky like a rocket. The force seemed too great, causing Lan Ling and Mo Chun to hurriedly use their hands to shield their bodies. Following that figure was Little Tiger. It had been flying all day to get there. As soon as it landed, Little Tiger grumbled irritably. Damn it, flying from so far away has exhausted this old man. Seeing Little Tiger, Lan Ling immediately forgot about King Tan. She looked at the person in front of her with full admiration and smiled, calling out, Elder Tiger, you've finally arrived. Little Tiger looked at Lan Ling's sparkling eyes calling him and asked puzzled, Who are you? Do we know each other? Hearing this, Lan Ling immediately stood up straight, bowed, and calmly replied, This humble girl is named Lan Ling, a good friend of Sect Leader King Tan. At this point, she remembered King Tan and continued, Sect Leader King just went back to Buwu Holy Land to gather information, but he hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid something might have happened. Now only you can save him, Elder Tiger. Little Tiger seemed to really enjoy this adoration, smiling smugly. Seeing this situation, Mo Chun also became restless. He looked at Lan Ling, stroking his chin and thinking, she's so worried about King Tan, and her appearance and figure are similar to Jiling Han's. She'll probably be one of the future harem members of the Son of Destiny. I should take this chance to get on her good side. No sooner said than done. Mo Chun immediately approached behind Lan Ling and said, Fairy Lan Ling, don't beg that beast. That beast is still just an animal after all, only hoping for the sect leader to die, so it can be free. Unexpectedly, these words from Mo Chun had the opposite effect. Lan Ling was not pleased at all, instead scolding Mo Chun. You old man, you're so evil. Don't talk about Elder Tiger like that. Mo Chun was stunned by the scolding, his mouth agape with a puzzled ah. Seeing this situation, Little Tiger naturally didn't miss the chance to mock, going to Mo Chin's side and taunting. You old lecher, you still want to take advantage of the situation to bully me. As a result, she didn't pay attention to you. Mo Chan was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and cursed. No matter how you glare at me. Little Tiger still maintained a righteous and proud expression as it said to Lan Ling. How could I, as the sect's guardian spirit beast, not care about the sect leader's safety? Don't worry, Fairy. I will go rescue sect leader Kang. Hearing this, Imochen immediately shouted, Damn it, I won't flatter you or suck up to you. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Unable to swallow this anger, Imochen took action. He coughed twice, gritted his teeth, and said, Young lady with mortal eyes who can't recognize a true immortal, watch carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chin immediately waved his hand. Right after that, the sky instantly turned gray, suddenly filled with intertwining thunder and lightning, extremely gloomy. Standing below, casting those gloomy clouds, Elder Emochin immediately looked towards Lan Ling and shouted, Think carefully about who you should beg. This action shocked everyone present. Even Venerable Qing Sha widened his eyes and gasped in surprise. This aura is that of a high immortal. Lan Ling was no exception. She even covered her mouth with her hand, saying in disbelief, An immortal. Seeing the adoration in everyone's eyes, Emochin was finally somewhat satisfied. He even blushed, smiling. But before he could show off for 3 seconds, Emochin spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems this was a bit too much for him at present. Nevertheless, Emochin still proudly looked at the angry tiger on the other side and said, Well, now you know who's really the deep and unfathomable one by the sect leader's side, don't you? Little Tiger angrily cursed. You little bean sprout, are you trying to divide us internally? To suppress me? You're not even sparing your own remnant soul. With such determination, why don't you go deal with the enemy? After saying this, it immediately burst out its own power, gritting its teeth and shouting, Fine, if you're ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless. Come on, who's afraid of whom? I'll crush you to death. While speaking, it waved its hand to cast a technique and charged forward, appearing as if it really wanted to fight to the death. Seeing Little Tiger's strength, everyone once again shifted their object of adoration. The disciples of Ming X and Holy Land, both frightened and amazed, said to each other, The cultivation of this tiger demon is at the level of a demon king from the demon realm. Could it be the three-eyed fierce tiger king from the demon realm? Hearing these words, Mo Chun became even more unwilling to give up. He also desperately used his techniques to fight against that tiger. The two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, fighting to the death. At this tense moment, suddenly a finger appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a voice saying, Turn into a pig. As soon as the words were spoken, Little Tiger immediately transformed back into its small form, with a bewildered expression, not knowing what to do. The person who had just intervened was De Huang. The little girl was chewing on spirit stones while impatiently saying, Enough, enough, I've seen enough of your performance. If you two continue to act, everyone here will get hurt. Directly witnessing a little girl who could turn a tiger king into a pig with just a wave of her hand. The disciples of the Holy Land were so shocked that their eyes widened, exclaiming, Oh my God. Although Little Tiger had shrunk, Emochin hadn't. He directly grabbed Little Tiger, laughing mockingly. Still want to show off. Little Tiger couldn't help but become furious. It struggled and shouted, You damn old man, let go of your grandpa right now. Qing Sha, standing nearby witnessing everything, was endlessly amazed. She sank into thought. This old man is an immortal, that tiger demon is a demon king, and there's even a mysterious little girl who can raise the grade of spirit veins. How could Kang Tan possibly subdue them? It's too hard to believe that it's just because of luck. Just at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from afar. Ha ha. Hearing the sound, everyone immediately turned to look. As they turned, everyone joyfully cheered. Sect leader Kang Tan. Sect leader Kang Tan. Indeed, Kang Tan had finally returned after destroying the sect. Lan Ling was the first to run up. She anxiously asked, Kang Tan, are you all right? Are you hurt? Seeing the beautiful girl running towards him, King Tan unhesitatingly hugged her tightly, smiling and replying, "Don't worry, I'm fine, still as strong and sturdy as ever." Lan Ling, surprised by the sudden embrace, let out an embarrassed ah. King Tan looked at the person in his arms, thinking to himself, "This woman is clearly showing such concern for me. Why hasn't the system noticed yet? Could it be malfunctioning?" While immersed in these thoughts, De Huang suddenly ran over from afar, excitedly hugging him and asking, "Mom, where's our new home?" Being hugged by De Huang like this, King Tan had to let go of Lan Ling. He gently pushed away the cheerful De Huang who was pinching his cheeks and replied, "I've found it. The spirit veins of Wuling Mountain are not bad, no worse than this place. It's very suitable to be the residence of our Fei Xian sect." Lan Ling, standing nearby, heard this and objected. "It's too risky. Buwu Holy Land has countless powerful experts, and there are 3 entering sainthood realm experts guarding it. It would be extremely difficult to take Wuling Mountain from them." She paused for a moment, looking at Mo Chun and Little Tiger beside her, then continued, "Unless Elder Tiger and Immortal Elder are willing to help." Little Tiger, upon hearing this, opened its eyes wide, then used its foot to kick straight at the face of Mo Chun who was grabbing it, cursing, "You old bootlicker, don't stand in the way of this old man's promotion and fortune." Mo Chun, kicked in pain, cried out, "Ah, you damned beast, you dare kick my face." Little Tiger took the opportunity to break free from Mo Chin's grasp, strutting over to Lan Ling, hands on its hips, saying, "Don't worry, young lady, the sect leader's business is this lord's business. It's just 3 entering sainthood realm experts, right? It's as easy as turning over my hand for this lord. As long as sect leader King agrees to raise this lord's cultivation and foundation, everything will be no problem." Venerable Qing Sha and others who heard this were all stunned with amazement. She thought to herself in shock, "Raise the foundation. Did I hear that right? Is there such a thing?" Without time to think much, Lan Ling immediately turned to King Tan and pleaded, "Ah, King Tan, Elder Tiger is willing to help. This isn't difficult. Quickly agree to Elder Tiger's conditions." King Tan heard this and hesitated a bit, replying, "Well." But before he could finish speaking, Little Tiger was slapped by a hand, interrupting its words. Beasts indeed have short-sighted views. Mo Chun stood in front of Little Tiger, glaring and questioning. "You demand rewards for working for the sect. When the sect prospers, will the sect leader mistreat you?" He paused for a moment, then turned to King Tan, patting his chest and continuing, "Sect leader, leave this matter to this old man. I will definitely secure the blessed land." Perhaps he patted too hard. Emochin coughed up another mouthful of blood, coughing incessantly. Little Tiger seized the opportunity to mock. "Old dog, still pretending. Didn't you already use up all your remaining spiritual energy earlier when you were showing off?" Mo Chun, unwilling to back down, embarrassed and angry, directly grabbed Little Tiger's beard and scolded, "Beast, mind your own business. This immortal has his own methods. Watch me tear your mouth apart." Little Tiger quickly retorted, "Sect leader, don't believe him. He's just a useless waste now. He's nothing." Kang Tan stood beside watching the man and Tiger fight each other, feeling extremely headache. He raised his hand to mediate. "Stop fighting, stop fighting." At this point, Kang Tan sighed, patting his head, and continued, "There's no need for you two to waste energy anymore. I've already dealt with Buwu Holy Land. Wuling Mountain is now ours." This news was even more shocking than all the previous news combined. Lan Ling, Little Tiger, and others were all stunned, exclaiming in surprise. Lan Ling still couldn't believe it, pressing, "What about the 3 entering Sainthood Realm experts?" Kang Tan shrugged and sighed, "All taken care of." His expression seemed very reluctant. Although Mo Chun and the others heard it with their own ears, they still wore bewildered expressions. Mo Chun stroked his beard, thinking to himself, "I didn't notice earlier, but this kid's divine sense seems stronger than before, perhaps not inferior to mine." After explaining everything clearly, the group moved together to Wuling Mountain, their new home. The corpses here had not yet been cleaned up, scattered everywhere. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Lan Ling still half doubted and asked, "Have they really all been dealt with?" Seeing the cold corpses of the 3 venerable ones, she began to believe a little, thinking to herself, "Those 3 damned old men have been taken care of too." Seeing these 3, Lan Ling suddenly became extremely furious. She looked at them full of killing intent, then let out a loud ah and charged straight towards the 3 corpses. Kang Tan heard the sound and turned around, exclaiming in surprise. Lan Ling ran straight to the corpse of Venerable Jing Huan, full of anger, raised her foot to stomp on it, kicking and shouting, "Serves you right, you bastards. Give me back the 300 lives of the Wu tribe." Ah! Kang Tan, seeing this scene, was stunned, his mouth agape as he said, "What kind of deep grudge is this?" After speaking, he quickly ran to pull Lan Ling back, hurriedly persuading, "Enough, enough." But Lan Ling seemed still not appeased. Even as she was being pulled away, she continued to curse, "Damn old dogs." Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground that had turned into minced meat, Kang Tan asked, "Well, have you vented enough? Your physical strength is really good. It makes me a bit insecure." After Lan Ling had beaten them to her heart's content, she turned to look at Kang Tan with a slight blush, shyly saying, "Sect Leader Kang, I don't know how to repay this great kindness. From now on, Lan Ling is yours." Faced with such a sincere confession, Kang Tan simply responded with an mm. He was a bit confused looking at the blushing girl in front of him. He thought to himself, "She's already like this, yet the system still doesn't recognize her as mine. How deep are this woman's thoughts? It's really scary." Although thinking this way, Kang Tan still smiled and said to Lan Ling, "Ahem, all right. You can stay at our sect for now, cultivate together with the other elders." After saying this, Kang Tan turned around and called out loudly, "Next, let's do the main task. Da Huang, Da Huang." Da Huang appeared very quickly. Hearing her mom's words, the little girl immediately burst out her power, shouting loudly, "Let's go." Then, the entire Wuling Mountain was enveloped by Da Huang's spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, this place completely changed its appearance, transforming into the territory of Fei Xian Sect. Trees and creatures became unusually lush. Sunlight poured down, creating a picture full of vitality. Animals also grew rapidly, some even mutated, becoming more beautiful. Lan Ling witnessed everything with her own eyes, still somewhat in disbelief. She widened her eyes, thinking to herself, "Indeed, this little girl can enhance the spirit veins of any place." Mo Chun behind her even cheered excitedly. "The sect leader's daughter is so powerful. The sect leader is even more powerful." With everything nearly complete, King Tan immediately waved his hand to take out a Chinquan bag. He enthusiastically said, "All right, the new location for our sect is ready. All disciples come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the Chinquan bag quickly opened. Under the light emitted from it, all the disciples inside were released. As soon as they were released from the Chinquan bag, the disciples cheered happily. "Sect leader, you've finally let us out. We were about to suffocate after cultivating in there for so long." Faced with their cheers, King Tan only paid attention to one thing. In his eyes flashed several system notification boxes, and he thought to himself, it's time to harvest. The biggest harvest came from the 3 most beautiful female disciples of Fei Xian Sect. First was Ling Han, from Heavenly Mandate 1st level to Dao Palace 8th level, with 1,150,000 points waiting to be claimed. Next was Lin Ling, who broke through from Spiritual Embryo 8th level to Dao Palace 5th level, with 946,000 points waiting to be claimed. Finally, Xiao Shui, from Spiritual Embryo 9th level to Heavenly Mandate 9th level, with 16,500 points waiting to be claimed. As usual, King Tan immediately pressed to accept repeatedly, and the system emitted a series of ding-ding sounds. Finally, the system announced, "Successfully received a total of 4,041,500 points. Current accumulated points are 4,232,315 points." Seeing his accumulated points, King Tan smiled, so much his eyes narrowed. So many accumulated points, it feels great. Seeing the sect leader like this, Ling Han wondered to herself, has the sect leader eaten poisonous mushrooms again? After King Tan finished claiming the points, the disciples began to appreciate the new location of the sect. They exclaimed in amazement, "Is this really the new location of our sect? Wait, why are the spirit veins here so dense? Just standing still feels like using top-grade spirit veins." Lan Ling, who was indeed brought here by King Tan, went from one surprise to another. Looking at the disciples beside him, she thought in astonishment, "What's going on here? These disciples initially only had soul division and spiritual embryo cultivation, yet in just a few days they've caught up to me. How is this possible? At this moment, Linghan also noticed Lan Ling and made a slightly puzzled sound. She directly pointed at Lan Ling and asked her sect leader, who is she? Hearing the question, King Tan didn't think much and smiled in response. Oh, she's Venerable Lan Ling, a descendant of immortals, serving as Mo Chen's teaching assistant in our Facian sect. Elder Mo Chen, hearing his name called, also hurriedly looked over. After hearing this, he proudly walked to Lan Ling's side, stroking his beard and said, Ahem, Miss Lan Ling, I was originally an immortal who fell to the mortal world, and you are a descendant of immortals. With the two of us working together, Facian sect will surely become the #1 great sect in the mortal realm. Lan Ling also enthusiastically replied, I look forward to Elder Mo Chen's guidance. Mo Chen was also overjoyed in his heart, covering his face and thinking, haha, by embracing her, I will become the strongest in-law force in Facian sect. That old confused tiger can't compete with me. While some were happy, others were not so pleased. That person was Ling Han. She cried inwardly, thinking, the sect leader has more and more people protecting him. He's no longer the foolish hermit on Feng Ju Peak. At this moment, everyone in Facian sect had their own thoughts. While everyone was still pondering, King Tan suddenly announced loudly, all right, I declare. Under everyone's gaze, he solemnly ordered, in half a month, we will hold a celebration for moving to the new location. Hearing King Tan's announcement, Lan Ling immediately became very worried. She hurriedly reminded him, this place is in Tianling realm. There are still 8 great holy lands watching us. Among them, Feiyin Holy Land is guarded by a Saint Realm powerhouse. If we make such a big fuss, I'm afraid it will lead to an attack from the 8 great holy lands, and we might not be able to withstand it. It would be better to develop modestly. This time King Tan didn't argue. He smiled and replied, that's right, we can show off anytime. As the saying goes, wealth and honor not returning to one's hometown is like wearing brocade and walking at night, meaning treasures not used at the right time and place are wasted. Ling Han behind him heard this and took out paper and pen, nodding and saying, the sect leader has spoken another wise teaching. I must write it down quickly. After saying that, King Tan shouted again, all members of Facian sect, listen up. For the face of our sect, each disciple must invite at least 10 distinguished guests to attend. Elders must invite 20 people. Those who don't meet the quota will not have a spot in the Qingquan bag for cultivation next time. This news quickly spread everywhere, and people on the streets were all talking about it. Have you heard? Buwu Holy Land was destroyed by a small sect called Facian sect. This news has spread throughout Tianling realm this morning. What's the background of this Facian sect? Buwu Holy Land was considered quite strong among the 9 great holy lands, yet it was destroyed in one night. Could it be the legendary Ming Exine Holy Land, one of the 10 great holy lands? While everyone was discussing, suddenly someone stepped forward pretending to be knowledgeable and said, this Facian sect was originally a small faction in Fei Yun Prefecture, Sanjia realm. Because the sect leader encountered some good fortune, a small man became successful and rose up. Someone asked, how do you know that? When questioned about his identity, that person proudly raised his chin and replied, who I am, of course I have my own sources. Someone recognized him and said, it's still the Jade Pill Wanderer. Quickly tell us the details of this story. Just as that person was about to say more, suddenly a voice came from behind. Brother Jade Pill, I've finally found you. The speaker was Qin Xiang, an elder of Facian sect, and also a loyal fan of King Tan, the #1 muscular man in Facian sect. Qin Xiang smiled and waved at Jade Pill on the other side. Brother Jade Pill, what's wrong? You didn't respond to my voice transmissions or reply to my letters. I thought something had happened to you. Jade Pill seemed a bit guilty when he saw Qin Xiang, and hearing the question, he didn't dare to turn his face and replied, I've been a bit busy lately, didn't see your messages. Qin Xiang didn't intend to let him off, smiling as he approached and said, then I'll tell you directly, our Facian sect is about to hold a housewarming party. You should come and participate. As soon as he finished speaking, Jade Pill hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. My dog needs to be walked. I can't leave. Qin Xiang was determined not to let him go and firmly said, bring it along. Our Facian sect isn't some public place. pets are allowed. As soon as he said this, the crowd behind immediately started whispering in shock. He's from Assassination Sect. Seeing that the excuse of walking the dog couldn't refuse the other party, Jade Pill hurriedly made up another reason. Well, my mother is about to get married. I have to go with her. I really can't come. Qin Xiang smiled again and said, "What's the rush? There's still time. Bring along your new friends when the time comes." Hearing this, several people behind also hurriedly shouted, "Ah, what a coincidence. My mother is also getting married in half a month. My father is about to get married. My father is about to marry his mother. Can't go either." A series of excuses were given to refuse attending the ceremony. Some even shouted, "I have to attend my third uncle's funeral in half a month. Can't go either." Looking at a group of people making up excuses to decline his invitation, Qin Xiang became angry. He shouted furiously, "You are all so unreasonable." Looking at the trembling Jade Pill in front of him, Qin Xiang gritted his teeth and scolded, "Damn it, when I went out to make a living before, I clearly said that if I succeeded, I wouldn't forget you. Now that I've achieved something and come back to help you, you don't even care about me." After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Jade Pill, locking him in his divine mansion. This scene shocked everyone present. They gasped and exclaimed, "Externalized divine mansion. He's actually at the heavenly mandate realm." Inside the divine mansion, Jade Pill was so scared that his face turned pale, and he kept begging, "Big brother, don't hit me anymore. It's not that I don't remember our old friendship. It's just that your Assassination Sect is too dangerous. The 8 great sects want to come and destroy you. We'll be implicated if we go too." Although hearing these sincere words, Qin Xiang still didn't let him go, coldly replying, "I don't care. Now come back with me. Stay at my place for half a month until the opening ceremony is over. Then I'll naturally let you all go." After saying that, he grabbed those people, ignoring their struggles, and laughed loudly. "Let's go." In Dongzhongling Prefecture, Zhaoling County, Tianling Realm, specifically at Fu In Holy Land, news about Assassination Sect had also reached here. As soon as they entered the door, they heard an angry shout. They just destroyed Buwu Holy Land, and now dare to throw a party. They really don't take anyone seriously. Inside, at the elders' meeting of the 8 great holy lands, many elders were present to discuss this matter. Someone couldn't contain their anger and said, "This Assassination Sect clearly doesn't take our 8 great holy lands seriously at all." As soon as he finished speaking, the Supreme Elder Venerable Shang Mo of Liguang Holy Land immediately agreed loudly. "That's right, they're breaking the rules. We must punish them severely." Sect Leader Venerable Zhonglang of Baihong Holy Land also chimed in. "If Assassination Sect is not destroyed, Tianling Realm will never have a day of peace." Sect Leader Venerable Fun of Assassination Holy Land was even so angry that he was fuming. "Daring to have the same name as my Assassination Holy Land, what qualifications does he have? We must eliminate them." Sharing his anger was Sect Leader Venerable Wu Huan of Ziyuan Holy Land, who stood up, slammed the table, and shouted loudly, "They massacred 3 sects under my command. Ziyuan Holy Land was already irreconcilable with the Tiger Demon, and now they've done such an unconscionable thing. If we don't destroy such madmen now, when will we?" The host of the place where these sect leaders were gathered, Venerable Inji, the sect leader of Fu In Holy Land, also wasn't idle. After listening, he finally spoke up, "All right then, who will take the lead?" As soon as this question was raised, the atmosphere fell into silence again. Venerable Ro Yun broke this silence, clasping his hands and smiling as he asked, "I wonder if the great saint is willing to take action." Inji pondered for a moment before replying, "The great saint's Dharma body is wandering, while his true body is still in seclusion." At this point, Venerable Wu Huan chimed in. "That tiger demon also has saint-level strength. If the great saint doesn't take action, I'm afraid the casualties will be very heavy. Can we make a request?" Inji neither refused nor agreed, saying, "The great saint is unfathomable. Even if we want to meet him, we can't." As he was speaking, Venerable Inji suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with surprise. This scene startled all the sect leaders present, who hurriedly asked what had happened. At this moment, Inji let out a sigh of relief and smiled, then joyfully told everyone, "You all can go back first. There's no need to worry about Assassination Sect anymore. The Great Saint has just sent me a voice transmission, deciding to take action personally." At the same time, in Beizhongling Prefecture, Yiling County, Tianling Realm, a strange figure appeared in the Zila Mountain area of Ming Xian Holy Land. He majestically descended from above. This person was the unfathomable existence that the sect leaders had just mentioned. The Supreme Elder Saint Jingfeng of Fu Yin Holy Land, whose cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Saint Realm. As soon as he descended, he let out a disdainful snort. Not stopping at simple observation, he continued to wave his hand, instantly transforming a gust of wind into a huge sphere. The sphere slowly cracked, and from the crack shot out powerful spiritual energy, shaking the entire mountain range. As this was happening in Ming Xian Holy Land's territory, Venerable Qing Sha immediately noticed. She and her disciples rushed out in panic, shouting, "What's happening?" When they saw the figure gradually emerging from the dust, she hurriedly bowed and said, "Saint, what brings you here?" Hearing this question, Jingfeng suddenly became angry, shouting, "Stop pretending. I didn't conceal my aura. Don't you know why I'm here?" Faced with the other party's anger, Qing Sha remained quite calm. She still clasped her hands, but straightened her back and smiled, saying, "My apologies for not greeting you from afar. May I ask what brings the saint here?" At this point, Jingfeng softened his tone and replied, "I heard that the last tribal leader of the Wu clan, Lan Ling, is still at Fei Xian Sect. You are very close to her. Go to Fei Xian Sect and do something for me." Without waiting for a response, he took out an object and handed it to Venerable Qing Sha, arrogantly ordering, "This is the Gua Xiang Lai Yuan star. You go into Fei Xian Sect, find a secluded place to put this. Absolutely do not let them discover it. Within half a year, everyone in Fei Xian Sect will surely die." Venerable Qing Sha didn't immediately agree despite the other party's strength. Instead, she angrily questioned, "You're asking us to do such an evil thing. If they discover us, how will we escape that tiger demon?" Saint Jingfeng was provoked by these words. He glared threateningly. "You fear the tiger demon, but not me. If you don't obey me, I'll destroy you right now." At this point, Qing Sha was truly frightened and hurriedly cowered, replying, "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." As she said this, where the other party couldn't see, her eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. At the same time, in another place, as soon as they entered the door, a loud voice of protest was heard. "No way." The one shouting was Little Tiger. It firmly said, "I am the Demon King of Tian Yao Realm, ranked second from the bottom, and moreover, this ranking is a bit outdated. A peak Saint Realm powerhouse, the security guard of Fei Xian Sect. Yet you want me to stand at the sect's entrance as a spirit beast." Seeing that persuasion had no effect, King Tan switched to flattery. He went over to stroke Little Tiger's face, praising, "Look at how soft your fur is. It's perfect for being a spirit beast. We don't even need to skin you. For the greater good, just bear with it a little." These words only made Little Tiger more furious. It swatted away King Tan's hand from its face, gritting its teeth and shouting, "Anything else is fine, but not this. If this news spreads back to the demon realm, that a dignified demon king was forced to be a spirit beast, I'll never be able to hold my head up again for the rest of my life." As soon as Little Tiger finished speaking, King Tan intentionally took out what it wanted most attempted, saying, "It seems that upgrading your foundation isn't that attractive, huh?" Upgrading cultivation was something Little Tiger had always longed for, and now that it was about to achieve it, how could it give up? It immediately ran to the sect leader's side, eyes shining brightly as it asked, "Really?" After getting confirmation, it became a bit shy and blushed, saying, "Well, just this once then." After saying this, Little Tiger waved its hand, using the divine ability of heavenly transformation. Little Tiger suddenly wasn't small anymore. It was even bigger than several houses. It stood majestically in the middle of Fei Xian Sect, excitedly saying, "In the past, with hands in pockets, I didn't know what an opponent was." Little Tiger's power gradually spread throughout the sect, causing even the disciples sweeping outside to take notice. As soon as they saw it, almost everyone was shocked, eyes wide and mouths agape, looking at the giant figure before them, exclaiming, "Is that Little Tiger?" Chunmu also saw this scene. He clenched his fists in frustration, angrily cursing, "We let our guard down, and in a moment of carelessness, this beast has gone to curry favor." After the transformation was complete, Little Tiger proudly asked King Tan how it looked. Hearing this question, King Tan immediately gave a thumbs up and replied, "Very good, very good. Little Tiger is impressive. I'm very satisfied." Half a month later, on a morning in Tailing Realm, Shizhongling Prefecture, Yinling County, Yin Mountain Range. At Yin Sect, the day of the final feast had finally arrived. People were already entering through the gate one after another. The Jaden group also arrived, and as soon as they entered, they exclaimed in admiration, "This spiritual energy concentration, what level of spiritual vein is this?" As they spoke, their eyes fell on the majestic little tiger, and they immediately exclaimed, "Is that the Demon King? So impressive." King Ton was also at the gate at this time, looking at the invited guests. He was somewhat speechlessly angry. La Yuan seemed not to notice this and still cheerfully asked by King Ton's ear, "Sect leader, what do you think?" Everyone has met their quota. After hearing this, King Ton replied in frustration, "You're all useless. Those who came are all low-level independent cultivators with no background, or just ordinary people. There are no major sects at all. It's really embarrassing." La Yuan and the others didn't know what to do. He said dejectedly, "Those major sects know we've offended the 8 great holy lands, so no one dares to come." As soon as La Yuan finished speaking, King Ton became angry. He glared angrily and scolded, "A bunch of cowards, they'll never know what they've missed." Just then, from outside the gate, a name was suddenly called out, which made King Ton perk up. The Zhao family of Yun Zhoufu in Sansu realm congratulates Yin Sect on their relocation. Hearing this name, he excitedly looked around and said joyfully, "The Zhao family from Zhuifu. Sounds like a great family. Has a major sect finally come to support us?" After saying this, King Ton quickly rushed to the gate to greet them, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, I've long heard of the Zhao family from Zhuifu. I apologize for not being able to welcome you from afar. Please forgive my rudeness." But this Zhao family quickly disappointed him completely. Looking at the person in front of him, King Ton froze entirely. The Zhao family had indeed come, but the person who arrived wasn't the family head but a servant. He hurriedly clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Hengde, the steward in charge of the gate of the Zhao family from Zhuifu. I'm here on behalf of the family head to congratulate Yin Sect and Sect Leader King." After hearing this introduction, King Ton's face immediately darkened again as it was at the beginning. He gritted his teeth and said, "A mere gate steward." Seeing the person beside him angry, La Yuan quickly whispered in his ear, "Sect leader, although his position isn't high, his true identity isn't simple." King Ton curiously asked, "How is it not simple?" La Yuan hurriedly replied, "He's the son of the cook and the maid of old Master Zhao's wife." King Ton asked again, "How is this identity not simple?" La Yuan also very honestly told his sect leader, "Sect leader, you're confused. Old Master Zhao believes he's his illegitimate child with the maid." Speaking of that Zhao family, they're not ordinary. Keeping a few concubines is common, old men playing with maids and all. The madam and the cook have a relationship. The eldest son is the cook's child. The old master understands this in his heart, so he favors the maid. But unexpectedly, the maid's child turned out to be the cook's. The cook is also quite powerful. The second madam keeps a carriage driver. The third madam keeps a servant. There are quite a few children too, just don't know which ones are actually their own. King Ton listened with a blank face, not sure if he really understood or not. The gate steward, seeing the two chatting animatedly, didn't know what to do and could only hurriedly call out, "Sect Leader King." After hearing La Yuan's words, King Ton finally finished listening. Looking at the person standing in front of him, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "So it's Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao's background is so intriguing. You're surely destined for greatness. Please come in." These words from King Ton left the gate steward bewildered. Almost all the guests had gathered. King Ton, as the host, stood up to start the feast. "Leaders, honored guests, thank you all for coming. We, Yin Sect, are celebrating our housewarming ceremony." Sitting at the banquet was also Duan Mu Wu, the head of the Duan Mu family. He and his disciples looked at the spirit items on the table and exclaimed in amazement, "Is this spirit pear?" The spiritual energy it contains is equivalent to 100 high-grade spirit stones. Mystic-grade spirit herbs are these things we can eat for free. Xiao Shui, who was also sitting with them, calmly replied to the question, "These are all wild fruits picked from behind Yin Ling Mountain of our sect. It's not worth mentioning. Please feel free to enjoy." As soon as she finished speaking, the people from the Duan Mu family excitedly shouted in unison, "Thank you, Yin Sect. Thank you, Ancestor King. Thank you, Elder Schwer." King Tan was also joining the feast with everyone at this time. What excited him the most was the continuous notification sound from the system. Ding ding, points added. It was almost non-stop. This made him extremely pleased, and he laughed. More accumulation points again. In a place King Tan didn't notice, Venerable Qing Sha had already started to act. She and her disciples had set off to fly to face Yen Sect. Upon arrival, Qing Sha was still a bit hesitant, with a mix of fear in her heart. She both wanted and didn't want to, feeling very conflicted. While she was still thinking, suddenly a female disciple called out, "Clan leader, look." Hearing the call, Venerable Qing Sha immediately looked in that direction. The female disciple was pointing at the tall figure of Little Tiger in front of Fei Yen Sect. As soon as she saw it, Qing Sha exclaimed in panic, "That's the tiger demon beside King Tan." To be able to achieve this level under the suppression of the realm's rules, it must be the three-eyed fierce Tiger King. If she was just a bit hesitant before, now she directly faltered. Venerable Qing Sha fearfully considered whether to go in or not. If we're discovered to have bad intentions and the tiger demon gets angry, we'll surely lose our lives here. But if we don't do it, how will we explain to Holy One Jingfeng? While she was at a loss, suddenly Little Tiger's authoritative voice rang out. "What are you sneaking around for?" Venerable Qing Sha was directly startled by this question. Before she could recover, Little Tiger pointed at her angrily and said, "The banquet has already started. Hurry up and go eat. I still have to get off work." Seeing the tiger demon angry, Qing Sha dared not disobey. She hurriedly replied, Yes. Then she quickly went in. As soon as Venerable Qing Sha entered Fei Yen Sect, she encountered another surprise. She glanced ahead and directly widened her eyes, saying, "Are they drinking Moonflower Jade Dew Spring?" As she said this, Qing Sha thought about the origin of this wine. The best moonlight, the bottom of the lake full of high-grade spirit stones. To brew a bottle of Moonflower Jade Dew Spring would take several hundred years. How could such precious things be casually given to guests to drink? Pausing for a moment, she continued to observe the items displayed on the banquet table. Very quickly, Venerable Qing Sha exclaimed again, "This table is full of mystic-grade, celestial-grade spirit flowers, herbs, and fruits. In other great holy lands, these are all strategic resources. Only inner elders are allowed to use them. And these spirit vein treasures, were they all upgraded by that girl?" While she was still carefully evaluating the luxurious items here, suddenly a voice called out from behind. Venerable Qing Sha heard the voice and immediately turned to look. The person speaking was Kang Tan, with De Huang sitting on his neck. Kang Tan grabbed Qing Sha's hand, excitedly saying, "Venerable Qing Sha, I didn't expect you to come. It's truly like a dragon returning to the vast sea." Hearing this, Qing Sha humbly replied, "Sect Leader Kang, there's no need for such formalities." As soon as she finished speaking, Kang Tan directly introduced her to everyone sitting there. "Everyone, this is the sect leader of Ming Xan Holy Land, the clan leader of the Xan Busiani clan, descendant of immortals, and also my friend, Venerable Qing Sha." As soon as these words were spoken, Kang Tan immediately left everyone sitting there in shock. They all widened their eyes and exclaimed, as expected of sect leader Kang, to be friends with the clan leader of the immortal descendants. Venerable Qing Sha. Is it really that Venerable Qing Sha? Venerable Qing Sha at the peak of entering sainthood. Her strength is second only to Holy One Jingfeng, the Venerable Qing Sha of Tianling Realm. Did I hear that correctly? Hearing this, Qing Sha hurriedly waved her hands in denial. "Oh no. Sect Leader Kang is both a master and a friend in my heart." Although Kang Tan was so happy his nose could almost point to the sky, he still tried to hold back his laughter and said, What are you saying?" The guests were immediately stunned by these words. They exclaimed in disbelief, "Both a master and a friend." What everyone didn't know was that Venerable Qing Sha was extremely nervous at this moment. She reached her hand quietly into her robe, secretly thinking, "Sect Leader Kang, I really have no choice." And what she was touching, without a doubt, was the Gua Xiang Lai Yuan star that Jingfeng had given her. Just as Qing Sha was about to take out the Gua Xiang Lai Yuan star, De Huang immediately noticed. It sniffed keenly, then pinched Kang Tan's face, directly pointing forward and shouting, "Mommy, she has something good on her chest." Venerable Qing Sha was immediately startled, her face filled with terror, cold sweat breaking out, so frightened that she stopped her hand. De Huang jumped down from Kang Tan's head, pointing at Venerable Qing Sha and saying, "Mommy, De Huang wants the good thing she has." Venerable Qin Sha exclaimed in shock. How do you know? She hurriedly tried to hide it, defending herself. No, there's nothing. Don't talk nonsense. Kang Tan bent down to look at De Huang, angrily scolding. De Huang, what does it matter to you if someone has something good? Don't be rude. De Huang still pointed at Venerable Qin Sha, innocently saying to Kang Tan, she can't control it either. It will even harm the soul. She shouldn't carry it. Why not let De Huang eat it? Venerable Qin Sha's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. De Huang channeled its power towards Venerable Qin Sha. Venerable Qin Sha couldn't react in time, only managing to let out a cry before seeing the Guoxiang Lai Yuan star being sucked out of her body. De Huang grabbed the jade and raised it to the sky, excitedly shouting, yeah. Kang Tan widened his eyes, cursing, damn it. Venerable Qin Sha's face turned pale, trying to explain. Sect Leader King, please let me explain. Kang Tan ignored Venerable Qin Sha, trying to snatch the jade back from De Huang, saying loudly, how rude. Stealing from a guest again. De Huang whined, trying to hold onto the jade, saying, De Huang wants to eat it. No one can take it away. Venerable Qin Sha breathed a sigh of relief, happily saying, Sect Leader King, he doesn't know what this is. De Huang bit Kang Tan's hand, then snatched the jade. Kang Tan, in pain from the bite, spun De Huang around shouting, biting father's hand again. Let go, you little beast. After saying this, Kang Tan threw the jade far away, and De Huang immediately flew up to catch it. The little girl opened her mouth wide, preparing to eat the jade, making two sounds. It was at this moment that Kang Tan realized the seriousness of the situation. He loudly asked, where's that stone? De Huang, after landing on the ground, looked satisfied, hugging her stomach after eating the jade. De Huang turned to look at Kang Tan, then spat something onto his face. The talismans that were originally attached to the jade were spit out by De Huang, now all stuck to Kang Tan's face. He cried out, cursing, damn it. Then Kang Tan stood up, peeling off the talismans while turning to Venerable Qin Sha and saying, I'm sorry, really sorry. Venerable Qin Sha, children don't understand. She ate your high-grade spirit stone. But please don't worry. Our Fei Xian Sect's treasury is full of treasures. Just name your price. We'll compensate you accordingly. Venerable Qin Sha shook her head slightly and said, no need. It was originally meant as a gift for Sect Leader King. Consider it a congratulatory present. At this moment, Mac Tran appeared and said, oh, Sect Leader, what happened? Is there any trouble that needs the Dark Excrement Immortal to help you with? Kang Tan was most angry at De Huang. He pointed at the little girl and shouted, this De Huang stole a treasure from our honored guest, and even bit me. I'm so angry I could die. De Huang said nothing, just breathed heavily into Mac Tran's face. Mac Tran, puzzled, said, oh, this aura is... Venerable Qin Sha suddenly trembled all over, showing great fear. Mac Tran glanced at Venerable Qin Sha, then said to Kang Tan, Sect Leader King, De Huang might have eaten something very frightening. Kang Tan asked in surprise, ah, very expensive. Mac Tran replied, extremely expensive. Venerable Qin Sha forced a smile and waved her hand, saying, not expensive at all. It's a congratulatory gift. I was even worried it might be too modest. Mac Tran looked at Venerable Qin Sha with a serious face and said, Sect Leader, Venerable Qin Sha is from the Ming X and Holy Land who came to congratulate us. We can say she's full of sincerity. Venerable Qin Sha, sweating profusely, nervously confirmed, that's right. Kang Tan, on the other side, said joyfully, Venerable, you're too polite. Elder, quickly invite them to the honored guest seats. Mac Tran solemnly extended his hand to guide Venerable Qin Sha, saying, please. She humbly replied, ah, I'm troubling the immortal. Please lead the way. Mac Tran walked in front with an expressionless face. Venerable Qin Sha and her entourage quietly followed. Suddenly, Mac Tran stopped, turned around, and glanced at Venerable Qin Sha, saying, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Guoxiang Lai Yuan star, wasn't it? Venerable Qin Sha, flustered, said, Immortal Elder, please let me explain. Mac Tran raised his hand to stop Venerable Qin Sha, sternly pointing at her and saying, I don't care what your motives were before. From now on, you must not have any disloyalty towards our Fei Xian Sect. Venerable Qin Sha was startled and hurriedly replied, I obey, I obey. At this moment, Kang Tan suddenly appeared in the system space. He was very surprised. The system's voice suddenly announced, successfully subdued Venerable Qin Sha and Ming Xi in Holy Land. Rewarded an additional 2,576,000 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 5,814,015. Kang Tan, seeing this number, exclaimed in surprise. Unexpectedly, subduing Ming Xn Holy Land yielded so many accumulation points. He joyfully spread his arms and blurted out, "Upgrade." The system space displayed another notification, "System upgrading." System level 8. System experience, not enough, 10 million. Current accumulation points, 814,015 points. Current skills, Resurrection 3 by 1 day, random survival plan. Consume accumulation points to strengthen targets. Raise 1 major realm. Target cooldown time is 1 month. Host can consume accumulation points to transform into any target. Cooldown time is 3 days. Host can consume accumulation points to improve the innate quality of targets. Cooldown time is 1 day. For resurrecting others, host can consume accumulation points to resurrect any target. Kang Tan is a passive system. If the host relies on others to resolve crises, additional accumulation point rewards can be received. Outside, Mac Tran was saying to Venerable Qing Sha, "Alright, now tell me who was disadvantageous to our Facian sect." Venerable Qing Sha bowed her head and said, "It's Holy One Jing Feng." She continued, "Holy One Jing Feng is the Supreme Elder, the leader of Fu in Holy Land, and the only Saint Realm expert in Tianling Realm. He once relied on his own strength to annihilate the Wu tribe of the CND race, except for the clan leader Lan Ling, and also seize her treasure, the bone refining fan." Venerable Qing Sha recalled the terrifying image of Holy One Jing Feng. She clasped her hands and said, "Initially, I thought I could fight him relying on the Zhu X and Qi treasure of the Exine tribe, but with him having the bone refining fan, I no longer had a chance. He ordered me to come and harm you all. We were also forced into a corner." Venerable Qing Sha pointed at herself, looking at Mac Tran, and said, "Immortal Elder, that Holy One Jing Feng has an extremely vicious heart. You and Sect Leader Kang must save us. We are willing to be absolutely loyal." Mac Tran chuckled and said, Holy One Jing Feng, you say?" Mac Tran angrily stroked his beard, fire blazing behind him. He said, "He's just an insignificant ant. Before the dark excrement immortal, a mere Saint Realm is not even worthy to carry my shoes." He said to Venerable Qing Sha, "Bring your ear closer." Venerable Qing Sha obediently moved closer. Mac Tran mysteriously whispered, "Later, just do as I say." Venerable Qing Sha was both surprised and delighted by his strategy. Kang Tan loudly ordered gifts to be presented, for trays were brought forth by 4 men in succession. Everyone was amazed looking at those precious gifts. Someone blurted out, "What is this for?" Seeing the gifts, everyone was endlessly astonished. Someone said, "Are these gifts for us?" Another said, "Spirit stones and top-grade elixirs. There are also spirit weapons, spirit herbs, and 5th-grade spirit fruits." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. A man exclaimed in surprise, "What's that? Who exploded?" It was Zhao Hongda, the only son of the Zhao family from Zhuhe Manor. Zhao Hongda, with smoke coming from his mouth, struggled to say, "Directly raised to a major realm." As expected of the immortal peach spirit fruit, truly living up to its name as the Moonflower Jade Dew Spring. My cultivation has directly broken through from Fun Hun's 6th stage to Ling Tai's 6th stage. He laughed loudly and said, "Now my cultivation is only second to the top expert of our family head. In our Zhuhe Zhao clan, you all look down on me, making me come here to do this dirty work." Unexpectedly, this wasn't dirty work, but a great opportunity. Zhao Honda laughed until tears came to his eyes. Another explosion sounded. Zhao Honda turned and asked, "Who else exploded?" The one who just exploded was Duan Mu Yu, the great family head of Shijian Duan Mu. He also exclaimed in surprise, "My cultivation has broken through to Tian Ming 1st stage." The man behind Duan Mu Yu excitedly said, "Congratulations, great family head." Duan Mu Yu gratefully said, "Thank you, Elder Shui'er. Thank you, Ancestor Kang." One after another, people began to break through to new realms. One person said, "I've broken through too. I've reached Finhun realm." Another chimed in with a laugh. "Those who didn't come must be regretting it now, missing such a great opportunity." The system voice announced, "Congratulations to the host for receiving 2,000 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 816,015. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,800 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 817,815. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,800 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 819,615. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2,000 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 821,615. Kang Ton proudly raised his head and laughed loudly, showing off and earning accumulation points at the same time. How satisfying. Suddenly, Mac Tran approached Kang Ton and whispered, "Ahem, Sect Leader Kang, I have something to ensure." Kang Ton frowned and asked, "What is it, Elder Mac Tran?" Mac Tran stroked his beard and said, "Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena. In this Tianling realm, there's a major sect with evil intentions, wanting to destroy our Fei Xian sect." Kang Ton's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, "Another good opportunity like this. Who is it?" Mac Tran raised his hand and said, "Let me calculate. It's Ji Feng. Ji Feng must be an evil person." Kang Ton asked in confusion, "What's going on?" At this moment, Venerable Qing Sha knelt down and said loudly, "It must be Holy One Jing Feng." Mac Tran glanced at her and asked, "Does Venerable Qing Sha know something?" Venerable Qing Sha said, "In Zhuoling County, East Lingcheng Prefecture, there's a holy land called Fu Yin, which is the top among the 9 great holy lands. The Supreme Elder, Holy One Jing Feng, is the #1 expert in Tianling realm with Saint Realm cultivation." She continued, "Since the destruction of the Buyu Holy Land, he has been working to unite with the remaining 8 great holy lands. Now it seems he wants to surround our Fei Xian sect. Sect Leader Kang, you should make plans early." Mac Tran also chimed in, "That's exactly in line with my prediction. This sect leader Holy One Jing Feng of Fu Yin Holy Land must be eliminated early." Kang Ton joyfully patted Mac Tran's shoulder and said, "I was worried about not having a place to vent, and someone just delivered a pillow. Elder Mac Tran truly understands me." Mac Tran proudly said, "It's nothing. Resolving the sect leader's worries is my mission." Kang Ton excitedly shouted, "Good, we've decided. Strike first to gain the upper hand, prevent the enemy. Attack Fu Yin Holy Land." Ling Han responded, "Attack Fu Yin Holy Land." She and others raised their hands in support. Sect leader is mighty. Duan Muyu beside them immediately clutched his chest and exclaimed, also joining in the shout, "Ancestor is mighty." Lan Ling Venerable beside them covered her mouth and thought, "Attack Fu Yin Holy Land. Destroy Holy One Jing Feng." Amidst the loud cheers of Sect leader is mighty. Mighty, mighty, Ancestor is mighty. She sobbed inwardly. If we really succeed, I can completely avenge the genocide of the Xiendi race. At Zhuoling County, East Chongling Prefecture, Tianling Realm, the buildings of Fu Yin Holy Land were adorned with bright red. Kang Ton and Ji Ling Han looked down together. Ji Ling Han thought to herself, "The sect leader is unusually different this time, bringing everyone along. Is he trying to test everyone's cultivation results during this period?" 3 elders of Fu Yin Holy Land appeared to assess the situation. The sect leader, Venerable Yin Ji of Fu Yin Holy Land, shouted loudly, "Well done, Kang Ton. We didn't come looking for you, yet you came to our doorstep. You truly don't know your own limits." The 2 elders accompanying him, Venerable Yin Li and Venerable Yin Lu, also raised their eyebrows and looked up. Venerable Yin Ji angrily waved his hand, and a clear voice rang out. He continued, "Activate the Grand Formation." Everyone gathered together, forming the 8 Winds Swift Thunder Formation, with Venerable Yin Ji at the center. Lan Ling looked down from above, raising her eyebrows and said, "With the intensity of this formation, if we charge straight in, I'm afraid the disciples of Fei Xian sect will be hard to protect." Ji Ling Han also looked down worriedly. Kang Ton called the Demon King Xiao Hu behind him, saying, "Keep our side's casualties to a minimum." Xiao Hu replied, "You've brought too many people." Then Xiao Hu activated the Heaven and Earth transformation. His entire body grew larger. Venerable Yin Ji was shocked, pointing at Xiao Hu's towering figure and saying to his disciples, "It's that tiger demon. Use the formation to bombard it, bombard it." A massive force of unknown origin fell upon the Holy Land. Someone suddenly shouted, "With the attack intensity of this formation, I'm afraid even a Saint Realm expert couldn't withstand it." That enormous force concentrated on Xiao Hu. The people below cheered. The tiger shows its might. Lord Tiger is truly formidable. Xiaohu glanced behind him, saying in a low voice, "It's starting to hurt." Then he turned to the front, angrily shouting at Mac Tran. "Mac Tran, you old dog, are you just going to stand and watch? Hurry up and break the formation." Mac Tran, while raising his hand to channel his powers, said, "You beast, this formation is enough to injure an early-stage Saint Realm cultivator. You're almost at your limit, aren't you? Now it's this old man's time to shine." A purple ball of light flew out from Mac Tran's hand. He gave orders to the light ball. The purple light ball flew to the center of the formation, and everyone was amazed as they watched it. Suddenly, the light ball exploded. Everyone in the formation closed their eyes and cried out. The force from the explosion blew those in the formation into the sky. Mac Tran stood below with his hands clasped, looking up. Xiaohu's hand trembled with anger. Mac Tran wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You beast, this old man has broken the formation for you. Now clean up." Xiaohu gradually shrank his body, pointing at Mac Tran and scolding. "Clean up. You old dog, you're all talk. You come and try cleaning up for me. You speak as if you're the only one doing the hard work. If I asked you to take the attack of this formation, could you handle it? Don't think I didn't see the blood in your mouth just because you covered it with your hand." At this moment, King Tan came to mediate between Xiaohu, who was biting Mac Tran's head. All right, you both contributed, stop arguing." King Tan joyfully spread his arms and said, "The formation has been broken. All of Xian Sect, listen up. Equip yourselves well and charge for me." Everyone was very surprised. A disciple with wide eyes shouted, "This is an 8th grade spirit sword." Another female disciple picked up a sword and exclaimed, "A 9th grade spirit sword. Heavens, am I dreaming?" King Tan said happily, "Choose freely, pick the good ones." Venerable Lan Ling gaped and said, "8th and 9th grade spirit swords, just freely distributed to disciples like this." Kang Tan looked over and called out to Venerable Lan Ling, startling her to turn around. Kang Tan threw her a sword and said, "Wasn't your weapon destroyed in the Qianxing Imperial Court? Use this one for now." Venerable Lan Ling exclaimed in surprise. An 8th grade spirit sword as a temporary weapon. Ji Ling Han took a sword and charged first, shouting, "For the sect, charge." Everyone responded and charged after her. Lin Ning took a sword and prepared to join in. "I'll go too." Suddenly, a hand pulled her back. Warning, wait. Mac Tran, while channeling power on her head, said, "I'll temporarily release 3 layers of the seal for you. When the fight starts later, do as I say." Lin Ling replied, "Yes, master." The two sides began to engage. Jiling Han led the charge, shouting, "Charge." The people on the other side, holding golden talismans, also launched their attack. They taunted, "A bunch of cannon fodder who don't know their own limits, charging to their deaths." Venerable Yin Ji raised his sword, channeling his power, and shouted, "Wind of absolute submission." The power transformed into a whirlwind appearing in front of everyone. Mac Tran formed hand seals and ordered Lin Ling, "Use the heavenly crown technique I taught you to protect your companions." Lin Ling raised her sword and replied, "Understood." A shield appeared, blocking that stream of power and protecting everyone. Someone who hadn't reacted in time exclaimed, "It doesn't hurt at all when it hits us." The system's voice announced, "Domination skill activated." Those following Lin Ning performed excellently and received 300 points. 300 points have been awarded to the current user, now having 1,121,615 points. Seeing this, Kang Tan's eyes lit up, praising, "Ning Ning, well done." Mac Tran proudly said from behind, "Sect leader, this is the heavenly light sacrificial technique of the dark system, one of this old man's ultimate skills." Hearing this, King Tan turned around and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Excellent, Elder Mac." Mac Tran humbly replied, "Not at all, not at all. It's thanks to the sect leader's luck and Lin Ling's talent." Suddenly, Tin Suang became so tired he could barely hold his sword, only able to drag it along. His face flushed red as he struggled to drag the sword, letting out a cry. Tan Song directly used his foot to kick. A disciple of Fu In Holy Land, on In Xiao Shui's side, was also so exhausted that their sword touched the ground. Suddenly, Ji Ling Han let out a shout. Seeing this, King Tan held his head and asked, "What on earth are you all doing?" Mac Tran tremblingly reported, "It's not good, sect leader. Everyone's cultivation has increased too quickly. They haven't had time to adapt in actual combat." At this moment, Venerable Yin Yu pointed at Ji Ling Han lying on the ground and said, "That's the Grand Elder of Facian Sect. Kill her quickly." Venerable Ainli raised his sword, aiming at Ji Linghan's back, ready to strike down. At this time, Ji Linghan still didn't understand what was happening and let out a cry of pain. Fresh blood spurted out, accompanied by shouts. "Senior Sister Ji, be careful." Elder Yi, Kantang Sho Faidaken. Lin Ning and Venerable Lan Ling also turned their heads in panic. In Xiao Shui cried out in terror, "Don't." Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Be careful, Senior Sister Ji." As soon as the words left his mouth, that person spat out a mouthful of blood. The one who shouted was her junior brother Tai. He had taken a blow for her. He cried out in pain. She heard the sound and turned to look, crying out in shock, "Junior brother Tai." She called out in pain, "Junior brother Tai, Elder Tai." She kept calling for Junior brother Tai, but no one answered. Junior brother Tai fell after taking that blow. While everyone was paying attention to Junior brother Tai, another agonizing scream rang out. Two people simultaneously turned their heads towards the source of the scream, exclaiming in shock, "Who else is it now?" This time it was Wei Miao. The Fuyin elder struck without mercy. Wei Miao immediately spat blood and fell to the ground, dying on the spot. Two people cried out Wei Miao's name in horror. Faced with this scene, Yin Xiao Shui held her long sword with trembling hands, stammering, "Everyone, don't die." Kang Tan gritted his teeth without speaking. Though he said nothing, Mac Tran standing beside him was so frightened his eyes widened. Old Mac looked at his expression and began to calculate. "It's bad. I fear I'll have to bear this disaster. No, I must save myself." Thinking this, he immediately formed hand seals to cast the mind-reading technique. At this moment, the person closest to Mac Tran was Lin Ning, so the mind-reading technique immediately took effect on Lin Ning. Now Lin Ning's body was completely under Mac Tran's control. As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately swung her sword towards those people. Those people, due to Mac Tran transferring power to Lin Ling, couldn't completely dodge and were defeated by her. Seeing her like this, Venerable Lan Ling standing nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of being the Grand Elder." Under Kang Tan's protection, just with sword chi, she can kill experts with cultivation levels higher than her own. Dao Palace Celestial Grade. This physique is the 7 Aperture Spirit Body. She continued to assess. It seems her innate talent and foundation, I'm afraid, are not inferior to mine. While Venerable Lan Ling was evaluating her, from afar someone shouted loudly, "I'll risk my life against you all." At this moment, 2 junior brothers, one fat and one thin, said in unison, "For our fallen fellow disciples, revenge. Charge!" Out of extreme fear, the thin junior brother cried out loudly while shedding tears. The thin junior brother was not alone. Even Yin Xiao Shui was so scared she cried out loud, wiping her tears while resolutely saying, "If we die, we die. Let's risk it all." As if imbued with newfound strength, that group immediately charged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on prey, causing the opponents to cry out in fear, "No, we can't win." After saying that, they immediately scattered and fled. Seeing his people run away, Master Ji angrily shouted, "You bastards, don't retreat. They're just a bunch of scum from Tianming Dao Palace. What are you running from? You bastards." In contrast to this chaotic scene, he stood from afar observing the situation. The system continuously displayed notifications at this time, informing Lin Ning's followers performed excellently, adding 230,000 points. Current points, 1,351,615. The system kept adding points at this time. His final score was 1,737,565 points, which surprised him quite a bit. After the battle ended, he started walking towards them. At this time, everyone looked very haggard. The female representative spoke to him on behalf of everyone. "Sect leader, we won." But, she tried to hold back but finally burst into tears and said, "Everyone is dead." The bodies of the deceased were neatly arranged. Seeing this scene, he remained silent. Mo Chun beside him saw Kong Cheng's expression and was very confused. At this moment, Little Tiger suddenly jumped down from somewhere, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing the scene before its eyes, it widened its eyes and asked, "Why are there so many casualties?" Hearing it say that, Mo Chun immediately got angry. "You damned beast, where have you been for so long?" It refused to back down and immediately asked back, "Wasn't I up in the sky guiding the lightning? The aftershocks of the wind, swift thunder, if I didn't block them, who would? And you, what were you doing?" Seeing the two of them arguing, Kong Chung became very angry. Enough! Hearing this, the two were immediately so scared that they trembled and fell silent. At this point, Kong Chung was extremely angry, fighting all over the place. I let you into the all-mechanism map to cultivate, and this is what you've become. Lan Ling, hearing Kong Cheng's questioning, trembled and stammered. We only focused on increasing our cultivation, sword techniques, and spells, but didn't practice any actual combat skills at all. Mo Chun beside her heard this and chimed in. It's this old man's fault. My teaching plan was flawed. Hearing this, Kong Cheng not only didn't calm down, but became even angrier, shouting loudly. All those who died in battle, after being revived, must stand for a day and a night without lying down to sleep. Elder Mo will personally supervise this. Elder Mo heard Kong Cheng's order and respectfully replied, Yes, yes, yes. Let's do it like that. I will definitely make amends. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Mo Chen asked again, Oh, but what did the sect leader just say? Mo Chen's whole body trembled, and he said fearfully, You just said revive. I didn't mishear, did I? Little Tiger also trembled slightly, frowning and stammering. I know this kid is just boasting, but bringing the dead back to life is too. Kong Chung extended his hand towards In Xiaoxue, creating a beam of blue light. He thought to himself, I didn't expect only a few people to die. I wonder if my points are enough. The system immediately displayed, reviving In Xiaoxue, time of death 1 day, consuming 3,000 points. Kong Chung read these words and was shocked, his eyes widening. Oh, is it that cheap? Kong Chung felt invigorated and channeled his energy to revive her. In Xiaoxue's body slowly rose, surrounded by blue light like a miracle. The system recorded, revival successful, current points 1,734,565. She truly awakened from death, slowly opening her eyes, and asked in surprise, wasn't I killed? Seeing In Xiaoxue truly come back to life, Mo Chen looked on in shock, his eyes about to pop out. Mo Chun and Little Tiger were so scared their faces turned pale, exclaiming, She really came back to life. Ji Linghan ran over and hugged her enthusiastically, cheering, Swear. Seeing the dead come back to life before her eyes, Venerable Lan Ling felt terrified. Even immortal Mo Chen was shocked. This proved that even in the immortal realm, bringing the dead back to life was almost impossible. What kind of background did he have? Not just In Xiaoxue, other people were also revived. The system's voice rang out, reviving multiple disciples of Faxian Sect, time of death 1 day, consuming 25,000 points. Current points 1,709,565. They jumped up and hugged each other, both surprised and overjoyed. I'm not dead. What happened? You're alive again. That's great. I thought I couldn't fight you anymore. Seeing Kong Cheng's extraordinary and miraculous abilities, Little Tiger's eyes lit up. It even pushed Mo Chen aside to talk to Kong Chung. Sect Leader, you're truly incredible. Sect Leader, I was too shallow before. I want to be the lifelong guardian spirit beast of Faxian Sect. Where's the labor contract? Quickly bring out the labor contract. No, I mean the soul contract. I want to sign a soul contract. But Mo Chen responded by poking 2 fingers into its nostrils. Being outmaneuvered by Mo Chen, its mood became gloomy and uneasy. Mo Chen seized the opportunity to step forward and pay respects. Sect Leader is truly too powerful. Don't worry about that beast, guardian spirit beast job. I'll be your mount and servant. From now on, you can ride me when you go out. But Kong Chung still didn't respond, only showing a blank expression, causing them to reluctantly look up to the sky and sigh. Everyone, stop lining up and listen to me, Kong Chung said. All members of Faxian Sect, hear my order. Clean up the Fuqing Holy Land. Then Kong Chung raised his hand with a smile and emphasized, for me. Reopening the system interface, ding ding, level 5 spirit vein, can be exchanged for 800,000 points. Exchange successful. Current points, 2,509,565. 2 days later, Tianling Realm, East Bell Spirit Continent, Fuyin Holy Land, Snowfinger. St. Ji Feng stood there like a statue, his face dark with anger. Faxian Sect's Mingxin Holy Land. The flames of hatred in his heart boiled and exploded. I must destroy you all. In the human realm, Intelligent Realm, Insufficient Continent, Emerging Darkness Prefecture, Absolute Frost Mountain, Nirvana Valley. A voice suddenly rang out in the dark night. Ji Feng, what wind brings you here? I have a request, inviting the three great kings to come out. A sect from outside has come to the Tianling realm and destroyed my sect. I must seek revenge. The Water Corp's great king, Saint Realm's 6th stage, slowly appeared, his eyes red as blood, blue veins popping out all over his face. Then the Nirvana-wrought Great King, Saint Realm's 6th stage, also appeared, scolding loudly. That beast, although it has Saint Realm strength, coming to your Tianyao realm, it would be weakened by the heavenly laws. You shouldn't have feared it. Ji Feng sneered. This old man has never fought a battle unprepared. With the support of the three great kings, victory is guaranteed. Finally, the Nirvana Ash Great King, Saint Realm's 6th stage, also appeared, nodding in agreement. The demon core of that tiger demon must be given to us. Ji Feng excitedly said, no problem. The Nirvana Ash Great King was very satisfied and continued. If that's the case, our three saints of absolute frost will go down the mountain with you. At the Mingxin Holy Land, Venerable Qingsha exclaimed in surprise. Really? The Fuyin Holy Land has been destroyed by Faxian Sect. Are you sure? The maid reported, absolutely certain. The news has spread throughout the Tianling realm. Everyone knows. She heard this and cheered. That's great. The two whispered in each other's ears. Wait, that's not right. What about that old dog Ji Feng? Ji Feng's whereabouts are currently unknown. It's said that when Faxian Sect attacked the Fuqing Holy Land, Ji Feng was no longer there. Suddenly, a sound came from outside, shaking the entire building. Qingsha, you demon woman, get out here for this old man. Venerable Qingsha hurriedly went out to investigate and saw Ji Feng floating in the air above her. Saint Ji Feng, what do you want? He laughed coldly and said, you demon woman, the task I gave you, you didn't do it. Instead, you listened to Faxian Sect and destroyed my Fuqing Holy Land. She angrily pointed at Ji Feng and retorted, you old beast, you didn't show your face, making us do your immoral deeds, almost getting buried alive by the tiger demon's claws. Now your sect has been destroyed by others. Serves you right. You still have the face to come here and get angry with us. Being scolded by an old woman, he couldn't bear it anymore and prepared to use the 9th grade spirit sword Ling Yin. Demon woman, stop talking nonsense. Then I'll take the lives of your heart division demon women as compensation. She wasn't afraid of anyone either, drawing her sword and shouting, old dog, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Right now, your law body hasn't returned yet. Your strength has decreased. Our Mingxin Holy Land has the advantage of time, place, and people wanting to take your dog life. Form the formation. The women immediately lined up, bowing deeply before Ji Feng. This is called the heart formation of hidden desire, emitting a dazzling light that Ji Feng couldn't resist. He was quickly surrounded by those women like ants, being hugged, kissed, and caressed. At this moment, even if Ji Feng sent out an SOS signal, no one could save him. The young ladies flashed seductive smiles. Come on, cheer up. We have plenty of time anyway. For the first time being surrounded by so many women, Ji Feng closed his eyes and concentrated to resist. The methods of the Heart Division Fairy Tribe are indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, my cultivation is high, so I won't be seduced, otherwise they would do unspeakable things to me. But before he could calm down, that woman had already pounced on him, hugging his face, even playfully pressing his face into her breasts. Ji Feng cried out in fear. Oh my. Seeing his reaction, the woman lost interest. How annoying. Then, a group of women swarmed him. He no longer maintained his composure and enjoyed the wonderful feeling. Forget it, it's annoying, but it feels so good. To outsiders, Ji Feng appeared to be lost in an illusion, standing dazed and swaying, grinning foolishly and moaning. I'm full. Venerable Qingsha and her maid cheered non-stop. It's successful. Indeed, the heart formation of hidden desire is known as the strongest control technique in the Tianling realm. Even Saint Ji Feng has fallen into it. Seizing the opportunity, she took out her treasure weapon, the heart-piercing dagger, and said, it seems we've always overestimated him and underestimated ourselves. Saint Ji Feng is only this much after all. Qingsha swung the precious dagger towards him. Go destroy him. Suddenly, the three saints of absolute frost appeared from behind, breaking the heart formation of hidden desire. Ji Feng also snapped back to reality. What happened? That bony hand like a stick had already grabbed her dagger. Venerable Qingsha saw this and was terrified. That's the bone refining sect. She immediately raised her hand and shouted to stop it. The heart-piercing dagger returned. A purple light flashed on that bony hand. The girls were still embracing Ji Feng, but he had regained his senses. The heart formation of hidden desire truly lives up to its reputation. I almost died at the hands of these demon women. Ji Feng immediately used a technique, releasing a red light to drive away all the girls. Arrow wind technique. He gritted his teeth and glared die. Ji Feng floated in midair, lights intersecting like a spiderweb. Venerable Qingsha and her maid hurriedly summoned a defensive barrier. She angrily thought, damn it, if this continues, our heart division will end up like the blue spirit in shaman tribes. The power was too great. Ji Feng couldn't withstand it and spat out a large amount of blood. He bent over in pain. Damn it, I'm too old. Just now engaging with so many people has consumed too much of my essence. I had to use strong spiritual power, almost causing my chi to go berserk. Qingsha, you old hag, don't be afraid. Let me tell you, I've invited the 3 saints of absolute frost to help me kill that tiger demon. It'll be as easy as turning my hand. Ji Feng said this and left, leaving only a red streak of light. You just wait to be annihilated along with Facian Sect. Hearing these words, she was stunned. Her face turned pale, and she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. The 3 saints of absolute frost. At Lingshan Gate of Facian Sect, everyone was jubilant. All disciples with cultivation below the 7th level were given 7th grade weapons. They could choose according to their attributes and preferences. The sect leader's grace is boundless. The sect leader is fair-hearted. Long live the sect leader. Suddenly someone came to report. Sect leader, Venerable Qingsha from Mingxin Holy Land seeks an audience. Kong Chung was startled. Is it Sister Qingsha? Quickly invite her in. She ran in panting, saying in panic, Sect leader Kong, it's not good. He calmly waved, Sister, don't panic. What's the matter? She hurriedly said, Sect leader Kong, it's not good. The 3 saints of absolute frost are coming to deal with us. He heard but didn't understand. What the hell are the 3 saints of absolute frost? She said in fear. The Soul Valley of Absolute Frost Mountain has 3 great kings, all top-tier Saint Realm experts of the Tianling realm. They practice the Dark Soul technique, which is extremely evil. Any one of them has cultivation no weaker than Saint Ji Feng. She continued, now we're in grave danger. We can only rely on the immortal elder for protection. As Venerable Qingsha spoke, Mo Chun became more and more terrified. He hurriedly pushed Kong Chung and said to her with a grin, well, Qingsha, wait a moment. This immortal has something to discuss with sect leader Kong. His face turned pale as he whispered to Kong Chung, well, sect leader Ahem, why don't we first hide in the all-encompassing map to avoid danger? Hearing this suggestion, Kong Chung became angry. Hide my ass if we're going to play. Let's play big. We still have little tiger here. He still tried hard to persuade. It won't work, sect leader. The enemy has 4 Saint Realm experts, each with cultivation no weaker than that beast. He heard this and felt annoyed, scratching his nose. What about you then? Are you not capable either? Mo Chen avoided his gaze, his posture awkward and humble. My vital energy is not abundant to begin with, and I've already revealed myself a few times, so there's been some loss. In terms of strength, I'm not a match for that beast either. Then he said loudly, but don't worry, sect leader, listen to me first. The all-encompassing map is no ordinary object. As long as we hide well, even a saint won't be able to detect us. Kong Chung looked straight into Chen's eyes, as if saying, do I look that scared to you? After thinking for a moment, he decisively said, even if you all join forces, it's not enough. In the end, we still have to rely on me. All right, you don't need to worry about this. I'll help them. In an instant, he ran to Qingsha to face the situation. All right, little sister, don't be afraid. Big brother will protect you all. Seeing this, Chen shouted in panic. Sect leader, you can't. Ignoring the old man's words, Kong Chung gave a loud order. Facian Sect, listen up. The enemy is approaching. Everyone prepare for drill. Lesson 1, close the mountain gates. All disciples and masters, take shelter in the main hall. After saying this, he ran off with everyone else. Only Mo Chun remained standing there, frowning in thought. This won't do. This is a great opportunity for me, the dark excrement immortal, to turn the tables. I can't miss this chance. Mo Chun, think quickly, you must come up with a plan. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with anything. Finally, he went to Little Tiger. There's no other way. I can only rely on you now. Kong Chung stood there with a megaphone, shouting loudly, "Don't push, don't step on others. Follow the order." Little Tiger looked at this scene, yawning and feeling sleepy. What kind of crazy drill is this? Wouldn't it be better to use this time to practice internal cultivation? Chen approached and said softly, "Brother Tiger, the old dog is being unusually nice to me." He immediately got to the point. "How's the quality of your demon core?" Little Tiger shouted loudly, using both hands to cover his body. "You really have no good intentions. What are you trying to do?" Little Tiger's eyes lit up as he looked straight at Chen's face and lectured, "You old dog, you've gone too far. I've already given you the demon core. What about my life?" Hearing this, he angrily replied, "Listen carefully, you beast. The sect is in danger now. Usually, the sect leader treats you well, and when we need you, you're being so difficult. Only if I eat your demon core and temporarily regain my immortal strength can I deal with the 4 Saint Realm experts and save the entire sect and the sect leader." Little Tiger heard him say this, but remained unmoved. "Get lost. If ed, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." The two continued to argue for a long time without end. "Have you forgotten? The sect leader has a way to bring people back to life. At worst, let the sect leader revive you. Who knows if his revival method will still work once the demon core is gone." Moreover, Little Tiger turned his face away and continued, "Even if I come back to life without my demon core, I'll have to cultivate from scratch. If those little girls at Silver Moon Frost find out I've turned into a little tiger." Little Tiger imagined that scene and shouted in fear, "Absolutely not." Chen heard this and got very angry. He punched Little Tiger in the chest to wake him up. "At a time like this, you're still thinking about such useless things. Hurry up and give me the demon core." Little Tiger grabbed his impatient hand and said, "I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Don't forget we still have one more trump card." Chen immediately asked, "What trump card?" Little Tiger grabbed his shoulder to comfort him. "Old Chen, don't panic. Watch how Big Brother turns the situation around." A few days later, a red mist covered the entire sky. From within came a voice. "The spirit vein here is 8th grade." It was Panshur Great King and Ji-Phone talking. "No wonder the real estate prices in your Tianling realm are so high. No, Yinling Mountain originally only had a 5th grade spirit vein. I don't know how it rose to 8th grade. That's good. The Fuxian Holy Land has already been destroyed. Now, after clearing out Facian Sect, the sacred ground of Yinling Mountain can be used by me." The group of skinny, attic-like people stepped forward and continued, "You've obtained this sacred ground. It's like a blessing in disguise. The 3-eyed fierce tiger's demon core, as promised earlier, can't be taken back." Ji-Phone covered his mouth and laughed. "Of course, I wouldn't do something as foolish as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs and offend you 3 over this." He pointed straight ahead and laughed loudly. "Kong Chung, you little dog Qingsha demon woman, come out and face your death." Hearing this challenge, Kong Chung immediately turned around. Little Tiger and Chen stood in place, watching all of this. "They're here." Qingsha, the old woman behind Kong Chung, said in panic, "Sect leader, it's St. Ji-Phone. They've come to attack. How should we respond?" He immediately shouted orders. "Everyone, take shelter in the main hall. No one is to come out without my permission." Hearing this, everyone rushed inside. Ji Linghan and In Xiaoxue stood on both sides directing the flow. "Quickly follow the drill and take shelter in the main hall. Hurry up, don't push. 1, 2, 1, 1. At this moment, Kong Chung emitted a strange blue light, as if he had become a different person. He turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Chen, Little Tiger, take care of everyone for me. Before I deal with the enemy, not a single person is to be let out." Hearing this, the two were shocked and widened their eyes. "No way, sect leader, you're staying home to hold the fort while we go risk our lives." But he still insisted on jumping into the sky, leaving a final instruction. "Watch carefully. If you let Ji Linghan and the others see me being beaten to death, I won't forgive you." After Kong Chung left, the two still looked up at the sky, puzzled, asking each other, "What did he just say? Is it possible that the sect leader got scared and ran away? He's been in similar states before, but he always managed to turn danger into safety. Do you think he can turn danger into safety this time?" Chen angrily slapped Little Tiger's face. "Damn it, how can you bet on something like this? The enemies we could handle before were different. This time it's 4 Saint Realm experts. How can we handle them?" He still shouted loudly, "Where's your trump card?" What are you waiting for? What if the sect leader really gets killed? Little Tiger tucked his tail and ran. I'll go get the trump card. Listen for my signal. When the time comes, you let little G, Ning Ning, and the others out to help. Mo Chen's voice still echoed. Your trump card better work. Kong Chung leaped in one step and flew into the red clouds where Ji Feng and the four saints were. He showed no fear and pointed straight at their faces, asking, "What are you all yelling about?" Ji Feng looked at him and sneered. "So you're Kong Chung. Just a small Dao Jun realm, and you dare to oppose me. Call out that three-eyed fierce tiger beast for me." Hearing his contemptuous tone, Kong Chung angrily spat, hitting him right in the face. Ji Feng immediately went berserk, frantically scratching. A red light flashed. "You little rabbit, dare to insult me." Sword wind technique. Kong Chung grinned. He showed no fear and spread his arms wide to receive Ji Feng's punch. But suddenly the punch changed direction. Even he was stunned in surprise. It turned out to be Da Huang riding on Little Tiger's back, flying in from afar. He exclaimed, "Little Tiger, what are you doing? Who told you to come up here?" He held up Da Huang and laughed loudly. "No need to thank me. Da Huang, hurry up, turn everyone's cultivation to nothing." Da Huang turned her head and asked, "Everyone?" He nodded in agreement. "Yes, everyone." Immediately, the little girl's body emitted a light of the 10 directions Buddhas, small but majestic. "Turn into pigs for Da Huang." Little Tiger immediately shouted loudly, "Old Dog Shen, the trump card is up. Quickly let everyone out." As soon as he finished speaking, Little Tiger's whole body stiffened, unable to move, as if his acupoints had been hit. Instantly, everyone rushed out like a storm. "Fight to the death, charge." Jiling Han suddenly asked in surprise, "Something's wrong. Where's our cultivation?" Little Tiger transformed back to his small form, panicking and blaming. "Why did you turn our side's cultivation to nothing too?" Da Huang said in confusion, "Didn't you say everyone?" Kong Chung was thunderstruck. Everything was in chaos. "What the hell are you all doing?" Ji Feng and the others were also terrified. "What's going on?" "Our cultivation has turned to nothing. Without cultivation, without any abilities, we've all become ordinary people, falling freely. Let you all show your true colors." Little Tiger still calmly smiled and said, "No need to thank me." Everyone fell heavily to the ground. Kong Chung shouted, "Thank you, my ass." They were so weak that even standing up was difficult. Before they could recover, they suddenly saw something terrifying, their faces turning pale without a drop of blood left. Yin Xiaoxue and the others, holding chairs and swords, charged towards them, shouting, "Charge." Ing Hong didn't hesitate to attack, flying up and giving Saint Ji Feng a kick. He only managed to say, "I'm hitting." They fought in a chaotic mess, dust flying everywhere. Suddenly, Qin Xiang shouted, "Move aside, the number 1 muscle man of Fei Xian Sect is here." He flexed his clothes, tearing, revealing his abs. Six-pack muscles rippled impressively. He swung his hand repeatedly, slapping Saint Ji Feng's face. First blood with a divine kick. Double kill with a left hook. Triple kill with well-trained moves. Beaten until his face was so swollen, even his mother wouldn't recognize him. He still dared to complain, "You're just hitting randomly." Hearing this insult, he flew into a rage, grabbed his collar, raised his hand to strike, saying, "I'm not hitting randomly. I'm well prepared." Kong Chung had just fallen face first, his back aching like an 80-year-old, groaning, "It hurts, I fell on my face." "Little Tiger, you bastard." The system immediately popped up 5 notifications in succession. The accumulated points kept increasing, startling him. "Your subordinate Qin Xiang has performed excellently. Plus 50,000 points. Current points, 2,599,575. He wondered, puzzled, what's going on. How did that Qin Xiang guy get so many points? Qin Xiang immediately gave him another heavy punch. He had no chance to resist, only able to take the hit. Seeing this, he helplessly thought, damn it. The system continued to notify. Your subordinate Qin Xiang has performed excellently. Plus 50,000 points. Current points, 2,809,565. Qin Xiang, in a frenzy, grabbed a long lock of hair from the Bone Saint. He panicked and stammered, "What are you doing? Bullying an old man. If you have the guts, don't seal my cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped him upside down, in a wide-legged position that made him grimace in pain. Then he glanced at the others, unsure who to deal with next. They were thunderstruck, their souls flying away in terror, constantly shouting, "Don't come here." Lan Ling Venerable, with a gloomy face, kept muttering, Saint Ji Feng, Saint Ji Feng." She slowly walked towards where he was lying. She suddenly gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes gradually revealing hatred. Kong Cheng saw this and panicked, realizing her state. Before he could finish, her fist flew at him with altar-offering speed. He hurriedly shouted, "Little Ji Shuer, stop her quickly." She kept attacking Saint Ji Feng, cursing angrily, "Ah, you bastard, you deserve to die, scum. Pay back the lives of over 300 billion sisters from our tribe." By now, his body was in pieces, blood splattered everywhere. 3 people immediately rushed to stop Lan Ling. Kong Cheng held her hands tightly. Ji Linghan persuaded, Hey, that's enough. Let it go." In Xiaoxua panicked and tried to stop her. She still wouldn't give up, spitting again and shouting, "Tui, old dog." Ji Linghan wiped the sweat from his brow, panting as if he'd just run several laps around a stadium. In Xiaoxua stood beside him, face covered in sweat, sighing, such strong arm strength. Lan Ling's eyes no longer showed the anger from before, her attitude doing a complete 180. She put her hand on her chest, looked at Kong Cheng, and said, "Sect Leader Kong." He also curiously looked at her and asked, "HM, what is it?" She suddenly knelt down, bowing her head to Kong Cheng. "Today, Lan Ling's great revenge has been fulfilled. Sect Leader Kong, from now on, Lan Ling is willing to serve the sect leader. Even if it means charging through fire and bullets, I won't refuse." The system suddenly appeared. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a subordinate. Then the system immediately displayed Lan Ling's information. Lan Ling, SSR race, descendant of immortals. Physique, heavenly harmony, spirit body. Realm, true false cultivation. Overall evaluation, heaven blessed with Tao. Born with noble temperament, an excellent subordinate. Based on the current level of the system, received a large reward. Accumulated points increased by 1,429,800 points. Current points, 4,289,365. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be stunned, amazed endlessly. Kong Cheng excitedly put his hands on her shoulders, his cheeks flushed red, looking very cute, saying, "I see, miss, you finally understood, haha. Over 1.4 million points, so refreshing." Seeing him like this, she looked at him blankly, not understanding what he was saying. He stood up, extending one hand forward, declaring to those below, "Remnants of the 7 great holy lands. Listen up, the old dog Ji Feng and his accomplice from the intelligence realm have been defeated by us. If you don't want to be buried with them, get out of here now." Hearing this, they knelt down and bowed their heads, saying, "We surrender. We only recognize Fei Xian Sect and Sect Leader Kong as our masters. Sect Leader Kong, we are willing to serve you as the leader of all holy lands. Fei Xian Holy Land will be renamed to Earth Immortal Holy Land from now on, and we will never betray you." Then they shouted in unison, "Ziyuan Holy Land, Li Guang Holy Land, Baihong Holy Land, Immortal Holy Land, Divine Light Holy Land, Sui Holy Land, Qing Shao Holy Land." They said in unison, "We are willing to recognize Fei Xian Sect as the leader of Tianling Realm. From now on we will offer tributes every year and come to pay homage." He stood proudly with his arms crossed in front. The system appeared again with a mission progress report, rewarding 8 million accumulated points. Current points, 12,289,365 points. Main mission, unify the 3 realms. On a famous sect, Fei Yun Sect, Kankera Sect, Immortal Level Sect, upgraded to Sect Leader level. Become the leader of Tianling Realm. His eyes lit up like headlights with excitement. This time it increased so much again. Hearing the forward system upgrade, he jumped up and shouted with joy, "Wow, it's upgraded." The system information immediately displayed. System level, 9. System experience, over 25 million. Current skills include Resurrection 3 by 1 day. Random survival method. Consume accumulated points to forcibly raise the target by 1 major realm. Cooldown time 1 month. The host can consume accumulated points to transform into any target. Cooldown time 3 days. The host can consume accumulated points to improve the target's quality to root quality. Cooldown time 1 day. The next skill is Resurrection for others. The host can consume accumulated points to resurrect any target. Kong Cheng's passive. If the host relies on subordinates to resolve crises, they can receive additional accumulated point rewards. Finally, Creation. The host can consume accumulated points to create inanimate objects. No cooldown time. Next level. Unlock the system's accumulated points store. He excitedly ordered his subordinates. All right, search on the spot. If there's anything good, exchange it right away. Exchange the rest too. Put everything in storage. Mac Tran looked up at the Bone King, puzzled. Then he excitedly cast a spell on the Bone King, asking, has this guy cultivated another human flower pill? Hearing the noise, he turned around and asked, what's all the fuss about? Holding the spirit pill, he said, Sect Leader Kong, these cultivators have cultivated for many years, absorbing the essence of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers accumulated in their internal organs, condensing into spirit seed human flower pills. They usually appear in the liver and kidneys and can be said to be treasures among treasures. He smelled the terrible odor coming from the spirit pill and evasively said, oh, kidney stones and gallstones. It stinks so much, must be real stones. The old man immediately knelt down, holding the spirit pill with both hands, saying, Sect Leader, this is extremely precious. It can regenerate the fetal spirit and refine the body. Perhaps 1,000 Saint Realm cultivators would find it difficult to cultivate even one. Perhaps it should be used by the Sect Leader. The spirit pill was brought before him, and the more he smelled it, the more he could smell its stench. He repeatedly waved his hand, saying, take it away, take it away. Let Elder Mac Tran use it instead. Hearing this, the old man was so happy he almost cried, and began to ramble on. Sect Leader has obtained this treasure, yet doesn't hesitate to let me use it. Your kindness is greater than heaven and earth. Seeing Mac Tran unhesitatingly throw the spirit pill into his mouth, he clutched his chest, wanting to vomit. Ugh. Suddenly the sky darkened. His face turned gloomy, trembling. The old man shouted loudly, abundant power, as if rejuvenated. Feel the terror of the dark excrement venerable. Mac Tran emitted a terrifying aura, changing the sky with thunder rumbling, frightening the disciples below. This aura was that of an immortal elder. Please withdraw your divine powers. He felt his body full of power, displaying an arrogant face and laughing loudly. Feel the terror of the dark excrement venerable. Kong Chung, with his hands clasped behind his back, leaned in close and asked, Elder Mac Tran, how does it feel? Seeing him ask, the old man immediately changed his expression and smiled in response. It feels wonderful, thank you, Sect Leader. Mac Tran stepped towards Kong Chung, bowing his head respectfully, and reported, Sect Leader, I now have a complete initial stage divine soul. Although the grade is a bit low compared to a remnant soul, it's truly worlds apart. Now I don't have to worry about the remnant soul being excessively depleted and my soul scattering. With the current grade of divine soul, manifesting 10 times is just a small matter. He confidently said, even facing a green grade, I can barely manage. Hearing this, Kong Chung pouted and said, it sounds like that human flower pill or whatever is just that and can only manifest 10 times. Mac Tran hurriedly pointed at the Tiger King and asserted, it's mainly because the grade of this human flower pill isn't too high. But even so, with my current strength, I'm not far behind that tiger spirit. One more pill, and I'll definitely surpass it. Suddenly being dragged into the boasting topic by Mac Tran, the tiger seemed very annoyed and immediately reacted. Pa, you old dog, boast if you want, but don't drag me into it, can you? It roared at the old man. Is the supreme treasure human flower pill something to be eaten casually? If I didn't know the Sect Leader had the ability to revive you, I wouldn't have agreed to let you eat it earlier. Seeing these two arguing loudly, Kong Chung quickly came to mediate. Look at you two arguing again. Isn't it just one supreme pill? If it has a great effect on Elder Mac Tran, then just eat a bit more. Hearing the Sect Leader seemingly siding with him, old Mac became even more smug. Right, the Sect Leader is wise. Then Kong Chung immediately raised his hand to use a skill. Create Spirit Particle Human Flower Pill. Consumed 1 million accumulated points. In an instant, a high-quality human flower pill was created. The system announced, creation successful, current accumulated points, 1,289,365. Witnessing him display this extraordinary skill, Elder Mac Tran and the Tiger King were both shocked to the point of gaping. Creating something from nothing, and for what? Kong Chung said happily, it's quite expensive, but Elder Mac Tran is very deserving. Seeing him create this supreme pill for himself, Mac Tran's eyes became moist with emotion. Sect Leader, you did this for me. Saying this, he cried while opening his mouth wide to swallow the pill. As soon as the pill entered his throat and reached his stomach, Elder Mac Tran's body immediately broke through to a new realm of cultivation. His strength increased to a terrifying level. With his new power, he became even more arrogant, casually kicking the Tiger King away, laughing loudly. This old man is now at the peak of the Saint realm. You beast, I can kick you away at will. The tiger spirit, kicked for no reason, angrily cursed. You old dog, what are you so proud of? Just wait and see. A few days later, Kong Cheng lay on the couch sighing. So boring. Kong Cheng called out, "Hey, system, show me the mission board. I want to see what I should do next." The system immediately displayed. Main mission, unify the 3 realms. On a famous sect in Fei Yun continent. Conquer a sect. Sect level has risen to sect leader level. Become the leader of Tian Ling realm. After reading the announcement, Kong Cheng turned and called for Elder Mac Tran. The old man immediately appeared, obediently answering, "Yes, I'm here. What are your orders, sect leader?" Kong Cheng raised his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Elder Mac Tran, you see, we've now become the leader of Tian Ling realm. You said before that we would become the #1 great sect in the mortal world, so how should we do that?" Hearing the sect leader mention this plan, the old man's expression became serious. Let this old man think. After a while, he excitedly offered his opinion. The most direct way is to go door to door challenging them, fighting until they submit. Kong Cheng sighed. Forget those 2. They're too tiring. Is there a way that doesn't require doing too much work? After thinking for a while, Mac Tran excitedly exclaimed, "I've got it. Organize a martial arts tournament." He happily explained, "We'll organize a competition between disciples, inviting disciples from all mortal sects to participate. When we win the championship, we'll naturally be recognized as the #1 great sect in the mortal world." Hearing this convincing idea, Kong Cheng rubbed his chin in agreement. "Elder Mac Tran, this idea of yours is quite clever. Let's allow independent cultivators to participate too. We might even gain a large number of new disciples." Kong Cheng felt this method was very reasonable, so he took out the Heavenly Cave map and smiled, saying, "It just so happens that everyone has been cultivating in the Heavenly Cave map these days. The results should be quite good. It's perfect timing for them to participate in the competition." He decided to summon the disciples. The Heavenly Cave map flew into the air, and the disciples appeared in a dazzling light. The summoned fellow disciples all showed clear progress. Lam then advanced from Dao Palace 5th level to entering Saint 4th level, with 1,680,000 accumulated points waiting to be received. Lin Ham went from Dao Palace 8th level to now entering Saint 8th level, with 2,300,000 accumulated points waiting to be received. Lam Lin also progressed from Dao Palace 5th level to entering Saint 9th level, with 3,180,000 accumulated points waiting to be received. Their return from cultivation brought Kong Cheng a large amount of accumulated points. The system announced, successfully received all, total 10,114,120 accumulated points. Current accumulated points, 11,403,485. Lin Ham, indeed the great madam, immediately spoke up. Does the sect leader have any instructions? Kong Cheng began to explain his plan. To make Phi Tien Sect famous in the mortal world, Elder Mac Tran proposed organizing a grand martial arts tournament. He started asking for everyone's opinions, hoping those with extensive knowledge could assess its feasibility. Lam Lin crossed her arms and thought for a moment, then said, "The mortal world has 6 great realms and 36 regions, among which Tuong Hoa realm and Tian Ling realm have the most abundant spirit veins." She continued, "Now that we want to organize a martial arts tournament, aiming to become the #1 great sect in the mortal world, Van Hoa Tien Sect of Tuong Hoa realm will certainly be displeased." Hearing this, Kong Cheng didn't care much about Tuong Hoa realm's attitude. He confidently said, "That's not a big problem. I have my own arrangements for Tuong Hoa realm. The rest of you listen to my orders." A few days later in Trong Tien realm, Binhai region, Donglan Prefecture, people were crowding around to read an announcement. The notice board was extremely lively. A beautiful girl dressed in red from head to toe was trying to squeeze in to gather information. This person was Don Tien Tien, an independent cultivator from Donglan Prefecture. She curiously asked, "Is there any new news?" "What kind of news is it?" On the notice board at this time was posted an announcement with the following content. Announcement. The first Mortal World Disciples Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. To create opportunities for mortal cultivators, our sect has decided to organize only one Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Participants are not limited by background or sect affiliation. Whether you are a disciple of a great sect or an independent cultivator without a sect, all can participate. Generous rewards await, so hurry and come. Specific details of the rewards will be announced at the competition venue. Organizer, Phi Tien Sect. Implementing Unit, Mintam, the Jiat Don Mok Holy Land. Reading that there were no restrictions on participants, the girl rejoiced wildly. Even independent cultivators can participate. This is a great opportunity. Suddenly a hand grabbed Don Tien Tien's shoulder, startling her. A rough man directly pushed her to the ground. Don Tien Tien fell to the ground, rubbing her sore head, and said, "That hurts. What are you doing?" But when she looked up and saw that the person who pushed her seemed unreasonable and was also a big, rough person, she stammered sorry. Then that person continued to wave his hand to drive away the people around, constantly shouting, "Get out of the way, everyone get out of the way." Following him was a well-dressed man, along with a group of followers. They shouted loudly, "Young Master Van has arrived." This newly appeared man was Van Hack of the Van Ba Sect, Donglan Prefecture. Van Hack was very powerful in the Van Ba Sect, Donglan Prefecture. Wherever he went, people would clear the way for him. At this moment, he was arrogantly walking to look at the notice board. After reading the announcement, he sneered, "What small sect is this Phi Tien Sect, daring to extend their reach to our Ben Hai region? Ben Hai region is the territory of our Van Ba Sect. They don't understand the rules." Van Hack said contemptuously. Don Tien Tien had now stood up, feeling very uncomfortable inside. She muttered, "What are you so proud of? Without Sadin's sect backing you up, what do you amount to?" Her muttering was overheard by Van Hack. Being bad-mouthed, he angrily shouted, "What did you say?" Surprised that her words were overheard, Don Tien Tien felt very worried inside. Impossible. How could he hear that? Before she could react, Van Hack had already rushed over and grabbed her collar. Don Tien Tien could only repeatedly apologize. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." This guy, with a face full of murderous intent, suddenly stopped, looked her up and down, and revealed a perverted expression. TSK, not a bad figure. He laughed lewdly, while undressing and loudly ordering, "The usual rules, clear the area. I want to do business here." This seemed to not be the first time it had happened. His subordinates quickly rushed forward, using force to drive people away. "Get lost, clear out, all of you go home, don't come out." Finally, only 2 people were left. Don Tien Tien fearfully used her hands to cover her body and cried out, "What are you going to do?" Van Hack, with a lewd and perverted expression, spread his arms and approached her. "Come here, don't be afraid." Tien Tien cried out loudly, begging, but suddenly she became like a mute person, with a puzzled look on her face. Because the situation at this moment was different from what she had imagined. Van Hack was now like a small cat curling around her legs. Tien Tien said in an evaluating tone, "Is that all?" Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Stop right there." Van Hack glared and turned around. Who dares to ruin this young master's fun? Catch him. But as soon as he turned around, he saw that one of his 2 strong subordinates had already fallen to the ground. A man with a dignified appearance was stepping on his 2 subordinates, speaking critically, raping a civilian woman in broad daylight. The public security in this Donglan prefecture is truly poor. It turned out to be Tuong Hon. Van Hack, who had always been arrogant, was now faced with someone who dared to offend him. He angrily pushed Tien Tien away to confront the opponent. "Where did you come from? Do you know who I am?" But Tuong Hon ignored his question and confidently introduced himself. "Inner Elder of Phi Tien Sect, the most affectionate in Tanlan Prefecture. Tuong Hon is my name." Hearing this name, Tien Tien was endlessly surprised, looking at him with admiring eyes. Her eyes lit up as if seeing her idol waving. She said, "Great Elder of Phi Tien Sect, I want to sign up. I want to participate in the martial arts tournament." Hearing the name of the small sect he had just looked down upon, Van Hack confidently drew his sword and said, "So you're from Phi Tien Sect, aren't you? I haven't gone looking for you yet, but you've come to my door. Just as well, today I'll let you know who really holds the power in this Ben Hai region." Seeing that the opponent intended to fight, Tuong Hon also coldly drew his sword, taking a stance and saying, "You want to fight?" Seeing the precious sword in Tuong Hon's hand, Van Hak laughed contemptuously. An 8th grade spirit sword. It seems that being close to Tien Lin realm, Min Tam Holy Land has allowed you to reap quite a few benefits. He immediately summoned a lotus platform, boasting loudly. But let me remind you, wanting to show off your cultivation is not enough. Even a high-grade spirit sword at my feet is useless. Do you know what this is? Tuong Hon didn't care about these ordinary items at all. He picked his nose while coldly asking, "A genuine spirit platform." On this side, Van Hak was still very self-satisfied, pointing and saying, "Thanks to the 8th grade spirit energy old iron for the gift. Leaving your corpse intact will be my thank you gift." He began to perform his sword technique, raising the sword to the sky, bursting out with the aura of Van Ba Na Du. When performing the move, Van Hak smiled very smugly, seeming very proud of his technique. On this side, Tien Tin also recognized Van Hak's move, exclaiming, "That's the unique skill of Van Ba Sect. It's a technique that can kill across levels, the Van Ba Not Do sword technique." From above, he launched a direct attack, slashing straight down with one sword strike. But strangely, it did not wound Tuong Hon. He still stood there proudly, smiling confidently. The energy manifesting on his body showed a superior level. Van Hak realized this and turned pale. "An elder from a small sect in Tanlan Prefecture, 5-an region like you. How can you have Dao Palace realm cultivation?" To add, Van Hak is currently at the Spirit Platform realm. One level above is Heavenly Mandate, and Dao Palace is one level higher than Heavenly Mandate. Thus, the cultivation difference between the two is 2 levels. Hearing this guy's surprise, Tuong Hon just smirked. "Small sect of Tanlan Prefecture. Your intelligence is too outdated." After saying this, Tuong Hon gently swung his sword, performing the Heavenly Cry Summons the Sun technique. The sword light swept over Van Hak's head. He screamed in fear, fortunately ducking and covering his head in time. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. He fell to the ground, but still shouted loudly, "You bastard, don't go, just wait." After saying that, the young man quickly disappeared, shouting as he ran, "You just wait for me." Tuong Hon saw the beauty's nose bleeding profusely, so he stepped forward gallantly, extending his hand and saying, "Miss, I'm sorry for frightening you." Tien Tin saw his nosebleed and asked worriedly, "Senior, are you injured internally?" Her adorable demeanor made Tuong Hon even more excited, causing his nosebleed to worsen. He quickly wiped it with a handkerchief, blushing as he said, "I'm so sorry, let me take care of this." A moment later, he said, "I've finally restored my elegant appearance." He formally introduced himself. "Greetings, miss. I am the inner elder of Phi Tien Sect. My name is Tuong Hon. I was sent by Sect Master Kang to organize a martial arts tournament here. By the way, I need some information. I wonder if you were a local. Could you help a bit?" After saying this, he took out a ring from his chest. Of course, there will be compensation. Tien Tin took it and immediately pulled out a spirit sword, exclaiming in surprise, "A 6th grade spirit sword. There are also many mid-grade pills and spirit stones." Seeing her reaction, Tuong Hon became even more proud and boasted, "Oh, this 6th grade spirit sword is just a low-grade item gathering dust in Phi Tien Sect storage. Even the lowest level disciples use 7th grade spirit weapons." Hearing his exaggeration, Tien Tien was even more shocked. Even the lowest level disciples use spirit weapons at the sect master's level. Seeing that she had taken the bait, Tuong Hon asked, "So, will you help me organize the selection? Do you agree?" Tien Tien, who was already very interested, agreed without hesitation. Of course. In the Truong Tien realm, Bin Hai Prefecture, Donglan County, Tien Tien was leading Tuong Hon to a high ground for observation. She explained, "Bin Hai Prefecture is the outermost prefecture of the Truong Tien realm, bordering Phi Van Prefecture of the Tu realm. There are 4 counties here: Donglan, Thuonglan, Duonglan, and Vien Tu." Tien Tin introduced the main forces here. Among them, the Van Ba Sect of Donglan County is the leading sect in Bin Hai Prefecture. Sect Master Van Fu Tu has a cultivation level of Dao Palace 6th stage, and many elders in the sect are also at the Dao Palace realm. Speaking of this sect, Not only are the elders powerful, but most of the inner disciples are no lower than the heavenly mandate realm. Other sects can't compare to them. Therefore, they are often very arrogant. Everyone dares to be angry, but doesn't dare to speak up. Tien added. The one who was just beaten and ran away is named Van Hack. He's the first-generation great-grandson of Van Ba Sect, the direct grandson of the Supreme Elder of Van Ba Sect, with a prestigious status. Tuong Hon didn't think much of him, just nodding casually. After providing this information, Tien asked worriedly, "Can your Phi Tien Sect handle this Bin High Prefecture?" Tuong Hon said with great confidence, "If this Van Ba Sect wants to compare with our Tam-Tu realm, they would need at least the level of the Can-Tin Imperial Court. In the past, our Phi Tien Sect wouldn't dare to look up to them, but now it's different." He began to proudly boast, "Our sect master Kang Ton currently has a cultivation level of entering sainthood realm, possessing great opportunities. There's no difficulty he can't solve, leading us to constantly rise. We have now moved from the Tam-Tu realm to the Tien Lin realm, where real estate prices are the highest." Tuong Hon continued to introduce the powerful figures under Kang Ton. The three-eyed fierce tiger king is one of the 12 beast kings of the demon realm. He's the captain of our security team. The upper immortal Am Susi, immortal Lord Mac Tran Elder, who descended to the mortal world, is also our education director. In addition, the former clan leader of the TND tribe, Lam Lin Venerable, is also our teaching assistant. Tuong Hon continued, "The inner sect's great elder Lin Ham has the 7 orifices spirit body constitution, with a cultivation level of entering sainthood 8th stage. Not only that, even the outer sect's great elder Lam Nin has a cultivation level of entering sainthood 4th stage and has mastered a series of high-level darkness system techniques. He has the ability to ensure that even if surrounded and assassinated by Dao Palace-level assassins from various sects in the realm, he wouldn't be injured at all." Finally, Tuong Hon mentioned, "My senior brother Tran Swang, with his powerful physique alone, can fight 4 opponents at once, using his bare fists to kill the Tich Fong Saint and 3 saints from Tueth Thuong." After boasting, Tuong Hon's nose seemed to grow a few inches longer as he arrogantly said, "What do we have to fear from this tiny Bin Hai prefecture?" Tien, after hearing his description of Phi Tien Sect's terrifying power, asked with a bewildered look, "Are you just exaggerating?" Seeing her disbelief, Tuong Hon angrily jumped up and said, "Exaggerating? Look at my cultivation level. Among the elders of Phi Tien Sect, my strength is only the lowest." But he quickly resumed his gentle tone and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to participate in the martial arts competition? Try to advance to the finals, and you'll see when you come to Phi Tien Sect." As they were chatting animatedly, suddenly a shout came. "It's him." It turned out Van Hack had brought people to seek revenge. "It's Van Lam." Tien recognized the leader and shouted, "Van Lam of Van Ba Sect, Donglan County." Tuong Hon asked confusedly who this was. She hurriedly reminded him. "He's the first-generation great-great-grandson of the Supreme Elder of Van Ba Sect, even stronger than the first-generation great-grandson, more cautious than fearful." Tuong Hon pointed directly at his face and scolded, "What? You couldn't win on your own, so you brought your father to seek revenge." The behavior of a coward. Van Hack was terrified, hiding behind his uncle's back saying, "Fifth uncle, be careful. He has Dao Palace realm cultivation." Van Lam calmly reassured, "There's nothing to fear. Our Van Bai Du technique is specifically for killing enemies above our level. Looking at his quality and foundation, they're not that high. Capturing him is a sure thing." Van Lam said no more. He took a stance, sword pointing to the sky, sword energy forming a prism, radiating light like a rainbow. Body submission, external transformation. Body submission, moon consciousness. Van Bai do a powerful attack rush straight towards Tuong Hon. Tuong Hon originally intended to block this move with his sword, but when he did, he was shocked by its powerful force, far exceeding his expectations. Hit by the dangerous move, Tuong Hon suffered internal injuries, spitting blood and coughing incessantly. Tien saw him kneel down and quickly ran to support him. "Are you all right?" Tuong Hon was a bit confused. "What's with this sword technique? I manifested Dao Palace defense, yet I couldn't block it." Tien immediately explained. "This Van Bai Du sword technique is the foundation of Van Ba Sect, capable of killing enemies above one's level. If not for this, they wouldn't have been able to become the leading sect in Bin Hai Prefecture." Seeing the opponent severely injured, Van Lam's face turned frightening. He contemptuously said, "Not content staying in Phi Van Prefecture, you come to our Bin Hai Prefecture, Truong Tien realm, to organize a martial arts competition and even hurt our people. Today I'll take your head to warn that ignorant sect master of yours." After saying this, he raised his sword preparing to strike, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Tuong Hon knew he couldn't win this time. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly for help. "Sect Master, save me." As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of light shot out from where they were standing. Seeing this immediate summoning ability for reinforcements, Van Lam was extremely shocked. A divine consciousness at the entering sainthood realm. The sect master of Phi Tien sect has entering sainthood realm cultivation. Seeing Kang Tan's figure appear, the two Van family members suddenly became terrified. Kang Tan smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Tuong Hon? Why did you call this sect master?" Tuong Hon pointed at the group and said, "Big brother, they're bullying me, not allowing us to set up the martial arts competition stage." Knowing his disciples' rash nature, often causing trouble, Kang Tan sternly asked, "Did you cause trouble again?" Tuong Hon hurriedly denied, "No, it's them. They're the local tyrants here, bullying the little sister." He saw it and stood up for her. This pleased the protagonist. He proudly praised, "Very good. Well done. You're a good disciple of mine. Remember, for us of Phi Tien sect, protecting sisters is our top priority." Although Van Lam faced a strong enemy, he took advantage of Kang Tan and his disciples' conversation to attack again. Van Baidu, the protagonist, just glanced slightly, disdainfully saying, "Just a heavenly mandate realm dares to." But as soon as he finished speaking, his law body dissipated when hit by Van Lam's technique. Witnessing the sect master's law body, which he had just boasted about, being destroyed by a single move, Tuong Hon was left speechless. Tien Tien beside him could only stare in disbelief. On the opposing side, Van Hack became even more admiring of his uncle after the previous scene, praising, "Fifth uncle, your Van Baidu is indeed exquisite, capable of defeating enemies 2 major realms above." Although facing such a strong enemy made Van Lam very tense, he still tried to appear calm. Even though it's entering sainthood realm, it's just a divine consciousness, nothing to fear. At this moment, Kang Tan's physical body was meditating in the main hall of Phi Tien sect. The defeated law body returned to its host, and he suddenly awoke. After the miserable defeat, Kang Tan stood up and angrily said, "Damn it, my divine consciousness was destroyed by a mere heavenly mandate realm puppy. Do they think I'm that old dog, Kin Hon? I can't swallow this anger." The protagonist decided to return for revenge. He raised his hand, formed a seal, and shouted, "Teleport," signaling a great battle was about to occur. On this side, Van Lam was aggressive, carrying his sword and stepping forward. Small sects are ultimately just small sects. Even their sect master only has entering sainthood cultivation, unable to withstand a full-force attack from a heavenly mandate realm. He smugly smiled and said, "Do you two have any last words? Speak quickly." Seeing his killing intent, Tien was so scared she trembled, crying, "What should we do now? I don't want to die yet." But Tuong Hon remained optimistic. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Our sect master has immortal techniques. He can bring the dead back to life." Hearing this, Van Lam scoffed, swinging his sword while saying, "Bringing the dead back to life. Such nonsense. Die now." Van Baidu, seeing the powerful sword energy flying towards them, the two could only embrace each other and wait for death. They had closed their eyes, accepting their fate. But strangely, nothing happened. They looked up and saw that right before their eyes, Kang Tan had once again appeared just in time, neutralizing the Van Baidu with a single sword strike. Kang Tan, with a face full of killing intent, asked, "Who just destroyed my divine consciousness?" In his anger, he furiously asked again, "Who destroyed my divine consciousness?" Everyone around was so scared they remained silent. Van Lam was a bit nervous. He said, "Another divine consciousness," using 2 divine consciousnesses for the same disciple. It seems this person before us is very important to him. Seeing Kang Tan's majestic and powerful appearance, Tien Tien's eyes sparkled with joy. At this moment, Van Hack realized something and hurriedly reminded, "Fifth uncle, he easily neutralized your attack just now. This person before us is not a divine consciousness, it's his real body." Hearing this, Van Lam became even more worried, cold sweat breaking out. Realizing the truth, he cried out in shock, "It's indeed so. What do we do now? He has entering sainthood realm cultivation." Van Hack said, holding his head in fear. But this Van Lam, who knows what he ate, suddenly showed extreme confidence. So what if it's entering sainthood realm? With my Van Bai Do, I might even be able to kill him. After saying this, he exerted all his strength and shouted, "Full power Van Ba E Do sword technique." The sky immediately darkened with clouds, and a lightning attack struck down at the protagonist. But unlike before, Kang Tan's body didn't have a single scratch. His expression remained calm. "No effect," Van Lam said worriedly. Kang Tan, still angry, cursed, "You stinking brat," while swinging his sword down Hasagi. Van Lam was hit by the sword and immediately spat blood. Kang Tan stopped defending and coldly turned around, ignoring him as he flew away. After sheathing his sword, he said, "The greedy will be killed by their own desires. Destroying my divine consciousness by surpassing realms wasn't enough. You even wanted to destroy my real body." Seeing his uncle overwhelmingly defeated, Van Hak was so scared he trembled, once again tucking his tail and running away. Tintin shouted, "Big brother, he's running away." Tuong Hon also angrily yelled, "Come back." Kang Tan signaled from behind, "Don't chase. Don't pursue a cornered enemy. We came here to organize an event, not to cause trouble." He reminded his disciple not to escalate things, just let him go. Recalling the recent battle, the protagonist had to rack his brains. But that guy was quite strong, using heavenly mandate realm cultivation to destroy my divine consciousness. Tuong Hon also added, "I don't know why their Van Bai Do is so incredibly powerful, able to kill enemies across major realms. If it weren't for my Tien Vu Fong, an 8th grade spirit sword, I'm afraid both of us would have died back then." After hearing this, King Tan didn't think much and directly threw the sword in his hand to Tuong Hon, saying, "An 8th grade spirit sword isn't enough, so use mine instead." Tuong Hon's eyes widened in shock as he said, This is Tan La Fa. This holy sword is our sect's guardian treasure. We can't do this, sect master." Tendon beside him was even more surprised, thinking to herself, can precious artifacts be lent out so easily? This Phi Tien sect is truly inhuman. The protagonist received a system notification. "Congratulations, host has recruited a follower." The system displayed information. Don Tien Tien, race, human, physique, bright eyes and wide gaze, realm, true cultivator, overall evaluation, quick-witted and intelligent. Kang Tan quickly realized it was the girl accompanying Tuong Hon, and enthusiastically turned to ask, "You're Don Tien Tien, right?" The girl was a bit flustered by the sudden question, stammering, Yes, it's me, but how do you know my name?" Kang Tan didn't answer, just gently patted her head and said, "At this point, you might as well join our Phi Tien sect directly." "Really?" Tien Tien asked in bewilderment. Without waiting for her agreement, the protagonist turned to instruct Tuong Hon. "Tuong Hon, when you return, arrange for a second-generation disciple to be her master, and you'll be her grandmaster." Tien Den quickly bowed. Disciple Don Ting-in pays respects to grandmaster and great ancestor. Realizing this girl was a local and very suitable for this mission, Kang Tan said, "It's perfect. You'll represent our Phi Tien sect in this selection for Bin Hai Province." Suddenly given such a responsibility, she felt insecure and said, "But disciples' cultivation is too weak, representing the sect in participation. I'm afraid I'll bring shame to the sect." Kang Tan showed an expectant face and encouraged, "It's all right if you can win first place. It will instead make people think our Phi Tien sect is too bullying. Just try your best." Then he took out a storage ring, happily handed it to Tien Tien, and instructed, "This is your initiation gift. Inside are spiritual energy, pills, and spirit stones. Use them before the competition. Temporarily rely on Buddha's feet. Don't lose too miserably." Receiving a gift right after joining, she felt a bit embarrassed. From the storage ring, she took out a 7th grade spirit sword Tien Vu Fong and a 7th grade spirit armor Bak Muk Thursday Tam. These items, though cheap for Phi Tien sect, were like glowing treasures to Tien Tien. Everything here has been resolved. Kang Tan has also returned. We need to go back and continue arranging the tradition. The sect master instantly used teleportation technique. The girl was stunned. The great ancestor moved in an instant. Young Tuong Hon saw this and boasted, "How about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? Now tell me, in this Truong Tien realm, can our Phi Tien sect still intervene?" A few days later, at the entrance of the Great Valley, the selection area for Bin Hai Province, the selection has begun. The female referee was struggling to read the opening speech. "Dear leaders and distinguished guests, on the sidelines of this event, Phi Tien sect is also selling many souvenirs, such as hugging pillows, mugs with printed portraits, and so on. The first cultivator and martial artist selection competition organized by Phi Tien Sect in this area officially begins. Tin Tien declared the opening. The contestants below were whispering among themselves. The first match is a 12,000-meter cross-country run. Someone doubted, such a short distance can be covered in the blink of an eye. Can it be called cross-country? Immediately someone rebutted. You don't understand. This match is actually testing reaction speed. But the referee hadn't finished reading. This match also had a rule. No use of spiritual energy allowed. Hearing this, the crowd immediately protested. No use of spiritual energy. Then what's the point of competing? Others chimed in. That's right, we true cultivators all rely on spiritual energy. Without using spiritual energy, what's the meaning? Seeing everyone in such chaos, Tuong Hon spoke up to explain. The purpose of our competition is mainly to select young people who are well-rounded in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, beauty, labor. And this match is to see what your physical fitness is like. The cultivators protested in unison. We from Linvu Sect are spell cultivators. You're doing this, we're at a huge disadvantage, right? We from Dahon Hon Sect also object. Tuong Hon angrily shouted, What are you yelling about? All events are ranked independently. As long as you meet the standards, whether you rank high or low won't affect the long-term rankings later on. He looked fierce and shouted angrily, Stop talking nonsense. These are the rules. If you don't want to participate, then get out. Some people were still unsatisfied, muttering curses like bastard. Then the competition began. Everyone prepared. To add more authority, Tuong Hon drew out the holy sword Tan La Fa to signal. Seeing this powerful weapon, everyone's eyes widened. That's a precious artifact, and an outer disciple of Phi Tien Sect came to organize the competition with such a treasure. Just how wealthy is this Phi Tien Sect? Shortly after, Tuong Hon swung the sword down as a starting signal and shouted, Run. Seeing him swing the sword to attack, everyone immediately scattered and ran, each putting in their utmost effort without daring to delay. In Trong Tien Realm, Vin Hai Province, Dong La Prefecture, at Van Ba Sect, someone shouted in panic, Ancestor. In the room at this time, 3 people were discussing. From left to right were 3 inner elders of Sa Tien Sect, Great Elder Fong Min Tat of Van Ba Sect, and Sect Master Van Fu Tu of Van Ba Sect. While discussing, they were interrupted by a disciple's noisy shout. The Great Elder angrily scolded, How improper. Can't you see we're entertaining important guests? The one who just reported was none other than Van Hack. He knelt on the ground and said in panic, Ancestor, please calm down. This junior was rude. Please forgive me. At this time, the guest calmly said, It's all right, it's all right. Why don't we first ask what happened that's so urgent? The Great Elder, though following along, still loudly scolded Van Hack. If it weren't for Elder Fong's face sparing your life, I would definitely expel you from the sect today. Whatever it is, speak quickly. Van Hack, now dazed, recounted the incident. There's a Phi Tien sect that hasn't been approved yet. They've already come to our Dong La Prefecture to organize a competition. I went to reason with them, but they beat me and even killed Uncle 57 Van Lam. After hearing the incident, Great Elder Van Lin, too, remained very calm and gestured. All right, I understand. You may leave now. But as soon as Van Hack left, Sect Master Van Fu Tu couldn't help but slam his teacup on the ground. He was extremely angry. For hundreds of years, no sect has dared to ride on Van Ba Sect's head. I in this Bin Hai Province. Seeing the honored guests from Sa Tien Sect who had come from afar were present, the sect master's outburst was inappropriate. So Van Lin too quickly leaned in to remind him. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly pretended to laugh and said, My mistake, my mistake. For hundreds of years, besides Sa Tien Sect, no other sect has dared to ride on Van Ba Sect's head. I in this Bin Hai Province. Van Fu Tu hurriedly corrected his previous statement. At this point, the Sa Tien Sect elder nodded in satisfaction. He calmly consoled, Sect Master Van, don't be too agitated. Regarding this Phi Tien Sect, Van Hoa Tien Tong has already prepared countermeasures. It seems this Phi Tien Sect has offended quite a few sects. The Great Elder asked in surprise. Even Van Hoa Tien Tong has been alerted. This Phi Tien Sect has such a big face. Fong Min Tat began to slowly explain to the two of them. This newly emerged sect, you two don't know about it. This Phi Tien Sect is a newly appeared force with very strong momentum, possibly a rising power from 10,000 years ago of Van Hoa Tien Tong. The sect master might also be a son of Heaven's Way, with extremely prosperous fortune. He carefully instructed, You two shouldn't act rashly. Listen to my arrangements, and absolutely don't ruin Sect Master Duong's grand plan. After hearing this, the two from Van Ba Sect fell silent, listened, and showed agreement. Back at the arena, the cultivators who had gone through the physical test all showed exhaustion. Some lay face down on the ground. Some could barely stand, only able to cry out, "I'm dying of exhaustion." Don Tien seemed to have completed the first round of tests without expending too much energy. Tuong Hon happily praised, "Not bad." She replied, panting, "Luckily, I've always been training my body. I didn't expect it would come in handy at a time like this." The female referee announced, "Nearly 30% of the contestants have passed the skills test. Please rest in place and participate in the next moral and ideological writing test." The cultivators, used to fighting and cultivating, now had to sit for a written exam, all looking dejected. The referee and Tuong Hon walked back and forth, seriously supervising the contestants. The scarred man knew nothing about the topic, basic ethics. Another bald man also frowned, social ethics. This was the young master of the CU, Mom Mountain Bandits. On this side, another person was the young master of the Duok Tai Hoi, Hugh Lu Pharmacy, Dan Tu Trin, owner of the #1 black shop in Donglan Prefecture. He also didn't know what he was reading: professional ethics, family ethics. This girl picking her nose is the #1 nouveau riche in Donglan Prefecture, Tai Hoa Dai Trung Chu Tam Tao. It seems this competition is quite ironic, with people whose lifestyles contradict ethics participating in a character assessment test. Tuong Hon announced from above, "Contestants scoring below 20 points, please quickly report to the government office to turn yourselves in. Those scoring 60 points and above, prepare for the next round, the talent competition." This round is like a talent show, showcasing various skills. A lonely girl enters a dark alley. Love the girl without kneeling. A muscular guy was singing. Brothers only have things they can't think of. There's nothing Old Bat can't do. As always, today Old Bat wants to challenge himself once. Oh, what is this person competing in? Bamboo flute or sitting in the toilet holding a bowl? There's also a muscular young man dancing shirtless. After 3 preliminary rounds, Tuong Hon announced, "All right, whether it's physical ability, talent quality, or thickness of face, everyone has demonstrated the qualities a cultivator should have." He probably didn't know if what he just read were actually the qualities a cultivator should have. Next will be, Tuong Hon was about to announce. Wait, suddenly a shout came from behind. These people from left to right are Van Hai, Van Nai, and Van Ton from Van Ba Sect. Van Nai led, saying, "Without our Van Ba Sect participating, how can it be called the Bin Hai Province Martial Arts Competition?" Tuong Hon frowned and replied, "Who told you not to come early? The competition is already halfway through." He explained, "Rules can't be broken, you can't join midway. Otherwise, how can we explain to the contestants who were eliminated earlier?" Van Tom behind looked very angry, saying, "In this Bin Hai Province, our Van Ba Sect is the rule. If you don't let us participate, let's see who dares to join." Fanai shouted loudly. Seeing the Van Ba Sect people appear, those below showed fear. Many wanted to withdraw. "Then I won't participate anymore. I'm withdrawing too." Tien wanted to speak, but didn't know how to explain. Tuong Hon saw these people coming to disrupt the selection, very angry. Both sides looked at each other with loving eyes. The atmosphere became more tense. Tuong Hon quickly calmed down, saying, "Fine, the sect master once said the martial world values harmony. We'll temporarily listen to you, but don't do this again next time." Tuong Hon had to agree to let Van Ba Sect people participate. "I announce the Arena Martial Arts Competition for the 16 strongest of Phi Tien Sect in Bin Hai Province area officially begins." In the first match, Tien takes the stage, facing a tall opponent wielding a large blade. He confidently introduced himself, "Senior outer disciple of Phi Bat Sat Sect, Chung Duong Vu." Tiandin also confidently stated her name, "Free cultivator of Donglan Prefecture." "No, thơ son dit sin obten ling vim shaming tu Phi Tien Sect, Zuan Ten. Some local cultivators below recognized her. They whispered, "This Phi Tien Sect really accepts anyone. How did she get in a Phi Tien Sect?" Another laughed loudly. "You're fighting Phi Bat Sat Sect. Consider yourself unlucky." A bald old man stroked his beard worriedly. Phi Bat Sat Sect is famous for their ruthless attacks. Who knows, participating in the competition might cost a life. What a pity. Just as the old man said, Chung Duong Vu was licking his lips, showing a bloodthirsty expression. "I want to skin you alive and pull out your tendons." After saying that, he immediately charged forward, swinging his blade down. Faced with his attack speed, Tian's face turned pale. The people below also sighed for her, thinking she would meet a tragic end. Indeed, the first move was already so brutal. I can't bear to watch anymore. However, strangely, the blade struck Tian's body, but didn't cause any injury. The spectators outside all gaped in astonishment. How is she unharmed? How is this possible? Someone with keen eyes discovered. Wait, what she's wearing is a 7th grade spirit armor. Tian herself was surprised that her body was unscathed, because what she was wearing was the 100-eyed guardian quartz armor, a 7th grade spirit armor. Chung Duong-vu couldn't believe his eyes. His hand holding the blade was still trembling. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" But he continued his stance, muttering, "One strike didn't kill, then I'll strike a few more times." So Chung Duong-vu charged forward, swinging his blade repeatedly at Tian. Tian, continuously taking hits, cried out, "It hurts so much." But when she looked again, she discovered her body still had no wounds. This was the power of the 7th grade spirit armor. The people below were amazed at this sight. It's said that the 100-eyed guardian quartz armor is woven from the spider silk of the Ghost-Face Sect, extremely sharp. Without peak Dao Jun cultivation, it's basically impossible to wound it with swords or blades. Another person added, "This time, that body-training brute from Phi-Bat Sat Sect has met his match." After saying that, he laughed loudly. At this moment, Chung Duong-vu on the arena could no longer wound his opponent with his blade. He had to think, unable to break through this armor. Fortunately, her cultivation and foundation are both inferior to mine. A 7th grade spirit armor can only defend temporarily. Sooner or later there will be a flaw. I must find an opportunity to attack her neck. Thinking this, he aimed at Tian's neck, swinging his blade and charging forward while shouting, "It's not that I don't cherish flowers and jade, but who told you to stand in my way? Sorry about this." This time, Tian was no longer passive. She drew out the 7th grade Lu Fong spirit sword to counter. The audience witnessed another top-tier treasure. They cheered. "Look at that. It's a 7th grade spirit sword." Even Chung Duong-vu was frightened. He froze when he saw her draw such a powerful spirit sword. Tian only needed to gently swing the sword once to create a powerful sword energy flying towards her opponent. Chung Duong-vu was hit and immediately fell backward. The match ended just like that after one move. The referee announced, "Chung Duong-vu is unconscious. Don Tian of Phi Tian Sect wins." Those who had just looked down on her now turned to fear. So strong. Where did she get 7th grade spirit sword and armor from? It's said to be a welcome gift from Phi Tian Sect. Outside, suddenly someone recognized Tian's identity. He shouted, "Wait, I know her. She's the free cultivator wandering around Donglan Prefecture. I met her just 5 days ago." At that time, she was only at the Soul Division realm. Others hearing this were shocked and exclaimed, "From Soul Division to Heavenly Mandate 3rd level in 5 days. That's thanks to the blessing of Phi Tian Sect." At this moment, in the back mountain of Wu Ling of Phi Tian Sect, Kang Tan was leisurely fishing. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Kang Tan, the person following Don Tian, has performed excellently. Points increased by 18,000. Current total points, 1,421,485. Kang Tan happily said, "A newly accepted disciple, already giving returns so quickly." The system continued to notify. "Congratulations. Host has received 800 points. Current total points, 1,422,285. Congratulations. Host has received 2,100 points. Current total points, 1,424,385. Congratulations. Host has received 750 points. Current total points, 1,425,935. Congratulations. Host has received 3,800 points. Current total points, 1,429,935. Kang Tan was ecstatic, his eyes shining brightly. He happily exclaimed, "There's also Don Tian, creating such a powerful elite team." Tuong Hon is also really impressive. Back at the competition site, Tian was cheering and celebrating her victory. Tuong Hon was also satisfied and praised. Not bad. Suddenly he noticed the arguing around. "Bastard, pay me back for the meal." A person who had just finished competing was being cursed at by a group of cultivators, with things being thrown at him. What's going on? Tuong Hon asked. Then, he loudly restored order. Stop it. What are you all doing? Another person pointed at that man and said, he faked the competition, deliberately lost. The man sat down on the ground, pleading innocence. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. This side still insisted on accusing, not blocking or dodging, using your face to take hits and still denying. Others also cursed in dissatisfaction. Heavenly Mandate 5th level losing to Heavenly Mandate 1st level. Have you no shame? Are you worthy of us? Give back the bet money. It seems a group of gamblers were arguing about the match result. Van Hai of Van Ba Sect, the opponent of the loser, sternly shouted, everyone shut up. Let's see who still dares to doubt my achievement. Indeed, as a member of Van Ba Sect, his words carried weight. Everyone obediently fell silent. Someone couldn't help but say, Young Master Van misunderstood. We're not doubting you. We're only doubting him. That's right. Everyone chimed in, making Van Hai feel awkward. He glared at the loser and said, they're still doubting you. The man seemed to understand and quickly explained, oh, I ate too much sea cucumber last night, so I had a brain fog today, that's why I kept making mistakes. He raised 3 fingers to swear. I swear on my stepfather's life, I absolutely did not intentionally lose to him. Hearing this, Van Hai stepped forward, frowning, and said, he's been poisoned, certainly not pretending. Let's see who dares to say anything more. Van Hai threatened, remember, in this Ben Hai prefecture, you can never bet on our Van Ba Sect losing. Yes. The cultivators below were all scared and obediently complied. Tuong Hon saw this and became irritated. Such arrogance. Suddenly, the voice of the sect leader came. Tuong Hon. Tuong Hon's expression changed, and he excitedly said, what are your orders, sect leader? On the other side, King Tan also happily asked, did Tien just use some trick? Tuong Hon enthusiastically replied, sect leader, how did you know? Sect leader, you're truly omniscient. King Tan praised her for performing well, bringing many benefits to the sect. We must think of ways to help her, perhaps lend her the Tan La Fa Hu sword. The male lead also generously reminded, whatever you need, just say it, the sect will fully support you. Hearing these words, Tuong Hon was moved to tears. The sect leader is truly selfless. Tuong Hon firmly said, please rest assured, sect leader, Tuong Hon will definitely not disgrace the mission. After ending the conversation with the sect leader, Tuong Hon turned his murderous gaze towards the troublemakers from Van Ba Sect. Van Ba Sect, you've brought this upon yourselves. He began to devise strategies in his mind. After thinking, he waved his hand to call Don Tien. She obediently responded, what are your orders, Grandmaster? Tuong Hon smiled and said, after tomorrow's competition ends, come to my quarters. Grandmaster wants to pass on some techniques to you. His joyful expression clearly showed that he had a perfect plan in mind. Tien replied, so soon. She began to worry inwardly. So Phi Tien sect is like this too. But then again, they are quite generous, giving disciples all kinds of resources. After all, it's an unspoken rule in the cultivation world. She began to think about having to offer her body to learn skills, silently accepting the arrangement in pain. Giving myself to Grandmaster Tuong Hon isn't such a bad deal. On Phi Tien's sect side, King Tan was happily thinking to himself, I didn't expect Tuong Hon to be so reliable. Suddenly, La Vine ran in from outside, panicking and reporting, Sect leader, Elder Lam Lin has returned from Tuong Hoa region. Hearing this, King Tan said joyfully, quickly invite her in. Lam Lin entered, clasped her hands, and reported. As the sect leader predicted, the people from Van Hoa Tien Tong have continued to act. Seeing everything unfolding according to his predictions, the male lead said smugly, I thought they were disciples of a major worldly sect. How could they allow other sects to be in charge of their territory? The 2 spots in Tuong Hoa region must be for people from Van Hoa Tien Tong. When the time comes, we just need to defeat them to successfully reach the peak. After saying this, King Tan laughed loudly and said arrogantly, I truly am a genius. It was very late at night. In the late night, outside Tuong Hona's room, there was a shadowy figure peeking, looking very suspicious. Noticing someone standing outside the door, Tuong Hon asked, who's there? Grandmaster Tuong, it's me. A shy female voice replied, oh, it's Tien, come in. As soon as Tien pushed the door open slightly, it caused Tuong Hon to spurt out a nosebleed. She was wearing a very seductive outfit, making her already beautiful figure even more alluring. With blushing cheeks, she shyly asked, what are you planning to do? Tuong Hon flustered, asked back. He was already sensitive around women, and now he was even more at a loss. Tin, seeing that Grand Master Tuong clearly called her here, yet asked like this, found it strange, isn't it, to pass on techniques. Grand Master, I understand the unspoken rules of the cultivation world. Before finishing her sentence, she had already proactively pushed him down to the ground. Tuong Hon found himself in an awkward situation. He shouted logically, wait. Then he stood up, blushing as he explained that, actually, your Grandmaster didn't mean that. However, if you insist on giving yourself to me, I certainly won't refuse. Seeing that she still looked confused, Tuong Hon continued, in our Phi Tien sect, from the sect leader down, we are all righteous gentlemen. With upright sect customs, we don't agree to do such shady things within the sect. At the same time, Kang Tan was leisurely resting, with the beauty lamb Lin feeding him grapes. Someone mentioned him, causing him to sneeze several times in a row. Getting back to the main point, Tuong Hon took out a scroll, smiling as he said, to help you achieve good results, the sect has decided to fully support you. This is the Tone Ko Do Remnant Scroll. 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year inside this scroll. Tien asked in surprise, does Phi Tien sect really have such a treasure? Not wanting to waste time, Tuong Hon opened the Tone Ko Do and said, inside the Tone Ko Do, there are also many precious and secret elixirs of the sect. Will the competition continue tomorrow? Coming with me, we can still have time to review for another half year. Tien understood and obediently followed. So the Tone Ko Do was opened, emitting a dazzling light, and the two of them entered to diligently improve their cultivation. In Kailak Prefecture, Thuong County, Kusin Region, Human Realm, the streets were bustling with people coming and going. At this time, a second-generation disciple of Phi Tien sect, an outer elder, was holding a notice and observing the surroundings. Looking at the busy crowd, she couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, worthy of the name Kusin Region near the demon realm, more than half of the people on the street are demons. Thinking this, she stepped forward to post the notice on the wall. People saw this and gathered around to look. Quick, come see, they've posted a notice. Is the government starting to work? Has the prefect been replaced? We haven't heard anything. Let's take a look. At this moment, a bald, rough-looking demon pushed Noi Mu aside and said, even Van Hoa Tien Tong from Tuong Hoa region came to take advantage and got kicked out. What other sect dares to come here to try their luck? Suddenly, for no apparent reason, everyone hurriedly dispersed, leaving only Noi Mu standing there bewildered. It seems to be because of the appearance of our great king Ba Loi Ho's subordinate. A tiger-headed demon strutted forward. He shouted loudly, get out of the way. Let me see who dares to come to our Kusin region to cause trouble. After reading the notice for a while, he turned to look at Noi Mu, his tone contemptuous. Where did this third-rate sect Phi Tien Mon come from? Then, without another word, he grabbed her neck with one hand and threatened, don't you know that Kusin region is already our great king's territory? Noi Mu, being choked to the point of breathlessness, said, let me go. Not only did he not let go, but he also bared his fangs and bulged his eyes, unleashing a terrifying spiritual power to suppress the girl. Noi Mu sensed his frightening strength and fearfully thought, this guy has peak Dao Kong cultivation. Before she could regain her composure, he had already lifted her high up, then suddenly swung his arm and threw her to the ground. With bloodshot eyes, he shouted, tear up your notice and get out of here immediately. Tell your sect that from now on, Kusin region is the territory of the demon realm. Any human sect that dares to set foot here will be slaughtered. After the warning, he simply turned and left, leaving Noi Mu still sitting on the ground, not yet recovered from the opponent's ferocity. She quickly regained her composure and turned to ask the people around, what's the situation here? A few kind-hearted people stepped forward. An old man sighed. It's a long story. You're people from elsewhere. There are some things you don't know. Then, they slowly told her about the situation here. Returning to the events of the competition the next day, at Donglan Prefecture, Binhai Region, Truongsin Realm, the first elimination round of Phi Tien Sect in the Binhai Region area. The referee loudly announced the name of the winner. Don Tien from Phi Tien Sect wins, advancing to the top 4. Van I turn to Urchfontein. It's your turn to go up. Van Ton confidently replied, senior brother, in the final match, I must defeat you. Perhaps the disciples of Van Ba Sect truly didn't take other sect opponents seriously. Van Nai reminded, first deal with the girl on the arena. The subordinate sneered, isn't this very simple? He revealed a murderous look in his eyes and said in a low voice, just kill her directly. Both opponents had already ascended the stage. The referee announced the start of the semi-final match. Van Tang Fudom Van Ba Sect vs. Van Ten Ten Fudom Phi Tang Sect. Van Ton seemed a bit impatient and asked, "Are you ready?" On Tien's side, she still looked very calm, smiling innocently as she replied, "I'm ready." As soon as she finished speaking, still standing there scratching her head in a daze, Van Ton had already instantly moved in front of her, swinging his sword ready to strike. He wanted to take her life with one slash. Tuong Hon, seeing the dangerous situation, anxiously shouted, "Be careful." Van Ton swung his sword down, aiming straight for Tien's neck. Thinking he had finished her off, he confidently smiled with satisfaction, believing he had succeeded. But when he looked again, he discovered that he had only struck what seemed to be her afterimage, while she had vanished without a trace. Fontaine was bewildered. By this time, Tian had moved to a far corner. She angrily said, "You're too despicable, using a question to distract my attention and then taking the opportunity to kill me. Luckily, I'm kind-hearted, otherwise I would have been killed by you." She frowned as she spoke. Van Ton couldn't keep up with her movement speed earlier. He anxiously and surprisingly said, "I've slipped up." Wait. Carefully observing the aura emanating from her body, he realized something was amiss. Van Hai below, seeing this scene, exclaimed in panic. Her cultivation has nearly reached the peak of Tianmen realm. Van Nai also couldn't help but say in surprise, "How is this possible?" On the contrary, Tuong Hon was now extremely pleased, standing with his arms folded and smiling as he watched the match. Simultaneously with Tian demonstrating her power, Kang Tan on this side also received a notification from the system. Kang Tan, the person following Don Tian has performed excellently, adding 22,000 points. Current accumulated points, 1,451,935. Hearing this news, he was overjoyed. With a cherry in his mouth, he raised his hand in celebration. "Well done, Tuong Hon." This caused Lam Lin beside him to be confused once again. Witnessing Tian's astonishing progress, Van Ton said with a grim expression, "What's going on with this Phi Tian sect? How could they make someone at Tianmen realm increase by 4 minor realms in one night?" After speaking, he gripped the sword in his hand tightly, revealing a sinister smile, and confidently said, "But it doesn't matter. Even if your cultivation is a few realms higher than mine, it can't stop my full force attack." He swung his sword, using his family's secret technique, executing the Van Ba not do. The sky immediately filled with dark clouds, from which a lightning bolt shot straight towards Tian. This time she couldn't dodge in time. Van Nai in the stand smiled smugly. After all, it's just a small, newly emerged sect with an unstable foundation. Even if they put all their efforts into cultivating one disciple in front of a major sect like our Van Ba sect, it's still like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, strangely, after the light dissipated, Tian appeared unharmed. Van Hai exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" When they saw Tian surrounded by a pink light, Van Hai cried out in fear, "That's the Shao Ding Feng Pearl." Van Nai recognized the bright red pearl on Tian's neck and said, "That's the 9th grade spiritual item, the Shao Ding Feng Pearl." Suddenly he realized and asked loudly, "Isn't that Shao Ding Feng Pearl the one bestowed by the Holy Ancestor?" At this moment, Van Ton was also endlessly surprised, his face gloomy as he asked, "How do you have this treasure?" Tuong Hon, seeing the situation, folded his arms and happily asked, "How does your Van Ba sect compare to the Fu In Holy Land?" Tian quickly win this match. Hearing this, Tian immediately swung her sword fiercely and shouted, "Tian Q true, not sword technique." Then she stomped hard on the ground, causing it to shake. Everything was scattered everywhere. Now only screams could be heard. At this point, Van Ton was involuntarily knocked to the ground by the attack, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes rolled back. Van Ton of the Van Ba sect has fainted. Don Tian of the Phi Tian sect wins. Seeing Tian defeat her opponent like this, the people around couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Someone saw Tian standing there and shouted, "7th grade spirit sword, 7th grade spirit armor, and now she's brought out the 9th grade Shao Ding Feng Pearl." Is Phi Tien Sect this generous to a newly joined outer disciple? Hearing this, the person next to them also said in surprise, I want to join Phi Tien Sect too. The system now displayed Kang Tan's ranking. The person following Don Tien Tien has performed excellently. Accumulated points increased by 19,500 current points. 11,471,435. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2,100 points, current points. 1,476,735. Congratulations to the host for receiving 4,800 points, current points. 1,481,535. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3,600 points, current points. 1,485,135. Seeing this, Kang Tan's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, more essence has been generated. The people of Phi Tien Sect are really enthusiastic. Haha, how refreshing. Without having to personally intervene, Tuong Hon is already very formidable. At this moment, people from afar saw Tien laughing loudly. The disciple next to Van Nuy cautiously asked, Senior brother, what should we do now? Hearing this, although his face turned pale, Van Nuy still calmly said, what's there to fear? Don't we still have me? Then he stepped forward and instructed, help me delay for a bit, I'll go and come back. He immediately flew into the air. Seeing this, Tien contemptuously asked, what's wrong, running away from the battle? Are you scared by my power just now? Hearing this, Van Tan immediately became so angry that his face turned purple, and he scolded, nonsense. My senior brother just forgot to bring his treasure. Just you wait. When my senior brother returns, he'll definitely make you suffer a miserable defeat. At this moment, in the Van Ba sect, a beautiful woman was gently watering flowers. Suddenly someone stumbled and called out, Master. The woman watering the flowers turned her head and asked leisurely, how did the first match go? Have we won? Hearing this, Van Nuy could only anxiously bow his head and report, Master, I came precisely for this matter. Phi Tien Sect spared no expense for the match, even giving their lowest level disciple the Shao Ding Feng Pearl to participate in the competition. After hearing this, she frowned, adjusted her hair, and asked in a stern tone, Shao Ding Feng Pearl. In the mortal world, I only know that Fu Yin Holy Land has one, which is one of the treasures of the Ji Feng Saint. Previously, it was said that Fu Yin Holy Land was destroyed by Ming Xian Holy Land through a vicious plot. It seems that this plot must have been closely related to Phi Tien Sect. Otherwise, how could they give such a high-level treasure to them? She said while rubbing her face, her eyebrows tightly knitted. Seeing this, Van Nuy immediately patted his chest and hurriedly asked, Master, you are the most beloved disciple of the sect leader, and among the outer elders, only you have a 9th grade spirit sword. I dare to borrow it from you for a while. Hearing this, she said expressionlessly, if you can kill that contestant, the Shao Ding Feng Pearl will naturally belong to us. Of course, this matter should not be delayed. She slowly took off her outer robe in front of Van Nuy, causing him to be shocked, his eyes widening and his nose bleeding. Van Nuy embarrassedly covered his face and asked, Master, what are you doing? Hearing this, Van Nuy's master immediately frowned angrily and said, You little scoundrel, how despicable, still pretending to be proper. Don't you usually sneak outside the door to peep at me bathing? Van Nuy gradually asked embarrassedly, So you knew all along? She didn't say another word, directly throwing the 8th grade spirit robe, Lu Tai, and I Chong into Van Nuy's face, then ordered, Quickly put on this Lu Tai and I Chong. Van Nuy looked at it and said in surprise, There's even this Zi Yun Jun. Zi Yun Jun, an 8th grade spirit weapon. And there's also the 9th grade spirit sword you need, Jing Hong sword and 9th grade spirit sword. You must reclaim the Shao Ding Feng Pearl for your master. Hearing these words, Van Nuy's face lit up with joy, saying, I obey master's will. Van Nuy will definitely complete the mission. At the place where Tien was standing, the wind blew past, but she remained standing there. At this moment, Tuong Hon angrily asked loudly, Are you coming or not? We've been waiting for an hour, just announce it. Don Tien of Phi Tien Sect wins. Suddenly, someone below cried out, On what grounds? This is the final match. Winning without fighting is hard to accept. Hearing this, Tuong Hon frowned and said, You forfeited yourselves. Who else can you blame? Suddenly, there was a light and a shout. Who said I forfeited? Causing Tuong Hon to look up in confusion. Then suddenly, a strong beam of light fell to the ground. The people around couldn't help but gape in astonishment, saying, This aura, the whole body is emitting top-grade spirit energy. Van Nai appeared wearing his master's ceremonial robe. Seeing this scene, Tuong Hon hurriedly covered his eyes and shouted, "Ah, my eyes." While Don Tiantian looked at the chaotic crowd shouting, "Ah, I'm blind. The organizers should compensate me for a pair of eyes." She just looked, saying nothing. Seeing this, Van Nai immediately angrily criticized those people. "You bastards. What's so surprising? It's not strange for cultivators to wear peculiar clothes. Your sects even have old men wearing women's clothes." Hearing Van Nai's words, the people around angrily shouted back. They wear them secretly underneath. And even if they wear them outside, they at least shave their chest hair first. Hearing this, Van Nai's face turned pale with anger, silently cursing, "I don't have time to shave my chest hair. You bastards. Wait until I deal with that Phi Tien Sect woman. Then I'll take care of you all." Then he shouted loudly, "Van Ba not do." At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Seeing this scene, the people around immediately started discussing. The spiritual energy fluctuation is too strong. This is the peak of Tien Men. Moreover, he's wearing all 8th and 9th grade spirit equipment. Van Ba not do is using full power. Some even fearfully asked, "Will it affect us?" After saying this, Van Nai decisively jumped up, positioning himself to launch a fatal attack. But on the contrary, from within the black smoke, Tianjin stepped out with a grim and fierce expression. Seeing this scene, Van Nai's face immediately turned pale, and he asked in shock with a nosebleed, "How is this possible?" At this moment, Van Nai's disciple was also stunned, fearfully asking Van Nai loudly. Van Nai's senior brother is wearing all of Master's top-grade spirit equipment, using full power in one strike, yet she could block it. How is this possible? Seeing Tianjin standing firmly there, Van Nai and the crowd fearfully exclaimed, "That's a treasure." Tan Lak Fa Tan's sword, called a treasure. Lo Fong is a 7th grade spirit equipment. There's more. The first large Tan ring, not Truong Kong Realm, 6th grade spirit equipment. The second jade-studded ring is Mat TUC Realm, 8th grade spirit equipment. The third jade ring worn on the middle finger is Nak Lu Chao Realm, 7th grade spirit equipment. Next, the yellow ring worn on the ring finger is called Van Kuk Tin, 9th grade spirit equipment. Finally, the ring worn on the little finger is Fat Tran Van Tam Realm, 9th grade spirit equipment. She has other things on her hands too. Mintai Bracelet, 8th grade spirit equipment. Fat Tran Van Tam Bracelet, 9th grade spirit equipment. Next is Deep Tan Lo Lu Nan, 7th grade spirit equipment. Bak Hu Tui Mu Oi, 7th grade spirit equipment. Lastly, Q Van Don T Bracelet, 6th grade spirit equipment. Not just on her hands, but even on her neck. Tui Mang Necklace, 7th grade spirit equipment. Fat Tran Van Tam Necklace, 9th grade spirit equipment. Min Tai Necklace, 8th grade spirit equipment. In the middle of the necklace, there are 3 rings called Nguko Nak earrings, 7th grade spirit equipment. Lao Cat Tam, XA Loy, 6th grade spirit equipment. Then, Tiantin laughed triumphantly and asked, "Haha, is equipment enough to make up for insufficient cultivation?" After that, Tiantin swung her weapon proudly, her lips curling up as she said, "Full body equipment." Tia tu suk nat swalt technique. Van Nai, being suppressed, screamed in terror, "Damn it. I can't fight back? Ah!" In an instant, Van Nai was defeated. Van Nai fell to the ground, his body covered in wounds, limbs spread wide. At this moment, seeing the situation, the host reluctantly announced, "Van Ba Sec's Van Nai has lost consciousness. Don Tien Tien of Phi Tien Sect wins." Seeing this scene, the disciples immediately became dizzy, holding their heads and crying out, "Can a martial arts competition be played like this? This Phi Tien Sect is too much. I want to join Phi Tien Sect too." At this moment, Kang Tan excitedly hugged Lam Lin's waist. Looking at the system notification, the Phi Tien Spirit of Phi Tien Sect has been created. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3,200 points. Current points, 1,488,335. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2,100 points. Current points, 1,490,435. Congratulations to the host for receiving 4,800 points. Current points, 1,495,235. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3,600 points. Current points, 1,498,835 in the Mortal Realms Q-Sin region, Kaihung County. At this time, Dan Tai was happily singing when suddenly there was a call. "Dan Uncle, Dan Uncle." He turned his head and saw Noimu panting and saying, Dan uncle, wait, don't paste anymore. Hearing this, Dantai asked, what's wrong? Catching her breath and wiping sweat, Noimyu said, Uncle, don't you know how dangerous this Kyusin region is? Then, she began to tell about how Kyusin region is close to the demon realm, and not long ago, a demon king crossed over and became the great king of this area. There are also countless great demons from Tianyu region infiltrating. Currently, although this Kyusin region is in the mortal realm, its level of danger is on par with the demon realm. Hearing such a warning, Dantai just laughed happily and replied, what's there to fear? They're just from the demon realm. Isn't the rule suppression enough to overcome them? Ignoring Noimyu's objections, he continued pasting while laughing and saying, with the sect leader backing us, and with Tiger Master and Immortal Elder, there's nothing to fear. Then, he used a loudspeaker to attract people, frightening Noimyu to death. Phi Tien Sect, the first mortal cultivator selection test and martial arts competition officially begins. Come quickly to register. Those who come for consultation will receive a gift bag. Seeing this situation, the people excitedly gathered and asked, what's all this excitement about? Noimyu saw this and fearfully clutched her chest, saying, I hope those demons don't come here. Suddenly, a brown head appeared. Seeing the noisy crowd, it angrily said, where did you come from? So bold. At this time, Noimyu was still cursing. Damn it, Black Crow. Panda Wong's subordinate, Bien Xie, who bravely stepped forward and said, let me see who dares to cause trouble in our Kyusin region. Don't you know that Kyusin region is already our Panda Wong's territory? At this moment, Dantai, feeling angry inside, said, what Panda Wong? Do you know who I am? Standing beside him, Noimyu quickly waved her hands to dissuade him. Uncle Dan, you don't know. This great king is the demon king I just told you about. Then, she fearfully introduced. He was originally a giant crocodile spirit from the big river, capable of stirring waves and swallowing sand. One of the 36 demon kings of the demon realm. At this time, Bien Xie who crossed his arms and said, now that you know how powerful our Panda Wong is, hurry up and go back to where you came from. Noimyu, seeing this, fearfully offered a gift and said, yes, sir. Please accept this gift bag. On the contrary, Dantai angrily scolded Noimyu. Why are you so cowardly, tarnishing our Phi Tien Sect's reputation? Listen here, our Phi Tien Sect is the #1 sect in the mortal realm. Our sect leader Kang is the top expert in the mortal realm. I don't care if you're Panda Wong or Bada Wong. If you dare to confront our Phi Tien Sect, we'll make sure even your ancestors' graves won't be left intact. At this moment, Kang Tan, who was fishing, turned his head to look at the notification. The follower of Dantai arrogantly spoke up. Points, 189,000. Current points, 1,687,835. Seeing this, his eyes lit up and he said, damn, these little brothers are each showing their formidable talents. Bien Xie, hearing this, angrily asked, a bunch of nobodies, not even checking the opponent's cultivation level, yet daring to act recklessly here. As he spoke, he suddenly stood up and roared angrily, immediately turning the area around Bien Xie, who into a sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Dantai also cautiously said, this aura, I'm afraid it's at the peak of Dao Palace 9th level. At this time, Noimyu standing beside him also fearfully asked, then what about Uncle Dan? Hearing this, Dantai also naively said, I'm only at Dao Palace 5th level. Noimyu, upon hearing this, could only hold her head and cry out loud, Uncle Dan's strength is not enough. Why do you have to imitate the sect leader and act recklessly? As soon as she finished speaking, Dantai turned around and scolded. The sect leader has said, we can act recklessly whenever we want. As members of Phi Tien Sect, how can we stop being reckless just because our cultivation is not as good as others? At this moment, Noimyu made up her mind, put her hand on her chest, and declared, Uncle Dan is right, I've realized it now. Then, she jumped up and retorted, listen here, don't think you can intimidate people from our Phi Tien Sect just because your cultivation is high. Our Phi Tien Sect is the #1 sect in the mortal realm. Our sect leader Kang is the top expert in the mortal realm. I don't care if you're Panda Wong or Bada Wong. If you dare to confront our Phi Tien Sect, we'll make sure even your ancestors' graves won't be left intact. Hearing her say this, Bien Xie also cautiously said, is this Phi Tien Sect a mental hospital or what? Suddenly, the system announced, Dantai's follower, heroic ideals. Points added, 239,000. Current points, 1,926,835. Noimyu's follower arrogantly spoke up. Points added, 123,500. Current points, 2,050,335. Noimeu's follower, heroic ideals. Points added, 127,000. Current points, 2,177,335. Hearing this, King Tan's cheeks flushed with joy, laughing loudly. Haha, well done. Our Phi TN Sect members have all understood. Points are getting easier to earn. The system displayed again. Dantai's follower, outstanding performance. Points added, 818,300. Current points, 2,995,635. Noimeu's follower, outstanding performance. Points added, 211,500. Current points, 3,207,135. This King Tan trembled with happiness and said, awesome. Dantai's follower, brave and fearless. Points added, 322,300. Current points, 3,529,435. Noimeu's follower, brave and fearless. Points added, 219,500. Current points, 3,748,935. Dantai's follower, survival in extreme conditions. Points added, 316,000. Dantai's follower died. Noimeu's follower died. Hearing this announcement, King Tan joyfully picked up his fishing rod and cheered. Suddenly, something made his face freeze, and he asked in surprise, In the Mortal Realms Q-Sin region, Thuong Hung County. At this moment, on the ground of Thuong Hung County lay two corpses, soaked in dark red blood. King Tan slowly appeared, looked at them, and called out, teleport. Then he silently looked on, saying nothing more. At this time, he secretly revived the two people. Dantai, Noimeu. Time of death, 1 day. Points consumed, minus 3,400. Successfully revived. Current points, 13,706,435. They slowly opened their eyes. Seeing King Tan, they hurriedly knelt down and said, Sect Leader, we knew you wouldn't let us die like that. Sect Leader, we're sorry. We've disgraced you. At this moment, King Tan stepped forward and said gently, your performance was brave enough, worthy of the reputation of our Phi Tien Sects elders. Who killed you? Hearing this, Noimeu said, you don't know. This Q-Sin region has been occupied by a demon king from the demon realm. The one who killed us was that great demon, a subordinate of the demon king. Currently, the people of Q-Sin region are living in misery. Hearing this, King Tan couldn't help but stroke his chin and ask doubtfully, great demon, demon king. Then, he waved goodbye. You two follow me back first. The matter of Q-Sin region, I, the sect leader, will decide personally. At Phi Tien Sect, Little Tiger crossed his arms and asked Panda Wong, never heard of it. Didn't you say he was a turtle? Hearing this, Noimeu immediately confirmed. Yes, the locals said he was a turtle spirit. I heard he's also one of the 36 cave demon kings of the demon realm or something. After listening, King Tan pouted and said, Little Tiger, I remember you're also the second from the bottom among the 36 cave demon kings, right? Little Tiger heard this and became furious. What do you mean second from the bottom of the 36 cave demon kings? I'm the second from the bottom of the great 12 cave demon kings. Now I might be at the very bottom. I haven't fallen to the level of the 36 cave demon kings. Although feeling helpless, King Tan still asked back, Alright, you have 12 caves and 36 caves, it's all mixed up. How do you distinguish them? Little Tiger patted his chest and said, officially recognized, with proper organization, that's the great 12 cave demon kings. What's with their 36 caves? It's just 24 more hangers-on besides his 12. Self-inflating doesn't count. King Tan couldn't help but count and say, let me calculate, you're the dumbest among the 12, right? Little Tiger heard this and roared, damn it, your ranking method is wrong. Then it calmed down and pondered. If I'm not mistaken, that Panda Wong guy probably has no real skills, just likes to bully fishermen. King Tan happily asked, how about compared to you? Little Tiger proudly boasted, compared to me? He's just a little brother. How can he compare to me? In the demon realm, great demons and demon kings who want to be friends with me all line up. To meet me once, they have to book at least 3 years in advance. King Tan laughed and said, if that's the case, you go with Dantai and Noimeu to deal with that bastard. Little Tiger angrily turned his head away, thinking to himself, he's assigning work to me again. If I don't do it, I'm afraid that sycophant Mac Tran will take the opportunity to show off. Then it left saying, fine, it's not a big deal. Dantai, lead the way. Dantai excitedly said, okay, Tiger Master. In the Mortal Realms Q-Sin region, Thuong Hung County, cheers rang out. The first arena of Phi Tien Sect's first Mortal Cultivator selection test officially begins. Hurry to register and participate. Those who come early will receive a gift bag. At this moment, Bien Xie, who in the crowd doubtfully let out a then pushed people aside angrily and said, "These Tian Sect people are really tired of living. They dare to come here again." Seeing Noi Mu and Dan Tai, it asked suspiciously, "It's these two again. How is this possible? I clearly killed them before." Then it angrily pointed and asked, "Hey, you two got another life and don't know how to cherish it, daring to come back to die again." Noimu pointed at the little demon king beside him and boasted, "Humph, this time we've invited our security team leader. We're not afraid of you anymore." Little Tiger crossed his arms and looked at it, asking, "Tiger Demon." They looked at each other. At this moment, Bien Xie, who said contemptuously, I thought it was some formidable character. Turns out it's just a little tiger demon." Little Tiger heard this and angrily scolded, in the tone of an elder, "Hey, you troublemaker, why aren't you obediently cultivating at Tiger Head Mountain? What are you doing running here?" Bien Xie, who heard this, grabbed the Demon King and said angrily, Where did this little tiger demon come from, daring to talk to me like that?" Suddenly, Dan Tai and Noi Mu's faces changed drastically. They exclaimed, so fast that Bien Xie has grabbed Little Tiger's head. Bien Xie, who gritted his teeth and asked, "Tiger Lord, I'm a great demon. I go where I want. A piece of trash turned into a human pet is worthy of talking to me." Little Tiger still bravely asked, "Open your dog eyes and see. Who am I?" Bien Xie, who let go and shouted, such strong demon power." It looked at Little Tiger and tremblingly asked, "You are?" Then excitedly said, "Grandpa, three-eyed fierce Tiger King Grandpa, am I dreaming? Is it really you?" It hugged Little Tiger's leg and flattered, "Three-eyed fierce Tiger King Grandpa, where have you been? Without you here, our Tiger Head Mountain has met with great disaster." Little Tiger, as if struck by lightning, asked, "What did you say?" Bien Xie, who then said, "Since you and Lord Chung Ke were captured by Embroidery Jade Rabbit as slaves, our Tiger Head Mountain has become the largest slave trade center in the demon realm. Great demons big and small, famous or not, all come to capture." It cried and complained, "These days we've been living miserably." Little Tiger fearfully hurried to say, Hey, what did you just say happened to me? Captured as a slave. That's what everyone's saying." Bien Xie, who said innocently. Little Tiger angrily shouted, "Shut up. I am the dignified three-eyed fierce Tiger King, Demon King of the Great 12 Caves. How could I be someone's slave?" Bien Xie, who innocently asked, "King, then where have you been all this time?" Little Tiger embarrassedly turned away, saying softly, "Well," it thought to itself, "but being a gatekeeper for a human sect doesn't seem much better than being a slave, does it?" Then it arrogantly crossed its arms and said, "Ahem, I've been associating with an immortal during this time, living a life you can't imagine. Let's get to the point. Now that I've encountered this, I can't stand by and do nothing. That turtle, let me handle it, lead me to it." Bien Xie, who excitedly shouted, "Great King is wise. Great King Grandpa doesn't need to search. As long as this competition continues, it will lure him here." At this moment, in the mortal realms Q-Sin region, Thuanghung County, Mach Deep Sect, suddenly someone ran in shouting, Sect Leader, Sect Leader. Big news. The sect leader asked in surprise, "Is Panda Wong here to collect protection fees again?" At this moment, that person excitedly said, "A sect called Tian Sect has come to subdue Bien Xie." The sect leader suddenly asked excitedly, "Really? How strong is that sect?" That person embarrassedly said in a low voice, "Sect leader, do you think we should join them?" The sect leader heard this and had to say, "Let's observe for a bit. What if they're just paper tigers, not strong enough, and we offend Panda Wong because of this? Wouldn't that ruin us?" At this moment, Dan Tai's place suddenly became deserted, not a soul in sight. Dan Tai helplessly sighed. Half a day has passed, and not even one person has come to ask. At this time, Bien Xie, who turned and asked, "Could it be that they're being oppressed by that lecher Panda Wong, so no one dares to come? But is your sect really as amazing as Three-Eyed Tiger Grandpa said?" The sects here all seem very ordinary. Hearing this, Dan Tai said, This backwater place has never heard of it. Serves them right to be enslaved by a turtle." Suddenly he said in surprise, "The registration area." At this moment, Elder Dan happily walked over, pointed at Tian Sect, and said, "That's right, it's them." Then he grasped Dan Tai's hand tightly and said, "This is the legendary intersect Elder Dan Tai of Tian Mon, isn't it? The savior has arrived." Dan Tai asked in confusion, I don't dare. May I ask who you are?" Then he turned around and ordered, "Quickly kneel before the savior." Two people knelt before Bien Ki Ho and Dan Tai, which made them feel shocked. Thuong Ha Dao Tong was forced to kneel before Dan Tai, the inner sect elder of Phi Tianmon. At this moment, the system announced, Kang Tan, following Dan Tai, received 627,500 reverence points, now having 14,387,935 points. Seeing this scene, Kang Tan thought excitedly, this fat guy indeed has the highest aptitude. He's starting to grasp the performance secrets of our sect leader. At this time, Dan Tai slowly said, stand up. If you have any grievances, just speak. Our Phi Tianmon will surely eliminate evil and uphold justice, acting on behalf of heaven. Hearing this, the old man cried emotionally. Elder Dan doesn't know, small sects like us are about to be scared to death by Panda Wong. The two people turned pale and shouted. Humph. Suddenly, a thunder tiger standing there scolded. That bastard Bien Ki Ho doesn't manage his own territory, but runs around causing trouble elsewhere. At this moment, he hid behind Dan Tai and said fearfully, Elder Dan, it's him. He is Thunder Tiger, one of the 8 evil monsters under Panda Wong. The 2 tiger demons Bien Ki Ho and Tang Chin Ho are called the 3 Wastes. At this time, Bien Ki coughed, causing him to turn his face and ask, huh? Bien Ki Ho angrily scolded, making his face turn pale. When did Bien Ki Ho come here? I've been here all along. You're just blind and can't see. At this moment, he cautiously said, the 2 evil monsters have arrived, Elder Dan. Hearing this, Dan Tai comforted, don't be afraid. This Bien Ki Ho has already been subdued by our sect. He's on our side. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, Bien Ki Ho said, don't be crazy, listen to me first. Hearing this, Thunder Tiger angrily pointed and said, haha, I wondered how his Phi Tianmon could openly operate here. So you're not here to cause trouble, but to join the enemy. No wonder I'm called the 3rd Waste. It's all because of you, you waste. Then he angrily scolded, I've long disliked you. Bien Ki Ho, also without fear, bravely asked, what, you want to fight? Then the 2 rushed at each other, and the people around screamed in fear. The person who came to report earlier also said fearfully, is this the battle between the Great Peak Dao Palace demons? Hiding in a corner, he thought, it's so scary again. Oh my god, will our Dao sect be wiped out by this Phi Tianmon today? At this moment, Bien Ki Ho counterattacked without hesitation, but Thunder Tiger managed to dodge in time. He jumped out and angrily shouted, Thunder Control. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, attacking Bien Ki Ho. This caused him to vomit in pain and curse, you bastard. At this time, Thunder Tiger saw this and laughed smugly. Still as easy to control as before. Squatting on the ground, Bien Ki Ho angrily said, you're just countering my attribute. What's there to be proud of? At this moment, Thunder Tiger said fiercely, for the sake of our long acquaintance, destroy half of your demon core cultivation and give it to me. I can cover up your joining the enemy. Suddenly, someone shouted, save us. The old sect leader, now hiding behind Dan Tai in fear, said, Elder Dan, please think of a way to save us quickly. Hearing this, Bien Ki Ho hurriedly pulled him back and instructed, wait, don't act. You'll regret it. Thunder Tiger heard this and turned his head to ask, regret? Thunder Tiger, have never regretted anything. Then behind him, it was as if a fire was burning. Alert, Thunder Tiger turned around and said fearfully, this demonic power is. At this moment, Little Tiger turned around and angrily scolded, the master just went to pee for a bit, and you almost killed someone. Seeing him, Thunder Tiger burst into tears and asked, Great King Grandfather. Like Bien Ki Ho, Thunder Tiger also hugged Little Tiger's legs and cried, Great King Grandfather, where did you go? During the time you were gone, we suffered so much. Hearing this, Little Tiger grabbed Thunder Tiger's head and said, this king was doing important business. Who made Tiger Head Mountain like this? This king will make them pay tenfold. As for you. Then Little Tiger lifted his head and said, you knew I was protecting you and still dared to attack. Hearing this, Thunder Tiger said fearfully, I didn't know. Seeing this scene, Thunder Tiger turned and scolded Bien Ki Ho, who was laughing loudly. You son of a bitch, you deliberately didn't report quickly, letting Great King Grandfather deal with me, didn't you? Bien Ki turned around, smiling flatteringly. You can't blame me for this. I've been telling you to stop all along. But in his heart, he thought, this stingy, despicable bastard, go to hell. Then only screams were heard. Great King, please listen to my explanation. At this moment, only the sound of ah was heard. Then Little Tiger pointed at his subordinates and said, you two handle this for me. I need to go back to the inn and sleep for a while. If they lose even a single hair, I'll pluck your fur. Understood. Hearing this, the two tigers became as docile as cats, smiling and saying, "Yes, sir." At this moment, the old sect leader saw and said, "That's the three-eyed fierce tiger king among the 12 cave demon kings, isn't it?" Hearing this, the guard beside him said, "Even he works for Phi Tianmon. What kind of background does this Phi Tianmon have?" At this moment, the system announced again, Kang Tan, following three-eyed tiger, performance points increased by 827,500, now having 15,215,435 points. At this time, Kang Tan was calm and composed, as if everything had become routine. Suddenly, someone came in to report. Sect leader, the head of the Duan Mu family, Duan Mu Xiang, requests an audience. Hearing this, he asked, "Our people, invite him in." At this moment, the old sect leader came in, bowing his head and saying, "Greetings to the ancestor. May the ancestor be well." Then Kang Tan asked, "What's the matter?" At this time, the old sect leader said, reporting to the ancestor, under the careful guidance of Elder Ji and Elder Shui, the arrangements for the 3 cultivation realm competition area have been settled. I've come specially to invite the ancestor to participate. Then, the two people went to the Duan Mu family in Xinglan Prefecture, Fian State, 3 cultivation realm. At this moment, 2 girls standing there said happily, "Sect leader, you've arrived." Seeing this scene, Kang Tan smiled and said, "It's been a long time since I've been back. The Duan Mu family and Fian State are doing well." Hearing this, the sect leader said joyfully, "Thanks to the ancestors' blessing, everything is good. Our Duan Mu family is now one of the 2 pillars of the 3 cultivation realm. We couldn't have imagined this before." Then, the old sect leader happily said, "Thinking back for the survival of the Red Sun Sect, the Duan Mu family wasn't even as good as Qinglan Prefecture. Now we've not only become the largest sect in Fian State, but also one of the largest sects in the 3 cultivation realm. It's all thanks to Phi Tianmon and your reputation, ancestor." Hearing this, Kang Tan turned his head and asked one of the 2, "What's this about?" Jiling Han immediately explained, "Yes, sect leader. In Yangzhou of the 3 cultivation realm, there's a Flying River sect, which was previously the 2nd largest sect in the 3 cultivation realm, only after the Qianxing Imperial Court. Now that the Qianxing Imperial Court has been destroyed, they naturally became the leading major sect." The sect leader nodded behind and said, right. Then he said embarrassedly, "Although our Duan Mu family, under your care, ancestor, has seen the cultivation of our disciples progress rapidly, but if the foundation isn't solid, our family's ultimate skill, the Four Springs fire-resistant sword, isn't refined enough, so we're suppressed by them everywhere." Hearing this, Kang Tan's face turned pale, and he asked, "What's going on? Are they bullying you?" Hearing this, the elder cried and said, "They see our rapid progress and have tried to cause trouble with us many times. Although they don't dare to make trouble in Fian State, when we encounter them in other states and prefectures, we're easily beaten. Several disciples have already been killed by them." Hearing this, Kang Tan angrily said, "What? How can this be? Don't they know you're under my protection?" Hearing this, the sect leader cried and said, "How could they not know? But they rely on the 10,000 Flowers Immortal Sect and don't take our Phi Tianmon seriously at all." Hearing this, he clasped his hands, gritted his teeth, sighed, and cursed. It's the 10,000 Flowers Immortal Sect again. Suddenly, he angrily called, "Lan Ling." Hearing this, Lan Ling immediately clasped her hands and replied, "Yes, sect leader. Tell me clearly, what kind of background does the 10,000 Flowers Immortal Sect have?" At this moment, in Panjiang Prefecture, Shatai State, 9 Lives Realm of Humans, suddenly someone was heard shouting, "What? Relying on the enemy." Hearing this, the person reporting immediately bowed his head and said, "Absolutely correct." Hearing this great king angrily said, "Outrageous. I knew he wasn't one of mine. Guards, catch Tang Chun Ho and beat him to death first." At this moment, Tang Chun Ho scratched his head in confusion and said, "It's dangerous. The subordinates of this great king, one of the 3 useless ones of Shangzhou." Tang Chun Ho, who was captured, said fearfully, "Great King Pan, I am absolutely loyal to you. The other 2 may have hidden intentions. Let me go back to investigate. If what Ting Ao said is true, I will definitely kill them for you." That great king warned, "The 9 Lives realm has my eyes and ears everywhere on land and water. If you dare to betray me, I will make all 3 of you die." Upon hearing this, Tang Chun, who immediately knelt down, his head touching the ground, and said, I obey. I will definitely not fail my mission and will capture those 2 to face punishment." A large body of water was disturbed, causing violent waves. Tang Chun, who was captured by 2 others. He angrily shouted, 2 against 1 is not considered skill. Let me go. Let's fight one-on-one. Lei, who was so angry his eyes turned red as he scolded. This fool doesn't listen to advice. Bien Xie, who stood beside him, scratching his nose and said, you have the nerve to talk about others. Bien Xie, who grabbed Tang Chun, whose head leaned close to his ear and shouted, listen carefully. The 3-eyed Tiger King has been found. Upon hearing this, he was thunderstruck, his whole body itching, and asked in disbelief, what did you say? The scene shifts to Great King Pan. Some creature was walking and casually throwing something away. It said, indeed, not a single one in the Tiger Clan is honest. After thinking, it stood up to gather other turtles, shouting loudly, follow me to kill those 3 traitors. The scene changes to a bustling, noisy market. Another tiger was standing in the courtyard stretching. Other tigers were constantly massaging it with admiring eyes, saying, grandfather, let me massage your shoulders. Grandfather, have some energy drink. Grandfather, wipe your face. Inside, Duan Muyu tactfully said, the head of Baiyi's sect, Mu Huai, has brought the entire sect to register. We pay our respects to Elder Dan and the sect leader. Another person also said, the Shengheng Xing Courier Agency has brought the whole family to register. We pay our respects to Elder Dan. Dan Tai happily returned the greeting. Please come in, please come in. It's wonderful that all the sect leaders have personally led their entire sects here. A sect leader tactfully praised. The Flying Immortal Sect represents justice. We must come. Whether the 9 Lives realm can restore its peaceful days or not, it all depends on the Flying Immortal Sect. It depends on Elder Dan. He replied, you flatter me. This Dan is not worth mentioning. It's all thanks to our sect leader Kang's divine foresight. As he was speaking, he suddenly glanced vigilantly. Floodwaters surged into the streets, sweeping away everyone. No one could escape the fate of being submerged by the great waves. One lucky person struggled, half of their body emerging, coughing violently, recognizable as Great King Pan. He rumbled forward, asking in a warning tone, where are the 3 useless bitter demons? Witnessing this scene, the tigers were terrified and didn't dare to do anything to him for a moment. Bien Xie, who pointed forward and said, Great King Grandfather, that is Great King Pan. Initially, when the Demon King came to Tiger Fight Mountain to kidnap, he was the one who looted the most. Not only did he loot himself, but he also traded. The Tiger King angrily rotated his wrist, stepped forward and said through gritted teeth, I haven't even gone looking for him, yet he comes to my door. You 3 step back, watch me teach that turtle a lesson. Great King Pan saw the unfamiliar Tiger King in front of him, paused for a moment, and asked, is it the 3-eyed tiger? It warned, you know its grandfather now, so get lost quickly. Great King Pan's face was full of greed. He immediately ordered, catch those 3 useless ones for me. Catch the 3-eyed tiger for me. His subordinates replied, yes. A tiger stepped forward to remind, Grandfather, be careful. Great King Pan is the Great Pan Turtle of the Deep Abyss Realm. Although his cultivation foundation is much inferior to yours, he was born with the ability to cultivate water and earth techniques different from you. The 3-eyed tiger replied, I know. Great King Pan twisted his neck vigorously to warm up, confidently saying, after defeating you, the title of the 12-cave Demon King will be mine. It stuck out its tongue, looking extremely terrifying. Then it said, it's my turn to make a move, right? As soon as it finished speaking, it immediately spat out an extremely powerful stream of water towards the 3-eyed tiger. Seeing the opponent's confidence, the 3-eyed tiger angrily shouted, where did you get that illusion from? The 2 streams of water and fire power directly confronted each other, creating an extremely intense battle. Although others outside were not participating, they were still affected by this fierce battle. In Dagu Continent, Changtian Realm, Satian Gate, someone rushed into the palace. That person knelt down and paid respects. Sect leader, elders, Yun Lingzi from Yunba Sect has come to seek an audience. Among the 3 inner elders of Satian Gate, the one named Feng Ming Bai smiled, half closing his eyes to observe. It seems there has been progress in the matter at Ping My Continent. Yun Lingzi from Yunba Sect replied, Elder Feng, our Yunba Sect at the arena area in Ping My Continent. Interrupting himself, he continued, has lost. This statement shocked those above, making it hard for them to believe. Lanling Venerable explained that Manhwa Immortal Sect was formerly a small sect in Xianghua Realm, with decent strength. Later it changed its name to Manhwa Sect. In the entire human world, it wasn't outstanding. But when the time comes, the rise of the strong happens in the blink of an eye. She recounted, years ago, there was an outer disciple named Tang Wei who, due to poor aptitude, was expelled from Manhwa Sect. Both his career and love life were shattered. The man at that time helplessly sighed, 35 in Hunan, 35 in Hebei. This Tang looks down on the poor and lowly. The Venerable continued, who would have thought that this brilliant Tang Wei would be the greatest son of the heavenly way in the past 100 years? No one knows what opportunity he obtained, but he mastered a set of lost supreme skills. His strength increased dramatically, continuously turning the tables. He challenged Manhwa Sect, defeating many experts, from inner disciples to elders, and even the sect leader. She continued to recall, afterwards, Tang Wei took over as the sect leader of Manhwa Sect and renamed it Wanhua Immortal Sect. From then on, Wanhua Immortal Sect rose like a kite in the wind, becoming the #1 great sect in the human world. Kong Chung listened attentively, scratching his nose, feeling it was too cliché. He sighed, this guy's storyline is really melodramatic. He grinned and put his hand on Duan Muyu's shoulder, provoking. It's a good opportunity to quell their prestige. Let those like Yanhe Sect know who the real boss of Sanshio Realm is. His eyes lit up as he replied, Ancestor, you mean? Kong Ching answered, who do you plan to send for this match? Duan Muyu grinned and replied, Duan Mu Zichio. We plan to have Duan Mu Zichio participate. After saying this, he immediately turned and ordered someone. Summon Zichio to meet the ancestor. Duan Mu Zichio quickly obeyed the order and arrived. He bowed his head in respect. Greetings, ancestor. As he raised his head to look forward, he suddenly froze. Zichio stared blankly at Ji Ling Han standing in front of him. His eyes couldn't help but stare. His entire face suddenly turned as red as a tomato. Muyu noticed his prying eyes and immediately gave him a slap, scolding loudly. What are you pretending to be dead for? That's Elder Ji. Don't tell me you want to consider her as your potential match. Kong Chung raised his hand to stop him, saying, You're Duan Mu Zichio, right? Come here. He patted Zichio's head. The system immediately issued a notification, upgrading target's foundation. Duan Mu Zichio. Level 5 Foundation, Level 4 Foundation. Consumed 6,500 points. Upgrading target's cultivation. Duan Mu Zichio Spirit Platform, 2nd Stage, Heavenly Mandate 2nd Stage. Consumed 5,000 points. Upgrade successful. Current points, 105,203,935. After completion, Zichio immediately knelt down to thank the ancestor. The ancestor's blood pressure increased. Kong Chung held up a sword and asked, Do you still remember this? Muyu answered blankly, Isn't this the Duan Mu family's heirloom, the blood transformation sword? Realizing his slip of the tongue, he broke out in a cold sweat in fear, hurriedly correcting himself. No, it's the blood transformation sword, the treasure of the flying immortal sect. Kong Chung put his hand on his shoulder and said, If this blood transformation sword is the Duan Mu family's heirloom, now it's returned to its rightful owner. You take it. Muigriku excitedly exclaimed, Ancestor. He was about to accept it, but felt something was off, lowering his head to think. He reminded himself, No, this must be a test. Thinking of this, Muyu firmly said, Duan Mu Huang was unreasonable and even plotted to assassinate you with it. His death was well-deserved. It's only natural that you, ancestor, should keep this blood transformation sword. Kong Chung reluctantly patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't be so tense. To tell you the truth, this blood transformation sword actually belongs to Elder Mac Tran. He nearly lost his life when descending from the immortal realm, and it was thanks to this blood transformation sword that he barely managed to survive. It was your ancestors and Duan Mu Huang who recommended him to serve under me. You all have benefited quite a bit from this connection. After hearing this, Muyu bowed his head in gratitude. I wouldn't dare. The heavenly way has its own arrangements. It turns out that heaven created us precisely so that the immortal elder and you, ancestor, could obtain what you should have. Kong Chung, exasperated, immediately shoved the sword to Muyu and advised, All right then, it's not for you, it's for the young ones. He, out of fear, strongly refused, grinning, Oh, no need. He turned to Zichio and said, Kid, you take it. Muyu finally had to compromise, reminding Zichio, If that's the case, then take it. Hurry and thank the ancestor. Zichio obediently replied, "Thank you, ancestor." Kong Chung stroked his head and said, "Ahem, Duan Mu Zichio. From now on, the blood transformation sword is your magical treasure. Take it and win the battle. Teach Yin Sect a lesson." Zichio knelt down, his head touching the ground in respect, and replied, "Thank you, ancestor, for your grace. This disciple will certainly not disappoint you." In the human world, Kahung County, Shangchuan Prefecture, 9 Lives Domain. Panda Wang appeared, covered in wounds, angrily saying, "It really is the 12-cave Demon King." The little tiger rotated its wrist, smirking and replying, "Humph, you bastard. Now that you know the difference, hurry up and crawl over here for me." It then thought to itself, worried about not being able to win. Turns out it's just this. "Made me worry for half a day." Panda Wang replied, "I'm not stupid enough to think that just relying on attribute counters is enough to defeat you. I still have a trick up my sleeve." After saying this, it immediately deployed the treasure Golden 10,000 Tai Jade Round Pearl. This scene stunned the little tiger. It wondered, isn't that the Golden Dragon King's treasure? It angrily shouted, "You bastard. You really can do any despicable thing. Not only human trafficking, but also stealing." Panda Wang didn't care at all, happily putting the ring on its head. In an instant, a strange light radiated out, hurting the eyes of those who saw it. Little Tiger exclaimed, "The pressure is too strong. This time we're in trouble." It angrily turned to instruct Dan Tai. "Quickly return to the sect and report to the sect leader. Invite him here to save us. I can't withstand this attack." Dan Tai accepted the order and immediately turned to run back, replying, "Yes, yes, I understand." Three-eyed Tiger looked at the situation and gritted its teeth, thinking, "Damn it, it's too late." Panda Wang, after putting on the ring, seemed to become a different person, its face revealing a demonic expression, laughing loudly. "Die. Ha ha ha. The second to last title among the 12 Cave Demon Kings is mine for sure. Ha ha." Suddenly, the ring on its head flew off. Panda Wang was stunned, panicking as it jumped up trying to grab the ring. On the other side, Three-Eyed Tiger was holding a glowing golden ring. Seeing this scene, it wondered, this thing, why was it attracted to me? Three-Eyed Tiger held the ring in its hand, happily wondering, what's the principle here? Panda Wang fearfully retreated, shouting, "What have you done?" Three-Eyed Tiger looked at the jade on the ring, surprised, and said, "The aura emanating from this is very familiar." It thought for a moment, then put it on its head. Suddenly, Three-Eyed Tiger opened its eyes wide in surprise, its whole body radiating extraordinary power. It said loudly, "Ah, I feel full of strength." It stepped towards Panda Wang, mocking, "Ha, you bastard. Still want to be one of the 12 Cave Demon Kings. Prepare tutti." Panda Wang fearfully curled up, lying flat on the ground, hugging its head and saying, "Wait, great tiger, spare me. I'm willing to be your ox or horse, just begging you to spare my life." Three-Eyed Tiger looked at it and thought, if I give it to the sect leader, I might successfully win their favor, and I won't need to be a mount myself. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, it reached out its hand and spewed fire towards Panda Wang. The turtle fearfully cried out, "Great tiger, stop, spare me." Suddenly there was a swooshing sound, and a large pearl flew out of Panda Wang's mouth. It fell to the ground crying out, "I'm surely dead." Three-Eyed Tiger held the pearl in its hand, reminding, "I've only refined 80% of your cultivation, leaving 20% for you. You won't die." A few minutes later, Panda Wang suddenly transformed, changing into the form of the Mount Great Pan Turtle. Those around who saw this scene were all shocked with their mouths agape, exclaiming, "Panda Wang has just revealed his true form like that. He's been completely subdued." The people around immediately bowed their heads in respect. Hamhung Town of 9 Lives Domain, Back Deep Sect of 9 Lives Domain, Tiger Form Gate of 9 Lives Domain. Only the Tiger family is the best. Only the Flying Immortal Gate is the best. Only Elder Dan is the best. At the Duan Mu family, 5 Am Prefecture, Kong Chung was talking to Duan Mu Yu. He stroked his chin and said, Furthermore, you said that your family's traditional methods are too inferior." Suddenly, he froze as the system notification sounded. Kong Chung, the follower Three-Eyed Tiger, has performed an extreme counterattack. 1,311,400 points. Current points 106,515,335. Displaying the effect of following Three-Eyed Tiger. Added 917,560 points. Current points 107,432,895. Branch mission activated. Branch mission, Revitalize the Tiger Clan. Three-eyed fierce Tiger King becomes renowned in 9 lives domain. Branch mission has progressed. Reward 12 million points. Current points 12 million points. Seeing that number, Kong Cheng's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, "Excellent, Little Tiger is the best. Little Tiger 8386. He immediately ordered an upgrade. The system accepted the command and announced, System upgrade. System level 19. System experience, not over 50, 00000. Current points 4,432,895. Current skills, Resurrection 3 by 1 day. Random survival plan. Consume points to forcibly upgrade target to a higher realm. Target has a 1-month cooldown. Host can consume points to transform into any target. 3-day cooldown. Host can consume points to upgrade target's quality. Bone quality. 1-day cooldown. Save others. Host can consume points to save any target. Kong Chung was passive. If the host relies on followers to resolve crises, they can receive additional point rewards. Creator of all things can consume points to create inanimate objects. No cooldown. Store open. Point discounts when buying items in the system. Next level time reversal. Can consume points to reverse time and return to the past. Note that the number of points consumed will be determined based on the time period shifted. Kong Chung saw this notification and happily thought, let's see what good things there are for me. Suddenly he paused, saying, the cold sky sword technique coincided. He looked at the notification board again, pondering for a moment. What does manual update and store upgrade mean? The system answered the host's question. Manual update means you can consume points to forcibly refresh the store, update and add new goods to fill empty slots. If it's full, the oldest goods will be removed. Upgrading the store requires a fixed number of points. Each upgrade will add 1 more item slot. Answering the host's 2 questions, a total of 1,000 points deducted. Current points 4,310,895. He turned his head and said, just now you said that your family's inherited skills are not proficient, being inferior everywhere, right? Duan Muyu replied tearfully, yes. Yenny's sect has very powerful fire sword techniques. Our Yuquan Feng Miao sword, even if the user is 3 minor realms higher than them, is still suppressed by the opponent. The more he spoke, the louder he cried, sobbing as he continued. Years ago, when you destroyed the 8 Clouds Palace and the Imperial Qianxing, Elder Ji and Elder Shui also let us try the 8 Clouds sword technique and the Turtle Dragon sword technique. But our quality is dull, accustomed to practicing spell systems. Practicing other spell systems is almost like starting from zero. Several elder disciples were so eager for quick results that they almost went in a chi deviation. Kong Chung decisively made a purchase. The system announced, current points 4,351,895. He held the book in his hand and gave it to Duan Muyu, saying, take this and practice it. The old man exclaimed as soon as he saw the book. That's one of the strongest ice-based sword techniques in the human world, the Cold Sky sword technique. Kong Chung looked at the book in bewilderment, wondering, the strongest ice-based sword technique in the human world. Is this thing so easily obtained? He looked at Duan Muyu encouragingly. That's perfect then. You all take it in practice. Especially you. Every time you enter an opportunity, you must make sure to practice. Try to master this skill when you encounter opponents from Wanhua Xian Zone. Don't let people from the Duan Mu family look down on our flying immortal gate. He was moved to tears and replied, yes, thank you, ancestor. I will follow your teachings. At Wei Mo Prefecture, Buzhou Province, Intelligence Domain, Mo Chun and Ning Ning looked around. She wondered, is this really the intelligence domain? It's so suffocating. He added, neither people nor things, it's really nostalgic. He stroked her and said, I remember back then, it was in this Buzhou province that I entered the Mystic Gate and learned a set of dark magic skills. It feels like just yesterday. Suddenly, a force flew in from somewhere. Ning Ning shouted alertly, Master, be careful. Both were caught off guard by the sudden attack and couldn't resist. Emochin was stripped naked by this move and even spat out white gas from his mouth. Ning Ning angrily shouted, who is it? 2 mysterious people descended from the sky, opening their mouths to say, this little mouse who only knows how to run away. A coward like you also wants to compete for the position of number 1 male pet. The other person angrily shouted, what? You can't even fight us for a moment, so don't say anything more. Ba Luo saw you and directly called you a good horse. That mysterious person charged forward, using the tie by Ma spear technique. The other person angrily cursed, bastard, if you have the skills, don't run. This person is the peak of intelligence domain, named Du Feng. He asked, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The other person is the peak of Fire Sea, intelligence domain, named Wang Lu Fei, replied, "Try my ghost fire technique. With this level of skill, why do you still need to run?" Du Feng smiled and replied, "I've been waiting for you." "Waiting for what?" he said coldly. "Feel the despair in this mist." As soon as he finished speaking, the area around Du Feng suddenly darkened. A force continuously surrounded him. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Du Feng coughed and wondered, is dark magic this domineering? He shouted loudly, "Who is it?" Wearing only a pair of heart-patterned swimming trunks. "Damn dog, give me back my clothes." Du Feng was stunned and replied, "Are you blind? What does it have to do with me?" Ning Ning suddenly appeared behind him, calling, "Master." The peak of Kuan Di Delong, intelligence domain, named Zhu Si, suddenly appeared from somewhere. He laughed and said, "This is called being greedy for immediate benefits and forgetting the danger behind. Strength is only part of it. Schemes are equally important." After saying this, he landed on the ground. At this time, Mo Chen's whole body was smoking. Even his pants were gone. He angrily gritted his teeth. Zhu Si stepped back in surprise, wondering, how is this possible? Taking a hit from my roaring thunder and not being affected at all. Who exactly are you? Mo Chen quickly appeared in front of him, his eyes emitting an extremely terrifying light. He threw a punch, immediately smashing Zhu Si's head into the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Lu Fei opened his mouth and said, "Just one punch subdued Zhu Si. This person's cultivation is probably not inferior to the 3 saints of Jushang, not to mention the intelligence domain. Even in the human world, we've never heard of such a master." Mo Chen stared at him with murderous intent. He fearfully stepped back, saying, "Wait, if you have the skills, wait for me to come down." Mo Chen stood still, waiting. His expression was still extremely terrifying. As soon as he set foot on the ground, Wang Lu Fei immediately knelt down and bowed. "Greetings, great master, spare my dog life." The 3 of them knelt down like this, too ashamed to raise their heads. Mo Chen quickly put on his clothes and looked at them, saying, "Speak, what's the current situation in the intelligence domain? Why were the 3 of you fighting?" Wang Lu Fei rushed to speak first. "Great master doesn't know. Our intelligence domain borders the demon realm and the underworld. It's never been peaceful. Before, there were 3 elders from Panxian Valley. Even people from Jushang knew they were no match for them, so they were also very restrained." He recalled the past events, continuing, "But not long ago, those 3 elders went to seek revenge on a friend, and as a result, they were killed with a punch by a peak expert from the Tianling domain. Since then, the intelligence domain has had no top experts, and the little ghosts began to compete for the title of #1 expert in the intelligence domain." After listening, Mo Chen asked him, not focusing on cultivation, but instead competing for empty titles. With insufficient cultivation, what's the use of having the title of #1? Du Feng finally replied, "The intelligence domain is very complex and chaotic. Whether one can obtain cultivation resources or not largely depends on reputation. Some people are revered, and reputation can create a gap with others." He pointed behind him and said, "For example, this guy, his real name is Wang Wei. Because he wanted to ride on the reputation of the top expert Fire Sea Wang of the intelligence domain, he gave himself the name Fire Sea and changed his name to Wang Lu Fei." Wang Lu Fei angrily shouted, "You." He said, "Why aren't you afraid of who I am? Who leaked my secret to you?" Du Feng smugly replied, "Who told me?" "Of course it was." Suddenly he froze. "No, wait." He angrily turned around, pointing at Zhu Si and shouted, "I said, why were you so kind to leak intelligence to me?" So it was to take advantage of me and him being injured. The 3 of them jumped up and started fighting, all saying, "I'll risk my life with you." Seeing this scene, Mo Chen helplessly said, "What kind of people are these? No wonder people say the intelligence domain is the #1 cesspool in the human world." He stepped forward to stop them, shouting, "Stop. No more fighting." The 3 who were fighting were all seriously injured and quietly stood in a line. Mo Chen angrily shouted, "See who dares to fight arbitrarily again. That is disrespecting me. Tell me, who's in charge of the intelligence domain now?" Wang Lu Fei replied, After the three elders of Jushang died, currently there are two strongest people in the intelligence domain. One is Fire Sea Wang Lu Fei of Sanshi Li, with early-stage Saint Realm cultivation. The other is Jia Tian Hong of Diming Palace, who has reached the peak of entering Saint and moreover has very high innate talent. Imochen turned to Ning Ning and asked, "What are your chances of winning against them?" The little girl replied, 70%. Imochen introduced, "Listen carefully. She is Elder Lin Ning of the Outer Sect of Flying Immortal Gate, Tian Ling Domain, West Zhongling Continent. From now on, she will replace the position of the #1 expert in the intelligence domain." What Jushang? 3 saints. The three were shocked and asked themselves, what? The little girl is just a child. Hearing this, Imochen said, "Ning Ning, demonstrate a bit." The little girl stood in place, just lightly raised her 2 hands, and an invincible force manifested. Seeing this scene, the three were extremely frightened and immediately kowtowed, saying, "Greetings, Elder Lin." Imochen said, "All right, now you 3 listen to my arrangements. Lead us to find." At Sanshi Li, Mo Shi Prefecture, Chaoying Continent, Intelligence Domain, someone was entering. It was Tang Wei, who arrogantly said, "Indeed, the cultivation suppression here is unbelievably strong." Behind him was a large shadow, the grandfather who always followed Tang Wei. Only Tang Wei could see this shadow open its mouth and say, "The old man was not wrong. Your cultivation here is suppressed almost to the Saint Realm. You must be careful." A loud voice rang out, "Who is so bold?" Fire Sea Wang Lu Fei rose from under the water surface and said, "Daring to intrude into my Sanshi Li." He stood on the shore and replied, "I am Tang Wei, the sect leader of Wanhua Xianzong, Xianghua Domain." Lu Fei opened his mouth and asked, "Are you Tang Wei of Wanhua Xianzong?" He replied, "Since you know my reputation, hurry up and submit." Lu Fei quietly swam to the shore. He walked up to Tang Wei, his transparent face emitting a terrifying light. Lu Fei decided to give this guy a punch to vent his anger. Tang Wei was caught off guard and retreated, angrily looking at him. Lu Fei smugly said, "I guess you've also discovered. Our intelligence domain borders the 3 realms, with suppression almost to the level of the realm boundary. On my territory, no matter how strong you are, you have to bow your head before me." Tang Wei replied without fear, "That's right. The suppression rules have reduced my cultivation to only the peak of entering Saint. But don't forget, Wanhua Xianzong, the resources I can mobilize are not something you alone can compare to. Not even the entire intelligence domain can compare." He extended an invitation. "Join me, and we both win. If not, I'll make you lose your soul every day." Lu Fei still arrogantly replied, "Stop boasting. If you really had that ability, the intelligence domain would have long been taken by you. I've also heard that you even lost the 9-life beast to a turtle from the science realm. It seems your heavenly fate is about to run out." Lu Fei warned, "Get lost, stop talking nonsense, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Tang Wei clenched his fists, angrily cursing, "Bastard." The grandfather behind him reminded, "Don't get agitated. In your current state, it won't be easy to defeat him. Let's retreat for now, prepare again, and come back later." A voice sounded behind him, "Be reasonable. Don't try to scare people." Imochen suddenly appeared, saying, "You like to press your hot face against other people's cold butts, and still don't know better. Get lost quickly. I'm even embarrassed for you." Tang Wei turned around, angrily asking, "Who's this nobody, daring to be so disrespectful?" The grandfather behind him said in shock, "Wait, he is." The grandfather muttered, "Dark shit, immortal Lord Mo Chun." Tang Wei turned his head and asked, "What's that?" The grandfather recalled, "A demonic cultivator who practices dark immortal arts. He was once my enemy in the great immortal realm war. I took advantage of official business for personal revenge, gathered a group of immortal Dao cultivators to attack him. He nearly died and fell to the mortal world." He angrily remembered, "I originally intended to kill him, but this cunning dog used demonic energy, half-life immortality technique to ambush me. Luckily, I kept my life. But because of his attack, I was demoted to the lower realm. He lost his main soul, originally couldn't live long in the mortal world, probably used demonic energy, half-life immortality, and immortal status as a price to barely survive. Montag Chen stot besiede, Smiling Zinesteli." Tang Wei said again, "If that's the case, I'll finish him off here, avenge you." The grandfather immediately stopped him. "No, He analyzed, looking at his current recovery state, he definitely didn't just eat one spirit seed human flower pill. Look at those two people. Spirit seed human flower pills are now treasures among treasures, even extremely precious in the immortal realm. See that young lady beside that old man. She has hidden royal bloodline. This girl has given him 2 human flower pills. This young lady must also be a heaven-chosen child rarely seen in 100 years. He reminded Tang Wei. Moreover, his aura is probably not inferior to yours. Tang Wei replied, then we can't leave her behind. The grandfather explained, she is a dark system demonic cultivator, suitable for the attributes here, having all the advantages of timing and terrain. We can't beat her. Tang Wei still insisted, letting a tiger back to the mountain will cause endless trouble. The grandfather conjured a glowing firefly, saying, don't worry, watch my immortal technique. He gently blew a breath, and the firefly flew up high. Chen on this side had lost all patience, asking, what trick are you secretly up to? Got split personality. The firefly obediently flew to behind Ning Ning's back. At this moment, Tang Wei finally spoke. Ghost Fire King, since you don't give face and don't want the top-tier opportunity delivered to your mouth, I won't force you. He quickly flew away, bidding farewell under everyone's surprised gazes. Lu Fei here revealed a sinister smile, saying, he ran away. Tell me, what intentions do you have coming here? Want to challenge me too? Chen answered without hesitation, submit. Lu Fei heard this and felt itchy all over. Haha, do you know who just ran away? Chen still confidently said, whoever wants to submit can submit. Lu Fei loudly boasted and warned, he is Tang Wei, the famous sect leader of Manhwa Zone. So what? Wasn't he still chased away by me? You bunch of independent cultivators, where did you come from, daring to show off here? Chen stood with folded arms and laughed loudly. Haha, he called, Ning Ning. Ning Ning stepped forward, a powerful force surging up like a tsunami. Lu Fei also refused to be outdone. He said, dark system magic, haha, who gave you the confidence to think you can beat me? After saying that, he cast a bright fire magic, a dazzling blue light striking towards Ning Ning. Ning Ning covered her eyes, but in an instant returned to her original state. The little girl prepared to cast another move. The 3 people following Chen were extremely shocked, falling backward with their faces up, wondering what that was. Lu Fei looked at Ning Ning and asked puzzledly, Heavenly Light Barrier. He looked at the little girl and asked, who exactly are you? How do you know the intermediate dark system, defensive magic, the long-lost treasure of the intelligence domain, Heavenly Light Barrier? Ning Ning continued to attack. Using just a little strength, she was able to block Lu Fei's powerful move. He angrily used even stronger flames. Du Feng, Wang Lu Fei, and Chu Si widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, falling backward with faces up, exclaiming that the fire could even suppress the Yin Ming fire of the Fire Sea King. Lu Fei spoke, suddenly attacking me like that, young lady, you do have some skill. But he suddenly became enormously large, continuing, don't think that just because you've picked up some lost secret cultivation technique, you can be invincible under heaven. Chu Si sighed. It's appeared, the final ultimate form of the Fire Sea King. I'm afraid it's not good. After all, there's still a big realm difference. In the end, she's still no match. Chen on this side smiled sinisterly. He secretly practiced his move behind, ready to attack at any moment. Lu Fei thought victory was already within reach, suddenly froze, and asked himself, what's happening? He looked around in confusion. A cry of 7 saints echoed in the vast space. He fell to the ground, continuing to cry out, ah, spare me, spare my dog's life. Chen asked smugly, well, do you submit? Lu Fei nodded repeatedly. I submit, I submit, I submit. Chen turned and reminded Ning Ning, all right, let him go. He called Ning Ning. At this moment, the little girl still hadn't returned to her normal state, her eyes flashing electricity, the corners of her mouth curled up. Chen hurriedly called, hey, Ning Ning, that's enough. The girl turned her head, using eyes as sharp as knives to look at him. But in an instant, Ning Ning returned to her innocent appearance. The little girl said, I lost control a bit just now, sorry master. Lu Fei on this side fainted, foam coming from his mouth. Du Feng came to help, sighing. If you had said you submitted earlier, it would have been over. Why did you have to take the beating? Chen stood beside looking at Ning Ning, thinking, this little Ning Ning has high aptitude, but her temperament has cracks. truly good material for demonic cultivation. Lu Fei woke up and said, defeating me is not enough. You still have to overthrow Yin Chang to be considered number one in the intelligence domain. Someone asked him, is he more formidable than you? Lu Fei replied, although my cultivation is only inferior to the 3 saints of absolute frost, if I were to really fight to the death with Yin Chang, I'm no match. Don't think his cultivation is only at the peak of entering sainthood, but his innate talent and foundation are extremely high. Not to mention me. Even if one of the 3 saints of absolute frost were to duel him alone, victory wouldn't be certain. Suddenly a voice called Lu Fei. Someone appeared, jumping down from above. He was Jia Tianhong, whose name is Yin Chang. He said, I regret it now. The title of number 1 in the intelligence domain must be contested. For your face, it's very disadvantageous to my future growth. Did the people from Manhwa Zone just come to seek cooperation with you? Lu Fei sat there and replied, the people from Manhwa Zone just left, but you don't need to chase after them anymore. Because for the title of number 1 in the intelligence domain, you shouldn't dream about it anymore. Yin Chang asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Lu Fei explained, the title of number 1 in the intelligence domain now belongs to her. You can't beat her. Yon tong loke towards Ning Ning, thinking to himself, this woman's foundation is not inferior to mine. Letting her survive will be a great threat in the future. Yin Chang burst out with power, declaring he wouldn't hold back. He quickly attacked towards the little girl, but after running a distance, he suddenly stopped. Yin Chang's eyes narrowed. He asked himself, my cultivation has been suppressed again. Mo Chun became more excited than ever. He ordered, Ning Ning, deal with him. The little girl instantly became fierce. Moments later, Yin Chang was severely injured, only able to sit there for others to take care of. Lu Fei said, fool, still arrogant. Emochin said happily, good, now is there anyone who doesn't submit? The remaining 5 people immediately kowtowed upon hearing this, foreheads touching the ground saying, we submit, we submit. Miss Lam Ning is now the big sister of our intelligence domain. Whoever doesn't submit, I'll be the first to not spare him. We only listen to Miss Lam Ning. The scene changes to another place. Kang Tan was sitting with a few young ladies at the moment. He laughed and said, ha, Ning Ning has also started. Down at the arena, the organizer's announcement rang out. Please welcome contestant Ran Fei from the Yin He Sect to the stage. The young lady named Ran Fei from the Yin He Sect quickly appeared. System notification. The Point Store has updated a new product. Please check. Kang Tan smiled after hearing this and said, it's finally updated. He happily looked at the notification again and said, ha, the observation skill received hasn't been upgraded yet. I must buy. Observation can use the observation skill to probe the target psychology. Kang Tan was delighted and thought, isn't this mind reading? Duan Mu Wu, sitting beside, called out, Ancestor, look, that's the strongest outer disciple that Yin Sect sent to participate in the competition, with a cultivation level of Dao Palace 3rd stage. He asked, what's Zisu's current cultivation level? Mu Wu stood up and answered, thanks to the ancestor's blessing, being able to cultivate in the full foundation grounds every day, Zisu now has reached the peak of heavenly mandate lifting stage. But compared to her, it's still a bit inferior. He firmly said, but with the blood transformation blade here, we will definitely win. Kang Tan smiled mischievously and thought, it's just right to try mind reading, see what this old man is really thinking. His eyes lit up, activating the observation technique. Looking at Duan Mu Wu, he was thinking at that moment, this won't do. Zisu is absolutely no match. What should we do now? Should I shamelessly ask the ancestor for more resources? Will the ancestor think we're useless? If we ask and still lose, what then? The ancestor didn't arrange this well. Isn't it clearly looking down on us? Should I secretly go behind the ancestor's back to ask Elder Ji for resources? Kang Tan, knowing these thoughts, thought, I didn't expect this old Duan Mu Wu to be so concerned about face. In this world where everyone is shameless, this is rare to see. He asked, where's Elder Ji? The young lady standing beside answered, does the sect master have any instructions? He replied, look, the Yin He Sect contestant has a cultivation level of Dao Palace 3rd stage. With Zisu's abilities, do you think there's a chance? Hearing him speak, Duan Mu Zisu opened her mouth. Ancestor, Zisu will definitely not disgrace the reputation of the sect and the ancestor. Please rest assured. Duan Mu angrily slapped Zisu, shouting, the ancestor and Elder Ji are talking. Who are you to interrupt? Ji Ling Han thought for a moment and replied, Zisu's foundation is ordinary. and her cultivation level is low. She's the most useless type of cultivator. Even with the blood transformation blade support, I'm afraid she's no match. Hearing her analysis, he inwardly cried, "Am I really that useless in your eyes?" She continued, "But fortunately, the opponent is not unbeatable. If we give Zissou a few more good spiritual items, there's still a slight chance of winning." Zissou beside also inwardly cried, "Am I really that useless in your eyes?" Ling Han smiled beautifully and said, "If there's not enough rice, there's still soup." She reminded, "But this time we didn't bring the warehouse with us. The best spiritual item in hand is probably my blue jade light immortal robe." Hearing this, Zissou blushed and thought, "Elder Ji, she doesn't mean to let me wear her clothes, does she? She really cares about me so much. I'm so happy." He thought about wearing Ling Han's clothes and sighed. "It's too blissful." Kang Tan helplessly stopped him. Stop, 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 stop. Our flying immortal sect strictly prohibits selling used items." He continued, "Isn't it just spiritual items? Let me see." Kang Tan stared at the ring on his hand. Ling Han curiously asked, "What's wrong, Sect Master?" He replied, "This damn compulsion. Last time when arranging the square-inch ring, it was clearly categorized. This ring only has hats." His expression turned cunning, and he continued, "But it's okay. I have my ways." Down at the arena, the announcement rang out. It can be seen that the basic skills of the Yin, his sect disciple, are still very solid. This kind of sudden attack, I believe most cultivators couldn't avoid. Ran Fei angrily raised her sword, the blade still burning. The commentator said, "Directly putting all force into one move so powerful. This is called a tiger's roar crossing the river." The audience below, affected by this attack, exclaimed, "Ah, such a strong aura." The commentator continued, "A killing blow, truly worthy of the strength of the leading sect in the 3 cultivation regions." Ran Fei turned around contemptuously, glancing at Kang Tan's group. He was stunned, thinking to himself, "Why does this young lady's glare carry so much resentment and killing intent? I don't remember offending anyone from the Yeni sect." Ran Fei said resentfully, "Duan Mu Zissou, I will absolutely not forgive you." The commentator announced, "Next, please welcome contestant Duan Mu Zissou from the Duan Mu family to face Chu Ding from the Earth Peak Tower." Kang Tan, standing nearby, asked, "Are you confident about this match?" He replied, "Ancestor, please rest assured. Except for Ran Fei from the Yin He sect, the other opponents pose no pressure." Kang Tan smiled. "Very good. Save your killing moves for the end. Don't reveal your true strength yet." Zissou stepped into the arena. As he passed by Ran Fei, Zissou suddenly stopped and turned to look at her. Ran Fei also turned to look at him with angry eyes. Zissou blushed embarrassedly and turned to enter the arena. He confusedly asked himself, "Why does this Yeni sect lady look so familiar?" The commentator spoke, "Both sides of the arena, please prepare. On that side is Chu Ding from the Earth Peak Tower." The announcement sounded. The match began. The female commentator enthusiastically said, "It has appeared the rare secret technique of Earth cultivators, Earth tunneling. Earth cultivators excel at Earth tunneling, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Opponents basically can't predict where they will emerge. But breaking this technique is also easy. Just fly into the air, and you can easily avoid it. This is also the reason why Earth cultivators are becoming fewer." The cultivators from Earth Peak Tower were extremely angry hearing these words. They stood up one by one to protest. "Don't slander Earth cultivators." "Damn it, is the host still playing the game of smearing Earth cultivators?" Protest against discrimination. This is blatant discrimination. Duan Mu Wu, sitting in the stand, shouted, "Zissou, quickly try the new move the ancestor taught." He replied, "Yes, yes, I know." After saying that, Zissou quickly performed the Cold Sky sword technique. With just one sword strike, he created a terrifying force that no one could control. After Zissou performed the Cold Sky sword technique, ice began to appear on the ground. Chu Ding refused to be outdone. He quickly broke through the ground and emerged, still practicing a move in his hand. Zissou frowned, his eyes full of killing intent as he stared at him. Then Zissou swung his sword, and a blue light appeared with it. As soon as he struck, Chu Ding was immediately frozen. Chu Ding, with an angry expression, unable to move, stood still in place, accompanied by the referee's resounding announcement. Chu Ding from Earth Peak Tower has lost the ability to fight. Duan Mu Zisu from the Duan Mu family wins. Thus, the finalist has been chosen. Zisu slowly withdrew his precious sword, his current expression looking extremely cool. The referee continued. Duan Mu Zisu from the Duan Mu family will face. At this moment, the camera turned to a beautiful red-haired girl. The referee introduced. So this is Ran Fei from the Yanni Sect. Players who want to buy food, please register quickly. The final match is about to begin. The female referee raised her hand. She stood between the two contestants in the arena. Zisu and the red-haired girl were notified. This is the final match of Zone 3 in the first human realm martial arts competition of the Flying Immortal Sect. The referee shouted loudly, "Begin." At this moment, Zisu was still smiling, calmly greeting. Meeting the red-haired lady, the face of the great sect, Zisu has offended. But he never expected that while he was calmly greeting, the red-haired girl had already become furious and charged at him like a rocket. Ran Fei gritted her teeth, raised her leg, concentrating all her strength into her legs. Just by looking, one could tell that her flames of hatred had begun to burn. At this moment, Kang Tan and Duan Mu Wu standing nearby witnessed everything and couldn't help but be shocked. Duan Mu Wu was so angry he seemed about to explode, shouting, "You fool, that's our enemy. Why are you being polite to her?" Finally, as expected, Ran Fei delivered a fatal blow to him. Zisu painfully collapsed to the ground. Kang Tan and Duan Mu Wu were certainly also extremely panicked. After attacking, Ran Fei panted heavily to recover her strength. The pitiful Zisu lay on the ground, his head smoking. Ran Fei looked as if she wanted to devour him alive, glaring at Zisu with fierce eyes. Kang Tan accidentally saw that look, his eyes widened and mouth agape. Well, what kind of grudge is this? His heart was full of doubts. But at this moment, he asked Duan Mu Wu, "Tell me honestly, has your grandson done something wrong to that young lady? This is absolutely problematic." After hearing this, Duan Mu Wu also had the same suspicion as him. He scratched his head and replied, I've never heard of anything like that." Outside in the arena, amidst the intense battle, the referee's voice rang out. Contestant Duan Mu Zisu seems to have lost the ability to fight. The first human realm martial arts competition of the Flying Immortal Sect, the quarterfinals of Zone 8, Chang Tianwu, is about to begin. The camera turned to the judges panel. She continued to introduce Organizer Flying Immortal Sect, Executor Sa Tian Sect. The female referee raised her hand to add, the executing unit Sa Tian Sect has over 600,000 years of history, specializing in two systems of wind and earth techniques. It is the leading sect in Chang Tian realm, with generous benefits upon joining. It has a long-term strategic cooperation relationship with the leading sect in the human realm, Manhwa Immortal Sect, possessing and able to mobilize large amounts of resources from Xianghua realm. Anyone in the three cultivation realms, Chang Tian realm, Nine Lives realm, who intends to join, please come to the sect's newborn area to register for the test after the match. As the referee announced, Xiang Heng seemed very angry, even gritting his teeth and frowning. At this time, another person wearing a brown robe, sitting in the VIP seat said, "Elder Xiang, you said letting the local sect organize this match would be fine, right? Look now, how much trouble and cost it has saved you." The man in blue angrily thought. That old man Lei Min Xieji from Guangping Prefecture has no good intentions, stealing all the reputation from our Flying Immortal Sect. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out again, drowning out the gloomy atmosphere. Next, let me introduce the participating contestants. In order, there are two men. The first is Dan Xin from Lei Min Xieji, Guangping Prefecture, followed by Niu Hong from Jinding Sect, Chongping Prefecture, and finally Lu Jie from Moyin Sect, Shaoxia Prefecture. Next appeared a black-haired girl wearing a gorgeous pink dress, introduced as, this is Duan Chan Chan, formerly a local cultivator of Changtian realm, now has joined the Flying Immortal Sect of Tianling realm. Just as this girl was being introduced, the audience suddenly fell silent. Some even began to whisper about her. The unpleasant words reached Shan Chan's ears. She angrily threatened, "Dare to threaten me. I'll make you amateurs lose everything later. Then the others began to enter the arena. As a result, they were successively defeated by this girl. Duan Chan won. The fate of the second person was no less tragic, still defeated. Duan Chan won. The situation of the third person was probably no better. Chan smiled triumphantly, raising her fist forward. Along with the referee's announcement, Duan Chan wins, advances to the finals. She stood there proudly, with the posture of a victor. The referee said, "Finally, it's time for the finals. Please welcome the challenger to the arena." So a black-haired young man, looking quite confident, stepped onto the stage. Inner disciple of Satian Sect, #1 talent in Changtian realm, Feng Zukai. At the same time, Xiang Hung still couldn't contain his anger. He was too resentful, muttering to himself, "Go up and fight a match. Win to be the champion, lose to be the runner-up." He cursed, "Shameless bastard, what kind of competition rules are these? Isn't this cheating?" In response to what was just said, Feng Mingbai said, "That's because we can't lose." Xiang Hung became even angrier after hearing this. He angrily scolded, "Being so confident, just wait to be slapped in the face." Back to Ran Fei and Zisu. At this time, Zisu was still motionless. The referee said, "It seems the winner has been decided." She stepped beside Zisu and started counting. 1, 2, 3. At this crucial moment, a loud voice called out, "Duan Mu Zisu." This surprised both the referee and Ran Fei. It turned out to be none other than Elder Ji. She stood there with her hands on her hips, scolding Zisu, "Get up quickly for the honor of the sect. Continue fighting." Unexpectedly, with just a few scolding words from Elder Ji, Zisu showed some reaction. Witnessing everything firsthand, Ran Fei was also stunned. Zisu no longer looked like before. He slowly stood up, his face gloomy, looking as if he was harboring a lot of hatred. Zisu opened his mouth and said no. Ran Fei looked at him in shock. Duan Mu Zisu had now transformed into a wild beast, shouting loudly, "I can't disappoint Elder Ji." Then Ran Fei exploded. She was so angry that she started crying. This bastard. She lunged at Zisu like a demon, tearing at him. She threw a powerful punch at his head. That gentle and affectionate punch sent him flying several meters away. Duan Mu Wu, sitting above, was startled. He stood up and shouted, "Use the ultimate move. Use the ultimate move the ancestor taught you." At this moment, Zisu suddenly came to his senses, hesitating for a moment. Then something strange appeared from the darkness. Its mysterious shape made everyone around gasp in horror. "What is that?" Ran Fei was also stunned. She opened her eyes wide to observe. It turned out to be none other than Zisu. Now he was wearing 4 colorful hats on his head. With eyes blazing and mouth wide open, he roared, "I absolutely cannot disappoint Ji Linghan." Indeed, there were 4 hats. He wore them in order. Level 7 Zihawen Guan Spirit Artifact, Level 7 Qing Guan Spirit Artifact, Level 6 Ha Shi Spirit Artifact, Level 8 Shifang Jin Bao Spirit Artifact. Elder Ji looked at him in surprise. Kong Cheng also rested his chin on his hand and said, At this moment, Kong Cheng stood up, angrily clenching his fists, frowning and gritting his teeth. "You little brat, you still dare to dream about our Xiao Ji." The scene shifts to Ran Fei at this time. She was burning with rage, grabbing her sword and charging forward, shouting at Zisu, "Ji Linghan, is Ji Linghan all you know?" The sword was about to touch Zisu's face. At this very moment, a blue light appeared, blocking the sword. Ran Fei was uncomfortable with this move, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Zisu gently waved his hand, easily knocking her away. Could the situation be reversed? Ran Fei sat on the ground, holding her face tiredly. She asked him, "Did a stranger hit me?" Not long after, she angrily stepped forward with her sword in both hands. "I must fight you to the death." An rang out, and the two rushed into battle. The fight would surely be intense. As for our Kong Chung, he fell into a state of confusion. He wondered what this was all about. Why was that young lady even angrier than himself? Kong Chung put his hand on his face. One eye suddenly lit up, activating observation skill. At this moment, Ran Fei was flying in the air. Looking at her expression, you can tell how angry she is, right? Let's go back to the past. About 15 years ago, in a place where many people gathered. Sanzuzim, Faizun, Plifete, Kinglan Mana, the Duan Mu family. This small assessment for the disciples of Qinglan Manor was very successful. After returning, everyone must continue to work hard in cultivation. Don't be lazy. At this time, Ran Fei's small figure was looking in amazement at Zi Su's handsome face. She looked at him for a long time, her face flushed with shyness as she called out Zi Su. Next to appear were two people. One was the head of the Duan Mu family, Duan Mu Huang. The other was the sect leader of Qi Ri Sect, Gui Yinjinren. Gui Yinjinren spoke first. Duan Mu family head, don't you think it's time we settle the matter of the marriage alliance between our two sections? Duan Mu Huang replied, Zi2 has indeed reached the age for marriage. The alliance between our two families, turning enmity into friendship, is also good for the cultivators of Qinglan Manor. So they called Zi Su and Ran Fei over. Zi Su, come here. Ran Fei, you come here too. Ran Fei innocently opened her eyes wide in confusion, but her face still carried a blushing expression. As for Zi Su, he stared at her blankly, full of confusion. Finally, the two looked at each other, too embarrassed to speak. Duan Mu Huang and Gui Yinjinren smiled, as if they had a bountiful harvest. Let's decide on this. Just choose a wedding date. At this moment, someone came in to report. The Flying Immortal Sect has arrived. The two people who entered were the elder of Qi Ri Sect, Fei Dongzhu, and the elder of the Duan Mu family, Duan Mu Che. Fei Dongzhu spoke first. You youngsters are really fickle, always arriving the latest. Duan Mu Che said, they're all from remote places, and on sealed lands too. How would they know about the announcement? A petite, adorable girl walked by, just happening to catch Zi Su's eye. The girl had a cute, sweet face. Zi Su was instantly infatuated upon seeing her. Seeing him like this, Ran Fei stood there dumbfounded, silently watching. Not long after that, at Qi Ri Sect, many people were practicing swordsmanship. A groan rang out. What did you say? Is it those Duan Mu bastards? An image of Ran Fei appeared with a bewildered expression, a huge question mark above her head. Time passed. Ran Fei was respectfully greeting the two sect leaders and the Grand Elder. She asked, Sect leaders, Grand Elder, why did you summon me? One of them replied, Duan Mu Zi2 already has someone else in his heart and doesn't agree to this marriage. It turns out Duan Mu has arranged for Duan Mu Zi Song to marry you instead. Do you have any objections? Then he showed Ran Fei a picture of Duan Mu Zi Xing. Seeing this young man with ordinary looks, she couldn't help but be surprised. Then she reluctantly asked about the reason. Z2 clearly likes me. I can feel it. Can you tell me who the person in his heart is? Is it the female disciple from Flying Immortal Sect? Hearing these questions, the two looked at each other in silence. Ran Fei had understood everything. I see. They looked at her like that, trying to comfort her. But it was useless. Don't be angry. This has been decided. Prepare yourself. We'll hold the ceremony on an auspicious day. Finally, on a moonlit night with a cool breeze, Ran Fei's small figure was using all her strength to climb over the high wall. She had clearly decided to run away. She turned back resolutely and said directly, I don't want to become a sacrifice for your marriage alliance. As a result, Ran Fei flew up into the air and left. Back to the present, Kong Chung was now furious. He burst out in anger, shouting loudly, I didn't expect this brat to be such an ungrateful wretch. Miss, hit him. This pale-faced scholar deserves to be sliced by 1,000 knives. What status does he have to be even worse than me? Now I understand that feeling. Kong Chung stood up and cheered enthusiastically, so much that Duan Mu Wu standing beside him turned his head in surprise. Z2 looked blankly at himself and the ancestor. Ancestor, why are you cheering for her? At that moment, Kong Cheng's face darkened, his eyes greedy as if wanting to devour Z2's day. He pointed at Z2's face resolutely and said, Look at who the lady in front of you is. Have you forgotten everything? Hearing this, Z2 also turned to Ran Fei, observing carefully, his heart full of doubt and confusion. At a glance, Ran Fei's beautiful face was filled with hatred. At this moment, the image of Ran Fei's small figure from years ago suddenly appeared. Z2 must have remembered. He paused and asked her, Ran Fei. Z2 recalled the past. He was bowing his head, speaking to Duan Mu Wu. Family head, Z2's heart already belongs to someone else. Hearing this shocking news, Duan Mu Wu couldn't help but get angry. He directly scolded Z2. Impudent. I have already reached an agreement with Gue Yinjinren. How can you say it doesn't count? Tell me, who do you like? Who could compare to Miss Ran Fei from Chi-Ri Sect? Z2 replied without hesitation. Miss G from Flying Immortal Sect. Duan Mu looked at him and asked, Ji Linghan. Then he secretly calculated an evil plan. That Ji Linghan has very good innate talent, truly a good seedling. The people of Flying Immortal Sect have low cultivation and haven't discovered it yet. Take this opportunity to have Z2 marry her, become a daughter-in-law of our Duan Mu family. In the future, give birth to a few children with excellent innate talent. In less than 100 years, our Duan Mu family will surely surpass Chi-Ri Sect and become the #1 great sect in Qinglan Prefecture. Having thought it through, he no longer scolded Z2, but instead went along with him, saying, all right, forcing it won't yield good results. In that case, I'll arrange for Zi Xing and Ran Fei to be a couple. Hey, you must treat Ji Linghan wholeheartedly. Absolutely do not make her angry, understand? Looking at Z2 kneeling below with a beaming face, he replied, thank you, family head, for your blessing. Z2 will never dare to disobey the family head's orders. Back to reality. After recalling the past, Z2 looked into Ran Fei's eyes and said, Ran Fei, I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. On the other side, Kong Cheng kept pleading for the pitiful girl. You even forgot the name of your first love. You are truly beyond saving. Z2 sighed softly and asked her, then you went to Yenny's sect, didn't you? Ran Fei, who had been holding back, refuted vehemently without hesitation. What else could I do? If I didn't go, would I have to marry a short, ugly, and useless little brother? At this moment, Duan Mu Zi Xing was shocked. Short, ugly, and useless. These seemingly simple words were like a sharp knife stabbing straight into his heart. Immediately after, Ran Fei mercilessly drew her sharp sword, pointing it directly at Z2's face and said, I risked my life to cultivate, becoming one of the strongest disciples of Yanhe sect. Just for the day, I could humiliate you to make you regret. Z2 suddenly covered his eyes with his hand, the dazzling aurora light blinding him. A figure with a red beard appeared, chuckling. Ha ha ha, the auspicious time has come. Ran Fei, even the heavens are helping us to strike quickly and win quickly. Hurry and kill the Duan Mu brat, go. It turned out that the owner of the red beard was the sect leader of Yanhe Sect, Qi Yin Daozun. He waved his hand, signaling to her. The person standing next to him was the elder of Yanhe Sect, Qi Zi Daozun. Kong Cheng was staring at that group of people, shouting loudly, Hey, what do you mean? Ordering your own disciple to kill her opponent. Qi Yin Daozun was not to be trifled with either. He arrogantly pointed and retorted, not just him. Today, even all of you will die here. Ran Fei, make your move. Duan Mu Wu suddenly spoke up to stop them. Wait, dangerous. Ancestor, something big has happened. He then realized something unusual, pointing to the sky. I said why they were so insistent on having the duel today. It turns out they had calculated that there would be aurora light today. Not understanding the situation, Kong Cheng calmly replied, so what about the aurora light? It's beautiful. Duan Mu Wu hurriedly turned to explain the reason. You don't know, but the sect-protecting grand formation of Yanhe Sect is called the Heavenly Circular Aurora Formation. This grand formation has a special characteristic. Wherever there is aurora light, it can summon the sect-protecting grand formation to attack from afar. Sure enough, countless figures appeared in the sky from nowhere. They began to hover, surrounding the entire arena. Realizing the situation was not good, Duan Mu Wu angrily said, damn it, it's just as I guessed. In the sky, Qi and Dao Zun and 3 others were forming a formation. He said smugly, we will form the first formation of the Heavenly Circular Aurora Formation. The people below were also affected by the dazzling light of Qi and Dao Zun and the others, taking turns to cover their faces with their hands. Ran Fei was no exception. She raised her hand to shield herself, speaking up to stop them. Dao Zun, please wait. Ran Fei can win. Please respect Ran Fei's wishes and don't take Z2's life. Hearing this, Qi and Dao Zun was clearly very angry. He frowned and directly refused Ran Fei. Ran Fei, don't interfere. Not a single person from the Duan Mu family or Flying Immortal Sect can be left alive. Ran Fei shouted back, I don't want to. I don't agree. I'm willing to die with Z2's day. Perhaps she still had feelings for this unfaithful man. Z2 couldn't believe she would do this and softly called out, Ran Fei. Qi Yin Dao Zun waved his hand. Perhaps he could no longer hold back. Then you can die together. As soon as he finished speaking, Z2 rushed in front of Ran Fei and instructed, "Hide behind me." She called out in disbelief, "Z2." He quickly drew his sword, preparing to fight, then unleashed his ultimate move, Cold Sky Sword Technique. Two enormous forces clashed head-on, fiercely struggling against each other. But the cruel reality was, accompanied by Z2's miserable cry. His Cold Sky Sword Technique couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces. Qi Yin Dao Zun, full of confidence, looked down contemptuously, not forgetting to mock. "With just heavenly mandate cultivation, you dare to block a strike from this grand formation. This strike is enough to take your life." He fell sitting on the ground. Ran Fei hurriedly ran over to check on him. The two embraced each other intimately, closing their eyes, waiting for death to come. "Ah, finally it's our turn to make a move." Kong Chung carried his sword and charged forward, even mocking Qi Yin Dao Zun. "You old fool, bullying the villain is no skill. Let's play with you a bit." He had approached the opponent. Qi Yin Dao Zun paid no mind, retorting, "What? Still, I thought you would hide behind the Duan Mu family seeking protection. Still want to run away? You've walked right into the trap." He smiled smugly, his face revealing a sinister expression. Extending his hand full of mysterious power, he shouted, "Kill." Duan Mu Wu below worried for him, shouting loudly, "Ancestor, quickly get out of the way." The heavenly circular aurora formation plus a strike empowered by heavenly timing. Even a Peak Saint Realm cultivator couldn't block it. A beam of light flashed, accompanied by a call for the ancestral sect leader. Then everything fell into silence. As the darkness gradually dissipated, Duan Mu Wu and the three girls anxiously called out, "Ancestor, is he all right?" Ji Ling Han chuckled softly to comfort them. "It's fine. The sect leader has been through this situation many times." Looking towards the arena, only a swirling gray smoke remained. A small soul flew out from the smoke. Duan Mu Wu and Ji Ling Han were hopeful, but the scene before their eyes left them in despair. Both exclaimed in horror, "He's been burned to ashes." The system notified that the host's death count was 1/3. Seeing Kong Chung turn into a pile of ashes before their eyes, Ji Ling Han and Yin Xiao Schweb both screamed in terror. Lan Ling immediately comforted them. "The sect leader will be fine. I've personally seen him die from body explosion before, only to come back to life moments later, perfectly unharmed." Duan Mu Wu couldn't help but shout angrily, "Qian, we have no grudges. Do you really have to be so ruthless?" Qi Yin Dao Zun sternly replied, "It's your own fault for not being smart and standing on the wrong side. Once I deal with you all, I can go claim my reward from the Dao Master." Then he laughed triumphantly. On the other side, the system display showed, host has died once, total of 3 times. Cause of death, killed by Grand Formation. Killer, Qi Yin Dao Zun, cultivators of Yanhe Sect. Creating survival plan? Please wait a moment. A moment later, the system display continued. Host cultivation level has been raised to Saint Realm 9th stage to ensure survival in the heavenly circular aurora formation next time. Seeing this situation, Kong Chung crossed his arms with a satisfied expression, saying what? Directly increasing cultivation level. It's been so long and still not revived. System, you do have some conscience after all. The system displayed again. Host is about to revive. A golden light is spreading in all directions. In an instant, Kong Chung came back to life. He stood at the position where he was killed. Kong Chung put one hand on his hip, pointing forward with the other, shouting, "Old dog causing trouble in the arena again. And you said you weren't more lacking in martial virtue than me." Faced with Kong Cheng's return, Qi Yin Dao Zun said in shock, "How is this possible? Wait, something's not right." He continued in confusion. He has Peak Saint Realm cultivation. Has he been hiding his strength all along? Under Kong Cheng's sharp gaze, as he drew his treasured sword, he confidently said, "Old dog, I originally didn't want to target your Yanhe Sect, but since you're being so vicious, that suits me just fine." He lightly swung his sword, using the skill, Heavenly Roar Rising Sunday. Immediately after, a strong light began to spread in all directions. Qi Yin Dao Zun couldn't see clearly, concentrating his power to prepare an attack. At the same time, he angrily shouted, "Bastard." Before the heavenly circular aurora formation could activate again, a powerful energy, like raging fire, surged forward. Kong Chen quickly created a shield to block the attack, immediately boasting, "This old man is now at Peak Saint Realm. Dealing with you lot is nothing." But before finishing his sentence, Kong Chung showed a bewildered expression, with a hint of fear and confusion, looking at the powerful energy continuously crashing towards him. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. He could only helplessly say, "Damn it. What do I do if I can't win?" In the blink of an eye, Kong Chung had already taken part of that attack. His body was continuously emitting black smoke. He clutched his chest angrily and said, "What the hell is this? Why can't I still beat them? Damn system, what kind of crappy plan did you come up with?" Chi Yin Daozun was now panting heavily, tiredly ordering, "We can't hold back anymore. Hurry up." After that, countless powerful energies like fire continuously struck Kong Chung from behind, causing him unbearable pain. Ascending fire sword technique. In an instant, Kong Chung fell to the ground again, his soul leaving the mortal realm. The system displayed, host has died 2 times, total of 3 times. Cause of death, beaten to death. Killers, Chi Yin Daozun, Chi Zi Daozun. Kong Chung now started to go crazy, cursing loudly. "Damn system. What kind of lousy plan did you arrange for me? Why have I been killed in such an embarrassing way twice in a row?" The system displayed another message, answering the host's question. After revival, the host's strength was sufficient to defeat the opponent. Being completely defeated by the opponent was due to the host's habitual arrogance, lack of combat experience, and reckless spirit. The host doesn't self-reflect, but instead blames the system, which is truly disgraceful. Seeing this, Kong Chung had nothing left to say and couldn't refute. The system continued to display, "Because the host is too stupid to ensure safety, we've arranged for the host to receive an immortal golden body talisman. When used, it grants an immortal golden body lasting for 5 minutes. System note, everyone who can understand me, I'm truly at a loss for words. The host is an idiot, clearly useless on his own, needing everything spoon-fed by this system, and still complaining he can't chew. I really appreciate the life-saving grace, but I just want to let him fend for himself." Seeing this, Kong Chung, in his anger, couldn't stop spewing flowery words. "Mother of *ing dog system. Stop acting. Learn something good." A line of text appeared. Host is about to revive. Chi Yin Daozun looked straight ahead. Kong Cheng's body had disappeared before his eyes, and he said smugly, "No matter how tricky you are, before the power of the heavenly circular aurora formation, I suppress everything. It's all meaningless." Kong Cheng quickly appeared behind him, holding a talisman in his hand, saying, "Old dog, you've made me lose face twice in front of many people." Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "How is this possible?" Lan Dizunzi, In Xiao Shui, and Ji Ling Han cheered in unison. "The sect leader is amazing." The sect leader indeed had an ace up his sleeve. That group still refused to give up. Chi Yin Daozun cast the formation while saying, then once again, heavenly circular aurora formation. At this moment, Kong Cheng's mouth curved into a meaningful smile. Then he quickly used the talisman in his hand. In an instant, his body transformed into an invulnerable state, able to withstand any amount of force. Chi Yin Daozun couldn't help but panic and say, "How is this possible?" Kong Cheng turned and called out, "Miss Ran Fei." She quickly shifted her attention to him. Kong Cheng smiled and made an extremely tempting offer. "How about you become the sect leader of Yanhe's sect? Are you interested?" Ran Fei was utterly confused and said what? Duan Muzi Su beside her wasn't much better off. Then Chi Yin Daozun angrily shouted, "Stop boasting. Who do you think you are? Able to meddle in our sex affairs?" Prepara tudi, Kong Chung said triumphantly. Fierce dragon remnant spirit go. A stream of force shot from his hand, looking like a dragon rushing forward. It continuously pierced through and coiled around each person in the opponent's formation. They kept screaming in fear. "What the hell is that? Get away from me." Someone in front said, uncomfortably disgusting. "What is that?" "It's disrupting the formation, and breaking our grand formation." Then Kong Chung used another skill. Wounded Dragon's Might. A red energy stream, resembling a dragon, appeared above. Both Chi Yin Daozun and Chi Zi Daozun had their cultivation suppressed. Lan Ling Zunja couldn't help but sigh. Such powerful pressure. Everyone's cultivation is being suppressed. Duan Mu Wu beside her clutched her chest in pain. Kong Chung used another skill, Wind Walking Cloud. It made his body fly into the air, leaving a hazy smoke trail on the ground. Then Kong Chung couldn't help but rejoice and say, "Facing my own abilities, this move I learned myself and haven't used before. Today is the first time. Old dog, you're quite lucky this time." time. The system displayed a notification, Bloodline Talent. Beginner Wind Walking Cloud has been activated. For every 10,000 meters of altitude gained, strength increases by 10%. Upper limit is 100%. Current altitude 40,000 meters. Strength increased 40%. On the ground, Chi and Dao Zun looked up, searching and curiously asking, "Where did that guy go?" The two people beside him also looked up in confusion. A voice came from the gray clouds. Celestial, immortal sun-facing sword technique. A giant sword carrying immense power immediately plunged downward. In an instant, it created an extremely earth-shaking explosion, accompanied by continuous miserable screams. Not only did an enormous force strike down, but the corpses of the Yin Sect people also fell like rain. Ran Fei exclaimed in panic. Sect leader. Elders. Kong Chung hovered in midair, with a black dragon following behind. He looked at them and said, "Miss Ran Fei, these people don't care about your life at all. They even wouldn't mind if you were buried alive with them. On the other hand, regarding becoming the sect leader of Yin Sect, what do you think?" Ran Fei stammered, "Ah." Seeing that she was still thinking about her answer, he turned and asked, "Zisu." Duan Mu Zisu suddenly called out, startled, and replied, "Yes, ancestor." Kong Chung said in one breath, "This young lady is wholeheartedly devoted to you, yet you scumbag, betray her feelings. I will arrange for you two to get married, and afterwards, you'll assist Ran Fei in managing all affairs of Yin Sect. From now on, be careful in your work. Don't be foolish. Also, don't think about using any of our family's little tricks." Hearing this, Duan Mu Zisu knelt on the ground, quickly replying, I wouldn't dare to have any disloyalty towards Elder Ji." After dealing with him, he turned to the others from Yin Sect and threatened, "People of Yin Sect, listen up. Chi and Dao Zun and other despicable ones, the era of playing sneak attack games has now been punished by me. Those without martial virtue, how can they lead Yin Sect to glory? Therefore, from now on, Ran Fei will become the sect leader of Yin Sect. Does anyone object?" That group continuously kowtowed and admitted their faults. We definitely submit. While Ran Fei still had a bewildered expression, they kept shouting loudly, "Greetings to sect leader Ran, greetings to ancestor Kong." Finally, they all obediently complied. Kong Chung landed on the ground and praised good. From now on, the Duan Mu family and Yin Sect will be joined by marriage. There will be no more major conflicts in Sansu realm. Cultivators from both sects must strive to cultivate diligently, working together to create a bright future for Sansu realm. Having resolved everything, he was now extremely excited. Let me see who else will give me points. He excitedly opened the system to check immediately. But Kong Cheng's face suddenly darkened. Frowning angrily, he said, "How can this be?" The scene shifts to another place in the human realm. Chongtian realm, the He Prefecture. Tuodeamiseon. Combat Arena Area. Chongtian realm, flying immortal sects first class. On this side is the young master of Satian Sect, Feng Zue Kai of Satian Sect, recognized as the #1 genius of Chongtian realm. With good innate talent and the resource support of Chongtian realm's #1 great sect, he has never failed in countless small tests. But today's opponent is not ordinary. Although her strength is very average, she carries many high-level spiritual items from the Flying Immortal Sect. Her name is Duan Shan, an outer disciple of the Flying Immortal Sect. Facing the opponent's underhanded tactics, can our young genius win? Let's wait for the battle to begin. As soon as Duan Shan heard the call, she made her move, swinging the sword in her hand. Tiang Xiao Suori Sword Technique. 3 sword chi strikes came down from the sword. These sword chi made the opponent Feng Zue Kai gasp for breath. Outside, in the commentator area, with flushed faces, were 3 inner elders of Satian Sect. Grand Elder Feng Ming Bai, Inner Grand Elder Feng Ming Lian, Sect Leader of Satian Sect Feng Ming Zi, and Duan Chanchan's master, Xiang Heng. Xiang Heng smugly said to them, "Well, did you still think you could win?" Feng Ming Lian immediately retorted, cheating and pretending like no one knows. Feng Ming Bai suddenly shouted, "Zue Kai, use your ultimate move." Xiang Heng puzzled, "Use the ultimate move." Feng Zue Kai took out several talismans. They were summoning talismans. He immediately burned all the talismans. Xiang Hung recognized it at a glance. The ultimate move is to summon something. Summoning beasts. The people from Tition Sect's inner circle seemed smug, having something in mind. Suddenly, they all vanished into thin air. Where are the people? Xiang Hung looked around in shock. Where had everyone gone? Just as he looked up at the stands, he saw a pitch-black mass. All the people, along with a group that must be from Tition Sect, had disappeared. What's going on? What are you all doing running onto the arena? Disrupting the match. Feng Ming revealed a sinister expression and said, "We're not disrupting the match. We and contestant Feng Zue Kai have signed a temporary Heavenly Dao contract. Now we are the contestants' summoned spirit beasts," he said to Feng Zue Kai. Duan Chan quickly retreated. Summoned spirit beasts. You're all so despicable. In extreme anxiety, she tried to stay calm. Tiang Xiao suri sur de technique full armor. The two had instantly teleported to her side. They were flexing their joints. The whole group simultaneously stood in a circle, forming a whirlwind that surrounded Duan Chan's entire body. 8 winds crushing formation. Xiang Hung was extremely worried. He shouted in desperation, "Foul play! Foul play!" The match ended. The poor girl was tortured by those villains to the point of crying out miserably, "Grandmaster, save me." Feng Mingzi said smugly to him, "Save you? Now it's hard to even save yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people in cahoots with him flew to Xiang Hung. "Old dog, you've done well. You've been ambushed early." 8 winds crushing formation. Xiang Hung couldn't defend in time. He could only angrily shout, "What are you doing? How dare you?" Before finishing his sentence, he was knocked to the ground by those strange whirlwinds and vomited blood. Duan Chan cried out heartbrokenly, "Master." But she no longer had the strength to resist the 8 winds crushing formation. She screamed in pain. Feng Mingzi laughed sinisterly and said, "Everyone here listen carefully. Xiang Hung of the Flying Immortal Sect disrupted the match midway, ignored warnings, and was therefore killed by our sect's protective formation. The result of this match is fair, reasonable, and follows the rules. Anyone who disagrees can step forward now." Men, the audience below could only watch in fear as Duan Chan was tortured by them, now lying barely alive in a pool of blood on the arena floor. Those people still showed no mercy, ordering the people of Tition Sect, "Men, take all the spiritual energy from her body, put it in the storage bag." Feng Mingzi said with a cunning expression, "This way we can help Sect Leader Dong rob all the assets of the Flying Immortal Sect and also get a lot of high-grade spiritual energy. It can be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Men, go invite Sect Leader Dong of Manhwa Xianzun. Report this good news to her." The system notification appeared. Everyone has made progress. The reward is 18 million points. Current points are 24,951.385 million points. Main mission, unify the 3 realms, own a sect. Become the famous Ming Pearl Yun Pearl Fei Yun Pearl. Subdue a sect. Sect level has reached sect leader level. Become the Ming Pearl of the 3 realms, Tianling realm, Jiushengwu realm, and Tongming realm. Those who followed Xiang Hung and Duan Chan have died. Kong Cheng saw this scene and was extremely angry. How can this be? At this moment, the pitiful master and disciple were lying on the arena. The atmosphere was as cold as ice. As soon as Kong Cheng heard the news, he quickly teleported there. Song Chuan looked at them, feeling indignant on behalf of the people of the Flying Immortal Sect. The system notification appeared. Resurrect Xiang Hung and Duan Chan time, less than 1 day. Consumed accumulated points reduced by 3,600. Successfully revived. Current points 23,947.19 million. Duan Chan woke up in a daze. Wasn't I killed by Tition Sect's protective formation? Xiang Hung had also come back to life. He explained to her, "Didn't I tell you, our sect leader has immortal magic, can resurrect others?" But as soon as she woke up, she looked at her whole body in horror and cried out, "Where are my clothes?" And all the spiritual energy is gone too. Kong Cheng scolded Xiang Hung. "What were you doing? A proper arena match. How did you let them be beaten to death?" Hearing these reproaches, Xiang Hung cried and complained to Kong Cheng. Those damn Tition Sect people, they must have seen that Chan had many high-grade spiritual items and became greedy. Not only did they cheat in the match, but they also wanted to greedily take our lives, truly unforgivably evil. The scene shifts to Tition Sect. By now, Xiang Hung had led Kong Cheng here to demand justice. "You bastards, you dare to rob our assets, kill people from my sect. I haven't even dug you out to pay with your lives yet. Kong Chung heroically drew out his legendary treasure sword. No need to waste words with them. I came here to dig up their ancestral graves. Kong Chung quickly made his move. Tian Xiao, Suo Ri, sword technique. The entire building was shaken violently by his attack. Chaos began inside. What's going on? Who dares to attack our sect? Someone came in to report to the sect leader. It's 2 people from the Flying Immortal Sect. Feng Mingzi asked, puzzled. Which 2 people? The person replied, the 2 we killed on the arena with our formation. He became even more confused. Weren't they already dead? The person could only answer, don't know how they came back to life, and they've brought along a very powerful cultivator. The 2 quickly went down to check the situation. Oh, who has come? Before their eyes appeared 3 people floating in midair. Kong Chung spoke, you are truly audacious. My Flying Immortal Sect kindly organized the arena, yet you not only cheated in the match, but also dared to kill our people. Is it too much for me to destroy your sect? Feng Mingzi quickly recognized Kong Cheng's identity. He is Kong Chung, the sect leader of the Flying Immortal Sect. Feng Mingzi revealed a shocked expression and said, Tianling Realm is tens of thousands of miles away. How could he arrive so quickly? Feng Mingzi shouted loudly, wait, I still have something to say. Kong Chung replied with a murderous gaze. What do you want to say? The 3 suddenly clasped hands and raised them high, the sky around them emitting a dazzling golden light, inviting the Dharma body of sect leader Dong. Kong Chung was blinded by the light to the point he couldn't open his eyes and had to cover them with his hand. What trick are you pulling? A young person appeared. He was Dong Wei, the sect leader of Wanhua Xian Zone. Didn't I say not to activate my Dharma body unless absolutely necessary? What's the matter? They hurriedly explained. It is absolutely necessary, sect leader Dong. People from the Flying Immortal Sect have come to attack us. Please help us, sect leader Dong. The 2 looked at each other, their faces confused. Dong Wei pointed at Kong Chung and said, you are that outstanding figure, sect leader Kong Chung of the Flying Immortal Sect. Another figure appeared. It was the old man who always followed Dong Wei, Wanhua Xian Zun, but only Dong Wei could see him. He reminded, this young man's foundation is very good, not inferior to the dark system cultivating girl we met in Tongming Realm. What's been happening these years? Why have so many children of the Heavenly Way appeared? Dong Wei only asked one question. So can we win this time? The old man began to explain. Before in Tongming Realm, we were at a disadvantage, didn't dare to make a move. But this place is considered our home turf. Might as well kill him here to eliminate future troubles. But Dong Wei still had some doubts. But now I'm only a Dharma body. My strength is not half of my true self. Does Xian Zun have a way to help me? He said proudly, don't worry, leave it to me. Not knowing what he did, a brilliant golden light radiated around Dong Wei. Immortal technique, star essence. Kong Chung was dazzled by the light and had to squint, stunned for a few seconds. What's going on? That group kept praising Dong Wei. Feng Mingzi gaped and said, sect leader Dong's Dharma body has turned into his true form. Is there such an immortal technique in this world? Feng Mingzi also chimed in. It's no different from instant teleportation. The disciples kept cheering. Long live sect leader Dong. With sect leader Dong backing us, what's there to fear from the Flying Immortal Sect? Kong Chung, with sect leader Dong here, let's see if you still dare to act recklessly. Dong Wei arrogantly said to his disciples, don't underestimate the opponent. His foundation and cultivation are on par with mine. To eliminate him, you need to use the Grand Formation to cooperate with me. Hearing this, they became even more excited, taking turns to insult Kong Chung. We'll follow sect leader Dong's arrangements. Kong Chung, you dog thief, accept your death. The old man calmly calculated, thinking to himself, such a delicious prey. The Heavenly Way is indeed helping me. After this old man and Dong Wei absorbed this young man's spiritual fortune, returning to the celestial realm is just a matter of time. His expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly pulled Dong Wei back and warned, wait, don't make a move. Dong Wei was happy, but hearing this, his face changed dramatically. What's wrong? He hurriedly explained, something's not right. I just calculated a divination. It's extremely inauspicious. We can't fight this battle. At this moment, he began to feel afraid. I've never seen Xian Zun so scared. What kind of background does this Kong Chung have? Kong Chung couldn't hold back anymore. He raised his treasure sword and performed a move. Tian Xiao, Suo Ri sword technique. His sword energy was about to engulf Dong Wei, but it was blocked. Immortal technique, ten tous en fluing flowers. Kong Chung was a bit confused, pausing for a few seconds. Huh, he thought to himself, being able to easily block my move like that, this Dong Wei is indeed formidable. Suddenly, many whirlwinds rushed towards him. Kong Chung was still dazed, Meanwhile, Dong Wei shouted in terror, danger. He warned the people of Sation Sect. Wait, don't. But it was too late. The 8 winds killing formation had already been activated. Kong Chung joyfully raised his hands to welcome the death-like whirlwinds. But the whirlwinds about to attack Kong Chung were blocked by Dong Wei using the immortal technique, 10,000 flowing flowers. The sparkling 7-colored lights instantly dispersed the whirlwinds. Standing still for a moment with no movement, Kong Chung then opened his eyes. He couldn't see any whirlwinds anymore, so he grumbled on the spot. Kong Cheng's eyes were full of complexity. What trick are you playing? Feng Mingzi asked him with a confused face. Sect Leader Dong, what are you doing? Dong Wei, still not recovered from the shock, could only curse silently. Damn it, I was almost killed by you fools. At this moment, Kong Chung frowned and jumped up. Dong Wei had to reluctantly console him. Sect Leader Kong, your flying immortal sect is now considered a major sect. You can't do such disgraceful things. Kong Chung lost his composure, wanting to bite Dong Wei a few times. He angrily retorted, what the hell, mind your own business. What do you mean by disgraceful? At most, I just don't care about face. He calmed down and descended to the ground. Dong Wei then explained to him, I understand Sation Sect. Though they can't be called saints or gentlemen, they are absolutely not a bunch of sycophants. What on earth did they do to make you disregard your reputation and come rushing here like a sour old lady? Kong Chung was calmly listening, but at this point he exploded. I'm a sour old lady. Those scoundrels killed people from my sect. If it were you, could you endure it? Xiang Hung and Duan Chan shouted in unison. That's right, they killed us. Dong Wei couldn't believe what he heard, pointing at them and saying, come on, aren't you two standing right here? Who killed you? Xiang Hung and Duan Chan gritted their teeth and roared. That's because our sect leader has a resurrection technique that saved us. What do you know? Hearing this, Dong Wei was so angry he trembled. Feng Mingzi approached him from behind and whispered, Sect Leader Dong, they're telling the truth. We did kill them with our own hands, but we don't know why they came back to life. The old man frowned and said to Dong Wei, resurrection. How is that possible? Even in the celestial realm, resurrecting the dead is not an easy task. Even if he had guidance from a master, it's absolutely impossible to resurrect 2 people with ordinary aptitude in such a short time. It seems our initial judgment was correct. There must be some greater opportunity behind him that we don't know about. For now, let's not get entangled with him. Try to maintain minimal face. We can find a better opportunity later to seize his fortune. Understood. Dong Wei turned to Feng Mingzi and said, if that's the case, why did you kill those 2 disciples? Why were you so unscrupulous on the Thunder platform? Feng Mingzi hurriedly replied, Sect Leader Dong, you misunderstand. We weren't unscrupulous. We did everything according to the rules. As for killing the 2 people from their sect, we had no choice. As he spoke, he pointed at Xiang Hung. Isn't it normal to have casualties on the Thunder platform? Everyone signed a life and death agreement before the match. As for the elder from the Flying Immortal Sect, he disrupted order and didn't listen to advice. We could only use the Grand Formation to subdue him. We unintentionally used too much force and killed him. It was unavoidable. Hearing the old man's sophistry, Xiang Hung was so angry his blood pressure shot up. What nonsense are you spouting about me disrupting order? You were being unscrupulous. Am I not allowed to object? The 2 of them flew up and growled at each other. Feng Mingzi said loudly, how were we unscrupulous? Xiang Hung immediately spoke up to list their crimes. Your sect's elders also went up on the Thunder platform. A bunch of vile old men ganging up on a young girl. How is that not unscrupulous? Not only that, you even stole the spiritual energy from our disciple's body. Feng Mingzi calmly replied, our contestant used a summoning talisman. We were all his summoned beasts. The competition rules didn't say summoned beasts couldn't be used. Xiang Hung angrily said you. But thinking about it carefully, he realized it seemed to make sense. Kong Chung pointed at them and shouted, you're cheating here. Aren't you the ones violating the rules? Feng Mingzi immediately defended. Weren't you the ones who cheated first? Your contestant was fully equipped with top-grade spiritual items. wearing them like rings, necklaces, and accessories all over their body. Which Sect's disciple can show off like that? Have you lost all sense of shame just to win? Kong Chung shouted loudly, but he also thought to himself, it was indeed strange. What they said seemed to make sense. Xiang Heng's anger flared up. He yelled, even so, you shouldn't have directly used the grand formation to annihilate us. I was just expressing my objection. If there's a dispute, we could sit down and talk. Why did you have to pursue and kill relentlessly? The old man said but he felt that what she said seemed to make sense. Seeing the two sides arguing endlessly, Dong Wei feared another war would break out, so he quickly stepped in to mediate. Wait, I understand now. It's all a misunderstanding. Everyone is at fault. How about for my sake, each side takes a step back? He pointed at Feng Mingzi and criticized, your law enforcement was too brutal, very unprofessional. Quickly return the spiritual items you seized and compensate them for their mental distress. Feng Mingzi was startled when he heard about compensation. Compensate? How should we compensate? Dong Wei said, doesn't your Sation sect still have a treasure called Sanjianyu? You should give it to them. He heard this and hurriedly said, how is that possible? That's the guardian treasure of Sation sect. Dong Wei angrily stepped forward and grabbed his collar, threatening, you greedy old man, just do as I say, or everyone will face disaster. Rest assured, I will definitely return the item to its rightful owner in the future. If I can't do it, my Tianhua sword will compensate you. Feng Mingzi stammered in fear. How? How dare we let you compensate? I'll compensate. That's fine. Then, he quickly took out a ring and a treasure called Sanjianyu. Sect Leader Kong, these are all the spoils I obtained from your sect's disciples, along with our sect's guardian treasure, Sanjianyu. I'm giving it to you as well, hoping you'll be magnanimous and forgive our disrespect. As soon as Kong Ching saw this, his eyes lit up. If that's the case, we can't make things difficult anymore. If there's a dispute about the match results, let's both enter the top 8 and have a rematch. He patted Dong Wei's shoulder with unexpected joy. Kid, you're quite sensible. Then we'll meet on the arena. The people of Sation sect didn't understand what was happening, whispering among themselves, daring to speak to Sect Leader Dong like that. Is this Kong Chung an idiot? Sect Leader Dong can actually tolerate this. Is this still the Sect Leader Dong we know? Dong Wei just needed to glance at them once, and no one dared to make a sound. He asked the old man, Immortal, what kind of background does this kid have that makes you so uneasy? The old man explained, I used the small Jiaguan spell to see the future. If we really fought with Kong Chung, you would all die here. Before we clarify his background, we'd better not act rashly. Doesn't he want to organize a competition? The scene shifts to Flying Immortal Sect. After everything was resolved, the people of Flying Immortal Sect cheered as soon as they saw them. The sect leader is back. Greetings to the sect leader. Greetings to the elders. Greetings to Lan Ling Immortal. Greetings to Elder Xiang. Greetings to Elder Ji. As soon as he landed, Kong Ching called out loudly, Luo Yuan. Hearing his name, Luo Yuan immediately responded excitedly, Present, sect leader. He continued to ask if all the disciples sent to various regions had returned. Luo Yuan answered, They've all returned, quite a few have been back for a while. Emo Chin spoke up, Sect leader, under our continuous efforts, Tongming Realm has become a territory of our Flying Immortal Sect. Emo Chin coughed a few times, and several people standing behind immediately startled. They all bowed their heads and greeted, introducing themselves one by one. Lu Fei Du Feng, Wang Lu Fei, greetings to Sect Leader Kong. We only followed the orders of Elder Lin Ning and Elder Mo Chun. Kong Chung then praised Mo Chun. Well done, Elder Mo Chun. You work even faster than I do. He humbly replied, Not at all. We're just workers. We must have some skills in these small matters. Otherwise, what use would the sect leader have for us? A voice came down from the sky. Old flatterer, you can't go a day without flattering, can you? Your whole body must feel uncomfortable. Kong Ching looked up. Before his eyes was a giant turtle, carrying many dog-headed human-bodied creatures on its back. What is this? At this moment, the people standing on the back of the giant turtle began to fly down. Please transfer to another line. Please transfer to another line. The giant turtle slowly descended, and 2 more people continued to crawl down. Little Tiger jumped down and said proudly, I've taken care of the 9 Lives realm. It's now also a territory of our Flying Immortal Sect. Kong Chung didn't blame him at all. Instead, he happily praised, Little Tiger is no less than Mo Chun. Hearing such praise, Little Tiger said smugly, Of course, that old man is only good at talking. How can he compare to the Tiger King? Hearing this, Mo-chun was very displeased and angrily said, "What are you pretending for? Everyone managed to handle one realm. What are you so proud of?" Little Tiger immediately said confidently, "Your intelligent realm was simple. The 3 strongest old ladies were already killed by Qin Shuang. You just picked up the benefits." Hearing this, the Yin soldiers widened their eyes in surprise and said, "The 3 strongest old ladies? Do you mean the 3 saints of Jushang?" They continued, "The one who killed the 3 saints of Jushang is also one of their people." Then Little Tiger laughed proudly. "The 9 lives realm that I dealt with was occupied by the demon king of the demon realm. Even the 10,000 flowers immortal sect was driven out." Sounding like mockery, Mo-chun angrily stomped his foot and explained to the Yin soldiers and Little Tiger, as if anyone could be handled by the 10,000 flowers immortal sect. "When we arrived, we just happened to meet Tang Wei, the sect leader of the 10,000 flowers immortal sect." At this point, Mo-chun seemed to be talking to the green-haired Yin soldier. "I'm talking about you." They responded with a sound. Then Mo-chun patted his hand. He didn't know what to say. He could only hurriedly clasp his hands and bow, starting to flatter. "Great Elder Tang is truly outstanding. How dare I mention the small matters of this humble one?" Little Tiger immediately said confidently, "Then you're still not as good as me." "I have it." Little Tiger continued, "Sect leader, look, this is the turtle I mentioned before. I've tamed it now. From now on it will be the sect leader's mount." Then Little Tiger pointed at the giant turtle waiting, making Kong Chung so excited that his eyes lit up. He exclaimed in amazement, "Wow." Little Tiger immediately showed his authority, kicking the turtle and saying, "Hurry up and perform." Hearing such an order, the turtle replied, "Yes, yes." Immediately, the turtle stood in front of Kong Chung and said, reporting to the sect leader, "I am currently in transportation mode. Just give the order." It also said it could transform back into a mount shape, from a giant turtle to a small, cute mount. The turtle's actions quite surprised Kong Chung. Then it continued to perform, "This is walking mode." Next, it said this is off-road mode. Its limbs can extend to walk in water ditches without getting wet. The turtle continued to demonstrate, saying it can save energy, can also project, can also transform into a handsome guy. So cool. It can also turn into an anti-slip leather seat, with speed comparable to a 4-wheel drive patrol car. How effective the shock absorption is on various terrains. Seeing this, Kong Chung put his hand on Little Tiger's shoulder and began to praise him. He smiled and said, "Now our flying immortal sect has a car. Little Tiger has made a great contribution." Hearing this, he crossed his arms smugly, looking majestic with his nose in the air. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Mom." De Huang quickly ran to where the crowd had gathered. De Huang's eyes shone like headlights, flying over and pointing at the top of Little Tiger's head, saying, "That, De Huang wants that." What De Huang needed was the treasure, the golden horn pearl among the treasures that the Demon King wore on top of his head. At this moment, De Huang flew over like a spear. Knowing this, Little Tiger hurriedly used his hand to cover the treasure. He said in panic, "This is not allowed, this is mine." Then De Huang showed a clear expression of wanting to snatch it. The little girl didn't care about anyone, determined to get it. Little Tiger immediately shouted loudly, "Sect leader, aren't you going to do something? She's blatantly robbing like this." He said this under the gaze of Mo-chun and Kong Chung in De Huang's fierce struggle. Seeing that she couldn't get the treasure in this situation, De Huang didn't waste words anymore, directly shouting, "Journey to the west, transform pig." In an instant, Little Tiger was shrunk, and the golden hoop fell from his head to the ground. De Huang immediately opened her mouth wide. Unexpectedly, it fell straight into the little girl's mouth. Lan Ling Immortal saw this scene and remembered that this ring looked very similar to her hairpin from before. She said it was something very similar to her hairpin. Then Little Tiger saw De Huang slowly swallowing the treasure. He widened his eyes in frustration and cried, "She ate my precious treasure." Next, Little Tiger was spit out by De Huang, his treasure falling on his head. Little Tiger angrily shouted at De Huang, "I'll deal with you later." Little Tiger picked up the ring, his face pale, because the pearl in the middle of his beloved treasure had been eaten. He said, "The big pearl in the middle is gone." It directly dropped from a treasure to a 7th grade spirit item. Now it has become a gold-patterned spirit headband, practically worthless. Then, De Huang's entire body began to glow, emitting a dazzling golden light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. At this moment, Kong Chung covered his face with one hand, thinking to himself, De Huang has eaten another fragment of the heart of the world again. De Huang immediately became exhilarated. The little girl exclaimed happily, "So cool." After that, the spirit veins of the entire area began to evolve. The three waste spirits widened their eyes in surprise and said, "Wait, the spirit veins here." At this moment, two of the Ean soldiers started to shout, "Ninth grade spirit veins." On this side, Little Tiger's two disciples were shocked and couldn't believe it. One disciple asked Little Tiger doubtfully, "Great King Grandfather, what kind of monster sect did you join? How can there be ninth grade spirit veins?" The other one also gaped and said, "That's right, not to mention in the human realm. Even in our demon realm, we've never heard of such a thing. Even the light gall of the Golden Dragon King is only an 8th grade spirit vein." At this moment, Little Tiger had a thoughtful expression, wanting to reassure his two disciples. He said, calm down, didn't I tell you? I'm living a life you can't even imagine." Then Kong Chung took out a treasure and said that's right. Speaking of the prestige of the 10,000 Flowers Immortal Sect, he's quite a sensible lad. He smiled and continued, "He will compensate this for me." Kong Chung immediately said happily to La Yuan. La Yuan immediately replied, "Oh." Then Kong Chung said, "Put it in the treasure vault." Seeing the treasure, Lan Ling Immortal exclaimed, "Wait, this is the 3 Rivers Jade, listed among the 10 immortal treasures." Kong Chung immediately asked innocently, "Lan Ling Immortal, you know about it." Now Lan Ling Immortal explained, "Originally when cultivators reached the peak of the Saint Realm, they could ascend." She recounted the story of that time, when a cultivator swore to the heavens, "My life is mine, not heaven's." Lan Ling Immortal continued, "But 8,000 years ago, for unknown reasons, the path to ascension was sealed." She continued, "Since then, no one has been heard to ascend anymore." Lan Ling Immortal recreated these images through her narrative. After the path to ascension was blocked, the only hope left was the 10 realm strange treasures of our immortal clan, called the 10 Immortal Treasures. She continued, "Sky Flower Sword, Earth Origin Cauldron, Heart-Piercing Dagger, Dominating God's Record, Bone Refining Plate, Light Absorbing Spirit, Sandalwood Ruler, 3 Rivers Jade, Flame Sun Crown, 10,000 Army Flower." The ancestral teachings say that when the 10 treasures are gathered, one can ascend. Therefore, to reopen the path of ascension, one must obtain all 10 immortal treasures. After hearing Lan Ling's story, Mo Chen stroked his beard and asked doubtfully, "The path of ascension was sealed." "Never heard of that." Hearing Mo Chen's question, Little Tiger stood with his arms crossed and said, "Old dog, you wouldn't know. Back then, you were pushed down to the mortal world. This hadn't happened yet." Then Lan Ling Immortal looked at Kong Chung with a smile and said, "Remember the 4 Directions Origin Cauldron? I once asked you about it. It's actually the Earth Origin Cauldron that was dispersed. To retrieve the 10 immortal treasures, we need to gather the original Earth Chi." Suddenly Lan Ling Immortal said in surprise, "Oh, Lan Ling, just notice this now." Immediately, Lan Ling Immortal abruptly turned her head to look at the mountain. She said, "Yanling Mountain now has 9th grade spirit veins. Isn't this the original Earth Chi we already have?" While looking around, they saw a cauldron floating in the air, seemingly falling down. Then it fell into the courtyard, and as soon as it touched the ground, it astonished everyone. It immediately began to absorb the spiritual energy here. Everyone present exclaimed in surprise, "This cauldron is still absorbing spiritual energy." The cauldron continued to absorb spiritual energy. After a while, the cauldron changed from blue to red. This made Lan Ling exclaim joyfully, "It's indeed the one. Now it has become the Earth Origin Cauldron." Then Lan Ling and those around cheered, saying to Kong Chung, "Congratulations, Sect Leader. Heart-Piercing Dagger, Bone Refining Plate, Earth Origin Cauldron, 3 Rivers Jade. 4 of the 10 immortal treasures now belong to our Phasean sect." Everyone continued to congratulate. "Congratulations, Sect Leader with unbeatable high blood pressure. Congratulations, congratulations." Kong Chung looked towards Little Tiger, who excitedly said, "Oh, Sect Leader, look at all these benefits. Isn't it because of the treasure I found that made De Huang stronger?" Little Tiger continued, "Now that De Huang has eaten the treasure, you should at least give me some reward and compensation, right?" Hearing Little Tiger's request, Kong Chung happily patted Little Tiger's head. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, the sect won't treat you unfairly." Then Kong Chung ordered La Yuan, take Little Tiger to the treasure vault. Choose an intact precious jade." La Yuan immediately replied, "Yes." Hearing this, Little Tiger was a bit disappointed and said, "Just that." At this moment, although Little Tiger was a bit disappointed, he still accepted and happily followed Lai Yuan into the treasure vault. Meanwhile, Kong Chung stood looking at that giant turtle and said, "This is the Sect's means of transportation." Kong Chung put his hand on his chin and thought, Kong Chung looked at the turtle's information. Sea-flowing Great Plate Turtle, root bone level 5 to root bone level 4. Consumption points 11,000. Kong Chung wore a slightly disappointed expression and said, "The root bone seems not good." This made the turtle's face turn pale. The turtle immediately panicked and jumped up saying, Sect leader, it's not like that. Although my root bone isn't strong, I've always worked very hard to improve my cultivation. It continued, "Please rest assured, I absolutely won't implicate the sect." Kong Chung didn't say much, opened the interface and started saying, "Upgrade." Immediately it showed, "Upgrade successful. Current points 24,936,795. Feeling the new upgrade, the turtle happily said, "My root bone has really been upgraded." This made Little Tiger look unhappy, displeased. Little Tiger seemed to smell the scent of favoritism from afar. At this moment, the screen displayed another line. "Congratulations to the host. You have subdued a follower. Seat-flowing Great Plate Turtle. Species is demon. Physique is hard as rock. Realm is true cultivator. Overall evaluation is a good mount." Seeing that it had been upgraded, the turtle was so happy it cried, continuously kowtowing to Kong Chung. It said, "Sect Leader Kang's divine power is world-shaking. I'm willing to follow." It continued, "What's next? Sect Leader is strong, high blood pressure." Meanwhile, Little Tiger angrily ran over. It cried and angrily pointed at the turtle saying, "What kind of devilry is this? I made such a great contribution, and my reward is just a precious jade." It continued, "It just entered the sect, and you already upgraded its root bone." Seeing Little Tiger so angry, Kong Chung sat down and stroked Little Tiger's head, gently saying, "Hey, don't compare yourself with it. It's not that I won't upgrade you. It's just that your root bone is already too strong. Upgrading further would consume too much immortal power, which this sect leader can't handle." Then Kong Chung continued, "Don't argue. Your contributions to the sect, this sect leader remembers them all in his heart. In a few days, this sect leader will give you a grand gift." So Little Tiger had to swallow the bitter pill, accepting a 9th grade spirit item named Golden Inlaid Cinnabar Blood Starry Emperor Pearl as a gift. Little Tiger reluctantly said, "Just good at making empty promises, what grand gift?" Then Little Tiger put the 9th grade spirit item on his head. It teared up and said, "I brought back all treasures, and in return I only get compensated with one 9th grade spirit item." At this moment, Kong Chung stood amidst everyone's expectant gazes. He smiled and said, "All right, the competition areas are about to end. So the first competition of the true cultivator nation, Fei Xian Sect." Kong Chung immediately dropped his hand, firmly saying, "Officially begins." At Tianling Realm, Shizhong Ling Continent, Yinling County, Yinling Fei Xian Sect. At this moment, sitting in the stands, that couple sat next to Duan Muyu. They widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed, "This spirit energy concentration, what grade of spirit vein is this?" Seeing those two being too noisy, Duan Muyu sternly said, "Calm down a bit. Don't embarrass us." Now the forces of various sects have come to flatter and give gifts. A man wearing blue clothes with a goatee smiled and said, "Clan leader Duan Mu, sect leader Ran, elder Zhao Hingda, representing the Zhao family, Soha Prefecture and Feiyan Continent have come to pay respects. A small gift, please accept it." Then another person continued, "Songba sect leader Lu Yuan, representing the prefecture and Liqin Continent, has come to pay respects. In the future, we hope clan leader Duan Mu will take care of us more." Hearing the request, Duan Muyu agreed and said, all right. It's all thanks to sect leader Kang's good fortune." At this moment, for people, the sect leaders of Ding Yong Dao Sect, Bo Yi Sect, Huxing Sect, and Hung Xing Xiao Bureau spoke in unison. "This spirit energy concentration is absolutely not just 7th grade. Then, Tang Wei said with some confusion, 9th grade spirit vein. Seeing this, the old man standing behind worriedly said, "As far as I know, since the ascension path was cut off, the lower realm can no longer have 9th grade spirit veins." Now Tang Wei stepped forward and asked Yifeng, "Tell me, what percentage of confidence do you have in winning the championship in this competition?" Hearing Tang Wei's question, Yifeng showed a thoughtful expression and said, "If it's a fair and square competition, with my Saint Realm cultivation and superior root bone, defeating them would be as easy as turning my hand over. But the rules of this competition." Tang Wei looked quite satisfied. He smiled, while the old man said, "Don't worry, this sect leader has already thought of a way for you, as long as you are confident in your own strength." Tang Wei immediately instructed Yifeng, "Remember, don't be in a hurry to reveal your killing moves. Your real opponent is not the Fei Xian Sect contestant, but the Tong Ming Realm contestant." Hearing this, Yifeng looked worried. Then Tang Wei continued to talk about Lin Ning. He said, "She is like us, an extreme grade child of Heaven's Way. She mainly cultivates Yin-based magic and has a master guiding her." He continued to instruct, "She will definitely participate in this competition. When you meet her, I will let you know. Don't be careless, understand?" After hearing Tang Wei's instructions, Yifeng immediately said, "I understand." As Tang Wei was carefully reminding, suddenly the old man behind raised his head and said to Tang Wei, "Wait." This made Tang Wei turn his head and ask, "What's wrong?" At this moment, Tang Wei heard the old man speak and was slightly startled. "Look over there." The old man pointed very worriedly at the person next to Lin Ning, who was none other than sect leader Kong Chung. Then the old man immediately said, "This proves that the girl from Tongming Realm is a member of Fei Xian Sect." Tang Wei immediately showed a worried expression and said, "One Fei Xian Sect has 2 children of Heaven's Way, this fortune. It's really not inferior to our Manhwa Xian Sect." Just as Tang Wei finished speaking, he heard no, which made him suddenly turn his head and say, "Huh." The old man showed a thoughtful expression and said, "Not 3 people, but 4. Then the old man said, "The 4 girls sitting close to Kong Chung, one has the 7 orifices spirit body constitution, one has the spirit rainbow, heavenly flower constitution. Both are children of Heaven's Way." Hearing this, Tang Wei showed a worried expression and asked, "So what should we do? Still follow the original plan?" The old man immediately made an sound, indicating that they needed to think carefully. At this moment, 2 beautiful MCs, including Lai Yuan and Wei Miao, began to open today's match. First, the 2 MCs solemnly and enthusiastically said, "Dear leaders, dear guests, good morning." Then they said, "Next, we will introduce the competition rules." Then Lai Yuan held a talisman, Wei Miao held an incense stick, and began to say, "Summoning talismans can be used in the match, but to avoid the arena turning into a sect melee, the use of summoning talismans will be restricted. A maximum of 1 can be used per match. Moreover, it must be a specially made summoning talisman provided by our sect, with an effective duration of only 1 incense stick." The 2 MCs continued, "Contestants participating in the competition, please pay attention to your demeanor on the arena. Although everyone has signed a life and death agreement, the martial world values harmony, so do not use despicable tricks. In case the opponent has already lost, try to stop and don't hit anymore." Looking at the competition bracket, the female MC continued, "Next, let's get acquainted with the 8 contestants participating in the competition. The first position is the contestant from the 9 Lives Realm, 3 Xiong Little Tiger Team. The second position is Mu Xine Gu from Tian Ling Realm, Xine Gu from Ming Xine Holy Land, and Miao Yi from Fei Xian Sect. Let's continue. The third person is contestant Feng Zhe Kai from Chong Tian Realm, Zhe Kai from Satian Sect, and Dong Wan from Fei Xian Sect. The fourth person is contestant Yifeng from Xianghua Realm, Wanhua Xian Sect. The fifth person is contestant Duan Mu Zi Su from Santu Realm, Duan Mu Family. The sixth person is independent cultivator Zhou Si from Tong Ming Realm. Alright, good. The first winding quarterfinal of Fei Xian Sect officially begins. The first match, Lai Yuan immediately said, "Contestant 3 Xiong Little Tiger Team from 9 Lives Realm versus contestant Mu Xen Gu from Tian Ling Realm, Ming Xin Holy Land." Hearing this, Kong Chung put his hand on his chin and said with confusion, This 3 Xiong Little Tiger Team, I haven't seen them before at the contestants' inn. I thought they had given up." At this moment, the 3 Xiong Little Tiger Team sneered with contempt, proudly recalling the previous scene. At that time, in a room, they were practicing with a group of disciples. Little Tiger said sternly, "Stand still, don't move." This made the disciples ask, "Great King, is this okay? People will definitely see through us." Hearing the disciples' question, Little Tiger waved his hand and said, "Nonsense. Of course people will see through our current appearance. But after I use my magic, no one will be able to see through us anymore." Immediately, Little Tiger used a secret technique, transforming into 3 tigers through a single body symbiosis. Then the 3 tigers transformed into a strange entity. But it looked very odd. Then, one person with a pale face said worriedly, "I'm about to vomit. I feel like a part of me has gone into someone else's body." Another person glared and said, The feeling of having a foreign object in my body is too intense. The remaining person felt like throwing up everything and said, "This feeling is very uncomfortable. I feel like there's a part of someone else in my body." Little Tiger immediately pointed at them and sternly ordered, "Listen, you must make it to the finals. I will intentionally let you win in the final match. That way you'll be victorious." Suddenly, Little Tiger laughed confidently and said, "Humph, even without compensation and rewards from me, I can win on my own." At this moment, the Tiger Fusion was confused and said which leg should step first, stumbling as they walked, not knowing how to move. Now, Mu Xian Gu makes her move. She uses the heart-killing strike, attacking the Tiger Fusion with her long sword. This move immediately strikes the Tiger Fusion. The Tiger Fusion panics and says, "Damn it, which leg goes first?" One says left leg, another says right leg. All three say it's too late now. Poor coordination causes the three tigers to be in chaos, resulting in getting hit. At this moment, the Tiger Fusion is knocked down onto the arena floor, lying on its back, worriedly saying, "I give up, you two useless fools." Little Tiger angrily shouts, "You useless trash. What the hell are you doing?" This makes Kong Chung and Lan Ling Zunja also stunned, not understanding why. Mu Xiangu's whole body trembles, her eyes wide with confusion as she says, "What just happened?" Immediately, seeing this, the Tiger Fusion gets up and runs away. There's a chance the opponent is stunned. Quickly attack. The three of them say in unison, "Okay." The Tiger Fusion shouts, "Wave Drive, Lightning Dispatch." Two people use it simultaneously, but because they are two different techniques, it backfires. One tiger angrily shouts, "Are you mentally deficient? I'm shooting lightning and you're shooting water." Another tiger says, "You're the mentally deficient one. I'm shooting water and you're shooting lightning." The remaining tiger also angrily shouts, "Both of you are mentally deficient." As a result, their form is broken. The three tigers are separated, their bodies smoking. Immediately, the three tigers lie flat on the ground, completely drained of energy. Looking at the current situation, Mu Xiangu is shocked, her mouth agape as she says, "Huh, the three of them." Understanding the situation, Kong Ching laughs and says, "It's the three of them. I said I had never met this three Xiong Little Tiger team before." Kong Cheng's words make Little Tiger speechless. The host Lai Yuan immediately says, "The three Xiong Little Tiger team contestant from 9 Lives Realm loses in the first match and is eliminated." Wei Miao also says, "The three Xiong Little Tiger team contestant from 9 Lives Realm cheated in the competition and is disqualified." Then Wei Miao asks, "Is it ultimately eliminated due to defeat or disqualified due to cheating?" This question makes Lai Yuan also shocked, his mouth agape as he says, "Huh." Then Wei Miao takes the microphone and says, "It doesn't matter. The result is the same." Lai Yuan continues. Contestant Mu Xiangu from Tianling Realm, Ming Xian Holy Land, successfully advances to the quarterfinals. At this moment, Little Tiger roars in anger, but helplessly says, "You useless trash. Even the two hosts coordinate better than you three." Afterwards, the two beautiful MCs continue their introduction. Without further ado, let's go directly to the third match. Contestant Yifeng from Xianghua Realm, Wanhua Xian Sect versus contestant Feng Zaikai from Changtian Realm, Satian Sect. As soon as the MC finished speaking, Feng Zaikai from Satian Sect raised his hand and said, "I forfeit." This makes MC Lai Yuan shocked, his mouth agape, still not understanding what's happening. Tuang Hon said, "This bastard didn't come here to compete at all. He's been playing tricks from the start, solely to steal our spiritual energy." Don Tingyin also frowned angrily and said, "Master is right." Then the two MCs continued, speaking in unison into the microphone. So let's move directly to the third match. Contestant Muza for Dom Ten Lingzim, PhiTain Sect. He's a disciple of Phi Tien Sect named Muda. At this moment, down in the arena, people cheered enthusiastically, saying, "Mom loves you. You're a good child, keep it up." Then Kang Tan pondered, rubbing his chin and said, This Muda is..." Hearing Kang Tan's doubt, Kai Linham said, "He's the one Tuetni picked up by the roadside. Seeing his talent wasn't bad, she took him as a disciple." Immediately, Linham was most surprised and decided to turn and ask the girl named Intu Tuet beside her, "Is that right?" She promptly said, yes, his talent wasn't bad, so I accepted him." At this point, Kang Tan, who had been observing for a long time, pondered and said, "Level 5 innate talent. Seeing Lam Lin Tunjia and Intu Tuet immersed, fascinated by the boy, King Tan crossed his arms and shouted, "It's because he's handsome, right?" This made Lin Ham exclaim, "Aya, no, sect leader. It's really because of his innate talent." Kang Tan immediately said angrily, "This is the result of letting you arrange things yourselves. Fortunately, we still have Tuong Hon, finding Don Tien Tien as a backup. Otherwise, this match would be truly embarrassing." Then, the two MCs continued, facing contestant Chu Tu from Thong Min Realm. But as soon as the MC finished speaking, Chu Tu resolutely raised his hand to surrender, saying, "Well, I forfeit too." This made La Vine hold the paper in shock and say, "Huh." Then Noi Mu immediately said, "All right, let's move directly to the fourth match." Immediately, a group of unknown people shouted loudly, "What the hell is this? Is everyone forfeiting? We bought black market tickets, traveled thousands of miles to get here. Is it worth it? Give us our money back." The commotion of this crowd made La Vine and Noi Mu quite worried. Kang Tan immediately shouted majestically, "Silence." Kang Tan's appearance made everyone gasp in surprise, having to part on both sides to make way for him to enter the arena. At this moment, Kang Tan raised one finger, resolutely saying, "From now on, no one is allowed to forfeit. Anyone who violates will not receive the 8th grade reward." Then Kang Tan placed his hand on his chest, firmly saying, "Moreover, I've decided to give a large bag of spirit stones as compensation to those friends who bought tickets to watch live." Kang Tan continued, "After the match ends, come to our Sects treasure hall to receive the reward." Hearing Kang Tan speak so confidently, everyone around was excited. They asked in amazement, "Really?" Someone said, "Phi Tien Sect truly lives up to its name as the #1 sect in the mortal world, being so generous." Everyone shouted together, "Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, sect leader." Then, the system screen displayed, "The more Phi Tien Sect spirit, the more Phi Tien people spirit." The screen continued to announce, "Congratulations. Host has received 6,600 accumulation points. Congratulations. Host has received 3,800 accumulation points. Congratulations. Host has received 8,800 accumulation points. Congratulations. Host has received 5,600 accumulation points. Total 127,500 accumulation points." This made Kang Tan stand proudly with his arms crossed, his nose seeming to lift up. Seeing this scene, everyone was very excited. After calculating all the accumulation points, the system screen displayed, "Current accumulation points are 2,094,295. Then, MC Lavine held the microphone, raising one hand pointing towards the person stepping onto the competition stage, saying, "Let's move on to the next match. Contestant from the Don Mok family, from Tam, 2 Realm. You will face off against." At this point, Lavine continued, "Don Tien Tien of Phi Tien Sect, contestant from Truong Tien Realm." Don Tien immediately showed a confident expression, the corner of her mouth curling up as she said, "Don't worry with sister here. It's guaranteed to be spectacular." Hearing this, Don Mok Tutu pondered and glanced, not understanding why Don Tien Tien said so. Don Tien Tien was preparing to draw her sword, but instead she used her feminine charms, presenting a juicy peach in front of Don Mok Tutu, causing his face to flush and his heart to race, as if he was about to lose control of himself, hurriedly clutching his chest. Seeing this scene, the Don Mok family head's face turned pale, looking at that murderous girl speechlessly. The Don Mok family head immediately shouted at Don Mok Tutu, "What are you blushing for? You little beast, same old habits. How dare you start having interest in someone from Phi Tien Sect? Be careful, or the ancestor will beat you." But Don Mok Tutu was still immersed in the agony of the feminine charm, unable to escape. Then, the two MCs cleared their throats and said, "Begin." When Don Tien Tien swung her sword, using her technique to advance towards Don Mok Tutu, he also prepared to make his move. Her entire equipment was the Tien Hu SOC, not sword technique. At this moment, Don Mok Tutu appeared with several additional hats on his head, his entire equipment being the Han Tien sword technique. He also swung his sword and shouted loudly. Immediately, 2 bursts of power exploded, both sides engaged in fierce combat, neither willing to yield. A strong gust of energy erupted, flying towards the crowd, causing them to suddenly scream. In this situation, King Tan smiled and said, "This time the entrance tickets are worth it, right?" Everyone panicked and said, Worth it, worth it. It's been worth it since the gifts were given. Someone said, and it's free too. It's more than worth it. At this moment on the competition stage, as soon as Don Mach 22 said entire equipment, Don Tition used her murderous gaze to raise her sword, repeatedly shouting loudly, entire equipment, entire equipment. Immediately, the hats on Don Mach 22's head flew up. He hurriedly tried to grab those hats, but because they flew too fast, he couldn't catch them and said, "Oh no, the hats have been blown away." Seeing this scene, Don Tian laughed happily and said, "Two good opportunities." Then she raised her sword to perform the next move, her entire equipment being the TN2 SOC, not sword technique. After Don Tian finished her technique, Don Mach 22 flew into the air. The match ended. Noimyu excitedly grabbed the microphone, raising her hand to announce the winner as Don Tian of Phi Tien Sect. Don Mach 22 was injured, waiting to be carried away for timely treatment. Then, MC Noimyu continued the competition program. She signaled for everyone to look at the ranking board of top experts after today's 4 matches. She said, the contestants who have made it to the top 4 are Don Tian of Phi Tien Sect, Muta of Phi Tien Sect, Deep Fong of Van Hoa Tien Tong, and Muktam Ko of Tan Diamintam. Then she continued, who will ultimately represent their sect to step onto the position of the #1 major sect in the mortal world. It's truly exciting to anticipate. Immediately, La Vigne and Noimyu began to raise their hands, looking very excited, and said in unison into the microphone, "Let's begin the first match of the top 4 round." At this moment, the 2 MCs said, the contestant from Tuong Hoa Realm is Deep Fong of Van Hoa Tien Tong, facing the contestant from Tien Lin Realm, Muktam Ko of Tan Diamintam. As Deep Fong was called onto the competition stage, the people around the stands were all amazed. They exclaimed in surprise, "So that's Deep Fong of Van Hoa Tien Tong. Indeed, his aura is extraordinary." At this time, the remnant cultivators from Tuong Hoa Realm also said in amazement, "That's to be expected. He's known as the one-of-a-kind prodigy, possessing the second highest innate talent in mortal history." Hearing this, someone else asked, "Second, then who's first?" The other person replied, "Nonsense, of course it's Duong Oi, sect leader Duong." In this situation, Kang Tan perked up his ears, with a curious and doubtful expression saying, People are saying this Deep Fong is the prodigy with the second highest innate talent in history. Is he that powerful?" Hearing Kang Tan say this, Lam Lin Tunjia seemed to have some doubts and said, "Perhaps the people of Tuong Hoa Realm are exaggerating about him. Looking at his talent, it feels like he's only on par with Elder Kai and me." While chatting, Mac Tran appeared out of nowhere, standing behind Lam Nin and Lam Lin Tunjia. He said, "Sect leader doesn't need to worry. His innate talent is only 3rd grade. Compared to Nin Nin, he's slightly inferior, and even more so compared to Elder Kai and Lam Di Tunjia." Mac Tran's sudden appearance stunned Kang Tan, who said, "Didn't the disciples Don Tin and Muda waste their efforts then?" Then, Kang Tan turned to Lin Ham and Tu Tuet, reproaching the two. "Look at what good things you've done, not only losing face but also making wedding clothes for others." Hearing such scolding words, the two sat silently, without speaking. Kang Tan crossed his arms, looking displeased, and said, "Now I'm very unhappy, feeling like I've been cheated on." At this moment, Lavine loudly announced the start of the match. Muktam Ko continued to use the Sat Tam Kitch technique, holding her sword and quickly running towards Deep Fong. While watching the match with no result yet, King Tan shouted loudly, "Quickly defeat him, don't let him into the finals." Then, Deep Fong smiled and said, Deep Fong prepared to draw his sword. At this moment, Deep Fong, with an arrogant posture, held his sword ready to perform his technique. Deep Fong thought to himself, "The Heavenly Flower Sword, one of the 10 great celestial treasures. That sword is indeed the Heavenly Flower Sword." Seeing this situation, Muktam Ko gritted her teeth and endured. She thought to herself, "No wonder this guy is so calm." But immediately after, Muktam Ko used a new technique. The heart-piercing dagger began to fly up, the heart-piercing dagger treasure. The people around gasped in amazement and said, "Do all the sects go all out like this?" Someone said, "This ticket price is truly worth it." Someone cried while wiping their tears and said, "Sect Leader King, we've wrongly blamed you. No need for compensation anymore." Seeing the situation, someone immediately angrily said, "Your mouth is really unlucky. Sect Leader King, please don't mind him." At this moment on the competition stage, Deep Fong was still holding his sword excitedly. Seeing this situation, Duong-oi pondered and said, I didn't expect the people of Tan Diamin Tam to really give the heart-piercing dagger to their disciple for the match. I underestimated their spirit. The elder standing beside him said, Don't worry, Deep Fong's cultivation base and foundation are stronger than his opponent, and the intensity of the Heavenly Flower Sword is higher than the heart-piercing dagger. As long as he doesn't make any stupid mistakes, nothing will go wrong. At this time, King Tan suddenly turned to Mac Tran standing behind him and asked, Elder Mac Tran, can that girl win? Mac Tran immediately said, She can't win. The heart-piercing dagger and my bloodflower blade are of the same type. Both are hidden weapons. He continued, If the first strike isn't successful, it will basically fall into a disadvantageous situation. Then, Mac Tran stroked his beard with a puzzled smile and said, Sect leader, don't worry. Don't you just want the person from Van Hoa Tien Tong to lose? This old man has a way. Mac Tran immediately raised his hand and started counting on his fingers. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the elder said, This is not good. Hearing this, Duong-oi asked, What's wrong? The elder immediately said, That old dog Mac Tran wants to cheat. Suddenly the elder raised his finger with a serious expression and said, Dream on. On this side, Mac Tran seemed stunned and said, Something seems off. Kang Tan glanced at him and asked, What's wrong? Hearing Kang Tan's question, Mac Tran pondered while stroking his long white beard and said, There's still an immortal. Hearing Mac Tran's puzzling words, Kang Tan gasped in surprise and asked, What's going on? What do you mean there's still an immortal? At this moment, Mac Tran looked around and said, There's another person who descended to the mortal world like me, competing with me. Mac Tran reached out his hand as if guessing something, his expression very puzzled. He looked around and asked, Where are you? Mac Tran's sudden question made the elder ponder, slightly worried, and said, That old dog has noticed my existence. The elder immediately stood behind Duong-oi, seeming very worried, and said to Duong-oi, I have to hide first. You be careful. Hearing this, Duong-oi pondered and said, Don't worry. Then, the elder used the immortal technique 3-part illusion escape, and in an instant flew away to hide. Duong-oi remained sitting there with his arms crossed, pondering over the unresolved issue. At this moment, Kang Tan showed great curiosity and said, It must be someone helping Deep Fong, possibly someone from Duong-oi's side. Hearing that Kang Tan had figured this out, Mac Tran said, That's right, the sect leader is indeed sharp-minded. Then, Mac Tran put 2 fingers to his ear, his eyes full of doubt, as if something was about to happen. Next, while Duong-oi was still deep in thought, trying to find a solution, Mac Tran pondered even more and said, Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Impossible. Then, Little Tiger looked at Mac Tran with a mocking smile and said, Old dog, feeling embarrassed now. Look carefully, I'm the tiger here. Little Tiger immediately began to transform, his body starting to emit a dazzling light, like sunlight. Seeing this, Kang Tan asked in surprise, What's going on? Mac Tran stood behind Little Tiger, observing carefully. He patted Little Tiger's shoulder and mockingly said, After all this time, you still haven't figured anything out. Seeing that Mac Tran and Little Tiger weren't meeting his demands, Kang Tan said unhappily, Enough, both of you get out of my way. Then, Kang Tan's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of a solution. But unexpectedly, Kang Tan still couldn't figure it out. He said irritably, There really isn't any. While Duong-oi was still sitting there calmly, not at all shaken or changing his emotions and actions, suddenly a few thoughts worth considering flashed through Kang Tan's mind. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to know what Duong-oi is thinking? He continued to think. With an immortal protecting him, the championship would be easily obtained. Thinking of this, Kang Tan said firmly, Indeed, they really have an immortal. At this moment, Kang Tan looked around the competition arena and the vast audience stands. Kang Tan seemed to be pondering, but where is the immortal now? Suddenly, Kang Tan saw 3 faint, flickering figures. He immediately said, I see them. Then Kang Tan shouted loudly to everyone, There are 3 faint figures flying in the sky. They are 3 immortals. Kang Tan's words made Mac Tran, Lamcat Tunjia, and Little Tiger feel surprised, not knowing what he was thinking. Mac Tran pondered and asked, 3-part illusion escape. Mac Tran's question confused Kang Tan, who asked what he meant. Mac Tran immediately appeared calm, but also a bit worried. He started stroking his beard. Mac Tran said, "This is a type of immortal technique that can split one's main soul into 3 related parts. Combined with a concealment technique, it can almost completely avoid detection." He continued, "Even an immortal at the Immortal Emperor realm would find it difficult to detect." Then, Mac Tran glanced at something and began to add, "To be able to cultivate this kind of magic, one must be at least at the upper immortal realm." At this moment on the competition stage, Muktam Ko's arm had been injured. She frowned and held her arm under Deep Fong's sword. Deep Fong said thoughtfully, "Give up, you will never be my match." Hearing Deep Fong's provocation, Muktam Ko's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Suddenly, a red energy flew towards the top of Deep Fong's head. It was a small hammer. Deep Fong immediately sensed it, swung his sword to hit the hammer, and encountered a greater force. The red energy seemed to be suppressed, and Muktam Ko immediately withdrew it. She began to concentrate her power on something, which surprised Deep Fong a little. Then Muktam Ko held a talisman in her hand. It was a summoning talisman. Seeing this situation, Kang Tan shouted, "It has appeared, the first contestant to use a special summoning talisman." At the same time, Muktam Ko transformed into a completely different-looking person. She tied her hair up with 2 hairpins and began to use sword techniques. Muktam Ko immediately flew upwards, her sword just in time to touch Deep Fong's sword. However, Deep Fong remained very calm. When the 2 swords touched, Deep Fong didn't flinch. As if sensing something, he said, "Unexpected, right? I just broke through to the peak of entering sainthood. Now I'm already a saint realm cultivator." Seeing this situation, looking down at the 2 people's competition arena from the stands, Lam Lin Tunjia asked in surprise, "Saint realm? How is that possible? Even a genius absolutely couldn't reach the saint realm in less than 100 years of cultivation. Could it be?" Then Mac Tran continued thoughtfully, "Could it be that an immortal sacrificed their own cultivation to pass it on to him?" He continued, "To be able to use the 3-part illusion escape after sacrificing cultivation, this person's cultivation level is probably not inferior to mine. Before descending to the mortal world, they were probably an immortal at the immortal venerable level." Deep Fong immediately began to gather strong power to attack Muktam Ko, which made Lam Lin Tunjia look extremely surprised. Looking at the current situation, Kang Tan said in surprise, "He used his own strength to defeat the Holy Mother Venerable. Moreover, it was a contestant summoned by the Holy Land of Clearheart." Then, Lavine and Noimu cheered. Deep Fong's strength, if placed in other realms, would probably be at the level of an honorary elder. The 2 hosts immediately announced, "The winner is Deep Fong from the 10,000 Flowers realm." The 2 hosts continued to say, "Take a short break, then start the next match." Hearing this announcement, Deep Fong showed a smug expression. Seeing how things had developed, Mac Tran was a bit unhappy. He said, "Speaking of the final match, I guess this immortal will personally enter the arena." Kang Tan looked up at him, folded his arms across his chest, and said, "The next match is an internal competition between us. Elder, in your opinion, between Muda and Don Tien, who can win the championship with your help?" Hearing Kang Tan's request, Mac Tran seemed unsure how to answer. He frowned and said, "Well this." But in his heart he thought, one has a 5th grade root bone, the other also has a 5th grade root bone. Neither of them has even reached the Dao Palace realm. They're really too weak. Seeing Mac Tran like this, Little Tiger immediately provoked, "When it comes to who's smarter, it's still me." Hearing this, Kang Tan said in surprise, "Little Tiger, do you have any ideas?" Then Little Tiger hugged Little De Huang and said confidently, "Let De Huang suppress all of their cultivation. Isn't that enough?" Kang Tan immediately got angry and hit Little Tiger on the head, scolding, "Are you stupid? Don Tien and Muda, a little girl who likes challenges, risking their lives, who can defeat Deep Fong." Little Tiger still stubbornly pointed at De Huang and said, "Then let De Huang just suppress the opponent's cultivation. That's enough." Seeing that Little Tiger still didn't understand his point, Kang Tan raised his hands in surrender, giving up on Little Tiger's absurd suggestions. Kang Tan angrily said, "This won't work either. Such blatant cheating doesn't suit our status. We are now the #1 sect in the mortal world. We must maintain some face." Hearing Kang Tan scold him like that, Little Tiger was angry but couldn't do anything. He thought to himself, "When did I ever know you? Who could have guessed that one day you would also care about face? Little Tiger immediately folded his arms and said, "Well, then let this old man go up. It's just an immortal descending to the mortal world, right? Perhaps he's only on par with that old dog Mac Tran. Let's see if I can kick his ass." Little Tiger's words made De Huang and Mac Tran laugh and cry at the same time. Mac Tran said loudly, "You little beast, don't brag. Since I ate 2 human flower pills, kicking your ass is as easy as turning my hand over. Know your place." Feeling insulted, Little Tiger immediately pointed at himself and said, "You think this old man has been idle all this time? I've been cultivating day and night in the treasure storage hall, constantly eating spirit stones and elixirs. Let's see who can beat who now." Seeing the two arguing like this, Kang Tan angrily said, "I was wondering why the spirit stones and elixirs in the treasure storage hall are getting fewer and fewer." Kang Tan's anger frightened the other two. Mac Tran asked Little Tiger, "Well, are you ready?" Hearing this, Little Tiger said, "How about we practice a bit?" Mac Tran said, "Practice it is. Who's afraid of whom?" Everyone focused on listening to the announcement. The next match is an internal competition of the Flying Immortal Sect. It's still unknown who will make it to the finals. One team is Mac Tran and Don Tien, facing the other team of Little Tiger and Muda. Noimu said, "Both contestants have shown unusual performances, both winning the strategy to directly summon external aid. But it should be noted that the effective time of the special summoning talisman is only 1 incense stick." Mac Tran rolled up his sleeves and said, "1 incense stick's time is enough to deal with this little beast." Hearing this, Little Tiger angrily said, "Bragging old dog, let's see who deals with whom." After saying that, Little Tiger pushed Mewtwo aside and quickly charged towards Mac Tran, as if wanting to eat him alive. He pounced with a fierce face, shouting loudly, "Old dog, who told you to bully me all the time? Today I'll settle all scores with you." Then Little Tiger heavily slammed onto the ground. The strike created a strong force that sent Mac Tran flying. Don Tien, standing nearby, screamed in fear. At this moment, the audience in the stands gasped in surprise. Such strong beast power. That tiger beast is the 3-eyed fierce Tiger King. Indeed, the guardian of the Flying Immortal Sect. The rumors were true. Mac Tran at this time also refused to be outdone. He pointed his finger to cast a spell, then laughed loudly and mocked. "Little beast, beast power alone can't win. Where's the immortal?" Feeling belittled and mocked, Little Tiger angrily roared, "Old man, what kind of immortal are you anyway?" Then the giant tiger slowly grew larger, advancing towards Mac Tran, who was floating in the air, seemingly with some intention. Little Tiger's eyes were full of anger, using his paw with sharp claws wanting to grab Mac Tran. But the old man nimbly dodged. After avoiding Little Tiger's attack, he turned back and stuck out his tongue to mock. "Little beast, catching the wind, huh?" But suddenly Little Tiger appeared behind Mac Tran. At this moment, he realized he had fallen into a trap, hurriedly raised his hands to surrender. But the big tiger had already raised its paw, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. So Mac Tran had to endure a powerful punch from behind, extremely shocking. Before he could react, he was hit so hard he spat blood. Mac Tran fell face down on the ground, cracking the floor. Could victory belong to Little Tiger so easily? Little Tiger slowly landed on the ground. Mac Tran lay motionless, unable to get up, looking like a squashed cockroach. The big tiger stood tall, laughing gleefully and said, "How about that, old dog? Did you enjoy being toyed with by this old man?" At this moment, Mac Tran finally sat up with a big bump on his head, angrily shouting, "You little beast. You think it's over like this?" "No." The big tiger raised its head to look at the sky, roaring majestically. "It's not over yet." From Little Tiger's mouth shot out a beam of power as bright as sunlight. It didn't forget to laugh loudly and provoke Mac Tran. "Old dog, this time I'll beat you until you're convinced. From now on, when you see Tiger Lord, you'll have to live with your tail between your legs." This time Mac Tran quickly stood up and summoned Kwang Tre Kwang, creating a force field around himself to prevent that light beam from affecting him. Mac Tran was now unable to contain his anger. He said, "You beast, you relied on stealing food to level up so much, but only have this little skill. You can't beat me." After saying that, he used the enormous power in his body, a gloomy force, capable of countering Little Tiger. This mysterious force overwhelmed the dazzling light on Little Tiger's body, causing the big tiger to roar in anger. Mac Tran flew up to the sky and summoned immortal magic. Thick dark clouds gathered in the sky, creating a gloomy scene. Lightning bolts crisscrossed the sky. Mac Tran was the Black Sky Lord, possessing unimaginable power. Little Tiger only now realized the seriousness of the situation. It said, "Damn it, this old dog was still hiding this move." Mac Tran went behind and touched Little Tiger's head, making it shiver and freeze in place, unable to move. He decisively grabbed Little Tiger's head. The big tiger was now extremely panicked. It opened its mouth in terror. Mac Tran easily lifted it up like picking up a chick. The two people sat watching the fight. Don Tien Tien calmly asked Muda, "Who do you think will level up between us?" Muda replied with a confused look. "Just now it seemed like it could be me, but now it looks like your chances are higher." Mac Tran pressed the big tiger down to the ground, with a scary face asking, "Are you okay?" "Still want to show off." The big tiger, flattened on the ground, struggled and shouted loudly, "Old dog, just you wait. Wait until I steal food for 2 more months, and I'll beat you to death." Then he used his foot to kick the big tiger aside and said, "Just relying on strength, only knowing how to use brute force, get lost." Noimu saw this and announced, "The three-eyed tiger has been kicked away." Elder Mac Tran, "No, Don Tien Tien wins." The other two were still naively sitting eating watermelon. Muda said to Don Tien Tien, "You've leveled up." Only then did she stand up with a dazed expression saying, Oh. The audience was now buzzing with discussion. Even the three-eyed fierce Tiger King was defeated. What exactly is this flying immortal sect? Is this the combined strength of the #1 sect in the mortal world? Noimu grabbed Don Tien Tien's hand and announced, "Don Tien Tien wins, advancing to the finals." Truong Tien realm contestant Don Tien Tien will fight against flying immortal sect. Then, Noimu introduced the next opponent that Don Tien Tien would face. Tuong Hoa realm contestant Deep Fong from 10,000 Flowers Immortal Sect. Deep Fong looked a bit worried, but was trying to appear calm. Elsewhere, Duongoi sat on a chair with folded arms watching, saying, "This immortal Lord Mac Tran." The old man behind continued, "To be able to recover to this extent, he must have indeed eaten 2 human flower pills. But there's no need to worry. With my current state, suppressing him won't be a problem." The old man smiled mysteriously. Don Tien Tien stood majestically on the arena. Everyone below was cheering excitedly. The first final of the Flying Immortal Cup, the tournament that mortal cultivators have been looking forward to for a long time, had finally begun. Her opponent was Deep Fong. He was fierce, holding a shiny long sword, facing her without fear. In his heart, he thought, "As long as I can get close to her, I can defeat her before she summons aid." Deep Fong smugly changed his expression, secretly rejoicing that this was an opportunity. "The sect leader Dong will definitely see me differently." He confidently said to Don Tien Tien, "What if I accidentally kill you because I can't control my strength?" Hearing this, Don Tien Tien was very annoyed, bluntly replying, "A Saint Realm expert, I'm no match for him at all." At this moment, Deep Fong didn't waste any more words. He charged towards her with his sword shouting, "Accept your fate." Don Tien fearfully covered her eyes with one hand, while using the other to summon a burning talisman, screaming in panic, "Elder, save me." From her talisman, Elder Mac Tran appeared, surrounded by purple light, directly facing Deep Fong. Deep Fong still bravely charged towards Elder Mac Tran. The Elder inwardly despised. Troublesome, this coward doesn't even dare to try. How embarrassing. Seeing the Elder being summoned to confront him, Deep Fong still charged forward fiercely, without hesitation, shouting loudly, "I don't care, let's fight." He used all his strength to swing his sword towards Elder Mac Tran, but the Elder just stood there smiling, completely unharmed. Elder Mac Tran used purple light to block his attack, calmly smiling and saying, "Young man, you're quite arrogant. If it weren't for sect leader Duong's sake, I might have considered letting you be a bodyguard for this old man." Deep Fong was suddenly sent flying, crying out in surprise. He quickly regained his composure, struggling to stand up and continue fighting. He panted heavily, his face contorted, starting to angrily think, "Indeed, it's not a level I can contend with. There's no other way." At this moment, Deep Fong also took out a talisman, beginning to summon, the talisman burning in his hand. Seeing him start to summon, Elder Mac Tran wasn't flustered at all, calmly smiling and stroking his beard, excitedly saying, "Come on, let me see who it is." A column of heavenly light began to appear in the middle of the arena. Deep Fong, the Elder, and Don Tien all stared at that light column, full of anticipation, while the audience outside exclaimed in amazement, "What's happening?" The immortal energy is so beautiful. The immortal energy is so powerful. At this moment, 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord appeared majestically in the light column. Seeing Mactran, 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord solemnly asked, "Long time no see, how are you?" Seeing 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord before him, Mactran shouted in shock, losing the calm and excited demeanor from earlier. Mactran suppressed his anger and pointed at him, shouting, "It's you, 10,000 Flowers' old slave." Witnessing the unexpected encounter between 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord and Mactran, Kang Ton laughed mockingly. "Oh, old acquaintances." Hearing Kang Ton's mockery, Mactran became even angrier, pointing directly at 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord and shouting loudly, "Old acquaintance my ass. He's a mortal enemy from the great battle in the immortal realm. A pack of dead dogs ganged up on me, and he was the ringleader." At this moment, Kang Ton recalled Mactran's proud introduction earlier. Underground Supreme, Immortal Dark Excrement, Immortal Lord Mactran, the first to participate in the Great Immortal Demon War. Surrounded by a group of demons, fought alone. In the end, couldn't overcome them, soul shattered, miserably fled to the mortal world. Remembering these words, he suddenly realized and said, "Ah, I remember now. You said you were surrounded by a group of demons and beaten down to the mortal world. Is this guy the leader of those demons?" Hearing Kang Ton's recounting, 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord laughed coldly. "What demons? He's deceiving people." 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord proudly introduced himself. "I am 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord, a righteous immortal cultivator." Then he continued, "On the contrary, he is no less than a demon cultivator. If you don't believe me, listen to his title, Dark Excrement, Mysterious Lord. Who in their right mind would call themselves Dark Excrement, Mysterious Lord?" Hearing this, Mactran became even more furious, shouting loudly to refute his words. "Bullshit, you're the Mysterious Lord. You old bastard led a group of people to ambush me, using numbers to bully and surround this old man. Is this what righteous immortal cultivators should do?" Outside, Kang Ton agreed after hearing this, feeling it was very much like what the immortal cultivation world would do. Hearing this, 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord also lost his composure, angrily red-faced and refuting, "Stop making things up. Beating you is already lucky enough. Who told you to spread rumors all over the immortal realm that I was having an affair, causing my immortal partner to ignore me? Do you know how much effort I had to spend to win him back?" Hearing this, Mactran started to not understand, asking back, "When did I make up stories about you having an affair?" The two started arguing louder, both very angry. 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord began shouting, "A real man dares to do and dares to bear the consequences. You did it but don't dare to admit it. I asked many people, they all said it was you who said it." Mactran, feeling wronged, firmly refuted. "Who did you ask?" 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord started listing names. Ming He Immortal Maiden, Golden Killing King, Mac 2, Tran Tien. Mactran seemed to remember something, starting to look dazed as he explained, "Impossible. I never said that. I only told them that you were having an affair." At this moment, Mactran suddenly understood, stammering and shouting, "My voice." 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord also started to stand there bewildered. But Mactran still didn't admit fault, instead angrily roaring, "Even if I spread rumors about you, you didn't have to gather a group of people to attack me, did you?" Faced with Mactran's anger, he remained silent. He began to say, "Immortals and demons are naturally incompatible. Taking revenge for both public and private matters is common." Hearing this, Mactran angrily shouted, "When you colluded with the demon sect to collect protection fees, weren't you cooperating very happily?" Hearing this, 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord flew into a rage, pointing directly at Mactran's face and shouting loudly, "You monster, stop revealing trade secrets." He began to raise the sword in his hand to the sky, creating a dazzling light that illuminated the entire arena, shouting loudly, "Immortal technique, 10,000 colorful flowing flowers." Outside, Kang Ton saw the terrifying scale of the technique and worriedly shouted, "Elder Mactran, be careful." He also refused to be outdone, beginning to clasp his hands to perform a technique. The immortal technique Dark Sky, Great True Pillar Endless Night was no less impressive than 10,000 Flowers' immortal lord's technique just now. Around him was surrounded by an extremely large purple light, forming creating a shield. The shield he just created blocked all the attacks from 10,000 Flowers' Immortal Lord's technique. The two techniques collided and began to explode, creating a mixture of purple and yellow smoke in the air. At this time, the atmosphere became hazy. The collision of the two people's techniques exploded chaotically, causing the space to be filled with intertwined purple and yellow smoke. The power of the explosion was extremely large, spreading and suppressing all the spectators present. Lon Lin, who was watching the battle outside, also noticed that Elder Mac Tran's aura had become extremely weak. After that move, 10,000 Flowers' Immortal Lord gained the upper hand. He calmly looked at Mac Tran and said, "Long time no see, still the loser." After performing the technique, Mac Tran had weakened considerably. He knelt on the ground panting, looking up unwillingly and shouting, "Nonsense. When you came down to the mortal world, you were only lightly injured." This old man even lost his main soul. This old man has just started recovering not long ago. If you have the ability, wait until this old man fully recovers and fight again. 10,000 Flowers' Immortal Lord stood in front of Mac Tran lying on the ground, smugly laughing coldly and saying, "Considering you didn't intentionally spread rumors, I'll spare your life. But from now on, when you meet me, you must submit." Although Mac Tran was exhausted, he still struggled unwillingly and said, "There's no way I'll submit to you." Hearing this, 10,000 Flowers' Immortal Lord fiercely slapped Mac Tran, sending him flying to one side, then asked, "Do you submit now?" Even though he was hit so painfully, he still resolutely answered, "I don't submit." Outside, Kang Tan witnessed 10,000 Flowers' Immortal Lord repeatedly slapping Mac Tran, hitting and asking, "Do you submit? Do you submit?" But he still resolutely said he wouldn't submit. Seeing this scene, Kang Tan's face was full of disappointment. At this moment, Little Tiger flew in from somewhere, along with 10,000 Flowers' Immortal Lords. "Do you submit?" And Mac Tran's miserable cries. It plopped down next to Kang Tan and said, feeling smug for a while, "Isn't he also being pinned down and slapped in the face by the enemy?" Serves him right. Seeing this, he also looked towards Little Tiger. It continued, "In the end, don't you still need this old man's help?" Suddenly, Kang Tan reached out and grabbed Little Tiger. It also felt surprised, starting to mock. "What's wrong?" He stood up looking towards Mac Tran, smiling smugly, hand tightly gripping Little Tiger. Seeing this, it also guessed that Kang Tan wanted to help and stopped him. "Wait, you going won't solve anything. The opponent is too strong. Moreover, this is about pride and honor." At this moment, Kang Tan became even more smug and joyfully shouted, "Elder Mac Tran." Below, he had been beaten by 10,000 Flowers' Immortal Lord until his face was swollen like two buns. While hitting him, he smugly asked, still not submitting. Although Mac Tran was beaten until his body was full of injuries, he still resolutely said, "I don't submit." Above, Kang Tan was moved by Mac Tran's unyielding tenacity, saying, "Majestic and unyielding. Elder Mac is truly amazing." Below, he had been beaten until his body was full of injuries. His face was beaten so swollen it was bigger than his head, but his mouth still said he wouldn't submit. Like a slap in the face to Kang Tan, 10,000 Flowers' Immortal Lord was very smug, joyfully grabbing Mac Tran's collar and laughing gleefully. Mac Tran, in pain with tears in his eyes, begged the sect leader, "Are you just going to watch him beat me?" Kang Tan clasped his hands as if apologizing and said, I thought you could lose control, so I made a judgment." Seeing this, Little Tiger pointed and said, "Old dog, you and your opponent have at least a Runhua Dan pill difference that needs to be made up. What can the sect leader do? The sect's face has been completely lost by you this time." Kang Tan beside seemed to think of something, clapping his hands and saying, Renhua Dan. That's simple. Opening the Tan system, the notification sound rang out. Creating Runhua Dan consumes 1 million points. Creating Runhua Dan consumes 1 million points. Creating Runhua Dan consumes 1 million points. Creation successful. Current points, 22,064,295. Kang Tan accepted to consume a large amount of points to create the item. Then he excitedly prepared to raise his hand to throw something, saying, "Elder Mac Tran." This made Little Tiger's eyes widen in surprise. Kang Tan shouted loudly, "Catch!" Then threw down 3 items. Mac Tran excitedly reached out to grab them, while 10,000 Flowers' Immortal Lord stood stunned watching. Mac Tran kicked 10,000 Flowers' Immortal Lord, shouting, "You bastard, you little brat," then flew up preparing to eat what King Tan had thrown down. Seeing this, Little Tiger mocked, "The old dog is really skilled. I didn't expect you to have this talent, even faster than Lai Da Huang." Mac Tran swallowed the Renhua Dan, a strong burst of energy emanating. He was like reborn, stretching and saying, 10,000 flowers, old slave. You've had enough fun beating me." 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord was shocked at Mac Tran's current appearance. He shouted, "How is this possible? Renhua Dan is eaten as casually as rice." 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord thought to himself. This old dog has now recovered to the peak of scattered immortal realm. I'm no match for him. Mac Tran was surrounded by a black-purple energy, spreading his arms wide and saying, "Come on." That demonic force pulled 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord, closer. He screamed in terror, "I'm dead." Seeing this scene, Duong Oi called out, "Immortal Lord." Mac Tran raised his hand, preparing to hit 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord, a vicious smile appearing on his face as he said, "It's my turn to ask you." Then Mac Tran slapped 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord, and asked, "Do you submit?" 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord struggled to answer, "I submit," then let out a loud scream. 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord's face was swollen from the beating. He cursed, "You stinking brat." Mac Tran slapped him again and asked, "Do you submit?" 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, still managed to say, "I don't submit." Mac Tran's "Do you submit?" And 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord's painful, "I don't submit," kept repeating. 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord's cheeks were swollen. He cried out in pain, "I submit. I submitted after your first hit." Mac Tran still wouldn't let 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord, go, making him angrily curse, "Are you deaf?" "If I submitted," Kang Tan smugly smiled and said, this is self-respect and honor. Phi Immortal Lord, my basic principle for establishing a sect." Mac Tran, exhausted, said, "Phew. Who told you to be so stubborn?" 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord gave the middle finger, his swollen cheeks making it difficult to speak. "Get lost. Where was I stubborn? If you want to hit, just hit directly. Don't do those formalities." Mac Tran squinted his eyes in contempt and said, "You hit me so hard earlier, can't I hit back?" 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord pointed at his own face and shouted, "Who told you not to submit? If you had submitted, I wouldn't have hit you. Now I've submitted and you're still hitting me." Mac Tran smugly laughed and said, "Considering you intended to spare me a horse, I'll also spare you a life. But from now on, when you see me, you must submit." 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord scornfully replied, "Submit, submit, submit. I've submitted long ago." After saying this, he started calling for Duong Oi. Duong Oi, standing high above, heard 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord's call and felt surprised. Below, 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord's swollen face began to shout, "Kneel and submit to Sect Leader King." On Duong Oi's side, 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord began to persuade, "Listen to me quickly. These people are not ones we can deal with." That Mac Tran ate 3 Renhua Dan pills in one breath. Now I'm no match for him anymore. Hearing this, Duong Oi hesitated and said this. Before Duong Oi could finish, 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord continued, "That brat can eat 3 Renhua Dan pills in one breath. His luck is prosperous. He's not someone we can offend." Hearing this, Duong Oi angrily clenched his fists and said in frustration, "His luck is even more prosperous than mine. I can't accept this." He burst out with powerful strength, light radiating in all directions, shouting loudly, "I absolutely cannot accept this." On this side, King Tan heard and smugly smiled. But 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord had already rushed in front of Duong Oi, fiercely hitting him on the head, causing him to cry out in pain. At this moment, Duong Oi looked at him resentfully, a large bump swelling on his head. 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord shouted, "Playing dead are you?" He leaned close to Duong Oi's face and said sternly, "I'm warning you, kid, know your limits. Meeting me is your entire fortune. Mac Tran is only half as fortunate as him." Hearing this, Duong Oi began to fear, his face turning pale as he stammered, "Ah." Then, he and his disciples began to bow their heads in apology. 10,000 flowers, Immortal Lord pressed Duong Oi's head down, despite his reluctance, and said, "The entire 10,000 flowers Immortal Sect will only obey Phi Immortal Sect's commands. only listen to Sect Leader King. The disciples behind them said in unison, "We submit." Outside, everyone exclaimed in shock, "Sect Leader Duong." Everyone was stunned, even Sect Leader Duong himself. Someone else shouted, "Us too! Us too!" They began to bow and kowtow, saying, "The entire Satian sect will only obey Phi Immortal Sect's commands, only listen to Sect Leader King." He reluctantly clasped his hands, outwardly showing compliance, but inwardly full of resentment, thinking, "This Duong Oi has deceived us. We've offended him so much in the past, I don't know if we can survive." Luckily, I reacted quickly. I hope Sect Leader King is magnanimous. On the other side, King Tan was pleased with his victory. At this moment, Little Tiger beside him spoke up. "These bastards are clearly faking submission. I'll help you deal with them." King Tan stood in the middle, saying authoritatively, "I, King Tan, have never been one to hold grudges. If you truly submit, I will not pursue past matters." Hearing this, that person began to rejoice wildly, thinking the ceremony had succeeded. He gratefully shed tears and said, "Thank you, Sect Leader King, for not pursuing the matter." The courtyard echoed with voices of submission. Sect Leader Kang's great kindness and virtue. We are willing to revere Sect Leader Kang as the human realm's leader. We humbly request Sect Leader Kang not to refuse. The system displayed notifications. Congratulations. Host has received 13,200 points. Congratulations. Host has received 7,700 points. Congratulations. Host has received 9,600 points. Congratulations. Host has received 10,500 points. Total 4,661,300 points. Current points, 26,725,595. The system continuously reported point additions. King Tan happily enjoyed his success. The system interface appeared before his eyes. Mission has made significant progress. Achieved stage results. Reward points, 62 million. Current points. Main storyline mission, unify the 3 realms. Make a name in the human world. Become the leader of 3 cultivation regions. Scroll down for details. Become the leader of Tianling region. Scroll down for details. Become the leader of Jiusheng region. Become the leader of Tongming region. Become the leader of Changtian region. Standing before the system, he raised his hand to look and said, "Wow, so many reward points again." At this moment, he stood alone, smiling to himself, his heart full of joy. He continued, "Very good. From now on, human realm cultivators must be united and loving. Anyone who dares to disrupt this, don't blame me for setting Little Tiger on you." Little Tiger beside him heard this and sighed, "What does this have to do with me? Just more work for me." King Tan looked at Little Tiger and said, "Look at your lazy appearance." Little Tiger looked at him and said, "I've made such great contributions and still no reward. Treasures come to hand, but must be handed over to the public treasury. It's already good that I haven't resigned and quit." Hearing this, King Tan began to explain and defend. "There's no scheming involved. Didn't I say the sect wouldn't mistreat anyone?" Hearing this, Little Tiger began to get angry, turning around and shouting, "You're just all talk. Now that you're the human realm's leader, the grand gift promised earlier is still nowhere to be seen. Every day, just fighting with that old dog Mac Tran. In the end, getting nothing." King Tan reached out his hand, smiling and saying, "Hasn't the grand gift already arrived?" Suddenly, Little Tiger flew up, light radiating in all directions, his eyes widening in shock and mouth agape. System notification. Upgrade successful. Current points, 20,725,595. Seeing the radiant light, Little Tiger began to rejoice, looking at himself and saying, "Has my foundation actually reached level 1 already?" He was overjoyed, eyes sparkling, surrounded by radiant light, mouth wide open and tongue out laughing. "Haha, your old man finally has a level 1 foundation, Mac Tran below saw Little Tiger proudly glowing and was stunned. Old dog Mac Tran. Little Tiger transformed into a huge fireball, charging straight towards Mac Tran, proudly shouting, with a pleased smile at the corner of his mouth, "Let's see who kicks whose ass this time." The 2 below began to fight, shouting, "Monster, be careful not to affect me." At this moment in the Great Hall, everyone had submitted to King Tan's authority. He stood in the middle of the hall, exuding supreme dignity, with Little Tiger behind him. He began to speak. "The competition has ended successfully. We have become the leader of the human realm. Next, I want to announce our goals for the next phase." King Tan looked at Little Tiger, smiling as he asked, "Don't you have anything to say?" Little Tiger looked at him in surprise and happily turned to him, saying, "What do I have to say? Sect Leader has already upgraded my foundation." He looked at it politely and said, "No need to be formal. To be honest, upgrading your foundation was just temporary. The real grand gift hasn't arrived yet." Hearing this, everyone below was shocked, mouths agape, unable to believe their ears. Little Tiger, upon hearing this, trembled with joy and obediently asked, "Then what is the grand gift?" Hearing that Little Tiger was receiving so many privileges, people outside began to gather around and flatter. "Great King, don't forget that our brethren are still living in misery. Take this opportunity to let Sect Leader Kang lead us." Reminded of this, Little Tiger began to recall and said, "That's right, I almost forgot about this." It turned and pleaded with Kang Ton. Kang Ton began to explain, "Sect Leader, my Tiger Clan descendants on Tiger Head Mountain are being insulted because I'm not there. I humbly request that you give me a few months' leave. I will return to deal with the intruders, then come back immediately." Mac Tran outside began to mock, "A few months. TSK, TSK. Hearing his mockery, it turned and shouted, "Old dog, stop pretending. I'm not afraid of you anymore." Then it continued to kneel and plead, "Sect Leader, 1 month is enough. Now that I have a level 1 foundation, my strength has increased. Give me 1 month, I guarantee I'll be back." At this point, Kang Ton lowered his head and smiled gently. "Little Tiger, your imagination is really too poor. The grand gift the Sect Leader mentioned is giving you leave." It heard this and asked, "Really? You want to personally take action?" Hearing this, Kang Ton began to raise his head and say, "What did you say you were before? Among the 12 great Demon King caves, counting from the bottom up, you were first, right?" Little Tiger hurriedly explained, "That's no longer the case, thanks to Sect Leader's blessing. With my current strength, I'm at least in the top 6. Hearing this, Kang Ton began to click his tongue. Still not enough. Kang Ton smiled and said, "At least the demon realm should be left to our Phi immortal Sects people, right?" Everyone was shocked and exclaimed with mouths agapewa. At this time in Tianling region, Nanzhong Ling Prefecture, Bailing County and Ziyuan Holy Land, that group was carrying out construction under the command of one person. Suddenly, someone ran in panicking and shouted, Sect Leader, people from Phi Immortal Sect have arrived." Hearing this, he was slightly startled and frowned. He was the Sect Leader of Ziyuan Holy Land, named Wu Huan Venerable. Immediately, Wu Huan Venerable hurriedly waved his hand and ordered, "Quickly invite them in." Those who were building above also hurriedly climbed down to welcome them. When the people from Phi Immortal Sect flew in, Wu Huan Venerable respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Ah, honored guests, honored guests. Sect Leader Kang's grand visit truly makes our sect shine." Looking up, Wu Huan Venerable saw a group of imposing people flying down. He saw Kang Ton and a group of people, including Little Tiger, De Huang, Mac Tran, Lan Ling Venerable, Ji Ling Han, and a woman wearing a hat similar to a foreman and workers. Each type of hat represented a different status. At this moment, the disciples of Ziyuan Holy Land were fearfully peeking. Kang Ton stroked his chin, puzzled and wondering, "Now what's wrong with these people?" Then Kang Ton showed a surprised expression and asked, "What's wrong with you all? Why are you hiding when we arrive?" Hearing such a question, Sect Leader Wu Huan Venerable was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. Wu Huan Venerable immediately turned around and shouted at the disciples who were looking for places to hide, "You bastards! Sect Leader Kang has arrived. What are you hiding for? Come out here now." Immediately, the disciples came out, but everyone's face was as gloomy as overcooked minced meat. Wu Huan Venerable angrily walked over, knocked each person on the head, and loudly scolded, "Damn it, do you want to die? Smile for me." Kang Ton, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Have I offended you in some way? Why is there such great hostility?" Wu Huan Venerable immediately scratched his head, laughing awkwardly as he explained, "How could that be? You've misunderstood." He continued, This is the tradition of our Ziyuan Holy Land." Hearing this, Kang Ton didn't believe it at all, thinking to himself, "Old dog, who are you trying to fool? Let me see what other tricks you're hiding." Kang Ton stood thinking for a moment, causing Wu Huan Venerable to panic, frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Then, Kang Ton used his eyes to observe this sect leader. The observation showed that the inner heart of sect leader Wu Huan Venerable was in great turmoil. He was thinking, "Why are they here? Could it be that they're afraid we'll seek revenge and want to wipe us out? What should we do now? We can't even fight back. After observing for a moment, King Tan suddenly asked in shock with his mouth agape, "What revenge? I have indeed offended you." Hearing this, Sect leader Wu Huan Venerable's whole body trembled, his face turning pale. He said, "Not at all, Sect leader King. What are you saying? I don't understand at all." In his heart, he wondered, what's happening? Can he hear my inner thoughts? Then, King Tan narrowed his eyes in discomfort, full of anger, and asked, "What hidden agenda do you really have? Speak quickly, or I'll get angry." Hearing this shout, Wu Huan Venerable was extremely frightened and said, Please don't be angry. I'll tell you. At this moment, Sect leader Wu Huan Venerable was scared in his heart. He was a bit timid as he prepared to point his hand toward someone. He stuttered, "It's him." Then, Wu Huan Venerable immediately pointed his finger directly at Little Tiger's face. Little Tiger immediately asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Sect leader Wu Huan Venerable replied, "Initially, this tiger went out and slaughtered nearly half of our sect's disciples and elders, causing our Ziyuan Holy Land to directly downgrade from a major human realm sect to a third-rate sect." Hearing this accusation, Little Tiger angrily shouted, "Don't you dare throw dirt on me. I don't even know who you are." It continued to ask, "Is it that old dog Mac Tran who instigated you to falsely accuse me?" Hearing himself being blamed, Mac Tran's face turned purple with anger as he scolded loudly, "You bastard. You beast, you went out flirting and causing trouble everywhere yourself. Don't put it on this old man's head." Sect leader Wu Huan Venerable stammered, "Great Tiger, have you forgotten? You previously borrowed our teleportation grand array." Hearing him say this, Little Tiger recalled the situation at that time. When Little Tiger was first summoned by King Tan, it hurriedly ran back, and because it was too far, it had come to the sect, borrowing your teleportation grand array for a bit. "Don't talk nonsense to me. If it wasn't for that bastard tricking me, I wouldn't have bothered using your damn sect." Now remembering, Little Tiger scratched its head and said, "That's right, I remember now." But Little Tiger still didn't admit its fault, instead complaining, "This can't be blamed on me. I just wanted to borrow your grand array for a bit." It put its hands on its hips and continued, "Who told you to not distinguish right from wrong and attack me?" Hearing Little Tiger complain like this, Sect leader Wu Huan Venerable, with a worried and fearful expression, replied, "Even a private bathroom can't be used casually. The teleportation grand array is very costly. How can it be borrowed casually?" After hearing the dialogue between the two, King Tan laughed happily and said, "Hey, just for this small matter." Little Tiger immediately showed an uncomfortable expression and said, "That's right, just for this small matter, they hold a grudge against me." Immediately after, Little Tiger was scolded by King Tan. He shouted loudly, "I mean, you killed more than half of their sex people just for this small matter." Seeing King Tan shout loudly, Little Tiger's eyes widened in shock and said, Then Little Tiger hurriedly explained, "How can this be blamed on me? Initially, if you hadn't called me from the heavenly demon realm, why would I need to borrow the array?" It continued, "This time I crossed almost all of the human realm and demon realm. Flying by myself would have taken a very long time. What if I encountered a master I couldn't defeat halfway and got refined into a demon pill? Who could I call for help?" Hearing Little Tiger's explanation, King Tan was not affected at all. He waved his hand and said directly, "All right, the trouble you caused, this sect leader will bear it for you." Then he used the system to resurrect those people, resurrecting the killed disciples of Ziyuan Holy Land. Time of death 136 days. Consumed 78,600 accumulation points. This made sect leader Wu Huan Venerable shocked, not understanding what was happening. The system immediately notified that the resurrection was successful. Current accumulation points are 2,699,921. Then, the people of Ziyuan Holy Land who were killed years ago came back to life. They showed shocked expressions and said, "Where are we?" This made sect leader Wu Huan Venerable extremely shocked, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, Little Tiger frowned, observing to see what would happen next. Immediately, the group of people who had just been resurrected brandished their swords angrily and said, "Beast, how dare you casually barge into Ziyuan Holy Land?" They continued, "If you want to defile our Ziyuan Holy Land's teleportation grand array, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first." Hearing the foolish words of the disciples, the sect leader immediately struck them and said, "Shut up for me. You're both stupid and like to show off." So everyone knelt down and kowtowed, thanking Sect Leader Kang for saving their lives. Then, Sect Leader Wu Huan Venerable smiled curiously and asked, "Sect Leader Kang, surely you didn't come this time just to resurrect us." He continued, "Whatever Zi Yuan Holy Land needs to do, we will certainly do our utmost, without refusal." Immediately, Lan Ling Venerable solemnly said, "Since you've said so." Kang Tan immediately smiled and said, "Lan Ling, tell them." Then, Lan Ling Venerable took out a plan and said, "Wu Huan Venerable, this time we came to discuss with you about a major project that will benefit the entire human realm." Lan Ling continued, "This is the project plan and feasibility study report for the major project. Please take a look." Sect Leader Wu Huan Venerable took the report to read, and his expression changed. He said, "2-year public transportation plan for the human realm." At this moment, the sect leader held the contract and read, "Party B, Zi Yuan Holy Land, is responsible for planning, construction, implementation, post-maintenance, energy supply, beautification of surrounding landscape, development, and improvement of other functional equipment." Wu Huan Venerable continued reading, "Party A, Xian Sect, will be responsible for spiritual support." After reading, Kang Tan asked with a surprised expression, "Who came up with this contract?" At this moment, Lan Ling's face turned red, happily waiting for Kang Tan's praise. But he turned to scold Lan Ling loudly. Kang Tan said, "With a contract like this, can Party B even survive?" Lan Ling immediately replied shyly, "I followed the labor contract principles set by Little Tiger." This made the Demon King stand there dumbfounded, unable to react in time. Hearing this, Kang Tan put his hands on his hips, showing dissatisfaction, and said to Lan Ling, still arguing, "What do you understand? Little Tiger is a servant in the house, shameless. We can bully it however we want." This made Little Tiger standing behind very angry, but unable to do anything. It said angrily, "Bastard." Kang Tan continued to reprimand and instruct. "This sect leader has said it many times. Now that we are the #1 major sect in the human realm, we must have the appearance of the #1 major sect." He continued, "How shameless were we before?" Hearing this instruction, everyone shouted in unison, "We obey the sect leader's teachings." After saying this, Kang Tan turned to sect leader Wu Huan Venerable with a smile and said, "Don't worry. All the responsibilities written in the contract, our Xian Sect will share with you." This immediately shocked sect leader Wu Huan Venerable, who stammered embarrassedly, "Ah, sect leader Kang is so magnanimous. We don't dare. It's just. Kang Tan immediately narrowed his eyes, his face showing a bit of worry, carrying a hint of threat as he said, "What, still not satisfied? Or do you want my Xian Sect to take on all the responsibilities?" Seeing Kang Tan frown, Wu Huan Venerable immediately showed great fear. Hearing this, sect leader Wu Huan Venerable's whole body trembled, and he hurriedly bowed. He said to Kang Tan, we wouldn't dare. It's just that this teleportation grand array consumes a huge amount of spiritual veins. When our disciples use it occasionally, it's barely acceptable." He continued, "If everyone in the human realm comes to use it, it's really a bit indigestible." Then, sect leader Wu Huan Venerable continued to plead with Kang Tan. "But please rest assured, sect leader, if people from Xian Sect come to use it, we will definitely not refuse. Moreover, we will absolutely arrange priority usage." Looking at the current situation, Kang Tan stood there with his arms crossed, his face showing a bit of dissatisfaction. He said, "All this fuss just for this reason?" After complaining, Kang Tan said to De Huang, "Go to your job." De Huang pointed at its mouth, meaning it wanted some treasures to put in its mouth. So Kang Tan directly poured a bowl of precious stones into its mouth, causing sect leader Wu Huan Venerable standing nearby to stare in shock. After eating, De Huang licked its lips. Then, De Huang jumped into the air, simultaneously causing the spiritual veins here to start glowing. The little girl said, "Gamma, just keep practicing more." This also made Kang Tan happy. At this moment, the spiritual veins had upgraded to the 9th grade. Sect leader Wu Huan Venerable and the disciples were extremely shocked and said, 9th grade spiritual veins. Then, everyone cheered joyfully. It's about to break through to the holy realm. Next, they all knelt down and respectfully said, "Thank you, Sect Leader Kang, for your generosity." Sect Leader Kang's blood pressure soared. Then, Kang Tan smiled, nodded, and said, Alright, with ninth grade spiritual veins, the teleportation grand array's consumption won't need to recover as quickly as before. From now on, the key transportation tasks will be entrusted to you. Hearing King Tan's instructions, Sect leader Wu Huan Venerable respectfully said, "We absolutely dare not refuse." Later, at the foot of Tiger Head Mountain, Tianyu Abyss, Demon Realm. After the teleportation array was repaired, King Tan, along with a group of people and Little Tiger, teleported here and stood on high ground looking down. At this moment, King Tan and Little Tiger seemed to be pondering something. Suddenly, Little Tiger angrily said, "Has my Tiger Head Mountain territory turned into a cat market?" Then a disciple said pitifully, "Great King, this is the life we used to live." At this moment, King Tan shouted, "Let's go, fight for your people." At this time, it was very lively below, like a marketplace. Someone shouted, "For sale, for sale." Someone said, "Gold/level 5,000 spirit stones, silver/level 3,000 spirit stones." On the other side, someone said, "Bun face, 2,000 spirit stones, adult tiger with straight arms, 5th grade innate bone, 200 spirit stones, tiger immortal head box, 500 spirit stones." In the midst of the commotion, suddenly a strike came from the sky, causing everyone to panic. Immediately, Little Tiger and Turtle Demon shouted, "Everyone stop for me." A wolf demon named Tao Jiang Demon King asked the old turtle, "What's going on here? Wasn't it said that this market would be ours in half a year? What, are you starting to regret it?" Hearing this, Little Tiger angrily said, "What do you take my Tiger Clan descendants for? How can there be such reasoning?" The old turtle immediately lowered his voice and said, "Great Tiger, please calm down. These small characters are not worth a great security captain's effort. A mere driver can handle it." Seeing them like this, Tao Jiang Demon King contemptuously asked, "What? Have you lost your mind? Why are you bowing your head to slaves?" The old turtle immediately scolded, "Dog mouth, don't spew shit. Get out of here now. I'll spare you a beating." Tao Jiang Demon King asked in surprise, Old brother, what act are you putting on? Let me tell you, we have so many people here. We're not afraid of you." Tao Jiang Demon King immediately turned his head and said, "Everyone, someone wants to sabotage our business." Black Wind Demon King, Gold Coin Great King, and 1,000 Feet Great King immediately said in unison, "Who would be so unreasonable?" Looking at the current situation, King Tan hurriedly said, "Heavens, have I entered a zoo?" The old turtle immediately said, "Sect leader doesn't know. These guys are not ordinary characters." He continued, "That pitch black one is Black Wind Great King, one of the 72 Cave Demon Kings. And the one who looks like a great-grandson of the Tiger family is Gold Coin Great King, also one of the 72 Cave Demon Kings. Next, the one who looks like a low-level animal at first glance is 1,000 Feet Great King, 72 Cave Demon Kings. Finally, the one with a hairstyle that looks like a serious dog is Tao Jiang Demon King, 72 Cave Demon Kings." Hearing the old turtle introduce them like this, the four angrily shouted, "You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?" After hearing these nonsensical words, King Tan asked in confusion, "Wait, what do you mean by 72 Cave Demon Kings? Isn't it 36 caves?" The old turtle laughed and explained, The officially recognized and staffed ones are our 36 Cave Demon Kings. They are the 72 caves. We are the 36 caves. The other 36 are just added as entourage to make it lively. Boasting about oneself is basically nothing." At this moment, Little Tiger also spoke up, "Bullshit. The officially recognized and staffed ones are our 12 great unified Cave Demon Kings. Your 36 caves are just here to join the fun." Hearing Little Tiger say this, the old turtle excitedly jumped up and said, Right, Great Tiger is correct. Now besides our 36 caves, there are also 72 caves." He continued, "Not only that, there are also the 500 strongest Star Demon Kings, the 500 strongest Fire System Demon Kings, the 500 strongest Independent Cultivator Demon Kings, and so on. There are many other organizations of the 500 strongest. Currently, in the Demon Realm, regardless of cultivation level, everyone is called a Demon King." King Tan asked in confusion, "Heavens, your Demon Realm really is a shallow pond with many turtles, isn't it?" Hearing this, the old turtle immediately said, "Actually, I'm not the only turtle here." Then, Black Wind Great King angrily said, "Hey, old turtle, if you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly. Don't think we're afraid of you, just because your cultivation is half a realm higher than ours. We have strength in numbers. Tao Jiang Demon King immediately said, I want a big scene. The old turtle hurriedly said, Sect leader, leave this to me. I'll show you that upgrading my innate bone was an extremely correct decision. Then, the old turtle began to perform his technique. Water gathered from all directions. A wave of water rushed towards that group of people with a boom. The old turtle proudly shouted. Anyone else not convinced? The leopard and pig pinned under the old turtle's feet groaned. We're convinced, we're convinced. The system voice sounded. Congratulations on the successful performance of Follower Pan, Great King Ba, adding 200,000 points. Current score is 20,846,995. King Tan stood there smiling and said to the old turtle, You've just joined not long ago and already grasped the true meaning of flying immortal sects corporate culture. Old turtle, not bad. Very promising. The old turtle bowed his head in gratitude. Sect leader, you flatter me. You flatter me. Sect leader upgraded my innate bone. I must live up to your promotion. Little tiger growled behind. Feels like there's another stronger flattery competitor now. Suddenly someone came from behind and said, Old turtle, what's the meaning of this? A majestic wolf stepped forward. Everyone exclaimed in panic. Northbone wolf. Kang Tan's eyes lit up. This one is handsome too. Little tiger said in surprise. It's just a wolf demon, very arrogant in the past, challenged great god Quan Ding Ding to single combat several times and lost. Kang Tan crossed his arms and laughed. Great god Quan Ding Ding single combat. Not bad, this title sounds very cool. What's so cool about it? It's just a demon dog, ranked at the bottom of the 12 unified cave demon kings. He said in confusion. Isn't Ming Xing at the bottom? Little tiger explained embarrassedly. I'm second from the bottom. It's at the bottom. I said that on purpose because I wanted you to let me go. The old turtle trembled and said, Sect leader, Tiger Lord, this small character doesn't need you to intervene. Watch me handle it. The wolf immediately used his technique, holding a long sword. Defeated general, who gave you the guts to dare challenge me? As soon as he finished speaking, the wolf rushed towards the old turtle like lightning, preparing to strike down with his sword. It cried out in fear, too fast. It jumped up and slashed. Fortunately, the turtle shell was hard enough to block it. After a while, it slowly crawled out. Facing a standard Demon King level strength is still too forced. I don't believe it. Can't let the sect leader's efforts go to waste. It suddenly shouted, Fight to the death. Immediately, it spat out a huge stream of water. Great flood. The wolf panicked and used his sword to block. What's going on? Soaking wet, it panted and said, Old man, I know clearly that you only had a 5th grade innate bone before. How did it become 4th grade now? What great opportunity did you get? Tell me, and I'll spare your life. The old turtle puffed up his cheeks and glared at it. Spare my life. Stop bragging. Fight to the death. The wolf immediately jumped up, preparing to strike another blow on its head. The old turtle was so scared his eyeballs were about to pop out. The same old move. The old turtle immediately retracted its neck. Kang Tan stood observing on the side and said, This guy is not only handsome, but also very strong. The old turtle doesn't dare to stick its head out even if it gets beheaded. Little tiger standing beside helplessly said, Ironback injury wolf strength is very strong, only second to great god Quan Ding Ding single. It recalled the past and said, This Ironback injury wolf almost became one of the 12 unified cave demon kings, then challenged great god Quan Ding Ding single many times. Its cultivation and innate bone are actually not much inferior, but unfortunately was countered by the opponent. After several failed challenges, it hid in the cave palace as an assistant. Kang Tan squinted and smiled, a wolf being a little brother to a dog. Little tiger nodded slightly, saying, I've seen it wasn't good since childhood. Like this is no good, no future. The wolf frantically slashed down on the turtle shell, shouting, Come out and fight. Don't be a turtle hiding in its shell. The old turtle was so scared it was about to cry. I am originally a turtle that hides in its shell. Tiger Lord, save me. Kang Tan stood on the side watching. Go help the old turtle quickly, or else they'll smash its shell soon. Little tiger went over and said, Stupid dog, that's enough. The wolf became even more angry, turned its head, eyes like fire saying, What did you call me? Stupid dog. It charged towards Little Tiger. Who dares to insult the glory of my wolf clan die? But Little Tiger only needed to dodge to the side, and the wolf immediately lost balance and fell, even dropping its sword. The wolf hadn't even reacted before it was on its knees in miserable defeat. Little Tiger crossed his arms and sneered, "The glory of your wolf clan. Does the wolf clan have glory in being a little brother to dogs?" The wolf shouted, "You bastard, I must kill you." Hearing this, Little Tiger gave it a blow to the head. The wolf's whole body trembled, immediately kowtowing and saying, Tiger Lord, you should have said earlier, if you had revealed your identity sooner, how would this lowly one dare to raise a hand before you?" Little Tiger immediately put on an imposing air, but in the wolf's heart, it was very unconvinced. When did the three-eyed fierce Tiger King become a first-class innate bone? No wonder I couldn't fight back. He must have gotten some great opportunity. Little Tiger produced a chain from somewhere, wrapping it around the wolf's neck. "You dog, can't win, so you want to flatter. Sect leader, tonight we'll eat dog meat." Hearing this, the wolf immediately begged in fear. "No, please, I know how to watch the house. I can even shake hands. I don't know how to be a high-tech tour guide yet, but I'm willing to learn. Please don't eat me." King Ton thought for a moment. In the future, when Little Tiger becomes #1 in the demon realm, having head of security stamped on his business card seems a bit lacking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The system displayed, Iron Back Injury Wolf, 2nd class innate bone, upgrade to 1st class innate bone, consumes 66 million points. He looked and thought, so it only has a 2nd class innate bone, just like Little Tiger at the beginning. King Ton immediately went over, smiled, and patted Little Tiger's shoulder, saying, "Little Tiger, when you become the CEO of Flying Immortal Sect's demon branch in the future, this dog can take over your initial job as the head of security. For the next few months, let it be the deputy head of security. You lead it to familiarize with the business." Hearing this, the wolf immediately kowtowed. "Thank you, Great Elder. Thank you, Great Elder." Little Tiger immediately kicked it. "You should call him Sect Leader. Understand the rules." The wolf heard the order and immediately jumped up. "Yes, Sect Leader. Sect Leader." A sound rang out. "Cake." The wolf devoured the cake in its hand, excitedly saying, "This cake is really delicious. I've never eaten anything so good in my life." Seeing it eating so heartily, King Ton joked, "No matter how delicious Flying Immortal Sex cakes are, there won't be enough for you to eat." Hearing this, the wolf angrily said, "You see, when the tide rises, the boat rises." The old turtle also came over, put his arm around the wolf's shoulder, and whispered, still talking about the glory of the wolf clan. The wolf frowned hearing this. "I'm a person who knows when to advance and retreat. Honor can't be used to eat. I like to speak the truth. In a gloomy cave in Yuan Wu Cave, where few people visit, cobwebs were everywhere." King Ton stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the tiger or leopard skin placed on a round rock, with a disgusted expression saying, "Little Tiger, you still live in this shabby cave. It's too poor." Little Tiger also felt a bit embarrassed, replied, "The material conditions of this cave palace of mine rank in the top 5 of the demon realm. It's just that our sect leader hasn't managed it for a long time. It's been wrecked by those demons outside." Hearing such complaints before the sect leader could comfort him, Shen immediately interjected with sarcasm, "Looks like you're very dissatisfied with the sect leader." Little Tiger, hit in a sore spot, angrily retorted, "You dangerous old dog, shut up. You dead dog taking advantage of the muddy water to fish, still want to bully me." Indeed, Little Tiger's expression changed as fast as flipping a book. Just now he was scolding that old man. In the blink of an eye, he turned to flatter King Ton, currying favor with the sect leader. "Don't misunderstand my meaning. It's thanks to the sect leader's blessing that this cave palace of mine can finally be renovated a bit." King Ton replied, "Renovation is necessary. The spiritual veins of this cave palace of yours are really unbearable to look at anymore." Seeing the sect leader seemed very concerned about his living place, Little Tiger was overjoyed. "You mean sect leader?" The wolf standing behind thought to itself, "A 5th grade spiritual vein is still not enough. This is the demon realm. If it were in their mortal realm, a 5th grade spiritual vein would already be considered top-notch." As they were gathering to talk, suddenly a golden light shone straight down to the ground. It turned out to be De Huang. King Ton smiled and said, "Old rules." The little girl De Huang had a heart shape in her mouth, looking very cute. The little girl pointed at her mouth, signaling King Ton to do something. King Ton immediately opened a candy bag and poured colorful candies directly into De Huang's mouth. The little girl instantly perked up, very pleased with this action. De Huang jumped up and announced, "It's feeding time again, brothers." Then a series of blue lights shone down. Little Tiger and the others felt confused and very uncomfortable. Little Tiger stammered, "What's going on? Has the spiritual vein been upgraded?" Then he excitedly waved his hand. Ninth grade. After saying that, he approached Kang Tan's feet, kissing and licking to curry favor. Wise sect leader, high virtue, spiritual vein. He continued, "Old Ghost Shen, hurry and bring the watermelon from the warehouse for sect leader Kang to eat." The guy immediately ran off upon hearing the order. Little Tiger's subordinates who stayed behind cried and complained, "Great King Grandpa, the old steward has been captured by the Rabbit King." Little Tiger angrily scolded, "Damn it, I forgot that Rabbit has gone too far," he said firmly, his 3 eyes seeming to spit fire. "I must take back all the humiliation I've endured these past few years." In the ice frost cave of Tyne Mountain, Silver Moon Frost Rabbit was sitting there, having the old steward cut her toenails. The old man, now with an additional nickname Old Goat, was working while flattering. "Your Highness, how do you like this color?" Feeling very comfortable and liking the color. Suddenly, due to the old steward's carelessness, a drop of nail polish fell on Silver Moon Frost Rabbit's foot. She glared, kicked the old man to the ground, and was about to step on his head, scolding loudly, "Old man, how can you be so clumsy? Do you know whose foot you dropped it on?" Then she stretched out her foot with the nail polish on it, ordering him, "Lick it clean for me." Indeed, dying for a woman is the most pleasurable death. Meaning the old man, though being abused, felt no pain, but rather enjoyed it. It sounds a bit perverse. He looked at Silver Moon, his cheeks flushed, thinking to himself, "The great king is not Old Ghost Shen. I'm not being disloyal. It's just that your highness is too alluring. Who told you to disappear for so long?" Then the old man did as told. Suddenly, she heard a strange noise outside. Surprised, she exclaimed, "What's going on?" It turned out to be Little Tiger charging towards the cave door. He roared, "You have the guts to steal men. You have the guts to open the door. Don't hide inside without making a sound. I know you're still at home." Hearing the familiar voice, Silver Moon immediately knew who it was. She stood up and said, "That stinky 3-eyed tiger, hiding for so long, you finally dare to show your face." On this side, Little Tiger was still shouting. Then the cave door was shattered by Silver Moon, debris flying towards Little Tiger. He quickly jumped back to protect himself. Little Tiger sneered, "Little girl, now Tiger's innate bone has been strengthened. Not afraid anymore." Suddenly, Little Tiger froze, his eyes wide open and motionless. Perhaps he had seen something frightening. It turned out that his old steward was being ridden by Silver Moon Frost Rabbit like a horse. The old steward could only silently shed tears of shame. Seeing this scene, Little Tiger became even more enraged. He shouted, "How dare you make my steward your slave? You've really gone too far." Those tears just now must have been crocodile tears. The old steward on this side was still very happy to serve. He grinned and said, "Great king, don't worry about me, just go quickly." That turtle wasn't much better. Seeing a beauty, his nose started bleeding profusely. What a bunch of lustful creatures. He blocked Little Tiger's way and said, "Tiger brother, you don't need to take action. I'll handle this small matter." Seeing this situation, the wolf was afraid of missing the opportunity. His eyes turned into heart shapes, nose bleeding, pushing the turtle away. "Tiger brother, you don't need to take action. I just arrived. Let me handle this small matter." So the two began to argue. They might not be able to fight, but judging by their greedy looks, it seemed they wanted to devour Silver Moon Frost Rabbit alive. A chaotic fight broke out. It was thought that Silver Moon would be easily captured, but those guys only had large bodies. In less than a second, Silver Moon Frost Rabbit had used 2 chains to tie them up tightly, just like the old steward. They were surprisingly willing, though their resistance was very weak. Seeing this scene, Little Tiger's face turned purple with anger. He shouted, "You all look like a bunch of traitors." Then he said, "Did you come here to play at a club?" Silver Moon Frost Rabbit spoke up. "You damn tiger. I've beaten you into hiding for so long. How dare you show your face today?" Little Tiger laughed coldly in response. "Little girl, this tiger is different now. Not only do I want to deal with your little rabbit, but I also want to have you." Unexpectedly, this little tiger was no different from the others. He also desired her, with a lustful expression. He said, "I'm really looking forward to it." Silver Moon Frost Rabbit was furious seeing this. She gritted her teeth. "You bastard. How dare you flirt with me? After saying that, she flew up, froze the other three, then attacked Little Tiger. Little Tiger stood motionless, cursing, "Damn it, damn reflexes." Suddenly he thought of something, scratching his head. He recalled that there seemed to be a similar scene before. He shook his head, not wanting to think about it anymore. He said to himself, No, I'm a first-class innate now. I can win. Then the flame in his body burst into flames. But he still couldn't beat Silver Moon Frost Rabbit. In the end, Little Tiger could only crawl on all fours to escape, but no matter how fast he ran, he was still caught up by that girl. Another palm strike, and he was frozen again. Silver Moon Frost Rabbit crossed her arms smugly and said, "You're really asking for death." The other three saw their king and cried out in panic, "Great Tiger Brother!" Lan Ling Venerable and Ji Ling Han, standing there, also called out Little Tiger's name. The old man who had just mocked Little Tiger laughed gleefully. "Serves you right. Wasting the sect leader's spiritual power to revive you." Seeing this scene, King Tan seemed to have predicted the outcome, so he wasn't too surprised. He thought to himself, the system didn't warn, so it's reassuring Little Tiger won't die. Right after that, Little Tiger used his internal energy to emit a scorching flame, instantly melting the ice around him. Silver Moon Frost Rabbit saw this and gaped, unable to believe it. She cried out in panic. What? Before she could react, Little Tiger had already rushed over from afar at an extremely fast speed. Silver Moon Frost Rabbit almost lost her guard, exclaiming, "Too fast." Little Tiger closed in, hugging Silver Moon Frost Rabbit tightly. She angrily shouted, "You bastard, let me go." How could Little Tiger let go? No matter how she screamed and struggled, she continued to curse, "Bastard, bastard, let me go." Seeing this, Little Tiger laughed and said, "Let you go. You've bullied me for so long. Now it's my turn to bully you." After saying that, he forcefully kissed Silver Moon Frost Rabbit's two plump peaches. She fell down helplessly, while Little Tiger was extremely excited. He put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. That felt great. The rabbit girl looked at him, thinking to herself, "Three-eyed tiger, when did you become a first-class innate?" Only now did she realize she had just been taken advantage of. She hurriedly cried out, quickly using her hands to cover her two round, firm melons on her chest. Little Tiger saw her only screaming without saying anything, so he asked, "What's wrong? Do you have any more objections?" Without waiting for her answer, he hugged Silver Moon Frost Rabbit tightly again. His eyes shone brightly. "Be my concubine. I guarantee you'll be the most noble woman in the demon world in the future." "Oh no, I should say rabbit." Little Tiger's subordinate laughed and explained, "Great King Grandpa, she's already the most noble rabbit in the demon world." Hearing this, Little Tiger gently shook the rabbit girl, asking insistently, "The most noble female demon?" Silver Moon Frost Rabbit was a bit shy, nodding slightly. Immediately after, Little Tiger hugged her again, overjoyed like a madman. She agreed. At this point, Little Tiger was no longer thinking about winning or losing or bullying. He just wanted to consummate their union right away. He hurriedly ran off, still hugging her tightly. "I'm going to the bridal chamber." At Nine-Tailed Fox's dwelling, someone came in to report, "Great King." That Great King angrily shouted, "What?" "The 12 Demon Kings' ranking has been updated again." The pug dog was sweating in fear, kneeling down and answering, "Great Divine Official, you are absolutely correct. Three-Eyed Tiger has ridden the Frost Rabbit King. His ranking has increased to 3rd from the bottom." The Great King roared, "So what?" That guy was terrified, unable to speak, but unable to remain silent, stammering, "Now you're at the bottom of the list again." Hearing this, that Great King flew into a rage, constantly scratching the armrest with his claws. Blue Turtle was comforting Wolfman, who was burying his head, eating spirit pills and celestial herbs. Slowly, he said, "I've told you already," but he wouldn't listen. As a result, Wolfman choked and stammered for help. "Water." Blue Turtle quickly handed him water. Here. Wolfman gulped it down, almost drinking the entire bottle. Seeing this, Blue Turtle also felt sad and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Old friend, eating like that won't digest well. You don't need to risk your life like this." After hearing this, Wolfman coughed a few times, then pouted and scolded. "What do you know?" According to my understanding of Dog King, Great Divine Official, he knows that Tiger has caused him to return to the bottom of the 12 Demon Kings ranking. He definitely won't let it go. Then Wolfman continued, "These days, Tiger and the Rabbit clan have been enjoying day and night. His body has been greatly depleted. If Dog King comes, I'm afraid Tiger will suffer a great loss." Blue Turtle was stunned after hearing this, picked his nose, and replied, "The eunuch worries more than the king. There are many experts beside the sect leader. It's not your turn to worry." The more he spoke, the angrier Wolfman became. So he jumped up and hit the turtle's head a few times. He scratched and said, "How would you know if you don't do it this life? You don't know how to help the leader solve troubles. What's the point of the sect raising you? You must have the spirit of an owner, understand? You need a few hits to get it through your head." Despite being hit, Blue Turtle wasn't angry at all. He replied, "Mung Beans and Pennywort, I get it now, you're still my old friend." Seeing this tactic was effective, Wolfman smiled and said, "That's right, I'm from the Wolf Clan, dogs are all our nephews." The so-called order of precedence. This flattery business must be made difficult. In the cave, everyone was singing and dancing very lively. On the left, dragons were drawn. On the right, rainbows were painted. Let go. Little Tiger and the Rabbit Clan were happily playing. Little Tiger sang loudly, "Look at that shining ball." Dog King was standing outside the door, quietly listening to the echoing song. The wind gathered clouds into a storm, blocking the way, dividing into two paths. The sky turned to rain falling on the steps. The pain in the heart turned into falling leaves. He sneered and muttered, "What trash, daring to open their mouths to sing like that." After saying that, he immediately kicked the door. Dog King shouted, "Three-eyed Tiger, get out here. Explain to me." The door was blown away by Dog King's power. Dust and smoke filled the air. The people who were having fun inside immediately stopped and looked outside. The door opened, originally thought to shock everyone, but the one shocked was himself. Dog King muttered, "Why are there so many people?" Little Tiger, seeing he was disturbed, angrily pointed at Dog King and shouted, "Old dog, what do you want to do? You kicked and broke my Schwang's door for no reason." Thinking this threat would make Dog King back down. But this sentence actually emitted a smell of dog food. The people around who heard this all got goosebumps and frowned. "My Schwang's house, so cringy." Silver Moon Frost Rabbit, seeing this, also proudly stepped out and asked, "Old dog, what's wrong? Is it because you see your ranking has been restored? Do you want Silver Moon Heavenly Frost Empress to punish you for your restoration?" Hearing this, Dog King immediately lowered his ears and carefully explained, No, I of course obey the Empress." Then Dog King pointed at Little Tiger angrily and said, "It's just that I don't submit to him." "Tiger, did you rely on yourself for the Empress to raise your ranking?" Little Tiger felt insulted, fiercely rolled up his sleeves, threatening to fight. "This dead dog, don't talk nonsense. Today I'll let you taste the power of a first-class innate." As soon as he finished speaking, Little Tiger immediately displayed his strength, letting out an extremely loud roar. But then he couldn't use his strength. Even he himself felt surprised. Emochin beside him saw this and laughed mockingly. "Who told you to indulge every day? You're injured, aren't you?" "Serves you right." Little Tiger's bones were now unsteady. He groaned in pain. This gave Dog King the opportunity to attack. He excitedly rushed towards Little Tiger, saying, "Good chance." He shouted, "Let me return to the bottom of the 12 Demon Kings ranking." Little Tiger was overconfident, now in danger. Just as they were about to fight, suddenly someone ran over, startling both Dog King and Little Tiger. That person scolded, "Stupid dog, don't you dare act recklessly." The people around watching the commotion were also affected. Kongcheng wondered, what's going on? One side was fire, one side was ice. Neither would yield to the other. Both wanted to become the winner. Dog King shouted, "Ironback Wounded Wolf, you're truly an ungrateful bastard. I kindly let you be my assistant, and here you are biting the hand that feeds you." Wolfman immediately retorted, "Bullshit. I'm from the Wolf Clan, yet you make me your lapdog." Being a lapdog is one thing, but being a lapdog to a dog is something I can't stand. The old Iron continued, "I've eaten the spirit herbs and immortal pills given by sect leader Kong until I'm full. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Today, I'll kick you out of the 12 Demon Kings ranking." After saying that, Wolfman used his ultimate move and bit towards Dog King. He couldn't do anything, only screaming miserably. Seeing this intense battle, and hearing Old Iron speak so eloquently for the first time, Blue Turtle kept praising, "Well done, Old Iron." Then a notification suddenly appeared in front of Kong Chung. "Commander, according to Ironback Wounded Wolf's heroic ideals, Accumulated points increased by 350,000. Current accumulation is 21,196,995 points. Hearing this news, Kong Chung was overjoyed and laughed. Indeed a rare talent. This is like obtaining an SSR. Defeated by Old Iron, Dog King was at a disadvantage and could only retreat to defense. Seeing himself in such a miserable state, he gritted his teeth. Old Iron looked smug, thinking to himself that it was effective. Eating like crazy wasn't in vain. But Dog King still refused to admit defeat. He stood up straight, the chain on his neck starting to turn red. Dog King muttered, "You bastard, you think just by improving your strength you can defeat me." Hearing this, Old Iron angrily cursed back, "Dead dog, do you dare to break free from it and fight me one-on-one?" Kong Chung stood by observing, wondering. He was so cool just now, why is he suddenly so scared? Little Tiger heard this and laughed in response. That's because, before he could finish, Blue Turtle quickly explained, "Sect leader, you don't know, the spiritual energy about to break through to the 9th stage of the Wolf Clan is a heaven-born treasure that counters the Wolf Clan. Once this treasure appears, it can suppress their innate abilities." As soon as Blue Turtle finished speaking, Little Tiger grabbed him by the neck and hit him a few times. Little Tiger angrily scolded, "You bastard, when was it your turn to steal my words? You deserve a beating." Hearing this, Blue Turtle was both scared and resentful, stammering, Tiger bro, it's a misunderstanding, I didn't mean to." But before he could hit Blue Turtle again, the old man timely intervened. He scolded Little Tiger, "Beast, what are you doing? We all flatter equally, don't play with privileges." Little Tiger didn't back down, he argued, "Old dog, you're human too. This is our demon clan's internal affair. It's not your place to interfere." The old man continued to put on a show in front of Kong Chung, saying, "Sect leader, look at Little Tiger. He's openly forming cliques within the sect. We can't tolerate this behavior." After saying that, he used his ultimate move, smiling sinisterly. "You won't let this old man interfere, so I'll intervene myself." Lightless flourishing darkness technique. A deformed wolf man appeared. The old dog howled to the sky. An extremely dangerous energy radiated from his body. Then he looked at himself and said, "This power." A notification appeared. Kong Chung, according to Ironback Wounded Wolf's awe-inspiring Demon King. Accumulated points increased by 2,888,000. Current accumulation is 24,076,995. Hearing this, Kong Chung grinned like a green bean flower. An increase of 2.8 million at once. This wolf dog does have some skills. Seeing this, Dog King's face turned pale. He was stunned. When did he get first-class innate abilities? Little Tiger said, "Old dog, for the sake of stealing words, you didn't hesitate to harm your own cultivation." The old man chimed in. "For the face of the sect leader, for the benefit of the sect, it's nothing for me to suffer a little loss." This is the demeanor of an extraordinary person. The old dog's words sounded reasonable, but they actually implied something else. Little Tiger was no ordinary character. He immediately grasped the issue. He angrily roared at the old wolf dog. "This old man used immortal techniques to temporarily enhance your innate abilities. You absolutely cannot lose to that tiger. No, we absolutely cannot let our flying immortal sect lose face. Old dog, you don't have enough blood in your brain. You've spilled it all out." Kong Chung spoke up. "See, Elder Mo is indeed a pillar of our flying immortal sect." Ji Linghan, seeing this, also praised. "Elder Mo is indeed a pillar of our flying immortal sect." Then Kong Chung instructed and gave him a spirit pill, saying, "Elder Mo has such a demeanor. How can the sect let you suffer a loss?" At the same time, the system also issued a notification. Creation of Spirit Essence Humanization Pill consumed accumulated points, reduced by 1 million. Current accumulation is 23,076,995. The system notification continued. Creation successful. Current accumulation is 23,076,995. Elder Mo hurriedly opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit pill given by Kong Chung. Little Tiger, seeing this, said with a hint of jealousy, "Sect leader, his sacrifice isn't worth a humanization pill." Later, eating some spirit herbs and pills for nourishment would be enough. After chewing and swallowing, the old man profusely thanked the sect leader. Then, to repay this reward, Elder Mo turned around and continued his work. The old wolf howled. "To revive the reputation of the Dodo clan, I feel that challenging Dragon King and Monkey King now is just a small matter. Dog King was repeatedly shocked by the old dog's rapid transformation and upgrade from beginning to end. He stood there dumbfounded, drenched in sweat. Before he could use his next move, the old wolf had already pounced, leaving him no time to react, crying out, "Too fast." It was then that he realized this was the killing wolf. The collar on Dog King's neck suddenly expanded, enveloping him, causing him great terror. The collar slowly devoured, finally shattering amidst Dog King's desperate cries. Dog King writhed in pain. Three-lunged tiger, standing nearby observing, had to gape in awe. Just like that, the ninth-stage spirit energy was crushed by an attack. At this moment, Dog King looked truly miserable. He sat down hard on the ground, blood streaming from his nose, his eyes clearly begging for help. But Old Iron didn't give up because of this. He still continued. He said with a laugh, "Being ranked among the top 12 great demon kings. Are you convinced now? This time you have no choice but to surrender. Risking your life just for reputation can cost you your life." So Dog King left himself an escape route. He knelt down, crying and kowtowing to Old Iron, admitting his fault. He sobbed, I submit. From now on, I'll be the 13th Demon King among the 36 Cave Demon Kings. What do you think?" Old Iron turned around and coldly replied, "No need. Our wolf family has found a better place to gather." The system displayed another notification. Kong Chung, according to Ironback Wounded Wolf, being ranked among the top 12 Great Demon Kings. Accumulated points increased by 16,500,000. Current accumulation is 39,576,099. Then, the old wolf turned to Mo Chun, first bowing his head to thank Elder Mo. "Immortal Elder, how do you think I performed?" Without answering, Elder Mo Chun turned to flatter Kong Chung. "This is still for the sect leader to decide." Kong Chung said nothing. He just gave a thumbs up to signal very good. But there was one person who felt dissatisfied, and that was Little Tiger. Little Tiger put his hands on his hips and scolded Old Iron. "You're the deputy leader of the security team. I'm your superior. Openly flattering leaders from other departments. What kind of behavior is this?" Elder Mo Chun heard it all. The old man stroked his beard and calmly said, "The sect leader has already said, our flying immortal sect is a startup company. Don't act like a big company anymore." Hearing this, Little Tiger felt a bit uncomfortable, because the old dog always caused trouble and liked to preach. So Little Tiger was very angry, but he didn't say it out loud, only daring to think to himself, "Fine, you old dog, you like to play office politics, don't you? Just wait and see." Early in the morning, on the peak of Guanhe Ridge, Yang Mountain, this was a beautiful scene gifted by nature to this place. A red figure stood on the mountaintop. He was self-indulgently admiring his own beauty, saying without any shame, "I'm truly beautiful." Suddenly, a birdman with a figure 8 hairstyle ran up shouting, "Report." It turned out that the red figure was the Golden Feather Great Thought God, ranked 9th among the 12 Great Demon Kings. He glanced at his subordinate and said, "What's so urgent? There's no decorum left. If outsiders see this, where will our dignity be?" The birdman with the figure 8 hairstyle reported, "Great Thought God, there's been a lot of buzz lately. First, Three-Eyed Tiger declared he wanted to be the #1 in the demon world. Now even the pure altar Great Divine Official has been pushed out of the ranks of the 12 Great Demon Kings by Ironback Wounded Wolf." The Great Thought God seemed very interested in this news and asked, "Really?" After listening silently, he asked in surprise what? "The ranking of the 12 Great Demon Kings hasn't changed in 1,000 years. Why are so many people suddenly unsatisfied?" The figure 8 Hair Man immediately replied, "It's because a group of people came from the human world, saying they want to do something like corporate restructuring and whatnot. Three-Eyed Tiger and Ironback Wounded Wolf are with them now, acting all arrogant." Hearing this, the Great Thought God silently recalled the human world, that Little Tang Wei indeed has great ambition. Seeing that the Great Thought God's words were a bit off, the figure 8 Hair Man quickly corrected, "It's not Tang Wei, it's someone named Kong Chung. He's brought a bunch of good-for-nothings, throwing parties and dancing all day on Mount Tyene, ruining our customs." The Great Thought God, upon hearing this, seemed to open a door to a new world and said with a laugh, "Wait for this Thought God to personally meet them." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly left, transforming into a bird and flying away. Dog King, on his way home, had a face full of resentment. Unwilling in his heart, he said, "Beaten up and even lost my position among the 12 great demon kings. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone." While muttering to himself, Dog King looked up and accidentally saw the golden feather great thought god. He laughed coldly. Looks like he's also going to pick a fight with Three-Eyed Tiger. He hurriedly followed, saying, "How can I miss such an exciting event? I want to see whether that tiger is unlucky or that stupid chicken is unlucky." The great thought god arrived at the entrance of the inn, where it was still very lively inside, singing loudly, "Draw a dragon on the left side, draw a rainbow on the right." Dog King, hiding behind a bush, cursed, "It's all that twerking top music, damn it," before they could enjoy themselves for long. Everyone had to crawl out of the cave to greet an uninvited guest. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at each other, no one saying a word, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. The golden feather great thought god pointed at everyone and said loudly, "Someone reported that there are people gathering here for debauchery." Elder Mo immediately retorted, "Then you've come to the wrong place. At most, we're just gathering to disturb public order." After saying this, he pointed at Little Tiger and continued to provoke, "If you're talking about debauchery, only that tiger is the most debauched. You should take him away." Little Tiger, seeing the elder dragging him into the conversation again, roared angrily, "You're talking nonsense. Which of your eyes saw me being debauched?" Elder Mo heard this and laughed. He answered very smoothly, as if he had memorized this speech long ago. Perhaps because he liked to cause trouble, his tongue was very skilled. Elder Mo calmly replied, "You're debauched every day. I used immortal magic to livestream it for you to see. Do you still want to deny it?" Little Tiger was so angry that he didn't want to argue with him anymore. He ran over and grabbed the elder's beard, yanking it hard. Little Tiger scolded, "I wondered why I always felt someone was secretly watching me." The elder, in pain from the yanking, cried out, Hey, don't get physical." Little Tiger continued, "Take him away. He's producing and distributing pornographic materials." Suddenly, a force made both of them fall silent. It turned out to be the golden feather great thought god taking action. He seemed to be annoyed by the arguing of these two and shouted, "Gathering for debauchery, participating in pornographic activities. How can the 12 great demon kings have such filthy things?" Hearing this, Little Tiger understood what was going on. He replied, "So you came for my ranking. Why not just say it directly?" Kong Chung laughed from behind, stroking his chin, and chimed in, "Tiske, speaking harsh words does have an effect. At this rate, Little Tiger, I'm afraid you'll become the #1 in the demon world soon." Little Tiger, being praised, grinned widely. He nodded in agreement, right? I can't let down the sect leader's efforts. Although he said this, the recent battle with Dog King, though he didn't use any techniques, had consumed a lot of energy on entertainment. Little Tiger had expended quite a bit of strength. He secretly thought, his back still aching, that in his current state, to win would probably take a few more days of pain. Elder Mo, seeing this, added fuel to the fire. "Old Tiger, you're confused. Where have your virtues and cultivation been growing these past few days?" Though he didn't say it out loud, as soon as Little Tiger heard this question, he immediately thought of Little Rabbit. Hitting the nail on the head, the old man grinned and continued, "That's right, since it's like this, let your Shuang represent the family as the head. Wouldn't it be better for you to be content as a freeloader?" As soon as he finished speaking, Little Tiger immediately retorted, "Old man, what kind of scheme are you plotting? I'm the dignified fierce Tiger King with first-class roots, and you're telling me to be a freeloader." Hearing this, Elder Mo scratched his nose with a mocking expression. "Then you stand back and let this old man handle it." The elder's wolf appeared, and he ordered it to work. The wolf immediately agreed to obey. "Okay, Boss Missouri." At this moment, Little Tiger hurriedly stopped them and shouted, "Wait." He only said this much before falling silent again. He only managed to say stop, not having time to think of the second half of the sentence. It turned out he was standing talking to Silver Moon Rabbit. Goodness, where had his imposing manner gone? Standing next to his wife, he was as docile as a puppy. He said softly, "That Shuang. So Silver Moon Rabbit stepped forward. She stood with a confident posture, arms crossed proudly, and said, "Recently my husband has been having kidney problems. If there's anything, just aim at me. It's indeed true that a virtuous wife brings good fortune to her husband." Little Tiger's high-quality housewife made him look on with admiration and envy. Seeing this, the golden feather great thought god laughed and said, "Who do you think you are? Ranked 10th among the 12 great demon kings, and you dare to take charge." Aren't you afraid? Silver Moon Rabbit still proudly retorted. It doesn't matter if I can take charge or not, you still can't beat me. Seeing her so confident, the great thought god decided to make a move. He rotated his wrist to warm up a few steps, saying, "Fine, I'll teach you a lesson too, lest you come to challenge the rankings in a few days." As the golden feather great thought god spoke, his smile gradually turned cold. He intended to make a feint and then attack Silver Moon Rabbit, but unexpectedly, he was frozen in place, unable to move. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and gaped. Seeing this, Little Tiger secretly felt proud. Defeating the great thought god in one move, my Shuang is indeed formidable. I thought I was the one benefiting, but it turns out I'm the one at a disadvantage. Silver Moon Rabbit remained as steady as Mount Tai. She coldly asked, "Do you submit?" The golden feather great thought god, who was just arrogant and smug, was brought to his knees by Bone Rabbit in a matter of seconds. He hurriedly knelt down, nodding repeatedly saying, "I submit, I submit, I submit." Silver Moon Bone Rabbit continued, "If you've truly submitted, then don't have that attitude anymore." Silver Moon Bone Rabbit stretched out her foot, ordering the great thought god to lick her foot. Fortunately, at this moment, Little Tiger ran over to stop her. "No need, no need. It doesn't have to go that far." Seeing her husband intervene, Bone Rabbit blinked shyly, scratching her head and ears, and replied, "Oh my, force of habit." Then Little Tiger continued, "Since it's like this, I'll be the #1 in the demon world. Do you have any objections?" The golden feather great thought god stood up with a forced smile. "No objections. From now on, I'll obediently rank last among the 12 great demon kings, guarding the door for everyone." In the Black Wind Forest Tiger Head Cave, several people inside were lighting a fire to celebrate. The sky-devouring demon king ordered his subordinate, "Go see how the preparation for those 12 precious boys and girls is coming along." The demon replied, "Yes, your majesty." Meanwhile, in the Black Wind Forest, sunlight was shining on the blooming flowers. Air Mao's parents were extremely sorrowful, but Air Mao was smiling brightly because of the meal. He asked, "Mom, Dad, why is the food so delicious today?" The couple hugged each other and cried bitterly, heartbroken for the wife and their little child, the unborn child who hadn't yet had a chance to see the world. Before the little child could finish the meal, the demon kicked open the door and barged in, rudely asking, "Is the preparation for this sacrifice ready? The great king will come to dine tomorrow." Hearing this, the couple hurriedly bowed their heads and replied, "Yes, sir, everything is prepared." The demon turned to leave, but before going, he warned, "I'm warning you not to try anything. You surely don't want to test the consequences of what the Liu family tried last year, do you?" The husband hastily replied, "We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare." The daughter in the house witnessed this scene and frowned, thinking to herself, "Demao, if you don't come back soon, Air Mao will really be eaten." Meanwhile, Demao was still struggling in the forest. He stood under a tree, muttering, finally caught up, "I wonder if you can help us." After saying this, Demao approached the cave entrance and called out, "Tiger King, Your Highness." Inside the cave, they were still singing and dancing merrily. "Come on, everyone bow your heads with me." Left hand and right hand stretched forward. While everyone was happily gathering, a voice called from outside, "Tiger King, Your Highness." Hearing this, Kong Chung turned his head and asked, "Is someone else coming to challenge Little Tiger?" A mortal boy appeared before them, and suddenly the atmosphere fell silent. The Tiger King spoke, "Who are you, little demon? You don't have an ounce of demonic power, yet you dare to challenge my family." Kong Chung immediately said, "To be able to conceal demonic power like that, it must be a top expert from the demon realm." The Tiger King said, "I almost fell for it. The sect leader's judgment is indeed thorough." He excitedly continued, "To be able to hide one's strength to this extent and carefully conceal it to launch a sneak attack for an advantage." Then he roared, "Charge! Target that mortal brat, Willow Plate Lady." The boy cried out in fear, "It's a misunderstanding." After a few slashes, the boy coughed up blood and fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Seeing the mortal boy lying dead on the ground, the Tiger King felt confused. Elder Chen laughed triumphantly, pointing at the Tiger King. "Old Tiger, using full force to bully a mortal without cultivation. How embarrassing." Little Tiger immediately retorted, "Old man, what are you talking about? Are you mocking the sect leader's judgment?" Chen replied, Now, old Tiger, don't talk nonsense. Leaders are never wrong. It's the stupid tiger like you who executed it wrongly. The sect leader only reminded you to be careful, not to kill innocent people indiscriminately." Seeing this, Kong Chung chimed in, Right, Elder Chen is correct." He quickly ran to the mortal boy's side and continued, "Well, Little Tiger made a mistake. As the person in charge of the sect, I also bear responsibility for inadequate supervision. Then Kong Chung revived the boy. The system panel displayed the revival information, immortal. Time of death less than a day. Deduction of 1 merit point. The system continued to display revival successful. Current merit points, 39,576,994. The mortal boy woke up, panicked. Did I just get killed by the great Tiger King? Little Tiger appeared fiercely before the boy and asked, "You mortal, what business do you have with me?" The boy hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing and begging. Greetings to Tiger King Grandfather, greetings to Tiger King Grandfather. The system panel appeared again before Kong Chung. Kong Chung, you and the 3 tiger people have received a mortal's kowtow. Merit points increased by 200,200. Current merit points, 39,776,994. This surprised Kong Chung, who thought to himself, a mortal's kowtow is worth 200,000 merit points. Is it because of Little Tiger's strong business ability, or has inflation occurred? At this moment, the mortal boy pleaded with the Tiger King. This humble one is from Liang Town. Tiger King Grandfather, don't you know? The sky-devouring Demon King has done many evil deeds, wanting to capture young boys and girls from our town as sacrifices. He eats 12 children every quarter, 48 in a year. Hearing this, Kong Chung said, well, that's quite a big stomach. Are there enough people in the town for him to eat? The boy cried and said, what if it's not enough? But what can we do? Every family keeps having children, my mother's womb. Since getting married, she hasn't had a year's rest. The mortal boy then grabbed Kong Chung. Brother, I can tell you're from elsewhere, right? Judging by your attire, you must be a manager under Tiger King Grandfather. I hope you, as a fellow human, can put in a good word for us before Tiger King Grandfather. Hearing this, the Tiger King slapped the mortal boy's head, scolding, you brat who can't read the room, talking nonsense in front of my leader, trying to lower my status, aren't you? Seeing the mortal boy's head bleeding, Kong Chung sympathetically said, well, Little Tiger, you don't know your own strength. Was it necessary to kill him with 1 punch? Little Tiger rubbed his head and said, sorry. I forgot he's a normal person without cultivation. Kong Chung once again healed the mortal boy. The system panel displayed, revived immortal. Time of death less than a day. Deduction of 2 merit points. The system displayed, revival successful. Current merit points, 39,776,992. The boy woke up, scratching his head in confusion. What's wrong with me today? This strange illusion has appeared twice now. Little Tiger leaned in and said bluntly, what illusion? You've died twice already, you fool. It's not an illusion. Little Tiger introduced Kong Chung to the boy. This is the sect leader of Flying Immortal Sect, the overlord of the human realm, the sect master of the demon realm, and also the great leader of my Tiger King Grandfather. Just now, you spoke nonsense, so my Tiger King Grandfather punished you by killing you twice. It was sect leader Kong who revived you. Hearing this, the mortal boy immediately knelt at Kong Chung's feet, his eyes sparkling with admiration, clasping his hands and bowing. So you're an immortal, the highest of immortal sections. Please accept this humble one's bow. Please be my advocate, Kong Chung enthusiastically said. Since you've come to invite us personally, we must go. This sky-devouring demon king, or whatever, might just be a turtle that gained sentience. Coincidentally, our 2 sects have the ancestors of his kind. He looked towards the old turtle and said, if your descendants are doing evil, please go and handle it. The old turtle replied, well, sect leader, the sky-devouring demon king is not a turtle, and he's not a small character that I can deal with. Little Tiger explained, sect leader, the sky-devouring demon king is a wild boar, ranked 8th among the 12 demon kings of the Great 12 Caves. He practices the evil technique of sky devouring, which allows him to accelerate cultivation by eating human internal organs. Young boys and girls have the least impurities in their bodies and the lowest side effects. That's why he needs to eat so many each year. Little Tiger picked his nose while saying, judging from the position of this stupid pig with such lowly thoughts and heterodox methods, even if he uses this evil technique, his cultivation results are only slightly better than mine. Kong Chung said with burning enthusiasm, sooner or later we'll have to deal with them. Let's go on this trip. Little Tiger turned to the boy and said, Alright, I've been bored these days anyway, kid. The boy happily replied, yes. They all cheerfully shouted together. Let's go. Lead the way. Somewhere in the forest, a strange sacrificial ritual was taking place. Villagers surrounded the area, wanting to save the children tied up in the center. A pregnant woman cried out, begging to save her child. My heir Mao. Mao. Her husband pulled her back, advising, calm down, do you want to endanger Denai too? The pregnant woman held her belly and cried, my son. She wasn't alone. Other pregnant women also watched in sorrow as their children were taken away. Suddenly, something pitch black like air spread out, causing everyone to look up in shock. It emitted something that looked very frightening. The pregnant woman from earlier screamed, he's here. The Demon King is here. Wah! Another woman covered her mouth. Should be quiet. A man shouted, stop crying. Shut up. Do you want to get us all killed? The black substance poured down on the heads of the captured children like blood. The sky-devouring Demon King gradually appeared, his eyes blood-red. His enormous figure looked terrifying. He roared, drool dripping, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Time to eat. The sky-devouring Demon King grabbed a little girl, preparing to put her in his mouth to eat. The girl was terrified, her eyes wide open, her mouth agape, trying to cry for help. Everyone around was horrified. Some covered their mouths, unable to watch this terrible scene. Others hid to the side with their eyes tightly shut, while some wept miserably. The sky-devouring Demon King, without hesitation, brought the girl to his mouth, ready to eat her. Just as he was about to eat, a curse rang out. Hey, you stupid pig, shut your mouth for me. The sky-devouring Demon King heard this and turned his head. A sudden noise appeared, causing him to pause just as he was about to eat the person. The group appeared. They stood on the back of the old turtle. Little Tiger pointed at the sky-devouring Demon King and said, listen carefully, you stupid pig. The demon realm is not a lawless place. It also needs to build a spirit of civilization. Cultivation methods that don't align with core values like yours should be eliminated from history. The sky-devouring Demon King mocked Little Tiger. Haha, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a loser. I heard you arrogantly want to be a role model for the demon realm. I hadn't even gone looking for you, and you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Then he roared madly. I don't care if you build or not. My family has been raising humans to eat humans for 3 generations. This is our family tradition. The sky-devouring Demon King again spoke viciously to Little Tiger. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, he couldn't stop me. Suddenly, among the villagers, the family of the mortal boy recognized their son. The husband was surprised. The mortal boy caught their eye, standing with Kong Chung and Lon Ling Patriarch. It's Demao. Demao. Why is he there? The little girl explained. Mom, Dad, Demao deceived you. He didn't go to work. He's been running around trying to save Air Mao. But the villagers scolded their family. Your family is doing this too. Didn't you see what happened to the Liu family last year? You're seeking your own death. Don't drag us down with you. The little girl quickly added, don't be afraid, everyone. You just don't know that Tiger King Grandpa said he's been given an opportunity by the Heavenly Way, wanting to become the leader of the demon realm. Defeating the sky-devouring Demon King is just a small matter. Those people scolded the little girl. What small matter? The Tiger clan has been in decline for years now. They can't even keep their position in the 12 caves. How can you still fantasize that he can be your master? Then they turned to worship the sky-devouring Demon King. Demon King Grandfather, all of this was done by their family. It has nothing to do with our families. Please forgive us. We absolutely deliver on our promise to offer young boys and girls every year. We are absolutely loyal. Seeing the villagers like this, Kong Chung said to Little Tiger, Little Tiger, the common people here don't trust you at all. Little Tiger folded his arms and said confidently, how can a lion care about the thoughts of a flock of sheep? Elder Maction picked his nose and mocked. Stop gilding yourself. Look at your virtue. Aren't lions ashamed? Little Tiger's face turned red with anger, and he shouted, Old dog, aren't you annoying? I'm using rhetoric here. You illiterate dare to point fingers. Moreover, how can I gild myself? I'm a tiger, the king of all beasts. Elder Maction immediately jeered. Nonsense. Lions are the kings of all beasts. Little Tiger, unwilling to back down, angrily said, Nonsense. Tigers are the real ones. Elder Mac Chun continued to mock. Stop bragging. 1 lion can beat 3 tigers. Little Tiger rolled up his sleeves and said, Come on, look at the data. Group biting is even more powerful than tiger claws. Elder Maction continued. Lion's hairstyle is more beautiful than yours. Little Tiger countered, I have tattoos. How can hairstyles compare to tattoos? Finally, he jumped up and said something vicious, causing Little Tiger to turn to stone. Lions have 3 wives and 4 concubines, surrounded by a pride of lionesses, while tigers are lonely all their lives. From anger to tears, Little Tiger burst into tears. You've gone too far. Then, Little Tiger hugged his knees and cried on the old turtle's back. Suddenly, Little Tiger realized, no, I'm not a useless tiger. I'm the 3-eyed fierce Tiger King. I have Shuang Shuang. Then he angrily stood up, pointing and scolding Elder Max Shen. Old dog, you almost fooled me. The old turtle reminded Little Tiger. Tiger, Tiger, stop arguing. Little Tiger heard the old turtle shout, be careful, and bent down to ask, what's wrong? The sky-devouring Demon King suddenly rushed to attack Little Tiger, causing him to fall off the old turtle's back. Not just him, everyone standing on the back almost fell. Ouch, ouch. Elder Max Shen immediately scolded Little Tiger. Stupid tiger, what the hell are you doing? You almost made everyone fall. Little Tiger retorted, old dog, you still have the face to talk. Weren't you there showing off, distracting me? How could I let myself be taken advantage of? Then, Little Tiger turned to the sky-devouring Demon King with force. Dead pig, I see you're tired of living. He rushed towards the sky-devouring Demon King, swinging his claws towards his face. The sky-devouring Demon King contemptuously said, just a bottom-ranked leader. But the next second, he had to endure Little Tiger's powerful strike, his eyes almost popping out. This move shocked everyone around at Little Tiger's strength. They fearfully discussed. The sky-devouring Demon King is at a disadvantage. Isn't he supposed to be invincible? After taking a hit, the sky-devouring Demon King changed his view of Little Tiger. Since when did the 3-eyed tiger become a first-class talent? He glanced at the children behind him, secretly calculating. But it doesn't matter. As long as I eat all the sacrifices, within half an hour I'll reach the ultimate peak. Even if the Dragon King or Monkey King comes, I won't be afraid. Seeing the sky-devouring Demon King silent, Little Tiger scolded again. Stupid pig, stop struggling. Tiger King, I have shed my skin today and am no longer. Before finishing his sentence, he stood up and ran inside. At this moment, the sky-devouring Demon King shouted loudly, sky-devouring swallow. His body suddenly became enormous, with a strange power rising around him. The sky-devouring Demon King reached the ultimate peak, the sky-devouring swallow, making him even larger, containing even more powerful strength. The villagers around saw this scene and cried out in fear. It's here, the Demon King's ultimate move. Even the Dragon King and Monkey King have to stay 3 feet away when facing the sky-devouring swallow. He approached the captured children, who were all terrified and wanted to run away when they saw him. The sky-devouring Demon King used his power to suck all the children into his mouth, leaving no one behind. The pregnant woman held her belly and reached out, crying, Air Mao. But her husband and daughter stopped her from getting close. He didn't hesitate to chew the children in his mouth viciously. The children's blood covered the sky-devouring Demon King's lips, looking extremely horrifying. It seemed that eating these children had elevated his power to a new level. The energy surrounding him became even stronger. At this moment, the sky-devouring Demon King absorbed the power after eating the children. His whole body's strength became incredibly powerful. He laughed arrogantly. Haha, 3-eyed tiger, I'll take your demon core first. Kong Chung and everyone else screamed in terror. Iron-backed Orchid worriedly thought about Little Tiger. With this demonic power, even the Tiger family is no match for him. At this moment, Little Tiger also realized it would be difficult to resist the sky-devouring Demon King. Damn it, I can't block this move. This demon cultivation method is indeed an evil path. I underestimated him. No good. I can't risk my life. I must wear out his peak state to end this battle. Elder Max Shen was also worried about the sky-devouring Demon King's current strength. Damn, this pig demon is not something that stupid Tiger can handle. I didn't prepare in advance either. We must dodge this move. Immediately, the sky-devouring Demon King quickly launched an attack towards them. Kong Cheng folded his arms and confidently said to Little Tiger, Little Tiger, block it. But contrary to his expectations, including Little Tiger, everyone dodged, leaving only Kong Chung standing there bewildered. He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling both helpless and tense, with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Then a big explosion occurred, smoke everywhere affecting the surroundings. Little Tiger panted and praised himself. Luckily, I reacted quickly. But his expression quickly turned to horror, sweating profusely, when he saw Kong Chung and the old Turtle King lying burnt black on the ground. Little Tiger shouted, "Master." Iron-backed Orchid cried loudly, "Old Turtle, Master." Elder Mac Chen patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Dog, don't worry. The Master has been through this many times. He always manages to come back to life. This time should be no exception." Iron-backed Orchid asked, "Come back to life?" Elder Mac Chen added, "That's right. Before, when that human kid was killed by the tiger, it was the Master who used his methods to revive him. You've seen it, haven't you?" Iron-backed Orchid worriedly asked, "But that was just an ordinary person." Elder Mac Chen glanced away and said, "You can rest assured about the Master's safety. Instead of worrying about this, you'd better worry about someone else." He looked at Little Tiger mockingly. Someone responsible for security only cared about running away himself, causing the Master to be blown away by the enemy. This debt can't be left unsettled. Feeling targeted, Little Tiger shouted, "Old dog, stop flattering yourself." Everyone dodged, not just me. Elder Mac Chen calmly said, "We're not the security team leader. Moreover, the one facing that wild boar now isn't us." Little Tiger looked towards the sky-devouring Demon King and cursed, "Damn pig, you made me attack the enemy and got caught. I can't keep my position anymore." Little Tiger secretly thought of a countermeasure. "Wait until the effect of your demon cultivation method wears off. I'll definitely roast you into barbecue." Suddenly, a system panel appeared in front of Kong Chung. Detected host has died 1/3. Cause of death, taking a full perfect big move. Killer, sky-devouring Demon King. Creating solution, please wait. Follower Old Turtle King has died. Kong Chung looked at it tensely, breaking out in a cold sweat, almost losing his soul. He angrily said, "These bastards at the crucial moment. No one blocked the move for me." Then, Kong Chung raised his cultivation level to Heavenly First Stage. The light was so dazzling that Iron-backed Orchid had to cover his eyes. It's too bright. Elder Mac Chen was also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. This aura, the Master when he saw Kong Chung transform into an immortal, he shouted loudly, "He's become an immortal." Kong Chung turned to Little Tiger and said, "Little Tiger." Little Tiger anxiously said, "Leader, please listen to my explanation." Kong Chung ignored him and pointed at the sky-devouring Demon King, saying, "That guy made me lose face. I order you to beat him back to his original form and bring him into our sect to do manure cleaning work." Then, Kong Chung transferred a portion of his power to Little Tiger. Little Tiger, upon receiving the power, roared in amazement, "This power is..." After receiving the power Kong Chung bestowed, Little Tiger quickly transformed into a different state of power. The sky-devouring Demon King saw this and was terrified. At this moment, at Zhu Lin Tianqing Cliff, Mountain Guardian King was playing chess with Lai Huang Venerable. Lai Huang Venerable sensed the fluctuation of immortal power and asked, "Who has become an immortal?" Lady Ban Lu, who was rowing a boat on the river, also noticed that immortal power. At Huzun Cave Zibing Tong Tian, the great sage was lying on a tree branch drinking water. Sensing the immortal power also caught his attention. At Wen Lai Bien Tian Cliff, Qi Jin Shou Si, the five-clawed golden dragon stood by the cliff edge, seeing the fluctuation of immortal power, and said in surprise, "How did this three-eyed tiger get such a great opportunity?" At Manhwa Immortal Sect, Manhwa Immortal Venerable suddenly turned to look outside. Tang Wei asked, "What's wrong, Immortal Venerable?" He broke out in a sweat and said, "Someone has ascended to immortality." Tang Wei was both surprised and confused. "Didn't you say that over 8,000 years ago, the path to immortality was closed?" Wanhua Immortal Venerable said, "That's right, so there shouldn't be anyone ascending to immortality. But this celestial phenomenon, it's clearly the phenomenon that only appears when someone becomes an immortal." Wanhua Immortal Venerable pondered, "It's just ascending to immortality, not transcending tribulation. I've never heard of any method of ascending that goes against the heavenly way." Tang Wei suggested, "Could it be Sect Leader Kong?" He narrowed his eyes and said, "If it's him, then it's indeed possible." Tang Wei also became tense at this. Seeing Little Tiger ascend to immortality thanks to Kong Chung, the sky-devouring Demon King trembled and said, ascended to immortality. How is this possible? For thousands of years, no beast has ascended to immortality. How can the rules be broken today? Blue Spirit Venerable looked at Kong Chung, his face full of surprise, and said, impossible. The 10 immortal treasures haven't been gathered yet. How could the sect leader ascend to immortality? Kong Chung reminded Little Tiger, Little Tiger, don't get too excited. I've only temporarily raised your cultivation to the immortal realm. You haven't truly become an immortal. Little Tiger stood in front of the sky-devouring Demon King, confidently saying, dealing with this piece of braised meat is enough. Little Tiger immediately enveloped himself with immortal power, preparing to launch an attack towards the sky-devouring Demon King. With just one move, he made the sky-devouring Demon King kneel on the ground due to Little Tiger's powerful immortal force. After being attacked, the sky-devouring Demon King began to fearfully kowtow. He grimaced in pain, as if feeling extremely uncomfortable inside his body. He immediately opened his mouth and vomited out the children he had just swallowed. The freed children all cried loudly in fear. Wah wah wah! The parents, seeing their children, ran to embrace them, tears flowing like a stream. Son, daughter, my child. Kong Chung stood in front of the dying old Turtle King, who had been hit by the sky-devouring Demon King's attack earlier. He saved him. The system panel displayed, saving Mount Old Turtle King. Time of death less than 1 day. Consumed 20,000 points. Kong Chung reached out his hand and used healing power to save Old Turtle King. The system panel displayed, healing successful. All injured body parts restored. The system continued to display current points, 3,856,992. Old Turtle King, saved by Kong Chung, joyfully said, Sect Leader actually saved me. I'm actually worthy of the Sect Leader, spending immortal power to save me. Kong Chung said, what are you saying? You're our Sect's only vehicle, very important. At this moment, Little Tiger and the sky-devouring Demon King had determined the winner. The sky-devouring Demon King transformed back to his original form and knelt before Little Tiger. Little Tiger said, do you submit? The sky-devouring Demon King clasped his hands, sweating anxiously and begging nonstop, spare this dog's life. No, spare this pig's life. Little Tiger suggested, I can spare you. Become a manure cleaner for our flying immortal sect. The sky-devouring Demon King asked, manure cleaner. Little Tiger pointed behind and said, what, you still haven't submitted? The sky-devouring Demon King looked back and saw Kong Chung standing hazily between the two beauties, Blue Spirit Venerable and Ji Ling Han. The sky-devouring Demon King saw the beauties and became perversely excited, his face turning red. He said eagerly, although not at the same time, but the size is almost the same, whether fishy or stinky, in my mouth it's just a piece of meat. Seeing him obediently submit, Little Tiger asked, so you agree? The sky-devouring Demon King replied, do I need to agree? A pig must eat manure. If it doesn't eat manure, it's not a pig. After the chaos ended, the villagers gathered and said to the flying immortal sect, benefactors, oh benefactors, I represent the people of Liang Town. They knelt down in gratitude. We kowtow to thank you, great ones. Kong Chung said gently, no need, no need. Eliminating evil and saving all beings from suffering is the tradition of our flying immortal sect. The villagers threw stones at the tied-up sky-devouring Demon King, cursing, pay with your life, you damn pig, you bastard, kill it. Unable to bear this humiliation, the sky-devouring Demon King roared angrily, you won't stop. If you provoke me, even with my hands and feet tied, I can still kill you all. Seeing this, Little Tiger hit him on the head, making him spit. Little Tiger scolded him, damn it, you dead pig, you still dare to open your mouth. Kong Chung stepped forward and asked, what's going on? What are you arguing about? The sky-devouring Demon King tattled, Sect Leader, the villagers threw rotten vegetables and rotten eggs at me and cursed me with foul language. Little Tiger said, cursing you instead of roasting you is already lucky enough. Little Tiger pointed at him and added, Sect Leader, I said before, this dead pig practiced the sky-devouring consumption technique, a cultivation method that cannot produce eyes, which involves eating young boys and girls. Over the years, the number of boys and girls eaten by it, if not thousands, must be hundreds. Kong Chung smiled gently and said, "This matter. Easy." He used immortal power to resurrect many mortal boys and girls. The system panel displayed, time of death 4 months ago, equivalent to 85 days ago. Consumed 10,000 points. Successfully resurrected. Current points, 3,746,992. The mother saw their children and were overjoyed. "Go Z, is that you? Zhao Kai, my son." The fathers also hugged their children joyfully, calling, "Jin Yu, daughter." "Hu, my child, my daughter." An old man hugged his grandson, "Er Gu." Then he ordered the other villagers, "Quickly call Er Jiu out." The other villagers bowed and called, "Er Jiu, come out." The villagers were extremely grateful to Kong Chung. They knelt and bowed. "Thank you, Immortal, for the grace of reuniting us. We mortals don't know how to repay you. We wish to build an ancestral hall and temple to worship you." Suddenly, another immortal force appeared behind them. At this moment, the 12 great animal demon kings appeared one by one, including Mountain Guardian King, Lady Ban Lu, 5-clawed Golden Dragon, Lai Huang Venerable, and the Great Sage who pacifies heaven. Next was the 4 heavenly generals, Jin Mao Young Master. Kong Chung turned his head and said, what are these ox-headed and horse-faced things?" Little Tiger folded his arms and said, the 12 great animal demon kings have all gathered. Jin Mao Young Master pondered curiously. "Why can't I sense any immortal power from Three-Eyed Little Tiger?" Lady Ban Lu loudly warned them. "Three-Eyed Tiger, we all know about your ascension. Now you're hiding your immortal power, but you can't fool us." Little Tiger asked them, "What do you want to do?" Mountain Guardian King suggested, "The fate of the demon world is shared in adversity. Pursuing peace and prosperity benefits both sides. If you have a method of ascension, we hope you won't be stingy and will share it with everyone. Joy alone is not as good as joy shared." Little Tiger angrily scolded, "What the hell? Before, when I was ranked second from the bottom, I didn't see you mention cooperation and mutual victory." 5-clawed Golden Dragon pointed and said, with an arrogant expression, "I advise you to still reveal the secret. Otherwise, even though you've just entered the immortal realm, if several of us at the peak of the Saint realm come together, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it." Lai Huang Venerable echoed, "That's right." Little Tiger thought to himself, "The other side has 7 Saint Realm experts. On our side, we only have Lang Gozi, Shuang Ba at Saint Realm, the sect leader at Immortal Realm, and also Elder Emo Chun. I don't know if we can withstand it. The advantage is ours." It stuck out its tongue provocatively. "I won't tell you. I just won't tell you." 5-clawed Golden Dragon was so angry that his eyes wrinkled, unable to speak. He looked at the others, Rabbit, Wolf, and Pig. "Now the situation is clear. Join us, force his secret out, and we'll all ascend together." The sky-devouring Demon King thought to himself, "In this situation, should I side with 5-clawed Golden Dragon and the others, or with Sect Leader Kong? If I follow 5-clawed Dragon, I might actually be able to become immortal together, and I won't have to go through the trouble of eating young boys and girls myself." He shook his head and thought again. "No, what if it fails? And if I speak before acting, my position as the Grand Steward will be wasted. I can't make such a stupid mistake." The sky-devouring Demon King suddenly shouted, "Screw you. I'm now the Grand Steward of the Flying Immortal Sect. If you want me to betray the sect leader, dream on." Hearing the sky-devouring Demon King firmly stand on his side, Kong Chung thought to himself, "Grand Steward, not bad. This old pig even knows how to embellish his title. He has some culture." He turned to Elder Emo Chun. Elder Emo Chun replied, "What is it, sect leader?" Kong Chung asked. "For our Grand Steward who practices the sky-devouring consumption technique, besides eating human flesh, is there any elixir that can be used as a substitute? Would the human flower pill work?" Elder Emo Chun explained, "No need, sect leader. The human flower pill is formed by true cultivators condensing the essence of sun, moon, mountains, and rivers over a long period. It's much more precious. This sky-devouring consumption technique is about stabilizing the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It only needs the 5 elements of human energy." He pointed out, in the demon world, there's an extremely evil elixir called the 10 evil human bone essence. Eating 1 pill is equivalent to hundreds of young boys and girls. Kong Chung asked, 10 evil human bone essence. Elder Emo Chun explained, "Imprison 10 living people Only give them water but no food. Let them become extremely hungry and thirsty. Then they'll kill and eat each other. Finally, throw them into the pill furnace. The resulting elixir is the 10 evil human bone essence. After hearing this, Kong Chung exclaimed, "Heavens, that's truly beastly." He quickly tried to create the 10 evil human bone essence. "I've never seen it before, I wonder if I can create it." The system panel displayed, created 10 evil human bone essence, consumed 50,000 points. Kong Chung held the 10 evil human bone essence and wondered, one pill for 50,000, is it that cheap? Elder Mo Chun was extremely surprised to see him create it so easily, such an evil item. Sect leader can create it with just a snap of his fingers. Kong Chung quickly used his ability to create a pile of 10 evil human bone essence. The system panel displayed a total deduction of 500,000 points, current points, 39,246,992. Kong Chung, holding a pile of 10 evil human bone essence, said to the sky-devouring Demon King, "Old pig, you're new to the sect. Here's your chance to be the MVP." Elder Emochin was shocked to see a pile of 10 evil human bone essence in Kong Chung's hand and said, "You can even create 10 pills." 10 evil human bone essence pills were thrown out. The sky-devouring Demon King exclaimed in surprise. "That's the 10 evil human bone essence, an evil pill formula not shared outside the demon world. How did Sect Leader Kong get it?" He quickly jumped up and, despite being tied up, swallowed those pills. Little Tiger praised, "Well done. Does everyone who joins the Flying Immortal Sect have such talent?" His body was filled with power, the devouring strength surrounding the sky-devouring Demon King's entire body. He looked at himself in amazement. Damn. This peak experience is something I've never had before, haha. Seeing the sky-devouring Demon King so full of power, Ironback Wolf also begged Kong Chung, "I'll be a dog too. I want to try it. Sect leader, give me a boost as well." Little Tiger also demanded, "How can you monopolize this show? Please, Sect leader, give me an immortal form too." Faced with the expectations of Ironback Wolf and Little Tiger, Kong Chung raised his hand and said, "Wait." Kong Chung stepped forward and said to Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, "Demon Kings, listen up. Little Tiger's opportunity is me. Whatever methods you have, use them on the Grand Steward. Perform well, and I'll accept you into the Flying Immortal Sect." The great sage who pacifies heaven sat on a tree trunk, feeling irritated and preparing to charge down. It arrogantly said, "I'm not interested." The great sage who pacifies heaven then swung its staff towards the sky-devouring Demon King. Five-Clawed Golden Dragon shouted, "White Monkey, don't be reckless." But when its staff hit the sky-devouring Demon King's head, there was no reaction. The great sage who pacifies heaven exclaimed, "It has no effect at all." The sky-devouring Demon King glared at it. The great sage who pacifies heaven was stunned with surprise. The sky-devouring Demon King used one hand to strike the great sage who pacifies heaven, instantly causing severe injuries, with blood splattering everywhere. One blow from the sky-devouring Demon King frightened the others among the 12 great animal demon kings. The venerable Lai Hong trembled and said, "One palm strike has shattered the great sage who pacifies heaven." The young Master Jean Mao, not to be outdone, also trembled. How can this strength be possible? Is this the power of sky-devouring consumption? It's unbelievable. The mountain-guarding great king also said fearfully, "No, it's the effect of that pill he threw." It seems this person wasn't bluffing. Three-Eyed Tiger's opportunity is indeed him. Seeing the great sage who pacifies heaven lying dead on the ground in a pool of blood, Kong Chung was also startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, the intensity was raised a bit too much. He reached out to revive the great sage who pacifies heaven. This is too much bullying. The system panel displayed, reviving the great sage who pacifies heaven. Death time, less than 1 day. Consumed 80,000 points. Revival successful. Current points, 3,166,992. The great sage who pacifies heaven woke up in surprise. What happened? Didn't I just die? The group of 12 great animal demon kings exclaimed in unison, "He's alive again." Kong Chung turned and said, "I'll say it again. But at this moment, behind him, the sky-devouring demon king shattered the great sage who pacifies heaven again. Kong Chung, extremely angry, cursed, "Damn it, this piece of pork belly." The mountain-guarding great king and the venerable Lai Hong cried out in fear. He's been shattered again. Kong Chung turned around with a distorted face and said to the sky-devouring demon king, "Don't you have any eyebrows?" Kong Chung pointed at the sky-devouring demon king, who was screaming madly, causing him a headache, and said, "Little tiger, tell it to keep quiet a bit." The demon king obeyed, yes. It began to use its techniques, while Kong Chung stood beside observing. It charged forward, landing a punch that dazed the sky-devouring demon king. It shouted, "Stupid pig, the sect leader is talking. Wait a bit before you scream." Awakened by Little Tiger's punch, the sky-devouring demon king held 2 lumps on his head, giving a thumbs up and replied, I'm all right." Kong Chung pretended to cough a few times and then said, "Grand Steward, let them hit you, don't fight back. Then make a chart of the damage statistics for each demon king for me to see." The sky-devouring demon king listened with a blank expression, scratching his head. How can a toilet keeper like me make charts? I don't know how." Kong Chung was also at a loss. He irritably said to Ji Linghan, "All right then, little Ji, you do the statistics." Ji Linghan's eyes lit up as if he had found gold and quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He reached out to use his points to revive the great sage who pacifies heaven. The system panel displayed, reviving the great sage who pacifies heaven. Death time less than 1 day. Consumed 100,000 points. The great sage who pacifies heaven woke up in panic and said, "What's wrong with me? Am I still not sober?" The system panel displayed, revival successful, current points, 39,066,992. Kong Chung turned and called, "Old Iron Dog." Dog replied, "I'm here." He smiled slyly and said, "Use all your strength to hit the Grand Steward." Old Iron looked confused. Emotion kicked it from behind. "Don't question, just do as told." Old Iron gathered all his strength, then violently kicked the sky-devouring demon king in the stomach. "Sorry, Brother Pig." The Grand Steward took this hit, but still managed to smile and say, "It doesn't hurt." Ji Linghan recorded, his eyes shining. Wild Wolf, S-Class damage, DPS 28,000. Kong Chung put his hands on his hips, threw back his head, and laughed loudly. "Now it's your turn to act. If you can be stronger than my dog, I'll reward you handsomely." The 4 heavenly generals and young Master Jean Mao stood opposite, fuming with anger. "What do you take us for?" Seeing their dissatisfaction, he thought of another way, turning to ask Emo Chun, "Old Emo, what do these animals usually like?" The old man replied, "After all, they're demon beasts. Of course they like demon pills. Although not as precious as the spirit child human flower pill, but still, a demon only has one, so it's quite valuable." Kong Cheng's eyes lit up. He stroked his chin and said, "I see." He immediately used points to create demon pills. Demon pills appeared. Points were continuously deducted. Creating demon pills consumed 150,000 points, a total deduction of 1,500,000 points. Current points, 37,566,992. He held up the glowing demon pill tightly, and everyone exclaimed, "Demon pill." Moreover, it's a Demon King level demon pill. How can he produce demon pills? How is this possible? He held the demon pill in front of them, pouting his lips and said, "Look at you all, acting like you've never seen anything in your lives." He threw one pill, and Old Iron immediately rushed forward to catch and swallow it. It chewed a few times and swallowed. Immediately, its muscles bulged, becoming more robust. Everyone was once again shocked. Ironback Wolf's cultivation level directly jumped to the peak of the Saint Realm. Kong Chung frowned seriously and said, "I keep my word. Hurry up and do as I say." The great sage who pacifies heaven acted first. "I don't care. I need to sober up first." Then it used its staff to violently hit the sky-devouring Demon King on the head. Ji Linghan's eyes lit up, excitedly shouting, "Player Little Monkey is so strong." S-Class damage, DPS 159,000. On the other side, Old Iron also returned to normal, panting and saying, "So this is the level of the top 3 among the 12 great animal demon kings. If I hadn't followed Sect Leader Kong, I'm afraid I wouldn't have reached this realm in my entire life." The great sage who pacifies heaven grunted, Kong Chung immediately threw 3 demon pills to the great sage who pacifies heaven as a reward. Little monkey, not bad. Here's a reward of 3 pills. Little monkey happily swallowed them quickly. Little tiger, standing behind, witnessed this scene and felt angry inside. It muttered, "This troublemaker is basically from our flying immortal sect. It's all because of you, old man Mo Chun, ruining our reputation." Five-clawed golden dragon was surprised to see the great sage who pacifies heaven rewarded like that. The venerable Lai Hong was also very surprised. The mountain-guarding great king was sweating, unable to believe his eyes. But everyone seemed encouraged, boldly saying in unison, "If that's the case." Five-clawed golden dragon used shadowless golden flower break. Lady Pan Lu used small pan soft hand. The venerable Lai Hong used ox-go pairing, and the mountain-guarding great king also used ox-go pairing like the venerable Lai Hong. Then they all attacked the sky-devouring demon king together. Ji Linghan looked at the data panel, her eyes shining brightly. Player with horns on head and fur on tail, S-class damage, DPS 194,000. Female player, S+ class damage, DPS 79,300. Passerby player A using Ox-Go pairing, S-class damage, DPS 660,000. Passerby player B using Ox-Go pairing, S-class damage, DPS 680,000. After hearing her read the results, everyone couldn't help but complain. What kind of naming is this? I want to file a complaint. Kong Chung threw demon pills to them. Good. On the other side, the 4 heavenly generals and young Master Jean Mao sneered at them. Is that all you've got? Young Master Jean Mao took out his treasure bell chime light, and the 4 heavenly horses activated the treasure under their feet, earth 10,000 hooks. Then the 2 of them charged forward. The 4 heavenly horses kicked the sky-devouring demon king, saying, "This kick of mine will determine the fate of the land." Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in shock. Ji Linghan excitedly said, "Best mouse support, deep damage. Long-face player, S-class damage, DPS 999,999. Kong Cheng's eyes lit up as if he had found gold. He said, "Impressive. These 2 are very impressive. They even know how to coordinate their skills." The demon beast from earlier complained, "It's not fair. The 2 of them cheated by using divine weapons." The great sage who pacifies heaven was also dissatisfied, boldly preparing to use another move. It said, "It doesn't count. If I had known we could use divine weapons, I would have used the Hegemon God Staff, which could have dealt at least 700,000 damage." At this moment, the blue spirit venerable leaned close to Kong Cheng's ear and said, "Sect leader, the items in their hands are the Hegemon God Staff, bell chime light, and earth 10,000 hooks, treasures from the 10 immortal treasures. Only by obtaining these magical treasures can one return to the immortal realm." He suddenly realized and turned around, saying, If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten." He put his hands on his hips and said to the demon beasts, "Although you all have your strengths and weaknesses, considering your efforts, I'll reluctantly accept you into my flying immortal sect. From now on, you must unite around Three-Eyed Tiger and work for the benefit of the demon realm." The venerable Lai Hong, upon hearing the name Three-Eyed Tiger, showed a disgusted expression. "Ugh, Three-Eyed Tiger." The 4 heavenly horses raised a finger, frowning and asking Kong Chung, "What virtues does he have?" After hearing this, he turned around and patted Little Tiger's back. "Little Tiger, go and subdue them." Little Tiger cracked his knuckles and pouted, saying, "It's just a fight, isn't it? Sect leader, you've worked hard." It enthusiastically said, "Old pig, don't die now." The sky-devouring demon king broke out in a cold sweat, panicking. Hey, wait a minute." Little Tiger shouted loudly. "All right," then swung his fist directly at the sky-devouring demon king. The sky-devouring demon king's face turned pale as he screamed, Wait. Little Tiger's fist came down and blood splattered everywhere. Ji Linghan announced, "Player Three-Eyed Fierce Little Tiger, S-Class damage, DPS 108,888,888. The people below exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god." The sky-devouring demon king in that state was killed by Three-Eyed Tiger with one punch. Only the body of the sky-devouring demon king remained on the ground. Kong Chung frowned angrily and said loudly, "One after another, Are you all just blowing away my points like the wind? Then he waved his hand, casting magic on the sky-devouring Demon King. The system voice sounded again. Resurrecting sky-devouring Demon King. Time of death less than 1 day. Point consumption reduced by 88,000. Resurrection successful. Current points, 37,478,992. The sky-devouring Demon King looked dazed after coming back to life. Kong Chung said sternly, "Now Little Tiger is the leader of the demon realm. Is there anyone else who objects?" The others remained silent, their eyes avoiding contact. The system voice continued to announce, "Branch mission. Revitalize the Three-Eyed Tiger clan." Three-Eyed Fierce Little Tiger becomes famous in the Nine Lives realm and becomes the leader of the demon realm. Branch mission progressed. Reward points added 35 million. Current points, 72,478,992. Main mission, unify the three realms. Mission to become famous in the human realm completed. Becoming the leader of 3 cultivation realms completed. Scroll down for details. Becoming the leader of the celestial spirit realm completed. Becoming the leader of the 9 lives realm completed. Becoming the leader of the intelligence realm completed. Becoming the leader of the long heaven realm completed. Becoming the leader of the elephant flower realm completed. Taking control of the demon realm completed. The host or the host follower will become the leader of the demon realm. Branch mission progressed. Important stage achievement. Reward points added 80 million. Current points, 152,478,992. Kong Cheng's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Impressive, impressive. Looking at this number is so satisfying." He called out to Mo Chen. Elder Mo Chen replied, "Yes, Sect Leader." Kong Cheng folded his arms and asked, "If I want to unify the 3 realms, what's still missing?" Mo Chen excitedly said, "Of course, we're still missing the demon realm." At this moment, the Blue Spirit Venerable approached Kong Chung and said, "Sect Leader, there's also the 10 immortal treasures of our Immortal D clan. Currently, 8 items are under the control of our Flying Immortal Sect, and the remaining 2 are said to be in the hands of the Demon King." This information surprised Kong Chung. He excitedly pointed forward and said, "This is simple. Let's advance on the demon realm." Five-clawed Golden Dragon was shocked. "Advance on the demon realm." The Venerable Lai Hong exclaimed, "Do you know what level of character the Demon King is?" Kong Chung turned his head and glanced at them, saying, "Isn't he just a bit stronger than you who are called the 12 Great Demon Kings? Is the demon realm more noble than your demon realm?" Little Tiger leaned close to Kong Cheng's ear and whispered, "Sect Leader, there's something you don't know. The Demon King of the demon realm is not only powerful, but also very cunning. The demon realm has long been unified by him. His subordinates include left and right guardians for great demon armies, 7 demon lords, 9 demon generals, a total of 22 people, all of whom are peak Saint Realm experts." Kong Chung was surprised. Impressive. So many people at the peak of the Saint Realm, and yet no one has rebelled. Suddenly, a stream of demonic energy appeared in midair, created by 2 men. The 2 appeared and then landed on the ground. It was Manhwa, Immortal Venerable, and Tang Wei. Seeing this, Mo Chen immediately pointed angrily and said, "Old slave Manhwa, what are you disobeying again?" Kong Cheng took a step forward to block Mo Chen, preventing him from advancing, and said, Elder Mo, don't get agitated." Kong Cheng asked the 2, "What are you 2 youngsters doing here?" Manhwa, Immortal Venerable, clasped his hands and said, "We discovered someone ascending to immortality in the demon realm. May I ask if Sect Leader Kong has found a method for ascending to immortality?" Kong Cheng folded his arms and said, "And what if I have found it?" Manhwa, Immortal Venerable, pushed Tang Wei's head down to apologize and said, "Sect Leader Kong, if you truly possess the method for ascending to immortality, we hope you won't hesitate to teach us, bringing blessings to all living beings." Tang Wei glared angrily and said, "Damn it, you don't need to push my head down. Isn't it just pretending to be a grandson? I get it." Manhwa, Immortal Venerable, glared at Tang Wei and said, "What do you mean by pretending to be a grandson? If he can really help me solve the problem of ascending to immortality, I'll be his grandson." Kong Cheng interjected, "All right. The method for ascending to immortality is in the demon realm." Tang Wei blurted out in surprise, "Demon realm?" Manhwa, Immortal Venerable, thought to himself, "I thought it would be some brilliant method, but it turns out to be the most foolish approach." Kong Cheng asked, puzzled, "Speaking of this demon realm, why do even you have such a reaction?" Manhwa, Immortal Venerable, explained, "Sect Leader Kong, there's something you don't know. The demon realm is ruled by the Demon King, who is no ordinary powerhouse. He is the adopted son of the four realms' immortal venerable. Currently, the path to immortality is cut off, which is the doing of his adoptive father, the four realms' immortal venerable. Blue Spirit Venerable and Little Tiger had a sudden realization. So that's how it is. Little Tiger contemptuously said to Mo Chun, as fellow attendants of the old master, compared to others' knowledge reserves, some people are really like intellectually disabled. Mo Chun turned around angrily and shouted, "Your mother talks nonsense. I lost my main soul when I descended to the mortal world, so of course I don't know what happened along the way." Manhwa Venerable continued, "If we want to fight a battle, the monster realm and human realm must unite, and with my immortal power restored, there might be a glimmer of hope. But the monster realm is simply not united. Among the 12 great monster kings, except for the particularly close relationship between Venerable Lai Hong and Mountain Guardian King, none of the others submit to each other." Manhwa Venerable raised his hand firmly and said, "So only by having Tang Wei's strength suppress the monster kings by one level, becoming the leader of both realms, can we turn the monster and mortal realms into one force. By then, my immortal power will also have recovered considerably." Mo Chun raised his hand to calculate and said, "According to your method, it will take at least 700 years. Kong Chen confidently said, "That's not necessary. Tomorrow morning, follow me to the demon realm for a trip." In the demon realm, the burning land and red horizon appeared. A man was sitting quietly with his bright red wings spread wide. Suddenly, he exclaimed, A beam of light appeared from the red sky, causing him to look up in confusion. It was the Four Realms' immortal venerable appearing through soul magic. He asked the Four Realms' immortal venerable, adoptive father, "Not long ago someone in the monster realm ascended to immortality. Was that your doing?" The Four Realms' immortal venerable replied, "I came this time precisely for this matter." The Four Realms' immortal venerable continued solemnly, "I don't know what strange opportunity that Ascender had to be able to avoid the blockade of the Four Realms. But in any case, it's not a good thing in the end." The Four Realms' immortal venerable's eyes sharpened, and he said, "Find him and kill him." This man's eyes also gradually turned red, and he muttered, "Prison slave." Hearing their master call their name, 3 mute prison slaves immediately appeared and responded, "Yes, our Demon King." The Demon King glanced behind him and ordered, "Summon everyone here." The prison slave smiled and replied, "Yes, our Demon King." At this moment in the red space, the Demon King sat on his throne. The group quickly approached. The third left guardian heaven falling earth, one of the 7 demon lords when Sha Tian Sheng, and the right guardian earth ascending heaven all appeared before him with great respect. Looking at those in front of him, the Demon King spoke, "Someone in the monster realm has ascended to immortality. This is a big deal." Then the Demon King also loudly ordered, "When Sha Tian Sheng, I command you to go to the monster realm and human realm to investigate this matter." When Sha Tian Sheng, upon hearing the order, maintained his expressionless face and said, "I obey." The other 2 remained standing there in silent bewilderment. Finally, the 2 of them ran towards each other in the middle of the floor, forming a circle. A shiny, smooth circle appeared, with countless unique symbols on it. Then from within that circle, an enormous power shot straight up into the sky. When it formed elsewhere, mist spread across the sky. A giant rock then fell from the sky, falling onto the sacred land of Ziyuan by Ling County, South Zhongling Province, Tianling Realm. The giant rock quickly fell to the ground. Those below who saw the scene before them all buzzed with discussion. "What is that? Quickly, report to the sect leader." Then, a person covered in sweat hurriedly ran to report to the sect leader. "It's not good." The one who just came out was the sect leader of the Ziyuan sacred land, Venerable Wu Huan. After hearing his subordinate's report, he also looked up and shouted in shock, "That's the earth-ascending, heaven-ruling cloud demon emperor. Is this a declaration of war against the human realm?" Once again, from that changing sky, an enormous power shot down. Those below who were hit cried out in pain. Then, when Sha Tian Sheng also descended from the sky, surrounded by a bright red power, and when Sha Tian Sheng's footsteps slowly moved across the ground. Finally, still with a cold expression, he stood in front of everyone. Seeing this, Venerable Wu Huan was furious and stepped forward, shouting, "When Sha Tian Sheng, what do you want to do?" When Sha Tian Sheng saw him like this and was slightly puzzled. Then when Sha Tian Sheng began to speak again, ninth grade spirit vein. The Great Earthround injury is only an 8th grade spirit vein. How can this by Ling County have a 9th grade spirit vein? After speaking, when Sha Tianxing turned and said loudly to everyone, "How did you obtain a 9th grade spirit vein today?" Seeing when Sha Tianxing asked like this, Venerable Wu Huan stood there with some fear and thought. Sect leader Kong holds a great opportunity in his hands. It seems he still can't escape the Demon Emperor. Even though Sect leader Kong has many experts under him, in the end, they can't resist the Demon Emperor. His train of thought continued. Sect leader Kang's kindness to the Ziyuan sacred land is as heavy as a mountain. I can't betray him. Thinking this, Venerable Wu Huan also respectfully bowed and said, reporting to the Heavenly Saint, we don't know either. Perhaps it's due to the influence of the great teleportation array over the years. As soon as Venerable Wu Huan finished speaking, when Sha Tianxing continued, do you know what we people of the demon realm hate the most? Seeing him speak like this, Venerable Wu Huan also felt a bit guilty and stepped back. Then when Sha Tianxing revealed 6 terrifying eyes, looking like the most frightening, highest-level ghost, his voice still low, he said loudly, it's being treated like fools and deceived. After speaking, without waiting for Venerable Wu Huan to protest, when Sha Tianxing released an enormous power, causing Venerable Wu Huan to cry out in pain and shout, open the Grand Formation, the Sect Protection Grand Formation. His subordinates heard this and jumped up one after another, shouting in unison, Purple Mist Lake Disappearance Formation. Then this group of people suddenly stood still, and purple power flew out from their bodies. On this side, when Sha Tianxing still stood like a statue, with a gloomy expression, countless spells dancing around him. He quickly released his hand, stirring the power around him. Seeing this scene, Venerable Wu Huan became even more frightened, his hand still in the same position as he said, to break my Sect Protection Grand Formation, even Tiger Family would have to put in some effort. He actually only used one move. Is this the true strength of the Demon Lord? Standing opposite, when Sha Tianxing reached out his hand, carrying abundant power, originally intending to go directly to the monster realm to search for clues, but if this by Ling County is a 9th grade spirit vein. Once again, when Sha Tianxing's face became blank as he continued speaking, then this seat shall take it. Hearing this, Venerable Wu Huan turned his head to look, stammering. He wants to kill us. Run quickly. The people behind hadn't even started to run when they froze. The space became unusually gloomy. The sky turned pitch black. Countless red eyes appeared on the ground. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely frightened. A person's foot stepped on one of the eyes, and that person was also startled, mouth agape, unable to speak. Finally, bright red beams of light shot up into the sky. The people standing there were all attacked and thrown into the air. Cries of pain echoed everywhere. Seeing the terrifying scene before his eyes, Venerable Wu Huan's face turned pale. Among the corpses scattered on the ground, when Sha Tianxing stood there with abundant energy. Then he smiled and raised his hand, shouting, come here. Being pulled in the air like that, Venerable Wu Huan couldn't resist. He was quickly grabbed by the neck by when Sha Tianxing. Looking at him in front of him, when Sha Tianxing asked, I'll give you one last chance. How did you obtain this 9th grade spirit vein? Being grabbed by the neck and beaten like that, Venerable Wu Huan still maintained a determined expression. Kill me, I won't tell you. Seeing this situation, when Sha Tianxing laughed again, kill you. In our demon realm, what we don't lack most are methods to torture others. At this moment, Kong Cheng and a group of people appeared. Seeing the scene before him, he raised his hand and said, strange, why isn't the grand formation of the Ziyuan sacred land reacting? Little Tiger standing behind frowned and said, this is bad. Those people must still be slacking off. Mo Chun beside him also stepped forward to instigate Kong Cheng. Sect leader, look, this 3-eyed tiger demon is clearly trying to take full advantage of the opportunity to ambush opponents. It's truly the biggest unstable factor within our sect. Hearing the old man say this, Little Tiger immediately jumped up and scolded. Old dog, where did you come from to say such things? Which of us is ambushing opponents? Seeing Little Tiger's agitation, Emochin raised his hand and said, because initially Venerable Wu Huan and others accused you, you harbored resentment in your heart. Regardless of their argument, Wanhua Xianzun stepped forward to offer his opinion. Sect leader Kong, in my experience, Venerable Wu Huan is a cautious person. He wouldn't go so long without responding. The grand formation might have been damaged. In the back, Little Tiger continued to scold at Mo Chen. Look at that, this is what we call constructive opinion. Unlike you who only knows how to create internal conflicts. Kong Chung then raised his hand to rub his hair.